With a heavy thud, I was hurled brutally into an unfamiliar wilderness. A sharp pain stabbed the back of my head, darkness flooded my vision, and then everything disappeared into oblivion. When I came to again, I was already inside this so-called tears behind iron bars, a high-security prison cell. What the hell is this place? It feels like a souped-up version of Resident Evil. I grumbled, as a pungent stench assaulted my nose, so strong that I nearly retched up everything in my stomach. Memories just before I blacked out flickered through my mind like a fast-forwarding film. I recalled how I had just finished reviewing Avengers, Endgame, right at the moment Tony pulled off his final counterattack and all the heroes took their curtain call. My heart felt strangely empty, as if a star I'd followed for 10 years had suddenly vanished from the stage. The Marvel saga had come to an end, a decade of stories closing, heroes departing one by one. Especially Tony. He'd fought gods as a mere mortal, and apart from that one failure with Ultron, he was close to flawless. I even joked to myself that someone like Thanos probably didn't care at all about sustainability. Honestly, for us regular folks ground down by work, maybe his infamous snap was the fairest way out, a painless exit where everyone is equal. But I digress. What stood out most in my memory was that ridiculous pop-up ad. In the thick of my nostalgia, my computer screen suddenly flashed gold, displaying, "Want to turn your life around like Azure? Tired of mediocrity?" I instantly fumed. Ugh, another scammy game ad. I jabbed my mouse at the close button without hesitation. But the moment I clicked, the screen felt like it was being swallowed by a black hole, sucking me in with no escape. Just before I lost consciousness, I roared inside. These browser games are such a scam. And when I woke up, here I was in this godforsaken place. Choking stench, filth everywhere, a bone-chilling sense of despair. All around me were hollow-eyed, gaunt-faced foreigners, shivering in the cold, looking for all the world like refugees. I didn't dare move a muscle, terrified of calling attention to myself. Linking it all with that detestable pop-up, I could only conclude that I'd been forcibly sent into a browser game world. And, just my luck, the setting was the Marvel Universe, and it felt like hell mode right from the start. Wasn't I doomed? My heart pounded. This place doesn't look like a labor camp for illegal immigrants. It's more like a prisoner of war camp, maybe even worse. Heavily armed soldiers occasionally passed in the distance, and an icy dread seized me at once. I felt just like a lamb awaiting slaughter, trapped with nowhere to run. Just as I was teetering on the edge of despair, questioning my very existence, a voice I knew all too well, yet at this moment seemed as heavenly as music from above, rang out in my mind. Plug it. The word jolted through me. I nearly leapt to my feet. If it weren't for the fence blocking my way, I might have bounced right up to the ceiling. In this unfamiliar, dangerous place, I couldn't even hope to survive 3 episodes without a plug. The language barrier alone would be enough to defeat me. Plug in, what would I do without you? Right before my eyes, a virtual interface unfolded, displaying an array of white card options. German mastery, English mastery, Russian mastery, even quirky skills like postpartum cow care manual, as well as basic rifle training, etiquette mastery, trader's basic knowledge manual, and so on. So many choices it left me dizzy. I didn't dare to choose recklessly, worried that maybe it was a one-and-done deal. Given my usual non-European luck, I'd really rather not take chances. Soon, a prompt from a system appeared. Notice, the host may make 3 draws daily. Card rarities, white, green, purple, pink, orange, gold, primal. Reward types include abilities, physique, skills, items, equipment, knowledge, and more. The closer you are to the target, the faster the draw and the higher your chances. Beyond 5 meters, draws are disabled. I couldn't help but grumble. How on earth do you measure distance, GPS or Bluetooth? The system replied, coolly, figure it out yourself. Fine, you win. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. Then a crucial question struck me. If I draw a mutant's power, does it come with limits? Like, what if I end up with some weak ability that can barely light up a bulb? The system responded, in light of the host's concerns, an amplification mechanism has been specially added. Each enhancement, card upgrade +1, ability limit increases by 10%. My chest tightened at that, a familiar unease welling up. Tentatively, I probed further. Is there some success rate mechanic? Like a measly 22% chance? To my disbelief, the system shot back with almost comedic precision. Congratulations on picking up the speed round buzzer. Each enhancement has a fixed 22% success rate. Every try costs a white card. Please use with caution and make prudent choices when your luck runs thin. Silently, I cursed. Has this wretched system been trained by some mega corporation? Or did a veteran game designer put together? Just wait. One day, I'll find a way to wring some real benefits out of you. The most pressing issue right now is still the language barrier. Without hesitation, I activated English mastery with a single thought. To be honest, my English skills had already deteriorated since the college entrance exams, and I'd only managed at university thanks to the foundation I'd built before. This time, however, the skill extraction process was exceptionally smooth, seamless, like silky chocolate melting in your mouth. With a mere thought, the skill was mine, and all the English vocabulary and grammar rules instantly became crystal clear in my mind. The system was so powerful that my spirits lifted. Not only was I determined to survive, I was going to make this life extraordinary, and the very first step was to escape from this place. During breaks in the labor, I tried to exchange a few simple words with the people around me. Very quickly, my mood sank to rock bottom. I had realized that this was a Nazi concentration camp. Each day's existence was stripped of humanity, with death lurking close by at every moment. Not long ago, a woman, still somewhat young, had been dragged away roughly by soldiers, and it didn't take much imagination to know what fate awaited her. The others around me stared ahead blankly, their expressions numb and hopeless, already dulled to everything. They couldn't even muster the interest to look up. The coldness of that atmosphere crept deep into my bones. The day's labor was pure despair, like Sisyphus endlessly pushing a boulder that would never come to rest, both body and mind on the verge of breaking. At last, evening arrived, and it was time for rations to be distributed. Dragging my exhausted body, I lined up mechanically, scanning the crowd like a detective for even the slightest sign of a mutant, if only there were someone who could spark a tiny flame. But I was completely disappointed. All around me were Jews, even weaker and more helpless than I was. The only people exuding any sense of power were the soldiers atop the platform, guns in hand. I can't wait any longer. I have to seize the opportunity. I fixed my gaze on the bulliest guard I could spot. You'll do. Resolute, I extracted his physical status card with a thought. Luck was on my side. Elite soldier physique, achieved. A warm rush swept through me from head to toe, muscles tightening perceptibly, stamina and endurance surging all at once. In a matter of seconds, it felt as though I'd become a different person, transformed from a feeble shut into a strong and capable warrior, with the illusion that I could keep fighting for 20 minutes straight. The thrill nearly made me drop to the ground for a few celebratory push-ups. I was even tempted to strike while the iron was hot and try for another new skill. At that moment, a piercing, desperate cry erupted near the heavy iron gates of the camp. The crowd stirred in agitation, and I saw a mother and her child being forcibly separated by soldiers. The mother clung to her child with all her strength, while the boy sobbed so hard he could barely catch his breath. The soldiers, growing impatient, jerked the bolts of their rifles with a threatening, metallic click, their menace unmistakable. Yet, even so, those around me remained unmoved, as if numbed by the relentless cruelty of such scenes, day after day. All I could do was shake my head and sigh reflexively. I paused for a moment, then prepared to continue with my next round of skill draws. But then, as my eyes swept over the boy, whose heartbreaking cries seemed to tear through the very air, something jolted sharply within my mind, as if a taut string had snapped in that instant. That scene, the blonde-haired little boy, his desperate wailing, the forced separation of mother and child. Oh God, little Magneto! My heart pounded wildly. Electricity seemed to course through my entire being. I hurriedly bowed my head, pretending to focus on my work, but I couldn't tear my gaze, however much I tried, from that boy, Eric Lyncher. Sure enough, when the soldiers finally wrenched Eric out of his mother's embrace and dragged him, kicking and screaming, to the other side, an eruption of rage and despair burst from him like a volcano. His young face twisted in agony, and a guttural, primal roar tore from his throat. All around, the metal fences, the buckles on the soldiers' belts, even the scrap of iron on the ground began to tremble and hum with a low, ominous resonance. Mutant powers, control over magnetic fields. At the same time, in my vision, a gleaming card began to materialize, glowing with dazzling golden light. Magnetic field manipulation. Whoa, those big, golden letters drifted right toward me. Chen Nan was almost blinded by the sudden, brilliant flash. A virtual card flowed with golden radiance, hovering before him, emanating an indescribable sense of power. The electromagnetic force, one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. A gold card, no wonder it lives up to the hype. His heart was practically exploding with excitement. If this were a real card draw in a game, he could brag about it for an entire year. This was top-tier SSR material on any forum. He couldn't help but start fantasizing. What if I drew the Phoenix Force next? The mere thought of that world, consuming Scarlet Blaze, made his blood run hot. How amazing would that feel? I'd probably ascend straight into the heavens right then and there. And this dazzling jackpot card came from that small, fragile figure in the nearby mud pit. The boy who, though helpless and full of despair now, would one day become a force powerful enough to upend the world. Eric Lyncher. Just moments ago, at the very instant he witnessed his mother being torn away, a surge of fury erupted inside him like a tempest, shattering whatever fragile defenses he had left. An unseen force swept through the air, wild and unrestrained, like an immense, invisible hand tightening its grasp around every piece of iron in the camp. Iron bars groaned and twisted under the pressure. Metal drums went hurtling through the air, and weapons slipped from the soldiers' hands. Everything unfolded with a chilling sense of the uncanny. This sudden outbreak of supernatural power sliced through the chaos like a cold bolt of lightning, leaving everyone in its wake frozen in shock. Every gaze, filled with terror, despair, or speechless astonishment, converged on the frail figure standing alone in the muddy yard. High above, Sebastian Shaw watched in silence. This mutant, hiding behind a Nazi officer's identity, felt a flicker of true off for the first time in his deep-set eyes, a glint instantly replaced by the predatory hunger of a hunter who has found his quarry. He stroked his chin with deliberate interest, his gaze narrowing, locking onto Eric in the mud, an uncut gem of limitless potential. Meanwhile, Chen Nan's heart still hammered wildly from the storm of metal he'd just witnessed. He struggled to disguise his agitation, striving to appear as numb as the other prisoners, while subtly scanning his surroundings from the corner of his eye. Hidden within the crowd, he dwelled in this place called Auschwitz, a factory of death where life was less than worthless. Prisoners scraped by on the vilest swill, forced to huddle together behind filthy steel bars, every breath tinged with rust and despair. He knew that when the sun rose, the man who styled himself the Black King would surely summon Eric. That ruthless schemer would use the cruelest of means to force the boy into unleashing that overwhelming power again, like a handler whipping a beast into a frenzy. Survive. Escape. That thought burned itself into Chen Nan's mind. For now, his only glimmer of hope lay with the system, and whatever card he could risk drawing. System. Draw a card. I want to draw magnetism control. He cried out in his mind, clinging to this last thread of hope. Ding. Target Eric Lyncher's core ability, magnetism control. First awakening detected. Quality gold. Note. Drawing requires 24 hours. Current success rate, 22%. Suggestion. Get closer to the target. This is insane. Chen Nan shouted silently. 24 hours? A 22% chance? Was the system toying with him? Disgruntled as he was, his body obeyed the necessity. Like a wary gecko, he edged a little closer to Eric within the crowd. Ding. Distance to target, 4.5 meters. Draw time reduced to 22 hours. Success rate increased to 32%. Huh, you can do that. Chen Nan's eyes lit up with surprise. The improvement wasn't huge, but at least it meant the system's advice had a basis. Suppressing the excitement bubbling inside him, he decided to wait until nightfall. The cover of darkness would be essential for what he had to do. Time crawled by in the stifling atmosphere. At last, a whistle pierced the air, announcing rest, not out of kindness, but simply so the prisoners would survive a few more days of forced labor. The inmates, worn to the bone, drifted into the foul, smelling dormitory like wandering spirits. In no time, the cramped room was packed as tightly as a can of sardines. Like a slick eel, Chen Nan slipped with precision into the dark corner where Eric was curled up, letting the shadows swallow his presence. Hey man, he murmured, intentionally lowering his voice to a weary rasp as he leaned in. My name's Luke. What's yours? The name rolled off his tongue before he realized. Luke. It felt oddly familiar, carrying a weight he couldn't quite name. Eric's body gave the slightest shudder, almost imperceptible. For a long moment, silence hung between them. Then at last a voice as dry, lost, and full of fear as the desert air sounded, barely above a whisper. Eric. With that, he lapsed back into silence, staring doggedly at the tiny window above, shattered by barbed wire, the fragmented view of the night sky reflecting his broken heart. To him, that night sky was nothing but a distant, chilling symbol utterly out of reach. Right now, he was still countless hopeless nights away from becoming the master of magnetism who could move the world at his will. Chen Nan glanced down at the virtual interface only he could see. Distance to target, 0.2 meters shoulder to shoulder. Drawing time, 1 hour. Success rate, 75%. Yes. He flashed a quiet victory sign in his mind, careful not to show it. To make it through these crucial 60 minutes, Chen Nan started a casual conversation with Eric, hoping to make the time pass a little faster. Most of the time, the boy remained silent, sometimes responding with a mechanical sentence or two. More often, his slight trembling betrayed the fear and confusion he couldn't shake. Are you scared? Chen Nan asked, even though he knew the answer, softening his tone. Me? Eric's reply sounded hollow, as if it came from deep underground, stripped of all warmth. He suddenly bowed his head, burying his face in his knees, as if that was the only way to feel a fleeting, fragile warmth, to shield himself from a world grown cold and cruel. Eric's shoulders began to shake uncontrollably, and a stifled sob rumbled low in his throat, finally breaking free as a desperate whisper. They kill my father, and my uncle, and my aunt. Only my mother is left. The Nazis hunt Jews like they're catching rats. We work without stopping until we collapse or get gunned down. I don't know how my mother is now. I'm so scared I'll never see her again, scared that even she might. The rest of his words faded away, choked by sobs. Standing before Chen Nan, Eric was nothing more than a child, still trapped in a waking nightmare. A pang of sorrow tightened Chen Nan's heart. He gently patted the boy's frail shoulder and whispered, "Hold on, Eric. Stay alive. We'll get out of here, I promise." Those words, meant for Eric, were also Chen Nan's own lifeline, a fragile comfort to stave off despair. And just as the last syllable left his lips, ding, golden skill card magnetic field manipulation, basic, successfully drawn. Fuse now. Fuse. Chen Nan answered silently without the slightest hesitation. Power. That's what he needed most at this very moment. Every scrap of strength was another chance to break free of this cage. A muffled scream caught in his throat as searing agony stabbed through his skull, as if a red-hot iron was being forced deep into his head, churning violently inside his mind. It felt like a barrage of electromagnetic pulses detonating all at once, rending every nerve in his body with a wave of tearing pain. He lost all control of his limbs, crumpling like a lifeless marionette, collapsing onto the cold, unyielding concrete below. His head slammed hard against the ground, swelling instantly into a painful knot. A fever surged through him. His blood felt as if it was boiling, his skin hot enough to fry an egg. Heavy beads of sweat sprang from his brow, soaking his thin prison uniform in moments. Around him, the other prisoners cast only a fleeting, indifferent glance his way, not even bothering to comment. Here in this living hell, fainting, catching a fever, or quietly dying had become more routine than eating or drinking. One less man standing? Well, that was just one less mouth to feed tomorrow. Compassion? In this place, it was scarcer than gold. Luke? Luke, wake up, please. Eric's voice trembled with fear and urgency as he shook Chen Nan's feverish body with all his might. Could the only person who had shown him a flicker of kindness, someone he just met, really vanish in silence, just like all the others? Don't waste your strength, came a raspy, listless voice from nearby, drained of all hope. Unless you can pull fever medicine out of thin air, his only chance is if his luck holds. Fever medicine? That's for real people. We're just cattle. Who would waste it on us? Medicine? Where? Eric clung desperately to those words, as if scrambling for a single blade of grass before drowning. All he got in response was a mocking, cold laugh that cut into the boy's heart like a blade. It was true. They were treated here as less than livestock. Despair, icy and relentless, swallowed Eric whole in an instant. All he could do was grip Chen Nan's hand with all his might and pray, hollow-heartedly, for some impossible miracle to happen. Time dragged by, a mixture of torment and hope. After 2.5 hours, the feverish body, lying on the ground, suddenly convulsed. A pained groan escaped. Chen Nan's eyes flew open, gasping for breath, as if he'd just crawled out of a pool of molten lava only to be tossed into a frigid abyss. Yet at the same time, deep within his soul, an unprecedented sense of control awakened. Notification sound, magnetic field manipulation, beginner, successfully integrated. Luke, you're awake. Thank God you're awake. Eric's voice trembled with the joy of someone who'd just survived a disaster. Hush. Before Chen Nan could say a word, he quickly signaled for silence. His gaze sharpened, his eyes suddenly aglow with newfound energy and excitement. Drawing a breath, Chen Nan focused his mind on the reinforced iron mesh covering the battered window in the corner of the barack. The next moment, under Eric's stunned and unblinking gaze, a faint creaking sound echoed. The tough iron wires, as if kneaded by invisible hands, twisted strangely, folding and curling up on themselves like a lump of dough, and finally forming in a regular spiral. Exhaling deeply, Chen Nan felt an incredible sense of relief. He gave Eric, who was still gaping in disbelief, a genuine, heartfelt smile. A little rusty, but it feels pretty good. Eric's jaw nearly hit the floor. He pointed at the misshapen iron mesh, then at Chen Nan, stammering before he finally managed to whisper, This was you. How did you do that? It's hard to believe, isn't it? Chen Nan lowered his voice, a quiet pride showing at possessing such power for the first time. Actually, this force has always been inside us. Not just us, there are many people whose bodies hide all kinds of special abilities. All it takes is the right key to unlock them. Everyone has it. Eric's voice rose in astonishment before he caught himself and immediately lowered it, though his eyes flashed with excitement and hope. Can I have it too? Power like yours. For Eric, the allure of such strength was overwhelming, especially now, when he desperately needed to save his mother and escape this living nightmare. As long as there's a chance to save my mother, as long as I can get out of here, I'm willing to try anything. Chen Nan saw the burning determination in his eyes, but could only shake his head helplessly. Where's the key? Honestly, I don't know either. He mocked himself inwardly. Here I am, supposedly the protagonist, and I still haven't figured out how things work. Seeing the disappointment on Eric's face, Chen Nan continued. Maybe the key lies in extreme emotions like anger, fear, overwhelming desire, or absolute concentration. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a rusty shard of iron he had picked up in secret, placing it into Eric's sweaty palm. Everyone finds their key in a different way. Hold on to this. Try to focus all your wishes for saving your mother into your heart. Maybe, when that yearning burns so fiercely it could set your soul alight, the door will finally open. Eric immediately clenched the cold piece of iron in his hand, as if it were a priceless treasure. He squeezed his eyes shut, his brow furrowing deeply, every muscle in his body rigid with tension, as if he were wrestling the very iron with his will alone. Minute by minute, time slipped by. Sweat gathered on his forehead. His face flushed a deep red, but the shard of iron in his grasp remained completely unchanged. Watching Eric grind his teeth in effort, Chen Nan couldn't help but grumble silently to himself. Looks like sheer imagination isn't enough. Does it really take a brush with life and death, or some sort of extreme emotional jolt, to unlock this kind of potential? Outside the window, the sky remained leaden, and cold rain continued to drum relentlessly against the glass, like anxious fingers tapping oppressive gloom into the heart of every listener. The next morning, with a sudden, deafening racket, the sharp crash of fists against doors and the hostile shouts of soldiers shattered the dawn stillness. Out! Everyone get out! Move it! Move! Time for work! The numb, silent crowd surged toward the exit like a herd of sheep driven to the gate. Several Nazi soldiers, sharp-eyed as hungry wolves, patrolled the passing prisoners, their gazes brimming with menace, as if searching for a particular prey. Suddenly, the leading officer's piercing stare locked onto a cowering figure within the throng, Eric. A cruel smile curled at his lips as he pointed a commanding finger. You, step out. Me, is it me? Eric's face drained of color in an instant, his whole body tensing, frozen like a statue. He had no chance to protest. The soldiers closed in, grabbing the frail boy with rough hands and dragging him away as if hauling out a sack of refuse. Crushed by terror, the teenager cried out, the primal urge to survive forcing a shout from his throat. Luke, help me! In that fleeting instant, Chen Nan's mind raced. He had only just learned to control magnetic fields, but the range was too limited, the precision too crude. To fight these fully armed soldiers head-on would be nothing but courting death. Paradoxically, the only sliver of hope lay in the most perilous place of all, within the Black King Sebastian Shaw's grasp. Only by leveraging his resources and power could there be any hope of survival. Every gaze in the room, even those of the ruthless soldiers, was now drawn to this sudden cry. It was a laborer from China. Chen Nan pushed his way through the crowd, meeting the officer's eyes with a calm composure, and spoke. Don't bother. Take me to see Mr. Sebastian Shaw. I'm not the only one of his kind he's searching for. He motioned to the bewildered, struggling Eric, then turned the gesture toward himself, a faint, measured smile on his lips. I am too. Someone actually dared to offer himself up? For a moment, the air was thick with tension. The soldiers exchanged glances. The officer narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Nan as if trying to divine whether he was mad or hiding a secret agenda. Was this insanity or something more? Chen Nan knew he was gambling with his life, fully aware that the next door to hell stood open right before him. His wager was this lone chance. Meanwhile, the Black King sat in his resplendent office, a space radiating opulence and cultivated taste. He looked for all the world like an erudite scholar fresh from a conference, large spectacles perched on his nose, an immaculately tailored black suit, his hair slicked flawlessly into place. Yet beneath that urbane exterior lurked a mutant power formidable enough to make the world tremble, and an ambition as cold and deep as bone. With keen interest, he studied the young man who had appeared so unexpectedly before him, Chen Nan. Energy absorption, quality, gold. Only Chen Nan could see it, a virtual card shimmering with golden light, suspended before his eyes. This was precisely Zhao's core ability, the terrifying power he had spent over a decade painstakingly cultivating. Chen Nan's heartbeat quickened, as if he were gazing upon a mobile mountain of gold right in front of him. A breathtaking beauty is dancing for you with tantalizing grace. Yet you tell me I can only watch and not even touch her? That's worse than killing me. Chen Nan silently grumbled to the system in his mind. The extraction process would take ages, and the success rate was a measly 25%. It was practically telling him he had no real shot. System, does this make sense? Can you explain this to me? Chen Nan asked, his frustration palpable. The target's ability has undergone extensive development and real-world use over a long period, greatly increasing its energy level and complexity. As a result, extraction difficulty rises accordingly. It's not that the ability is too weak. On the contrary, it's simply too powerful. The explanation sounded perfectly reasonable, yet it left Chen Nan even more discouraged. He sighed inwardly, feeling the gulf between himself and that golden mountain grow wider. The Black King broke the silence. He leaned forward slightly, hands folded neatly atop the desk, his gaze behind the lenses sharp and hawk-like. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? His voice was calm, yet carried an unyielding authority. Chen Nan responded concisely, forcing himself to remain outwardly composed. He knew that in front of a wily old fox like this, any sign of unease could turn the situation against him. En alliance, the Black King's brow arched ever so slightly, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. That sort of piercing gaze. All these years, only a handful of young men had ever dared meet his eyes like this head-on. What kind of alliance are you proposing? Chen Nan met his gaze, voice unshaken and resolute. I can find mutants. The solid gold pen the Black King had been idly twirling suddenly clattered onto the table. The relaxed look on his face vanished, replaced by icy focus and just a sliver of surprise. How can you prove that? Zhao's voice grew lower, strained as he wrestled with his emotions. You don't need to know how I do it. Chen Nan dangled the bait with practiced subtlety. What matters is that I can help you find the people you need, mutants. What do you say to partnering with me? The Black King's pupils contracted ever so slightly. The search for mutants was his most crucial undertaking at this moment, the very cornerstone of what would one day become the Hellfire Club. He had poured endless effort and resources into the task, yet remained empty-handed. He sat in silence for a moment, his eyes settling on the thick book lying atop the desk as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he looked up and replied in measured tones, I'll need you to provide proof. Isn't he? Chen Nan gestured casually toward Eric, who shrank into the corner, then added, Of course, there's also me. As he spoke, he tapped the table lightly with his right hand. The gold pen that the Black King had set down just moments before seemed to respond to some invisible thread. It lifted gracefully into the air, hovering steadily about half a foot above the table, twirling in quiet circles as if it had come to life, tracing elegant arcs through the air. The Black King shot to his feet, his aura suddenly growing powerful and oppressive. His gaze became sharp and piercing. What sort of partnership do you want? I want to be your second in command. Chen Nan stated his terms without a hint of hesitation, his tone unwavering. Once again, the Black King's presence surged, and it felt as though the temperature in the office had dropped several degrees. He fixed Chen Nan with a stare that could have unnerved most people. But this suffocating tension lasted only 3 seconds. The coldness vanished from the Black King's face as he broke into a low, appreciative laugh. Ah, very good. You got nerve. I like young people with backbone. I'll agree, but on one condition. Within a year, you must bring us at least 2 mutants. Deal. Chen Nan extended his hand. To a successful partnership. The Black King reached out as well, and beneath the dazzling lights, the 2 men clasped hands firmly. Xiao sneered inwardly. Young man, your ambition is impressive, but you're still too green. When it comes to strategy and depth of schemes, you're far from my level. A year is more than enough for my people to dig up every detail about you. Even if you manage to find those mutants, everything will still end up in my hands. He had absolute faith in his own abilities, certain he could never be defeated. At this moment, both men hid their schemes behind easy smiles. You cunning old fox, you play your cards well, but sheer strength always trumps even the sharpest mind. The Black King released Chen Nan's hand and put on the enthusiastic smile of a seasoned businessman, as if the earlier tension had never existed. Since we're partners now, whatever you need, funds, manpower, just ask. As he finished speaking, he clapped his hands together, the crisp sound ringing through the spacious office. The heavy oak door swung quietly open. Someone appeared in the doorway, like a vision spun out of the most dazzling of dreams, instantly drawing Chen Nan's attention. A woman walked in, the very embodiment of desire. Glossy chestnut curls framed her shoulders, and her eyes, half-lidded like a cat's, brimmed with irresistible allure. Her rose-tinted lips parted ever so slightly, as if she whispered hidden temptations with every breath. A fitted military dress hugged her slender waist and elegant curves, every step radiating a provocative magnetism. She seemed to carry the very essence of seduction in her every move. She was like a siren emerging from the deepest currents of desire, a kind of beauty Chen Nan had never encountered before, so stunning that he was utterly speechless. Even young Eric, who had been trembling with fear just moments ago, was now completely captivated by her presence, his fear forgotten, his eyes locked on her in an awestruck daze. The Black King, noticing the amazement on Chen Nan's face, was clearly pleased. A smug, barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. With a commanding voice, he announced, "So what do you think? From now on, she'll assist with your work and attend to your daily needs. Are you satisfied?" He deliberately stressed the last two words, leaving the implication hanging unmistakably in the air. After all, Marilyn had been chosen from among thousands of orphans, then personally trained by the top agent queen into an elite operative. Marilyn gave a slight nod and offered Chen Nan a warm smile, radiant enough to melt the iciest of hearts. Her sly, feline eyes flashed with a hint of allure, as if a hidden current of electricity had danced between them. With graceful poise, she turned, her long legs gliding in slow rhythm beneath her uniform skirt as she elegantly exited the room. Well, what an unexpected gift this is. Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself. Who could possibly refuse an opportunity like this? Handed over for free? Might as well savor this sweet taste while it lasts. Later, as the Black King tried to probe for information, whether about Chen Nan's background or his abilities, Chen Nan deflected every question, attributing it all to arcane Eastern magic. Just as he had anticipated, once the Black King realized he wouldn't be getting any useful intelligence for now, he graciously waved his hand, instructing his men to show Chen Nan to a comfortable resting place. The Black King understood very well. Young men, full of vigor, left alone too long in the company of someone like Marilyn and surrounded by such comforts, eventually let their guards down and say things they shouldn't. The art of intelligence lies in patience and subtle testing. Sebastian Shaw was in no rush. He could wait 3 or 5 years, or even a decade, if need be. Now, with the VIP status bestowed on him by the Black King, Chen Nan found himself free to move about the camp with almost no restrictions. Unfortunately, aside from the Black King and Eric, he still hadn't managed to locate a third hidden mutant. Seems like rare mutants really are hard to come by in Europe, Chen Nan thought, a little disappointed. So, he decided to use up his last 2 card draws for the day right then and there. Excellent soldiers physique X2. With this, I should be able to take down a wild dog with a single punch. Chen Nan basked in the surge of power coursing through him, clenching his fists in anticipation. At this rate, maybe I actually count as half a Captain America myself. Just as he was still basking in his newfound power and confidence, a gentle, rhythmic knock sounded at the door. "Is that Eric?" Chen Nan assumed someone needed him for something, and walked over to open the door. Standing outside was Marilyn, the woman who seemed to embody desire itself. She had shed her military uniform, instead draping herself in a boldly cut, deep V-neck silk robe. Her chestnut curls tumbled casually over her shoulders, lending her an air of lazy sensuality. She leaned against the doorframe, her gaze deep and evocative, a playful smile tugging at her lips. In her hands, she balanced a tray holding a bottle of red wine and 2 tall crystal glasses. "Mr. Chen," her voice was low and languid, each word caressing the air like a feather brushing across the heart. "The night is long. May I tempt you with a wine that will help you drift to sleep?" Her eyes lingered on Chen Nan, brazen and alluring, every look a bold invitation. Yet deep within Marilyn's seductive eyes, Chen Nan caught a subtle flicker, so faint it was nearly invisible, of contempt and scrutiny. The old Chen Nan might have been charmed by such beauty, might have ignored the cold, razor-sharp gaze beneath the surface. But now, he no longer let himself be fooled by appearances. Marilyn's carefully concealed intentions blazed before him as clearly as fireflies against the night. Chen Nan smiled faintly. In the very next moment, before Marilyn could process what was happening, he made his move. He bent his arms as if scooping her up for a regal princess carry. But before Marilyn's startled cry even faded, Chen Nan tensed his core and, with a swift and effortless motion, hefted her over his solid shoulder as though she were simply a sack of feather-light cargo. With women like this, proud and rebellious, he never minced words or softened his methods. Only after she's met resistance time and again would she ever learn to yield. A startled gasp escaped Marilyn's lips. Chen Nan paid no mind to her struggles or piercing yelps. He reached out, landing a light but decisive slap to her supple hip. The crisp sound rang sharply through the room. The abruptness of it left Marilyn rigid with shock, shame rising hot within her, overpowering any anger. Her struggles ceased. Quiet, Chen Nan carried her with an air of unquestionable authority, striding purposefully into the room. Xiao wants you to look after me. Then first, you'll have to learn to follow orders. Hooking his foot behind him, he slammed the heavy door shut, the noise cutting them off from the world beyond. With her still over his shoulder, he walked straight toward the bed, a broad, inviting expanse of softness that seemed made for nights exactly like this. Marilyn struggled on his shoulder, her expensive silk nightgown slipping down to reveal swathes of pale, luminous skin, a disheveled allure that was impossible to ignore. A trace of genuine unease began to creep into her heart. Chen Nan appeared unfazed as he bent down, intending to set her down, while Marilyn closed her eyes, bracing herself in shame and anger for whatever might come next. Unexpectedly, there was no rough movement. Instead, a gentle breath caressed her ear, sending involuntary shivers through her entire body. She was about to speak, but then heard Chen Nan's low, quiet voice. Cooperate with me. At the very least, you'll only have to deal with me. If you refuse and become useless, I'll hand you over. Then, Sebastian will trade you away as a pawn to some other stranger. You don't want to end up like those poor women in the camps, used over and over again, stripped of all dignity, do you? You. Marilyn froze in astonishment, her eyes wide as she stared at Chen Nan. She had never imagined such an outcome. Her heart skipped, as if she'd been pinned in place. With a glance, Chen Nan signaled her to stay still. Marilyn realized at once what he meant. There could very well be surveillance devices hidden somewhere in the room. Suddenly, the world seemed to fall silent. Marilyn glared at him, seething. Whether there really were bugs nearby, Chen Nan had only said in passing, but even without any special ability to sense magnetic fields, he could wager a good guess. You know what you should do? Obey me, and I won't mistreat you. Refuse, and you'll regret it. He fixed his gaze on her delicate face, the threat unmistakable in his tone. With that, he made a subtle gesture toward a pistol lying nearby. A harsh screech of twisting metal pierced the air. The sound set her teeth on edge. Marilyn stared wide-eyed in terror at Chen Nan, barely able to believe what she saw. That gun wasn't made of ordinary material, but of alloyed steel. She rubbed her eyes hard, making sure she wasn't mistaken. How did you do that? Are you one of the sorcerers from the Eastern University? Marilyn couldn't make sense of it, covering her mouth as she spoke. Chen Nan simply shook his head. I can control metal. But not just metal, though metal's magnetic field happens to be stronger, that's all. Control metal? Marilyn was utterly shaken. The world, as they knew it, was already teetering on chaos. If he truly could command metal at will, that was nothing short of godlike power. She couldn't begin to imagine the terror of such a force. He could sway the outcome of wars between nations, even face the might of Germany and Italy. So what will you do? His voice softened, but the implication was sharp. You're smart enough to understand the consequences. Whose side will you choose? Chen Nan looked at her, half joking. Recruiting this female agent was, to him, just an experiment. Are these spies truly that loyal? Undercover agents and spies are always accustomed to hedging their bets. If she had betrayed the Black King once, she might just as easily betray him in the future. If that happens, at worst, he could just go to Charles someday, seize his telepathic ability, and use mental control as a last resort. But first, he'd have to find someone who was immune to psychic manipulation. Without that, just getting close to Charles would be far too dangerous. If such a person couldn't be found for the time being, he'd simply have to wait and let the Black King craft him a helmet that could shield him from telepathy. Who knew how the Black King had ever obtained such a helmet in the first place? There'd be time enough to worry about that later. For now, approaching Charles would be courting disaster. Telepathy was nearly impossible to guard against. No wonder most people kept their guard up around Charles. Did Marilyn hate this world? She knew she did. But in such turbulent times, was there really anyone who could live as they pleased? She was just another ordinary soul, swept along by the currents of fate. After weighing her options, Marilyn chose Chen Nan. Have you made up your mind? Chen Nan asked with a light, teasing smile. I have. I'll go with you. At the very least, you're not as ruthless as the others, and you're strong, Marilyn answered earnestly. Congratulations on making the right choice. But, since you've chosen your side, you need to play your part convincingly. So, I suppose I'd better begin then. Marilyn's face grew tense, but at this point, there was nothing she could do to change her fate. Chen Nan was already moving forward with his plans. An hour and a half later, Marilyn fully paid the price for her decision. Inwardly, she cursed, feeling Chen Nan was nothing short of heartless. In the days that followed, Chen Nan showed no rush in seeking out new mutants. Aside from the occasional moment of relaxation, he spent most of his time indoors, focusing intently on his own pursuits. After all, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Only by ensuring he had ample energy could he better face the challenges ahead. He remained fascinated with the Black King's golden energy absorption card, longing for the chance to get his hands on it, though the opportunity had yet to present itself. Finally, the Black King couldn't take it anymore. He sought out Chen Nan and said, "Chen, as enticing as beauty may be, you can't bury yourself in it forever. We still have serious business to attend to." There was a note of resignation in the Black King's tone. He was starting to wonder if this young man's boundless energy might actually do him in. Should anything happen to Chen Nan, it would be a significant loss for himself as well. "All right, I'll set out tomorrow," Chen Nan replied, stretching lazily. "But I have my own plan. Don't rush me, and don't interfere with my pace." If he hadn't absorbed a number of talented soldiers' cards in the past few days, Chen Nan wouldn't have made it this far. Marilyn truly was a rare enchantress. No wonder emperors in history never lived long. With innumerable beauties surrounding them, who could truly remain self-disciplined? Most people would lose themselves in such temptations. Of course, the Black King never intended to genuinely cooperate with Chen Nan. Someone as clever and cunning as him was always lying in wait for the perfect opportunity, ready to turn traitor at any time. Likewise, Chen Nan had never truly planned to trust the Black King. They each knew the other's mind. Both were biding their time, waiting for the right moment to strike, each wanting to ultimately seize the power of Hellfire. Chen Nan's answer put the Black King at ease for now. He felt that, for the time being, his goals had been achieved. "Bastard, didn't you say you were going to find your own kind?" Early the next morning, just as Chen Nan rose from Marilyn's side, he heard her mutter a soft complaint, tinged with reproach. Chen Nan smiled and wrapped his arm around Marilyn's smooth, ivory shoulders. "Pack your things. I'll be leaving soon." After sharing a bit more tenderness, Chen Nan finally got up. He went to find Eric, handed him a few coins, and encouraged him to use this time to hone his own mutant abilities. In truth, the mustachioed one side was already showing clear signs of defeat, mired in the Russian Bears' War, with scarcely any hope of escape. In the film, Eric unleashes a massacre with his mastery of magnetism, killing guards left and right, sowing chaos, and leading the others in their breakout. The Black King was never short on money. The moment he heard Chen Nan was heading out to search for mutants, he offered him a generous sum in support. Chen Nan's top priority was to gain either Wolverine's or Captain America's powers. But who knew where Wolverine had disappeared by now? Of all the powers he desired, Wolverine's healing ability was unquestionably at the top of the list. Possessing such near, immortal resilience would be a crucial edge in this perilous world. As long as he could ensure his own survival, Chen Nan believed he would ultimately become invincible. He might not know exactly where Wolverine or Sabretooth were, but he did know Captain America's location. As a stopgap, he decided to try his luck with Cap first. U.S. military training base. "Hey, did you hear? There's a monster in the 107th Regiment. He never misses a shot with his sniper rifle. Not even once." Melchi whispered, his tone thick with mystery. "Oh, come on, Melchi." A nearby soldier laughed dismissively. 100% accuracy? That only happens in movies. Are you falling for those recruitment flyers again? Just like I did when I signed up. That's nonsense. The entire 107th saw it with their own eyes. How could it be a lie? Melchi grew agitated. Word is, he took out 30 German officers all by himself, and the Germans were so terrified they retreated for 60 kilometers. For real? Any photos? Another soldier leaned in, curiosity piqued. "Look, there's a news report," Melchi announced triumphantly, unveiling a newspaper. "God, he's Asian?" Tom, another soldier, widened his eyes and scoffed. "From that agricultural country, right?" "Shut it, Tom," Melchi barked, suddenly stern. "You don't want trouble, do you? Racial slurs are forbidden in the camp." Tom curled his lip in open defiance. "So what if he's Asian? Isn't his country living off our aid, anyway? If you're that impressive, why don't you go challenge him to a duel on the front lines?" Someone jeered from the crowd. I'm just curious how he does it." Tom backpedaled, trying to change the subject. "But hey, looks like the Krauts are screwed, huh?" Their chatter buzzed through the barracks, picking up steam. After leaving Auschwitz, Chen Nan headed straight for the 107th Infantry Regiment, where Steve Rogers would one day serve. Unfortunately, Steve was still a frail, sickly kid, light as a feather, likely to be blown over by the wind. He was a long way from becoming Captain America. For now, Chen Nan would have to make his own way here, learning and adjusting as best he could. Real war, unlike the sniper fantasies in video games, was incomparable in brutality and fear. Each time he saw an enemy's head explode through the scope, he retched uncontrollably, the first time nearly emptied his insides. They were all green recruits. This reaction was nothing unusual. A psychologist even paid special visits to help him cope. But the more he killed, once, twice, then a dozen times, the more Chen Nan grew numb to the carnage of battle. Thanks to his uncanny accuracy, Chen Nan's name quickly swept through the ranks. Only then did he realize, on this battlefield, true sharpshooters were far more common than he'd ever imagined. Meanwhile, everyone was completely absorbed in the gacha games. Within the 107th Regiment's boot camp, the slim, slight Steve Rogers followed closely behind Agent Peggy Carter. Peggy, dressed smartly in her tailored military uniform, walked with strikingly long legs, embodying an air of both valor and charm. The two of them walked side by side. Along the way, soldiers chatted excitedly, their conversations revolving around a single name, Chen Nan. In the army, skill and marksmanship commanded the greatest respect. Agent Carter, Steve asked cautiously, his tone brimming with curiosity, the person everyone's talking about, who is he? Peggy's feelings at that moment were complicated. She was accompanying Steve because of Dr. Erskine, the scientist who was about to change Steve's fate and who had deliberately chosen this seemingly frail young man. Chen Nan, Peggy replied. The name softened her voice, and a complex mix of emotion and respect flickered in her eyes. He's the legend of the 107th Regiment. On the battlefield, he's as fearsome as the Grim Reaper himself, a hero every soldier looks up to. Peggy paused, as though recalling those pulse-pounding after-action reports. At first, nobody believed in him. After all, he had an Asian background. But the facts spoke for themselves. A wry, teasing smile played at the corner of Peggy's mouth as she continued. In less than a month's time, he became the brightest star on the North African front. Once he slipped alone behind enemy lines into the German command post, and with a single bullet took out their lieutenant general. After that, the Germans were rattled. They mobilized over 100 elite commandos to hunt him down. Peggy's voice brimmed with incredulous admiration. But not only did he break through their siege, he also eliminated over 50 Special Forces operatives along the way, and even bested their top sniper, the one they called Sharpshooter Matthias. Merely listening to Peggy's account set Steve's heart pounding, as if he were right there, witnessing that nerve-wracking clash. What kind of formidable strength would that take? Is it really possible for one man to change the tide of battle? Steve whispered under his breath, unconsciously clenching his fists, his heart full of longing. Absolutely. Peggy answered firmly, her eyes gleaming with reverence. He's so formidable that wherever he appears, the enemy doesn't even dare mention his name. The Germans have to rely on drugs and alcohol to numb their overwhelming fear, just to force themselves to face him. They've tried countless times to set traps, spread false intelligence, even laid heavy ambushes hoping to take him out, but every time, he's managed to come through unscathed. Peggy related these tales with a kind of enchantment, while Steve was utterly captivated. To survive once through sheer personal skill was understandable, but to do it time and again, surely that was beyond belief. Is that really possible? Steve couldn't help but mutter quietly. The next moment, a keen, piercing gaze fell upon them. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Peggy shot him a sharp, unapologetic glance. You're just a rookie, you haven't even set foot on the battlefield. What give you the right to judge? Her tone was laced with disappointment, making no effort to hide it. When Peggy looked at this wiry, slight young man, one who couldn't even block a single punch from her, she truly couldn't fathom what it was about him that Dr. Erskine valued. I honestly don't understand what Dr. Erskine is thinking, Peggy muttered under her breath, just loud enough for Steve to catch. There are so many strong candidates to choose from. If only Nanshan could receive that serum. She trailed off, but the meaning was perfectly clear. The look on Steve's face darkened, bitterness welling up inside him. She's right. He didn't understand it either. Damn these political realities. Peggy cursed softly, deeply indignant on Nanshan's behalf. Someone as powerful and outstanding as Nanshan couldn't participate at all, simply because of his background. No lofty rhetoric could conceal the prejudice and indifference lying beneath. Meanwhile, Colonel Phillips was frowning as he stared at Dr. Erskine. Erskine, you can't be serious. You're really considering Rogers? Phillips asked, incredulous. I'm more serious than you think, Phillips. Apart from Nanshan, he's the only real candidate, Erskine replied, his voice firm. Phillips rubbed his temples vigorously. When you first brought that 90-pound kid onto the base, I didn't say anything. I figured you just needed a control group for the experiment. But I never thought you'd actually... The two of them headed toward the training grounds. Phillips glanced over at Steve, who looked particularly small and awkward among the hulking soldiers. and shook his head in resignation. Just look at those skinny arms. A single needle could go clean through him. I swear, he looks like he could burst into tears at any moment. Yet, in Erskine's eyes, there remained an unwavering hope. Phillips, physical strength isn't what I care about most. But do you realize how much effort we've put into this project? Phillips' voice rose with frustration. I've had to grovel to those senators just to keep it going. I do understand your hard work, Phillips. Erskine tried his best to reassure him. Then why not choose Hodge? He's built like a bull, ideal soldier material, outstanding in every way. Phillips gestured to a tall, muscular soldier deftly handling the training drills. Hodge? Absolutely not. Erskine shook his head decisively. The man's a bully, nothing more. He paused briefly, then fixed Phillips with a piercing look. Well, what about Nanshin? Wouldn't you say he's the perfect candidate? Phillips was instantly at a loss for words. Professor, you must be joking. An Asian man as Captain America? Public opinion alone would drown us. Listen to me, Professor. Phillips sighed. Kindness won't win us this war. He decided to shatter Erskine's illusion of Steve's kindness himself. He strode quickly to the edge of the training field, deftly opened a wooden crate of training grenades, grabbed one, yanked out the safety pin, and hurled it with all his strength towards Steve and the other recruits, shouting at the top of his voice, Grenade! Chaos erupted in an instant on the training ground. Most of the robust soldiers reacted in a flash, panicked, and scattered in all directions, racing to find cover, their movements so fast they blurred into fleeting shadows. But there was one exception, that frail figure, Steve Rogers. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the smoking grenade, flung himself on top of it, and pressed it to the ground with his own body, eyes squeezed shut, bracing himself for the devastating blast. He shouted at the others, Get away! Grenade! Steve remained in place, courageous to the end, shielding the grenade like a fish struggling for its life. But the expected explosion and pain never came. Suddenly, silence fell over the entire field. Everyone glanced at one another, and in the end, every gaze turned to the silent grenade lying on the ground. As it turned out, Steve had played out a dramatic scene all on his own. Colonel Phillips had watched the entire thing. Steve's almost naive kindness wavered something deep inside him. Still, Phillips kept his usual hard exterior. He cleared his throat, his expression as stern as ever. Ahem, you've got courage, but your physical condition is still lacking. Standing nearby, Dr. Erskine's lips curved into a meaningful smile. He understood that, though Phillips's comments were still critical, compared to his earlier insistence that Steve was hopeless, there was now much more room for hope. Late at night, when the world was quiet, Dr. Erskine visited Steve's bedside like a caring father, sitting down to talk heart to heart. He spoke candidly about why he had chosen Steve out of all the candidates. What truly mattered was kindness and integrity. A heart of gold was worth more than strong muscles. He also mentioned the blue serum, super soldier serum, that would change Steve's fate. At last, the doctor's expression grew solemn, his tone grave and sincere. Steve, listen to me. You may never become the perfect soldier, and you may never meet others' expectations. But always remember, be a good man no matter what. At the very moment when Steve was deeply moved by these words, about to embark on a new chapter in his life, Chen Nan had quietly slipped away from the smoke-filled battlefields of Europe and returned to New York. His objective was clear, to obtain the super soldier serum. As for the plot where Red Skull sends assassins after Dr. Erskine, Chen Nan was already well aware of it. Erskine's fate was of little consequence to him. After all, it was merely a part of the unfolding story. But that vial of blue serum, he was determined to claim it. To be precise, from this day forward, there could only be one person in the world holding the formula for a living super soldier serum, and that would be Chen Nan himself. As for Dr. Erskine, in the intricate web of Chen Nan's designs, the best ending for the doctor was simply to vanish quietly. The next morning, Agent Peggy Carter appeared in a sharp uniform, calling Steve to the car and rushing him toward a secret base. I'm sorry, Agent Carter. The soldier driving looked a little uneasy. Colonel Phillips' orders are to wait until Major Chen Nan arrives. He'll be joining us too? Peggy was a little surprised, and for a brief moment, her elegant bearing gave way to a more youthful innocence. She instinctively glanced at Steve. As expected, the excitement and anticipation on Steve's face faded, replaced instead by a touch of awkwardness and discomfort. He was a kind young man, forever feeling as though he might be stealing someone else's chance. Oh, God, please don't let this turn into a mess. Peggy prayed inwardly, though she knew all too well that becoming a super soldier might not actually matter that much to Chen Nan. Just then, Chen Nan's unremarkable car rolled into view. Hearing the familiar sound, the lead driver lit up with excitement, stepping on the gas and racing ahead. Clearing the road for his idol, What greater source of pride could there be? The motorcade wove through a few narrow alleys before finally coming to a stop in front of an antique shop. Its facade fairly radiated the aura of secrets within. Peggy's heart fluttered. Her idol was so close now, she had to seize the chance for a photo. Still, she forced herself to keep her feelings in check, reminding herself with professional composure, "Stay calm, Carter. You're on duty." In the end, she could only transform that enthusiasm into a reserved, wistful glance. Stepping out, Chen Nan took in his surroundings. The street bustled as usual, a cigarette vendor, a newsboy, a shoe shiner. He shook his head discreetly. These so-called plainclothes agents couldn't have made themselves more obvious, as if the words "I'm a spy" were written across their faces. With a wry smile teasing the corners of his lips, he pushed open the shop door and stepped inside. The bell above chimed brightly, and from behind a curtain slowly emerged a kindly old lady. Getting straight to the point, the old woman uttered the passphrase, "The weather is nice today." Peggy responded with a gentle smile, her tone natural, "Yes, but I'm used to carrying an umbrella with me." The old lady nodded crisply, with no extra words. She turned behind the counter and busied herself for a moment. As the faint whir of machinery came alive, the heavy bookcase slowly slid aside, revealing a steel passageway. At last, Peggy seized her chance to speak with her idol. She forced herself to suppress her excitement, maintaining her professional poise as she said to Chen Nan, "Follow me." Meanwhile, Steve, fated soon to take the center stage, was still reeling, trying to process the overwhelming revelation that he was on the cusp of a new life. The door swung open, and inside was a world transformed. Armed soldiers were stationed throughout the room. Researchers in white lab coats hurried about their tasks. Strange devices glowed with enigmatic lights, humming quietly with unseen power. Dr. Erskine greeted Steve warmly before gesturing toward a nearby contraption, which looked for all the world like an enormous metal capsule. "Come on, son. Take off your shirt and lie down inside." Chen Nan entered as well, sounding perfectly justified. "I'm here to safeguard the key subject of this experiment. That's part of my duty." Dr. Erskine's eyes landed on the true first choice in his mind as the doors opened again, revealing that wholly different world. Armed guards everywhere, scientists in white lab coats rushing past, the deep hum of machinery, display screens, and indicator lights weaving together an aura of arcane technology. He turned to Steve with heartfelt encouragement, then pointed at the device, more like a giant metallic sarcophagus than anything else. "Come, my boy, take off your jacket and climb in." Chen Nan followed, his tone earnest. "It's my responsibility to protect the crucial subject of this experiment." Meeting his original first choice, Dr. Erskine's expression turned apologetic. "Chen, I'm sorry about the final selection. You truly were the best candidate, but..." Chen Nan waved it off with an understanding smile. "Professor, you don't need to explain. I understand. Really." He smiled, though deep down he knew. For an Asian to become the symbol of America? In any era, that was simply unthinkable. Erskine lowered his voice, his eyes shining with earnest regret. Chen Nan said nothing more, leaning casually against the railing as if preparing to witness the spectacle called the birth of Captain America. Erskine gave a brief nod and immersed himself in the experiment. The blue super soldier serum began its slow infusion into Steve's body. Then, Howard Stark activated the device, a machine reminiscent of an oversized furnace, ready to unleash the Vita ray. A horrendous scream ripped through the lab, echoing off the steel and stone. Steve writhed and twisted inside the transparent chamber, his body swelling, every inch of muscle seemingly being reshaped and stretched by an unseen force. The staff stared in terror at the rapidly shifting numbers on their instruments, their hands beginning to tremble involuntarily. "Is the power too high? Should we turn it down a bit?" "No, don't." Steve gritted his teeth, squeezing out a response with tremendous effort. His gaze was unwavering, steely with resolve. His screams echoed, each moment dragging on as if time itself had stretched. At last, when the chamber door reopened and the steam dissipated, all eyes were drawn to what stood before them. The frail Steve Rogers was gone. In his place stood a new being, powerfully built, strikingly defined. Beads of sweat ran down sculpted muscles. Broad shoulders and a lean, tight waist radiated an aura of strength at every turn. There was a collective gasp throughout the laboratory. The female staff in particular found their eyes irresistibly drawn to him. They simply couldn't look away. Erskine and Howard were the first to start clapping, and Chen Nan stepped forward at just the right moment, a genuine smile lighting up his face. "Congratulations, Steve." Steve seemed somewhat uneasy, quickly extending his now much larger hand. "Thank you, sir." He knew, deep down, that in a sense it was only because this officer had stepped aside that he'd even had this opportunity. Chen Nan gave a gentle chuckle, shaking his hand. This is something you deserve. There was a note of subtle meaning in his tone. Without you, the world would be a much duller place. With that, he let go, and the others immediately gathered around, keen to examine the newly minted steward of America's finest physique. Just then, a pink card shimmered silently into existence before Chen Nan's eyes. Super Soldier Physique. Chen Nan froze for a moment, secretly marveling. I can't believe this is rated as a pink card. It must truly be something special. Draw, he commanded inwardly. With an 80% success rate, the odds were practically guaranteed. Inside the base's washroom, a surge of searing warmth instantly coursed through him, fiercely and efficiently restructuring his body. Muscle fibers reorganized and strengthened at the microscopic level. Bones quietly grew denser, and his metabolism accelerated tremendously. Years of accumulated battle scars, lingering toxins, and excess oils, all of it was flushed clean away with his sweat. He drew in a sharp breath, feeling the raw power crackling within. His muscles were now leaner and more well-defined, projecting strength without the exaggerated bulk Steve showed, an understated, fluid power. If I threw a punch now, surely it could hit with the force of 5 tons at least? He estimated his gains with satisfaction. It was a pity, though, he hadn't drawn Steve's signature 50-50 luck passive skill this time. Otherwise, if he ever came up against an opponent like Thanos, he'd have a real shot at going toe-to-toe. Even more surprising was that the Super Soldier Serum seemed to have given his brain a boost, too. His thoughts became sharper and quicker than ever before. All those magnetic field manipulation concepts in his old physics books, which had once felt cryptic and out of reach, now appeared crystal clear in his mind. A double stroke of luck. Chen Nan's eyes lit up at this revelation. He instantly called out in his mind, "System, don't stop now. Get charging. Invest everything in my magnetic field manipulation ability." Over the past few months, Chen Nan had not been slacking. He'd been feverishly hoarding white cards to strengthen his body, like a hamster stockpiling food, sometimes even scoring a few rare green cards. These upgrades were genuinely effective. His punch now carried a force of 2 tons, making him a veritable monster among ordinary humans. But this kind of enhancement had its limits. No matter how many cards he invested, his punching power always plateaued at 2 tons, refusing to go any higher. All right, you win. Chen Nan gritted his teeth as he stared at his stash of 76 cards. Ding, as you wish. Just as the system chime echoed, a brilliant golden furnace, an unmistakably familiar shape, thudded down into Chen Nan's mental space. The furnace was extravagantly ornate, almost blinding him with its dazzling light. Good grief, Chen Nan nearly spat out the water in his mouth. System, could you be a bit more professional? Couldn't even bother changing the look, just straight up copied Kelly's enhancement forge. Host, that's where you're wrong. The system replied with an air of seriousness. Frowny face appearance is superficial. The core functionality is what matters. Chasing empty form is meaningless. If you're dissatisfied, I can always swap it for a cyberpunk-style version. No, no, no. Chen Nan hurriedly waved his hands, keeping his gaze fixed on the enhancement furnace. That old machine filled him with both affection and helplessness. I'll use this one. At least it's pleasing to the eye. Today, I'm going to show Kaylee. No, I'm going to show this blasted furnace what it means to be chosen by fate, to turn the tables when luck is against you. He rubbed his hands together, feeling that after all his hard work, he deserved a taste of success. He forcefully pushed the icon, representing magnetic field manipulation, into the furnace, then reluctantly tossed in 10 white cards as fuel. The furnace started up with a low hum, currents of light swirling within, but it emitted a jittery, nerve-wracking sound. Chen Nan held his breath, eyes glued to every flicker inside the furnace. Crack! A sharp, heartbreaking sound of shattering rang out. The glow died away, and the icon lay at the bottom of the furnace, dull and defeated. A line of tiny text appeared above it. Enhancement failed. Ah, how could this happen? Chen Nan screamed internally. 10 cards. Only for this outcome. System, explain yourself. Can I get a refund? No, I want my card back. Host, please calm down. The system replied unhurriedly. Enhancement carries risks. Invest cautiously. Bad luck is not society's fault, and failure cannot be blamed on the furnace. I don't buy that. Fueled by frustration, Chen Nan's resolve shifted to that of a gambler, wild and reckless. All in. Only going all in can turn things around. 30 cards, throw them in, all at once. Another 30 white cards turned into streams of light and funneled into the furnace. This time, the shaking grew even more intense. The light seared his eyes, and the sound deepened, thudding like a heartbeat. Thump. Thump, thump. Chen Nan clenched his fists so tightly his nails nearly dug into his palms. Clang, clang, clang. 3 bright, triumphant notes echoed in his ears. Magnetic field manipulation +1. The icon blazed anew, now shining with a tiny +1 badge. At last, Chen Nan could breathe again. So it takes going all in. Looks like that's the true path to victory. Teacher Zhou was right after all. Would you like to continue? The system chimed in, right on cue. Continue, my foot. Chen Nan snorted. Kaylee's temptations might well cost him everything he owned, so he decided to take it slow and gather more white cards before taking another shot. With that, Chen Nan decisively exited the enhancement space. The +1 boost to magnetic field manipulation meant his basic powers had jumped by about 10%. In a Marvel universe full of peril, every ounce of Magneto's template meant one more chance to survive. He had to move quickly to deal with real business. After all, things with Dr. Erskine might already be out of his control. Without bothering to wash his hands, Chen Nan dashed out of the bathroom, only to find he was still a step too late. He had barely stepped outside when a deafening explosion erupted from the testing grounds, immediately followed by a hail of gunfire and the frantic screams of a terrified crowd. By the time he reached the laboratory, chaos had already taken over. Dr. Erskine lay sprawled on the floor, blood pouring from his chest, his breathing shallow and weak. The old man's cloudy eyes flickered with complex emotions as he saw Chen Nan appear, bitterness mingled with a touch of peace, as if resignation had finally settled in. "If you really figured out," he forced out the words with great effort. Without hesitation, Chen Nan rushed to his side, knelt down, and grasped Erskine's wrist. The system interface popped up, the target crystal clear, complete super soldier serum formula. "Hang in there, old man. Just hold on for one more minute." Chen Nan's voice brimmed with urgency, his face a picture of concern, though his thoughts circled only around that formula. As long as he got the formula, everything would be worth it. "Old man, don't you dare die just yet." A wet, gurgling cough escaped Erskine's lips, his complexion growing paler by the second. "Chen, thank you, but I can't go on." "I'm sorry." He seemed to mistake Chen Nan's concern for genuine care, and in his final moments, a trace of guilt flickered through him. "Don't talk. Save your strength." Chen Nan worked swiftly, his fingers dancing across the system to extract the data while keeping up an act of heartfelt encouragement. "Think of your wife. Think of your life's work. You must hold on." D-dog, house under, hidden. With what little strength he had left, Erskine struggled to utter a few broken words. Hidden. Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side, his life completely drained away. And in that final moment, the formula was secured. Chen Nan finally allowed himself a sigh of relief, a fleeting expression of grief crossing his face before composure returned. Back in the laboratory, pandemonium reigned. The assassin disappeared with the final vial of serum, while Steve, freshly empowered as a super soldier, charged after him in a rage, gunfire and shouts erupting outside. But none of that mattered to Chen Nan. His goal was achieved. With everyone's attention glued to the chaos, Chen Nan slipped away from the laboratory like a ghost, heading straight for Erskine's quarters. He knew the super soldier serum's formula had to be entirely within his grasp. Arriving at the door to Erskine's small cottage, a wary German shepherd sprang to its feet and unleashed a volley of warning barks, shattering the calm of the night. "Shh, easy boy, no need to bark." Chen Nan tried to soothe the animal. The shepherd only barked louder and more aggressively. "Not easy to please," Chen Nan muttered, frowning. With a swift, precise motion, he struck the dog on the head. The shepherd let out a sharp yelp, tumbled aside, and soon fell quiet. Chen Nan kicked open the somewhat shabby doghouse with a single, decisive motion and quickly fished out a small, sealed metal box from inside. "Well, this is quite a clever hiding place," she remarked, turning the box over in her hands. A smile played at her lips before her figure melted into the shadows of the nighttime neighborhood. A few days later, backstage at a bustling theater, the thunderous music had just faded away. The air was thick with a mingled sense of cosmetics and sweat, and the whole scene was a little chaotic. Standing amid the crowd, Chen Nan calmly watched Steve Rogers on stage. At that moment, he was the focal point of everyone's attention, surrounded by girls in cheerleader uniforms. The newly crowned all-American poster boy, he grinned broadly, flirting and bantering with the girls, one arm casually slipping around a blonde's waist, drawing playful protest from the others. After the show, the backstage grew even livelier. Steve remained at the center of the commotion, basking in the kind of adoration usually reserved for celebrities. He laughed without restraint, and his behavior became increasingly unrestrained as well. Chen Nan brushed past 2 giggling girls and walked straight up to Steve. Though her voice was quiet, her tone was icy, instantly shattering the flirtatious mood backstage. "Sergeant Rogers, is this your glorious retirement?" enjoying the good life ahead of schedule. Steve, who'd been holding a blonde girl close, hesitated at her words, his smile freezing for a split second. When he saw it was Chen Nan, a trace of embarrassment flickered across his eyes, but he quickly slipped back into his usual devil-may-care demeanor. He shrugged, deliberately tightening his hold around the girl, eliciting a burst of coquettish laughter. Retirement? Steve scoffed, his voice laced with biting self-mockery. Those top brass think I'm more useful in this get-up than in uniform, like a song and dance clown, much more convenient for them than an unpredictable super soldier. Guess they're just making the most of their resources. Can't really blame them for that. As he spoke, he lowered his head to breathe in the scent of the girl in his arms, his tone dropping to a half-mocking drawl. Besides, what's not to like about this life? Champagne nights, beautiful women. Can you blame me, ladies? He flashed an exaggerated grin, his hand wandering lazily across several girls' backs, trying to smother the cold tension that Chen Nan had brought in with a show of revelry and bravado. Backstage, the noise surged once more, laughter and playful teasing swelled, drowning out the subtle but unmistakable strain hanging between the two of them. Chen Nan said nothing more. She simply cast a cool glance at these beautiful girls and turned to leave. In her mind, these women, charming as they were little more than gaudy ornaments. In another world, just brushing shoulders with girls like these might have been enough to stir envy. But for Steve Rogers, to lose himself in such company? Perhaps Captain America had tasted precious little of life's pleasures before now. Yet Chen Nan thought to herself, without the power of the super soldier serum, Steve would have been nothing more than a frail, coughing nobody on the streets of Brooklyn. Hardship and adversity are often the crucible from which greatness is forged. Now, Steve bore a momentous mission to perform on stage and smile at the cameras for the audience. But who's to say, after too long spent basking in this sweet illusion of fame, he might find himself longing for the days when he was cornered in grimy alleyways. Perhaps it will take something more. Only when the one who matters most, Bucky Barnes, faces true peril, will Steve finally awaken. The official propaganda machine roared to life, promoting Steve and his star-spangled shield in every corner of America and the Allied nations. Posters flooded the walls of cityscapes and villages alike. Radios echoed his heroic deeds day in, day out. His name became as famous as the president's, perhaps even more so. American society needed a symbol, a golden-haired, blue-eyed ideal for the masses. And those who had truly proven themselves on the battlefield, well, they barely seemed to matter. As for Chen Nan, her name was quietly scrubbed from the front-line military bulletins. The world outside didn't so much as ripple at her absence. A few short lines of print in the military newspaper became her only official record. As for the decision-makers, safely ensconced in their Washington offices, why would they ever trumpet the exploits of an Asian-faced soldier? Wouldn't broadcasting such a story be an admission to the world that mighty America had no one left to rely on, except someone from the East? To them, that was utterly unacceptable. On the outside, Steve was revered, a hero, almost a living legend. But inside the barracks, his poster had become the most popular target for rifle practice. Bullets ripped through his carefully printed, handsome face, dotting the paper with one hole after another. "Hey, watch my aim. I got the captain right in the teeth," the soldiers shouted, roaring with laughter. If only that coarse newsprint weren't so rough, the soldiers might have gladly used it to solve more practical problems, such as for wiping. In the barracks, Steve's standing was not unlike that of a street rat. Everyone wanted to take a shot at him. Yet outside, countless reports made it seem as though every victory in the war could be credited to Steve alone. Ironically, this household name, this war hero admired by so many, had never actually set foot on the front lines, much less taken down an enemy with his own hand. Among the soldiers' private conversations, he was just this sort of beloved national icon. Chen Nan returned to Europe, and, as a front-line soldier, he too had to throw himself back into the fighting. When Marilyn saw him, she was overcome with emotion. Their brief parting only made their reunion burn with greater intensity. To her, the happiness of truly being together far outweighed any petty squabbles or fleeting annoyances. By this time, the situation in Europe was nearing its conclusion. The German army was hopelessly bogged down in Russia, unable to break free. The scales of victory had already tipped decisively. Meanwhile, their Italian allies, true to their unmistakable Italian style, stunned the world with a cascade of almost unbelievable actions. Tripping up Germany at every turn, another Axis ally had unleashed ferocity so unrelenting it bordered on madness. Like a rabid hound clamped down on its prey, refusing to let go, dragging America into the war. Even the mustached dictator was left both rattled and exasperated by such reckless fury. The Black King, pulling strings behind Chen Nan, was clearly the more cautious one. He sensed with sharp intuition that the Third Reich was on the verge of collapse, and had no intention of emulating the foolish Schmidt, who ended up buried beneath the rubble as a needless martyr. As the war neared its end, even the famous actor Steve was dispatched to the front, not to fight, but to give morale-boosting performances for the troops. Dressed in his dazzling, tight-fitting uniform, brandishing the name Captain America, he did his utmost to lift the spirits of soldiers. Yet, as the soldiers caught sight of the accompanying entertainers, the girls in tiny skirts, their figures alluring, the longing in their eyes was plain as day. Like a pack of wound-up terriers desperate for release. As for Steve's speech and performance, it was nothing short of a disaster. One agitated soldier made his feelings unmistakably clear. A ripe tomato arced through the air and landed squarely on Steve's shield. With tomato juice exploding everywhere, Steve did his best to look composed, but the embarrassment was impossible to hide. His shield, now slathered in tomato pulp, accidentally turned him into a biting piece of satire. At that, the soldiers erupted in an ear-splitting round of jeers, wolf, whistles, and boos. A reception at least 100 times more intense than the cheer that had greeted his arrival. "Hey, Captain, sign your name right here," a mischievous soldier shouted, pulling down his trousers to reveal half of his rear. In the very next moment, the air filled with whistles, wild whoops, and the sound of people slapping their thighs. The camp's atmosphere soared to a fever pitch. Steve blushed so hard his face was as red as a shield that had just been pelted with tomatoes. Amidst a tidal wave of laughter and shouts from the soldiers, he made a hasty, embarrassed retreat from the stage that had been so carefully set up just for him. The instant he slipped away, members of the women's troop, dressed in skirts, stepped onto the stage in time with the beat of the drum. The soldiers' excitement ignited again. This was the show they most looked forward to after surviving the hail of bullets. A swirl of skirts, lively dancing, and beautiful girls, nothing lifted their spirits more. Outside, the drizzle persisted without end. Steve slunk backstage, dejected, and pulled out the sketchbook he always carried with him. Out of boredom, he started drawing a monkey. In that moment, he couldn't help but feel like he was even more of an amusement than a caged animal in a zoo. Just then, Peggy appeared backstage, a playful smile twitching at her lips. Gently, she said, "You were wonderful out there." "Ah, thanks for saying so." Steve managed a bitter smile, poking fun at himself. At that very moment, a military ambulance tore into the camp and screeched to a halt. The wounded they carried out were in critical condition, their moans heart-rending. Steve's brow furrowed deeply as Peggy followed his gaze and quietly explained. "Schmidt's men attacked Azano. We sent 200 to hold them off, and fewer than 50 made it back." Among those eager faces in the audience just now were survivors from the 107th Infantry. The others either fell on the battlefield or have been captured. The 107th. Steve snapped his head up, the color draining from his face. "Bucky, my friend Bucky, is with the 107th. His sketchbook slipped from his hand and toppled to the floor. He didn't waste a second, nor did he stop to gauge Peggy's reaction. He dashed out into the chilly rain, sprinting straight for Colonel Phillips's command post. Colonel Phillips had his back to the door, sorting through paperwork. Without turning, he greeted Steve with his usual biting sarcasm. "Well, look who's here. Our star-spangled man with a plan. What glorious victory have you won for us today from the comfort of the command tent? I need the list of casualties from Azano." Steve's words tumbled out in a rush, unfazed by the colonel's mocking tone. "You're not in a position to give me orders, son." Phillips turned around, his gaze icy and unyielding. "I just need to know if Sergeant Bucky Barnes is on that list." Steve forced himself to stay composed, fighting back his anxiety. "I just need to know if he's still alive." Phillips gave a dismissive snort and continued leafing through the documents. "Today alone, I've signed so many condolence letters that they could be stacked into a small mountain, but I've never seen that name before. What about the others? The captured soldiers. Do you have any plans to rescue them?" Steve pressed on, refusing to back down. "This is war. We have to look at the bigger picture." Phillips' reply was cold and calculated, betraying nothing. The bigger picture? Steve understood now. The army had no intention of risking lives to save a few ordinary soldiers. "Where are they? What's the enemy's exact position?" Steve's voice was low, carrying a determination that simply would not be denied. "The enemy is 30 miles to the rear. Any rescue would mean crossing the most heavily guarded lines. If we tried, we'd only lose more good men. Do you get that?" Phillips made no attempt to hide his disdain, once again reminding Steve how little he thought of his so-called symbolic status. Steve's gaze swept across the map on the table, committing a set of coordinates to memory. He was long accustomed to Philip's icy mockery. He strode quickly back to his own tent. Maybe others could abandon Bucky, but he couldn't. Bucky was one of the most important people in his life, someone who had become an inseparable part of what it meant to be Steve Rogers. Wait, Peggy's voice called after him, catching up. She held her umbrella tight, her expression earnest. Maybe you should consider finding help. If he's willing to assist, this just might go a lot smoother. Who? Steve stopped in his tracks. Chen Nan, Peggy answered, giving the name firmly. Without thinking, Steve slapped his forehead, a sudden flash of realization in his eyes. How could he have forgotten about that man? Peggy volunteered to seek out Chen Nan, but when she arrived at his quarters, she found the room empty. Mom? He's already left, a soldier answered. Where'd he go? When will he be back? Peggy pressed for details. The soldier simply shrugged. We don't know. Officers go where they please. Nobody tells us grunts their routine. Peggy could only sigh, resigned. Even so, for Steve, the lone rescue mission ahead, dangerous as it was, felt like it had only one possible outcome. He was destined to succeed, to pull off the mask of clown, and stand tall as a battlefield hero that all would admire. Amid the thunderous gunfire, enemy bullets hammered relentlessly against his vibranium shield, sending showers of sparks flying but failing, again and again, to pierce the man crouched behind it. With Steve in the lead, the grim battle seemed to turn, the impossible suddenly within reach, the tide shifting as if by some incredible stroke of fate. He not only managed to rescue Bucky and most of the captives, but also took the opportunity to destroy a key Hydra base and brought back critical intelligence. This operation became a perfect piece of propaganda for the military. Overnight, Captain America Steve Rogers was transformed from a laughingstock into a legend on the battlefield. However, once the military had Steve in their grasp, they began intentionally trying to diminish Chen Nan's influence among the front-line soldiers. An official transfer order was issued. On the surface, it sounded dignified, citing concerns for Chen Nan's safety and the importance of troop morale. But in reality, it was a thinly veiled way to push him to the sidelines. New York, Westchester County. The military thought they were camouflaging a demotion as a promotion, unaware that Chen Nan had long grown weary of the war games. What he truly wanted, the serum sample and the super soldier physique, were already his. To be reassigned to the rear now was, in truth, exactly what he desired. All he needed was patience. Wait for Steve to fulfill his own destiny. And then, when the moment was right, deliver him as a generous gift to the Black King in exchange for an even greater reward. At this moment, Chen Nan had arrived in Westchester with a singular, crystal-clear objective. One that had nothing to do with the future Professor X, Charles Xavier. Chen Nan still hadn't found a way to perfectly restrain Charles, so it was only prudent to keep his distance, for now. His true target lay within the Xavier estate, that same young blue-skinned girl, Raven, destined to become Mystique. To possess her was to hold the power of shifting one's appearance at will, the chance to savor the world's most beautiful faces. Such a power was all but irresistible. At this time, New York's dazzling neon had not yet turned it into the sleepless city of lights it would one day become. But already the interplay of night and glowing lamps was beginning to reveal its allure. After the new administration, America was greedily devouring the wealth and opportunity brought forth by the war. Yet here in Westchester, it was as if all worldly clamor had been left behind, a quiet sanctuary untouched by chaos. Emerald grass stretched beside winding country roads, and the earth, warmed by gentle sunlight, exuded a tranquil, restful scent. What a land truly favored by fate, Marilyn remarked softly as she walked along the rustling path, her voice as light as a sigh. Chen Nan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the boundless fields. Surrounded by oceans, north and south both offer rich, abundant backyards. Yet, deep in his heart, another impulse surged quietly. Since he had come to this world, he did not intend to leave it having accomplished nothing. Perhaps, for this land, and for himself, he ought to plant a few seeds of hope. His eyes drifted silently toward the east. In that direction, the world was still mired in war, hunger, and death. You couldn't have come all the way out here just for a breath of fresh air, could you? Marilyn suddenly turned to glance at him. I'm here to find someone. A faint smile played at the corners of Chen Nan's lips, as an image of the famously distinctive, eccentric little shapeshifter came to mind. And I might as well lay some groundwork for the future, before New York is completely swallowed up by steel and concrete. It's wise to prepare ahead. He added casually, for example, by buying some land. Marilyn gave a low, skeptical, her eyes betraying a blend of indifference and disbelief. Buy land? What kind of investment was that, really? It was no wonder she thought this way. To her, the idea that a real estate boom would one day sweep across the globe was unimaginable. Even in the 90s, few truly believed in the promise of real estate. In her mind, such notions were as insubstantial as early morning mist drifting over a field. Soon, they found a restaurant on the street. The staff had an unfriendly air towards Asians, but at least it wasn't the outright hostility reserved for black patrons. Throughout the Western world, prejudice against Asians hung thick in the air, painting them as ignorant and backward. Such deep-rooted discrimination was not something Chen Nan could change overnight. Eventually, Marilyn casually picked up some news about Gray Alley, for Chen Nan himself couldn't recall the exact location of the Charles family home. But a rough direction was good enough. Following directions from passers-by, they quickly found their destination. So long as they claimed to be seeking relatives, no one would question their real motives. Given the Charles family's scale and status, it wasn't hard to spot an imposing mansion that marked the home of a distinguished household at a glance. The grand residence stood silent and solemn, its very presence testifying to the family's prominence. This is the place. Chen Nan knew he had finally found it. He made no sound, only edging forward with careful, deliberate steps. Under the bright moonlight, he and Marilyn shared the shelter of a tree's shadow, quietly waiting for the right moment. Marilyn didn't ask any questions. Then, with a gentle voice, Marilyn broke the silence. "You're looking for that mutant child, aren't you?" "I am. How did you know?" Chen Nan was genuinely surprised. "Look, over there under the window. See that little one hiding?" Marilyn nudged Chen Nan and quietly pointed toward a low window. Pressed against the glass, a small figure peered out with wary, watchful eyes. "Ah, what a stroke of luck." Chen Nan grinned with satisfaction, giving Marilyn an encouraging pat before quietly approaching the small, slight figure. "What an annoying guy." Marilyn rolled her eyes in exasperation. Taking advantage was one thing, but did he really have to pat her on the behind? Honestly, he could be such a lecher. Chen Nan had barely taken a few steps when the alert little raven noticed him. Instantly, she spun around and bolted, just like a startled rabbit. "Try to run? There's no escaping me." Chen Nan's mischievous smile widened as he pulled a handful of coins from his pocket and swiftly flicked them toward her. As they flew through the air, the coins morphed in an instant, flattening into thin sheets of metal that hurtled toward Raven at incredible speed. Desperate to escape, Raven didn't have time to react. She ran headlong into the metal, yelping in pain as she clutched her forehead and landed hard on the ground. Still, she struggled to get away, but Chen Nan quickly blocked her path. He bent down gently, peering at the trembling girl. Raven looked up at him, her eyes filled with fear, a look that tugged at the heart. "You're hungry, aren't you?" Chen Nan's voice was gentle, soothing as moonlight drifting through the dark. Raven nodded timidly. She was truly starving. Ever since her parents discovered she looked so different, they'd cast her aside. If not for her ability to shape-shift and snatch scraps of food, she would have never survived this long. Seeing her pitiful state, Marilyn hurried to pull out the bread she'd bought that afternoon. But Raven hesitated, hands frozen with uncertainty. She was afraid the food might be poisoned. After all, in her heart, she still believed herself nothing more than a monster. "Go ahead, eat. We're the same, you and I." Chen Nan smiled kindly, and with a sweep of his hand, the strip of metal blocking Raven vanished. Suddenly, Raven's blue eyes sparkled with tears, tears that she couldn't hold back, tears that washed away the loneliness and despair she'd buried deep inside. So there was someone else in this world, someone who, just like her, was misunderstood and rejected. All this time, she believed she was alone, the only monster in the world, forever destined to be abandoned. "What's your name?" "My name is Raven," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Will you show me your true self?" Chen Nan asked softly. Gazing into his eyes, Raven searched for any trace of contempt, but she found none, only gentleness and kindness. She nodded, letting her disguise fade. Blue scales shimmered into view in the pale moonlight. Clothes that once fit perfectly now hung loosely on her frame, as a small, extraordinary being revealed herself before everyone. A soft gasp from Marilyn sounded behind her, and the faint spark of hope that had just flickered in Raven's heart vanished in an instant. Instinctively, she shrank into herself. "I've always been nothing but a little monster." Marilyn didn't really understand the world of mutants. She used to think they were just ordinary people with a few extra abilities. But the first time she saw little Raven's skin covered in blue scales, she couldn't help but be startled. Suddenly, it wasn't so easy to accept. "What a unique look, you're so cool, aren't you?" Chen Nan's voice broke the silence, filled with amazement and appreciation, without a hint of disgust or rejection. Seeing this, little Raven's eyes brimmed with tears. For the first time in her life, exposing her true face to someone, she was met with such a look of affirmation. At that moment, she realized she wasn't alone. "He's like me." He won't look at me the way others do. Chen Nan gently placed the piece of bread into her small, blue hand. Raven nodded vigorously. Overcome by hunger, she devoured the bread, too ravenous to care about her manners. Slow down, Chen Nan reminded her gently. Have you always been wandering like this? Hearing his question, Raven stopped eating. She nodded slowly, sorrow dimming her face. From now on, stay with me. Chen Nan's warm hand rested gently atop her scaled little head. No more wandering, no more stealing. You can go to school, study, and live well. Raven lifted her tear-filled blue eyes, and without hesitation, placed her cold little hand in his large, reassuring palm. For the first time in so long, a genuine smile lit up her singular little face. Perhaps this was all just a dream conjured in her final moments. But at least in this instant, she felt warmth. Beneath the moonlight, that strange blue smile shone bright. In the darkness, a blue soul wandering for so long was finally received with kindness. Finally, it had found a place to belong. For Raven, this moonlit encounter was the meeting of two lonely souls and the beginning of a gentle healing. At this moment, Chen Nan's warmth in her palm melted the fear she had carried for so long. She believed again, perhaps somewhere in this world, there truly was a corner where someone like her belonged. As the words "so cool" settled into the night, the light in Raven's eyes shimmered with much more than just the glow of acceptance. More than anything, it was the realization that, even through the long darkness, someone would always crouch down, meet your gaze with gentleness, and let you know your very existence is a miracle. Silver moonlight flowed over them, wrapping their figures, one big, one small, in a pool of quiet warmth. Their hands were clasped tight, and their shadows stretched long across the ground, as though two little fish swam side by side through the night. Every now and then, light-hearted laughter would drift from little Reuven's lips, like the clear ringing of bells breaking the hush of night. Marilyn followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on Chen Nan, her mind swirling with incredulous surprise. It was almost impossible for her to reconcile this gentle, attentive man, his tones soft and tender, with the cold, unyielding Chen Nan she believed she knew. Indeed, everyone has sides they keep hidden. When a person slips into another manner, it's hard not to see them in a completely new light. Let's go. At that moment, Chen Nan's voice was rare in its bright cheer, almost like a young college student. Let's get something delicious to eat. Yes, let's. Reuven cheered, springing up with excitement, the tip of her blue tail flickering just beneath her skirt. I want steak, a big steak, and chocolate. When she mentioned chocolate, her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, brimming with secret delight. If I sneak a little chocolate, it keeps my tummy from rumbling so long. Chocolate. Chen Nan paused, glancing down at her. MHM. Reuven nodded emphatically, her bright eyes filled with both innocence and a cleverness born from hardship. It really works, you know. Chen Nan let out a quiet sigh, almost inaudible. This little girl had actually been filling her belly by sneaking chocolate. Her childish voice pricked at his heart like tiny needles, stirring up a deep, unspoken ache. Reuven's quick wit seemed woven into her instincts. The moment they stepped onto the lantern-lit street, the dusky blue scales along her skin shimmered and vanished, like a receding tide. In the blink of an eye, she was simply the girl in a slightly soiled, yet still lovely, white princess dress. When the steak arrived, still crackling and fragrant, its savory aroma curling through the air, Reuven froze. She stared at the steaming plate, wide-eyed, her long lashes fluttering like a butterfly's wings, a sudden sheen of mist welling up in her eyes. She ducked her head, quickly swiping away a tear with the back of her hand. I'm sorry, big brother. Are you missing home? Chen Nan's words rang soft and gentle, his smile a quiet comfort. Reuven sniffled hard, nodding. Go on, eat, Chen Nan encouraged, gently sliding the silverware closer to her. With food in your belly and warmth in your stomach, your heart won't feel so empty. A bright, tidy restaurant, mellow and warm lighting, tempting food on her plate, and her brother by her side. For Reuven, all this beauty felt as fragile as a bubble, something that could vanish at any moment. She gave her thigh a sharp little pinch. Ouch, that hurt. Reuven quickly bowed her head, desperately trying to hide the sudden tears. She buried herself in big mouthfuls of food, as if she could lock this fleeting warmth in her heart forever. Once they were fed and satisfied, of course they would stay at the best hotel. Enjoyment was a must, especially since it wasn't their own money being spent. Chen Nan had originally intended to book a room for Reuven alone, but the little girl latched onto his arm in an instant, clinging to him like a small koala. Her little face scrunched up on the verge of crying. No, big brother. I'm afraid of the dark. It's so scary out there. If there were awards for acting, she'd be a shoo in for an Oscar. Marilyn, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes, silently grumbling. Afraid of the dark? If she was really scared, where did she get the nerve to sleep under bridges and sneak into abandoned houses? This little blue-skinned rascal is sly beyond belief. She let out an impatient sigh. Chen Nan could only shrug helplessly at Marilyn, his expression saying loud and clear, "See, this isn't really up to me. All right, we'll just have to squeeze in together tonight." Marilyn was downright frustrated. If it weren't for, certain physical reasons preventing her from enjoying any relaxing nighttime activities, she would never have tolerated this third wheel. She gritted her teeth and tried to bear it, telling herself she'd just have to spend one chaste, solitary night. The hotel room boasted a massive bathtub and beds so soft you want to melt right into them. Even the air was tinged with the scent of money. Marilyn let out a pleased hum. But her relaxation was cut short in the very next moment. "Come on, don't just flop down. Help Riven wash her back. She's probably covering a layer of dirt," Chen Nan called out. His voice shattered Marilyn's brief moment of comfort. She muttered her discontent under her breath. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Still, she reluctantly got up. In truth, she was a little afraid of being alone with Riven. To Marilyn, Riven was like some kind of enigmatic creature. As mentally tough as Marilyn considered herself, every time they were alone, she couldn't help but feel a bit unsettled. At that moment, Chen Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, he summoned the system interface, his gaze falling on the Mystique ability card in his inventory, which shimmered with an orange glow. Rubbing his chin, his face was full of puzzlement. "System, are you sure this card color isn't a mistake? Raven's shape-shifting is at most a rare power. How does it deserve an orange rank? Isn't that a bit much?" In a certain world line, known as the Ultimate Universe, Raven's power was pushed to its absolute limit. Not only could she perfectly copy appearances, she could even... What else could she do? Chen Nan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. She could even temporarily borrow another person's superpower, and for a short time, access their memories. The system's voice carried an enticing undertone. Chen Nan sharply drew in a breath, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Being able to mimic appearances was already overpowered enough, but now it could copy powers and memories, too. That was just absurdly outrageous. Listening to the system's tempting explanations, Chen Nan found his heart pounding with both excitement and alarm. "If I keep upgrading, it'll ruin my whole lineage for 3 generations, he muttered with a dry laugh. The idea of tossing all his painstakingly collected cards into the grinder was just too risky. With the system's ridiculous success rates, losing on 40 or 50 tries in a row wasn't out of the question. Besides, he wasn't even facing any major crisis at the moment. The odds for upgrading Phoenix Force are even scarier, the system reminded. "No way." Chen Nan curled his lip in disdain. This world might look like a game now, but there weren't any absolutely overpowering weapons here, just the highest level abilities. And, having grown up in a poor family, Chen Nan was used to cutting corners and counting every penny. He'd never been one to gamble, nor could he afford to. He was just an ordinary player who occasionally splurged a little. If he were a big spender, one of those high rollers who could drop money every time the game patched, maybe he'd think differently, but unfortunately, that wasn't him. Chen Nan decided not to argue further with the system. Instead, he made up his mind to fuse the card immediately. But just as he was about to act, he suddenly stopped. "System, can this card ability be given to someone else?" "Yes," the system replied coolly. Hearing this, Chen Nan couldn't help but feel another wave of relief. Good thing he'd asked. After all, he personally had no urgent need for a shape-shifting ability. Unless someone like Bucky or Steve could use it, there was no rush for him. Maybe he should let the others try it first. Then again, at this thought, a shudder ran involuntarily across his skin. Just imagining it made his flesh crawl. Only people on weird internet forums would actually dream up something like that. He tucked the card away into his system backpack, deciding not to use it for the time being. It was always wise to keep an ace up one's sleeve. Perhaps, one day, he might give it to someone truly worthy of trust. As for whom he would eventually entrust with the card, he hadn't made up his mind yet. If the other party couldn't earn his complete confidence, there was no way he'd hand over such a rare card lightly. With the issue of the card set aside for now, Chen Nan felt an unmistakable sense of relief wash over him. He even toyed with the idea of heading downstairs to buy a bottle of wine to celebrate. After all, he'd be spending Hei Wang's money. Just as he stretched his limbs, however, his body tensed up in an instant, as if his muscles had transformed to steel without warning. Sharp-eyed, he scanned the darkness outside the window, alert as a hunting hawk. Someone's watching me. Years of training amidst gunfire and blood, coupled with the heightened senses granted by the system, had made him acutely sensitive to the scent of malice. A wry smile touched the corner of his lips, though his eyes turned icy cold. TCH, seems there's no shortage of people who want me dead. It was peaceful for just a few days, and now trouble's already knocking at my door. Raising his voice, he called out calmly in the direction of the bathroom, I'm heading out for a bit, just going to pick up a few things. With that, his figure flickered and slipped silently into the shadows beyond the door, merging with the darkness as if he had never been there at all. The street outside the hotel was steeped in the quiet of night, nowhere near as lively as the future would be. It was so empty, you could hear your own footsteps echoing. Chen Nan turned into a narrow alley beside the hotel, flanked by two silent buildings forming a tight passage. It was just the kind of battlefield so often hidden in the folds of the city. Since you're already here, why bother sneaking around? He stopped, his voice not loud but echoing crisply off the walls. As soon as he finished speaking, the darkness seemed to rip open. More than a dozen figures surged forward with a racket, grins twisted in open menace, quickly blocking off both ends of the alley. A mocking smile played on Chen Nan's lips as he found himself surrounded, not a trace of panic showing on his face. I could smell the killing intent from upstairs. I just didn't expect it to be this dumb. His gaze swept over the group, as though he were looking at a flock of sheep stumbling into a gladiator's arena. I really can't tell if you're supposed to be assassins or just street thugs. A group ambush? This old-school routine still gets used these days? Isn't the fastest way just to stick a sniper on the rooftop across the street? Take one clean shot from afar, and it's over in a flash. Who's stupid here? You or us? Scoffed the man in black at the front. Everyone knows you're a sharpshooter with a rifle. Trying to snipe you? Might as well sign our own death warrants. Boss, why waste time talking to him? Snarled another, glaring at Chen Nan. A sharpshooter without his gun is nothing but a toothless tiger. Let's finish him. Hold on. Suddenly, Chen Nan raised his hand, making a timeout gesture, his voice ringing out. What? Ready to beg for your life? Too late. The leader sneered, barely able to keep the excitement from his eyes. A sharpshooter's head would be a boast for generations. No. Chen Nan replied with a grin, as if they were picking out a midnight snack together. I'm just curious. Whose generous hand sent you after me? Let me know who I owe this honor to before I go, ya. Want to die with a clear conscience. The leader's tone was icy. Too bad. We've got professional principles. Boys, let's send him on his way. Without his gun, he's nothing. With his miniguns, we'll turn the sharpshooter into Swiss cheese. The assassins called out in breathless excitement. Seeing their eagerness, Chen Nan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. That so-called legend of perfect marksmanship? It was nothing but a trick of his, a mere nudge of the bullet's path, just a playful use of magnetic fields. Guns really were his least impressive party trick. The assassins pulled their triggers. Gunshots burst out. Several bullets, heavy with deadly intent, raced toward Chen Nan. But when they were just a handspan from him, the bullets seemed to strike an invisible, twisting wall. They veered off at unnatural angles, clattering harmlessly to the ground in a spray of sparks. The assassins' eyes went wide in shock, terror freezing their expressions. But already, a figure had moved, slicing through the night like black lightning. The physique of a super soldier endowed him with inhuman speed and strength, while his control over magnetic fields made it seem as if he were commanding an invisible army. He didn't even bother to snatch their guns. To him, these men were nothing more than punching bags, perfect for loosening up his muscles. His right fist sliced through the air with a gust, landing squarely on the nose of the assassin at the front of the line. A dull crack of breaking bone mingled with a wail of pain. Then, abruptly, both were cut off. His left hand shot out like a steel clamp, seizing the wrist of another man nearby. There was a sharp double crack as the handgun, along with the man's forearm, bent backward at an angle that would make anyone's teeth clench. He moved so fast that only afterimages remained. Each punch, each kick, landed with perfect precision on the most vulnerable points of the human body. Damn it! The leader's alarm bell screamed in his mind. But as his dagger came up, a colossal force slammed into his chest with unstoppable might. Agony washed over him in an instant, and the sound of shattering ribs was unmistakable. Further down the alley, another killer's eyes bulged with fury. He whipped his gun toward Chen Nan, only to discover, horrified, that the trigger wouldn't budge. But he didn't have time to think. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nan was already upon him, gliding in like a wraith and deftly scooping up a fallen dagger from the ground. From the start of the ambush to its abrupt end, scarcely 7 or 8 seconds had passed. Now, only heavy, deliberate breathing echoed in the alley. Chen Nan's own, calculated so as not to startle the next spectator. Have you enjoyed the show long enough? He brushed non-existent dust from his hands, gaze drifting toward the deeper shadows at the end of the alley. Well, afraid to come out and take a bow. A deliberately scornful chuckle answered him from the darkness. A man in a tailored trench coat and dark sunglasses emerged at a measured pace, elegantly twirling a silver-plated revolver. A faint wisp of smoke still curled from the barrel. Clearly, he'd fired as well just now, though the fate of his bullet was little different than that of his underlings. Interesting, the man drawled, stretching out his words. Seems rumors are never reliable. The so-called god of snipers isn't just a crack shot. Even your close-quarters moves can dodge bullets. Of course, taking out my useless henchman isn't much of a feat. He raised the revolver with a graceful motion, the muzzle steady and fixed right between Chen Nan's eyes. Let's be properly introduced. Night Owl. Never once missed my mark. Bang! Night Owl squeezed the trigger without hesitation. At this range, not even a god could evade the shot. The silver bullet tore through the air straight for Chen Nan's forehead. And yet, mid-flight, the deadly projectile stopped, suddenly, inexplicably. It hovered there, trembling, as if ensnared by an invisible web, trapped in a mire unseen. Night Owl's arrogance froze to ice on his face. And then he noticed, with mounting terror, that the hand holding his gun was now gripped by an overwhelming force, pinning him helpless. Why you? He managed to get out a single syllable. Chen Nan didn't even make any unnecessary movements. He merely curled his finger casually and flicked at the hovering bullet, as if brushing away an annoying speck of dust. The silver bullet instantly changed course, reversing with even greater speed and precision, and buried itself right into Night Owl's heart. His sunglasses slipped off, and the last thing he saw was the undisguised scorn and near-pitying mockery in Chen Nan's eyes. His body fell stiffly to the ground, warm blood gathering at the corner of his lips and spreading into a small, dark crimson pool on the cold floor. So much bluster. What was he even posturing for? Chen Nan glanced indifferently at the corpse. His tone was flat. Night Owl? Never heard of him. The so-called moniker of Sniper God was merely an awkward title people forced on him when they couldn't comprehend his true power. He turned away, silently melting into the deeper shadows of the night. In another moment, the sound of police sirens would sweep closer, ready to clean up the scene. To him, squashing a few assassins was as trivial as stepping on ants. Too bad he didn't have telepathy. The real mastermind would have to wait. Yet even this faint sense of regret quickly vanished. Against absolute power, any scheme or intrigue was as fragile as thin ice. The gunshot, as expected, attracted onlookers and the police, but by then, Chen Nan was already long gone. Killer. Back in the hotel room, Marilyn was still a bit dazed. It wasn't until police lights flashed and sirens wailed outside that she belatedly realized what had happened. Chen Nan nodded, utterly relaxed. Yeah, just a few clueless little hitmen. Get some sleep. We got important stuff to do tomorrow. He spoke as he walked over to the bed. But trouble seemed more tenacious than hired killers. Little Raven, like a baby koala, immediately clung tightly to his left arm, burying her small face into the crook of his elbow. Almost at the same time, Marilyn, with a barely discernible hint of jealousy, grabbed firmly onto his right arm, giving no sign of letting go. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nan found himself splayed out like a giant starfish, awkwardly immobilized. On the left, his little sweetheart, on the right, his precious darling. The pair of them locked him down so thoroughly, even the faintest movement was impossible. All right then. He gave up struggling, resigned. Anyway, he wasn't going to sleep tonight. Might as well use the time to think about his next steps. Working alone was just too inefficient. He had to run everywhere himself, which hardly fit the mastermind image he aspired to. As it stood, he looked more like a laborer than anything else. I'll have to ask Marilyn to get some startup fund from Xiao Duo, buy a plot of land in the suburbs of New York, and start building the base. He quietly mapped out his plan. I'll have to take a trip to Germany myself, see if I can track down that old fox, the Red Devil. He's one of Hellfire's founding members, and with that teleportation ability of his, I must get my hands on it. After taking care of the Red Devil, I'll still need to pay a visit to Wolverine, or perhaps his even grumpier brother, Sabretooth. Their healing factor is quite the treasure. Dwelling on these tedious missing person hunts and the tangled web of movie timelines, Chen Nan's consciousness slowly faded into a blur. Though this sweet burden of being flanked by beautiful women pressed down on him until he could barely catch his breath, he eventually surrendered to slumber amidst this weighty happiness. For the past few years, Raven had hardly slept soundly. Even when she did sleep, she remained constantly on alert, and it wasn't until noon that she finally woke. Last night was the most peaceful rest she'd ever had, no longer needing to worry about being exposed, or she was safe. If Chen Nan hadn't called her for lunch, she likely could have slept straight through to 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Chen Nan understood Raven's penchant for sleeping in all too well, so he didn't dare interrupt her dreams until it was time for lunch. In the restaurant's private dining room, Chen Nan ordered a mountain of food, as usual, and began devouring it all without a care. After all, it wasn't his money. His body now required huge amounts of energy. Respecting the law of conservation of energy was the least he could do to maintain his formidable physique. "Sweetheart," Marilyn said as she put down her fork, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. She gestured as she spoke. "What exactly is Raven's superpower? Just like what you saw last night." Beast transformation? Chen Nan set down his utensils and replied with a touch of exasperation. "Her power is to mimic anyone, even animals. She can transform into anything." "Mimic? Imitate? Disguise?" Marilyn blinked, the agent in her sensing something off. Isn't that part of our basic training?" The implication was clear. The power sounded a bit underwhelming. Raven's fork landed sharply on her plate with a crisp clatter. In competitions between women, age was never an issue, especially when the other was a stunning, curvaceous beauty daring to question her abilities. "Oof." Raven lifted her chin, seizing the moment to give a demonstration. In a blink, Marilyn's vision swam, and suddenly, seated across from her was herself. "My God, she." Marilyn pointed at her double, so stunned her words tangled together. Apart from the empty spot where a necklace ought to be, she couldn't find a single flaw in the imitation. "See? That's what I mean by mimicry," Chen Nan said with a broad grin, enjoying their reactions. "She can become literally anyone on the planet." Raven returned to her true form with a smug hum, raising her brows at Marilyn in playful challenge. "Do you believe me now? Gifted." Marilyn regarded Raven with awe, her voice brimming with admiration. 100 years, 1,000 years of training. And in her presence I'm still nothing more than a rookie figuring out how to put on lipstick. She was utterly convinced. This power was a world-altering cheat code. Compared to it, all her agent skills seemed to dim into insignificance. In the afternoon, get in touch with Black King. Chen Nan wiped his mouth. "Ask him to send me $1 million. I want to buy a plot of land, and see if he can pick out a spot in New York as well, to set up a framework for the Hellwater Club." "$1 million? Marilyn nearly choked on her juice. These days, $1 million is an astronomical sum, a figure that could knock someone out cold. Even before the economic crisis over a decade ago, there were only about 30,000 millionaires across the entire United States. "Don't worry," Chen Nan said with a look of absolute confidence. "Black King has more money than he knows what to do with. More than you can possibly imagine." Marilyn nodded. She was, after all, just a messenger. The golden games of these big bosses weren't something she needed to bother with. After the meal, Chen Nan took Marilyn to find a real estate agent and start by buying a property. Staying in hotels wasn't a long-term solution, especially with someone as dazzling and alluring as Marilyn by his side. And with Raven, the notorious clinger, always able to come up with an excuse to be around him, an extra room or two might at least give him some peace. Walking the streets of New York nowadays, Marilyn's beauty truly became a magnet for trouble. The air rang with whistles, flirtatious teasing, and predatory eyes from every direction. A few self-proclaimed gentlemen even stepped right into their path, loudly declaring they would duel Chen Nan for the honor of the beautiful lady. The stench of racial prejudice was overwhelming. A duel? Sure. Chen Nan flashed a grin, but his eyes had turned cold. Want to play by the rules of the Wild West? No sooner had he finished than he flicked his hand, and a gleaming, large-caliber revolver appeared in his palm. He waved the barrel around with casual menace. The so-called gentlemen, who just a moment before were brimming with bravado, fell instantly silent. Love is precious? No, life is even more so. Eyes darted away, and the crowd wordlessly parted to let them pass. Chen Nan mimed blowing away imaginary smoke from the revolver's muzzle, then holstered the gun and muttered under his breath, "The trouble a beautiful woman brings." "What's that supposed to mean?" Marilyn asked, not quite catching his words. "It's a compliment. I mean you're beautiful enough to stop the world," Chen Nan replied offhandedly, pointing ahead. "Look, the real estate agency." Inside, the moment the clerk caught sight of Marilyn's eyes, he went blank, falling over himself with sycophantic zeal. "Good afternoon. How can I be of service to such a lovely lady?" He acted as though Chen Nan didn't exist. "We're looking to buy a villa," Chen Nan said. Only then did the clerk acknowledge him. The grin wiped clean off his face, replaced by an expression of thinly veiled contempt and condescension. "Sir, I absolutely understand your wish, but we cater to high-end communities and distinguished clientele, not slums or budget apartments." He straightened his back, as if the very identity of being white bestowed him with endless superiority. In front of an Asian man, he found a bizarre urge to stand that much taller. Chen Nan let out a sigh and spoke softly. "I once watched a movie where the main character was named Bao Gui." The store clerk looked completely baffled. "What?" Chen Nan's expression hardened. "What, my ass? In one swift motion, he raised his hand and, smack, a thick wad of cash landed squarely on the clerk's face with a sharp snap. Stunned, the clerk was about to curse, but before the second syllable left his lips, another stack of bills struck the other side of his face. Another crisp smack echoed. Now the blows matched perfectly. The clerk covered his face, his furious stare abruptly clearing as he realized what had hit him. Without a second thought, his knees buckled, dropping him down as if answering to the undeniable power of money, a raw and honest tribute to its influence. Respected sir, please forgive my ignorance. The clerk's voice quivered, caught between excitement and pain. We happen to have a villa that's absolutely perfect for someone of your stature. Long Island. Quiet. Luxurious. Stop. Chen Nan waved him off. Honestly, I preferred your rebellious attitude just now. Could you bring that back? The clerk could only blink in bewilderment. In the end, they settled on a nearly 400 square meter, fully furnished villa on the outskirts of Long Island for $17,000. For Raven, to finally have a safe, private place she could truly call her own, it was an almost unthinkable luxury, like a slice of paradise. The villa was ready to move in, and for someone like Raven, to whom a cozy corner felt like a dream, it was nothing short of heaven. That very night they moved in, but as neither Chen Nan nor Marilyn could cook, the three agreed to head out to a restaurant to celebrate. They chose a modest-sized eatery and, to avoid unnecessary trouble, requested a private room. After ordering their food, they began a chat. Just as they settled down, rambunctious voices drifted through from the next private room, boisterous, drunk, their bravado spilling through the thin walls. Ever seen a man who just can't be killed? No? You don't believe me? Yesterday, at Wild Wolf Bar, I saw a freak with my own eyes. He got into a fight over a girl. Ended up cornered in an alley by more than a dozen guys with guns. Guess what? Every single gunman went down. That guy, huh? He charged through a hail of bullets and didn't even lose a hair. If that's not a monster, what is? Come on, Hans, the whiskey's gone to your head again. There's no such thing as an unkillable man. This isn't some Western movie. I swear. I'm telling you, it's absolutely true. That guy was a real monster. A careless tale, but a careful listener. Chen Nan, holding his wine glass midair, paused. Someone who couldn't be killed? Charging through gunfire? There was only one person this could describe. Victor, the Sabertooth, or maybe his brother, Logan, the Wolverine. Chen Nan narrowed his eyes, and a sly, knowing smile curled on his lips. Everyone knew Wolverine loved a night at the bar. Still, perhaps Victor the Sabertooth Tiger, even fiercer and with a slightly stronger healing factor, would be an even better choice. Plans always struggle to keep up with change. His trip to Germany would need to be postponed, just for a little while. There weren't many bars in New York at this time, so since his targets love the nightlife, it would be easy enough to find them. After all, bloodshed always brings the need to let off steam. Even he had a few dedicated female psychologists to help him unwind from time to time. Now, the healing ability he'd long dreamed of was right in front of him. His mood brightened almost instantly, and the corners of his mouth curled up without even realizing it. If you were named the person most afraid of death in the whole Marvel Universe, besides him, you'd be hard-pressed to find another. He had to tread carefully around the Black King. So long as he stayed alive, he would ultimately become invincible. In this sense, he was no different from ancient emperors or modern-day tycoons. Those who have everything are most afraid to lose it. Life was full of endless pleasures for those still breathing. Once you die, everything is lost. For the rich, death meant the end of indulgence, while for the poor, it was simply a final release. Marilyn suddenly noticed his good mood and teased him. What's got you grinning? Found some money on the street. Picking up money is nothing. This time, I found a real treasure, something I can stake my whole existence on. Chen Nan chuckled in reply. For once he possessed that healing power, no one in this world would be able to kill him. In that case, congratulations are in order, Marilyn said, sharing in his joy. The stronger Chen Nan became, the more she would benefit, and the safer she would be. Their fates were tied together. If one went down, they all would. Raven narrowed her big eyes in a smile, happy for him as well. Her sense of happiness came from the protection Chen Nan provided. Yet there was one thing that left Chen Nan helpless. Raven clung to him like a koala at night, refusing to let go once she fell asleep. If Marilyn hadn't been out of commission these past few days, he might have talked her into trying something a bit more exciting. All sorts of small gangs had sprung up in New York. In these days before surveillance cameras, making a quick buck on the wrong side of the law was much faster than seeking honest work. As the old saying goes, to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Chen Nan woke from a mix of happiness and torment. The moment he opened his eyes, he found Marilyn sneaking an early breakfast. Marilyn made a furtive gesture and continued savoring her delicious meal, cheeks puffed out adorably. Chen Nan simply let her be. Only after she finished eating did he wake lazy Raven to wash up and brush her teeth. Sort yourselves out for lunch. I'm heading out for some errands, and we'll be back this afternoon. Standing in the doorway and pulling on his jacket, Chen Nan gave his instructions, then leaned down to plant a kiss on Marilyn's tempting lips. Hurry back. Raven heard the commotion and shot out of the dining room like a little rocket, bare feet padding across the floor as she dashed over, blue eyes full of longing as she waved him off energetically. All right, see you. Chen Nan called back with a smile, stepping out the door. Just from a name alone, you could tell these guys weren't exactly cultured. Names like Gray Snake, Gray Wolf, Black Wolf, now those sounded intimidating. Even a gang called the Stray Dogs would be better than Gray Dogs. Any group with the slightest bit of ambition wouldn't settle for a name like that. Chen Nan casually picked out a streetwise drifter, someone whose sharp eyes suggested he was well-informed, and made some inquiries. Soon enough, his target was set. It was simple. Creatures like these local thugs and hooligans were the true, walking gazettes, lurking in the city's shadows. Their grapevine put the uniformed, by-the-book police to shame, running circles around official channels in speed and efficiency. The Gray Dogs' hideout was little more than a rundown bar tucked away in a forgotten alley, a dingy front, barely holding itself together. By day, the iron doors were shut tight. Out front, a few low-level goons lounged listlessly, cheap cigarettes dangling from their lips and shifty eyes trailing after any young woman who passed, whistling in their wake. Less like sentries, more like scruffy mutts guarding junkyard gates. The air itself seemed thick with the scent of cut-rate tobacco, sour booze, and a faint undertone of sweat, a heady perfume of despair. This was the haunt of junkies, pickpockets, and bottom-feeder rogues. Their main business? Naturally, it was those shadowy transactions of illicit white powder, best kept out of the daylight. Chen Nan strode straight for the door, the sharp, echoing sound of his leather shoes cutting through the damp cobblestones. Hey, you there, buddy? One of the loungers, a punk with a wild mess of dyed hair and a ripped denim jacket, lifted his eyelids lazily and stuck out an arm to bar the way. The sun's not even down yet. If you're looking for fun, come back tonight. His tone carried a heavy dose of don't bother me, as if sunbathing were sacred business, not to be disrupted. Chen Nan paused, his gaze sweeping coolly over the gaggle of streetwise faces. I'm here to see your boss. Business deal. Lead the way. This is above your pay grade. His words were quiet, but there was no mistaking the certainty behind them. At that, the slack expressions of the goons stiffened. Quick glances bounced between them. Every cat prowls its path. Every dog knows its alley. These street rats, what deal would they turn down? Black, white, or gray? As long as there was money to be made, they'd talk a big game about braving hell and high water to get it done. The rainbow-haired punk narrowed his eyes, sizing Chen Nan up more closely, his gaze lingering on that serene expression for a few heartbeats. Wait here. Dropping his cigarette, he ground it out with his shoe, then swung open the bar's groaning wooden door and slipped inside. Chen Nan waited patiently, drumming his fingers rhythmically against the pockmarked brick wall nearby, as if keeping his own time. It wasn't long before the door creaked open again and the punk stepped out. This time, there was a barely concealed sneer on his lips. Sir, he drawled, going for mock civility, I'm terribly sorry, but the boss says he's very busy right now. Not a moment to spare. You'd best try your luck somewhere else. Yeah. Chen Nan suddenly chuckled. What could he possibly be busy with in broad daylight? Just be honest with me. His gaze made the thugs uneasy. Their feigned politeness vanished in an instant. One of them rolled his eyes and sneered. Fine, you want to hear it, do you? Our boss said, he's not going to do business with you lowly yellow-skinned monkeys. Well, satisfied now? Serves you right. He spat on the ground, clearly thinking Chen Nan was bringing this humiliation upon himself. Lowly, the smile on Chen Nan's face turned razor-sharp cold. Indeed, on this land, that deep-seated arrogance and prejudice was like filth festering in the sewers, impossible to ever fully cleanse. To change minds so marinated in prejudice? That's harder than getting a pig to climb a tree. If diplomacy doesn't work, then there's no need to be diplomatic. Bastard. You, another thug who'd been silent up to now, suddenly cursed, raising his foot to kick Chen Nan in the side. But before he could spit out, yellow-skinned monkey, his words dissolved into a strangled, guttural scream, as if someone had wrung his neck. It happened in a flash. Chen Nan moved like a phantom, faster than the eye could follow. His kick struck the thug's abdomen, perfectly timed and precise. So powerful was the blow that the man's eyes bugged out, almost as if they'd jumped from their sockets. He doubled over, clutching his stomach like a boiled prawn, then crashed to his knees with a dull thud, howling and wailing in agony. The thug with dyed hair stood rooted to the spot, stunned speechless, jaw hanging so low an egg could have rolled in. Right here, on their own turf, This guy had just started a fight. On his own? And hit that hard? You're out of your damn mind. After shock came pure rage. He charged at Chen Nan, bellowing. But the outcome was never in doubt. Another dull thud echoed, this time laced with the crack of bone. The thug flew backwards like a battered soccer ball, feet lifting from the ground as he crashed 2 or 3 meters away. He landed heavily on the icy stone floor, organs jumbled inside, vision swimming with sparks. He couldn't even scream, only writhe and twitch in silent torment. Chen Nan didn't spare them another glance. Like kicking aside a pair of mangy dogs, he strode up and booted open the creaking wooden door of the bar. The interior was dim, thick with the stench of stale alcohol, sweat, and cheap perfume. A foul cocktail clinging to the air. At the foot of the narrow staircase leading upstairs, 2 burly men, clearly professional muscle, heard the commotion and stormed down, eyes vicious. Their greeting was 2 sharp, decisive whip kicks from Chen Nan. With 2 heavy thuds, the hulking men, who together weighed well over 400 pounds, tumbled down the stairs like discarded sacks of garbage, crashing into the bar's tables and chairs, leaving utter chaos in their wake. Chen Nan climbed the stairs at a steady, unhurried pace. At the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor, wild laughter, a woman's shrill squeal, and other unmentionable, decadent noises drifted out from a private room whose door was left ajar. There it is. He strode to the doorway without a hint of hesitation and raised his leg. With a deafening crash, the sturdy door was blasted open, sending splinters of wood flying everywhere. Time seemed to freeze inside the room. The scantily clad women, thickly made up, screamed in terror, their faces drained of color. A burly, bald man covered in menacing tattoos had his arms draped around 2 women. The moment the door was kicked in, he reacted with lightning speed. Muscles in his face twitching, curse barely forming on his lips as his hand shot toward the underside of the coffee table in front of him. In a flash, a Colt revolver with a cold, bluish gunmetal sheen was in his grip, the barrel now aimed straight at the uninvited guest who just burst through the doorway. Son of a bitch, you got a death wish? I'll... The bald leader's face twisted with fury as he roared, finger tightening on the trigger, ready to blow this intruder away. But before he could even finish the words, "I'll kill you for this," his vision swam, the world blurring before his eyes. Fast, so fast he couldn't even register the movement. Chen Nan's figure appeared in front of him, as if he'd teleported. The bald man felt an immense, irresistible force slam into his gun hand. Agony exploded through his wrist, and the pistol went flying. An iron grip clamped around his throat, lifting him effortlessly off the floor like a helpless chick. The next instant, the whole room spun dizzily out of control. With a gut-wrenching impact, Chen Nan swung the bald man's heavy body through the air and smashed him viciously against the hard wall of the private room. The huge thud rattled your teeth, and cheap picture frames crashed to the floor in a cascade of shattered glass. The bald man felt as if every bone in his body had come loose. All his insides seemed ground to pulp. A splatter of hot blood gushed from his mouth, painting the floor red as he landed with a sickening thud. Curled up on the ground, hacking and choking, each cough brought up more flecks of blood. His eyes burned with disbelief, terror carved deep into his bones. He glared up at the man looming above him, this Eastern demon incarnate, brains swirling in confusion. When had he ever pissed off a hellhound like this? Don't understand? Chen Nan crouched down slowly, the polished tip of his shoe pressing just beside the bald man's face. From on high, he gazed down, a cold and mocking smile tugging at his lips. Some people really do have short memories. Already forgotten what happened at the door just now. With a practiced hand, he gave the man's face a few light but deliberate slaps. It's you? The bald man finally remembered in a flash. An icy dread shot up his spine, and regret gnawed through his gut. Damn it, if only I'd known this guy was so fierce. No, with a presence like his, forget just talking business. He'd have me crawling at his feet to welcome him personally. Boss, what happened? Damn it, who's tired of living? At that moment, a surge of chaotic footsteps and angry, vicious shouting swept up from downstairs like a rising tide. The stairs thudded under heavy boots as 20 or 30 Greyhound gang members, armed with bats, machetes, and even pistols, stormed up behind their deputy leader, a cold-eyed, close-cropped middle-aged man. In an instant, the narrow corridor upstairs was packed wall to wall, not an inch of space left. Ha ha, kid, you're finished now. The bald boss on the floor, seeing his reinforcements, especially Wilson and the henchmen bristling with weapons, looked like he'd just been injected with pure adrenaline. Ignoring the pain and blood in his mouth, he burst out in a savage laugh, his eyes burning with hate and triumphant thirst for vengeance as he stared at Chen Nan. Hurry, shoot him, turn him into a sieve, he shrieked, as if he could already see Chen Nan collapsing in a pool of his own blood. And yet, the gunfire he craved never came. It was as if time itself had frozen. The boss's vengeful grin stiffened on his lips, and disbelief widened his eyes as he stared at Wilson, whose face was now ashen at the front of the crowd. Why, Wilson? What the hell? The boss sensed something had gone terribly wrong. Boss, Wilson croaked, voice bone dry, his hand with the revolver trembling, sweat streaming down his forehead. The guns. Our guns, all jammed, every damn one. He all but wailed, while the other gun-wielding gangsters behind him looked as if they'd seen a ghost, frantically fumbling with weapons suddenly gone silent. Every squeeze of the trigger gave nothing but a hollow click. What the jammed? Every gun's jammed. The bald boss was completely dumbfounded, eyes bulging in disbelief, as if he'd just heard the world's most absurd joke. 3 shotguns and half a dozen pistols, all jammed at once. The odds of that are worse than being hit by a meteor. That's enough. Chen Nan clapped his hands, stood up casually, as if brushing dust from his clothes. He glanced at the panic-stricken, bewildered mob, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his lips. With careless calm, he lifted his right hand, fingers splayed, and pressed gently down toward the empty air. A low, resonant hum thrummed through the corridor. In an instant, a wave of invisible, heart-stopping power swept across the hall. And then, in the very next second, the Greyhound gang witnessed a scene so shocking it would haunt their memories forever. All the weapons in the hands of Wilson and the other gun-wielding thugs, whether they were revolvers, battered handguns, or ancient shotguns, suddenly seemed to come alive. As if invisible magnetic forces had taken hold, each one began to tremble violently. Then, under the horrified gaze of everyone present, these deadly lumps of iron performed an unthinkable act. They turned, all at once, and with uncanny obedience, swung their barrels in a new direction. The dark, gaping muzzles that spelled death no longer pointed at the enemies ahead. Instead, each one settled firmly, now aimed straight at their owners. A sharp, collective gasp sliced through the corridor on the second floor, filling the air with a chilling sense of dread. In an instant, it felt as if all the air had been sucked out of the hallway. Dozens of eyes bulged wide, overwhelmed by a terror so absolute, and an absurdity so profound. It was as if time itself had frozen. The members of the Greyhound gang stood rooted to the spot, statues carved from wood and clay, utterly paralyzed, some even forgot to breathe. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads, temple to jaw, and ran like rivulets down their backs. Was this the work of some sinister, Eastern sorcery? A million thoughts crashed and raged through their stunned and empty minds, loud as thunder. No matter what it was, one thing was clear. This was not a force any street thug could hope to resist. In that absolute stillness, only the icy gun barrels remained, radiating a silent threat of death. At that moment, Chen Nan's voice rang out again, clear and cold, like the decree of fate, reaching every ear, brooking no argument. Wilson, is it? His gaze fell on the second-in-command, whose face had turned ashen. Kill him. Chen Nan motioned with his chin at the bald gang leader sprawled on the floor. From now on, you're the new boss of the Greyhound gang. The words landed like a thunderclap, shattering the stillness in an instant. Wilson's whole body jerked as if struck by lightning. He looked down at his terrified, despairing boss, then up at the black barrels pointed unwaveringly at his own head, then again at that mysterious Easter man who now seemed to control everything like some deity. A single second of struggle, no more. The primal urge to survive, coupled with a sudden thirst for power, swept away any lingering traces of street loyalty. A fierce, ruthless resolve flickered in his eyes. Boss! Wilson took a sudden step forward, his voice tinged with a hollow kind of heroism. I am sorry. If you don't die, the rest of us, your brothers, will all have to die with you tonight. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending the wrong man. The lofty words scarcely left his lips when he moved like lightning, drawing a gleaming knife from behind his back. The blade flashed like a swift silver ribbon, slicing mercilessly across the bald leader's vulnerable throat. A strangled, guttural sound escaped the leader's lips. His eyes bulged wide, glaring at Wilson with a mixture of raw resentment, fury, and just a hint of bitter, baffled disbelief. A harsh, rattling sound rasped from his throat like a bellows on its last legs. Blood gushed from the wound in a scarlet torrent, soaking the shabby carpet beneath him in an instant. He reached out desperately, as if trying to grasp something, but his hand fell limply to his side. His body convulsed violently a few times, then became utterly still. In his wide, unblinking eyes, hatred and unresolved resentment were frozen in their final moment. And Wilson's words, "Take good care of your sister-in-law, your nephew, and niece," stabbed into his heart like a curse, sealing his fate with bitter finality. Wilson dropped to his knees without hesitation, prostrating himself before Chen Nan with a devotion that practically bordered on worship. From this moment onward, this man was his master. Wilson was ruthless, decisive, and an expert at reading the currents of power. He understood all too well that his own life now hung by a thread, determined by the whim of this enigmatic master standing before him. Seeing Wilson kneel so humbly at his feet, Chen Nan nodded in quiet satisfaction. This was exactly the sort of person he needed, someone with the sense to adapt to new realities, someone clever enough to be useful. Only such a man deserved to serve as his dog, to do his bidding. If the man who had just died had been the gang's leader, even if forced into submission by brute strength, he would have harbored nothing but resentment inside. After all, to fall from the top and become a lackey was a humiliation that no one could accept. But Wilson was different. Chen Nan had catapulted him from the gang's number 2 position straight to the top. Even if only in name, it was far better than forever remaining beneath someone else's heel. To Wilson, this was a blessing, not a loss. If he must become someone's dog, so be it. With Chen Nan as his new tree to cling to, he would be safer, with a brighter future ahead. When the sky falls, it's always the tall that bear the weight. All right, that's enough. Get up, Chen Nan said coolly, pitching his promises like a seasoned storyteller. Stick with me, and you'll be living the good life, 3 square meals a day, and meet with every one of them. Wilson stood as if granted amnesty, tears of gratitude filling his eyes. He stood respectfully at attention, awaiting further instructions. The bar's business continues as usual. Chen Nan swept his gaze across the run-down establishment, changing direction. In fact, consider expanding your territory if you can. But for now, keep a low profile. With your current strength, you're not ready for anything bigger. He paused, then tossed out an even more tantalizing promise. Give it some time. I'll give your crew a boost. Once I'm finished, each of you will be able to take on 10 men alone. That'll be your moment to really shine. The words ignited the group like a spark thrown onto dry kindling. The Greyhound Gang's thugs burst into a flurry of whispers, faces alight with delirious excitement. Having witnessed Chen Nan's supernatural Eastern sorcery, they believed him completely. With this boss, they truly had a chance to strike it rich. Quiet. Chen Nan raised his hand, and the room fell silent at once. He produced 2 pencil sketches from his pocket. Now, your job is to find these 2 men. They're regulars here at the bar. The gang members crowded forward, craning their necks to scrutinize the sketches, those of Victor the Sabretooth and Logan the Wolverine. People who've clawed their way up from the bottom have one tried-and-true talent, tracking people down. As long as the target is still mixing around New York's bar scene, there's no escaping their watchful eyes. Understood, boss, the crowd echoed in unison. Not quite, Chen Nan corrected them, nodding toward Wilson. He's your boss now. From now on, just call me Chief. Yes, Chief, they all responded, their voices ringing out with newfound respect. Very good. Chen Nan nodded with approval. Find them and report to me at once. Don't tip them off. Every cat has its own way, every dog its own path. I trust your skills. As he finished, he reached into his coat and pulled out a fat stack of crisp green bills. Even in the dim light, the cash looked impossibly alluring. He gave the stack a shake. The rustling of paper instantly caught everyone's attention. Here's $5,000. Split it up amongst yourselves. Chen Nan's voice brimmed with encouragement. Whoever finds the people in that picture first earns another $5,000, just for themselves. The bar instantly erupted in thunderous celebration. $5,000. In an era when the average worker scraped by on barely $20 a week, this was a fortune beyond their wildest dreams. Even their split of the first reward was more than 2 months' wages. And finding the target? I could buy a house outright. Oh my God, this boss was a big shot among big shots. The money's right here. Grab it and get moving. Chen Nan, slipping seamlessly into the role of a charismatic ringleader, clapped his hands to rally them. Focus on motels. And those houses, you know, the hospitable widows. These 2 cheapskates never pay for fun. They always cozy up to other men's wives for a free good time. Go, go, go. The lure of cash worked its magic. The thugs scrambled for their shares, adrenaline surging as they burst out of the bar, scattering in all directions like startled birds. They knew every lonely widow and every straying wife in the nearby blocks. Nothing escaped their network. Wilson. Chen Nan handed the remaining $5,000 to him, giving the bar shabby decor a disdainful once-over. Take this. Fix this place up. From now on, we're running an upscale operation. Understand? Yes, Chief. Wilson rushed to accept the cash and quickly explained, the last guy, Baldy, blew all our money. This place only drew broke customers, so business was always slow. Enough. Chen Nan waved him off, losing interest. The past is the past. Change starts now. From this point forward, you handle the bar and the gang, everything. Here's my number. He passed over a slip of paper. What he truly cared about was the information network. Whether the gang ran drugs or gambled was no concern of his. After all, it only harmed Americans, and he hardly gave that a thought. Rest assured, Chief, Wilson replied, bowing deeply as he escorted Chen Nan out the door. Only after Chen Nan's car vanished around the corner did Wilson finally straighten up, letting out a long sigh of relief. A few days slipped by in a blur, and Maryland brought news from the Black King, a telegram. The funds would be arriving shortly, along with an inquiry about their progress. Chen Nan replied with just one line, "Everything is going smoothly. Very soon, a mutant will be joining the club." On this particular day, Chen Nan was at home, eyes closed, quietly concentrating as he practiced fine-tuning his control over the invisible magnetic fields. Mastery in the smallest details. Often, success or failure depends on the nuances. Suddenly, the sharp ring of the telephone shattered the silence. "Boss, we found him. One of the people you were looking for," came Wilson's excited yet respectful voice on the other end. "He's at 21 Brick Street, the Rose Hunter Bar, but this guy seems a little out of it. Keeps rambling nonsense like a lunatic." "Good. Excellent." Chen Nan's voice shot up, unable to hide his excitement. "Wilson, tell all the brothers who took part in the hunt. Everyone gets a bonus of $100. I'm on my way." He hung up abruptly, snatched up his jacket, and dashed out the door, tossing over his shoulder, "Mary, I'm heading out. Don't wait up for me." Before the words had even finished echoing, he was gone. Marilyn and Raven exchanged bewildered looks, their minds full of questions. What on earth could make him this happy? The Rose Hunter Bar, a tacky name and a shabby storefront. One glance was enough to tell it was the sort of bottom-tier dive that respectable folks avoided. Chen Nan's car had barely come to a halt when Wilson, who had been waiting, jogged over. "He's inside." Chen Nan never slowed his pace. "Yeah, bragging away. All right, I'll take a look. Go ahead and have your celebration." Chen Nan waved him off and strode straight through the creaking door, which reeked of cheap booze and stale sweat. Inside, under the dim lights and the din of the crowd, Chen Nan instantly spotted his target in a corner booth, thanks to a subtle nod from one of his men. It was none other than Victor, the saber-toothed tiger himself. Victor was ranting loudly, spraying spit as he boasted about things like, "Bullets can't kill me," and "I've torn apart 100 enemies on the battlefield." The nearby patrons roared with laughter, clearly pegging him as just another drunken madman. "Hey, it's him, all right." Chen Nan's lips curled into a knowing smile. Sabretooth was a simple-minded brute. Recruiting him would be easy. All he had to do was outfight him, keep the drinks flowing, and he'd be loyal enough. Mission confirmed. Chen Nan quickly slipped out of that smoky, chaotic place. Back in his car, he waited about half an hour before the bar door banged open again. Out stumbled Sabretooth, arm wrapped around a provocatively dressed, voluptuous woman. He staggered as he walked, a cigar clamped between his teeth and an air of supreme confidence all over his face. Truth be told, this wild, rugged, testosterone-charged type definitely had a certain appeal for some women, especially with all those rippling muscles. Wildness, after all, often hints at exceptional capabilities. The saber-toothed tiger swung his leg over a striking heavy motorcycle, and the woman skillfully perched herself sideways on the back seat, clinging tightly to his waist. The engine let out a wild, beast-like roar, and the motorcycle shot forward with explosive speed, prompting an excited scream from the woman behind him. "Follow them," Chen Nan ordered Wilson, who was in the driver's seat. The car sprang to life, maintaining a careful distance as it tailed the motorcycle down the street. In the motorcycle's rearview mirror, the saber-toothed tiger's eyes, momentarily glazed and sated, narrowed just a touch, and a sharp glint flashed through them. He bared his teeth in a silent, chilling grin. "Well, this is getting interesting." He licked his lips, not only resisting the urge to speed away, but actually easing off the throttle, as if inviting the chase. This open provocation awakened his inner fighting instinct. He was curious to see exactly who would risk tailing him so boldly. Victor Creed, also known as Sabretooth. Even wrapped in a weathered leather jacket, the explosive power of his knotted muscles was unmistakable. His eyes sparkled with the savage alertness and primal menace of a beast. There was an unmistakable charge of wild energy about him, as if his brute masculinity could barely be contained. He easily picked out the car that was keeping steady pace behind him. The corner of his mouth twisted into a mocking, menacing grin, his razor-sharp canines glinting dangerously in the dim light. With an unmistakably provocative gesture, he raised a thick middle finger, then suddenly twisted the throttle. The motorcycle thundered as he darted into a narrow alleyway. The alley was even darker and dirtier than the street they'd left behind. The stench of rotting garbage blended with the damp, heavy air. Victor clearly had no interest in any deep conversation. He thrust the woman, still lost to her own desires, roughly against the gritty, ice-cold brick wall. Filthy jokes tumbled from his lips, but his eyes stayed sharp and locked on the mouth of the alley. Chen Nan was already there, leaning into the thick shadows at the alley entrance. He made no effort to hide, simply stood, quiet and composed, as though he were settling in to enjoy a show whose star attraction was his own intended prey. A beast's instinct is a fearsome thing. In a heartbeat, Victor halted, muscles locking tight as he snapped into hunt mode. That calm, silent challenge at the mouth of the alley. Never had he, a predator like Sabretooth, been so openly confronted. He spun around. In the darkness, his eyes glowed with a cold, greenish light, instantly locking onto Chen Nan's position. The woman, abruptly shoved aside, collapsed to the ground and let out a cry of pain, not that Victor gave her so much as a sideways glance. Worm! The word was hissed from deep in his throat. Low and gravelly, his voice was heavy with insulted rage and a barely masked edge of wariness. As he slowly turned, his immense frame, like a moving fortress, radiated a suffocating force as he advanced step by step toward the alley's entrance. Who sent you? Looking for an early grave. Chen Nan stepped calmly out from the shadows, his face carrying an almost bored expression. No one's putting me up to this. I was just passing by and thought I'd take a look at the legendary saber-toothed tiger, see if you're really as tough as they say. Victor's rage was instantly and utterly ignited. He didn't need weapons. His body itself was the most fearsome weapon of all. The muscles in his legs bulged like steel cables, and the concrete beneath his feet exploded into a spiderweb of cracks with a thunderous crash. His entire form became a tempest unleashed, a wild hurricane tearing through the air, accompanied by a guttural roar, as he launched himself at Chen Nan. The speed and force behind him were enough to overturn a car. Is it really said that dragons ride the clouds and tigers the wind? Chen Nan's eyes flashed with focus. The super soldier reflexes within him allowed for instantaneous calculation. Without rushing, he sidestepped lightly and gracefully, moving with an uncanny agility. He dodged what looked like a near miss. But in truth, he slipped just out of reach of Victor's colossal fist, which could have smashed solid rock. Fighting technique? To Victor, such skills were superfluous. Brute strength was all he required. With a deafening smash and the crackle of shattering stone, Victor's savage blow crashed into the brick wall behind Chen Nan. Bricks shattered and dust exploded outward like thick smoke, leaving a gaping, terrifying pit in the rock-hard wall. Missing his target only stoked Victor's ferocity. With a guttural growl, Victor whirled around and lunged, his attack swift and merciless. 5 steel-like claws streaked through the air with a razor-sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for Chen Nan's side. In the dim light, those claws, though not made of adamantium, still gleamed with a chilling metallic luster. A cold, slight smile played on Chen Nan's lips, just as the claw, sharp enough to rend through iron, was about to make contact. Victor's eyes widened in shock. It felt as though his strike had collided with an invisible marsh. His lethal claws, no more than an inch from Chen Nan's lapel, were suddenly stopped, barred as if by an unbridgeable canyon, unable to budge even a fraction farther. The force holding him back was soft yet inescapable, strangely elastic, like being caught in a steel spring trap. What in the world? Victor roared, both alarmed and furious. The claws he'd always prided himself on, sharp enough to tear through tank armor, were now hopelessly mired as if stuck in sticky mud. Magnetic field shield, my friend, Chen Nan replied, a note of mockery in his tone. In that instant of Victor's disbelief before this incomprehensible force, Chen Nan's right hand shot out with lightning speed. His fingers locked around Victor's ensnared wrist like a vice, pinning him with unerring precision. After all, his strength was far beyond even that of the saber-toothed tiger. There came a series of sharp, cracking sounds, bone breaking beneath irresistible force. A hair-raising crunch of splintering bone shattered the deathly silence of the back alley. Victor let out a roar drenched in both agony and fury. His wrist, along with those razor-sharp tiger claws he took such pride in, had just been snapped in two by Chen Nan's brute force. Blinding pain instantly ignited the most feral instincts buried deep within Victor's bones. His healing factor surged like a flood breaking through a dam, raging and uncontrollable. The shattered bones and torn muscle tissue began to writhe and mend at a pace visible to the naked eye, sinew and marrow knitting themselves back together. At the same moment, his other hand, charged with a desperate resolve to take down his enemy even at the cost of his own life, tore through the air in a final, savage swipe, clawing straight for Chen Nan's skull. Chen Nan merely inclined his head ever so slightly, letting the lethal claws pass close enough to brush his hair. In that instant, he willed his power into motion. All at once, every fleck of airborne metal, rust flakes, scraps of discarded cans, even fragments knocked loose from old lampposts, was swept up and accelerated by the pull of an overwhelming magnetic force. A storm of whistling metal fragments erupted, countless deadly shards rocketing outward like a hail of steel, slicing through Victor's swinging arm, shoulder, and even shredding half his chest in an instant. Splatters of blood exploded through the air, as vivid and violent as red paint hurled against a wall. Victor screamed in agony, his attack brutally interrupted. The healing factor raced to knit flesh and bone, his wounds writhing and sizzling as new tissue boiled into place. But this time, the damage was so intense, the speed of regeneration struggled to keep pace with the relentless assault. Chen Nan allowed Victor not a moment's respite, pinning Victor's ruined hand down with crushing force. He twisted his hips and launched his knee like a cannonball, slamming it into Victor's exposed, pain-racked abdomen with bone-crushing power. A broken gasp tore from Victor's throat as his massive body was lifted off the ground. His eyes bulged. It felt as if every organ inside him had been knocked loose by the blow. For a split second, he was certain he'd been struck head-on by a speeding locomotive. Without pause, Chen Nan's movements flowed seamlessly. Torquing his body with the momentum of the knee strike, he unleashed a furious roundhouse kick. His leg snapped out like a steel rod, crashing with precise force into Victor's temple. A dull, resounding thud rolled through the alley like a battering ram striking a drum. The saber-toothed tiger of a man, as bulky as a bear, was sent crashing through the air like a shattered burlap sack, smashing into a mountain of trash cans along the alley wall. The metal cans groaned and buckled, crumpling instantly, while garbage and dirty water flew in all directions. Victor found himself sprawled in the squalid heap, battered and dizzy, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his entire body a patchwork of broken bones and bruised flesh. The self-healing factor was working beyond its limits. Flesh and blood at the wound writhed madly as it tried to mend itself. Yet the searing pain and the jarring shock to his brain left him unable to even sit up for the moment. He could only gasp for breath through ragged, tortured wheezes. Chen Nan walked over at his own unhurried pace. His polished leather shoes struck the wet ground, which was smeared with blood and littered with trash, making a clear, oppressive tapping sound with every step. He stopped in front of the struggling saber-toothed tiger, regarding the temporarily defanged beast from above with distant superiority. Healing yourself? Quite the talent. Chen Nan crouched down, his tone edged with cold mockery. Pity your strength and speed are still leagues behind. Victor forced out a grunt of defiance from deep in his throat. Even while beaten so badly he could barely move, his rebellious spirit refused to be extinguished. Why not work for me? Chen Nan's tone suddenly turned casual. Look at the life you're leading. You're one step away from not even being able to afford a drink. Living off handouts from women. Does that still count as being a man? His gaze flicked toward the young woman who had already fainted from fear. Work for you. Victor grumbled, blood foaming at his lips. You'll feed me, give me a roof, and promise me women? Food and a roof, sure. Chen Nan snorted amused. Women? That's a pimp's job. But his eyes drifted meaningfully toward the distant clamor of the bar at the alley's end. If you help keep order in a decent place, it won't be long before women come flocking to you. Deal. Without hesitation, Victor hauled himself upright, wiped the blood from his battered face, and fixed Chen Nan with a fierce yet decisive stare. I'll work for you. To him, it didn't matter who he followed. As long as there was food, brawls, and something to drink, it was what he called a good life. Even as the words left his lips, Victor's grisly wounds stopped bleeding, the torn flesh sealing shut and mending itself with frightening speed. His broken bones slipped back into place with faint, crisp cracks. The sheer vitality of it made something hot and wild flash deep in Chen Nan's eyes. And in that moment, at the edge of Chen Nan's vision, 3 translucent cards materialized. Self-healing, orange. Tiger claws, purple. Beast sense of smell, purple. 1 hour cooldown for drawing self-healing. Huh? I didn't expect the saber-toothed tiger's recovery to be so powerful. A 70% chance. Chen Nan muttered, inviting Victor to have a drink together to buy time for his card draw, and thinking it was a good chance to introduce him to Wilson. So, Victor rode his beat-up old motorcycle and followed Chen Nan to the Gray Cat bar to drink. Card draw failed. Hearing the system notification, Chen Nan cursed under his breath. From now on, he swore he'd never risk a draw with less than 80% success. Who knew how close he'd have to get to draw Phoenix Force or Chaos Power in the future, and the odds for those would be abysmal. However, He was well prepared for the long haul. When the time came, he just pulled cards slowly. It was hard to believe that a whole month wouldn't be enough. As the second round of card draws began, luck was on Chen Nan's side this time. With a 70% success rate, he didn't waste many cards. You all keep drinking. I'll be off now. No need to see me out. Enjoy yourselves, Chen Nan said, waving his hand as he stood up. Having accomplished his goal, he had no desire to linger any longer in this smoke-filled, suffocating place. Upon returning home, he immediately began to fuse the self-healing ability. The process was far from tranquil. Instead, it was a stormy surge of sensations. As that vast, wild surge of life energy flooded his body, Chen Nan felt as if he'd become a giant furnace, roaring with power in an instant. The cells, once enhanced by the super soldier serum, now behaved like parched sponges finally soaking up sweet rain, rejoicing with greedy cries and instinctive tremors. Inside him, two formidable forces clashed and melded in a violent collision, the searing pain like molten lava coursing through his veins, scouring every fiber. His muscle fibers tore and reformed in the blink of an eye, while his bones felt as if hammered relentlessly by invisible force, emitting a faint hum that only he could hear. The surface of his skin grew feverishly hot, wisps of white vapor visible in the air, sweat evaporating the moment it emerged from his pores. After this ordeal of pain and torment came an indescribable transformation and elevation, like shattering an invisible shackle. A newfound sense of wholeness and resilience swept through him, stronger than anything he'd ever known. He could feel, with remarkable clarity, the vitality of his cells cheering unprecedentedly, his metabolism hurtling to impossible speeds. Every muscle thrummed with explosive power and now possessed almost unbreakable resilience and regenerative capacity. His bones, already strong, seemed now clad in an invisible alloy of life itself, tougher than ever before. For Chen Nan, this was a genuine leap in the very essence of life. A sharp gleam flickered and vanished in his eyes, his energy now deeper and more restrained, yet like a dormant volcano, brimming with ceaseless vitality. Rising slowly to his feet, he could sense within himself a warm, boundless strength, as unyielding and inexhaustible as raging rivers flowing endlessly onward. He drew a knife lightly across his arm. A wound appeared and was gone in the space of a breath, fading as though it had never existed. Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This, at last, was what he had been striving for. He felt the weight upon his chest finally slide away, and his most dangerous weakness had disappeared. Throughout the Marvel Universe, fragile mages abounded, even among the likes of Magneto, Professor X, Doctor Strange, and Ebony Maw. Their bodies remained their everlasting vulnerability. When caught in close quarters, even they would find themselves flustered and at a loss, let alone survive a battle in the vacuum of space. The body is the true foundation. Without life, one loses everything, but as long as one is alive, infinite possibilities remain. The most direct beneficiary of Chen Nan's newfound healing ability turned out to be Marilyn, who was also its only victim. Endlessly helping herself to refills, she would eat until she was stuffed, even to the point of feeling sick. Yet the effect was as magical as a beautifying facial mask, leaving her thoroughly astonished. When he set out for Germany, he didn't take Marilyn along. Instead, he traveled with the saber-toothed tiger, while Marilyn stayed behind to oversee the construction site. The Red Devil's cunning and treachery had been honed through countless years. His greatest strengths were teleportation and immortality. These two supreme abilities were enough to drive people mad with envy, who wouldn't dream of eternal life. Red Devil had followed many masters, even Apocalypse himself. A classic opportunist, he always served the strongest. Time and again, he became a scourge to mankind as Satan, then changed allegiance to the Black King. And when the Black King died, he aligned himself with Magneto. Based on events outside the movie's plot, it was likely that he was hiding now in the German town of Gorlitz. But getting into the German-occupied zone was no easy task. Thankfully, with a forged identity and the Black King's assistance, he managed to slip across the border. By this point in the war, it was clear to everyone that Germany's defeat was only a matter of time. The defensive lines were collapsing and retreating. The Allies had completely sealed off access by air and sea into German-occupied territory. Chen Nan had to fly to an Allied base, then hitch a ride with the saber-toothed tiger, flying straight into enemy territory. Meanwhile, the events of Captain America, the first Avenger, continued to unfold. Occasionally, reports of the Howling Commandos' heroics would find their way into the newspapers. They seemed unstoppable, breaking through German lines and destroying ammunition depots with ease, an absolute juggernaut. Thanks to the military's deliberate propaganda, Whatever respect and reputation Chen Nan once enjoyed among the troops had been entirely eclipsed by Captain America. Even in this small town, the locals spoke bitterly of Steve Rogers. They saw him as the nemesis of the German army. Chen Nan had grown weary of the endless propaganda saturating the airwaves, as if the military wished to broadcast it to the entire world. Fortunately, it didn't interfere with his real purpose. Thanks to bribes of money and bread, he eventually uncovered rumors that a demon had been spotted in an ancient castle. Eyewitnesses could only describe seeing a flash of a red tail. By now, Chen Nan was almost certain that this so-called demon was actually the Red Devil, and it was just then that the Black King managed to find him. Following the informant's directions, Chen Nan set out at dusk in the company of the saber-toothed tiger, soon arriving at the castle that had gained a reputation for being haunted. Victor, never one for pleasantries, pounded on the door with brute force. Manners and civility were simply beyond him. Just then, as he was about to strike again, Chen Nan suddenly shouted, "Victor, behind you!" Victor trusted Chen Nan completely. Without a second thought, he dropped to the ground, performing a swift roll, just as a scarlet stinger struck viciously at the exact spot he'd been standing only a moment earlier. A chill raced down Victor's spine. If not for Chen Nan's timely warning, that stinger would have pierced his heart. Sure, Victor could heal his body thanks to his regenerative abilities, but pain wasn't something he could escape. Having his heart blown apart would have been agony beyond words. A sulphurous tang drifted through the air at that moment as the Red Devil, impeccably dressed in a business suit, sauntered out with his crimson tail swaying behind him. His curious gaze settled firmly on Chen Nan. "How did you know exactly where I'd move?" he asked. "Magnetic fluctuations," Chen Nan replied evenly. "Whenever the Red Devil teleports, he creates ripples in the planetary magnetic field." Chen Nan, attuned to Earth's magnetism, could hardly be fooled by such subtle shifts. "Interesting. So, you're a mutant as well." There was genuine intrigue in the Red Devil's eyes as he sized up Chen Nan. He was almost certain now. Chen Nan nodded. "Since we're the same kind, we should stick together. I invite you to join the Hellfire Club." A sneer curled the Red Devil's lips. I've followed many before, all of them powerful enough to earn my allegiance. What makes you any different?" "Oh, so, you're saying if I defeat you, you'll acknowledge me?" Chen Nan asked calmly. "But if you simply choose to run, there's nothing I can do to stop you." "You underestimate me. Allow me to test your strength," the Red Devil retorted coldly. With a crack, he vanished from sight, leaving only a sharp rush of air behind. "Victor, test his strength," Chen Nan instructed Sabretooth. "Use your keen sense of smell to catch his scent the instant he strikes. Notice every stirring of the air. Focus on sensing every move he makes." Chen Nan favored talents like the Red Devil. After all, every leader he'd served thus far had suffered misfortune, so it felt only right to entrust him to the Black King. The Red Devil was like a walking bad omen. Just his very presence suggested trouble. Sabretooth nodded in his gruff, low voice, chastising himself inwardly for being caught off guard earlier. Though his bulky frame slowed him compared to most felines, his sense of smell was sharp, more than enough to track prey. Chen Nan leaned casually against the railings of the castle's garden, idly spinning a few coins between his fingers. His hawk-like gaze stayed fixed on the center of the open courtyard, where a solitary figure stood out starkly. The Red Devil's dark red skin was glaringly vivid under the evening sky, and his slender tail curled with a deliberate elegance. A wicked, mocking smile played at his lips as he regarded Victor, the one Chen Nan had pushed forward to face him. That earlier probing strike had made one thing perfectly clear. Aside from his keen sense of smell, this beast-like man's speed was nowhere near what the Red Devil had anticipated. Although he had long left the battlefield, the beast's ferocity had not been dulled by the mundane company of women, especially not when being watched with such casual disdain by another monster. A guttural roar tore from his throat. Without another word, Victor's massive body sprang into motion once more. Like a maddened grizzly, he surged forward in a gust of bloodlust, barreling straight for the Red Devil. His claws slashed through the air, aiming directly for his opponent's heart. But the curve of the Red Devil's lips only deepened, and just as the claws were about to make contact, there was a faint pop, a flash twisted with the acrid tang of sulfur that faded, leaving only a trail of thin red smoke in its wake. Victor struck nothing but air, his own momentum nearly slamming him into a stone pillar behind. Still too slow beneath his feet, he had inherited none of the feline speed, only their keen sense of smell. Suddenly, he twisted around, his beast-like pupils narrowing in an instant. Relying on an animal's intuition and the extraordinary sharpness of his nose, he instantly locked onto that whiff of sulfur reappearing just behind his left shoulder. "Over here, big guy," the Red Devil's mocking voice rang out. Victor didn't hesitate. Muscular thighs lashed out behind him like steel whips while his body twisted, the other claw swinging with ferocious force. The red devil vanished again, and Victor's claws again caught only empty air. The fight had turned into a bizarre hunt. Fueled by bestial instinct and exceptional scent, Victor relentlessly tracked those fleeting trails of sulfur through the air, launching attack after attack. His power could shatter stone, a raw force brimming with destruction each time he struck. Yet, the red devil dodged him like a ghostly streak of red. Unpredictable, elusive, slipping through dimensions, reappearing precisely in Victor's blind spots or at the split second he was most vulnerable. Instead of retaliating, he toyed with Victor like a beast trapped in a cage, sometimes leaving a shallow, bloody line on Victor's thick fur with razor-sharp nails, or launching a sudden lash to his joints with the flick of a tail. Too slow, you lumbering brute. The taunts seemed to drift from every corner. Victor roared in frustration, wounds sealing almost as quickly as they came thanks to his healing factor. But the pain, coupled with the relentless humiliation, only drove him wilder. After more than a dozen rounds, he had yet to even brush the red devil's coat, while his own body was laced with fresh, burning gashes. Sweat and blood mingled as they trickled from his brow, his breathing growing ragged. The tempo of his assault was visibly slowing down. In the shadows, Chen Nan watched silently, his gaze devoid of emotion. Victor's embarrassing performance only served to confirm his initial assessment of the Red Devil's teleportation prowess. Strange, swift, and unpredictable, Sabretooth's self-healing abilities and primal instincts appeared clumsy and forced in the face of his opponent's absolute speed and elusive presence. They were barely enough to keep him afloat. Just as Victor lunged and missed once again, stumbling, the Crimson Devil's figure suddenly emerged above him. In the demon's eyes flickered a fleeting, genuine murderous intent, and razor-sharp talons gleamed with a cold light, thrusting straight toward Victor's skull. Although Chen Nan's voice was not loud, it cut through the space with crystalline clarity. Unnoticed, the coins he twirled at his fingertips now hovered before him, trembling ever so slightly, each one locked onto the crimson form about to descend. Midair, the Crimson Devil seemed to pause for an instant. Those narrow, inhuman eyes finally focused on Chen Nan in the shadows. The mockery faded from his gaze, replaced by a trace of gravity. The aura emanating from his kin, the one he kept a close eye on, felt far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Chen Nan stepped slowly out from the broken walls, bathed in the dying sunlight. He never glanced at the gasping, battered Victor, his unwavering gaze locked onto the Crimson Devil, floating in the air. The coins spinning at Chen Nan's fingertips now hung, suspended above his palm, emitting a faint, piercing hum. "Your little game," Chen Nan said, his quiet words sliced through the rasp of Victor's labored breaths, "is over." As soon as the words fell, his palm clenched tight. A shrill, resonant pulse tore through the room. A formless, violent force erupted from Chen Nan's position at the very center. In that instant, it was as if the entire villa had been hurled into the heart of a colossal electromagnetic furnace. Tiny shards of metal, corroded nails from the floor, even distant cars outside. Every piece of iron was seized by invisible hands, groaning and creaking as they were wrenched free. Like a swarm of magnetized bees, they surged toward Chen Nan's palm in a wild, relentless cascade. The Crimson Devil's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a suffocating pressure unlike anything before. The air itself thickened, sticky as glue, and every spatial seam he relied upon to teleport was being brutally squeezed by that raging force. The Crimson Devil let out a cold snort and vanished from sight in a blink. But this time, his teleport was hurried, laced with strain and desperation. A sulphurous stench burst open 3 meters to Chen Nan's left. Yet, the instant he reappeared, no ambush awaited him. Instead, a torrent of metallic shards, driven almost beyond the limits of human perception, hurtled toward him. Dozens of fragments rocketed forth, lightning fast, each one carving the air with a shriek, saturating every inch where the Crimson Devil might appear. He managed only a muffled grunt, twisting his body with inhuman dexterity, barely dodging most of the lethal barrage. Still, several sharp shards of metal grazed past his ribs and arms, leaving trails of dark red blood. The pain stripped the last vestige of elegance from his face. He dared not linger. He teleported again, once more, reappearing at the blind spot behind Chen Nan. His dagger flashed cold in the dim light. But at that instant, the rotten floorboards beneath his feet, along with a thick, rusted iron pipe hidden below, were suddenly wrenched and twisted upward by Chen Nan's magnetic force. It lashed out like a colossal steel serpent, swinging savagely at his legs. Red Devil was appalled, his tail lashing violently as he wrenched his body mid-air into an impossible angle, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Yet the edge of the twisted pipe still scraped a chunk of flesh from his ankle. The searing pain caused his movements to falter. Your trajectory is far too predictable. Chen Nan's icy voice carried the weight of a death sentence, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the Red Devil. In the split second that Red Devil hesitated from the pain, Chen Nan vanished again. With the explosive power of a super soldier, he positioned himself precisely along Red Devil's most likely path of teleportation. At the same moment, Chen Nan flung his right hand open, then drove it down, palm aimed right at Red Devil. A deafening metallic ring sliced through the air, followed by a spine-chilling crunch. No, impossible. Red Devil let out a howl filled with terror and fury. For the first time, real fear flickered in his eyes. The space-manipulating power he had always prided himself on was being overpowered here, crushed with brute force by this man. Chen Nan's figure closed in like a specter, relying not on showy skill, but on sheer, overwhelming speed and strength. With a plain, unadorned straight punch, so fast it broke the sound barrier, it tore through the air and slammed into Red Devil's contorted face with explosive force. The impact resonated with a deep, jarring thud that set the heart pounding. Red Devil's body was sent flying as if struck head-on by a speeding car. He had no chance to defend himself. Like a crimson kite with a snap string, he was hurled backward. He crashed into the castle's thick stone wall with brutal force, carving out a gaping hole in the ancient, crumbling masonry. Red Devil slumped to the floor, limp as a dead dog, sliding down from the wall. Dark red skin was streaked with blood and bruises, and muddy blood oozed from his nose and mouth. His once elegant tail now hung lifelessly behind him. He struggled to lift his head, but it felt as if every bone in his body had been shattered. The pain was so excruciating that even breathing became a torment, and all he could manage was a desperate, rasping wheeze that echoed through the ruins like a bellows with a torn seam. Those eyes, so recently filled with arrogance and mockery, were now drowned in pain, suffused with disbelief and dread, confronted by the overwhelming terror of absolute power. Now, Chen Nan's voice remained calm, yet it was edged with a cruel finality that brooked no argument. Perhaps we can have a proper conversation. The ever-adaptable Red Devil quickly nodded. Whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Just tell me what you want. Go ahead. At least you know what's good for you, Chen Nan said with a satisfied nod. If the Red Devil had truly set his mind to escape, with his uncanny ability to vanish in an instant, Chen Nan knew he'd be helpless against him. Fortunately, the Red Devil was a textbook opportunist. Having lived far too long, his resolve had softened. He'd cling to whoever held the upper hand. The longer one lives, the more one fears death. Despite his claim to immortality, he was hardly indestructible. If someone truly set out to kill him, it wouldn't be so difficult. The Red Devil forced an awkward laugh, clearing his throat. You people in the East have a saying, don't you? He who bends for food is a wise man. Having lasted this long, I'm at least wise enough for that. Self-preservation comes first. Given the choice, who would want to die? You've really turned sly with age. Chen Nan glanced at him before changing the subject. But there's no need to stick with me. Go join our club's boss instead. Sebastian Shaw. Him. The Red Devil's heart skipped a beat. Oh, you know the name? Chen Nan raised an eyebrow with interest. I've heard of him. He likes to recruit people with special talents. But mutants are rare. He probably hasn't had much luck. The Red Devil answered honestly. So why didn't you turn to him before, instead of hiding out in this miserable place? Chen Nan's tone carried a hint of mockery. I never get involved in politics. The Red Devil shook his head with a look of lofty detachment. He messes around with those lunatics. Sooner or later, he'll meet his end. See? Isn't he already on the brink? He had lived for millennia. He'd seen too much, seen through it all. Even one as powerful as Apocalypse tried to oppose the world. Yet in the end, he was buried deep underground by mortals he deemed no more than ants. As for that petty dictator, how much longer could he possibly last? Enough. None of that concerns us. Chen Nan dismissed him with a wave of his hand, unwilling to waste another moment. I'm taking you to see the Black King now. Besides, you'll need time to recover there. After all, letting this walking disaster bring his bad luck to the Black King wasn't such a bad idea. Sabretooth gazed at Chen Nan with something like awe in his eyes. So powerful, so composed, so elegant. When could he hope to achieve such heights himself? Although the Red Devil's physique was far superior to an ordinary person's, he lacked regenerative powers. These wounds wouldn't heal cleanly for at least a couple of weeks. At the word, Sabretooth scampered off to prepare the car, and the group set off in the direction of Auschwitz. Red Devil lay quietly in the back seat, his body swathed in bandages. In his condition, There was no way he could teleport two others such a long distance to Auschwitz. Chen Nan sat with his eyes closed, head resting back as though meditating. But in truth, 3 shimmering cards were suspended before his mind's eye. Ultra-fast teleportation, orange. Immortality, gold. Psychic resistance, pink. Why don't I have any magic affinity? Chen Nan frowned to himself. Weren't red demons supposed to be extraordinarily sensitive to dark magic and energy? Host, please note, in the current universe, red demons do not possess this ability. Not every individual across parallel universes manifests as a complete version. Never mind, Chen Nan let it go. My main goal was always teleportation anyway. If there's no affinity for dark magic, so be it. I can't get in touch with magic for now. That mental resistance, what exactly does it do? Host, red demons have extremely strong resistance against telepathy. Ordinary telepaths cannot read their minds or control them mentally. Telepaths below level 4 are completely ineffective. Even a level 4 would struggle to seize control quickly, giving the red demon plenty of time to teleport away. Now, Chen Nan understood. No wonder this guy could cause trouble for thousands of years without dying. He really did have a remarkable combination of abilities. He'd save today's card draw opportunity just for this. Eyes locked on teleportation. A pity, each targeted ability could only be drawn once. Once acquired, it was gone for good. Card draw timer, 2 hours. Probability, 72%. Chen Nan scowled again. Damn it, less than 80, again. Would he have to burn through 2 or 3 tries this time? Whatever. It's 1 draw per day. Teleportation first, everything else later. Maybe the red demon's increased notoriety after being injured made the ability easier to acquire, because this time, the card draw went unusually smoothly. He hit the jackpot on his first try. Chen Nan's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Wider than an AK's iron sights are hard to control. Once upon a time, the abilities he dreamed of most were, first, X-ray vision, so he could scratch off lottery tickets and, well, enjoy beautiful scenery. Second was teleportation, purely for speedy food delivery. Yes, he was a law-abiding citizen, never once thought of robbing a bank. Now, he had teleportation in hand. Could X-ray vision be far behind? Who had X-ray vision in the Marvel Universe, anyway? Mutants were still rare now. But give it a few years of nuclear fallout, mutant powers would be flooding the world. What ability couldn't be found then? Without hesitation, he chose mental resistance. The golden immortality was tempting, but honestly, it didn't appeal to him that much, and its draw rate was abysmally low anyway. But the pink mental resistance had an 85% chance, practically a sure thing. 1 card draw left for today. Casually, he tried for immortality. Unsurprisingly, he wasn't close enough, and with only a 60% chance, it failed straight out. The car rattled and bumped along the pitted, uneven road, lurching forward until it finally arrived at Auschwitz, deep into the night. Along the way, security stops were strict and countless checkpoints blocked the path. Fortunately, the Black King's connections were strong and all their identification was flawless. Shaw had already been tipped off. As distant headlights sliced through the darkness, he couldn't help but feel a surge of irrepressible excitement. And when those unmistakable red skin and tail finally came into view, he instantly knew it could only be a mutant. There was no other possibility. Chen, what's his ability? Xiao hurried over, unable to contain his excitement. Teleportation, Chen Nan replied with a bright smile, uttering the words with ease. Teleportation? So, he moves super fast. Xiao was momentarily confused, gesturing for Chen Nan to explain further. No. Chen Nan shook his head. It's not just about running fast. He can appear anywhere on Earth in an instant. For example, with a flash, he could be standing on the streets of New York. Xiao drew in a sharp breath, his eyes suddenly gleaming with wild joy. This is what it means to be a mutant. This is the future. Such an extraordinary gift. All right, take him to get treated. From now on, Azazel will work with you. It'll make handling things much smoother. Chen Nan turned to Azazel. By the way, I didn't catch your name. Azazel, replied the red-skinned mutant with a hint of aloofness. Azazel, is it? Xiao, he's all yours now, said Chen Nan, cutting off any further conversation and left with Sabretooth. Watching Chen Nan's figure vanish into the night, Zhao's lips curled into a barely perceptible, mocking smirk. To so easily hand over a mutant this powerful? Still too naive? After leaving Zhao's territory, Chen Nan went to see Eric. As expected, the young man had awakened his ability to control magnetic fields, though his grasp was still unrefined. Chen Nan offered a few words of encouragement, then arranged for someone to look after Sabretooth and see that he got some beer and a good barbecue to lift his spirits. With everything settled, Chen Nan closed the door behind him, cutting off the outside world. He couldn't wait any longer. From his system backpack, he took out those two extraordinary cards brimming with power. Super speed teleportation. Mental resistance. The two cards hovered quietly above his palm, shimmering with radiant light. System, help me fuse them. Chen Nan fixed his gaze on the cards before him, took a deep breath, and spoke with calm determination. A low hum resonated. In the next instant, torrents of complex data about dimensional folding, spatial nodes, and teleportation anchors crashed into his mind like an unstoppable flood. Chen Nan let out a rough grunt, veins bulging at his temples. This sensation was far more intense and chaotic than when he copied the self-healing factor. The two skills felt as though they existed on entirely different levels. It was as if, in a split second, countless panoramic views of different universes were detonating inside his mind. The twists and wrinkles of space, the fracturing of dimensions, rifts between reality and parallel worlds, and more. An immense flood of spatial coordinate data, normally processed only by non-human brains, poured in, threatening to overwhelm his very consciousness. He realized now you can't get fat in one bite. Duanlong almost exploded from dragon essence once. His head throbbed in agony, the pain nearly unbearable, swollen as if it would split open. Fortunately, his formidable willpower kept him from turning into a complete idiot. The area of his brain responsible for spatial orientation was being washed over and reshaped by this wild torrent of spatial information, forging a brand new, agonizing sense of space and texture within him. He felt as if his entire body had become an enormous spatial coordinate device, and the solidity of the world around him now seemed as fluid and easily disturbed as the surface of water. No sooner had he finished fusing the teleportation ability than the system set to work without delay, integrating the Red Demon's mental resistance into him. The Red Demon's resilient, unyielding spiritual barrier was the result of millennia spent surviving and defying mental assaults. Countless warped, demonic visions flashed before Chen Nan's eyes. Blasphemous whispers resounded in his ears. These were the imprints left by the Red Demon. Pathetic, desperate struggle. The system's cold voice rang out, unmoved. These menacing illusions crumbled utterly before the might of its external module. Invisible forces, as if commanded by natural law, coalesced into a massive, unseen hammer that crashed down upon his mind. A thunderous impact echoed across his mental sea. The demonic visions and vile whispers shattered like fragile glass, reduced to dust. Host, you really stumbled into an unexpected blessing. Oh, how so? Chen Nan asked, curiosity piqued. Normally, a fragile human body cannot withstand the fusion of so many mutated genes at once. The result would ultimately be collapse. But by sheer luck, you fused the Sabertooth's super regeneration ability ahead of time, which has, at least for now, resolved the issue. Is that even possible? Suddenly, Chen Nan understood, but then a thought occurred to him. He noticed an implication in the system's words. For now, yes. At present, your genes remain as stable as ever. But according to my calculations, once the Phoenix Force is fused, its ability of rebirth from the ashes will temporarily keep things in check as well. However, the Phoenix Force and the Chaos Force are naturally opposed. Your body will not be able to withstand them together. Chen Nan fell silent at the system's answer. Did this mean he'd have to keep amplifying his regenerative capability? How troublesome. Upgrading required so much effort. He'd save cards for months just to boost his magnetic field mastery by a mere 10%, and even then, white cards barely sufficed. Whatever, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Better to discover problems early than not at all. When the boat reaches the end of the river, it will follow the current. Just as the system had said, fusing two utterly distinct and formidable powers, along with all his previous enhancements, was placing Chen Nan's genes under unprecedented strain. Thank goodness for his accelerated healing, where he would never be able to control so many powers at once. In just a dozen seconds, the merging process felt like it stretched on for an entire century. He stood where he was, eyes closed, his body quivering faintly, as if adapting to an entirely new self. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and the space around him was no longer fixed or rigid. He could now see, with utter clarity, the countless subtle folds and ripples in the air itself. He was even able to spot faraway coordinates, and it felt as if, with a single thought, he could step to any place he had ever set eyes on. Nothing was out of reach. At the same time, an unprecedented mental clarity enveloped his freshly renewed soul. Any attempt to intrude or attack his mind would be instantly dissolved by an invisible, silent fortress of the spirit that now shielded him. Chen Nan drank in the surge of brand-new power flowing within. The corners of his mouth quirked up in a gleam of excitement and satisfaction, and he glanced down at his own body as though admiring a flawless work of art. Well then, let's give this a try. So exhilarated he was practically beside himself. Chen Nan felt that only teleportation could relieve the wild energy racing through his veins. He didn't need any elaborate rituals or movements. Just the faintest flicker of thought was enough. With a muted flick of sound, Chen Nan's figure vanished from where he stood. In nearly the same split second, he reappeared over 100 kilometers away, smack in the middle of the frontline American military base. In the very next instant, Peggy, who had been relaxing in her bath, let out a startled scream at the sight of a figure suddenly appearing before her. Chen Nan was utterly stunned. He'd been focusing on the military base, yet somehow found himself in Peggy's tent. This brain of mine is going to be the death of me. He scrambled to clap a hand over Peggy's mouth. If word got out that he'd spied on her bathing, his reputation would be ruined for good. Peggy, it's me, don't shout. He made a hasty, shushing motion, whispering in a flustered, urgent tone. This was exhilarating for all the wrong reasons. Agent Peggy? What happened? Peggy's scream was so loud that the neighboring female soldiers immediately called out in concern. Oh, it's nothing. A mouse jumped in the bath, that's all. Face flushed, Peggy hurriedly made up a lie. So even Agent Peggy is afraid of mice. Those things really are gross. The teasing voice of another woman drifted over, allowing Chen Nan to finally breathe a sigh of relief as he let go of Peggy. That had been way too close for comfort. Weren't you in New York? Why are you here in the camp? Peggy, still blushing, spoke in a small voice. She'd been caught completely naked, yet the fact it was Chen Nan, oddly enough, gave her a secret thrill. You really didn't recognize me? Well, it's true. The lighting isn't great at this hour. Chen Nan regretted not fleeing right away. He only stayed out of fear that Peggy would recognize him. Now he wished he'd bolted. Well, who would have thought Major Chen Nan was this kind of man? Ahem, it's a misunderstanding, I swear. I didn't come here to sneak a look at you in the bath. I'm not that kind of guy. Peggy rolled her eyes, her expression saying clearly enough, all men are the same. Howard was like this. Steve, too. She had seen it with her own eyes, Steve kissing another woman. Oh, how should I explain this to you? Seems like you'll just have to see for yourself. Chen Nan scratched his head, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Without another word, he wrapped his arms around Peggy, and, just like that, they vanished into thin air with a sharp pop. The next moment, the two of them appeared in the grand foyer of his New York villa. Peggy was caught completely off guard. All she felt was a wave of dizziness washing over her, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in the dazzling lights of a luxurious mansion. A sudden cool draft sent a chill through her, snapping her back to her senses. That's when she realized her entire body, still glistening with beads of water, was utterly bare. Well, darling. Having quite the adventurous evening, aren't you? Where did you steal this decent woman from? Marilyn's voice rang out, half amused, half mocking. She didn't quite understand why Chen Nan had suddenly appeared, but one look was enough to tell her nothing wholesome had transpired. No wonder he wanted her out of the way. Meanwhile, Raven stood glowering, her tiny fangs bared in frustration. The sudden reappearance of that voluptuous woman had her contemplating just how to put an end to her for good. It was only then that Chen Nan realized just how badly he'd been misunderstood. Hurriedly, he yanked a sheet from the couch and draped it over Peggy's exposed figure to preserve her modesty. Peggy, still stunned by the sudden turn of events, fixed Chen Nan with a piercing stare, waiting to hear just how he would talk his way out of this. Even for someone as thick-skinned as Chen Nan, this was mortifying. He would have gladly dug a hole in the floor and moved right in. What a lifetime of good reputation wasted. He silently lamented. How could a single man get himself into such monumental trouble? After a moment, he decided it was better to come clean. After all, secrets about mutants wouldn't stay hidden for long. The truth would inevitably come to light. In this room, Peggy Carter was the only one still in the dark. For now, there had never been any official reports about mutants, just vague rumors whispered in back alleys. All right, Chen Nan took a deep breath, decided to finally open up to Peggy. Peggy, have you ever thought about evolution? Like how our ancestors climbed out of the ocean, how early humans learned to use fire, make tools, throw stones to hunt, boil water to drink. He searched for metaphors that Peggy would understand, his fingers unconsciously tracing shapes in the air. Peggy, sharp as ever, caught the core of his words in an instant. In utter shock, she shot up from her seat. The sheet wrapped around her slipped away, leaving her delicate, sculpted body once again exposed to the cool air. But the revelation was so earth-shattering that she paid it no mind. Her beautiful eyes were wide, and her voice trembled with disbelief. You mean, you were among the first to start some sort of evolution? These superpowers are a result of evolution. Exactly. Chen Nan let out a sigh of relief, quickly replying and wiping his forehead, though there wasn't a bead of sweat on it. Talking to a smart person truly made things easier, spared him hours of tedious explanation. So what exactly is your ability? Peggy tried to steady her breathing and sat back down on the couch, pulling the sheet up to her chest. Her eyes were filled with a curious fascination toward the mystery unfolding before her. Spatial teleportation, Chen Nan replied concisely. I can move instantly from one point to another anywhere on Earth. Instantly? Peggy echoed in disbelief, as if she'd been frozen in place by a spell. Marilyn, who was sitting nearby, gasped, her lips parted in shock and her eyes wide with astonishment. This was the kind of power only gods from ancient legends possessed. To transcend the limitations of space, to ignore all distances, moving to a place with nothing more than a thought. An eerie silence fell upon the room, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze outside the window. No one knew how much time had passed before a cool draft swept across the room. Peggy, feeling its chill on her bare shoulder, finally snapped out of her stunned state. She clutched the sheet tighter around herself, her voice frail and tinged with lingering fear as she looked at Chen Nan with a complex, conflicting expression. So, you're saying that, in the future, there'll be many people who become evolved humans like you? She caught on quickly to the phrase Chen Nan had used, evolved humans. And what about ordinary people? What will they do? The future? Who can really say? Chen Nan shrugged, his tone casual. As it is, out of more than 2 billion people worldwide, I'd guess there are maybe a few dozen at best. Information's so tightly controlled. Some unlucky folks might even awaken their powers and try to hide, thinking they're some kind of monster. Something in Peggy seemed to loosen at these words. Her taut nerves relaxed a little. Her mind instinctively wandered to humanity's long history. Perhaps this kind of evolution happened so slowly it could only be measured in millions of years. Given the current pace of technological and social progress, the scattered appearance of such evolved people could, for now, be safely ignored. Yet, as soon as this idea took hold, another, colder and more brutal image seized her heart. She thought of how the ancestors of modern humans had driven Neanderthals to extinction in the brutal battle for survival. She thought of how the meeting of different species throughout history so often ended in conquest and destruction. A primal fear, buried deep in her genes, crept over her like a chill wind. It was as if she glimpsed a vision of what the future might bring. Ordinary people longing to possess superhuman powers, yet fearing the day someone close, someone familiar, became suddenly strange and dangerous. What would happen when a neighbor who'd worried about groceries yesterday woke up with the power to soar through the sky, or even live forever, while she herself remained as ordinary as ever? Envy, jealousy, hatred, these toxins great enough to consume reason itself. How far will their poisonous flames spread? Why should it be him? This single thought is enough to rip apart any illusion of peace. Take me back. Peggy's voice held a subtle urgency, laced with determination. She knew she must act at once. Even if there are only a handful of evolved humans, they must be brought swiftly under control. She was thinking ahead, the outline of a specialized department to handle incidents like these quietly taking shape in her mind. She could never have imagined, and Chen Nan even less so, that his awkward confession just now would take root so deeply in the future. It would be this moment that led to the birth of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s superhuman division, years earlier than anyone could have predicted. But Chen Nan hardly cared. Soon enough, the entire world would know of Magneto's brutality. All right, Chen Nan did not press further. He nodded, stepped closer, and without hesitation, slipped his arm naturally around Peggy's waist. There was a faint, fleeting pulse in the air. The two of them vanished on the spot, leaving behind only the subtle trace of Peggy's scent lingering in the room. Marilyn watched the spot where they had disappeared. A slow, victorious smile curled on her lips, her eyes gleaming with shrewd intelligence. Marilyn, oh Marilyn, she murmured to herself, pride tinging her words, you really are a little genius. She had wagered everything she had on this gamble, and she'd won. Chen Nan's strength had already surpassed her wildest expectations. Meanwhile, Raven, who had been watching with cold detachment, pursed her lips in disdain. Her gaze lingered a moment on Marilyn's enviable curves and muttered quietly under her breath. Oomph, that damn woman with the giant chest. What's she good for besides making noise at night? Back at camp, inside Peggy's temporary tent, the air shimmered again, reality rippling as Chen Nan brought Peggy back to her starting place. The instant their feet touched solid ground, it was as though Peggy finally returned fully to her senses. She glanced at Chen Nan, her expression, for a moment, enigmatic. Then, As if making up her mind, she deliberately did not go straight for her clothing. Instead, she began to change right before him. Her movements shy, intentionally awkward, and tantalizingly slow. In the dim glow of the oil lamp, her fair skin seemed to flicker in and out of shadow, a provocation that was as bold as it was uncertain. Yet Chen Nan simply watched with cool composure, his gaze lacking the heat Peggy had so clearly hoped to find in his eyes. Before she had even finished dressing, his voice broke the silence with a chilly farewell, "Goodbye." Before the word had fully left his lips, he was already gone, vanished as if he'd never been there at all. Oomph. Peggy stamped her foot in frustration at the empty tent. This man, after she'd finally summoned all her courage, and he hadn't cared in the slightest? Did she mean nothing to him at all? The sting of defeat surged through her, sharp and unrelenting. Chen Nan truly wasn't very interested in Peggy Carter. He admitted that she was intelligent, decisive, and an undeniably charismatic woman, but her aura and demeanor simply weren't his type. At this moment, his mind was fixated on something else entirely. "System," he called out inwardly. "Could you show your buddy here a stats panel? For a system supposedly developed by the Penguin Group, your service is really lacking, don't you think? Not even a basic dashboard for stats. That's a trivial request." The system's response was flat and unhurried, tinged with a subtle air of, "Let me broaden your provincial horizons." Before the thought had even faded, a translucent blue light screen, sleek with technological flair, flickered into view before Chen Nan's eyes. Host, Chen Nan. Strength, 60, baseline for an average adult male, 1. Mind, 63, baseline for an average adult male, 1. Speed, infinity, conceptual transcendence, immeasurable. Abilities, magnetic field manipulation, accelerated regeneration, teleportation, psychic defense. Cards, white resource card X39. At the center of this screen, a 3D miniature avatar spun in place, continuously displaying his current physical status with all relevant stats clearly listed. Now that's more like it. Chen Nan couldn't help but grin in satisfaction, especially at that infinity symbol infinity, marking his speed. Offense, defense, escape, all wrapped into one. With a setup like this, he was invincible. A few days later, Chen Nan had already returned to the Greyhound Gang's headquarters in New York, this time bringing back the saber-toothed mutant, Victor. He handed over this unruly but formidable mutant to Wilson, putting him in charge of the gang's turf wars. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him stir up any major trouble. And Chen Nan drummed his fingers on the table, leaving no room for doubt in his tone. Continue with the previous assignment. Use every one of your contacts, and keep me updated on anyone or anything that turns out to be unusual. Don't overlook a single clue. Wilson and his underlings exchanged uncertain glances. They had no idea why their mysterious boss was so fixated on finding freaks, but a quick glance at the towering stack of crisp, green bills Chen Nan had just tossed on the table ignited all the motivation they needed. "Understood, boss." They responded in unison, their voices loud and clear. The power of money. Nothing more direct or effective. Now armed with the power to teleport at will, Chen Nan's mind was far from the daily grind of New York's gangland. A far bolder, more ambitious scheme was taking shape in his mind. His sights were now set on America's pharmaceutical titan, Pfizer. Thanks to a bit of knowledge enrichment from his days browsing a certain short video platform back home, he vaguely remembered a meme that once set his blood racing. If someone could travel back to the wartime era with a ton of penicillin, and according to the historical records, just after Pfizer succeeded in industrializing penicillin production, they managed to churn out nearly 3 tons in just a single year. Late at night, in the highly guarded central storage area of Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, Chen Nan's figure moved like a phantom, slipping past all physical barriers to appear directly in the enormous warehouse. In front of him stood mountains of wooden crates, each clearly stamped with the word penicillin. The air was tinged with that faint, distinctive medicinal scent. These are it, the things that save lives. A spark of excitement flickered in Chen Nan's eyes, and all hesitation vanished. With a subtle motion of his mind, the space around him rippled like the surface of water, as an immense, invisible pocket unfurled. Crate after crate of penicillin seemed to be seized by a giant unseen hand, vanishing in an instant, crossing the limits of space to be placed neatly on an isolated coral atoll somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, a site Chen Nan had selected in advance. That night, Chen Nan transformed into the most efficient Master Chen ever. Using his mastery over magnetic fields, he twisted and fused discarded metal ship plates, quickly fashioning several enormous, makeshift cargo containers to hold the goods. When the first rays of sunrise pierced the darkness, Pfizer's vast stockpile of penicillin, enough to sway the fate of a world war and a precious symbol of hope to countless lives, had been entirely spirited away. Within the warehouse, only barren floors remained, with a fading trace of that medicinal scent lingering in the air. By morning, this breathtaking crime had made front-page headlines in every newspaper around the globe, captivating and shocking the world. At that time, black market prices rated penicillin by the gram on par with its weight in gold. And, in the desperate eastern battlefields, the price of a single dose soared to an astonishing $200, a sum that meant 200 grams of gold. Its total value was simply unimaginable, making this the most bizarre and consequential heist in the history of mankind. The American government was infuriated. The FBI, military intelligence, and their finest investigators were all mobilized, launching a top-secret, all-encompassing investigation. They even came to suspect internal theft at Pfizer, believing that the drugs had been smuggled to the immensely profitable black market in the East. Yet, no matter how carefully they analyzed or how extensively they searched, they could not solve the central riddle. Who could, in a single night, make such a vast haul simply vanish from a heavily fortified warehouse, leaving not the slightest trace? The entire event lay far beyond the grasp of human understanding. Meanwhile, on the lonely Pacific island, Chen Nan gazed at the cargo container stuffed to the brim with penicillin, feeling a surge of satisfaction unlike anything he'd ever known. It's done. He broke into a wide grin, fatigued but elated, knowing these were treasures that would save lives. He had originally planned to swing by the armory and borrow some equipment to send along as well, but then he reconsidered. Forget it. That's a long way off. Why bother with all that hassle? Don't the Japs have plenty of armories of their own? No guns or cannons. Our enemies will supply us. I've heard they can even build colossal warships like the Yamato. Their resources must be deep indeed. His gaze seemed to pierce through thousands of miles of ocean, landing on that war-ravaged land in the east. After the initial thrill, reality set in. Staring at the mountain of shipping containers before him, he rubbed his brow and muttered to himself, part complaint, part pride. Sigh, what a toilsome fate I have. These dozen big fellows still need towing all the way over there. But then again, it's worth it. Meanwhile, far away on the eastern front, somewhere on the Lus Plateau of the northwest, Wei Daong, nicknamed Monk Wei, was riding alone, carrying out an urgent courier mission. Two sharp gunshots suddenly cracked from a hillside slightly ahead and to the side, shattering the morning tranquility. Immediately after, several ragged men with fierce looks in their eyes burst forth, howling as they pointed old Mausers and Hanyang-made rifles at him. Courting death, Monk Wei's eyes flashed coldly. Taking advantage of the moment when they attempted to search him, he dispatched them with a rapid burst of gunfire, swift and precise. Yet just as he took down the lackeys before him, turning to seek out the next target, his body momentarily exposed. A chilling, deadly gunshot rang out from a cunningly concealed corner he'd completely overlooked. The instant the shot sounded, the monk's heart plummeted. He knew this was the end. But after several seconds passed with no pain at all, confusion settled in. Monk Wei was completely bewildered. Nor was he alone. Hidden in the shadows, the bandit's lieutenant, Wildcat, was just as baffled. He had fired squarely, and yet his target was totally unharmed. Had he gotten so exhausted from celebrating with his captured bride last night that his aim failed him? While both sides struggled to make sense of what had just happened, the monk was the first to react, instantly diving for cover. Wildcat, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. As stray gunfire rattled through the air, Monk Wei instinctively ducked down. He thought all that shooting was aimed at him, but the dirt beside him barely shifted. Was their aim really that poor? Just as the monk was about to roll over and take out the hidden bandit, he was struck by a sudden conviction. A power beyond reason seemed at work. He, a pleasure-loving monk, had never believed in gods or Buddhas, but in that moment, he was willing to entertain the possibility. The guns in the bandits' hands suddenly levitated before them, eerily suspended in midair. The bandits were so terrified they wet their pants and began pleading for mercy. "Spare us, immortal! Have mercy!" The wildcat took the lead, face drawn in exaggerated grief, kowtowing and begging for mercy with all his might. But his pleas were in vain. Suddenly, gunfire rang out. After a few shots, the world fell silent once more. The harsh wind of northwest Shaanxi carried gritty yellow sand as it swept over the newly relocated base of the independent regiment, bringing with it a palpable sense of the era. At this moment, Chen Nan appeared soundlessly at the entrance of the regimental headquarters, just in time to run into Li Yunlong, who had only just finished shouting and was still booming with energy. "Oh, Brother Chen, you're finally back." Li Yunlong's eyes lit up, and he bounded over in a few quick steps. His large palm, broad as a fan, reached out to clap Chen Nan on the shoulder, but then Li suddenly remembered Chen's uncanny skills. He stopped himself abruptly, hands rubbing together as he chuckled. That young monk hauled back a heap of treasures and that precious medicine. Ah, old Lee here would get down on his knees for you, Brother Chun, and do it on behalf of the whole regiment. As he spoke, he really bent as if to kneel. Chen Nan lightly raised his hand. An invisible force kept Li Yunlong from bending any further. Your words are more than kind, Commander Li, he replied calmly, his eyes sweeping across the crowd of curious, awestruck soldiers. As long as the supplies are useful, that's enough. Useful? They're incredible. Li Yunlong could hardly contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together enthusiastically. Those new rifles? They're 100 times better than our old ones. And that medicine, he lowered his voice and leaned in, his expression suddenly reverent. Brother Chun, you're truly a living bodhisattva. That batch of penicillin, it's already saved several seriously wounded men. Their wounds were festering horribly, but after an injection, you could see the swelling and fever vanish before your eyes. The old army doctors are calling it a miraculous drug. 10,000 vials. Can you imagine? He shook his head, utterly grateful, as if he were in a dream. As long as it saves lives, Chen Nan nodded. Remember, this medicine is extremely valuable. You must deliver it to the 8th Route Army Headquarters, and its use must be carefully controlled. Waste is not permitted. Again, he emphasized his point. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it personally. Li Yunlong slapped his chest in assurance. Brother Chun, you simply must stay this time. Let old Li thank you properly. How about some of our best sweet potato liquor? No need, Chen Nan interrupted with a wave of his hand, his gaze drifting toward the distant mountains. I still have things to do. The weapons. Let's just say I emptied a warehouse from a Japanese regiment and borrowed some trucks from one of their supply convoys. I hope you'll make the most of them, Commander Li. He summarized the origins succinctly, as though he'd plucked a few pieces of fruit at his leisure. Li Yunlong stared in open-mouthed astonishment. He emptied a Japanese warehouse, hijacked a supply convoy, and he talks about it as if it were nothing? This Brother Chun, truly extraordinary. Before Li Yunlong could say anything more to persuade him to stay, Chen Nan's figure began to blur, like a ripple across water. Take care. Kill more of the enemy. Hey, Brother Chun. Chun. Li Yunlong reached out, trying to grab hold of him. Hey, old Chun. Chun. Li Yunlong reached out, trying to grab hold, but only clutched at empty air. All that remained where he stood were a few withered leaves swirling in the wind. Chen Nan was nowhere to be seen. He scratched his head and smacked his lips with amazement. Huh. Here, one moment, gone the next. Now that's real sorcery if I've ever seen it. A few days later, at the headquarters of the 358th Regiment of the Jinsui Army, Chu Yunfei now faced Chen Nan, who had once again appeared out of nowhere. This time, he didn't even bother to draw his gun, though the astonishment in his eyes hadn't lessened a bit. Commander Chu, Chen Nan wasted no words. You've tested that crate of penicillin, haven't you? What I've given you is nothing compared to what I still have. The supply far exceeds what you've seen so far. I ask you to distribute it as widely as possible to all the military hospitals in the nationalist battle zones where men are still resisting. These soldiers on the front lines, they need it. Chu Yunfei opened the crate and looked down at the densely packed, light-filled vials. So many, it was almost dizzying. For all his steely resolve, his hands trembled slightly. How many lives could these bottles save? Mr. Chun, this grace is more than I could ever repay, said Chu, soulfully. I will remember it always. I will do everything in my power, I swear it. Only, he looked up, conflicted. With abilities like yours, why not? I have my own battlefield. Chen Nan interrupted him, his gaze deep, as if piercing the ceiling to glimpse smoke and fire in another world above. Remember, use it on the wounded. Don't let our soldiers bleed in vain. Chu Yunfei stood tall, snapped to attention, and saluted with solemnity. Rest assured, sir, I pledge my honor as a soldier. Chen Nan nodded mildly in acknowledgement, his figure beginning to blur, dissolving like ink into the air. Sir, unable to help himself, Chu called out, after this farewell, I don't know when. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Chen Nan's final words drifted by, ethereal as mist. Look after this land and its mountains. I'm counting on all of you. As his voice faded, only Chu Yunfei and his officers remained in the command post, staring into the emptiness where Chen Nan had stood, then raising their right hands in another solemn salute that they did not lower for a long time. They gazed at the storeroom stacked with those heavy crates, each one so precious, bearing the weight of hope and a future almost impossible to imagine. Out on the Lus Hills, Chen Nan's figure solidified one last time. He lifted his head to the heavens. In his eyes, there was no more wind and dust from the northwest front, but the brilliant lights and joyful voices of days still to come. It's time to go back, he whispered softly, a trace of anticipation lacing his words. Time waits for no one. The air shimmered, and with a faint crack, so quiet only he could hear it, his form vanished into the vast yellow earth, leaving not even a shadow behind. He departed like a specter unrecorded by history, and only the wind sweeping the open fields knew. A traveler had once passed by, leaving behind gifts and hope for this battered land. The smoke of war had yet to clear, and the wounds left behind were especially deep on the Eastern Front. Thanks to the widespread use of penicillin among the Allied forces, the number of casualties had been effectively controlled. Yet on the Eastern battlefield, where supplies were scarce and transport routes were all but paralyzed, this miracle drug became little more than an unattainable luxury. Even low-ranking officers rarely had the chance to receive it. Its sky-high price, limited production, and strict restrictions imposed by the Americans made it almost impossible to procure. To make matters worse, the frenzied bombing by the Japanese had already shredded the fragile lifelines of supply and transport into tatters. So when, as if by some miracle, vast quantities of penicillin suddenly appeared in the hospitals of the Eastern Front, the shock it caused was every bit as earth-shattering as a global storm. Word spread like wildfire, and the entire world was left in an uproar. None were more rattled than the American authorities. America went absolutely mad. Suspicion instantly zeroed in on the pharmaceutical giant across the ocean, Pfizer. The reasoning seemed airtight. Who else but Pfizer, with their access and audacity, could have stolen such massive stores of controlled substance and sent it through blockade after blockade all the way to the east? It was nothing less than pulling the rug from under their feet, shattering their dream of using penicillin as a bargaining chip with the nationalist government for strategic gain. Under mounting accusations and investigations, Pfizer's senior management could only suffer in frantic silence. At an internal meeting, a furious executive pounded the table, shouting, "I have no goddamn idea what's going on. There's no unexplained loss in our stock, and our shipping records are crystal clear. Are these drugs vanishing and reappearing out of thin air? Do we have ghosts working in our warehouses? Our losses, our reputation, who's going to make us whole?" This worldwide scandal, hailed as the most bizarre pharmaceutical heist in history, ultimately fizzled out into a farcical deadlock. One side hurled accusations of inside betrayal, while the other swore oaths of innocence. No concrete evidence surfaced, no culprit was found. Only a mess of accusations and a world full of unanswered questions remained. Time drifted silently on, lost in the din of rumor and suspicion. Captain America, Steve Rogers, plunged into the icy abyss alongside his arch-nemesis, the Hydra leader Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, during a valiant mission. Shortly afterward, official reports confirmed his death, and in that instant, a tidal wave of coverage swept the globe. Every headline, every radio broadcast became a tribute to this heroic figure. Without Captain America, Steve Rogers, the Nazi ambitions of Germany and Italy would never have been crushed. He was cast as the symbol of triumph, a dazzling legend who brought war to its end. Washington, D.C., a state funeral on a scale never before witnessed was underway. Every figure of import, political leaders, high society, military brass, all gathered under a mantle of solemnity so thick it seemed to still the very air. Before the steps of Capitol Hill, a sea of grieving citizens surged in silent tribute. A dark, endless sea of mourning spread out before him, with the low, subdued sounds of weeping blending into a vast ocean of sorrow. As a comrade who once fought side by side with Steve, Chen Nan, too, received a formal invitation to the ceremony. There, only a coffin draped in the stars and stripes stood, an empty tomb symbolically marking the resting place of a fallen hero. The priest recited his eulogy with grave solemnity, each word heavy with grief. He spoke of how this Brooklyn kid rose to become none other than Captain America, a shining tale of growth and heroism. Each word struck deep in the hearts of everyone present. The climax of the ceremony came as the president stepped forward and, with utmost reverence, carefully laid a brand-new American flag over the coffin. The national flag draped the casket, a supreme honor reserved for the most distinguished soldiers. As these images were broadcast across the world, countless listeners at their radios could no longer hold back their tears and broke down in sobs. Next came the procession of the funeral car. Bearing the hero's remains, the vehicle made its slow way through the main avenues of Washington, granting him one final glimpse of the land for which he had given his life. On both sides of the street, the people had already been submerged in grief. Clutching flowers and American flags, tears streaming down their faces, some even fainted from overwhelming sorrow. At that moment, the entire nation was wrapped in unprecedented mourning. As the hearse crept forward, countless tear-filled eyes followed the coffin, But it was then that Chen Nan's extraordinary senses caught the faintest, icily sharp trace of murderous intent. That chilling intent did not come from any external enemy, but from within, hidden among those grieving on his own side. When all the birds are gone, the bow is put away. When the cunning hare dies, the hunting dog is cooked. A cold thought flashed through Chen Nan's mind, and an almost imperceptible smirk touched the corner of his mouth. He had always suspected, ever since that assassination attempt months ago, that the real danger stemmed from within. His mere existence, his continued survival, seemed to have become an obstacle to certain people. The grand national mourning continued for a full day, followed by various memorial ceremonies held across the country. The end of the war brought with it the mass demobilization of the military. Without hesitation, Chen Nan submitted his application for discharge. The purpose for which he had joined, to find what he needed amid the chaos of war, had been fulfilled. He stood before the familiar military headquarters one last time, casting a final glance back, his eyes cold and resolute. If we meet again, don't expect any mercy from me. In the aftermath of the war, a secret mission was still underway, to recover the cosmic cube that had fallen into the depths of the North Atlantic. Meanwhile, Howard Stark was gathering resources, searching tirelessly for the body of his dear friend, Steve Rogers. Chen Nan knew, broadly, how history would unfold. Howard would ultimately fail to find Steve, yet by chance he would recover the cosmic cube and deliver it to the newly formed S.H.I.E.L.D. The cosmic cube, an artifact pulsating with seemingly limitless spatial energy, was one of the prizes Chen Nan was determined to claim. Yet hard reality poured cold water over his ambitions. Salvaging Steve, lost to the depths, was simply impossible. With the current state of technology, conducting a precise search miles beneath the frigid ocean was a task that defied imagination. Quickly, Chen Nan realized that to succeed, he first needed to find someone, a mutant with exceptional abilities. In the original storyline, this fellow met a truly pitiful end, an unmistakable case of killed off by the plot. But to track down a black-skinned mutant, that was no simple feat. Half a year later, Chen Nan finally located his target, Riptide, a mutant gifted with the power to conjure miniature tornadoes. With a casual flick, Chen handed him over to Black King Shaw, who was on a relentless recruitment drive. To Chen Nan, these lesser-powered mutants served him little purpose for now. Better to hand them over to someone as ambitious as Shaw, letting him make the most of the scraps. That day, Black King Shaw sent for Chen Nan. In stark contrast to the chaotic, rebuilding world outside, this place was its own universe of luxury. Crystal chandeliers scattered intricate patterns of light, and plush Persian carpets drank up every footfall. The air was rich with a heady cocktail of fine cigars, vintage spirits, and extravagant perfume. Well-dressed elites chatted in hushed tones, their laughter and glasses clinking softly beneath the opulence. At the center stood Black King Shaw, exuding the easy confidence of a man thoroughly in command. Azazel, the Red Devil, and Riptide were engaging in a mock display of elegance, wine glasses in hand. Yet the moment Chen Nan entered, both men stiffened, a flicker of uncontrollable fear flashing across their faces as they sprang to their feet, a reflex born of mingled awe and dread. They could never forget the terrible, irrational power with which Chen Nan had once subjugated them, nor the despair that accompanied it. "Ah, Shen, my old friend, it's been too long." Shaw strode forward, arms wide in unctuous welcome, a genial smile on his lips that almost concealed the shrewd calculation in his eyes. "Please take a seat. There's something important I'd like to discuss with you." Chen Nan's face was an unreadable mask as he took his seat on the couch. Riptide immediately grabbed a bottle of exquisitely aged whiskey. Not to be outdone, Azazel quickly presented a flawless glass and, with exaggerated deference, poured Chen Nan's drink himself. Shaw's eye twitched ever so slightly at the scene. Inwardly, he seethed at their lack of backbone. "Go on," Chen Nan said, gently swirling his glass, the amber liquid catching the light before he took a measured sip. Shaw cleared his throat, the very picture of confidence and control. "Chen, as you can see, our club has taken root and is growing stronger by the day. Many titans of industry and high society have joined us. Even some powerful government officials find themselves firmly bound to our cause, whether by gold or by other, more persuasive means. In the future, the tendrils of Hellfire will reach deep into every corner of politics, business, technology, even the military." His eyes gleamed with unmasked ambition. "To better manage this ever-growing organization, I intend to establish a central council." Shao continued. "Of course, the seats on this council must be reserved for our innermost circle. As of now, that's you and me." He gestured at Chen Nan, then pointed to Red Devil and Torrent. And the two of them as well. They're part of the original core team, even if you've never cared for the hassle of mundane affairs. Zhao's tone held a deliberately understanding note, as if he was highlighting Chen Nan's laid-back ways. But you are, without a doubt, one of Hellfire's founding fathers. Your contributions are second to none. If I'm to be called the Black King, then you surely deserve to be the White King of our Hellfire Club. What do you think? His excitement grew, words spilling out. I'm thinking of structuring our core team's titles after chess pieces. Besides the Black King and White King, there will be a Black Queen and White Queen. How does that sound to you? Chen Nan set down his wine glass, his expression unreadable, as though the whole discussion had nothing to do with him. Let him make all the fuss he wants. In the end, it would all come to nothing. Sure, do it however you like. His tone was flat, entirely unconcerned. Good. Straightforward as always. It's settled then. Upon hearing this, Black King Zhao's heart leapt with joy and he let out an exuberant laugh. He thought to himself, this kid hasn't changed a bit. As long as he gets his share of the profits, nothing else matters to him. If there's nothing else, I'll get going. Chen Nan stood, ready to leave. When he reached the door, he paused as if a thought had just occurred to him. Oh right, I heard there's an interesting young guy hanging around the casino lately. Seems quite talented. Chen, you're something else. Not even that sort of rumor escaped your network. Zhao's eyes sparkled instantly, like a predator spotting new prey. He clapped his hands in delight, enthusiasm brimming in his voice. Leave the rest to me. I'll go pay him a visit myself. Chen Nan simply nodded in acknowledgement, then pushed the door open and walked out. I'll see you out. Zhao hurried after him, his manners impeccable. Time flew by, and before anyone realized it, the calendar had already turned to 1961. The once naive blue demon, Raven, had now blossomed into a graceful young woman, brimming with youthful vitality. And as for Marilyn, ever since Chen Nan gave her the gene of immortality, time seemed to have frozen on her. Far from aging, she was like a perfectly ripened peach, radiating an allure that was almost impossible to resist. With every subtle frown or graceful smile, as her eyes shimmer and dart, she stirs up a spring tide so mesmerizing that one could lose themselves within it. Wherever she walks, her voluptuous and alluring figure naturally becomes the axis around which desire spins. Over these years, Chen Nan had unexpectedly uncovered a bug in his mysterious system. When he bestowed the ability cards he'd drawn from the system onto others, the system actually allowed him to draw again. In theory, this meant he could draw cards endlessly. However, the abilities granted to others did diminish in strength when drawn again. The total quantity of those unique genes was more or less fixed. If part was shared, what remained inevitably weakened. The system, it seemed, couldn't even be bothered to fix this little flaw. After over a decade of accumulating wealth, Chen Nan's personal vault had become truly staggering, a mogul among moguls. Oddly enough, Chen Nan wasn't all that fascinated by the endless variety of these ability cards. He understood a simple truth: quality trumps quantity. Drowning yourself in a mishmash of low-level abilities didn't create real power. In fact, it might just drag you down. He invested the bulk of his common card resources, strengthening his most vital ability, teleportation, relentlessly pushing it to an astonishing level 10. Now, teleportation happened without a hint of delay, covered distances 10 times the circumference of the Earth, and could be cast without any embarrassing side effects. But bringing teleportation to level 10 had cost him dearly. It ate up more than 1,000 common cards, his earnings from an entire year. His self-healing ability was also maxed out at level 10. Just how terrifying his level of regeneration had become, he'd never actually tested to its limits. His core combat skill, magnetic field manipulation, was a rare legendary gold card. Strengthening it to level 10 required a staggering price, leaving even him speechless. With an investment of 3,000 mixed cards, only then did it reach level 10. Throughout this long, pay-to-win marathon, he'd endured countless losing streaks. Picture 100 draws with not a single rare card in sight. He was long past shedding tears over those unlucky streaks. Chen Nan had also bolstered his mental defenses to a formidable level 10, enough to withstand even an alpha-class telepathic assault, though he wasn't entirely confident against someone like Charles, the undisputed alpha. On the ground, his loyal enforcer, the saber-toothed Tiger Victor, had used the most primitive yet effective method, pure brute force. Over the last decade or so, Victor had expanded the Grey Dog Gang's territory from a few New York blocks to the entire New York criminal underworld, becoming a force that sent chills down anyone's spine. As for the Cosmic Cube, the ultimate treasure of space, Chen Nan managed to locate it, thanks to his foreknowledge of the plot. Unfortunately, he had no clue how to actually use the thing. Still, he wasn't too bothered. If worst came to worst, he'd collect the Infinity Stones himself and forge an Infinity Gauntlet of his own. That evening at dinner, just as she always did, Raven talked to him and Marilyn about what had happened at school. Guess what, darling? We had a new transfer student in our class today. She's just a touch behind big sister Marilyn. Raven's tone was brimming with amazement, tinged with a trace of envy she herself hadn't noticed. Oh, Chen Nan raised his eyebrows, clearly intrigued. For someone like Raven, so accustomed to Marilyn's otherworldly beauty and to her own ever-changing mystique allure, to be so impressed. What caliber of beauty could this be? And what was her name? More stunning than Marilyn? Chen Nan was thoroughly interested now. Raven thought for a moment and replied, "Her name is Emma Frost." On a lazy afternoon at New York University, sunlight slipped through the sycamore leaves and painted dancing shadows across the green lawns. Beneath the trees, a quiet figure lounged in a deck chair, fingertips turning the pages of a gilt-edged poetry book, and when the breeze lifted her hair, it revealed skin at her neck as flawless as porcelain. Emma Frost. At 20, she was like an uncut diamond, dazzling, sharp-edged, beautiful, and carrying a hint of untouchable frost. No matter how much makeup a 30-year-old actress wears, she can't hide the touch of time. But Emma had all the brilliance of youth at 20. A strappy leather vest traced the smooth lines of her shoulders and back, and beneath the white miniskirt, her legs, sheathed in sheer stockings, completed the vision. No wonder Raven saw her as a match for Marilyn, an extraordinary beauty in her own right. Even someone as experienced as Chen Nan had to admit it. Some people were truly favored by the gods, while others seemed to have been fashioned carelessly, mere lumps of clay. He had scarcely taken 3 steps closer when Emma looked up. Her eyes were a glacial blue, like a lake sealed by a thin sheet of ice, probing and cool. A slight smile flickered at the corners of her mouth, lending her an unintentional allure. Chen Nan marveled inwardly. So this was the White Queen. Ice and flame blooming together, clear as day upon her. The page at Emma's fingertips trembled ever so lightly. A moment ago, she tried to reach into this man's mind, only to crash against an invisible wall. The sensation was utterly foreign. In all her 20 years, her telepathy had never failed her this way. She'd always used her psychic abilities to scan the thoughts of anyone who came near, wary and alert. She'd learned, after all, that everyone wanted something from her. Since childhood, she despised everything around her. She even came to hate her own ability to see through people's hearts, to curse the way telepathy had stolen her hope of an ordinary life. But over time, she'd learned to accept, even to be grateful for, her gift. She'd long since given up on men, especially those dreadful family members of hers, none of whom could be called normal. "Hello, Emma Frost." Chen Nan sat down on the grass, beside her. Or should I say, partner? Emma closed her book, her knees pressed neatly together. "So, it seems you've done your homework on me." Her voice carried a hint of cold detachment. She had seen that look in men's eyes far too often. Greed, calculation. Yet in this man's eyes, there was something more, like a hunter fixed on his prey, but with a calm assurance, as though he was certain of his catch. "Shoo!" Chen Nan tilted his chin subtly toward their surroundings. Just then, by the basketball court not far away, a group of boys stared at Emma, soda bottles in hand, their gazes glued to her. At the windows of the academic building, some girls clung to the sills, whispering among themselves. "This isn't the place for a conversation," Chen Nan murmured. Emma followed his gaze around. The prying eyes felt like needles, pricking her discomfort. Rising to her feet, the hem of her white dress brushed the grass blades. "Lead the way, wherever it is you have in mind." Chen Nan's car was a black Cadillac, its metallic paint shimmering luxuriously in the sunlight. When Emma bent down to slip into the passenger seat, the edge of her dress traced the curve of her waist and hips. Outside the car, a sharp gasp pierced the air. "My God, she's actually leaving with that guy." The boy in a baseball jacket crushed his Coke can out of shape. "Damn it, that's Emma, the goddess every boy in school worships." Another boy, this one with glasses, shoved his frames up, resentment thick in his voice. "So what if he's got money? I bet she ditches him in less than an hour." Someone sneered, green with envy. "Oh my God, please go easy on my goddess." Another groaned, his imagination running wild, definitely a little unhinged. Chen Nan ignored the racket outside. Starting the engine, he glanced at Emma. "You don't seem the least bit surprised." "Surprised by what?" Emma turned to face him, her ice blue eyes crystalline in the light. "Surprised someone could block my telepathy? Or surprised you dare to take me away?" Chen Nan smiled. "Maybe a bit of both." The cafe's private room was upstairs. A brass lamp cast the perfect amber glow across the polished rosewood table. Emma had barely taken her seat when she noticed Chen Nan staring at her. A look that turned from appraising to something like he'd seen a ghost. "What is it?" she frowned, her hand subconsciously touching her cheek. Was there something on her face? Chen Nan stayed silent, his mind reeling from a system notification that had just struck him dumb. Before his eyes, two cards floated. One shimmered with a pale blue aura, labeled Telepathy Primal. The other glowed a fierce orange-red, diamond form. "System, are you sure about this?" he asked in his heart. "Isn't the White Queen's telepathy supposed to be weaker than Professor X's? Potential is not equal to current power." The system's voice was utterly flat. "The White Queen's abilities have no theoretical upper limit. With fragments of the Phoenix Force, she can break through dimensional boundaries. Although Professor X stands as the pinnacle of human evolution, he is still bound by the physical limitations of the biological brain. An Omega-level rating certifies future potential, not current combat strength." Realization dawned on Chen Nan. What he thought would be easily manipulated now appeared to be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Had it been a golden card, he would have had all the time he needed to extract her mutant abilities at will. As it was, he had to change tactics, settling for the most basic version of telepathy. Though weak for now, the sheer potential was more than enough to tempt him into reaching for the forbidden fruit. Emma tapped her fingers impatiently on the desk when he remained silent for too long. "Are you going to say something or not?" she demanded. She eyed him warily, watching his shifting expression, an inexplicable sense of caution rising within her. It was her telepathic abilities at work, a warning sense that flared whenever someone around her harbored malice. Emma trusted her intuition without question. Immediately, she chose to protect herself by shifting into her diamond form. But a second too late. Just as in the movie, Magneto seized the moment, binding Emma tightly in steel and forcing her out of her diamond state. Beneath her, the chair twisted and reshaped itself, swift as a serpent, coiling around her before she could react. The metallic serpent constricted tighter and tighter, pressing so hard that cracks began to appear even in Emma's diamond form. The moment her diamond shell shattered, she would be no more, just a heap of sparkling fragments, her life snuffed out. Facing a crisis where death seemed imminent, Emma chose compromise. She wasn't willing to die here. She was still young, life still beckoned. Without hesitation, she let go of her diamond form, her clear, stunning eyes fixed on Chen Nan with a furious question. "What do you want from me?" "I'm not that crude," Chen Nan replied, leaning in and flashing a wicked grin close to her face. Emma flushed a deep red at that. "That's not what I meant." "All right, that's not my intention." With a casual shrug, Chen Nan returned to his seat and released the hold on her. "I need your cooperation. For the next week, you can't be more than 2 meters away from me." "What?" Emma sprang to her feet, bristling at the demand. "Not more than 2 meters away. So even when I shower or use the bathroom, you'll have to be there?" "Calm down," Chen Nan said, casting her a sidelong glance. "I'm not asking. I'm telling you. It's just 1 week, and then you're free." Emma had no idea what game Chen Nan was playing. Her mind raced for an escape, but there was no viable path. If it had been anyone else, she would have taken control already. But the man before her was the one person she couldn't handle. No use overthinking it. Escape is impossible. When the time is up, you'll go free. "I won't harm you." Emma's fingertips grew icy pale, but when she met Chen Nan's confident gaze, she forcibly held herself back. She knew, if this man could block her psychic sense, he must have some cards up his sleeve. "You guarantee you'll let me go after a week?" she asked through clenched teeth. "I guarantee it." Chen Nan leaned back into his chair, looking relaxed. "And I won't hurt you either." Emma stared at him for several seconds, emotion churning behind her icy blue eyes, but eventually all she gave was a cold huff. "You'd better keep your word." She returned to school and applied for leave. By the time she followed Chen Nan into the seaside villa, she caught sight of Raven coming down the stairs. "Emma." Raven arched an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of playful mischief. "You've arrived." Emma understood at once and pointed at Raven. "You knew about this all along, didn't you?" Raven just shrugged, her grin sly. "Don't blame me. You're simply too attractive. That guy has a collector's habit." "You too." Emma was so exasperated she could hardly get the words out. But at this point, there was nothing left to say. The week that followed became the most excruciating of Emma's 20 years of life. The villa was spacious, but the 2-meter tether was like an invisible chain. Even when she showered, Chen Nan waited right outside the bathroom door, separated only by frosted glass. The worst part was nighttime. Marilyn's voice always seemed to come with barb hooks. Within that 2-meter radius, not even stuffing her ears with cotton could block it out, sultry and soft, making her feel feverish all over. Emma had never experienced anything like this. She'd been single her whole life. At times like these, she would wrap herself cocoon-tight in her blanket, turning her back to Chen Nan, pretending she heard nothing at all. "Can't you ask her to quiet down a little?" One night, she finally couldn't bear it. Her voice rough with frustration she tried to hide. Chen Nan just shrugged. "You'll have to take it up with her." Emma shot him a glare, then turned away, burying her head as she cursed Chen Nan 1,000 times over in her heart. But irritation aside, she had to admit, Chen Nan really hadn't hurt her. Other than those miseries, it wasn't so unbearable. The day finally came when that insufferable man released her from her chains. Massaging her swollen wrists, Emma shot him a venomous glare, unleashing all her pent-up complaints. If only she could take him down a peg, she'd love nothing more than to show him just what a woman's wrath was. But Chen Nan simply ignored her and drove her right out of the room. "So this is a Genesis-level card?" Chen Nan murmured to himself, eyes alight with awe as he gazed at the card floating mid-air, radiating with dazzling blue light. Omega-class telepathy. No wonder it had taken him 5 attempts and 120 hours to finally draw this Genesis card. Omega-class telepathy, although this was only her raw potential. She needed a touch of Phoenix Force. Without the Phoenix Force, she was still just a level 4 mutant, nowhere near Charles's league. She only had the potential for an upgrade. Level 4 it is, then. As long as it's enough, he can keep working at it, striving to elevate her telepathy to the very peak of the 4th tier. Merge. The moment the words left his lips, a chill blue light flared deep within Chen Nan's consciousness. There a virtual card hovered, slowly spinning in the air. A rushing torrent of silvery, glittering particles flooded into the core of his mind. In an instant, a cascade of shattered light, razor-sharp thought fragments, and a surge of icy, formidable mental force threatened to tear his inner world apart, like a great dam bursting its banks. He seemed to be cast adrift in a boundless cosmos made of diamond stars and whirling ice storms, a reflection of the White Queen's psychic domain. Cold, resplendent, and utterly unbreakable, yet wrapped in endless layers of hidden loneliness. The tidal wave of information nearly wiped out his sense of self. A deluge of memories accumulated over centuries and exquisite mastery of the mind loomed so vast it could crush everything. Fortunately, he'd already built strong mental defenses, fortified walls that stood firm against the chaotic psychic assault. The once unruly and untamable force within, wild as a galloping steed, gradually lost its fury, growing docile, and finally settled into complete tranquility. Chen Nan drew in a deep breath. Suddenly, his psychic vision widened, clear and boundless. He could sense countless stray thoughts rushing into his mind, like a cacophony of static from untuned radios. But at the center of them all was that piercing chill. Emma. System enhance. Chen Nan intoned inwardly. And, as ever, that familiar money-burning furnace appeared. The sight of it made his heart clench instinctively. He'd worked so hard to save up these resources, only to see them siphoned away by that insatiable machine. Yet the lure of enhancement was overwhelming. Ever since learning of the telepathy's potential, he'd been itching to risk it all. He tallied up his reserves. So far, he'd used about 6,500 cards, with 11,520 left. Might as well try enhancing with 1,520 cards. All in, 1,520 do it, Chen Nan declared, his voice a harsh growl as he pushed everything forward. Clang, clang, clang. When the process finished, Chen Nan listened to the sound, forcing his eyes open, almost afraid to glimpse the result. Peeking through half-closed lids, he caught sight of the number 5. He nearly coughed up blood on the spot, and this was still one of the weaker Omega abilities. If it had been on the level of the Phoenix Force, who knew how many cards he'd have to sacrifice to reach a satisfactory result? Just as he and Emma were recovering from the ordeal, Chen Nan extended his mental feelers, like invisible blades, swift and precise, straight toward Emma, who sat with perfect poise yet couldn't resist stealing secret glances at him. There was no outward noise, but between their minds, a silent tempest exploded. Chen Nan's will, wrapped in the immense, newly strengthened force, crashed fiercely against Emma's barrier, smooth and unyielding as an eternal glacier, constructed purely from her formidable psychic power. In an instant, Emma's diamond mind barrier flared with dazzling brilliance. Countless facets refracted a cold, piercing psychic light, resolutely shutting out Chen Nan's invasion attempt. For a split second, bewilderment filled her mind, because Chen Nan hadn't projected any hint of a psychic attack. But her confusion only lasted a moment before she instinctively drew upon her spiritual reserves, bolstering her defense. Within Emma's psychic realm, Chen Nan's mental energy took shape as a colossal ice dragon, its vast wings blotting out the sky. Emma saw Chen Nan standing atop the dragon's head, throwing himself against her diamond castle with fearless resolve. Under the watchful gaze of the overwhelming frost dragon, Emma felt as if her fortress could be ruthlessly shattered at any moment. Her consciousness was fully immersed in the psychic domain. In the real world, she was like a marionette without a soul. The red wine, once gracing her hand, had spilled, streaking her elegant strapless gown in crimson, the rosy stains spreading across her snow-white curves. Why is your psychic power so terrifying? Inside the realm, Emma stood atop the castle wall, shouting at Chen Nan in disbelief. There's a great deal I'm destined to learn, but that just takes a little time. Right now, I need you to yield to me. Chen Nan responded coolly. This was his first time using telepathy. His technique was far from polished, and he'd managed only through a surprise attack. Had Emma not already begun to crystallize into her diamond form, entering her world would have been impossible, so Chen Nan paused to take in his surroundings. Emma, I have to say, your world is just as radiant and beautiful as you are. I'm completely enthralled. Chen Nan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The entire domain resembled a kingdom of diamonds, crystal clear, resplendent, breathtaking. There were no clouds overhead, only countless tiny diamond particles drifting on invisible currents, weaving together into delicate bands of light that shimmered and shifted with her every thought. At this moment, those bands of light had frozen into a suspended river of stars, wrapping around her as a shield, defending her against Chen Nan's onslaught. Even beneath her feet stretched an endless land, paved with flawless, brilliant diamond, their heights pierced by glittering towers rising like crystal mountains. Now, standing above the castle ramparts, she truly resembled a fairy tale princess, elegant, noble, and mysterious. Emma stood proud atop her castle, her voice cold with defiance. Even as she appeared tiny beneath the looming ice dragon, she did not falter. Her reply cut like an arctic gale, her barrier did not budge, and her psychic force bristled, sharp as icy daggers. A wave of dizziness overtook Chen Nan. The power he had drawn, though strengthened, was still unfamiliar, and in the presence of Emma, the power's original master, its effect was barely stronger than hers. At the very moment their minds clashed, he sensed a faint, fleeting ripple, so subtle it was almost non-existent. It wasn't a flaw in the fortress before him, but something hidden deep within its core. It seemed as if it was wrapped in countless layers of diamonds, so weak it was nearly invisible, yet carried with it an almost eternal loneliness. Chen Nan's heart suddenly tightened. Right then, he let go of all forceful assaults, gathering the last of his mental strength into a gentle breeze. That breeze, warm with sunlight, deftly slipped past the fortress walls and glided directly to touch that ripple. He simply offered a vision. Within it was the villa's living room. Raven lounged on the sofa, absorbed in a video game, a potato chip dangling from her lips and her feet propped on a coffee table. Marilyn leaned by the bar, mixing cocktails, occasionally glancing back to banter with Raven. As for him, he sat on the carpet, sorting through paperwork, looking up now and then, right as Marilyn's laughter-filled gaze met his. Sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, stretching their shadows across the room. The air was thick with a sense of ease. Wasn't this the very scene Emma longed for, the warmth she had just recently tasted? The impregnable diamond barrier suddenly faltered beneath the caress of that gentle breeze. Deep in the core of Emma's consciousness came a nearly imperceptible sound, the crisp, delicate crack of ice splitting. In reality, Emma's elegantly poised form gave the slightest, almost unnoticeable tremor. For the first time, those icy blue eyes, so adept at reading hearts, flickered out of focus, a momentary trace of uncertainty. She looked at Chen Nan, her gaze swirling with complexity. Surprise, delight, a vulnerable sense of her most guarded secret being seen, and even a ripple of emotion, so faint she could scarcely believe it, awakened by that wisp of breeze. The vision shattered, dissolving into a cloud of blue butterflies. Facing Emma, he managed a tired but earnest smile, tinged with apology, and spoke in a husky whisper. Emma, maybe this could be a place where you don't need to wear diamond armor. At least, would you give it a try? The White Queen was silent. Though her mental barrier hadn't fully vanished and still radiated immense power, the icy reserve that once held the world at bay seemed to have softened just a little. In the real world, she slowly lifted her hand, fingertips brushing the crimson-stained bodice at her chest. The liquor was cold now, yet inside her, something seemed to be gently warming and tickling her heart. She met Chen Nan's eyes deeply, then let her gaze drift over the anxious, hopeful faces of his companions behind him. Finally, she gave a nod, so slight it was almost invisible. No words were spoken, but within her mind, The once impenetrable divide quietly cracked open, leaving just enough space for someone to step inside. Yet her pride remained unshaken. She chose to stay, and now there was a queen with a diamond mind in Chen Nan's team. What Emma yearned for was the sense of home. Beneath her diamond body and icy facade, there lingered a longing for ordinary warmth, for family bonds. These feelings never truly vanished. They were just deeply buried at the bottom of her heart. He saw, within Emma's mental world, that boundless ocean of psychic strength, which, instead of comfort, only gifted her with eternal loneliness. As an Omega-level telepath, her thoughts could sweep across an entire city, manipulating thousands of minds with the flick of her will. Such nearly divine power bred a burning urge for control, but also pushed her ever deeper into the abyss of solitude. She could see through to the darkness hidden within every heart. The evil, the selfishness, the greed, the endless desires. The more she understood, the more distant she felt from the world. The stronger she became, the more isolated she was. This became the unbreakable paradox buried deep in her soul. Her diamond form was not just an unyielding shield. It was the physical embodiment of her psychological defenses. When facets of crystal covered her from head to toe, she blocked out every mental intrusion, while also sealing away every outpouring of her own emotion. Her glittering body became a perfect prison, and weighing even heavier was the curse of her birth family. Her father Winston's cold exploitation, sending his own son to an asylum. Her mother's spiral into addiction. The sister's betrayal, so cruel they wanted her dead. And her brother, heartbreakingly struggling with his identity. There were so many tragedies in the comics. Mutant fate, children's cries. She was powerless to change any of it. Her life seemed inextricably tied to suffering. In the garden of reality, golden sunlight poured down. Emma rose slowly, her long legs carrying her toward Raven, who basked contentedly in the warm glow. Raven closed her eyes and soaked in the sun's embrace, utterly relaxed. Just then, Chen Nan appeared at the garden gate. Emma glanced over her shoulder, her deep, mysterious gaze locking onto him, the one man who had truly touched her heart. Oh no, Raven's heart skipped a beat. Trouble was coming. She should never have mentioned Emma to Chen Nan. She'd practically invited a wolf among sheep. Emma's hips swayed as she strode gracefully toward Chen Nan, her movements laced with irresistible charm. With Marilyn and Raven watching, Emma lifted her porcelain white arm, draping it elegantly over Chen Nan's shoulder. Her eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance. She gazed into his soul, then slowly rose up on tiptoe and pressed a passionate, lingering kiss to his lips. Oh my God! Raven slapped a hand to her forehead, exasperated. She knew it. That big-busted airhead was here to steal her man. What a shameless woman. I already have Raven's friendship, Emma murmured softly, her voice heavy with emotion. Now, I long to savor the taste of love. Before the last word had faded, she leaned in once more and, oblivious to everything around her, kissed again, a kiss clumsy yet burning with unrestrained passion. So this is what love truly tastes like. Emma, get away from her. Raven burst forward in a huff, yanking Emma from Chen Nan's embrace. She placed herself between the two like a fierce mother hen protecting her chicks. Hee. Emma seemed unfazed and instead broke into a charming smile. With an air of elegance, she declared, "Too late, Raven. From this moment on, I am Chen Nan's woman. From now on, we should all just learn to get along better." God damn it. You little. Are you willing? Well, I'm not. Raven fumed, hands on her hips, swearing loudly. Jealousy had always been Raven's weakness. She could cope with Marilyn, who at least had been there before her. But now, another enchanting rival? Oh, do your feelings even matter? Emma arched her back in mock pride, deliberately thrusting out her chest and casting a condescending glance at Raven's rather flat torso. I can satisfy our dear friend in ways you can't, Raven. You're simply too small. Is that so? Raven suddenly gave a cold, cunning smile. In Emma's shocked stare, Raven's body shimmered and undulated, her form melting and then reforming in the blink of an eye, into Emma's very likeness. And not only that, her figure was even more stunning than the original, a full 2 sizes grander. The visual impact was nothing short of explosive. Oh my God, Raven, you're mutant too? This shape-shifting is actually kind of cool. Emma gasped, covering her mouth in awe. The next moment, certain unspeakable images flashed uncontrollably through her mind. What man could resist a Raven like this? Oof. Raven smirked in triumph at Emma's reaction, chin held high. All right, Emma quickly waved her hand, clearly annoyed, turned back. Staring at another version of myself is just way too bizarre. Oh, so you think I'll just listen to you? Weren't you just strutting around a minute ago? Raven retorted, tilting her head with pride. I refuse. In fact, I think I'll play my darling's favorite game for a while. Now, won't that just drive you mad? Humph. Emma's eyes flashed dangerously. In an instant, Raven's gaze glazed over and her body reverted by itself to her original form. Shit, what did you just do to me? Raven stared at Emma, both furious and shocked. Emma replied with a sly, imperious smile that curled at the corner of her lips. Oh, nothing at all. Just wanted to remind you, you'll never win against me. Now, be a good girl, Raven. Wait until I'm satisfied. Then maybe you can have your turn with our dear friend. Do you understand? You. Raven nearly jumped up in anger. How dare this newcomer act so arrogant? All right, enough. Chen Nan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. A harmonious family brings prosperity. We still have important matters to deal with. How could we allow internal strife now? My dear, I'll listen to you. Raven and Emma responded in unison, yet they exchanged a defiant glance, each letting out a cold snort. Chen Nan rubbed his temples, as if already foreseeing the never-ending chaos that would erupt at home in the future. As night fell, Chen Nan made his way to the Hellfire Club as promised. Sebastian Shaw, the Black King, had said he would introduce him to someone important. Just as he stepped out of the car, a graceful figure wrapped in a gray trench coat collided with him head-on. A lady's hat, impossibly high heels, the tailored trench coat outlining her mature, alluring curves. She was even more radiant than she'd been a decade ago. Peggy. Chen Nan sounded surprised. Peggy hadn't expected to run into Chen Nan here either. New York wasn't exactly a small city, but sometimes fate orchestrates the most unexpected reunions. After the war, she had seemed forgotten by the organization, shunted away to monotonous work at the telephone company. If not for being ordered to investigate the rising Hellfire Club, she might have forgotten who she once was entirely. Chen Nan. Peggy was momentarily stunned. When she recognized him, delight mingled with a hint of awkwardness and disbelief. He was still just as charming, just as energetic as ever. But she was now a woman firmly in middle age. She recalled the last time they'd met, more than 10 years ago, how she had tried, somewhat clumsily, to flirt with him. In this moment, the memory made her cheeks flush with fresh embarrassment. The gulf carved by time yawned before her, leaving her a bit at a loss. Yes, it has been a long time, Chen Nan responded with effortless warmth, giving her a heartfelt hug. The embrace immediately put Peggy at ease, the closeness bringing a gentle blush to her cheeks. It really has, she echoed, her voice suddenly much softer. Shall we find somewhere to sit and talk? Chen Nan suggested with a smile. All right, Peggy pointed toward a cafe not far away. There's a coffee shop over there. Together, they strolled toward the cafe, side by side. More than a decade had slipped away. Everything had changed. A fleeting desolation crossed Chen Nan's heart. Old friends falling away, like leaves torn from the branch by the wind. 100 years from now, when all the familiar faces have faded into dust, and he alone must face the endless march of time, what kind of loneliness would that be? Immortality? Is it? Chen Nan sighed softly, his voice laced with ineffable melancholy. Perhaps it's not a blessing at all, but a punishment. Peggy had no words. She couldn't truly fathom the sadness that came with such a perspective. Watching Chen Nan's youthful features and profile, she was seized by a flood of envy, tinged with bittersweet longing. At last I understand why you evoke such jealousy, she said quietly, a hint of self-mockery in her tone. The immortality that ancient kings spent their lives seeking, you possess so effortlessly. I suppose this is what it means to be favored, secure in your blessing, while those who cannot have it are always left yearning. Chen Nan gave a silent, helpless smile, pushed open the door of the cafe, and stepped inside. Peggy, her heart a tangle of emotions, followed him in. They ordered coffee and sat by the window. Peggy, what about you and Steve? Chen Nan tried to break the subtle tension hanging between them. He seemed really interested in you. Didn't anything happen between you two after all that? At the mention of Steve, Peggy let out a sharp, dismissive huff. Back then, she had felt a spark for Steve's transformed self, but it had never gone further than that. Chen Nan's sudden intrusion into her life, only to leave just as suddenly, had left a trace of unspoken resentment deep within her heart. Awkwardly, Chen Nan rubbed at his nose, picking up on the undercurrent in her words. So, all these years, did you ever settle down? He asked, a clumsy attempt to steer the conversation elsewhere. What about you? Did you? Peggy shot the question right back at him. You know me, I don't believe in marriage, Chen Nan answered, coughing drily. For a moment, he wondered if perhaps he was a bit of a jerk. No, he had to admit, he was very much a jerk. Is that so? Peggy rolled her eyes with practiced elegance. Someone with a handful of women back home. No wonder marriage is out of the question. Chen Nan's face flushed. Well, Hey, it's not my fault the law only allows one wife per man. If it came to it, we could always head to Hong Kong. Men. Peggy's tone carried the wry amusement of someone who'd seen it all, though a trace of resentment lingered in her eyes. Was she really not even worthy to be one of his chosen few? Oh, like you've never needed a man? Chen Nan shot back, raising an eyebrow. Man. Peggy's old pride sparkled as she feigned nonchalance. Please. All these years, my hands have done just fine. Whether a man's there or not, makes little difference to me. Yeah, right? Keep telling yourself that. Chen Nan shot her a sidelong glance. The two of them, as if by tacit agreement, skirted away from dangerous topics and found themselves chatting about the ever-dashing Howard Stark. After a while, Chen Nan checked his watch and said, "It's about time." Peggy gave him a knowing smile. "Go on. Don't let me keep you from your mission." Chen Nan nodded, skipped the small talk, and went to pay the bill. At the door, he hugged Peggy one more time in farewell. Catching her off guard, he leaned in just like he used to, dropped his voice, and teased into her ear. Still the same feel, even softer now. Color rushed to Peggy's cheeks, and the melancholy of parting was swept away by this familiar, shameless banter. "You're incorrigible. At my age. Mature women have their own special charm." Chen Nan teased with a wicked grin. "Get out of here." Peggy huffed, half tempted to stomp on his foot. All right. Chen Nan dropped the jest, sliding a business card in her coat pocket. While he was at it, he gave her side a gentle squeeze. "I know things haven't been easy for you. If you ever need anything, just call. At the very least, we survivors of the war can look out for one another." His meaning clear as day, Peggy's heart suddenly thudded, almost leaping out of her chest. You've really taken care of yourself." As Peggy froze in surprise, Chen Nan added this in a joking, almost wicked tone. He then nimbly dodged her stiletto as she tried to step on his foot, waving with a grin. "See you." Watching him stride toward the Hellfire Club, then glancing down at the gold-embossed business card in her pocket, Peggy felt her cheeks flare with heat. In the end, she stamped her foot in frustration, turned quickly on her heel, and hurried off, her retreat carrying a hint of flustered defeat. Chen Nan allowed himself a small smile, collecting his thoughts. Before him stood the opulent palace known as the Hellfire Club, now saturated with money, power, and the raw pulse of unbridled desire. The Black King, Shao? Yes, he truly understood human nature, weaving a colossal net that had already ensnared countless elites and dignitaries. But his real ambitions, those were far too grand, like a tiger leaping to swallow the sky. In the end, he'd only bring about his own destruction. Well, that's none of my business, Chen Nan mused, shaking his head. He strolled casually inside. In the Hellfire Club, crystal chandeliers scattered a dazzling, almost hallucinatory glow over the lavish scene. Men in impeccably tailored suits stood around, while the women of this particular night, wore little more than the bare essentials. Their waists, supple and sinuous, swayed with the sultry rhythm. Every languid glance, each seemingly unintentional lean forward, was an invitation steeped in primal allure. Such a riot of beauty, it was enough to make anyone's head spin. Really, in a den like this, what man could hope to keep his composure? Here, the old saying, "A man is a boy until the day he dies," finds its most perfect footnote. There may be no eternal 18, but here, there are always fresh, enticing girls, radiant with honey-sweet youth. Long, endlessly graceful legs cast winding shadows in the shifting light, while curvaceous forms moved with confident pride. Chen Nan made his way forward. As he passed through, a chorus of greetings rose around him, some filled with respect, others tinged with flattery, all acknowledging his presence. "Good evening, Lord White King." "Mr. Chen." He responded with little more than a calm, polite nod, not lingering on any of the gestures. Crossing the boisterous, desire-laden hall, he moved toward a heavy, unobtrusive bronze door at the back. He pushed it open, and his brow creased ever so slightly. Inside, the light was dim, a stark contrast to the brilliance outside. Sebastian Shao, the Black King he'd expected to meet, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, by the window, stood the tall silhouette of a woman, her back to him. She turned. A masterfully tailored black velvet gown hugged her curves to perfection. Her face was striking, almost impossibly beautiful, her lips lifted in an elusive smile, a smile that hinted at having everything firmly under control. "And who are you?" Chen Nan's voice was level. "Where's Shao?" The woman let out a quiet laugh, the sound flowing with a natural charm and irresistible allure. "What an interesting young man you are." "Oh no." Her gaze wandered across Chen Nan's face, carrying a hint of inquisitive curiosity, as if she were studying him, or perhaps recognizing something familiar. "Maybe I should say, you're someone like me, an existence forgotten by both history and humankind. It's been more than a decade, yet you haven't changed at all. Immortality. The thought flashed through Chen Nan's mind in an instant, the words sinking into his consciousness like a stone plunging into a deep pool, sending ripples of shock through him. As he recalled, there were very few in the Marvel Universe blessed with such a long lifespan, and of those, even fewer women would stroll so fearlessly through the heart of Hellfire's core chamber. The answer all but announced itself. He fixed his gaze on her, sharp and unwavering, his words edged with a certainty too subtle to notice. You're Selene? The Black Queen, a mythical being said to have lived over 17,000 years, a monstrous legend who haunted the shadows of history. Next to her, even Apocalypse seemed almost youthful. Her mutant abilities might not be the strongest, but the wicked cunning born of millennia, and her bizarre power to manipulate the life force, were far more terrifying than any display of brute strength. A low, soft laugh slipped from the Black Queen, Selene. Well done, White King. No wonder you stand shoulder to shoulder with Sebastian Shaw, so quick to see through my disguise. She sauntered a few steps closer, her movements fluid and elegant, reminiscent of a languid wildcat. Still, the Black King found himself a clever little device from the Soviets to block my telepathic control. And you? Her voice dipped, silkily seductive, as she leaned in closer, a faint sense swirling between them, her warm breath nearly brushing his ear. So confident, so unguarded. Chen Nan, with perfect composure, shifted half a step aside, opening up a measured distance between them, his calm demeanor unshaken. Unguarded? Miss Selene, you and I both know how much care and caution there is between Shaw and me. Do you think I would stand before you so ill-prepared? That's true, Selene replied with a light, playful laugh, her tone teasing. Your silent understanding really is impressive. You appear to be in perfect harmony, but I imagine each of you is thinking about how best to get rid of the other, so you alone can rule Hellfire, aren't you? A glimmer of contempt flashed in her eyes as she spoke. Oh, Chen Nan arched an eyebrow, amusement curling his lips. So you've thrown in with Shaw then? Hoping to control me with your telepathy as a token of your loyalty. He stepped forward, a grin playing on his face. Quite the temptress, aren't you? He deliberately dragged out his words. But I have to say, I'm not particularly interested in women who've lived for thousands of years. You? Selene's smile vanished in a heartbeat. Her cheeks, usually as delicate as a rose petal, blanched in shock and anger. Her deepest secret, her 17,000 years of life, unmasked in an instant by the seemingly young man standing before her. Fury, his blatant old woman, remark stabbed deep in her pride, sharp as a needle. All these years, who dare call her an old woman? If your eyes are just for decoration, why not donate them to someone in need? Her slender fingers curled tightly into her sleeve, but in the span of a heartbeat, the shock and fury receded like an ebbing tide, replaced by a wickedly enchanting smile, as if her lapse had never shone. Well, you're getting more and more interesting. Her voice recovered its languid allure, a soft magnetic draw. You're right, Xiao sent me to find you. He does hope I'll try a little trick or two to sway you, but... She spread her hands in an elegant gesture. It seems, not only are you immune to my skills, you've also seen right through all my trump cards. She stepped forward, her eyes blazing as they fixed on Chen Nan. So, what if I change my mind and offer to work with you? After all, we bear each other no old grudges. Chen Nan gave a slight shake of his head, a knowing smile playing at his lips. With a gentle push, he moved her exquisite form aside. My dear comrade Selene, do I seem to you like a naive fool? Would I keep a ticking time bomb by my side, just for fun? No. Sincerity, now that's something you'll have to prove. Selene's tone was laced with a hint of temptation. Prove it, Chen Nan asked, curiosity piqued. What, for example, you've already taken control of Xiao. He floated the question, fishing for her reaction. That helmet Xiao managed to get his hands on, blocking Charles's psychic senses. Now, that was quite a trick. Selene issued a dismissive, scornful laugh. Control him? Why would I bother? That would be dull beyond belief. Her gaze lingered on Chen Nan's face, brimming with predatory confidence. My sincerity is this. I could become your woman. Her words were gentle, but unshakable. She offered them as if convinced no man could possibly refuse. She had almost unshakable faith in her own allure. Beauty, her perpetual winning hand, never failed her. There wasn't a soul who could resist. At her words, a mischievous glint flashed in Chen Nan's eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, that's an amusing offer. How about you prove it with a dance first? Yes, just like those ladies outside, one of those tantalizing decadent dances. His tone was teasing, barely veiling his amusement. Selene's breath faltered for an instant, her eyes flickering with uncertainty as she stared at his devil-may-care grin. Her pearly teeth pressed lightly in her lower lip. The secret room was hushed, the darkness holding just the two of them. In the end, resolve shimmered in her eyes. All right, she declared. She made up her mind. When it came to men, she was willing to place her bet. No man, surely, could remain unmoved in her presence. After all, who could claim a man wasn't prey to temptation? Oh, Chen Nan raised his eyebrows, his face full of surprise, before quickly adopting a look of amused anticipation, as if eagerly waiting for the story to unfold. Well then, I'll be looking forward to it, he said with a wry smile. Celine took a deep breath, her graceful figure beginning to sway gently to an inaudible rhythm. That dance. At first, her movements were a touch hesitant, but soon, a natural allure and 1,000 years' worth of mystique flowed from her, effortlessly enchanting. Her motion was slower, more deliberate than that of the socialites outside. Every turn, every lift of her hand carried a dangerous, irresistible charm. The soft, dark straps of her gown slipped from her shoulders as she twisted sinuously, like a serpent, exposing her smooth, rounded shoulders. Even the dimly lit room seemed transformed by her movements, becoming hazy and dreamlike, as a heady, ambiguous desire quietly brewed in the confined space. Her gown slid downward, pooling on the floor like night fading away, revealing breath-stealing curves beneath. Chen Nan watched her acutely. Time, it seemed, had not left a trace on her. What she revealed in this moment was youth and perfection captivating enough to drown any gaze. When the last, gauzy layer fluttered aside, Celine, appearing as though intoxicated by wine, took a delicate, faltering step. With the subtle fragrance she carried, she tumbled, seemingly by accident, straight into Chen Nan's arms. Softness and warmth filled his embrace. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice gentle. So delicate it brushed against his heart like the faintest caress of a feather. Well, this dance was performed for you alone, and for 1,000 years, only you have been allowed to see all of me. Her fingertips traced light, tentative patterns over Chen Nan's chest, barely touching. He stiffened for a fraction of a second, then let out a low chuckle, with a subtle note of derision hidden in his laughter. He set his hand firmly on her shoulder, stopping her from coming any closer. Really? Not Marcus? Not Elabard either? His laughter was cold, mocking. Celine's seductive smile froze immediately, replaced in an instant by disbelief and horror. She pushed herself away from his arms, her gaze suddenly sharp as a blade, boring into him. No, that's impossible. Her voice, strained by shock, rose in pitch. How do you know about them? Is your telepathy even stronger than mine? This realization unsettled her as never before. Beyond that possibility, she could think of no way he could know such secrets, which the endless years should have long buried. Unless he too had endured an unimaginably long existence, just like her. Who are you? Chen Nan raised a finger, making a shushing gesture. A mysterious, inscrutable smile played at the corners of his lips. Hush, my abilities are rather unique. Not only can I glimpse the histories of the past, but I can also catch fragments of the future. Otherwise, what do you think gave me the means to know so many things I shouldn't know? Is that so? Celine's voice carried a note of suspicion. These are all just peripheral details. Chen Nan waved a hand, steering the conversation back on course. What I'm really curious about is, why, after choosing Xiao as your ally, do you now intend to betray him? Celine quickly masked her earlier surprise, settling once again into the seat opposite, her posture regaining some of a queen's composure. It wasn't that he found me. I chose him. She spoke candidly, though her voice held a tinge of regret at her own miscalculation. I thought his ambition and strength would serve as a proper bolster for me. But unfortunately, I underestimated the rate at which his ambition grew, and even more so, misjudged how deeply he misunderstood his own strength. She glanced at Chen Nan, her gaze now direct and imbued with a certain predatory edge. After what transpired just now, I've come to a new conclusion. It seems your strength is better suited to shape the future I envision. Oh, Chen Nan smiled with a hint of amusement. So in the end, all of Zhao's trust was misplaced. But why do I get the feeling you're drawn to certain extremes? The more I torment you, the more I humiliate you, the more determined you are to stick close to me. I'm still a woman. Through the ages, I've met countless men, but never one that made me feel I could truly rely on him, could walk shoulder to shoulder. Her tone softened, a trace of vulnerability slipping in. Then, rising once more, her crimson lips drew near, her intentions transparent. Yet all that awaited her was Chen Nan, unceremoniously raising a hand. His palm gently pressed against her smooth forehead, pushing her aside with obvious disdain. Business is business. What, you think an old ox like me wants to eat tender grass? Maybe, in 100 years when I've aged, I'll give it some thought. His eyes danced with mischief as he spoke. Huh, man. Celine let out a dismissive laugh and shrugged, her meaning unmistakable, bold on the outside, stubborn to the core. Thus, their secretive conversation, filled with mutual probing and calculation, came to an end. The two of them, without saying as much, had reached a tenuous kind of partnership. How much of it was genuine feeling, and how much was a matter of mutual use, veiled wariness, and cunning? Only they themselves could possibly know. Celine was like a silent wraith, once again slipping into the heart of the Hellfire Club. As Chen Nan's eyes and ears buried deep at Black King Zhao's side, her shadowy gaze personally escorted Chen Nan's departure. Within the secluded chamber, shut away from all clamor, Celine stood gracefully at the edge of the shadows. Her voice was tranquil as she addressed Black King Zhao, who sat at the head of the room. I'm afraid to report, the White King seems to possess some device similar to your helmet's function. My telepathy was completely blocked. Zhao's long, articulate fingers drummed quietly on the armrest of his chair as silence weighed in the room. After a moment, he waved his hand, disappointed, but as if he'd already expected this outcome. Forget it. For now, there's no need to waste any more energy on him. When it comes down to it, the fellow is nothing more than a good-for-nothing, a man of no ambition lost in the comforts of pleasure. His words brimmed with open contempt. He painted Chen Nan as a mediocrity, clever in trivial ways, but forever tethered to a small patch of earth, never daring to dream beyond it. The Black Queen gave a subtle nod and turned to take her leave. Zhao's cunning words drew a cold, secret laugh from her heart. It was a feeble attempt to sow discord, implying there was no future to be found following the White King. Perhaps Celine's earlier complaints hadn't been so unfounded. When Chen Nan returned to the villa, still burning with repressed fury, Emma met him with a bold and impatient glare. Without hesitation, she shoved aside an antagonizing raven, her jaw clenched tight in irritation. Yet, as with any new driver behind the wheel, her loss of control led to serious consequences. Her rough push caused a severe injury, a total accident brought on by her unrestrained strength. In the days that followed, the Hellfire Club once again adopted a veneer of tranquility. The recurring duels between Chen Nan and the Black Queen Celine quietly shifted outside the confines of the club. No more than once a week, they'd exchange probing challenges, never crossing the line, keeping their battles contained. Of course, this restraint drove Celine to near madness. She gritted her teeth in seething frustration, wishing she could sink her fangs into that infuriating man's throat. Must every invitation only turn into another meaningless game? How could she possibly guess at the calculations turning in Chen Nan's mind? Yet, the closer and more frequent their negative encounters, the faster he could draw cards. In a matter of weeks, the mutant abilities Celine once prided herself upon had been quietly absorbed by Chen Nan. Life Drain Gold, Telepathy Gold, Necromancy Gold, Dimensional Magic Gold, Shadow Star Gold, Rapid Regeneration Gold. The trove hidden within Celine, that eternal iceberg, had finally been unearthed, leaving Chen Nan reeling in astonishment. This woman was a veritable walking treasury of mutant gifts. Every ability she possessed was top tier, at worst, skirting the threshold of alpha level. Heaven never denies the persistent. Chen Nan sighed in relief, finally reaping the rewards of a month-long dance of restraint, worthy of a saint. He'd worn his lips dry strategizing for these powers. Before his eyes, a constellation of glowing cards spun in the air. Not all the powers suited him, but that hardly mattered. After all, what he couldn't use, others certainly could. Without a moment's hesitation, he fused the enticing gold Life Drain card into himself. A little extra insurance never hurt. Celine's telepathy, even if not the very strongest, was among the world's best. He entrusted that golden card, together with another precious, shape-shifting ability card, to Marilyn. After so many years of companionship and control, Marilyn had long since been shaped and molded entirely into his image. With his newly acquired telepathy, Chen Nan could now probe deep in her mind, reading her every thought as clearly as if he were Su Chu to Lord Chow Chow. As the head of Umbrella Corporation, Marilyn was the captain steering his vast business empire on his behalf. She needed both sharp insight into human nature and the ability to shift roles at a moment's notice. When Chen Nan candidly revealed to them that his true power was replication, not just a single ability, Emma was so shocked her jaw nearly hit the floor. Replication? That kind of power alone was enough to place someone at the very pinnacle of the mutant pyramid, a supreme force that could strike terror into any adversary's heart. Now, Marilyn already possessed immortality, formidable telepathy, and the ability to shapeshift at will, making her the most flawless guardian and executor of Chen Nan's business empire. Chen Nan, of course, knew the art of balance. He handed the orange, rapid regeneration, card to Emma. Her diamond form was undeniably tough, but strength often comes with brittleness. With rapid regeneration, Emma no longer had to fear most mutant ambushes or assassination attempts. She could even shrug off lethal poisons. The missing link in her defensive chain was now complete. As for the Golden Shadow Astral card, famed as a lifesaver, Chen Nan first bestowed it upon Raven. Raven's abilities leaned toward infiltration and transformation. For her, this immunity to physical harm was nothing short of vital. Then, Chen Nan once more exploited a loophole in card drawing, extracting a seed of this power from Raven. He blended a diluted version of the effect, about a quarter of the original, into Marilyn, Emma, and a handful of others. Though the strength was diminished, it was more than enough to let them withstand most conventional firearms and the bulk of physical attacks. As for dimensional magic and necromancy, Chen Nan's approach was cautious. The hidden supreme sorcerer of Kamar Taj, the one guarding Earth's dimensional barriers, was no opponent to take lightly. Chen Nan's core strengths lay in physical force. As for the mysterious powers of the magical domain, he had no effective countermeasures. The risk of exposure was too great, so he decided to keep these two cards in reserve for now. The irony made Chen Nan chuckle softly. His skill set was now filled to the brim with defensive abilities. His most formidable offense still came from magnetic control and telepathy. Everything else had been invested in defense. I really have fear of death engraved in my bones. My entire skill tree is just defense. He shook his head with a wry smile, but he knew better than anyone. Survival is the greatest invincibility of all. As for Peggy, Chen Nan's gaze shifted subtly. Well, if she truly wanted to join this big family, maybe he'd test her for another decade or so before making a decision. This woman's heart belonged to America. Her convictions were a bit too upright for his liking. In this household, where relationships have already become a tangled mess, every member has to possess a bit of eccentricity in order to coexist peacefully. For a long time to come, Chen Nan dared not rashly assign new superpowers to those around him. At this moment, his core attribute panel appeared vividly before his eyes. Host, Chen Nan. Strength, 72, with the benchmark being an average adult male at 1. Mental, infinite, transcending conceptual limits. Speed, infinity, conceptually transcended, incalculable. Abilities, magnetic field manipulation, rapid regeneration, supersonic teleportation, telepathy, life absorption, shadow star form. Items, Cosmic Cube. Cards, White Card X 11,136. Under nightfall, the Hellfire Club glowed with radiant lights, a beacon in the bustling super city that was 1960s New York. Neon from the Hellfire Club flickered, painting vivid colors over the endless stream of traffic at its entrance. High-ranking officials, tycoons, mob bosses, and ambitious young women striving for their futures all made their way through its doors. Across the street, cloaked in the shifting shadows opposite the club's glittering facade, an unremarkable Ford sedan lay in wait. Behind its window, CIA agent Maura Lee's gaze was as intense and focused as a searchlight, locked squarely on the Hellfire's grand entrance. Her keen professional instincts had long since detected the extraordinary aura hidden beneath this elite private club's glamorous surface. My God, Colonel Hendry, the mafia godfather, a Rockefeller director, the Italian ambassador. Her colleague muttered in astonishment, barely above a whisper, while she scribbled notes at lightning speed. The depths at play inside this Hellfire Club are far beyond what I imagined. Mora's brows knitted in concern. Her powerful intuition screamed that secret dealings were unfolding inside, bargains capable of shaking the very foundations of the nation. Especially the presence of Colonel Hendry, custodian of top military secrets. His arrival hooked her nerves with a jolt of electricity. Hey, check out that chick, three-piece. Absolute knockout. At that moment, her partner, a slightly greasy middle-aged male agent, was nearly drooling over his binoculars, hungrily surveying every sultry woman heading into the club. Mora shot him a look of pure disdain. Without hesitation, she shrugged off her conservative trench coat, revealing the battle dress she'd so carefully chosen underneath. A slinky black slip dress, hugging each curve, paired with sheer black stockings, she radiated a subtle, daring allure. For the mission's sake, she was ready to risk it all. To hell with it, she muttered under her breath. Throwing open the car door, Mora slipped seamlessly into the river of perfumed air and elegant silhouettes, streaming through the club's entrance. Her swaying figure and feigned coquettishness made her indistinguishable from the high-class escorts ahead. Colonel Hendry, still new to this decadent world and not yet distracted by the sweethearts twisting on the dance floor, was abruptly stopped by a voice, chilling and magnetic in equal measure. Colonel Hendry. He followed the voice and saw the Black Queen, a vision like a midnight rose in full bloom. She wore a sweeping black gown, her breathtaking face adorned with an icy poise that discouraged all approach, descending gracefully from the shadowed, spiral staircase. I am. And you are? A flicker of doubt and caution flashed in Colonel Hendry's eyes. Celine, Mr. Shaw's partner, the Black Queen announced, with a tone that brooked no argument. Please come with me. Mr. Shaw is waiting for you. She turned ever so slightly, indicating the way. Colonel Hendry hesitated briefly, but eventually trailed after that enigmatic silhouette in black, heading deeper into the club's more clandestine quarters. Meanwhile, Mora was threading her way through the crowd, eyes alert as she took in the decadent, faintly sinister surroundings. Her striking looks and deliberate attire instantly drew the attention of a swarm of self-styled charmers. Hey there, sweetheart. Are you alone tonight? Hey baby, care to dance? Got time to talk about life after dark? The incessant barrage of unwanted advances grated on her nerves. Stifling her revulsion, Mora fended them off with polite but curt, sorry, I'm meeting someone, all the while anxiously searching the crowd for Colonel Hendry. Just then, as a cluster of persistent admirers pressed in, a firm and unexpectedly warm hand slipped around her taut, slender waist with the most casual, assured ease. Sorry, gentlemen, this lovely lady is with me tonight. A deep, playful male voice sounded at her ear, edged with a note of commanding certainty. Mora froze. A surge of fury rushed to her head. How dare he get fresh with me? Instinctively, she readied herself to deliver a well-placed knee that would put an end to any man's ambitions. But then, something strange happened. She found, to her shock, that she couldn't move a muscle, except for her head. It was as though she'd been bound by invisible cords. Her eyes widened in panic as she tried to get a look at the man behind her. She found herself staring into a handsome, Eastern countenance, lips curled in an amused smile, a pair of deep black eyes assessing her with keen interest. Who else could it be but Chen Nan? Yes, that's right, we arranged to meet, Mora blurted, trembling with relief and just a hint of residual fear. The men who had gathered shrugged and dispersed, a little disappointed but more than willing to let things lie. In a place like this, fighting over a woman was the quickest way to make a fool of oneself. With a low, approving click of his tongue, Chen Nan lowered his head, his breath warm on the sensitive shell of her ear. His voice dropped to a teasing murmur, laced with mischief. Not a bad performance. Are you new? You look pretty fresh. 99%, maybe. Mora nearly exploded on the spot. Fuck off. You're the one for sale here, she hissed fiercely back at him, cheeks scarlet with a blend of anger and embarrassment. Oh, Chen Nan arched an eyebrow, his fingers flicking playfully against the curve of her enchanting hips with a crisp, unmistakable smack. Isn't that so? Then why are you dressed like this and wandering into a place like this? You little wildcat. His gaze seemed to pierce right through the thin fabric, as if seeing to the very core of her secrets. For a moment, Moira was at a loss for words, her mind racing to come up with an excuse that wouldn't betray her identity, yet none came to her. Fine. It was as though she'd decided to throw caution to the wind. She grit her teeth and growled out, I'll be honest. I'm here to hunt for a sugar daddy. Oh. Chen Nan dragged out the word with a knowing, flirtatious smile, as if he'd just heard the punchline to an amusing joke. That's more like it. Honesty is a virtue, so... But before he could finish, Moira suddenly felt herself grow weightless. Chen Nan had swept her up in his arms. Ah, she gasped, startled. Completely ignoring her resistance, Chen Nan strode purposefully toward a secluded private booth at the edge of the club, carrying the self-delivered seductive agent with him. The heavy velvet curtain fell behind them, sealing off all the outside noise and prying eyes. Mora was dumbfounded. Was this really how her love story was going to end? Hurriedly, in a place like this? She hadn't even experienced a proper romance. Ugh, what outrageous thoughts. Right now, she needed to focus on finding the right moment to take this bastard down. Her nerves stretched to the breaking point. She was almost ready to cry for help. At the very least, her sacrifice deserved a more romantic setting, didn't it? Help! The word barely rose in her throat before she clamped it down, because right at that critical moment, the sofa beneath her suddenly emitted a sharp mechanical whir. With a jolt, the entire thing spun. The wall swung open, revealing a deep, secret passageway. Hidden behind the sofa was a whole different world. Hellfire's secret? Moira's heart pounded like a war drum. Was this her chance to make a name for herself? A wave of almost fanatical fervor swept her fear aside. So what if it was like getting bitten by a mad dog? After a brief but fierce internal struggle, she finally steeled her resolve. Only then did she notice that, at some point, the numbness in her body had vanished. She could move freely again. No time to dwell on why the anesthetic wore off so quickly. Her attention had already been snared by the faint sounds of conversation echoing from the far end of the secret room. Like a stealthy little cat, Moira crept forward, crouched by an inconspicuous opening to the next room, holding her breath, every nerve tuned to the private conversation within. "Would you care for another drink?" It was Black King Sebastian's voice, composed and unhurried. On the other side, Colonel Hendry declined the offer frostily. "No, thank you." Zhao's tone remained unchanging, but there was no mistaking the pressure behind it. "I heard you've turned down the proposal to deploy Jupiter missiles in Turkey? Hendry, I hope you'll reconsider." "We've discussed this, Mr. Zhao." Hendry sat up straight, his expression grave. "Placing those missiles in Turkey, right on the Soviet doorstep, is as good as lighting the fuse of nuclear war. That is simply out of the question." "Colonel," Zhao's voice suddenly went cold, his smile chilly and hollow. "I never asked for favors. I'm simply stating my opinion. So let me say it again. I sincerely hope you'll reconsider." This was a clear, undisguised threat. But Colonel Hendry didn't back down. If anything, he seemed almost disdainful. "If I'm being forced to reconsider anything, perhaps it's whether I should have another glass of your champagne. It's actually quite good." He set his glass down and rose to leave. Zhao's face showed not the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he remained perfectly calm, giving Jilliu the smallest nod. Jilliu understood at once. With an elegant twist of his fingers, he conjured a miniature whirlwind out of thin air and sent it rushing straight at Hendry. "What have you put in my drink?" Hendry, gripped by suspicion and confusion, wondered if he was hallucinating. But Zhao only gave him a knowing, deliberate smile. Meanwhile, the whirlwind showed no mercy. It swelled, lifting Hendry and hurling him violently against the wall. The searing pain snapped him back to full consciousness. This was no illusion. The world shattered and rearranged before his eyes. Then, a cold female voice detonated in his mind. "Trying to run? Or perhaps to hide? Colonel Hendry, it doesn't matter where you go. Even to the ends of the earth, we'll find you. There is no fortress on this earth that can keep us out." It was the Black Queen's voice. Zhao watched the panicked colonel with monstrous satisfaction, his smile secretly venomous. "Impressive, isn't it? Gene mutation, the dawn of a new era for human evolution." He turned to the Black Queen. "Where is Azazel?" At that moment, from Moira's perspective, hearing Zhao ask where Azazel was, her heart skipped a beat. She thought someone else had entered the room and instinctively began to turn. And then, in a flash, she found herself staring into a pair of playfully amused eyes, inches from her own. It was that damn man. He had somehow crept behind her without a sound. "Hush!" Moira was so terrified her spirit nearly left her body, and she whispered breathlessly in his ear, "Please, just give me a few minutes. Don't make a sound." She was terrified that Chen Nan might get reckless and make a noise. If that dangerous crowd in the next room were alerted, they'd both be doomed. A teasing smile curled at the corner of Chen Nan's mouth. "Oh really? If you run, I'll get nothing. I think it's better to seal the deal before anything else happens." With that, he reached as though to tug at her skirt. Moira turned pale and shook her head desperately, begging him with her eyes, silently pleading for mercy. The Black Queen next door cast a speechless glance at Chen Nan, who was thoroughly engrossed in his little game of forcing the hand. He never seemed to tire of this kind of thing. The entire club was shrouded beneath the veil of her telepathy. She'd long since noticed Moira's subtle maneuvers, but simply couldn't be bothered to interrupt Chen Nan's peculiar interest. Suddenly, rip! Moira felt a sudden chill run up her leg. She clamped her hand tightly over her mouth, barely stifling a scream from bursting out. In that heart-stopping instant, a crimson flash ignited in the next room, followed by a faint whiff of sulfur. It was none other than Azazel, the Crimson Devil, materializing with such abruptness he was almost nose-to-nose with Xiao, startling even Xiao into a slight shudder. "Let's not keep our colonel waiting," Xiao calmly ordered, quickly regaining his composure. The Crimson Devil grinned wide, bearing a ghastly smile as he reached a clawed hand toward Hendry, who was sprawled on the floor in absolute terror. "Come on, comrade." Staring at that inhuman red face, Hendry suddenly realized this was no mere cosplay. Despair flickered in his eyes as he hesitated for a brief moment, but at last he reached out with trembling fingers, not daring to resist. In the blink of an eye, the crimson light flared, and the two of them vanished without a trace. Oh my God! Witnessing this supernatural spectacle, Moira was left utterly dumbfounded. Were those monsters or men? But she'd gotten what she came for. Did that scoundrel really want to take advantage of her now? She shot Chen Nan a venomous glare, but with no time to settle the score, she bolted from the Hellfire Club like a frightened rabbit, scrambling madly for the exit. Bursting out through the main doors, the chill night air hit her, and to her shock, Chen Nan's ghostly presence still trailed right behind. A dangerous glint flashed in Mora's eyes. If not for the mission, she'd have no forget it. Suddenly, she slipped on an impossibly seductive smile, turned, and waved sweetly at Chen Nan, her voice syrupy. Darling, come on, actually, I much prefer the car. It's so much more exciting, isn't it? But inwardly, she was thinking, just wait till you're inside. I'll show you what real pain is. All right, Chen Nan replied, seemingly entranced, trailing right after her. The moment they were inside the car, Mora's smile vanished. With lightning speed, she gestured for a partner in the driver's seat to get out. As soon as the door shut, she whipped out her badge and smashed it against Chen Nan's handsome, infuriating face. Look, I'm not for sale. Get that straight. CIA agent. Now, I'm reporting to my superiors. You, stay right there and behave. Chen Nan showed no fear. Instead, he gave her a mischievous grin. Oh, so you're into role play, Miss Agent? I like this, very much. Mora. Oh. Inside, she seethed. Fuck. This asshole is hopeless. She could feel her last shred of patience snapping. Furious, she drew her gun and pointed it right at him. Damn it. Open your eyes and take a good look. Yeah. One more word of nonsense, and I'll blow your balls off right now. Fuck you. After cursing, her voice turned sharp and commanding. Name, occupation, identity. Spit out now. Playing with guns? Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, his smile still relaxed. I'm more professional than you. What do? I'm a partner at Hellfire. Name's Chen Nan. What? Partner? Mora felt as if she had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. A wave of absurdity swept over her. She had actually put on a whole show right in front of the club owner, demonstrating how to probe for secrets. She'd even dreamed of reporting him. Now she understood why the guards at the door had turned a blind eye. She was nothing but a fool, a walking joke. Her mind went blank, a rush of defeat and the terror of exposure leaving her at a loss. Eliminate him to silence him? Even if she had the guts, could she really pull it off? You. Mora's voice was raspy as she struggled to form words. Do you know about the monsters hidden in the club? About their scheme? Of course I know, Chen Nan replied, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Then, are you in on it too? Mora's heart plummeted. Was he another one of those monsters, lurking in plain sight? Not all, Chen Nan answered, entirely unexpected. A wave of relief hit Mora, as if she'd desperately grabbed hold of a lifeline. Then, could you distance yourself from them? I can report tonight's events to my superiors. We need to stop them. No sooner had she said it than she wished she could slap herself. How foolish. She was basically asking him to betray his own partner. As regret overtook her, Chen Nan's reaction left her completely astonished. Do as you please. He shrugged, utterly nonchalant. You're not afraid this would drag you down too? Mora was incredulous. Chen Nan looked at her, a spark of mischief flashing in his eyes. How about this? Let's make a bet. If you report it and your superiors actually believe you and decide to take action, I'll help you stop Xiao and the rest. But if you lose, he deliberately drew out his words, letting his gaze linger on her. Then we'll finish up the business we started in this car. Are you game for that bet? Seeing his face exuding utter confidence, Mora felt a stubborn spark ignite within her. She was convinced the information she had gathered was explosive enough. There was no way her superiors would ignore it. At the very least, they'd start an investigation. Fine, I'll take that bet, she bit out, her voice steely with determination. Moonlight slanted through the car window, casting Mora's silhouette, disappointed and helpless, against the interior. The phone receiver had long since gone dead with a busy signal, but that final harsh slam still seemed to echo explosively in her ear. Are you on something, Agent Mora? People don't just vanish into thin air. Unless he magically managed to cover 3,000 miles and show up here in just 10 minutes. Listen, don't waste my time again. Colonel André, 3,000 miles away. Fingers gripping the steering wheel until her knuckles turned white, Mora turned, disbelief etched on her face, and stared at the calm, composed man in the passenger seat. My boss says Colonel Hendry was spotted 3,000 miles from here. Her voice trembled just barely. Chen Nan's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if they were simply discussing the weather. He's not wrong. The Red Devil. He really can turn up anywhere, anytime, in any corner of the world. Mora took a deep breath. The cold air bit into her lungs, but it was enough to bring a fleeting clarity to her muddled thoughts. Gene mutation and the Red Devil's bewildering abilities. There was nothing ordinary about any of this. A stubborn conviction reignited in her chest. Looks like I'll have to find an expert in genetic mutations. Chen Nan nodded slightly, his eyes flashing a barely detectable glint of approval, overshadowed almost immediately by his usual air of playful mischief. Finally catching on, he said with a quiet chuckle. In that case, let me wish you luck in advance. His gaze suddenly sharpened, sweeping over Mora with open provocation. But tell me, Agent Mora, is it time for our little wager to come into play? He grinned mischievously, tilting his chin in the direction of the spacious back seat, a suggestion clear as day. Mora's cheeks burned, a rush of embarrassment and professional instinct making her snap abruptly to attention. When did I ever agree to that? Try anything, and I'll cuff you right here. Her voice had a brittle courage to it, but the way she clenched the steering wheel betrayed her uncertainty. Just as I thought. Chen Nan's laugh was low and unreadable, equal parts amusement and understanding. Women. He shrugged, unfastening his seatbelt with practiced ease. I'm off. I hope you dig up some dirt on Xiao soon. One last comment, tossed over his shoulder. Just don't get burned playing with fire. Heh. Watching him reach for the door, Mora's nerves gave way all at once. Wait. Hold on. She hurriedly flung her door open and called after him. Can you make a call for me? If it's your word, they'll have to take it seriously. Chen Nan paused, turned, and gave her a look that was equal parts amusement and incredulity, as if he couldn't fathom her request. Agent Mora. His voice remained steady, though it carried an undeniable authority. I can offer a bit of help in dealing with that old fox Xiao. In fact, I'd be much happier turning from a partner into the club's sole owner. But he leaned forward just slightly, and suddenly an intangible pressure filled the air. If you naively believe you can use my name to force the club to suffer any major loss of interest against its will, then I'll make sure you, and everyone behind you at the CIA, truly understand what it means to pay in blood. I promise you, the price will be so high it'll haunt you all for the rest of your lives. Mora's body jolted in shock. It was only then, belatedly, that she realized what kind of savagely powerful characters she was facing. Men who lived by no rules and answered to no one. And if someone could command such terrifying people at the Hellfire Club, what kind of force must that person be? Are you also a gene-modified human? She asked, her voice low and tense, her eyes fixed on Chen Nan. Chen Nan's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. What do you think? Before his words had even faded, Mora was struck by terror as she found her body completely out of her own control. Her legs began to move of their own accord. Her arms reached out involuntarily. In an enthusiastic, almost eager gesture, she threw herself into Chen Nan's embrace. She went so far as to stand on her tiptoes, awkwardly, but undeniably trying to deepen the kiss. To any onlookers, it looked like a passionate, irresistible farewell. Mora's eyes went wide with shock and shame. What the hell had he done to her? It felt as if an eternity passed. Well, not bad, though a little clumsy, Chen Nan said, grinning with a hint of mischief. Damn you! You're a rogue. A devil! Mora trembled with fury, only now realizing that the force controlling her had finally vanished. To think this shameless man had controlled her, taken advantage, and even dared to criticize her. Chen Nan seemed displeased. Stretching out his long arm, he easily pulled her back into his embrace. Still giving me that look? Looks like the interest I just collected wasn't enough. Care to try me? You know what I can do. Confronted with Chen Nan's threat, Mora's courage and anger vanished instantly. She forced an awkward, almost ingratiating smile across her face. Icha, how could I dare? Chen Nan snorted in satisfaction, a smug look in his eyes. Quick to change your tune, aren't you? All right, off you go. Yes, right away. I'll let you get back to work. Mora stammered out, all but running for the door with a strained smile, inwardly cursing. Bastard. What's so impressive about bullying a woman? It was as if Chen Nan saw right through her silent grumbling. Just before she left, he shot her another glance, gave her full curves a light slap, then roughly draped her with a coat. Mora wrapped herself tightly in the coat that still held his lingering warmth, her gaze fixed on the tall, straight figure vanishing behind the door. A swell of complicated emotions twisted within her, impossible to unravel. There was an unfamiliar, indefinable feeling, like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, sending out concentric ripples. What an overbearing man, she muttered softly, her eyes losing focus for a moment. She turned down her colleague's offers to take her home and instead dialed Armando's number, asking him to pick her up. When the call went through, Armando was napping in his cramped apartment. The moment he heard Mora needed a ride, he sprang out of bed without a second thought and fired up his somewhat battered yellow taxi at record speed. The wait wasn't long. Wrapped in her coat, Mora stood beneath the budding neon lights on the street. her mind adrift as she watched the dazzling entrance of the Hellfire Club. She didn't notice that behind a one-way glass window high above the club's main floor, Chen Nan was quietly watching her. When Armando's conspicuous yellow cab screeched to a halt at the curb, Chen Nan's gaze shifted to the beaming black driver who poked his head from the window to greet her. Chen Nan's brow furrowed, almost imperceptibly. On instinct, his mind reached out, probing ever so lightly. But as soon as his consciousness brushed the edge of Armando's mind, Chen Nan froze in place. A surge of irrepressible, electric joy exploded in his thoughts, and his lips curved up involuntarily. Armando! Darwin! He murmured to himself, eyes lighting up with a sharp, penetrating brilliance. So many tireless searching steps, and now fortune hands it to him on a silver platter. Armando greeted Mora with his usual warmth, holding the door for her. She climbed in the back seat, exhausted. The taxi slipped into nighttime traffic, quickly disappearing around the corner. Chen Nan tore his gaze away and began tapping rhythmically on the cold glass with his fingertips, a plan coming together swiftly in his mind. He turned and melted back into the shadows. Meanwhile, Armando delivered Mora safely to the entrance of her apartment building. She thanked him and got out. As he watched her slip inside, only then did he start the engine again. The yellow cab threaded its way through the arteries of the city. In the midnight heart of downtown, neon signs flashed and the crowds had thinned. That's when Armando spotted a well-dressed, strikingly poised Asian man waving from the roadside. With practiced ease, Armando pulled over. "Hey there, buddy. Where to?" he called out in his usual friendly way, sizing the passenger up in the rearview mirror. "Asian, huh?" In this city ruled by white privilege, their status wasn't much higher than his own. But Armando knew Asians typically worked harder and were more adept at accumulating wealth. Chen Nan pulled open the car door and sat in the back seat, casually handing a generous stack of crisp dollar bills to the driver in front. "Just drive around for a bit. I want to enjoy midnight New York." His tone was calm, betraying no emotion. Armando accepted the cash, his face lighting up with a broad smile. What a generous tipper. Soon, the two of them started making small talk, their conversation sporadic and relaxed. It was rare for Armando to pick up a late-night passenger who not only seemed willing to ride, but also seemed content to listen to him chat. Most of his usual passengers, aloof white folks, either rode in stony silence or wore expressions that barely concealed their impatience and disdain. The car slid smoothly into the night, and soon the enclosed space filled with Armando's animated chatter. He seemed to have been holding in a torrent of words, spilling vivid stories from the latest city happenings to passengers' juicy gossip, and spinning out both praise and complaints about the city he called home. His enthusiasm was infectious. He spoke with lively gestures and sparkling eyes. Chen Nan leaned back against the seat, listening quietly, his gaze wandering through the window to the dazzling streetlights and neon blur. Occasionally, when Armando turned around, brimming with excitement, he'd offer a quiet, subtle reply. Within the car, a strange atmosphere took hold. On one side was Armando's monologue, brimming with the raw warmth of everyday life. On the other, Chen Nan's silent, ocean-deep observation. It seemed as if the gift of humor was written in Armando's bones. Armando. Chen Nan's gaze slipped from the city outside and settled on the driver's face as seen in the rearview mirror, the smile making his features especially animated and expressive. "Do you want to make more money? I mean, without grinding yourself to exhaustion, without suffering through disrespect." Armando's smile froze immediately, and his carefree laughter stopped short. His fingers tightened just a little on the steering wheel, the gleam in his eyes instantly dimming, replaced by something deeper and more complicated, a bitterness and resignation born of long years endured, and a weariness that had settled into his bones. He drew a long, heavy breath, the sigh filling the now silent car with his burdens. Armando's shoulders slumped. He let out a weighty sigh, one heavy with all the bitterness he'd carried for years. "Ah, sir, I'm just a black man. Even if I were top of my class, a graduate of a fancy college, what difference would it make? In the end, this is the job I get." He twisted his lips in a self-mocking smile, empty and laced with pain and unwillingness. Fate, I suppose, is just that cheap. And anyway, if it weren't for people like us who would do all those dirty, exhausting jobs, you think the privileged white folks would stoop to it? Armando. Chen Nan's voice was steady, tinged with curiosity. Haven't you ever felt, well, that maybe there's something about you that's different from everyone else? Different? Armando paused, looking a bit taken aback. Then he shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh. "I'm just an ordinary guy, nothing special about me. If I have to name something unique, maybe it's I'm a little quick-witted." He paused, his tone one of complete resignation. "But there are plenty of smart people in this world. It's not like they're missing me. How about working for me from now on? I need a driver." Of course, most of the time, I probably won't even be going out much. Chen Nan extended his olive branch. You mean it? Armando whipped his head around, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement, staring at Chen Nan in the rearview mirror, not quite able to believe what he'd just heard. Years behind the wheel of a taxi had honed his skill at reading people, and he could tell immediately that this passenger was no ordinary man. Driving for someone wealthy like this, well, that was every cabbie's ultimate dream. High pay, low stress. Chen Nan gave a slight nod. Of course I'm serious. However, he added, his tone shifting, carrying a hint of playfulness, you'll have to pass a little test if you want to be my driver. Armando's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly reasoned that it made sense. When you're driving for someone important, loyalty and reliability come first. A test was only to be expected. He nodded eagerly. Sir, just tell me what to do. Under Chen Nan's guidance, the yellow taxi soon came to a stop at the entrance of a secluded park. Night hung heavy in the air. Shifting tree shadows crowded the park, and the halos cast by the streetlights were especially dim. Armando followed Chen Nan into the hush of the park. All around, the only sounds were the steady chorus of insects and his own heartbeat, pounding in his ears. A chill crept along his spine. A dreadful thought wormed its way into his mind. What if he's planning to steal my organs? Word was there was big money in that. Yes, sir. Armando's voice quavered, his steps faltering as nerves got the better of him. What? You're scared already? Chen Nan chuckled, his tone openly mocking. If you want to make big money, you need nerves of steel and a sharp mind. We're here. He came to a stop, nodding forward with his chin. Armando scratched his head, embarrassed, and looked in the direction Chen Nan indicated. All he saw was a pitch-black artificial lake, the water glimmering coldly under the faint light. Was this some kind of swimming test? Jump in, Chen Nan ordered, his voice cool. Unless I call you up, you're not to surface. Pass this, and the driver's job is yours. What? Armando gasped, his face instantly losing color. Hold his breath? What if he drowned? His mind was ringing alarm bells, and he started to reconsider. Chen Nan seemed to sense his hesitation. His lips curled into a cold, merciless smile. Suddenly, Armando's belt tightened around his waist, and an irresistible force lifted him completely off the ground. His eyes widened in terror, his legs kicking in the air. Chen Nan, though, just waved his hand with utter nonchalance. Splash! A tremendous splash shattered the silence. Icy lake water flooded Armando's nose and mouth, making him cough with agonizing, wrenching spasms. The terror of death overwhelmed him in an instant. Dear God, a demon. He must have run into a demon. Survival instincts kicked in. He thrashed wildly, arms and legs churning in a desperate bid to reach the surface. But an even greater force, invisible and unyielding as iron chains, seized his legs and dragged him mercilessly toward the pitch-black depths. The frigid water pressed against his chest as despair and regret wrapped around him like clinging weeds. It was over, truly over. How could he have been so foolish, so utterly deceived? Just as his consciousness teetered on the razor's edge of darkness, a strange sensation blossomed in his cheeks. Suddenly, Armando realized in horror that the skin on either side of his face was splitting and warping, transforming before his eyes, until, incredibly, his cheeks flexed open and shut in the water, exactly like the gills of a fish. He could breathe underwater. A surge of wild, jubilant relief jolted through his entire body. Life snatched back from certain death. But then came a fear even deeper than drowning. He was turning into some monstrous creature, gills and all. That was a fate worse than death. On the shore, Chen Nan watched Armando's transformation at the bottom of the lake, a satisfied smile finally curving his lips. So it really is him. He drew a deep breath, elation surging inside. Omega-class mutant, Darwin. He possessed the almost bug-like ability known as survival of the fittest. Again, Chen Nan lifted his hand, making a pulling motion in the air. At once, the soaking wet Armando was flung up, landing in a heap on the cold grass by the lakeshore. Armando sat slumped, vacant-eyed, utterly stunned, as if the shock of what had just happened had ripped the soul from his body. Chen Nan prodded his leg gently with the tip of his shoe. Hey, you back with us? Or did you drown your brains out? Stop staring off into space. All right, that's enough. Go get cleaned up. Tomorrow, head straight to Umbrella Corporation and report for duty. Report? Armando recoiled as if burned, waving his hands fiercely, his face etched with panic. No, sir. Look at me. Like this, I'd scare people to death. What's so strange about you? Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, with a bemused smile. Go check your reflection by the lake. What did you say? Startled, Armando lunged to the water's edge. In the dim light, he stared into the surface. His frightened, disheveled face looked back at him, but it was undeniably human. No sign of gills at all. Gone, they're gone. The gills are gone. Thank God. Thank God. Overwhelming relief burst from him in laughter, the recent despair dissolving like a bad dream. All right, let's get going. Chen Nan casually recited an address, then reclined against his seat and closed his eyes for a quick rest. The car returned to silence, broken only by the steady hum of the engine and Armando's labored efforts to calm his breathing. Yet deep within Chen Nan's consciousness, beneath his tightly closed eyelids, a card radiating vastness and depth, dazzling and luminous in a sea-blue glow as boundless as the ocean, hung quietly suspended. Survival of the fittest, the primordial, Armando's core ability, an omega-level power. This was the ultimate force of evolution, capable of surviving any extreme environment, with limitless potential. He was defeated instantly by the Black King in the movie, but in the broader lore, Darwin could evolve to absorb gamma radiation and could even develop the ability to cross dimensions. If Chen Nan could truly fuse with this survival of the fittest, his heart surged with excitement. With his own regenerative prowess, destruction on any material level would scarcely be enough to kill him, unless it was annihilation on the level of pure concept, or a spell that operated at the level of universal law. Whether he could withstand such powers, even Chen Nan himself couldn't say for sure. But at this moment, a practical challenge faced him. Drawing a primordial gray card would certainly consume an enormous amount of time, a real problem. As Armando focused intently on driving, and the car cabin lay silent, Chen Nan, eyes closed as if resting, spoke suddenly. His voice was calm, yet carried an irresistible allure. Armando, what you just went through was only the first trial. If you pass the next one, I'll reward you with $10,000. Armando, too focused to notice, was so startled he slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, blue smoke curling up. He wondered if he was hearing things. $10,000? Oh my God, I'd do anything for that. Anything at all. For Chen Nan, anything that could be solved with money was a trivial matter. If cash wasn't enough to sway someone, he didn't mind using a little physical persuasion. Armando's sudden stop and the harsh screech of the tires betrayed his turmoil within. For a black cab driver used to scraping by on the fringes, Chen Nan's offer was as fantastical as stumbling upon hidden treasure in a fairy tale. Armando's stunned reaction was exactly what Chen Nan wanted. Seeing disbelief brimming in Armando's wide, startled eyes, Chen Nan let the corners of his mouth curl up in a faint smile and spoke evenly. Armando, don't be so jumpy from now on. All I need from you is to pass a simple test. He paused, sizing up Armando, his gaze evaluative. To build your endurance against loneliness, I'll put you in a quiet room for 7 days. When he saw Armando swallow nervously, Chen Nan reassured him. Relax, I'll be just outside to monitor your condition and make sure you don't break down. If you can't make it through even this trial, he smiled with unspoken meaning, then you might as well go back and keep driving your taxi. Upon hearing that the test was so simple, Armando's pounding heart finally settled. He slapped his dark chest with a heavy thud, exclaiming, Boss, rest assured, you can count on me. I'll get the job done, no matter what. Very good. Report to me as scheduled tomorrow. Understood, boss. Armando's booming voice brimmed with reckless excitement and unrestrained joy. Take me home now. Chen Nan had no intention of really wasting 7 days. He immediately used his psychic power to pull Armando's consciousness deep into a state of hypnosis and toss him into a dimly lit secret room. All he cared was that the big guy didn't breathe his last before the card draw was done. What happened to him afterward was none of Chen Nan's concern. But barely a minute after his mental control began, an invisible psychic barrier arose, all on its own. Chen Nan frowned. This rate of evolution. It's like a bargain bin version of Doomsday. Never mind his physical strength. This speed of adaptation and evolution is downright ridiculous. Left with no choice, Chen Nan put the attempt on hold for now, set up a camp bed outside the door, and proceeded according to plan. Ding, card draw failed. Ding, card draw failed. Ding, card draw failed. Card draws for today have ended. Damn, this is insane. Chen Nan was stunned. How could he have such rotten luck? Ding, card draw failed. Ding, card draw failed. And just as Chen Nan was about to utter furious curses at the system again, ding, card draw succeeded. Ding, starting card draw. Expected duration, approximately 105 hours. Please remain within card draw range. Holy, that scared me to death. Chen Nan let out a long sigh of relief. After 5 crushing failures, this success made him swear aloud in shock and delight. Time crept by, dragging feet in the tedium of waiting. Only Riven and Emma took turns bringing him meals and a few words to break the monotony. As for Armando in the secret room, That big brute's racial talents were truly something to behold. He could still instinctively flip through books and mumble to himself in indecipherable noises, a true picture of self-entertainment, if ever there was one. 5 grueling days finally crawled past before the long-awaited notification chimed. Ding, congratulations to the host on a successful card draw. Survival of the fittest, primeval. The pleasant sound was heavenly to Chen Nan's ears. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, wild joy blazing in his eyes. At last, I finally have you. Armando, the trial's over. You passed. Leaving that single sentence behind, Chen Nan vanished on the spot. Activating his super speed teleport, he reappeared in the blink of an eye on a deserted island, thousands of miles away. Fuse, he ordered without hesitation. Ding, as you wish, host. The Azure Survival of the Fittest card shattered on cue, bursting into a shower of dazzling light that enveloped Chen Nan's entire body in an instant, cocooning him while the brilliance flowed like water, seeping into every cell. Chen Nan let out a puzzled sound. Unlike the previous abilities he'd fused, with their intense sensations of being torn apart and rebuilt, or having energy forced through his body, this time, the fusion was exceptionally calm, as if nothing at all had happened. System? He inquired silently. Survival of the Fittest is an ability containing the fundamental essence of rules. Its transformation works on the deepest layers of your life's code, the system explained. It doesn't merely strengthen your body directly. Instead, it fuses the very rules of adaptation into your genetic sequence. Understanding dawned on Chen Nan. When it comes to the power of elemental rules, science seems pale and powerless in comparison. Unwilling to overthink what he could not grasp, he pushed his doubts aside. Deciding to test this omega-level power for himself, he turned his gaze to the churning sea beneath him and leapt. The instant his body plunged into the icy water, a startling transformation took place. The skin on both sides of his face rippled slightly. A series of fine slits split open, their interior structures rapidly rearranging. Within moments, several thin yet resilient gill filaments, laced with delicate capillaries, formed in place. Oxygen-rich seawater was drawn in and filtered with remarkable efficiency. The sensation of suffocation vanished entirely, and underwater, he moved as freely as any fish. Exactly as I suspected, Chen Nan noted with satisfaction. The first time he'd adapted to a new environment, the corresponding abilities were unlocked, ready to be controlled at will. At a mere thought, the gills on his cheeks faded silently, his face restoring to normal. If he dove underwater again, the gills would reappear in an instant. No need to undergo a lengthy process of evolution each time. As for extreme tests like burning or being slashed with knives, Chen Nan had no desire for such self-inflicted torment. He knew all too well that, even at the peak alpha level like Black King Zhao's energy absorption, there lay a fundamental divide when facing the rule-based omega-level ability of survival of the fittest. It may look like a difference of just one rank, but in truth, it was worlds apart. He summoned his attributes panel and had the system reorganize it according to his preferences. Host, Chen Nan. Strength, 78. Baseline for an average adult male, 1. Mental power, infinity, infinity. Speed, infinity, conceptually transcendent, not quantifiable. Alpha grade, magnetic manipulation, high-speed regeneration, ultra-fast teleportation, life absorption, shadow star form. Omega grade, telepathy, survival of the fittest. Items, Cosmic Cube. Cards, White Resource Card X1, 1, 2, 3, 0. Much better, Chen Nan remarked with satisfaction as he reviewed the panel. The ranks were clear, and everything was easy to understand at a glance. When he returned to the villa, Marilyn had just come back as well. Recently, Emma had chosen to take a break from school to stay by Marilyn's side and learn how to handle affairs. Emma, how's the progress on sourcing the super soldier serum ingredients? Chen Nan asked, setting down the newspaper in his hand. On the front page of the newspaper, the headline was dominated by news of Howard Stark being deeply embroiled in charges of treason. There was little else worth paying attention to. Oh, darling, you're back? Marilyn greeted, changing her shoes as she answered on Emma's behalf, who was busy organizing files. You know, that serum formula we have has been sealed away by you all this time. She spread her hands helplessly. So things can't move quickly. We're forced to tread carefully, purchasing those sensitive ingredients in batches for various parts of the world, just to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. One of the core goals for Chen Nan in founding Umbrella was genetic bioengineering. And recreating, or even surpassing, Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum was his first step in this grand plan. It wasn't that he didn't want to start sooner, but before gaining telepathy, he couldn't fully trust the research team he'd brought together. The formula for the super soldier serum had long since been lost in official records. If it were to leak, the consequences would be unimaginable. It wasn't until he'd recently acquired telepathic ability that he finally dared to take out that precious formula. He had assumed that, with the formula in hand, replicating it would be straightforward. Unexpectedly, the greatest obstacle wasn't technological. It was the ingredients themselves. The military kept the key pharmaceutical components for the serum under a tight, worldwide embargo. This forced Chen Nan to use multiple front companies as a cover, shuttling between global black markets and shadowy channels. But, darling, Emma looked up, blue eyes tinged with worry beneath her golden hair. Are you sure that having the formula and the materials guarantee success? I've looked up the records back when Dr. Erskine created Steve. It seems they needed a massive amount of energy. Energy? A mysterious, confident smile played at the corners of Chen Nan's lips. That has never been a problem. I have my own secret sources. Forget New York's power grid. It would take 1 trillion New Yorks combined to match what I have in reserve. Oh, sure you do. Emma shot him a beguiling glance, clearly not convinced. What next? Are you planning to drain the Earth's core? Believe whatever you want. Chen Nan shrugged nonchalantly, setting down his teacup. His gaze drifted mischievously between the two women. But honestly, ladies, don't you think tonight calls for a proper celebration? His meaning was unmistakable. I've got a lot of pent-up energy, you know. Emma and Raven exchanged a single look, eyes bright with longing. All the days apart boiled over in that instant, dissolving any concerns about the setting. Hey, you three. Marilyn looked at the tangle of their limbs with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, rubbing her temples. You've all lost your minds. What about dinner? I'll just go make it. Hurry up, darling. Emma's laughter rang out as she poked her head around the corner. Marilyn stopped in her tracks. On Chen Nan's side, everything was coming up roses, but for Moira, after days buried in endless databases, she was nearly exhausted, sifting through a roster of the world's top geneticists. At last, a paper signed by Charles Xavier caught her attention. His forward-looking discussion of genetic mutation was both bold and rigorously argued. Her instincts told her this was the breakthrough she needed, a key piece of evidence to persuade her stubborn superiors of the existence and threat of mutants. And perhaps this young Oxford professor, Charles Xavier, was the very key she was searching for. Morning sunlight slanted through the bedroom window as Moira carefully arranged her hair in front of the mirror. She then slipped into a sharp trench coat, her fingers hovering over the telephone for a couple of seconds before she finally dialed Armando. At that moment, Armando was biting into a hot dog, with coffee still steaming on his breakfast tray. The phone rang out suddenly, jolting him. He scrambled to toss the hot dog back onto the plate and wiped his fingers on the tablecloth. Bending to answer, his voice was deliberately respectful. Good morning, boss. The woman's voice from the receiver surprised him. He straightened up at once. Sorry, I thought it was my boss. Moira, I'm afraid I can't give you a ride today. You're not driving a cab anymore? Moira's voice carried a note of surprise, transmitted crisply through the line. Now a little excited, Armando couldn't resist sharing. I'm Mr. Chen Nan's personal driver now. No more taxis. But don't worry, my friends are reliable. I'll ask around for you. Wait, you're Chen Nan's driver? Moira's voice leapt in pitch, her disbelief palpable even over the phone. Wasn't he just your everyday, by-the-book cabbie? How'd he end up as Chen Nan's personal driver? These two, whose lives should never have crossed, getting together was stranger than anything she'd ever read in a tabloid. Suddenly, something struck her and her tone turned urgent. I actually know your boss. Can you take me to see him? Armando's coffee cup wobbled in his hand. Well, he thought, it was hardly surprising his boss was acquainted with a woman as striking as Moira. But he didn't quite dare promise outright. I'll check with him first. Hold on a moment. As soon as he hung up, he called Chen Nan's number. Waking up the boss at this hour might be risky, but what if he missed out on something important from Moira and the boss? Inside the bedroom, Chen Nan was being clung to by Raven, who held on like a koala. Outside, sunlight crept past the curtains, and the phone's ring pierced the morning stillness. He carefully moved Raven's arm from his waist and was just about to get out of bed when Emma rolled over and pinned him down again. The girls had been up and lively late into the night, and now they were fast asleep, sunk deep in sweet dreams. Damn it, who the hell is so free this early in the morning? Chen Nan snatched up the phone, his voice still thick with the irritation of being woken from sleep. Boss, it's Miss Moira on the line. Armando sounded nervous, as if he wished he could swallow the receiver whole. Moira. Chen Nan frowned, sitting up as the covers slid down to his waist. What does she want with me? Is it time for the main plot to start? Moira's always been that character. Whether it's the Cuban Missile Crisis or that whole apocalypse affair, she shows up on schedule like a clockwork messenger. I didn't dare ask her. Armando's voice shrank even quieter. All right, just send me your number. Chen Nan rubbed his brow. Just as he hung up, a warm presence pressed against the back of his neck. At some point, Raven had woken up. She rested her chin on his shoulder, her breath sweet and warm in the early light. Beside him, Emma propped herself up, still blinking sleep from her eyes, but offered him a sly, drowsy smile. Chen Nan dialed Mora's number. The moment the call connected, Raven gently tugged at his wrist. As he murmured a quick hello into the receiver, he shivered involuntarily. A soft pair of lips briefly brushed his ear. Chen Nan. Mora's voice was uncertain on the line. Speaking. Go ahead. Chen Nan tried to keep his tone steady, even as his fingers pressed down to restrain Raven's mischievous head. I need Charles's help, but I don't have the clearance. Could you come with me? Mora paused. Then her voice suddenly shot up an octave. What's that noise over there? Someone got a stomach problem? What's with those strange sounds? Typical agent, Chen Nan thought wryly. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Emma gamely trying to make breakfast, and he chuckled awkwardly. All right, I'll come with you. But what will I get in return? He deliberately drew out his words, only to feel a sudden pinch at his waist. Wincing, he quickly changed course. You'll owe me a date. Fine. Mora sounded distinctly annoyed, but didn't hesitate longer than a moment. Okay, usual place. See you there. Chen Nan hung up decisively, while the other end Mora could only be exasperated. What's the hurry, anyway? What's gotten into him? Well, she wasn't wrong. The roles had definitely reversed. 2 hours later, at the Hellfire Club's phone booth, Mora genuinely needed to use the bathroom. She could barely stand it. What kind of man makes a woman wait this long? She mentally cursed at him. May you never rise to the occasion, ever again. Just as she was grinding her teeth, a Cadillac screeched to a halt at the curb. The window rolled down, and Chen Nan poked his head out, giving her a once-over and frowning. You wore that again? Wasn't it the same trench coat last time I saw you? If you're strapped for cash, I can lend you some. And you got the nerve to critique my outfit after being 2 hours late? Mora yanked open the passenger door and slid in, slamming it behind her so hard that the windows rattled. Haven't you heard of inner beauty? Wait until you see. I'll dazzle you. Chen Nan covered his ear, still sore from the door slam. What? Did you have gunpowder for breakfast? Try waiting 2 hours for someone yourself. Mora shot him a glare, though her tone softened. Charles has his graduation speech today. It just ended, and he's probably celebrating at a bar right now. We need to hurry. All right then. Chen Nan started the car. He glanced at Mora, who was huffing with frustration in the passenger seat, and suddenly felt that this trip wasn't a waste after all. He was actually curious to see what that Charles, famous for conquering the dating world with his supposed telepathy, looked like now. When they arrived at the bar, deafening jazz music assaulted their ears, making the eardrums throb. At the bar, a blond man was holding an oversized cocktail glass, tilting it back and letting the liquor pour down his throat. The drink dribbled down his chin and onto his shirt, prompting a burst of laughter from the surrounding crowd. He set down his glass and, amidst whistles and cheers, swaggered straight toward a sultry woman in a red dress by the bar. His hand reached toward her waist, but someone intercepted him before he could make contact. The sheer recklessness of the scene made Mora wonder if they might have found the wrong person. Professor Charles, your speech was absolutely brilliant. Mora's voice came out soft, almost lost in the clamorous bar. Could we have a word? Charles turned around, his blue eyes still glazed with intoxication. When he recognized Mora, his gaze brightened. He instinctively tried to slip his arm around her waist. Thank you, beautiful lady. Charles, Chen Nan took a step forward and, without making a fuss, gently but firmly pushed him aside. Charles, unsteady on his feet, stumbled backward from the slight shove, bumping the small of his back against the bar. There was a sharp crash as his glass hit the floor and shattered. The once lively bar fell silent in an instant. All eyes swiveled to them, some surprised, some anticipating drama. A few of Charles's friends were even rolling up their sleeves. Mora's heart skipped a beat. Oh, now there's trouble, she thought, watching Charles steady himself with one hand on the bar. Some of the drunken haze cleared from his eyes as he fixed Chen Nan with a deep, searching stare. Suddenly, Mora wondered if she'd made a mistake bringing Chen Nan, or coming at all. Sorry, I had a bit too much to drink, Charles said. I didn't realize she wasn't here alone. Everyone relax. He quickly explained to the surrounding onlookers, but his attention seemed magnetically drawn back to Chen Nan. There was something about the energy between them, familiar, yet strangely calm and unreadable. Only then did Mora's tension slowly ease, relieved this flare-up was just a false alarm. She regained her composure and steered the conversation to the real reason they were there. Professor Charles, she lowered her voice, probing. I read your paper. You argued that genes are constantly evolving, and at some critical point, they could trigger a fundamental change. She paused, locking eyes with Charles. For instance, giving rise to some unique ability. I believe it's already happened. In our world today, do evolved humans, mutants, truly exist? Those 3 words fell into the tranquil surface of Charles's mind like a stone breaking the still water, and his expression turned grave in an instant. The irreverence and rakish nonchalance he usually wore vanished completely. Almost without thinking, he pressed his fingers lightly against his temple. Moira's arrival, coupled with her pointed and precise question, could not possibly be a simple coincidence. She must have witnessed mutants herself with her own eyes. Without hesitation, he reached into Moira's mind, and a torrent of fragmented memories surged forward. The Hellfire Club, that aloof Black King, seated above them all, the enigmatic and inscrutable Black Queen, and the terrifying power of instant teleportation. A chill gripped Charles's heart. The infamous hedonists of the Hellfire Club were harboring so many mutants in hiding. But what caused his pupils to contract was this. The man whom Moira had just called a companion, his memory identified him unmistakably as the White King. If mutants now walked among the elite of the Hellfire Club, then what about this White King himself? Charles's gaze immediately fixed on Chen Nan, and he unleashed his powerful telepathy without a whisper of sound or warning. Chen Nan, sharp as ever, noticed Charles's fingers pressed to his temple and the sudden, intense focus of his stare. A subtle, amused smile played at the corners of his lips. Leisurely, he tilted his champagne glass, then reached out and, in no rush, tapped his own temple with his index finger. An unmistakable glint of mischief danced in his eyes. He looked utterly relaxed, as if watching a performance that had nothing at all to do with him, unbothered by the surge of Charles's psychic power washing over him. Charles's brow furrowed tightly. Seeing Chen Nan's deliberate gesture pointing to his own head, understanding dawned immediately. This man possessed mental defenses just as formidable, perhaps even stronger. In this silent clash of minds, it was Charles who found himself overmatched. Standing nearby, Moira saw Charles seeming dazed, his fingers still pressed against his temple. She assumed the wine had simply gone to his head, and gently offered a reminder. "Professor, you do seem to have had quite a bit to drink. Why don't we continue tomorrow? Would that work for you?" She certainly had no intention of trying to convince her rigid CIA superiors with the words of a drunken professor. Charles quickly pushed down the turmoil inside him, letting a gentle smile return to his face. "No, Ms. Moira, I think you already know the answer to that question." His tone turned remarkably earnest. "And this matters a great deal to me as well. If I can help you, I will do everything I can." Moira nodded, thanked him softly, and made ready to leave. "May I speak to this gentleman alone for a moment?" Charles turned his attention calmly to Chen Nan. Moira paused for a moment, glancing between the 2 men. Then she nodded to Chen Nan and quietly stepped outside. "I must admit, I am curious," Charles began directly, a subtle edge of inquiry in his voice. "Lord White King, why is it that you would aid Ms. Moira, a CIA agent?" The question sounded casual, yet every syllable was sharpened with hidden intent. "I think this is highly unreasonable." After learning from Moira's memories about Black King's insane ambition to plunge the world into another war, Charles knew he had to do everything in his power to prevent this catastrophe. However, the attitude of this so-called White King before him was shrouded in mist, seemingly detached from all, yet with a power so profound it could decide the fate of everyone involved. His stance was the greatest variable in this grand game. Chen Nan's expression grew even more inscrutable, a hint of amusement playing at his lips. He met Charles's searching gaze and replied breezily, "Charles, haven't you ever heard the saying, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain?" Charles gave an awkward smile. The answer was so blunt it was almost ruthless, yet beneath it lay a certain cold logic. "All right." Chen Nan set down his glass, adopting a leisurely air. "I will make a move, so do as you please." He put special emphasis on the phrase, "as you please." War as a game doesn't interest me much. Then he casually threw out a vital piece of information as if it were an afterthought. "Oh, by the way, just a friendly warning. Zhao's got a custom-made helmet, designed specifically to block telepathy. My date is about to start. Good luck, Charles." With those words, he strode confidently toward the door, as if not even the end of the world could be allowed to interrupt his meeting with a beautiful woman. At the entrance, Moira was pacing anxiously. When she saw Chen Nan coming out, she rushed to meet him. "What did he talk to you about?" "Talk about what?" Chen Nan shrugged, his tone easygoing. "Just wanted to know where I stand. I told him, you all can kick up as much trouble as you like. I'll just be standing on the sidelines." Moira looked at him deeply, her gaze complicated. "Chen Nan, you're a tough one to read. You see through everything, but you act like a lofty spectator, almost as if you enjoy toying with everyone beneath you, don't you?" She tried to catch even the smallest flicker of emotion in his eyes. "Ha!" Chen Nan gave a low chuckle, his eyes sweeping deliberately, without the slightest attempt to hide, over her open collar, bold and unrestrained. Well, just how deep depends on your definition, doesn't it, Miss Moira? He deliberately twisted the meaning of deep. Get lost. Moira's cheeks flushed instantly, and she glared at him in mock annoyance. This scoundrel. He never missed a chance for mischief, barely a serious word exchanged. Get lost. Chen Nan raised his eyebrows, putting on a look of innocent mischief. Leave? Now, I know you're in a hurry, but some things like, say, making a date, aren't to be skipped. He let the last word linger, exaggerating the notion of hurry. Moira almost laughed with exasperation at his shamelessness. Suddenly, a new idea flashed in her mind, and she smiled sweetly, mischief twinkling in her gaze. Fine then, a date it is. But she deliberately drew out the word, her tone playfully sly. Don't cry over your bank account, all right? You know my meager salary barely covers my own expenses as it is. She was determined to teach him a lesson, to vent all the frustration from his repeated teasing by giving him a taste of his own medicine. No problem at all. Chen Nan flashed a mischievous smile as he slipped his arm effortlessly around Moira's slender waist, leading her straight into the bright, bustling streets. The most important thing on a date is to have fun. After all, a date usually meant strolling, eating, and shopping. Now and then, Moira let out a couple of muffled cries of surprise, because a certain restless hand kept wandering over her waist and back. Damn it, keep your hands to yourself, she muttered in protest, only to be met with an even more reckless, husky chuckle from Chen Nan. When Moira's gaze was caught by the sparkling diamonds in a shop window, Chen Nan suddenly realized it had been ages since he'd gone shopping with the women back home. Well, bringing back a gift was always a safe bet, he mused. Maybe a diamond necklace? Those glittering little things had always been irresistible to women. Miss, Chen Nan called out, raising a hand casually to his sales associate. How can I help you, sir? The well-trained associate approached briskly, her smile perfectly warm and professional. With one sharp glance, she could tell that this distinguished customer was very much the real deal. Chen Nan tapped at the glass counter with long, casual fingers. This one, and that one. Wrap them all up. His tone was as nonchalant as if he were picking out vegetables at the market. The sales associate's polite smile was instantly replaced by a look of sheer delight, and her voice even quivered with excitement. Of course. Please wait just a moment. She hurriedly unlocked the counter and carefully took out several expensive necklaces, packing them up swiftly, terrified that this big spender might change his mind at any second. Damn rich people. Shameless playboy. Moira gritted her teeth in silent jealousy, inwardly roaring with envy. Heavens, what does it feel like to spend money as easily as breathing? When will I ever get to live like this? Dinner, shopping, a movie. Moira felt as though she was walking on air, watching Chen Nan lavishly spend tens of thousands of dollars without even blinking. Was money really this easy to come by? At last, they arrived at her apartment building. Night had settled in, gentle and soft, and their farewell drew near. Moira watched the amused curve of Chen Nan's profile, and some strange feeling began to take root in her heart. Maybe, just maybe, having a boyfriend like him wouldn't be so bad after all. What's the matter? Not ready to see me go? Chen Nan, sharp as ever, caught the fleeting daze in her eyes, drawing closer with his signature roguish grin. His voice was low and enticing. How about inviting me up for a cup of coffee? His eyes smoldered, the unspoken meaning clear as day. Moira's face flared crimson all at once. She might not be naive, but she knew all too well what that classic coffee suggestion really meant. Immediately, her mind was flooded with a series of blush-worthy and heart-racing images. In your dreams, she blurted out, the words flying from her lips as she struggled to hide the panic flaring inside her. TSK. Chen Nan gave an exaggerated sigh, feigning heartbreak. Moira, you really don't know how to appreciate things, do you? His tone held a trace of grievance, as if accusing her of squandering all his thoughtful hospitality that day. Who says I don't appreciate things? Moira shot back instinctively, her voice barely above a whisper. It's all happening too fast. At that moment, she hung her head low, feeling her heart thundering so loudly it threatened to leap out of her throat. Suddenly, a rush of inexplicable courage swept through her. In a blink, she stood on tiptoe and pressed a soft, fleeting farewell kiss to the corner of Chen Nan's mouth. A soft smack echoed in the air. Then, like a startled rabbit, she spun around and dashed into the apartment building without daring to look back, leaving behind only the staccato clack of her heels ringing through the corridor. Watching her flee like the wind, Chen Nan touched the spot on his lips where she'd ambushed him, a wider smile spreading across his face. He raised his voice brightly in the direction of her disappearing figure. Well, at least you've still got a bit of conscience. Off you go. Next time, come over to my place. I'll show you my cat. It can do backflips. From deep within the stairwell, Mora's voice floated back, tinged with both embarrassment and skepticism. Who are you kidding? I won't believe it until I see it myself. Chen Nan chuckled quietly to himself. Come on, just wait until you do come over. You won't get away so easily. After driving home in high spirits, an unexpected figure caught his eye as soon as he stepped in, Peggy. She was seated anxiously on a wicker chair in the garden, chatting awkwardly with Emma and the others. Chen Nan, you're finally back. The moment Peggy saw him, she bolted over like a drowning person clutching a lifeline. Something terrible's happened. Colonel Hendry is missing. Colonel Hendry is missing? Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback by Peggy's news, but then a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. So, Xiao has finally made his move. That meant the ambitious Black King's days were now numbered, no matter how much he seemed on top of the moment. Peggy, Chen Nan said evenly, though there was a calm confidence in his tone. Let's talk right here. There's nothing to hide. His gaze swept over Marilyn, Emma, and the rest. Are the people I trust most. A flash of surprise crossed Peggy's eyes. Wasn't he always known for being cautious and guarded? But since he was so forthright, she decided to get straight to the point. Very well, she replied, her face turning serious. We strongly suspect that Colonel Hendry's disappearance is connected to your Hellfire Club, and Xiao himself is missing too. She fixed him with a pointed look. So, as the current White King of the Hellfire Club, you're likely to become the primary focus of the investigation. The higher-ups hope you'll cooperate fully. Help us track down either Shaw or Colonel Hendry's whereabouts. Cooperate. A cold, mocking curve appeared at the corner of Chen Nan's lips. So, your bosses want to try a velvet glove before showing the iron fist? What if I refuse? Peggy's brow knitted in frustration. Chen Nan, I know you have some unusual methods, but you're just one person. Even if you won't look out for yourself, shouldn't you at least think of them? She gave a pointed glance at Marilyn and the others, their striking beauty only fueling her silent curse. This bastard really is greedy. Chen Nan let out a soft, casual laugh. Sure, why not? I'll tell you, it doesn't matter. Colonel Hendry. In your files, I suppose you've already listed him as Kia? Well, you're right. He's dead. He paused, his tone flat and unruffled. As for Shaw, last I checked, he should be enjoying himself over in Miami. But you folks, he gave a little shrug, the contempt in his voice unmistakable. Going there would just be walking straight into the lion's den. Peggy's expression darkened. Whether we're walking to our doom is none of your concern. I just hope this has nothing to do with you. There was a trace of earnestness beneath her words. Let's speak after we've actually brought Shaw in. In that case, Chen Nan spread his hands, a teasing smile tugging at his lips. Best of luck. You're going to need it. Trying to capture Shaw with the world's conventional forces? Complete fantasy. If it weren't for Charles, the justice-driven mutant, and Magneto, who nursed a grudge as deep as the ocean, did the CIA's so-called elite think they stood a chance? He scoffed inwardly. A sharp huff escaped from Peggy as she lifted her chin in proud defiance. This guy had never respected American authority since the day he enlisted, and nothing's changed. Watch yourself. If you hadn't kept such a low profile all these years, the people upstairs would have lost their patience with you long ago. By all means, keep huffing, Chen Nan said, utterly unfazed. He leaned in, lowering his voice with a wicked grin. Won't be long before you're the one coming to beg me. When that day comes, you'd better be ready. Clean up and wait for my favor, all right? And those assassins, you think there's anyone left who'd dare accept the job? Nothing good ever comes out of your mouth. Peggy's cheeks flushed scarlet, a mix of embarrassment and irritation, and she spun around, making a quick exit. When it came to playing the rogue, she couldn't hold a candle to this seasoned scoundrel. As Peggy's figure disappeared through the door, Marilyn edged closer, worry etched in her features. Darling, about Shaw. That old fox's ruthlessness was legendary, as his methods against the Jews had made abundantly clear. Dealing with him was already like asking a tiger for mercy, never mind the legion of formidable mutants he'd gathered at his side. Relax. Chen Nan pulled her close, his tone resolute. Shaw is finished. How can you be so sure all his subordinates are so blindly loyal to him? Really, think about it. A sly glint flickered in his eyes. Marilyn's eyes widened in sudden realization. I remember now. All his core team members were recruited by you, weren't they? Smart girl. With approving warmth, Chen Nan pinched her cheek. Years had gone by, but she still had the sharp instincts of a top agent. It seems Peggy has no idea of your true strength. Emma's lazy voice floated in, tinged with laughter as she drew her gaze away from the door. She beamed at Chen Nan, her eyes twinkling. So, my dear White King, what's your next move? Will you sit tight and reap the rewards, or deliver the death blow yourself? Of course, I'll finish the job myself, replied Chen Nan without hesitation, a cold smile curving his lips. He's nothing but a stray dog now. My Hellfire Club won't go down with the likes of him. He had waited for this, for the day Shaw's ambitions would lead him to overreach, turning all allies into enemies. Once Shaw fell, everything he'd worked for would fall straight into Chen Nan's grasp. While Moira took Charles to the CIA, determined to prove the existence of mutants to the higher-ups, Chen Nan was already in motion. He gathered Emma, Raven, Victor the Sabretooth, and Armando, who looked more terrified with every step, as if dreading being dragged into the crossfire, and marched directly toward the Hellfire Club. Shaw had his so-called World War III plan. Let him play with fire and perish in his own flames. The Hellfire Club was a grand ship. Chen Nan would make sure it didn't sink with its unworthy captain. Victor, Armando, Chen Nan commanded as they reached the grand but discreet entrance of the building, his voice leaving no room for argument. Guard the door. Don't let a single fly get in or out. Yes, sir. Victor bared his teeth in a savage grin, his towering, ironclad figure blocking the entrance. The previously languid guards at the door snapped to attention, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Sorry, sir. We're closed during the day. A newly recruited guard, voice trembling, tried to block their way with what little courage he could muster. A soft, amused chuckle escaped Chen Nan. New here, are you? Don't even know who I am. The guard wilted under his stare, knees nearly buckling in embarrassment, and nodded sheepishly. Blind as a bat. This is the White King, muttered an older guard, terrified, his voice sharp as he slapped the back of the rookie's head. A motion that might have seemed like hazing, but was, in truth, an act to save the young man from a worse fate. He knew all too well. The wrath of the powerful could easily crush the hapless. Stunned and reeling from the blow, the rookie finally realized just who was before him. With a thud, he dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness. I'm so sorry. My lord, White King. Chen Nan gestured for him to stand up, his gaze sharp and piercing, sweeping over the club staff who had gathered at the sound. Though his voice was not loud, it carried with perfect clarity to every corner of the opulent foyer. Get up. Today, I am here for just one thing. He paused, his words measured, each syllable ringing out with a weight that could not be ignored. From this moment on, in the Hellfire Club, there is only the White King. The Black King is no more. As his words fell, the entire space was plunged into utter silence. Inside and out, all the servers, managers, and security personnel, immaculately dressed, froze where they stood. They exchanged glances, and for a heartbeat, even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Only the White King remains. The Black King is gone. In these few short words, the meaning exploded like thunder. These seasoned club professionals, well acquainted with the ways of the elite, instantly grasped the message. The struggle between the Black King and the White King had ended in victory. The winner stood before them now. The air suddenly felt so heavy, it was enough to crush a person. In the vast entrance hall, only countless suspicious and speculative gazes remained, all focused on Chen Nan, the silence so dense that the dropping of a pin might have echoed. Chen Nan's stare was composed and unfathomable as he calmly looked over every face in the hall. His keen gaze seemed almost to see straight through to one's soul, pressuring everyone to lower their eyes, unable to meet his. Within the Hellfire Club, that invisible pressure hung so thick you could almost touch it. The atmosphere was suffocating. Even breathing took on a careful, tentative quality. Then, at the height of this tension, Chen Nan's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. At that very instant, the suffocating heaviness that had gripped the entire hall seemed to quietly dissolve. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice rang out, clear and steady. Everything in the club continues as usual. No one will be dismissed. In fact, he paused deliberately, savoring the sudden spark in everyone's eyes. Salaries will be increased by 20%. For a moment, the silence held. Then a wave of jubilation crashed forth. Nothing soothes fear or anxiety quite like the promise of tangible wealth. On every face, pure joy replaced all other emotions. Amid the cheers and celebration, Chen Nan turned slightly and exchanged a meaningful glance with Emma at his side. Emma immediately understood. Her gaze sharpened, and an invisible force of mental energy rippled silently outward, enveloping each person in the room with uncanny precision. You, Emma's fair hand shot up, pointing at a grinning server in the crowd. You, and him, and him. Her finger moved swiftly, singling out several individuals in quick succession. And for each person touched by that icy fingertip, the laughter froze on their faces, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, as if seized by a nameless terror. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief and terror. They thought they had concealed themselves flawlessly. How had they been found out? Emma's voice rang out, cold as ice. Were you planning to warn Xiao? Her words struck like a heavy blow to the chest. The accused few trembled uncontrollably, their faces ashen, drained of all color. Chen Nan stepped forward at an unhurried pace. He stopped in front of them. The invisible pressure he exuded filled them with dread. Instinctively, they shrank back again and again, throats tight with fear, unable even to utter a plea for mercy. A soft, almost mocking chuckle escaped Chen Nan. There's no need to be so nervous, he said. If anyone wants to tip Xiao off, go ahead. I won't stop you. He leaned forward just a bit, his voice low but impossible to ignore. Tell him openly, let him know he'd better stay alert. Let someone finish him off before he even reaches me. Straightening up, he waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. That's enough. The lot of you can leave now. The group exchanged uneasy glances, unable to tell whether Chen Nan's words were a pardon or a trap. Was this a free pass, or the bait for a snare? One with a bit more nerve gingerly moved a foot. When no one stopped him, he bolted, fleeing as if he'd been granted amnesty. The others took the cue, panic overtook them, and they stumbled out in a chaotic scramble. No one dare be the last. Terrified, Chen Nan might change his mind at any moment. Chen Nan watched their frantic retreat with tranquil eyes. Mere ants, scurrying for scraps, hardly worth a thought. He had no interest in troubling such small fry, and cared little if they carried tails. His gaze swept back to the rest, those still standing their ground. His voice steadied, matter of fact. If you fear getting caught up in trouble, now is your chance to leave. You can always find work elsewhere. Those remaining traded looks, but in the end, not a single one moved to go. After all, in the service world, no place matched the Hellfire Club for pay or prestige. Excellent. Chen Nan nodded in satisfaction. Then, carry on as usual. Do what needs to be done. With another wave of his hand, the meeting was over. Only then did everyone breathe easier, dispersing to their posts. A silent purge had run its course. Those with divided loyalties had been dealt a harsh warning. Those who stayed received a measure of reassurance. It was as much a caution as it was a reward. He had made it clear, all their actions, every move, were within his sight. To prosper, they simply had to do their jobs and keep their ambitions in check. With the staff dismissed, Chen Nan and Emma strode directly toward the club's most secret heart, Zhao's private chamber. Are we going to war now? Emma's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Like Raven, she longed to upend the stale order of their world. Besides, the so-called camaraderie between the White King and the Black King had always been an open secret. Nothing more than a thin veneer. Chen Nan chuckled softly, a knowing glint in his eyes that seemed to pierce right through every secret. All these years, I've merely watched as Xiao toiled and struggled to build up his Hellfire empire. His gaze swept over the lavish decorations on either side of the corridor, as though he were surveying territory already under his command. When the timing is right, I'll simply take over. Why waste years climbing up from nothing? Isn't it so much more exhilarating to just steal the throne? Was this underhanded? In Chen Nan's heart, not a ripple of guilt appeared. The laws of this world were always merciless. Resources belong only to those who possess true virtue, and the martial virtue he embodied, that was the virtue above all else. Barely hesitating, they swiftly cracked the vault security system that Xiao, in his frantic escape, had no time to erase. With barely a sound, the heavy alloy doors slid open, unveiling the spectacle within. Even though Emma and Raven had braced themselves, they still gasped in shock at what lay before them. It was a mountain of cash. Freshly minted dollar bills, bundled, stacked, piled high until they nearly reached the arched ceiling of the vault. Right beside this mountain of currency stood rows of imposing safes, their doors now wide open, revealing stacks upon stacks of gold bars, ordered with meticulous precision. Under the vault's bright lights, the gold gleamed with a staggering brilliance, dazzling the eyes. A quick estimate put the haul at 5 to 6 tons of pure gold. "Oh my God!" Raven shrieked, unable to contain herself. Laughing with the glee of a child, she dove headlong into the fragrant, inky mass of banknotes, rolling through the cash, her voice ringing out in pure excitement. "We're rich. We've hit the jackpot." Even Emma and Marilyn, no strangers to scenes of opulence, stood frozen, dumbstruck by the sheer, naked spectacle of so much wealth. The sight of those cabinets brimming with gold, in particular, struck with an impact that numbers alone could never convey. They all stood in stunned silence, unable to move for what felt like 7 or 8 seconds before their senses finally returned. Even Chen Nan allowed a flicker of surprise to flash across his face, though he quickly regained his composure, scarcely paying the mountain of wealth another glance. He walked right past the heart-stopping display of money and gold, heading deeper into the shadows by the back wall. His true prize was never mere riches. His gaze landed precisely on a cluster of unremarkable black file cabinets tucked in a corner. He pulled open one of the cabinets. Inside were files dense with secrets, meticulously cataloged by year and region. Here lay Zhao's ironclad evidence of bribery, detailed ledgers that were treasures beyond any price. Within those pages, each official's name, title, the amounts they took, every payment's date, place, and method were recorded with chilling clarity. Every name within those pages was a lever, one that could shift the power of nations. With these documents, the very heart of Zhao's vast black gold empire, built and guarded for over a decade, was now completely in Chen Nan's grasp. Oh, Black King, oh, Black King! As Chen Nan thumbed through the ledger, the smile on his face grew wider and wider, finally turning into a heartfelt exclamation. You really are a decent fellow. Elsewhere, Xiao was lounging comfortably on a luxurious yacht in Miami, relishing the anticipation of the impending world war. Just then, the Black Queen took a phone call. Her expression became an extraordinary spectacle as she drew a deep breath and said, I understand. She hung up, fuming inwardly. That damn man. He took action without even telling me? Clearly, he doesn't trust me. Let's see how you handle Xiao. Won't you end up needing me in the end? With a cold huff, the Black Queen walked out of the cabin and shared the news with Xiao. Oh, is that so? He certainly acts decisively. Let him stir up trouble if he wants. He can do as he pleases. Xiao smiled indifferently, his composure leaving the Black Queen completely baffled. How could he be so unperturbed? She couldn't read Zhao's thoughts at all now. Even with his own turf being stolen, he showed not the slightest hint of anxiety. She had no clue what Xiao intended next. What she didn't know was that in Zhao's plans, Hellfire no longer held any value. The next stop was Russia, to let them feel the looming threat from America and then spark a dangerous confrontation. Then, an explosion, echoing through the world. A Cold War needs only a single spark to ignite the powder keg. Once World War erupts, who would even care about that old thing? Xiao had stumbled upon a terrifying realization. The recent breakneck advance in technology had led to a surge in radiation, causing a sudden flood of mutants. If nations started hurling nuclear bombs at each other, every time he imagined clouds of nuclear fallout choking the skies, blanketing the globe in radiation, he felt an odd sense of grandeur and dread. In fact, Xiao wasn't wrong. In the comics, the surge in mutants was closely linked to the increasing levels of radiation and radioactive materials. But here's the strange thing. Despite Hiroshima and Nagasaki being the only places to experience the benefits of atomic bombs, hardly any mutants appeared there. He just couldn't figure it out, and chose not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Chen Nan was far more direct. He simply gathered all the shareholders together. At night, the Hellfire Club still reveled in its intoxicating fantasy of decadence. But just beyond a thick, soundproof door in the secret meeting room, the atmosphere had turned to fire and ice. Instead of the glamorous chess games of the elite, a raucous, street-level brawl was unfolding, ripping apart the carefully maintained masks of big shots that every attendee wore. Mr. Xiao has only stepped away briefly. The club's future must remain in his hands. Chen Nan, an outsider, what does he know of Hellfire's traditions or its power? A gray-haired, red-faced shareholder slammed his hand on the table and roared, his spit nearly flying across to hit the faces of those opposite him. Tradition? Strength? Zhao's so-called strength is only leading us to the brink of destruction. One of the young shareholders backing Chen Nan shot back without flinching, his finger nearly jabbing his rival's nose. Reform? I call it sabotage. A total usurpation. Another voice joined the fray. Don't forget Zhao's methods. Just wait till he comes back. Wait for his return. Who even knows if he'll make it back? We ought to think about the survival of the club. The argument grew louder and more venomous, voices sharpening like blades, filling the air with a sense of imminent combustion. A handful of fence-sitters, their allegiance wavering, remained conspicuously silent, having resolved not to take sides until the Black King's fate was absolutely clear. Seeking profit and avoiding risk, the iron law of business. At the head of the long table, Chen Nan sat with his back pressed to the high-backed chair, his slender fingers unconsciously tapping a steady, soft rhythm on the polished mahogany, the sound breaking the tension in faint little thuds. By now, the factions were unmistakably drawn. His own supporters were far outnumbered by Zhao's stalwart loyalists, and most of the rest were onlookers in a storm, clutching to any driftwood they could find. He'd seen enough of this theater. Talp! 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 The sound wasn't loud, but somehow it cut cleanly through the uproar, silencing the room in an instant. Every eye turned as one to the head of the table, the strikingly young Asian man who presided there. A faint, enigmatic smile flickered on Chen Nan's lips as he locked eyes with Kroll, the man who'd shouted loudest just moments before. Enough, gentlemen. I believe that's quite enough, Mr. Kroll. He gave a subtle nod, indicating the hefty folder before Kroll, its cover stamped with the emblem of Hellfire. Perhaps you'd care to look at the ledger in front of you? It might just help clear your mind. Kroll hesitated for a brief moment, then scoffed openly, his fleshy features quivering with disdain. A ledger? Chen Nan, do you really think a few numbers can prove you're a better moneymaker than Sebastian? Don't make me laugh. He harbored nothing but contempt for this upstart Asian, who dared to challenge the old guard aristocrats. With a flourishment to expose a cheap trick, Kroll snatched up the folder and snapped it open. But as he flipped through the pages, the scorn on his face froze mid-expression. With every turn, his arrogance drained away, replaced by a dawning, wide-eyed horror. Large beads of sweat broke out on his gleaming forehead, trailing down to darken the time-worn paper beneath with heavy, splattering drops. His fingers, stiff with shock, began to tremble uncontrollably as the blood drained from his face. Red, then white, then a ghastly gray. Staring, wide-eyed and unblinking, he looked into the abyss, his eyes pools of raw, wordless terror and utter despair. Secret records of bribery involving high-ranking officials, irrefutable evidence of tax evasion and fraud amounting to astronomical sums, and even several meticulously covered up and viciously executed murders, now laid bare with undeniable proof. All these filthy secrets, which he thought had long ago been buried beneath the weight of years and money, now sprawled naked before him like a venomous curse. A heavy, thunderous crash sounded. Kroll, just moments ago so arrogant and domineering, suddenly lost all strength in his knees and collapsed to the floor in terror. Overwhelmed by sheer dread, he scrambled up, tears and snot streaming down his face, crying out for mercy at the top of his lungs. "Sir, I was wrong. I was foolish, blind, ignorant. My shares, take all my shares. Every last one of them is yours. I beg you, please just spare my life." His voice, thick with fear and despair, echoed chillingly in the deathly silent conference room, sending shivers down every spine. A sharp gasp swept through the room. Every shareholder inhaled in shock, chills prickling across their scalps. What was happening? How had Kroll, who had just been as unyielding as stone, turned in an instant into a broken man groveling like a beaten dog? In that moment, every pair of eyes locked onto the ledger Kroll had tossed to the floor, a ledger now as untouchable as a red-hot coal. The answer was all too clear. Chen Nan slowly rose to his feet, towering above the trembling Kroll, who now shook like a leaf upon the ground. He swept his gaze around the room at the other shareholders, all struck silent and pale as ghosts, still bearing that calm and ever so slightly mocking smile on his lips. With a faint chuckle, he broke the suffocating silence. His voice was soft, but every word reached their ears with flawless clarity. "See, had you known this day would come, would you have chosen differently back then? Relax. I'm not one for needless extermination." He strolled over to Kroll's side, leaned down ever so slightly, and, as if bestowing a favor, remarked, "Kroll, at least you understand the way the winds blow. Since you're so perceptive, I'll consider our little unpleasantness just now a thing of the past." Straightening up, he let his gaze linger on the shareholders, who stared fixedly at the deathly dossier before them. There was a playful note to his words. "By the way, gentlemen, aren't you curious to take a look at your own dazzling achievements? Perhaps, by now, you've all but forgotten exactly how you clawed your way up from nothing to today. In this playground of fame and fortune, each of them had long since muddied their hands with blood. Whose path to success could truly withstand the harshest scrutiny? Chen Nan regarded this group of men, so full of pious airs in public, yet so grotesque and wretched now, and the scorn at the corner of his lips only deepened. He knew, without spilling a drop of blood, the entire dominion of the Hellfire Club had fallen into his hands. And so, as Chen Nan overturned the established order in New York's Hellfire Club, thousands of miles away near the waters off Miami, a fierce chase was unfolding. In the bone-chilling depths of the sea, Eric harnessed his formidable magnetic power, transforming the heavy ship's anchor into a devastating war hammer and bringing it crashing down upon a lavish yacht. The ear-splitting sound of metal twisting and tearing was swallowed by the surrounding water, and under the force of his wrath, the yacht was smashed to pieces as easily as if it were a child's toy. Yet, as the wreckage drifted into darkness, Eric, simmering with anger and despair, realized that his nemesis Shaw had escaped unscathed, serenely piloting a small submarine, slipping away through the swirling currents. Still, the mission was not a total loss. In the course of tracking Shaw, Eric gained a lifelong companion, Charles Xavier. Haunted by the sting of failure and a fog of uncertainty about the future, Eric and Charles had no choice but to return to New York in search of a new plan. To the Hellfire Club, Eric said, his voice low and rough, the words scraping through tension. In his mind, Chen Nan was the beacon in the mist, the only one who might pierce the mystery of Shaw's next move. On the top floor of New York's Hellfire Club, the atmosphere shifted completely from the riotous indulgence below. The chamber was tasteful and understated, dominated by vast floor-to-ceiling windows framing the city's dazzling lights. Chen Nan himself received Eric's weary group upon their arrival. "Eric, it's been a long time." Chen Nan greeted them with a gentle smile and motioned for them to take their seats. With a casual snap of his fingers, a waiter appeared soundlessly to pour each of them a glass of fine wine. From the moment he stepped through the door, Eric's sharp gaze never left Chen Nan's face. Time seemed to have slowed its march for this man. He still looked as young and unruffled as when he first guided Eric outside the camp so many years ago, an enigmatic presence, unchanged by the years. Eric now found himself even more deeply shaken. "Sir," he said, his tone thick with complicated emotion, You look exactly as you did back then, as if time itself has lost its hold on you." Chen Nan lifted his glass, swirling it gently, the ice catching the light and scattering it in delicate patterns across his deep, shadowed eyes. He smiled, a wistful, almost indescribable sorrow in its curve. "Perhaps so, but immortality is its own curse. When everyone around you falls away like leaves in autumn, you're left standing alone as the seasons spin on. And what finally arrives is a profound and permanent loneliness." He took a measured sip of his drink, the fiery liquor burning down his throat, then changed the subject abruptly, his voice direct. "Now, what brings you here? I doubt this is just a courtesy call. We beg you, please help us track down Shaw. Countless innocent lives depend on it," Charles pleaded earnestly. "Charles," Chen Nan set down his glass, his gaze calm as it swept across the room before finally fixing on Charles. "You find him, then what? Do you really think, in your current state, that finding him means you'll be able to handle him?" There was a subtle hint of scrutiny in his tone. What do you mean?" Eric frowned deeply, not quite grasping the implication behind Chen Nan's words. "Wait." Moira, always quick on the uptake, suddenly gasped as the crucial point hit her. "You're saying that Shaw himself is the real threat? He's actually the most powerful mutant." "Oh, you lot." Chen Nan let out a gentle sigh and shook his head, his voice openly tinged with disappointment. "You're just too slow to catch on. Think about it. Red Devil, Riptide, and the Black Queen. Mutants each with their own formidable powers and wild tempers. Why would they willingly follow him? Just because he's rich and influential? That reason alone becomes laughably flimsy when faced with true power." Chen Nan's words struck them like a heavy blow, shaking them wide awake. All along, Shaw had seemed to them more like a scheming mastermind lurking in the shadows, a manipulator, not a warrior charging at the front lines. The reversal of this notion sent a chill down everyone's spine. Then what exactly are his powers? Eric abruptly stood up, both hands gripping the edge of the table in agitation. "Energy absorption. His ability is to absorb any form of energy. Remember, I said any form." The room was plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone was left speechless, stunned by the near-invincible nature of that power. Energy is everywhere. Didn't this mean that physical attacks were utterly useless against him? Wait. Suddenly, a spark of hope flared in Eric's eyes as he thought of something and pressed urgently. What about mental control? Can he absorb psychic energy? Can he resist telepathy? A knowing smile played across Chen Nan's lips, as if this was exactly what he expected. That's a realm beyond his defenses. Pure mental force is something he naturally struggles to guard against. "That's it," Eric exclaimed, clapping his hands together, his voice rising with excitement. "Charles holds off that woman. You lock down Shaw's mind, even if it's just for an instant." Charles, Moira, and the others nodded repeatedly. That plan sounded genuinely promising. "Not a bad idea," said Chen Nan with a smile. "In that case, let me wish you good luck. Now hurry. Go find more reliable mutant allies. Time won't wait." If Moira hadn't expected Chen Nan's attitude to be so detached, and her brows knitted in frustration. "You're not planning to join us? You, of all people, must understand. If we fail, Shaw will never let you go. You've taken everything from him. With all of you involved, do you really think Shaw could still make any waves? Oh, right. I can give you a little hint, help you avoid some unnecessary detours. Then can you give us Shaw's location? Even if it just delays his plan, this concerns countless lives." Moira's tone was earnest, pleading for his help. "I could, but only on one condition." When it came to matters of right and wrong, Moira was not one to hesitate. Chen Nan, never fond of beating around the bush, got straight to the point. "The condition is simple. I want one researcher from your CIA. His name, is Hank McCoy. Arrange for your superiors to release him. Let him leave the CIA and join my umbrella corporation. He hadn't intended to wade into these troubled waters so soon, but the name Beast, Hank McCoy, had abruptly leapt into his mind. This genius scientist, notorious under the alias Beast, was a towering figure in the halls of intellect within a Marvel universe. Moira's knowledge of Hank amounted to no more than a single line in his file. She certainly had no authority to make such a call. Nevertheless, she agreed to Chen Nan's condition and hurried off to seek approval. When Charles and Eric realized the two of them alone were far from sufficient to contend with Shaw, they wasted no time setting out on their own journey to seek out fellow mutants. The living room quieted once more, leaving only Chen Nan and a few others. Emma, like a languid cat, curled up gently in Chen Nan's arms, rubbing against him softly. Her voice, tinged with concern, murmured, "Are we really going to help them take down Shaw? I just have a bad feeling about involving the CIA. If we're set on killing Shaw, the two of us, with our plan on the inside, should be more than enough. This is an internal matter for us. If word gets out that we brought outsiders in to handle it, wouldn't that be seen as betraying all mutants?" Emma's concerns weren't without merit. Once outside forces became involved in the disputes within mutant kind, the entire situation changed in nature. Chen Nan's lips curled in a hint of a sly smile, his fingers playing lazily with her silken hair. "Who says I'm expecting them to kill Shaw for me? Shaw's life, only I can take it. Then why give them his location?" Emma lifted her head. Her golden hair slipped off her shoulders and her ice blue eyes glittered with confusion. "Aren't you afraid they might actually succeed?" "Eh." Chen Nan chuckled softly, his voice brimming with confidence. "With her skills, failure is the only outcome." Moira hurried back to the heavily guarded CIA headquarters and relayed Chen Nan's demand exactly as he'd given it. Her superiors barely hesitated at all. After all, compared to the chance of finding Shaw and preventing the outbreak of nuclear war, letting go of one researcher was a negligible price to pay. Early the next morning, Moira returned to Chen Nan's place with the latest news. As soon as she pushed open the door, she caught sight of Emma nestled intimately beside Chen Nan. A rush of jealousy, sharp and sour like biting into a lemon, flooded her heart, and she instinctively looked away. Chen Nan, however, seemed oblivious to her mood. With his usual calm, he smiled and said, "You're here so early. Looks like you've settled things." Moira nodded, her gaze flitting uneasily between Emma and Marilyn, who was sitting nearby with a bright, knowing smile. Moira hesitated, the news stuck in her throat. After all, personal feelings had no place during working hours, but Marilyn stretched lazily, pulling herself upright beside Chen Nan. Her sharp, perceptive eyes sparkled with humor as she looked at Moira. "Oh, let me guess. Your superiors agreed, but only on one condition. Chen Nan must surrender Zhao's position before they'll consider letting Hank McCoy go, right?" "You?" Moira's eyes widened in shock, staring at Marilyn in disbelief. How could her thoughts have been read so clearly? Was Marilyn another Charles? Did I get it right? Marilyn laughed, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. "I do happen to have a few special abilities, but I swear I didn't use them just now." "All right," Chen Nan said, gently signaling for Emma to move aside. "Shall we finally have a proper discussion? What's the point in talking?" Moira replied, her tone tinged with embarrassment and a touch of that same lingering sourness, like someone who'd just bitten into an unripe lemon. "Seems like you already know everything." For a veteran agent like her, having no secrets in front of these two was an unsettling sensation, one she'd never experienced before. Meanwhile, at CIA headquarters, preparations were in full swing. Charles and Eric's own recruitment efforts were pressing ahead without pause. Hank, employed by the CIA, led Charles into a room webbed with intricate wiring and dominated by a towering steel sphere. Here stood the prototype of the Cerebro amplifier. While Charles's own telepathic range was limited, according to Hank's calculations, this machine could project his mind across all of North America. Are you absolutely sure you don't want to shave your head?" Hank made one last attempt, unable to shake the feeling that Charles's thick, wavy hair and the gleaming metal sphere were hopelessly at odds. Surely a bald head suited the machine better. "Don't even think about it." Charles clapped a protective hand over his hair, taking the suggestion as a personal affront. Was he supposed to lose his perfectly coiffed curls? The signature look of Charles Xavier, legendary heartbreaker? No way. Hank shook his head, disappointed, but went ahead and powered up the machine. As a deep hum filled the air, Charles's consciousness expanded, sending his awareness surging outward in every direction. Countless indistinct figures flashed rapidly through his mind, vast and boundless like the stars scattered across the universe. In that instant, he saw them. Those of his own kind, scattered among the crowd, linked to him by blood. The printer at the side suddenly whirred to life, spitting out page after page in a frenzy, each sheet recording precise coordinates. Yes, we did it. Hank clenched his fist and let out a low, triumphant roar. Finally, his painstaking effort had blossomed into brilliance. Moira was just as ecstatic, overwhelmed by the surge of excitement. She turned and gave Chen Nan a firm hug without a second thought. The next second, realization crashed over her. Her cheeks flushed deep red as she abruptly let go, her hands suddenly busying themselves straightening clothes that weren't the least bit rumpled, trying to hide her embarrassment. Chen Nan watched her with a teasing glint in his eyes, and Moira, feeling her ears burn, quickly turned away to examine the coordinates printing out. Sure enough, the list now held the names of some hidden mutants. In this era, when mutants were painfully scarce, most of these names drifted in obscurity, some familiar, most strangers. Chen Nan showed little interest in them. His focus remained unwavering. The beastly Hank himself, and, above all, this brainwave amplifier of limitless potential standing behind him. To his mind, the strategic value of this machine might surpass even those legendary Infinity Stones. After all, with nuclear power set to trigger a proliferation of mutants, especially after the infamous Chernobyl incident, the stakes would only rise. Emma's psychic prowess was immense, but even she had her limits in reach. Perhaps they have to wait for the right moment. For instance, when that mischievous god Loki descends to Earth, wielding the scepter set with the Mind Stone. As for the rest of the recruitment, Chen Nan's lack of interest soon proved justified. Most mutants desperately sought the comfort of their own kind, a chance to band together, weathering the world as one. Yet, there would always be exceptions. For Charles and Eric, things have been going smoothly of late. The recruitment list now boasted 6 new companions, fueling their soaring confidence. Today, on something of a whim, Chen Nan joined them, curious to see how the scene would play out. 2 cars pulled up outside a dingy bar reeking of cheap beer and stale tobacco. The 3 of them pushed open the door. Immediately, their eyes locked on a man drinking alone at the bar. A battered leather jacket strained over his knotted muscles. A rugged beard framed his rebellious features, and most striking was his sharply hewn, unforgiving face. Is that him, the one you made a bet on? Charles glanced at Chen Nan, who wore an air of unruffled calm, and with a confident grin, he tilted his chin. Get ready to lose. Oh, we'll see. Chen Nan shrugged, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Eric, for his part, couldn't fathom Chen Nan's confidence. After all, every previous recruitment had gone off without a hitch. He quickly understood the meaning behind Chen Nan's smile, and witnessed firsthand just how low manners could fall. With a cheerful grin, Charles straightened his coat, wearing that signature charming smile as he strode gracefully toward the bar. He extended his hand with elegant poise, his voice gentle and magnetic. Hello, my friend, I think we... The man with the cheap cigar didn't so much as glance his way. His rough greeting cut straight through the air. Go to hell. Charles stood dumbfounded. The sudden curse left him completely at a loss. That friendly charm and refined aura he prided himself on were utterly useless. The other man didn't even bother looking at him, offering nothing but the plainest, most primal rebuff. Wolverine, Logan, his way with words could only be described as a breath of fresh air in the mutant world. Chen Nan could hold back no longer. He burst into laughter, boisterous and unrestrained. This classic scene played out even more spectacularly than he'd imagined. Standing off to the side, Eric wore a look of frustration and resignation. Chen Nan had predicted it exactly. Their opening move ended in a slap in the face. Ah! Chen Nan patted Charles's shoulder, unable to hide his glee. You lost, Charles. Ah, Betty Sabbit. Chen Nan knew all too well about Wolverine's fiery temper and the storied past behind it. Charles surrendered with a sigh, giving up without a fight. Trying to negotiate with someone like that? He feared he'd be shot down before even getting a word in. Remember our wager, Chen Nan said with a sly, satisfied grin. From now on, you're forbidden from using telepathy on anyone around me. I trust you, Charles. Charles was thoroughly frustrated. Recruitment had failed, he'd been publicly insulted, and he'd lost a crucial bet all in one go. This trip to the bar was an unparalleled streak of bad luck. Meanwhile, Chen Nan felt utterly at ease. Viewing it all from above, that sense of superiority was almost the greatest cheat a traveler could possess. Leaving the disgruntled duo to their own misery, he made his way up to the bar and sized up Wolverine with genuine curiosity. As one of the biggest names in the Marvel Universe, it was striking to see how down and out he looked in real life. Battered leather jacket, a table cluttered with cheap beer and cigars, all painting a picture of hard times. Yet Chen Nan knew, given an adamantium skeleton and that near-immortal healing factor in the future, aside from natural enemies like Magneto, Wolverine could pretty much walk into any battle unscathed. All right, it's time we get going. We're on a tight schedule, Charles said, pulling himself together and urging the others. No, no. Chen Nan shook his head, gaze fixed on Logan. You two go on ahead. I want to talk to him alone. All right, Charles replied with a shake of his head, clearly not expecting much. He didn't believe for a second that Chen Nan could persuade this stubborn wolf without resorting to mental control. Besides, even if he used mind control, that would only be a temporary solution, never a lasting one. Wolverine didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He kept to himself, downing cheap beer and exhaling clouds of smoke. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Nan called out, "Hey, 2 bottles of your finest Lafroig for him." "Right away, sir." The bartender's eyes gleamed with excitement. Anyone arriving in a Cadillac wasn't going to quibble over a couple of pricey drinks, after all. At last, Wolverine raised his head, casting a frosty look at Chen Nan. "Trying to buy me, kid? Throwing around a few crumbs. Do I look like some beggar to you?" His voice was deep and cold, laced with the wariness of a wild animal. Chen Nan met that stare without a second thought, smiling lightly. "Consider the drinks a warm-up. In a bit, I'll introduce you to an old friend. If you beat him, you get 10 grand. If you lose," he drew out the words, letting the tension build, "I get to drain 2 liters of your blood." "What the hell? 2 liters?" Logan's pupils contracted. He nearly shot to his feet in shock. Did this guy see him as some kind of walking blood bank? Was that even a human thing to ask? "What's the matter?" Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, his tone just the right blend of teasing and provocation. "Getting cold feet. When it came to handling a stubborn mule like Wolverine, you had to stroke the fur the wrong way." "Huh." Logan let out a short, derisive chuckle, a glint of battle lust flashing in his eyes. "Scared? Only an idiot would turn down cash handed to him. Bartender, keep my drinks on ice." He shot to his feet, his leather jacket whipping up a gust. "I'll be back to finish them." His unrivaled healing made him fearless. Aside from his troublemaker brother Victor, he'd never encountered anyone who could truly threaten him. Watching Wolverine swagger out like a hero off to duel Huaxiong, Chen Nan could barely hold in a laugh. He hurried after him, an amused smile playing at his lips. After all, a regenerative wildcard on par with Sabretooth Victor was a prize worth looking forward to. The black Cadillac slipped away from the Rowdy Bar district. In less than 20 minutes, they'd pulled up at the entrance to a quiet, secluded park. Chen Nan had already swept the area clean with his telepathy. Now, only the sighing wind remained in the park, silent and still. Logan's steps paused the instant he entered. His beast-like ears twitched almost imperceptibly, nostrils flaring. An old, bone-deep, dangerous scent filled his being. Every muscle tensed at once, adamantium claws itching to spring free. "Victor," he snarled, his shout echoing through the empty park, a voice full of disbelief and shock. "Is that you?" A low, rumbling laugh slipped from behind a thick tree, teasing, layered with the complexities of reunion after a long separation. "My dear brother, Logan, has cheap booze finally rotted your nerves? Is that why you're this slow to react now?" A tall figure slowly stepped out from the sheltering shadows of the trees. A familiar face, sharp with animalistic lines. That voice, undeniably familiar. It was Sabretooth. "Victor." Logan was stunned. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Victor still looked as strong and wild as ever, but the impeccably tailored, expensive suit, the gleaming leather shoes, the neatly combed hair. This was a world apart from the brother he remembered. The savage beast, bloodthirsty and feral, gnawing raw meat and rolling through the mud. Is this really the same brother who once fought by my side, living rough and bleeding for every breath? There's that old joke floating around online. You're afraid your brother won't make it, but even more afraid he's driving a Range Rover while you're still stuck in place. That's exactly what Wolverine was thinking. "What's wrong?" Victor, irritated by the way Logan stared at him as if he'd seen a ghost, tugged at his tie with a scowl. "To see me cleaned up and respectable bother you?" He caught that flash of jealousy and disbelief in Logan's eyes with laser precision. "Victor, is it really you?" Logan's voice was hoarse, tinged with a disappointment he barely recognized in himself. I almost didn't recognize you. Weren't we supposed to struggle together at the bottom? When did you sneak off and make it big on your own?" "You can have this too, Logan." Victor's tone softened slightly, a trace of persuasion slipping in. "Come work for the boss with me. Live the good life. Eat well, drink well, a warm bed every night. Always better than rotting away in cheap dive bars, never knowing if you'll eat tomorrow." He genuinely wanted to pull his brother up with him. The fatal rift between them hadn't quite split open yet, and that twisted bond of brotherhood still lingered. Damn it! Logan's anger burst forth. He stabbed a finger at Victor's expensive suit, as if it embodied everything corrupt. "Victor, you sold out. How can you lower yourself to be some ordinary human's thug?" Where's that pride that once looked down on everyone? He couldn't fathom where his wild, contemptuous, unstoppable brother had gone. Times change. Stubbornness is your poison, little brother. Victor shook his head, an almost pitying look in his eyes. Seems the boss was right. He rolled his neck and wrists, bones cracking with a gut-twisting series of pops, then began to advance on Logan, a powerful, suffocating menace filling the air. Words are useless with you. Guess I'll just have to beat some sense into you. The brothers locked eyes, old grievances and fresh divisions igniting between them. The air in the park went stiff, heavy with brewing violence. An explosive clash, inevitable between these rival brothers, was about to erupt. 9 times out of 10, when these two met, it ended in a fight. When Logan's claws sliced through the air to meet his elder brother Victor's assault, he was forced to confront a cruel reality. Since leaving behind the crucible of the army, Wolverine seemed to have discarded his hardened will to fight along with it. He had let himself drown in a haze of alcohol and drifting, allowing the dull knife of time to wear away the keen edge he once possessed. Victor, on the other hand, was an untiring beast, relentlessly following his master, Chen Nan, as he carved out new territory at his command. Victor's movements were as quick as lightning, charged with primal, animalistic force. Each attack was precise, each strike meant to kill. The fighting technique that Logan had once prided himself on now seemed heavy and sluggish in Victor's eyes. Whether it was healing, speed, or strength, Sabretooth naturally had the upper hand, and after years of neglect, Logan's reflexes and agility had become as rusty as an old machine. All he had left to rely on was his body, blessed with an incredible power to heal. Victor's claws tore through Logan's leather jacket with ease, leaving wounds in his resilient flesh, so deep that bone was revealed. Pain seared through him, but immediately the wounds began to knit closed, healing right before the naked eye. Roaring in fury, Logan tried to counterattack, but Victor easily deflected and dodged every move, landing heavier blows on Logan's jaw, ribs, and stomach. This brawl between brothers quickly devolved into a one-sided thrashing. Logan became little more than a heavy punching bag, pummeled by Victor's wild strength. Chen Nan merely stood by, watching with calm indifference. He had already decided the outcome. Without adamantium, Wolverine could never hope to best Sabretooth. That's enough, Victor. Chen Nan's voice was not loud, yet it cut through the chaos. At once, Victor's savage onslaught froze in place. The bloodlust in his eyes receded, ebbing away like a tide. His claws slid smoothly back into his fingers. He straightened his imposing frame, assuming the bearing of a loyal guard, respectfully moving to stand at Chen Nan's side with his head held low. Victor! Logan howled in disbelief, a cry twisted by pain and shock. He stared in horror at his wild, unruly brother, someone who'd always flouted rules and authority, now cowed and obedient, as if tamed by Chen Nan's command. The sight stung Logan even more than the wounds on his body. His own brother had become a docile, subservient hound, bowing at someone else's feet. Seems I was a fool to expect a lone, hot-tempered wolf like you to cooperate, Chen Nan said quietly, his tone level, tinged with a trace of regret and icy intent. As he spoke, Logan suddenly realized in shock that he could no longer move, frozen in place by some unimaginable force. He'd never encountered another mutant before. He'd wandered alone for so long, it had never occurred to him that such terrifying people might exist. In that moment, it started to dawn on him. Logan had been taken directly to Umbrella Corporation's secret facility hidden deep in the desert. Everything here radiated coldness and an aura of impending doom. The air was thick with the sharp smell of disinfectant and unidentifiable chemicals. Essex, Chen Nan gestured toward an elderly man whose hair was white as snow and whose eyes burned with a feverish, almost pathological intensity. Here is your new experimental material. Logan Howlett, a level 4 self-healing mutant. Draw his blood, don't hold back. Your core task is to crack the secret of the self-healing gene fusion. Unless you want to end up dead, of course. Self-healing. At that instant, Dr. Essex's eyes exploded with a terrifying gleam. As if beholding some peerless treasure, he moved in close to the immobilized Logan, wetting his cracked lips with a quick lick of his tongue, his face twisting into an expression of obsessive, almost greedy ecstasy. He. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Boss, you've truly brought me the most magnificent gift. That look alone was enough to send a chill straight up Wolverine's spine, though he was no stranger to brushes with death. What kind of twisted freak is this old man? Chen Nan turned to Wolverine and said, for now, just relax and settle in. You'll be served good food and drink. All you have to do is cooperate with Dr. Essex. Really, just offer up a sample or two of your blood each day. Logan felt his heart drop into a black abyss. Damn it all, do they really see me as nothing but a walking blood bank? Of course, Chen Nan's voice suddenly hardened, the pretense of gentleness vanishing in an instant, leaving only ice-cold menace. But if you try to resist, or even think about escaping, you must realize that the worst torment for someone who can't die is precisely that they can't die. For instance, what if we sealed you inside a specially designed lead coffin and dropped it into the Mariana Trench 10,000 meters down? There, you'd find eternal darkness, crushing silence, relentless pressure, and nothing for company but your undying healing powers, a never-ending purgatory of loneliness and dread. Chen Nan's words stabbed into Logan like needles of ice, sending a violent shiver creeping up his spine, forcing an involuntary shudder from him. Suddenly, being a captive blood donor didn't sound so bad. Just giving up a little blood, it's no worse than a few extra mosquito bites. Logan tried to numb himself with this thought. And just like that, he found himself on the payroll. A salaried blood donor. Is that what I become? Over time, Essex even started letting him stretch his legs now and then. So, as Logan gradually adapted to his bizarre new role in the desert facility, a blood bank with job security, thousands of kilometers away, a group of young mutants, recently assembled, found themselves plunged into the most harrowing, humiliating lesson of their lives. The fledgling X-Men, whom Charles had brought together with hope and care, were struck down hard by the Black King in their very first battle. Battle? If you could even call it that. In truth, it was little more than a one-sided massacre. Charles had chosen his young mutants for their dazzling abilities, but in the end, they were as fragile as the most delicate porcelain. They lacked combat experience and had extremely poor psychological endurance, especially when confronted with the Red Devil's unpredictable teleportations and ruthless slaughter. They were scared out of their wits. The Dragonfly mutant's inner defenses crumbled instantly before the formidable power Xiao displayed and the enticing promises he made. She defected without hesitation. If Xiao hadn't deliberately held back out of a desire to recruit, the Red Devil alone could have easily wiped them all out. The cold, merciless reality washed over the young mutants like a bucket of ice water, dousing all their passion and pride. Inside the CIA base, the bodies of the guards were strewn everywhere. The surviving agents looked ashen, their faces drained of all hope. As for the young mutants, they huddled together on the ground, beaten down and spiritless, like bedraggled chickens after a torrential rainstorm. Moira finally found Chen Nan. Xiao attacked the base. It was a bloodbath. Many guards lost their lives. And those newly recruited mutants, Moira's voice was heavy with defeat. Before Xiao and the Red Devil, they were no more than lambs to the slaughter. In the end, Salvador left with Xiao. You mean that flamboyant dragonfly mutant? Chen Nan sneered, his voice dripping with open contempt. She never had any principles to begin with. A born streetwalker, switching allegiance is just in her nature. The outcome doesn't surprise me in the least. When people's hearts are scattered, how do you expect anyone to lead them? Moira sighed, anxiety and confusion clouding her eyes. Chen Nan followed as they arrived at Charles's home. Out on the lawn, the young mutants sat in silence, their morale thoroughly crushed. What's this? Just one good beating and you all decide to play dead together? Chen Nan strode into their midst, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. Look at you, pathetic. Red Devil killed a handful of your friends and you nearly wet yourselves in terror? You've all muddled through disappointment for 15 or 20 years now. Hasn't life beaten you down enough times already? What's one more setback? Standing by, Moira could only clutch her forehead in despair. She began to deeply regret ever inviting this rascal to boost morale. This was like pouring gasoline on a fire. No, it was more like rubbing salt and acid straight into their wounds. The young mutants were left blushing furiously, stinging from the merciless ridicule. They wished they could disappear, yet couldn't find a word to defend themselves. Chen Nan's words cut straight through their fragile armor, exposing the scared, powerless selves hiding inside. Huh, Chen Nan snorted. God showed you special favor, bestowed you with extraordinary powers. His gaze swept like a blade across every shamed or angry face. And what have you done with it? Street performing? Cheap stunts that look tough? Chasing girls? The brain is a marvelous thing. He tapped his temple and added icily, too bad none of you are using yours. You go into fights with your eyes shut, charging in blindly? Faced with a real enemy, you just freeze? Has it never even occurred to you to use the simplest tactics to leverage your strengths and cover your weaknesses? With the way you lauder now, you think you can stop Xiao? Go home, hug your baby bottle, and drink your milk. Don't come out here just to get yourselves killed. A heavy silence hung over the lawn, broken only by harsh breaths and stifled sobs. Chen Nan's speech swept through them like a biting winter wind, snuffing out the last flickers of hope in their hearts. Reality stood before them, brutal and merciless, stripped bare of any comfort. To tell you the truth, Chen Nan delivered a final blow, though this time his tone softened, almost as if he were offering genuine advice. Fighting against Xiao? This is a muddy, unfathomable swamp. If you jump in now, you won't even cause a ripple. While you still have a choice, maybe living an ordinary life wouldn't be such a misfortune after all. He was preparing to turn and leave, certain his trip here had been utterly pointless, when his eyes, by chance, swept the edge of the crowd. There stood a nondescript young man, a face Chen Nan didn't recall ever seeing in the film. Invisibility, a pink card. It took him only a few minutes to draw the pink card, and soon enough, he'd tucked it safely away. This certainly turned into an unexpected bonus. What? Mora pressed him, dissatisfaction clear in her voice. Were you really counting on them? Don't kid yourself. When it comes to Xiao, I'll handle it myself. I never expected anything from them to begin with. Chen Nan replied, his tone indifferent. You? Mora glared at him. Why didn't you say so sooner? I ran around in circles and lost sleep over this for nothing. Just then, a car pulled up beside Mora. Agent Mora, you are hereby dismissed. Your actions have caused the CIA unimaginable losses. The motley crew you assembled has brought in another, even more dangerous group of monsters. You ought to know that in America, lives are in the balance. The military has already taken decisive action. A man threw a cold file at her with careless force. Mora stared, stunned, for a long moment. Everything she'd done to prevent war had ended in utter denial and distrust. Mora stood frozen, her knuckles whitened on the file, mind blank, a tidal wave of disappointment threatening to swallow her whole. Just then, a voice, tinged with dry amusement, broke the silence. Seems the CIA has no eye for true talent, Miss Mora. Without her noticing, Chen Nan had appeared at her side, patting her shoulder lightly, a smile lingering on his lips. Happens that Umbrella Corporation has an opening for a head of security. Mora started at the touch and snapped her head up. Never mind the title for now. We have to hurry and stop Xiao. Chen Nan, how did such a die-hard fighter for capitalism get made, anyway? But all jokes aside, maybe it really was time to act. After holding back so many years, the moment to reap what's been sown had finally arrived. The very inability of consuming and releasing energy was precisely what Chen Nan coveted, for it could perfectly offset his own shortcomings in close combat explosiveness. With Hank's transport aircraft generously borrowed, Chen Nan and his team streaked straight toward the waters off Cuba. Below, the immense naval fleets of the U.S. and Soviet Union faced off like colossal beasts of steel, their impassive hulls locked in grim opposition atop the Cerulean Sea. An invisible fog of tension hung in the air, so thick it nearly suffocated the men. Commanders on both sides sat taut as bowstrings, fingers hovering over their comm buttons, poised to transform this expanse into a living hell at a single word from home. No one, in a world still reeling from the devastation of the last Great War, truly wished to ignite this powder keg. But the slow-rolling wheels of history had already begun their turn. Beneath the looming shadows of these steel giants, in the silence of the deep, a spectral nuclear submarine lay in wait, utterly still. It's time. Xiao slowly rose, a menacing grin twisting the corners of his mouth. I'm heading to charge up. Guard this place well. He strode toward the reaction chamber near the tail of the submarine. The others couldn't help but feel a chill at the dangerous aura emanating from him. The plan was finally in motion. The Red Devil pushed the nuclear reactor's output to the absolute limit in an instant. Surging torrents of wild nuclear energy poured forth, only to be hungrily absorbed by Zhao's body. He let out a cry of satisfaction as his power soared unchecked. At the same time, the Red Devil's figure vanished with a burst of red smoke, reappearing in the blink of an eye within the command center of a Soviet warship. His crimson gaze swept across the stunned officers and sailors. In the very next instant, the cold light of death darted among them like a venomous serpent. Each teleportation strike was punctuated not by sound effects, but by the brutal thud of blades slicing into flesh and the chilling screams of terror. He was so fast that the soldiers never even glimpsed their assailant before collapsing in pools of blood. The standoff above grew more taut than ever as suddenly an unidentified aircraft burst onto the radar screens of both sides. Both American and Russian commanders furrowed their brows, repeatedly hailing the intruder to no avail. The unnerving arrival only threatened to shatter the already fragile balance. The submarine's been jammed. It's the Black Queen's doing. Wait! Inside the transport plane, Emma was scanning with her mind, only to suddenly gasp in surprise. The jamming's gone. Red Devils carried out a massacre on the Soviet warship. He's pressed the missile launch button. Her eyes flew open as her warning rang out. At the same moment, a wave of formidable psychic power rushed forth, straining to seize control of the Red Devil. But it was as if he'd foreseen this. The instant Emma's power brushed him, his body once more dissolved into a cloud of red smoke, vanishing and leaving behind only the violently triggered missile launch protocol. A single anti-ship missile, trailing a blazing tail, roared away from its launcher, hurtling straight toward the American fleet. At that critical moment, Chen Nan narrowed his eyes, and an invisible magnetic force, as precise as the finest shackles, seized control of the out-of-control missile. In a split second, it veered through the air at an unnatural, sharp angle that defied all laws of physics, as if an immense, unseen hand had wrenched it off course. The missile turned and hurtled downward with thunderous might, smashing into the Soviet warship below, already slaughtered empty by the Crimson Devil. A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the sky. An orange fireball swelled in an instant, tearing the massive ship in two. The detonating ammunition magazines unleashed a secondary blast that was even more terrifying, a behemoth of steel shredded as easily as paper. Enormous fragments, wreathed in flames, sank slowly into the sea, raising tremendous waves that raged toward the heavens. This unbelievable spectacle left every person on both American and Russian vessels in a state of frozen shock. The American commander's jaw dropped open. Fuck, did they just blow themselves up? Or is this some kind of setup? The Russians are such a mess. The Russian commander went pale as a sheet. That's the most unbelievable mistake I've ever seen. We'll need to run psychological training sessions when we get back. This spectacular fiasco momentarily halted the outbreak of war, yet greater shocks were rapidly approaching. Before anyone could recover from the aftermath of the explosion, the waves, already violent because of the blast, began to churn even more ferociously, as if some ancient beast was awakening beneath the surface. A gigantic whirlpool materialized out of nowhere, the seawater forced outward by an irresistible power. God above! Look below! A sharp-eyed sailor screamed in terror, his voice cracking with dread. Under countless pairs of stunned, disbelieving eyes, a colossal, jet-black nuclear submarine was forcibly hauled from the depths of the sea, as though lifted by the mighty hand of God. It defied all physical laws, its massive hull streaming with sheets of water, propellers spinning uselessly in midair. There it hung, suspended between sea and sky. Binoculars slipped from trembling hands. Soldiers across the decks rubbed their eyes desperately, certain they were witnessing some impossible mirage, or perhaps a sign of impending apocalypse. Oh, my God! The chorus of shocked cries merged into a surging tide of collective fear. With a sudden, heavy clang, the submarine's top hatch flew open. Jiliu, the riptide, scrambled halfway out in an attempt to resist. But as he looked up and saw Chen Nan hovering above the world like a deity, his hostility dissolved into immense, crushing awe. He hastily bowed low, his bearing abject to the point of self-erasure. Your Excellency, White King. Chen Nan's voice was calm, with an authority that permitted no doubt. Fall back. Yes, White King. Jiliu, as if granted a royal pardon, quickly retreated into the hatch, his back drenched in cold sweat. The White King's mercy was only a mask for those who dared to defy him. Consequences far worse than death awaited. In the next moment, Chen Nan's hand, still suspended in midair, casually swept to the side. A deep, earth-shattering blast echoed out. That nuclear submarine, weighing thousands of tons, a symbol of humanity's most advanced killing technology, was tossed by a terrifying force, hurled violently toward a desolate island not far away, like a child flinging away a toy. It spun through the air, metal groaning and twisting in protest, before crashing down with devastating momentum against the island's rocky cliffs and sandy shore. The earth shuddered. Sand and stones shot skyward as the submarine, carried by its tremendous inertia, rolled several times before finally coming to a halt. With a thunderous crash from within, the submarine's thick, heavy hatch burst open from the inside. Chen Nan gazed calmly towards the man Xiao. In that instant, Xiao finally understood what it meant to stand truly alone. Riptide, Red Devil, King of Spades, Black Queen. Xiao stepped out of the battered submarine, his eyes shadowed with disappointment as he looked at them and shook his head. Honestly, I never wanted to believe it. But the truth is, you were always his from the very beginning, weren't you? Black King looked at the Black Queen with a note of self-mockery. He'd known the moment his position was revealed. He went on, but none of that matters now. As long as I kill him right here, everything solves itself, and you'll have nothing left to hope for. The Black Queen didn't deny it. At this point, there was no reason to keep her true allegiance hidden. Yet there was one who hadn't betrayed him. With resolve, she strode out of the wrecked submarine and took her place behind him. Then, spreading her wings, she soared into the sky and unleashed a stream of fire straight at Chen Nan and his group. There was no hesitation in her attack. So brazen was her display, so oblivious to her own limits, that Emma instantly activated her telepathic powers, invading the attacker's mind. The dragonfly demon's eyes went vacant in a blink, her body dropping lifelessly from the air and crashing to the ground. With a saber-toothed tiger advanced with a vicious grin and tore her wings off with a single swipe. The sharp, searing pain snapped her out of the mental control, but it was already too late. Such foolish, clownish behavior. Launching an attack without knowledge of the enemy's strength was truly unwise. Ah, Black King, so this is your only loyal follower? And she's this weak. You recruited her, I suppose. Chen Nan chuckled. Xiao instantly understood his meaning, an echo of his past decision to rely on others for recruitment. Some things, it seemed, needed to be done by one's own hand. But now was not the time for debate. His focus narrowed to one goal: kill the man before him. Words were pointless. With a swift motion, Xiao raised his hand and fired a beam of energy, but Chen Nan immediately swept up the nearby submarine door, using it as a shield to block the attack. Your offensive ability must be metal manipulation, right? And if I'm not mistaken, you have a second ability, something to do with immortality. Xiao spoke confidently, unaffected by his probing attack being effortlessly blocked, and just shrugged. All right, Marilyn, all of you step aside. This is my fight with him. Let me have some real fun with him, Chen Nan said with a cheerful smile. If he truly wanted to kill Xiao, it would be absurdly easy. Simply teleport him into space, and the job would be done. In the vacuum of space, with no oxygen, consciousness would fade within 15 seconds, and brain death would arrive in 2 minutes. Because Xiao's physiology was fundamentally human, the outcome was obvious. Under such conditions, bodily fluids would vaporize instantly from the low pressure, causing the organs to swell and burst. Even if he could convert energy, the solar energy available near Earth's orbit was only about 1,366 watts per square meter. Solar energy is a steady radiation, not a sudden impact, so before his organs failed, there's no way he'd accumulate enough energy to save himself. So, if Chen Nan really wanted to end him, all he had to do was drag him into space. Chen Nan himself could survive there, so he had nothing to fear. But he couldn't kill him too quickly. The energy within Xiao had to be fully depleted first, reducing him to an ordinary man. That power to absorb energy was still something Chen Nan needed greatly. At least, the Black King couldn't die before he'd gotten what he wanted. Controlling metal? That's such a petty trick, Xiao sneered, his voice dripping with haughty contempt. He lifted his hand with effortless grace. The sharp steel rods Chen Nan had hurled his way slammed into an invisible wall of energy, stopping dead. Xiao dismissed them with a flicker of disdain, nothing more than delivering power directly to him. Suddenly, he stomped the ground. The reef beneath his feet crumbled soundlessly into dust. In that instant, a violent kinetic shockwave tore through the air, roaring straight toward Chen Nan. Chen Nan's eyes narrowed. With a subtle twist of his hands, invisible magnetic lines instantly wove and spun in front of him, conjuring a dense shield, a spiraling barrier forged from shrapnel and pebbles. A colossal boom erupted. The shockwave hammered against the magnetic shield, unleashing a blinding flash and a thunderous blast that split the air. The shield quaked violently. At its edges, metal shards liquefied into droplets of molten iron, spraying outward. Chen Nan let out a muffled grunt. The stone beneath him fractured and skidded back several meters from the impact, a thin line of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. His regenerative powers kicked in at once. After all, part of this was his test to see the full extent of his own capabilities, which was why he'd chosen to take the hit head-on. Xiao, witnessing this, strode forward and unleashed a second punch toward Chen Nan. Even before his fist landed, the air itself rang and snapped with force. Chen Nan's eyes sharpened. A heartbeat later, his form vanished from the spot. Xiao's fist, meant to end it all, smashed into nothing but air. The raw energy exploded, gouging a crater several meters wide into the earth, spraying sand and gravel everywhere. He spun around instantly, locking his gaze on at Chen Nan, who now stood atop a warped steel plate 20 meters away. Teleportation. For the first time, surprise crept into Xiao's voice, quickly freezing over into icy, murderous intent. He could teleport too? How deep does he hide his hand? With that realization, Xiao spread his arms wide, casting aside all restraint, as he began to ravenously unleash his power, devouring every trace of energy around him. At the very instant when Xiao was basking in the intoxicating rush of energy, his mind at its most relaxed, Chen Nan's figure vanished again. This time, he did not reappear at a distance. Instead, he instantaneously materialized right behind Xiao. Just like Magneto launching a sneak attack in the movies, striking with a cable so swiftly that the helmet was snatched away before anyone could react, that very same helmet, almost devoid of any magnetic field, was now Chen Nan's target. Zhao's vigilance flared instantly, but Chen Nan wasn't aiming for his body. His intent was fixed on the dark silver helmet atop Zhao's head. "Don't even think about it," Xiao shouted, a storm of fury and fear in his voice. The golden glow around his body contracted violently, forming a powerful repulsion field as he tried to blast Chen Nan away. At the same moment, he swung a devastating elbow behind him, crackling with annihilating energy, aiming straight for Chen Nan's temple. A ruthless determination flickered in Chen Nan's eyes. He didn't dodge. He forced his way through the crushing force field, enduring the splitting pressure and the destructive blow. Zhao's elbow, powerful enough to shatter mountains, connected squarely with Chen Nan's temple. A sickening crack echoed through the air as Chen Nan's head twisted at an unnatural angle. Half his face became a blur of blood and flesh, and his body was hurled through the air like a battered rag doll. He crashed into a chunk of submarine wreckage with a bone-rattling impact. "Ha ha! Know your place." Xiao laughed maniacally. He looked at Chen Nan as if he were staring at a corpse. "If this elbow doesn't pulp your brain, I'll admit defeat." But in the next instant, Zhao's laughter cut off abruptly, his pupils shrinking in utter shock. Out from the tangled heap of twisted metal, Chen Nan rose unsteadily to his feet. His crooked head gave a chilling snap as it straightened itself. On the half-ruined side of his face, muscles and skin twitched, slithered, and healed at incredible speed, almost like watching time-lapse footage in fast motion. Aside from the blood smeared across his face and his shredded clothes, it was as if that deadly attack had never occurred. Self-healing. Zhao's voice, for the first time, was edged with undisguised terror and disbelief. Magnetic fields, teleportation, and now self-healing? This was beyond anything he could comprehend. What an opening. Upon hearing this, the Black Queen shuddered. Without that helmet to shield him from psychic attacks, Xiao was finished. "Wait, follow Chen Nan's plan," Emma called out, stopping the Black Queen. She had already guessed what Chen Nan intended, and wasn't about to let anyone disrupt it. Zhao's rage had turned to a desperate, furious howl. Losing the helmet, he knew he was doomed, and dreaming of escape was futile. He felt like a giant whale beset by unseen piranhas, a trapped beast surrounded on all sides. Every attack he launched could have maimed, even killed, any ordinary foe, but only if he could actually hit them. "Stop! I surrender." Zhao's voice now quivered with a strain of exhaustion and fear even he hadn't noticed. Silently gathering nearly all the energy that remained within his body, he readied himself to unleash an indiscriminate wave of destruction, intending to obliterate everything around him, along with that undying cockroach. But this was exactly what Chen Nan had been waiting for. Deliberately leaving an opening, he stepped right in front of him. As Xiao watched Chen Nan draw closer, he saw nothing but defeat and surrender written all over Chen Nan's face. But beneath that lowered brow, a ferocious gleam flashed. And just as Zhao's energy reached its peak and was about to detonate, Chen Nan's figure dissolved in an instant, scattering into a spray of starlight. At that very moment, a dazzling blast of energy erupted, engulfing the dozens of meters in front of Xiao in blinding brilliance. A manic laugh exploded from the heart of the blast. "Ha ha ha!" In the center of the explosion, Xiao threw his head back and howled with mad glee. "So what if you can heal yourself? I saw you with my own eyes turn to nothing but dust. Let's see you heal from that." But in the next instant, through the blinding light and swirling smoke, a solitary figure began to emerge, step by steady step, walking out from the very core of destruction. "You!" Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. He collapsed to the ground, drained of all strength, as though his very soul had been hollowed out. "How is he still alive?" I clearly saw him disintegrated, scattered like ashes. His eyes bulged wide, filling with pain beyond comprehension, stunned disbelief, and at last, despair crushed to the breaking point. That terrifying explosion a moment ago hadn't just been to kill Chen Nan once and for all. It had also wrung every last drop of energy from Zhao's body. Though he absorbed a sliver of the blast himself, it was so little it hardly mattered now. Chen Nan turned his gaze to the weakened Black King. With a simple wave of his hand, the heavy chains scattered on the ground sprang to life, twisting through the air like steel serpents. In a flash, they wrapped themselves around Zhao's arms, legs, and torso, binding him tightly to the cold armor plates. The chains fused shut with magnetic force, forming an iron cage from which there was no escape. Zhao's lips trembled, as if trying to speak, but only a sigh escaped. Those once arrogant eyes that once gazed down on the world, were now hauntingly empty, fixed on Chen Nan standing at the edge of the pit. In an instant, an unseen psychic force pierced into his mind, reading his thoughts clean, confirming that every shred of his energy had been drained. Looking down on this black emperor who had lost all power to resist, Chen Nan spoke in a chill voice, each word cutting cleanly through the roar of the sea. Impressive helmet, Mr. Xiao, but unfortunately, it cannot save your arrogance, nor will it shield you from your end. It's time your grand ambitions were put to rest. The ocean wind keened, sweeping across the ruined battlefield. Aside from the crackle of licking flames and columns of black smoke, a profound silence settled over everything. The Black Queen walked forward with measured grace, glancing at the Black King trussed up like a captive, then smiled warmly at Chen Nan. My dear White King, congratulations. No one will ever challenge you for control of the Hellfire Club again. Thank you. And what about you? Chen Nan's voice was light and cheerful. The Black Queen and the Black King were cut from the same cloth, except that the Black Queen hid her ambition much deeper. Me? What would a humble woman like me want with power? Huh. Before the Black Queen's words had even faded, the distant sea suddenly turned its guns, aiming straight at the island. Why? Moira murmured in disbelief. The ambitious Xiao was dead, so why were they still launching an attack? Xiao is gone, but we're still here. As long as mutants exist, they'll never sleep easy. Chen Nan let out a cold laugh. Anyone with a few years in politics knew this simple truth. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Emma stepped forward with a cold snort, ready to seize control of the commanders on both sides and pit them against each other. Moira was no fool. In a flash, she understood. She realized she, too, had become expendable. No matter how many of her there were, she'd have to die all the same. Listen, everyone. I thought the war had ended, but it hasn't. Kill them. Marilyn shouted sharply, her voice slicing through the air. No, Marilyn. Moira rushed forward, desperate to intervene. These were the elite navies of two nations. If they suffered heavy losses, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moira, just stand back and watch. I try to stop Xiao, try to stop the war. I love peace, but I've never feared war. Better to throw the first punch than take 100 blows later. With a wave of his hand, Chen Nan gently swept Moira behind the others. They might not even mean to open fire yet. Moira's urgent cry rang out from behind them. But Chen Nan didn't turn around. Instead, he laughed heartily. Once their guns are trained on us, that's a declaration of war. Far off on the horizon, where sea meets sky, the massive steel fleets of America and Russia converged like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Huge turrets groaned as they pivoted with piercing mechanical screeches, cold and merciless, all now pointing toward the island. Black gun barrels no longer faced each other, but locked as one on all the mutants who'd survived on the island. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nan vanished from where he stood, reappearing in midair between the fleet and the island, proud and unmoving. There, facing the deathly forest of giant steel warships, he flung his arms wide. The overwhelming magnetic power within him surged like an invisible tsunami, crashing forth without restraint. A low-pitched thrumming surged, a terrifying magnetic storm that visibly warped the air, bursting out to sweep across the entire sea. Its reach was vast, engulfing all the ships at once. All at once, the battleship's delicate electronic equipment erupted with blinding sparks. Radar screens turned to static, communicators screeched and howled with piercing noise. But what truly broke the soldiers' composure? Thousands of tons of steel began to twist and groan as if seized by an invisible giant. The mighty barrels of those great cannons warped and bent like noodles softening in boiling water. The solid deck arched and ruptured with a metallic groan that set one's teeth on edge, while the ship's keel shattered with an earth-shaking crack, overwhelmed by the strain. Chen Nan's eyes were cold as ice as he watched, his hands pulling as if commanding the very air. One by one, the torpedoes, seized by the overwhelming power of the magnetic field, surged from the depths like awakened beasts of apocalypse, bursting through the waves with thunderous force. Driven by an invisible might, they accelerated to their limit, transformed into destruction's meteors, blazing with the fire of friction as they tore through the air. Explosions erupted, one after another, their concussive blasts merging into a relentless, annihilating symphony. At that instant, a cruiser's broadside was cleaved by the submarine's broken prow, the gaping wound devouring seawater as the ship twisted apart, sinking beneath the screech of tearing metal. The colossal aircraft carrier stood as the most glaring target. Chunks of shattered deck, hurled skyward by the blasts, crashed down onto the flight deck, smashing through multiple layers of compartments and triggering catastrophic detonations of fuel and munitions within. In an instant, surging flames and billowing smoke consumed the steel leviathan, transforming it into an infernal beacon blazing across the surface of the sea. It all lasted barely a few dozen seconds. Gradually, the raging magnetic tempest faded, and on the surface of the water, not a single intact ship remained. In their place, enormous flaming wrecks drifting listlessly, battered hulls slowly descending to the deep, leaking oil igniting strange, unending lines of flame, and countless tiny figures helplessly struggling in the frigid waves. Acrid gunpowder, scorched metal, and the reek of brine mingled in the air, shrouding the silent graveyard of battle. What was once humanity's ultimate force of war, an iron tide, had become, under the wrath of a human-shaped cataclysm, nothing but a grim steel cemetery adrift upon the sea. Chen Nan hovered above this sea of ruin, his garments snapping in the heated wind. His gaze swept, detached, over the annihilation he himself had wrought. They had brought this upon themselves. There were only a scant few survivors. Most had been pulled down with capsized ships to a watery grave. He ignored the few who had lived, giving not a second glance to the mutants, left in speechless awe. Was he a god or a demon? When Chen Nan finally returned to the isolated isle, the eyes turned on him were now tinged with a faint reverence. "Let's go. Every debt has its debtor," he said, paying no heed to their thoughts, hauling crab shao as he prepared to depart. "You want to find whoever gave the order?" And then, even knowing the answer, Mora clung to a final sliver of hope. Chen Nan's voice was cold and merciless. "Kill them." Mora's pupils narrowed sharply. A chill gripped her heart. This meant a fight that would not end till death. She knew far too well where that order had come from. Who else but the Ministry of Defense? Maybe even the President himself. "Can we talk about this?" Mora's voice quivered almost imperceptibly as she pleaded softly to Chen Nan. "If you do this, the country will fall into chaos." Chen Nan's gaze swept past Mora and drifted toward the distant city of Washington. The corners of his lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. "Even if it was an order from the President himself, it makes no difference. Tell me, why do you think he can never escape his own fate?" He paused, as if he could already see a predetermined end, and let out a quiet, almost amused chuckle. "Poor, wretched Arkin. Emma." Without another glance at Mora, Chen Nan turned to address the silent white queen standing nearby. "Keep Mora company and help her stay out of the public eye for now. If someone comes looking for her again, things might get a lot less pleasant." With that, he grabbed hold of Shao. In the next instant, both their figures vanished from sight. The transport plane could never have fit them all anyway. Out over the sea, flames still raged, not yet fully spent, but the wild surges of energy had finally settled into uneasy calm. Red Devil and Riptide, under the unflinching command of the Black Queen, moved through the aftermath with merciless efficiency, tidying up the battlefield and ensuring not a single soul was left alive. Only when nothing remained but scattered wreckage and deathly silence did they board the transport plane and depart. Back on the mainland, the American and Russian military, still waiting for word from their lost fleets, began to sense an impending disaster. Several reconnaissance planes roared toward the devastated sea zone, among them a transport secretly borrowed by Charles and his companions. But it was all far too late. All that met their eyes was churning, murky seawater, the bodies of the dead adrift in the waves, and mangled, twisted hulks of steel. Not a flicker of life remained. Charles pressed a trembling hand to his forehead, his whole body shaking with helpless anguish. "It's over." Without Hank's super-fast aircraft, he'd fallen far behind and failed to stop the catastrophe. Shao had succeeded. The American and Soviet fleets had annihilated each other in a hellish crossfire. The slide toward all-out war between the two superpowers now seemed unstoppable. Unlike Charles's despair and mounting dread, Eric, Magneto, watched the carnage below in utter silence, his eyes as calm and unreadable as a frozen lake. He had only one target in mind, to kill Shao. Whether war would break out between the giants didn't concern him in the least. In fact, he almost welcomed its coming, a war that might sweep away the old world, even if it took nuclear fire to do it. In essence, he and Shao were the same kind. Were it not for the rivers of blood Shao had spilled from their fellow mutants, perhaps they would have been natural allies. But now, with everyone dead, Charles could no longer reach into any mind to recover the truth of what had really happened. The White House. The President's office. "Mr. President," the Secretary of Defense's voice sounded as heavy as lead. The third fleet we sent to Cuba has been confirmed completely destroyed. There were no survivors. What? The president jolted out of his large office chair, his eyes wide with shock. Say that again. Mr. President, I don't want to believe it either, but the evidence is right before our eyes. The defense secretary handed over a stack of photographs with palpable reluctance. These were taken by our reconnaissance aircraft. Struggling to contain the storm within, the president swept his gaze over the chaotic scene at sea captured in the images, his eyes growing ever more dark and furious. He slumped back into his chair, his voice cold and hard. What's your analysis? Was this mutual annihilation or something else? Our preliminary assessment suggests it may be connected to a group of mutants, the defense secretary replied, choosing his words with great care. Maybe. The president's anger flared up instantly, and he snapped, such a catastrophic loss, and all you can give me is a maybe. I received the fleet's final report. They witnessed an internal war among the mutants. The situation was dire. I gave the order to fire upon them myself. The defense secretary bowed his head, though a hint of stubborn disbelief lingered in his voice. Deep down, he simply could not accept that a handful of so-called mutants could destroy both the American and Soviet fleets, forces to be reckoned with by any standard. Damn it, the president growled. They're called metas, not mutants. Enough. Send a team to that island immediately. I want the bodies of those metas found. Bring me anything, so much as a scrap of flesh, a single bone. Bring it back to me. His order was absolute, leaving no room for argument. Yes, sir. With a respectful bow, the defense secretary withdrew in silence. When the office's heavy wooden door closed, sealing off the commotion outside, the president was left alone, his expression now so dark it seemed to drip with frustration. Damn you, Bolivar! He suddenly spat out through clenched teeth. We've poured an astronomical sum into your research all these years, and you still have nothing to show for it. Useless, worthless little wretch. The threat posed by the metas and the scientists' utter incompetence were making his head throb. Satania, the president called suddenly, speaking to a seemingly empty corner of the office. Go tell him. 6 months. If he cannot deliver a machine that can effectively deal with the metas in 6 months, his funding ends. Instantly. The air seemed to ripple ever so slightly, and a cool, clear female voice answered out of thin air, utterly devoid of emotion. Yes, Mr. President. In that empty office, only the president knew what that voice truly signified. Who would imagine that the leader of the world's mightiest nation was not just aware of the existence of metas? He commanded some among his own most secret ranks. And his secrets went deeper still, down to an abyss even his closest confidants, his wife included, had never glimpsed. On the other side of the world, the Russians were doing much the same. They, too, now knew of the metas and had made their choice. The Hellfire Club's secret chamber. Once, the Black King reigned as the master of this place. Now, he was reduced to a prisoner in chains. The irony of returning to the same location under such different circumstances did not escape him. His powers came with flaws and limitations, for he could absorb any energy but was equally bound to release it. In pursuit of ultimate strength, he had recklessly absorbed an enormous amount of nuclear energy. Now he felt completely spent. Facing Chen Nan, who stood before him shrouded in unfathomable power, he knew all too well. He might not have been a match even at his peak, let alone now. What do you intend to do with me? Zhao's voice rang out with the calm acceptance of a fallen tyrant. The victor gets the spoils, and the vanquished taste defeat. He was not afraid to lose, ready to accept any outcome. Your abilities are truly unique, Chen Nan replied, his voice calm and unruffled, betraying no hint of triumph. Unfortunately, your power falls far short of your ambition. Your weaknesses are too blatant. Spare me the nonsense. Zhao suddenly looked up, his eyes burning with the last remnants of defiance and ferocity. Defeat is defeat. I, Sebastian Shaw, can accept my loss. He never saw it as a failure of his strength, only a matter of fortune turning against him. One careless move in a game of strategy. In this moment, he refused any form of pity or humiliation. A fleeting trace of a smile brushed the corners of Chen Nan's lips. Very well, then let's dispense with the pleasantries. System begin. He sat down beside Xiao, closed his eyes as though deep in thought, or perhaps concentrating his strength. Xiao watched this formidable opponent in bewilderment and suspicion, unable to guess his intentions. Was he weighing the choice between killing him or letting him live? Even an ant clings to survival. Deep in Zhao's heart, a slender thread of hope for a comeback struggled on, refusing to die. Time slipped away in oppressive silence. No one knew how much time had passed when suddenly, Chen Nan's eyes flew open, a blazing sharpness piercing from within. As Xiao watched in terror, Chen Nan placed a hand on his shoulder. In the next instant, the world around them shattered like a mirror struck by a hammer. A soul-deep chill wrapped Xiao in an instant, colder than death itself. The lavish Hellfire Club was gone. In its place, the boundless, radiant, and deathly silent depths of space. How beautiful! Magnificent rivers of stars unfurled before the Black King. More breathtaking than anything he had ever witnessed. This was the last image imprinted upon his consciousness, forever. In the absolute zero of deep space, every drop of liquid, every single cell in his body froze solid in a heartbeat. Zhao's vitality snuffed out like a candle flame, vanishing silently in the vacuum. And Chen Nan, all the while, hovered alone on the edge of this forbidden realm of life. The terrifying cold and the vacuum tore at his body, but an even mightier force surged within him. His self-repair factors mended his wounds at unprecedented speed, the instinct to survive buying him precious moments at the brink of annihilation. Survival of the fittest. This almost hack-like ability was deciphering the mysteries of the environment to its limit. How does one resist absolute zero? How does one survive in the vacuum of space? His cellular structure was rapidly adapting and evolving, pushing through excruciating pain. Then let the cell's resistance to cold be honed to perfection, until even absolute zero is no longer a threat. Lacking oxygen and energy, then evolve and gain the ability to directly harness the cosmic radiation and starlight all around, performing a kind of photosynthesis on a universal scale. Chen Nan marveled at the sweeping changes within his body, inwardly praising just how broken this survival of the fittest ability truly was. Now, it was time to merge and strengthen the newly acquired energy absorption power from the Black Emperor. Chen Nan could feel the surging strength coursing through him, as survival of the fittest and energy absorption blended seamlessly together, as if destined to be united. Though formidable on its own, survival of the fittest needed time to adjust to sudden energy crises, right where energy absorption perfectly made up the difference. The moment the fusion completed, the world in Chen Nan's eyes was suddenly transformed. Invisible rivers of energy flowed through the air, sunlight, and even the faintest passing breeze, barely perceptible, yet constantly being drawn into his body. System, enhance! Chen Nan summoned the system eagerly, his actions smooth and practiced as he opened the enhancement interface. Are you sure? The system's voice carried a note of warning. You only have just over 10,000 white cards left. Remember, the host of the Phoenix Power may appear at any time. Relax, Chen Nan replied with absolute confidence. I'm only doubling the energy absorption. If it doesn't work out within 5,000 cards, I'll stop right away. All right, the system said no more. Without hesitation, Chen Nan tossed 1,000 white cards into the enhancement furnace along with the energy absorption icon. The cards, like fuel, instantly ignited the furnace. The chamber shuddered violently, erupting with a blinding white light. Clang, clang, clang. As the intense brightness peaked and slowly subsided, the furnace's shaking stopped, and the result was clearly displayed before Chen Nan's eyes. What the? Chen Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000 white cards and energy absorption had already jumped straight to +8. This meant his energy absorption capacity had now far surpassed 80% of the Black Emperor's peak. Could this be my accumulated luck over the years finally exploding all at once? Chen Nan couldn't help but mutter to himself, the corners of his mouth quirking upward uncontrollably. Seems like saving up good karma really does pay off. System. Even the system was left speechless in surprise. Let's keep going. Filled with excitement, Chen Nan immediately threw in another 2,000 white cards. He was determined to see just how lucky he could get today. Following the same steps, the enhancement furnace soon displayed. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Chen Nan couldn't hold it in any longer. He jumped in place with excitement, punching the air with all his might. +13. This was nothing short of the luck of the gods. In both his lifetimes combined, he'd never been this lucky before. Wait a second. In the midst of his euphoria, a sudden thought struck him and he froze. Is there anyone in the Marvel Universe whose mutant ability is extraordinary luck? If there really were such a power, wouldn't it be practically invincible? Don't even think about it. The system doused his excitement with a cold splash of reality. In the future, there is someone. She's called Domino. She can alter probabilities, but abilities like that stand no chance of disrupting the system's operating rules. Half of Chen Nan's elation evaporated in an instant. Fine, he muttered, forcing himself to look on the bright side. If luck struck once, it'll strike again. I'll save it for later. When I go to enhance the Phoenix Force, I'll let it all out. Steadying his emotions, he opened up his character panel. He hadn't looked in a while. Now was the perfect time to admire these luxurious stats. Host, Chen Nan. Strength, 83. Baseline for a normal adult male, 1. Spirit, infinity, infinite. Speed, infinity, conceptual transcendence, unquantifiable. Beta level ability, invisibility. Alpha level abilities, magnetism manipulation, plus 10. Accelerated healing, plus 10. Hyperspeed teleportation, plus 10. Energy absorption, plus 13. Omega level ability. Telepathy, plus 10. Items, Cosmic Cube. Cards, White Resource Card, X8230. He might still be a hair behind that maniac Legion, but really, what's the point of comparing yourself to the crazed? Once he absorbed the Phoenix Force and Chaos power in the future, it wouldn't matter who was a Legion or a Patriarch. They'd all be left in the dust. Stepping out of the chamber, Chen Nan found the core team members anxiously waiting for him. Now, finally, the Hellfire Club was truly united under his banner. Take a seat, Chen Nan said with a casual wave of his hand. Relieved, everyone sat down again. It didn't escape their notice that Chen Nan's aura seemed even deeper than before. Absorb the Black King's powers? No one here was blind. Anyone displaying 3 or 5 entirely different powerful abilities hardly needed any more proof. That was why their loyalty was unwavering. To follow him was to follow the future. Now, our investigation starts with the Secretary of Defense. Don't overlook a single one of those deputy secretaries under him. Find out every move these big shots make. Red Queen, Riptide, Emma, I'm counting on you. Chen Nan's voice snapped everyone back to the moment. Understood, the three replied in unison, delight shining in their eyes. This kind of bold, direct action, striking straight at the heart, was 100 times more satisfying than skulking around and playing dirty tricks under Shaw's command. Marilyn, Chen Nan turned to her, I'm putting you in charge of Hellfire's daily operations. Raven, he looked toward Mystique, you'll assist her and learn the ropes. King of Cards, Victor, security is your responsibility. Hey, what about me? What about me? Black Queen immediately demanded from the side, her tone tinged with displeasure. Don't tell me you're planning to burn your bridges now that your plans worked? You, Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her. Are you sure you want to stay with Hellfire? Obviously. Black Queen rolled her eyes coquettishly. What am I sticking around for if not to help you? Now that the fruits of victory are hanging within reach, you want to kick me aside? Chen Nan stroked his chin thoughtfully. You're hard to read. I'll be watching your performance from now on. Performance? Black Queen's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she let out a sultry laugh, swaying her hips as she slid right onto Chen Nan's lap, pressing suggestively against him. Like what? Warm your bed. Her smile grew even more alluring, as if she'd discovered a secret. Chen Nan couldn't help but be caught between laughter and exasperation by her boldness. He gave her pert backside 2 brisk pats and pushed her away. Act serious. Black Queen giggled shamelessly, completely unfazed. What a floozy. Raven and Emma exchanged a glance, muttering the same insult under their breath. The Black Queen heaved a theatrical sigh, assuming a pitiful expression. You ladies who've eaten your fill have no idea how hungry another woman can be. Of course, no one bought into the wiles of this shameless vixen. After the others dispersed, Chen Nan sat alone in contemplation, playing out the potential conflicts in his mind. The only good news was this. On American soil, he was, for the moment, virtually invincible. Tracking down the Secretary of Defense's whereabouts was no challenge for Emma, who possessed telepathy. Before long, the intel came in. Late at night, Washington, D.C. After a long day's grind, the Secretary of Defense leaned back wearily in the rear seat of his armored limousine. Escorted in front and back by a security detail, the car glided quietly toward his house near Fort McNair. But just as they passed along a quiet side road not far from their destination, disaster struck. A massive pickup truck shot out from a side street without warning, swerving violently to block the motorcade's path and sealing off all escape. What's happening? The secretary snapped awake, an alarm sounding in his mind. Sir, there's a truck blocking the road ahead, the driver answered, his nerves tight as a wire. A wave of dread crashed through the secretary's heart. Coincidence? Not a chance. He barked an order. Coke, reverse. Get us out of here now. The driver sensed the danger too, hurriedly shifting into reverse. But what appeared in the rearview mirror nearly made his soul leap from his body. One security car surged forward, the other rammed backwards, trapping them in a merciless squeeze. Damn it, the driver swore in despair. The violent impact made the car shake uncontrollably, but the bulletproof construction protected its occupants. Yet the Minister of Defense felt his heart sink to the very bottom. This was no accident. It was betrayal. An assassination attempt. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol, chambered around with a sharp click, and leveled the barrel at the door, his knuckles turning white from his grip. At this most critical, desperate moment, there was a faint snap at his side as the car door lock flicked open from the outside. The minister reacted instantly, his instincts taking over as he pulled the trigger. 2 shots rang out, bullets whistling through the cramped space, but only struck the tire of a car by the roadside, sending up a brief burst of sparks. He didn't even have time to see his assailant's face before he felt the seat beside him sink and an eerie stench, a mix of sulfur and blood, suddenly filled the small interior. A figure appeared at his side in a flash, skin crimson and face twisted like something out of hell. In its hand, the creature twirled a gleaming dagger, its blood-red eyes glinting with mockery, fixed on the minister's face, now contorted by terror. The red demon grinned, baring his teeth in a chilling smile. "Come along, old man. My master want a word with you." The minister froze, his throat tightening as cold sweat drenched his back. He couldn't tear his eyes from the dagger, gleaming as if it might slice across his throat at any second. With a dry, fearful swallow, he nodded stiffly in defeat, terror overwhelming every thought. For someone at the absolute pinnacle of power, the fear of death was even more acute than for ordinary men. Perhaps that's why, when facing Emma and her team, the minister became remarkably compliant, and perhaps even a touch submissive. The red demon's power took hold without warning. A violent wrench in space seized everyone, and the world within his vision spun violently, as if colors were being flung into a vortex. Before the sickening dizziness could fully consume the minister, his feet touched solid ground once again. New York, deep within the Hellfire Club. He doubled over, retching violently. His face was ashen, his stomach heaving in turmoil as he clamped a hand over his mouth, his entire body trembling while cold sweat soaked through his expensive suit. Is this the power you mutants possess?" he gasped, his voice laden with exhaustion and a terror that cut to the bone. His eyes fixed on the red demon, as if staring at a monster wearing human skin. "Easily shocked, are we?" Avalanche scoffed, shoving the unsteady old man forward without the slightest courtesy. "Welcome to the future, Mr. Minister. We are the future." At that moment, a cold steel door slid open behind Avalanche, flooding them with the noise and gaudy lights of the club, luxury and chaos that stood in stark contrast to the minister's shaken state of mind. "Listen, perhaps we can talk this over." The minister staggered forward as he was pushed along, abandoning all decorum in his desperate struggle for survival. He whispered urgently, "Join the military. As long as you agree, you'll have wealth, power, status, everything you could ever want, just within your grasp. I promise." "Shut up, old man." Torrance snapped, his patience wearing thin. "No, please, hear me out. Just think about what you could have." "I said shut up." Torrance's patience shattered, his voice suddenly icy and menacing. The old man's incessant temptations, like a swarm of annoying flies, buzzed about Torrance and his companions until they finally shoved him into a lavish, soundproof chamber with little ado. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud, sealing the politician's glib tongue away from the outside world. At last, the world was peaceful again. Almost at the same moment, Chen Nan heard Emma's clear telepathic voice in his mind. He set down the thick book he'd been reading and rose to his feet. The door to the chamber slid open in utter silence, and Chen Nan appeared in the doorway. The Minister of Defense sprang up from the plush armchair, and when he saw the impossibly youthful face before him, a flash of astonishment flickered in his eyes before he quickly masked it with a show of composure. He straightened his back and, wielding his usual air of intimidation, began. "Young man, I hope you realize what it means to kidnap the Secretary of Defense." He instinctively regarded Chen Nan as the son of some mutant leader, young, and therefore either easy to mislead or intimidate. "Kidnap?" Chen Nan strode into the room, closed the door behind him, and fixed the minister with a cold, predatory smile. Looming over the old man's forced bravado, he said, "Consequences? Tell me, Minister, who out there actually knows I invited you here for a visit?" "You." The minister's pupils constricted sharply. His voice shot up with raw shock, turning shrill and piercing. You dare kill me?" The thought struck him like an icy gale rifling through his soul. He never imagined his captor could be so utterly unhinged. "Congratulations. You guessed right." Chen Nan's smile widened, his gaze as keen as a blade, effortlessly slicing through the minister's shaky facade. "Did you really think there's a chance you'll walk out of here alive? Amusing, isn't it? Wait, you can't kill me." With death looming, all color drained from the minister's face, and fear made his voice shake uncontrollably. "I am the Secretary of Defense of the United States. If I go missing, the entire machinery of state will roar to life. You'll be public enemy number one." Do you really think you can escape the law's retribution? His hollow bravado echoed against the soundproof walls, sweat already soaking his shirt, clinging coldly to his back. He was terrified, truly terrified of a madman. For you cannot reason with the insane. Even the most elite fleets of the United States and Russia were destroyed as if they were nothing. What else would they possibly hesitate to do? Sanction. Chen Nan sounded as though he just heard a joke. He uttered the word with such calm, yet it landed on the minister's heart like a sledgehammer. Oh, you think your sentry robots will be enough? You. The defense minister felt as if a thunderclap had exploded inside his mind. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Unsteadily, he staggered backward and collapsed heavily into his chair. This was the nation's top secret project, the highest level of classified research. And yet, they even knew about this? He slumped in his seat, all strength gone, lips trembling as no more words would come. Only a hollow desperation remained in his eyes. Chen Nan looked down upon the old man, who had now been pushed completely to the edge, a subtle note of amusement coloring his voice. The sentry is quite an impressive creation, but in your hands, it's a pearl cast before swine, a shameful waste. He paused, then continued. Honestly, there's no personal grudge between us. The sole misstep was your side's, a massive misjudgment of the situation, and of who we truly are. I am not, as you imagine, some narrow, fanatical supremacist. You need to understand, Minister, mutant genes lie dormant in every human being on this planet. You, us, we are one and the same. The only difference is that we've awakened a step sooner than the rest. In time, more and more mutants will appear. Our mission is to let the advanced lead the way, helping those who have yet to awaken. He sensed, perhaps, that his words ran too deep, and waved a hand as if dismissing an abstract thought. No matter, these grand philosophical themes, I wouldn't expect you to grasp them. The power you put your faith in may seem formidable. Chen Nan leaned forward slightly, an invisible pressure spreading throughout the room. But before us, it falls short by no small margin. His gaze swept over the minister's ashen face. Whether you live or die is truly irrelevant, because you never understood the true wonder of mutants. Suddenly, his voice rose, clear and commanding, as he called toward the door, Raven. At his word, the vault door swung open. At the very instant that figure stepped into the room, the last trace of hope in the defense minister's eyes was utterly extinguished. Because walking in was another him. The same face, the same clothes, even the slightest expressions, try as he might to remain composed. Terror still flickered just beneath the surface, exactly the same on both faces. The real defense minister's mouth fell open, issuing a choked, strangled sound. His hand trembled as he pointed at this double of himself, as if watching his worst nightmare come alive. Do you understand now? Chen Nan's voice was even and cold, pronouncing the minister's fate. How could he not understand? Once he was gone, who would ever know? Who could tell the difference? This perfect imitation would so easily replace him, taking control of all he once commanded. You should be grateful to me, Chen Nan said, looking at him in utter ruin. He added, at the very least, I've given you the truth. Isn't that a small mercy before the end? Grateful? Huh. He gave a cold, dismissive snort. Would a murderer ever expect gratitude from his victim? He had never encountered anyone as brazen and shameless as this. Take him away. Chen Nan turned his gaze from the man, giving his orders to the red demon who, unnoticed, had silently appeared at the threshold. Clean this up. Let our minister depart with dignity. There was no emotion on the red demon's crimson face. He gave a slight bow before pulling his prisoner out of the room. When it came to professional matters, the red demon never left loose ends. The old man, it must be said, met death with a measure of defiance he hadn't expected, enough to earn, if only briefly, Chen Nan's respect. Stillness returned to the chamber. Chen Nan regarded the empty chair, yet there was no trace of triumph on his face. Removing one big player was like pressing down a gourd only to have another pop up somewhere else. In the power vacuum, countless eyes were already fixed hungrily on that now empty seat. Whoever came next, seeking to prove themselves, would surely employ even more ruthless tactics. Now, with the Hellfire Club at the epicenter of the storm, the real challenge was maintaining stability. If it were only about starting a war, Chen Nan could have razed the White House to the ground at any moment, but that would not serve the greater, long-term interests. At this moment, Raven's shape-shifting abilities became a priceless asset. Only she was too young, and Chen Nan's mind was made up. Marilyn, she was the better choice. He had sifted through enough scraps of the old man's memories, habits, quirks, manner of speaking, the critical strands of relationships. All of it, he imparted to Marilyn. Meanwhile, Torrent and Emma were fending off a mob of frantic shareholders who swarmed about like ants on a hot griddle. What began as panic had, upon news of the U.S.-Russian fleet's spectacular destruction, transformed into apocalyptic despair. It's over. Everything is over. How could you have let such catastrophe erupt? Are you trying to drag us all to hell with you? The shareholders pressed around, voices rising in a chaotic chorus, fear and fury thickening the very air in the room. Chen Nan's brow faintly furrowed. Raising a hand in a calming gesture, his voice was soft but cut through the uproar with unmistakable clarity. Gentlemen, collect yourselves. His gaze swept over their panic-stricken faces. The real culprit has already been dealt with. It was Sebastian who destroyed the fleet, not us. What business is that of ours? Even as his words hung in the air, he signaled to the Queen of Spades, who understood at once and slipped into the adjoining chamber. Moments later, she returned, dragging out a heavy, human-shaped block of ice. Amidst the crowd's confused and widening eyes, she let it crash down on the floor with a thunderous thud that echoed across the polished, mirror-bright tiles. For a moment, stunned silence reigned. Then a shareholder's voice trembled, barely above a whisper. Your Excellency, the White King? How could the Black King? He was so powerful. How could he possibly? Well, about that. A flicker of something inscrutable flashed in Chen Nan's eyes. With a faint smile, his arm shot out like lightning, hauling in the Red Devil, who was standing to the side with a cigarette in his mouth, looking completely detached from the situation. We owe everything to our brave Mr. Azazel here, who, at a critical moment, dealt Xiao a fatal blow. The Red Devil was caught so off guard that his cigarette nearly fell from his lips. He glared at Chen Nan, utterly bewildered. This is Azazel, as you all know. He's chosen to leave the darkness for the light, and with unwavering resolve, he grabbed Xiao and dragged him into outer space. You're all familiar with conditions out there. Before long, Xiao is frozen solid by absolute zero. So, that's how things stand, that's what happened. They can investigate however much they like. The gathered shareholders looked at one another, speechless. His story was riddled with holes, and yet, maybe the Ministry of Defense really would have to take his outrageous tale at face value. Well, technically it did add up. There's no one left alive to contradict the story. He's sticking to it, and, honestly, he really could pull it off. Of course, if anyone doubts it, they're welcome to try for themselves. Chen Nan gave a mockingly casual shrug. The others exchanged glances. This was pure, brazen stonewalling. Who would actually dare try it? That'd mean certain death. Given that Chen Nan already had an answer ready, all they could do was grudgingly accept his fabrication. Worst case, they'd make a little less money if everything fell apart. Joining the Hellfire Club, wasn't it all about joining forces and carving up American capital for themselves? If you needed proof of what being a capitalist was at its core, the Hellfire Club was the ultimate case study. Collusion at its finest. With so much capital under their control, how could they not wield enormous influence in every sphere? Economics, culture, society? And in the end, to protect and grow their own interests, they would inevitably need a political representative, a president. No matter how thoroughly the military investigated, they couldn't turn up a single lead on Chen Nan. All communications had ceased to exist. A magnetic field could wipe out every electronic device. A single electromagnetic pulse, and the rest was nothing but a heap of useless scrap metal. To the investigators, the Red Devil seemed like a demon. Nothing could convince them this creature was some hero who saved the world. But after being grabbed by the Red Devil and given a brief, terrifying trip through the stratosphere, they were scared out of their wits and rushed to file their report. The investigation was brought up in an internal meeting. Some insisted it was pure nonsense, as if a being like that could have a conscience. But after a long, fruitless discussion, the acting minister made the call. Leave it at that, and report to the White House. Peggy showed up as well, bringing her own news, though Chen Nan had gotten word of it even earlier. It's been a while, Peggy. You look well. Seems you don't need me if toys can solve your problems. Huh? Chen Nan said with a warm, teasing smile. Nothing good ever comes out of your mouth. Scoundrel. Peggy shot him a sidelong glance, her cheeks flushed. This damn man was surely peeking into her thoughts again. Ever since that little flirtatious episode between them, it felt as if a door inside her had quietly swung open. Her once calm world, like a serene lake disturbed by a tossed stone, now rippled with waves. Whenever she thought of him, her mind would wander, and she would end up rewarding herself just for the fantasy, unable to restrain her imagination. Could it be she was just getting older? Was 40 the age when she suddenly became ravenous for passion? All right, come over here and have a seat, Chen Nan said, waving her over with an inviting grin. He hadn't been reading her mind, she could rest assured. Peggy finally sat down in the lounger beside him, But in the very next moment, she gave a soft yelp as Chen Nan pulled her into his arms. Surrounded by the scent she'd yearned for day and night, Peggy's heart raced and her body went weak. Still, she tried to play coy, pretending to struggle. But Chen Nan understood her little games all too well. With a gentle nudge, she melted into his embrace, unable to get up. Peggy rolled her eyes at him, weakly. Could you show me a little respect? I'm trying to talk business here. If anyone saw us, they'd think I was a cougar chasing a young stallion. Oh, really? You can say your piece, and I'll do as I please. It's a win-win, won't delay anything. Chen Nan replied with shameless mischief, deliberately leaning in to speak right by Peggy's ear. Peggy couldn't stand it, but she also had no way to resist him, so she rushed to say what she needed to, just wanting to get it over with. The council just passed a special secret resolution. They're establishing S.H.I.E.L.D. Ahem, quit it with those hands. Peggy scolded, brushing away his advances. Like I said, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be focused on dealing with unnatural abilities, and I'll be appointed as the deputy director, mainly responsible for coordinating with the X-Men. Oh, the X-Men? Who's leading them? I'd think Charles should be their captain. Maybe set up a school for young mutants too, a special place for their education. Chen Nan mused aloud. Peggy answered honestly, though somewhat distractedly. That's right. Everything's unfolding according to the established timeline. And what about the fleet incident? How are they framing that one? Chen Nan inquired, leaning forward. Peggy let out a quiet sigh, a mix of relief and faint disappointment flickering across her face, though she composed herself quickly thanks to her professionalism. That matter is closed for now. There are no leads, so it ends here. And I was asked to pass along a message. Tell the mutants from the Hellfire Club not to stir up any trouble. Oh, is that so? Well, we'll keep to ourselves and stick to our little business ventures. We're not interested in anything else. Chen Nan nodded as he spoke, and his answer seemed to finally let Peggy breathe a sigh of relief. The people up above weren't certain either. All of this was the result of compromise. Without complete assurance, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. What about Eric? As soon as Chen Nan asked, he lowered his gaze, noticing the disappointment and discontent in Peggy's expression. Well, since he played the good guy so far, he might as well see it through. Eric, you say? Peggy clenched her jaw, pressing her hand against Chen Nan as she spoke. He's got a rather extreme and volatile mindset. He rejected our offer without hesitation. Chen Nan understood as well. Eric never trusted the Americans' sugar-coated promises. At his core, Eric was simply a contrarian. The facts had already shown how wrong Charles's beliefs were. Eric's radical thinking might have been unwelcome, but at least he wasn't being used. In the end, a sycophant is left with nothing. Charles still thought his dedication could win the White House's recognition, pinning the entire future of mutants on the faint hope that those ruthless, hypocritical politicians might still possess a shred of kindness. What could that be, if not sheer naivety? Facing a pack of politicians who could strip the flesh from your bones, Charles was still far too young. They drew him grand pictures with honeyed words, while in secret, they were developing Sentinel robots to deal with mutants. The moment the Sentinel robots proved successful, it would signal the beginning of a brutal purge. Peggy could sense Chen Nan getting caught up in his thoughts, and inwardly she snorted, as if her patience were worn to the bone. She was done holding back. I've bitten my tongue for over a decade. Any longer and I'll go gray from the stress. With a fierce huff, Peggy abruptly rolled over and broke out in a song right there, and then the sun rises and sets, tides surge and recede, and the ancient wisdom of Emperor Yu who tamed the floods seemed to live on undimmed in Peggy to this day. Emma and Marilyn exchanged bewildered glances. What miracle pill had their sister taken? The vigor pouring from her was simply overwhelming. The months slipped quietly through their fingers, and Marilyn gradually sank into her fabricated new identity, slipping into her meticulously crafted role with astonishing conviction. One day, Emma returned with crucial news. The super soldier serum had finally overcome the technical barriers to mass production. Yet a glaring flaw remained. It lacked the critical catalyst, the so-called life ray. Emma spoke with a shadow of distress in her voice. All we manage is a neutered version of the serum. To truly replicate what Steve achieved, the life ray is absolutely vital. And the side effects are unresolved. There could be danger. Side effects? Chen Nan simply scoffed at the idea. In his eyes, the serum was nothing more than a tool. Good person or bad, he didn't care. What he needed were tools, capable, utterly obedient ones. Would a mere super soldier serum turn the world upside down? At most, it only magnifies what already lurks within a human heart. Its bearer is still shackled by mortal limitations. Emma, there's no need to fret over such things as side effects or dreams of mortals rivaling the gods. A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of Chen Nan's mouth, dripping with contempt. That's just Hollywood melodrama. With me, if you don't obey, there's only one end, utter annihilation. As for the so-called life ray energy, in Chen Nan's opinion, it was merely a low-grade power source. The true, unfathomable reservoir of energy was quietly cradled in his palm, the cosmic cube. He simply hadn't yet mastered the method to safely and efficiently draw forth that spatial energy. Still, it didn't trouble him. He remembered there were experts in this world whose talents lay precisely in this field. SHIELD headquarters. America's guiding principle was always self-interest above all else. Any brilliant mind, no matter which flag they'd once served, would inevitably be drawn into their greedy web. When the United States, Britain, and Soviet Union divided the spoils of defeated Germany, the Soviets snatched up the cold, lifeless machinery, while the Americans plundered the most precious, living assets, the scientists. Dr. Arnim Zola, once the technological linchpin of Hydra, after the downfall of Nazi Germany, he was cordially relocated to New York, becoming just one of the many cogs within SHLD's vast research apparatus. Dr. Zola, it wasn't easy to find you. A voice rang suddenly through the silent laboratory, playfully mocking. Zola spun around, his heart leaping violently. That face, the one he believed lost forever amid the dust of history, now stared at him with an amused grin, crystal clear in his shock-widened eyes. "It's you," Zola blurted out, his voice rising to a shrill, trembling pitch, all composure shattered by the enormity of the moment. For an instant, he almost doubted his sanity. Was this a hallucination? "It's me," Chen Nan replied casually, as if greeting an old acquaintance. "It's been a while. Honestly, I kind of miss locking horns with opponents like you. Too bad. Schmidt got banished by the cosmic cube to who knows where in the universe. So it really is you? But how could you not have age?" Zola's voice rattled with fear. He forced himself to stay calm, grasping for a rational explanation to the impossible. "You took the serum, didn't you? That has to be it. The military would never squander someone of your value. It's just a shame your skin color stopped you from becoming the carefully packaged American icon that Steve became." "Spare me your theories," Chen Nan interjected with a weary impatience. "You're coming with me." "Wait." Zola shot up a trembling hand, his voice suddenly desperate and harsh, grasping for a last chance. "You can't kill me. I'm an American scientist now, a vital asset to SHIELD. Think carefully before you act." He still had grand ambitions unfulfilled. He could not die, not here, not like this. Chen Nan's laughter carried a trace of disdain. "Relax. I'm not here to take your life. Your so-called inside strategy, your games with feigned escapes, and switching hosts with Hydra. I have no interest in interfering. There's only one thing you need to do. Teach my people how to safely extract energy from the cosmic cube. Once that's done, you can return and continue your grand work." Chen Nan stated his purpose without a hint of drama, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Hydra, SHIELD, world domination. These were, in his eyes, nothing but tedious games. Zola's nerves, taut with dread, eased ever so slightly when he learned that Chen Nan didn't intend to kill him. Yet, in the very next moment, the mere mention of the cosmic cube crashed through his mind like a bolt of thunder. The supreme treasure he had sought at the cost of countless efforts. Was it truly in the hands of this old adversary now, right before his eyes? A deeper sense of despair engulfed him in an instant. Did he even have a chance of reclaiming it? Zola knew all too well that he had no choice left. Swallowing the raging storm within, he resignedly followed Chen Nan's lead. It was as though unseen hands folded space itself, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves deep within the western desert, inside a secret base belonging to Umbrella Corporation. Hank was already there, awaiting their arrival. The plan was simple. Extracting the purest sliver of energy from the cosmic cube would be enough to trigger the creation of an endless supply of almost perfect super soldiers. Thanks to the continual flow of funding from Hellfire, Zola's list of required equipment was swiftly fulfilled. Umbrella Corporation. This pharmaceutical titan needed headline-grabbing products to maintain its facade in the public eye. And so, an extremely diluted version of the super soldier serum, thinned down by a factor of 10,000, emerged as a new health supplement called Future One. Zola's sudden disappearance for half a month put everyone at SHIELD on high alert, turning the entire agency upside down in fear that such a valuable asset might be lost forever. Of course, Chen Nan never intended to keep this guest for long. Once he had squeezed every drop of technical knowledge from Zola, he orchestrated a perfectly staged abduction and ransom act. Zola was eventually rescued, shaken and anxious, and returned to SHIELD. Chen Nan was more than happy to set Zola, and the Hydra forces behind him, loose upon SHIELD, to divert their attention and ensure they were too busy to meddle in his own plans. Time slipped by, 6 months in the blink of an eye. Always cautious, Chen Nan first used members of the Greyhound gang under his control to test the serum. The results exceeded all expectations, perhaps even surpassing the legendary Captain America, Steve Rogers. Chen Nan credited this to the unfathomable purity of energy drawn from the cosmic cube. How could mere electricity in the mortal world compare to the primal power of the universe itself? Once safety and effectiveness were confirmed, Chen Nan finally saw fit to have those closest to him receive the serum. Core members of his team, Red Devil, Riptide, Gambit, Sabretooth, and others, were soon empowered by the serum's transformative strength. In Chen Nan's philosophy, there could never be too much strength. He himself had tried injecting the serum. While it did produce some effect, to him, the boost was so negligible it barely counted for anything at all. Yet under Chen Nan's expert packaging and marketing strategies, Future Number 1 took America by storm. This supplement, made by diluting a complete super soldier serum 10,000 times, offered only the faintest of effects. However, with omnipresent advertising, it was elevated to the status of a miracle cure. He employed scarcity marketing to perfection. Don't let your child lose at the starting line. This slogan struck precisely at every family's vulnerable spot. Parents flocked in droves, spending lavishly, regarding Future Number 1 as a daily essential for their entire household. Soon enough, even a middle class found themselves priced out, the cost of a single bottle being equal to an ordinary worker's week's salary. And so, Chen Nan's sickle fell right on time. Swiftly, he released a new product, Future Number 2, priced at only a third of Future Number 1, and claiming to have just half the effect. Those middle-class families who'd hesitated found themselves digging deep into their pockets again. As for the lower classes, Chen Nan had never considered them his target customers. After all, the sickle only reaps those with something left to give. The destitute have nothing left worth harvesting. In the mist-filled bathroom at night, Marilyn closed her eyes, letting the pounding hot water cascade down her back, when suddenly, a stray thought slipped into her mind without warning. Darling, her voice, edged with post-pleasure laziness and a touch of subtle confusion, drifted through the steamy air. After all these years, why haven't any of us gotten pregnant? Maybe you just haven't tried hard enough, Chen Nan quipped absent-mindedly, not pausing in his movements. Oh, shut up, you idiot. Emma, beside him, rolled her eyes in exasperation, her damp golden hair plastered to her brow. Isn't it obvious the problem lies with you? Chen Nan simply chuckled, brushing his lips against her neck, voice low and languid with satisfaction. Why worry about that? Do you really think I need to pass on my bloodline at this point? His tone was light, as if he were discussing something entirely unrelated to himself. Yet, deep within his dark eyes, a faint trace of doubt flickered and was gone. Hey, system, is this your doing? Did you lock up my genes? Chen Nan wasn't being paranoid. His body was too flawless for anything else to be at fault, and this mysterious system was always up to something. It had to be that damn system. System, did you lock up my genes? He demanded sharply in his mind once more. After a long silence, the system reluctantly powered up, its voice tinged with the lazy annoyance of being roused from sleep. The stronger the being, the harder it is to leave behind offspring. That's a universal cosmic law, didn't you know? Nonsense, Chen Nan scoffed, utterly unimpressed. Hey, how can you insult others during a debate? Do you have any respect for the heavenly laws? The system retorted, reasoning forcefully. Oh please, are you trying to fool a toddler? Chen Nan sneered, exposing the system's argument. Isn't Zeus supposed to be strong? Yet his illegitimate offspring are running wild all over the world. How do you explain that? Don't try those word games with me. Chen Nan's tone was icy. You can't trick me with this nonsense. Try to deceive him. This worthless thing really thought it could pull a fast one? No way it would ever shake off the curse of being childless for all eternity. Damn it. Maybe Zeus just happens to be gifted when it comes to the affairs of his harem? Or why don't you try claiming his harem for yourself and see how it goes? The system started to argue like a spoiled child. Get lost. Chen Nan snapped back in anger. Did Zeus ever bother with those so-called women of yours? Lay them bare before him, and he'd probably turn away in disgust. No matter how hard the system denied everything, Chen Nan was at a loss. Life still had to go on. But now, another dark cloud was gathering over America. The drumbeats of the Vietnam War thundered even louder. Those fools in the White House just wouldn't give up, still dreaming of a showdown with the rising new China. But really, they were just stubbornly ramming their heads against the wall. Va? Chen Nan couldn't care less. At this very moment, he was making the most of the low land prices, morphing into a ravenous beast and devouring property at a breakneck pace, becoming a veritable land tycoon. Automobiles, computers, real estate, finance. Wherever outrageous profits were to be found, his presence was never far behind. From the hospitals where infants wailed their first cries, to the kindergartens, all the way to the funeral homes where life drew its final curtain. His goal was to weave a vast web of capital, one that would wrap itself around the entire lifetime of ordinary Americans. Such bold and reckless expansion could not go unnoticed. It finally provoked the wrath of the veteran Anglo-Saxon and Jewish financial dynasties. A covert alliance was quietly forged for one purpose: to bring Chen Nan down. Connections in high places? The Hellfire Club had spent decades entrenching itself, with deep enough roots to remain unshaken. A shadowy war? The infamous Greyhound Gang, rabid as ever, was Chen Nan's sharpest set of claws. Assassination attempts? Those only played right into Chen Nan's hands. His desperate foes were left with nothing but their last resort, spreading slander and fabricating rumors, stooping to every dirty trick imaginable. To counter this, Chen Nan set up his own media company. With Emma's formidable telepathy at the helm, the voices of the press were swiftly turned, and the tide of public opinion changed instantly. In the end, all battles returned to their very core, a price war. Chen Nan merely laughed in disdain, even if his tactics shattered the American economy, throwing average citizens into bankruptcy and onto the streets. What business was that of his? 2.5 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. He'd long stopped caring about the smoke and fire of business wars. Enjoying life was the only path that made sense. Then one day, Peggy showed up, exhausted and with anger burning just beneath the surface. Bad news. Her voice was hoarse, thick with frustration and helplessness. The mutant school's been forcibly shut down. The military drafted those children. Driven by fury, she struck the arm of a nearby lounge chair. Splinters flew everywhere. Why? Why did they have to keep invading other countries? Those damned warmongers would cross any line, trample every last shred of decency, just for the sake of their profit. I tried to reason with Charles, but it was utterly useless. Peggy's voice was laced with bitterness. They're dead set on sending mutants to carry out those sordid assassination and infiltration operations. At this moment, the U.S. military is mired in Vietnam. The anti-war movement is deafening back home. Morale has hit rock bottom, and now they're pinning their hopes on these children's abilities to turn the tide. I'm sorry to say, they might even send those poor kids to assassinate people like you or the high command of South Vietnam. Chen Nan waved his hand, signaling her to calm down. He reached out and gently pinched her weary cheek. Now do you understand why I never agreed with Charles's path? All that saintly appeasement and constant retreat will only doom mutants to a life of misery. There's never any way out, except for death. He's squandered the gifts that God bestowed upon all of you. Yes, Peggy forced a bitter smile and shook her head. Her eyes brimmed with disillusionment toward those in power. Even though I was once a part of them, I just can't fathom this madness. No matter what, children should never have to pay the price for their greed and failures. Suddenly, all her strength seemed to leave her. She leaned her head against Chen Nan's shoulder, her voice as soft as a whispered dream. At times like these, all I want is to see you. Seeing Peggy so exhausted, Chen Nan coaxed her to sleep peacefully. Gently, he carried her into the bedroom, weaving her a serene and sweet dream. And in the next moment, his figure vanished like mist. The very next second, he appeared before Eric. Once known as Magneto, Eric now had the air of a shrewd and successful businessman, though the keen glint and ruthless resolve in his eyes remained undiminished. Thanks to Chen Nan's guidance, he used his command of magnetism to prospect for mineral veins, running a highly profitable iron mining business while secretly financing the mutant brotherhood he'd founded. Eric, I need you to go to Vietnam and bring back every last one of the children from Charles's mutant school who've been captured. Leave no one behind. Chen Nan got straight to the point. Eric froze for a second, his thick brows knitting together. Sir? Why would Charles's students be in Vietnam? Could it be the situation there is so dire that they're sending children to the front lines? The military is eager to exploit the mutants' natural powers, hoping to use them as secret weapons to end this disastrous war as quickly as possible. Chen Nan replied with a calm voice, though his words cut to the painful truth. Eric understood instantly. In a conventional war, powerful mutants could easily shift the course of battle in a single region. Those children would be far better off with you than with Charles. That's why this mission falls to you, Chen Nan continued. Azazel and Celine will assist you. Make it quick. No hesitation, no loose ends. At these words, Eric's eye lit up with fierce excitement. The Brotherhood had always been little more than a name, weak and lacking true manpower. Now, not only could he rescue fellow mutants, but he could also win over a new generation of powerful allies. It felt like fortune itself had descended from the heavens. Understood. I'll get to it right away, Eric replied, his tone steely and resolute. The humanoid creature, known as Red Devil, along with Hank and the others, piloted a jet toward Vietnam, preparing to retrieve those mutant children. Vietnam's tropical rainforests were stiflingly hot and humid. The battlefield stretched out endlessly, making the search for people akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, they had the Black Queen, a master of the mind, who effortlessly hypnotized a senior officer, securing both a pass and vital intelligence. They roared through the mud and smoke in a high-powered off-road vehicle, while Red Devil remarked that he couldn't teleport to places he'd never visited or laid eyes on. 2 days later, they finally discovered the secret camp where the mutant students were imprisoned. "We found it." For reasons unknown, Eric's eyes flashed dangerously as he slammed the accelerator. Their steel beast howled, smashing through the camp's fragile wooden fence and barging inside with brute force. A piercing alarm shattered the night's tranquility. With a sigh of resignation, the Black Queen pinched the bridge of her nose and muttered, "Is being discreet really so hard?" Chaos erupted at once. Startled soldiers poured from their barracks like an agitated swarm of hornets. Wide-eyed, they stared at the brazen intruders in the center of the camp. "Hand over the mutant students, or face the consequences," the Black Queen shouted, her voice sharp and commanding. A tense silence gripped the air for several seconds, until the answer came, a hail of gunfire. As bullets rained down, Eric's lips curled into a cold, ruthless smile. He didn't even bother to stand. He simply flicked his hand with casual disdain. It was as if time itself had frozen. Every bullet fired at them was suddenly suspended midair, floating in eerie stillness. The soldiers were wide-eyed with terror. In the next instant, Eric thrust his hand downward with force. The frozen bullets reversed course, flying back at horrifying speed. The sharp crack of flesh and the rising screams instantly replaced the gunfire, as the heavy scent of blood filled the air above the camp. More soldiers kept pouring out, weapons trained on this metallic executioner. Eric's fierce grin, his signature, shark-like smile, looked especially demonic in the flickering firelight. He spread his fingers wide, an invisible magnetic force swept out like a vast net. Hundreds of submachine guns and rifles wrenched from panicked hands, levitated, and formed a precise array before him. All their black barrels pointed at their former masters. "Go to hell," Eric growled. A deafening volley erupted, a storm of metal consuming everything in its path. Soldiers fell in waves, like wheat beneath a harvester's blade. Misty sprays of blood filled the air, their screams drowned in the thunderous gunfire. Reinforcements arriving at the scene were paralyzed with fear at this vision of hell unleashed before their eyes. Just as Eric, carried away by murderous fury, was about to transform the entire camp into an iron graveyard. A cold, formidable psychic force, laced with lethal intent, stabbed into his mind like a blade of unfeeling steel. Eric's body went rigid in an instant, the snarl on his face freezing mid-contortion. The murderous glint in his eyes faded, replaced by stunned bewilderment. The surging tide of metal he commanded lost its source of power, clattering uselessly to the ground in a rain of steel. A bullet followed without hesitation, tearing through the air to punch mercilessly into Eric's unguarded heart. A dazzling, desperate bloom of crimson burst across his chest. The agony was overwhelming, blinding. Magneto locked in place, paralyzed by the searing pain. Across the field, Selene, the Black Queen, felt her own heart lurch. In their ranks, a telepath had been hiding, one who had chosen to betray their own kind. The chill that followed gnawed deeper. A mutant had turned on their brethren with no warning, striking with ruthless precision. The attack was sudden, deadly, and cold. Ah, the human heart. In Selene's mind, a frosty sigh echoed. The easy victories of recent days had made her careless. She'd forgotten that the most dangerous thing in the world was never monsters lurking in darkness, but the fathomless depths of the human soul. Most mutants were born despised, living at the fringes of society in poverty and desperation. The military had seized upon this fracture, when bundles of greenback dollars rained down like a storm. Who among them could cling to the fragile notion of loyalty? Betrayal, it seemed, was only natural. Selene's formidable mind lashed out in an instant, probing the shadows in a psychic surge. She seized the attacker's mental signature, severing the treacherous connection at its source. At that very moment, Magneto stared wide-eyed in disbelief. With what little strength he had left, he lowered his gaze. There, in his chest, a grotesque wound welled warm blood. He had no healing factor. He could feel life draining from him, flowing out with every crimson drop. A bitter, almost mocking smile tugged at his lips. Only now did he understand that old adage. It is those who swim best who drown. He had long prided himself as the master of magnetism, ruler of all things metal. Yet here, at the end, it was a simple, unimpressive bullet that felled him. Magneto's magnetic field collapsed abruptly, but the storm he'd unleashed would not be quelled by his death. The next moment, a hail of bullets swept down like a shroud of death, utterly engulfing him. A percussive series of impacts filled the field, gunfire pounding relentlessly. In the torrent, Magneto's powerful frame was riddled through and through, toppling hard to the ground. From the shadows, Azazel, the Red Devil, weaved through the maelstrom, his teleportation a blur of shadow and speed. By now, his dagger was dulled and notched, and his arms riddled with stray wounds. Yet he fought on with reckless abandon, reaping the lives of soldiers in a final, desperate bid for Magneto's revenge. More bullets screamed toward the Black Queen. But she was no fragile sorcerer like Magneto. She would not break so easily. She was a true warrior, a flawless fusion of strength and magic. In the instant bullets flew toward her, her graceful silhouette dissolved into a dazzling shower of stardust, letting the deadly barrage pass through her as if she were untouchable. But that was not all. Her formidable psychic power seized control of the minds of dozens of soldiers at once, turning them into little more than puppets on her invisible strings. "Celine, we have to fall back." The Red Devil suddenly materialized at her side, his voice hoarse and strained with urgency and pain. The number of soldiers seemed endless. He had fought with all his might, cutting down hundreds, yet the enemy kept advancing, wave after relentless wave. Celine's brow furrowed deeply. She had never imagined she would be caught off guard here, of all places, betrayed, it seemed, by mutants who had allied themselves with the military. And she feared there might be more than one such traitor. Her eyes swept the area where the mutant students had gathered, and her heart gave a fierce jolt. Inexperienced and caught unprepared, the students had already suffered casualties. Cries of agony and sobs for help twisted together in the air. The situation was hanging by the thinnest of threads. After all, most mutants, though gifted with unusual abilities, were hampered by fatal weaknesses or severe limitations. Those truly capable of standing alone on a battlefield were as rare as phoenix feathers. She hesitated. The immense magical force within her could rip this entire camp apart in the blink of an eye. But would unleashing it bring down utter ruin upon the Hellfire Club? And just then, at the very brink of disaster, the world was plunged into a bizarre, unnatural silence. All gunfire ceased at once. The bullets that had been tearing through the air suddenly stopped, held fast by some invisible, titanic force, suspended in the sky as if time itself had frozen. Where moments ago the battlefield had thundered and shaken with explosions, now all that remained was a deathly hush, and the sound of soldiers gasping in terror, breaths raspy with shock. In the shadows, the telepathic traitor, unwilling to accept defeat, made one final attempt, pushing her power in a desperate effort to intrude on Chen Nan's mind. Yet her consciousness vanished like a pebble into an abyss, instantly swallowed by a force unfathomable in its depth. Worse still, her location was laid utterly bare. Chen Nan glanced coldly in the direction of her hiding place. He made no obvious motion, but a bullet, hovering before him, seemed to come alive. In a heartbeat, it reversed course with a whistle, streaking back through the air. The bullet struck her dead center, right between the eyes. The look of terror and disbelief was frozen on the traitor's face as she toppled to the ground, falling lifeless and wide-eyed. Willing to wager, but can't bear to lose? A glacial smirk flickered at the corner of Chen Nan's lips. He turned his gaze to the soldiers, who trembled uncontrollably with fear in his presence. His voice rang out clear and unyielding in the minds of every mutant student. "Now, kill them. Do you dare?" Years of humiliation and pent-up fury erupted in a single instant. "We dare." A tidal wave of fury erupted from the mutants. They were once students, forcibly conscripted, subjected to relentless discrimination and oppression within the barracks, driven to the very front line as cannon fodder. In this moment, the flames of vengeance consumed every trace of fear. "Excellent." Chen Nan's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. He strode forward, leading the charge toward the camp's main gate. "Follow me. Let's go and kill. Open fire. Open fire. Mortars. Rockets. Blow him a bit." The suddenly awakened officer screamed frantically, his voice hoarse with hysteria. Terrified, the soldiers pulled their triggers, heavy weapons belching fiery wrath. They refused to believe that mere flesh and blood could withstand the onslaught of steel and fire. Yet, every attack that drew within a few feet of Chen Nan seemed to crash into an invisible fortress. Then, with greater violence, the barrage rebounded in full force. Explosions erupted among the soldiers in rapid succession, bursts of flame lighting up the chaos as screams of agony filled the air. Artillery! Ready the artillery now! Inside the forward command post, a major, pale as a ghost, howled into the radio, his voice warped by terror. Sir, but there are still our men in the camp. The artilleryman's reply was thick with anguish. Damn it! Obey my orders! The major seized the artilleryman by the collar, face twisted with rage as he spat with every word. Look in there. Do you really think anyone could survive that? Fire! The artilleryman gazed at the hellish, distant battlefield, at his comrades falling like wheat before Chen Nan, then squeezed his eyes shut in despair and yanked the firing cord with all his strength. A thunderous roar shook the earth as dozens of heavy field guns unleashed their fury. A swarm of shells, trailing burning tails of death, ripped through the sky toward Chen Nan and the mutant students at his back. Death swept down in an instant. All color drained from the students' faces. Their limbs turned to ice. The weight of despair pressed in, squeezing the breath from their chests. Was this the end? With casual ease, Chen Nan crushed the throat of a charging soldier, then calmly looked up toward the sky, his gaze unreadable. Slowly, he raised one hand, fingers splayed wide, reaching for the deadly shower above. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the air as an invisible field erupted outward. An astonishing sight. Shells racing through the air suddenly lost all momentum, like plunging into a mire, and hung suspended, motionless above Chen Nan's head. He closed his fist in the empty air, and the shells seemed to writhe under the grip of an unseen giant, groaning and twisting with tortured metal. Then, with a single, shattering blast, detonated in place. But the explosion, the fire and shockwave, didn't spread. Instead, it was devoured, erased completely by him. In the next instant, Chen Nan brought his raised foot down gently to the earth. A thunderous rumble tore through the world. Centered on him, a wave of pure annihilation erupted, as if the wrath of the earth itself had been unleashed, surging forth in a wild, untamable tide. The steel barriers of the encampment were shredded and flung aside like scraps of paper in a sudden storm. The ground shattered underfoot, splintering with frenzied spiderweb cracks. Gaping fissures yawned like monstrous jaws, swallowing nearby military vehicles, barracks, and terrified soldiers fleeing in panic before they could even cry out. Further off, the ammunition depot ignited in a chain of explosions, sending roaring fireballs arcing into the sky and staining half the heavens a bloody red. The deafening roar of detonations rolled on, unbroken and relentless, as though some invisible giant foot had trampled the entire military camp beneath its weight. Time itself seemed to freeze. The surviving soldiers stood rooted to the spot, stunned and lifeless, gazing in petrified awe at a scene that could only be described as the descent of gods or demons. Smoke choked the air, flames stabbed into the night, and the earth heaved as if in agony. Amid the broken walls and shattered ruins lay the splintered bodies of their comrades. Was this the judgment of the gods, or had hell itself come crashing down? No one could tell who among them crumbled first. A submachine gun slipped from weakened hands and landed with a dull thud. And like a row of dominoes toppling in sequence, the chain reaction began. One after another, the survivors hurled aside their weapons, raised trembling hands high above their heads, their faces stripped to only the most primal terror and the desperate urge to survive. Chen Nan's eyes swept over these soldiers. All fight fled from them, but he showed no desire for further slaughter. He turned away, voice calm and emotionless. Let's go. Wait, please, just a moment. Sir, please. A voice, strained nearly to the point of breaking, wavered out from the edge of the encampment. It was a middle-aged officer, wearing the insignia of a brigadier general. Ignoring the frightened protests of his guards, he forced his way forward through the swirling smoke and debris, stumbling again and again until he finally reached Chen Nan. But as he caught a clear glimpse of Chen Nan's profile, he stopped dead, struck as if by a lightning bolt, frozen in place. A cry of disbelief burst from his lips, sharp and hoarse, laden with equal parts shock, wild joy, and the dizzy unreality of a meeting across decades. Instructor? He rubbed at his eyes, desperate to banish what he thought must be a ghost or a dream from his vision. But that face was unmistakable. The stern, chiseled features, those fathomless eyes, the aura that seemed to command all beneath heaven. Nearly 20 years had passed, yet nothing about this man had changed. Until Chen Nan slowly turned, fixing him with a gaze, and spoke his name without a trace of doubt. Will, are you going to try to stop me? A sharp gasp tore from Will Gerard, the brigadier's chest, as if a hammer had struck his heart. This was no illusion. He was really here. This was the living legend who had appeared like a deity amid piles of corpses and seas of blood. The one-man force who had shattered the German Iron Cavalry with a single gun across 100 miles of battlefield. 2 decades had etched deep lines into Will's face and left his body battered and less sure than it once was. But the man before him, he was just as he had always been. Young, handsome, and so powerful it was suffocating. Time itself seemed to have lost its grip on him. Will's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his lips quivering. Countless words welled up in his throat, but in the end, all that came out was a choked sound, full of boundless emotion and reverence. In an instant, his thoughts were yanked back to that era of roaring artillery, when blood and smoke wove together. A time of relentless training grounds that had reshaped his entire being, and a figure he'd spent half his life trying to catch up to. Staring at the man before him, who looked almost godlike, part demon, part guardian, Brigadier General Will Gerard was overcome with conflicting emotions. This man had once been his hero and his instructor. His appearance had been like a shooting star arcing through the dark, blazing and unforgettable. A spectacle that dazzled a generation, but like a shooting star, it vanished all too soon. No one could say exactly when, but at some point, he'd become a legend passed from soldier to soldier over stories in the mess hall. And then, as if swallowed by the mist, he faded away, never to be heard from again. Will had imagined countless versions of their reunion in his heart. Never had he thought it would happen here on opposite sides, with him in this position. He shook his head bitterly, his throat tight. "Instructor, how could I possibly stop you? I know I couldn't even if I tried." He took a deep breath and forced himself to speak the harsh truth. "You can take those students, but they're already registered with the military. The moment they return to America, they'll be considered deserters. In a conflict of this scale, someone like me, a mere brigadier general, has no authority to approve soldier discharges." Chen Nan glanced at him and nodded slightly. "For the sake of old comradeship, I won't make things hard for you. I'll take it straight to the Department of Defense." "Thank you." Will felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He turned and barked at the stunned communications officer. "Don't just stand there. Bring the field telephone over." His heart was heavy with frustration and bitterness. The troops were dying in droves, and yet he had to tread carefully in front of this living legend, this god of war. That was the brutal truth. Power makes the rules. The communications officer hurried over, staggering under the weight of the field phone. Chen Nan simply lifted his hand, and the phone glided through the air, landing gently in his palm. "It's me, on the Vietnam front, handling the discharge of several mutant soldiers." His voice was calm, but carried the implicit authority of command. "Understood." A single, crisp word was all he received in response. The call ended so swiftly that Will barely had time to process it. He was left utterly bewildered. What could he have experienced over these past 20 years to wield such instant influence over the Department of Defense? And who was on the other end of that line? "Would you care to sit in the command post for a bit?" Will suggested carefully, desperate to buy time and pass this impossible problem along. "I know what you're thinking, Will." Chen Nan gave him a knowing pat on the shoulder, then, without another word, strode off toward the group of mutant students who had survived, gathered close and shell-shocked. The flickering firelight danced across their young faces, illuminating their excitement, anxiety, and a deep, aching sense of shame. "Sir, I'm so sorry. It was us. We caused Eric's death." Alex lowered his head, his voice choked and heavy with grief and self-reproach. In the glow of the flames, Magneto, Eric, lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide open, frozen with defiance and a final, lingering shock. The students gathered around him, their heads bowed in silence, mourning with haunted, unsettled hearts. "It's not your fault." Chen Nan's voice was unusually calm, yet carried a profound gravity. "This happened because I was careless." He crouched, sighing softly, and let his fingers hover over Eric's wounds. Guided by a strange, unseen force, blood-soaked bullets began to squeeze out as if pulled by invisible hands. With a series of crisp, nerve-rattling clinks, the bullets hit the ground one after another. Around them, the surrendered soldiers instinctively shrank back, chilled to the bone by the terrifying awareness that they had slain someone of unimaginable power with their own hands. Chen Nan gently cradled Eric's rigid body, lifting him and walking slowly toward the edge of the camp. His voice was deep, almost a private murmur, yet also a message of comfort. "This is my fault too. I should have left you the Black King's helmet." He paused and turned back to the circle of young faces, his gaze profound and resolute. "Cool me. I'll take you home." "Instructor," Will shouted anxiously from behind. Without an official order from the Defense Department, how could he dare let anyone go? He couldn't bear that responsibility. A cold snort rang out like thunder, startling all. It was Chen Nan, who didn't even look back, simply flicking his arm behind him. With a shattering rip, a blinding silver blaze tore through the air, a furious surge of power sweeping just above the ground. The earth split open as if ripped by an invisible titanic plow. Soil and stones blasted skyward. In an instant, a massive trench, several meters deep and hundreds of meters long, gouged itself across the camp's exit, its edges crackling with deadly, electric silver arcs. It lay before them like a chasm carved by the heavens, radiating heat and an aura of complete annihilation. The soldiers were paralyzed with fear, their souls shriveling under this display of supernatural might. Not one dared move, barely a breath was drawn. Will, too, fell utterly silent, his face ghastly pale as he stared at that trench marking the line between life and death. This was the final warning. None would dare cross it. Outside the camp, Chen Nan quickly contacted Hank to bring in the transport jet. Once the students were settled, his figure blurred, and in a flash, he was gone, taking Eric's body with him. Umbrella Base. Essex, get over here now. Haven't you been working on cloning lately? This is Eric, clone him. Chen Nan's mental voice rang with urgent authority, leaving no room for dispute. Dr. Essex all but sprinted over. When he beheld Magneto's body, an intense, feverish light blazed in his eyes. If his abilities could be inherited by a clone, this would be heaven-sent research material. Time of death of the body is just over 3 minutes. The brain hasn't completely shut down. Essex exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement after a quick check. If we could get Zola here, perhaps we could try uploading and storing his consciousness. How do you know Zola has that kind of technology? Chen Nan asked, genuinely surprised. Mad scientists always have a few things in common. Essex flashed a conspiratorial, knowing grin. Men like them, after all, possessed a thirst to unravel the mysteries of life far beyond the bounds of conventional morality. All right, you focus on keeping his brain activity going. Don't let him slip into brain death before I bring Zola back. With crisp decisiveness, Chen Nan vanished once more. Moments later, he reappeared in the lab, dragging along a thoroughly dispirited Dr. Zola. But we agreed this would be a one-time collaboration, Zola inwardly wailed. But confronted with Chen Nan, all he managed was the most sycophantic of smiles as he hurried into action. After examining the situation, Zola nodded. The conditions are barely workable, I suppose. Thus, Eric's consciousness was meticulously separated and uploaded into Zola's secret computer system, cobbled together from vacuum tubes and an enormous array of hard drives. Limited by the technology of the age, even with Marvel's brand of black magic, the process of finding, cloning, and perfectly adapting a body for his powers, let alone the mind link and consciousness transfer to follow, remained a distant dream. Watching the cold cascade of data streaming on the screen, Eric's mind rendered as flickering code. Chen Nan's lips curved into a wry, complex smile. Looks like you'll be stuck inside this metal box for 8 or 10 years, Eric. Might as well use the time to read some books, finally shake off that illiterate reputation of yours. An electronic voice, thick with Eric's frustration, echoed out. Trapped in his digital prison, the stifling rage within him was almost tangible. The years slipped by. The mire of the Vietnam War deepened, with American soldiers grumbling on the front lines and anti-war rallies at home surging ever higher. President Arkham could not escape his fate in the end, falling to the gun of a mutant assassin. Meanwhile, China's atomic bomb thundered across Lop Nur, shaking the balance of world power to its core. Stuck in the quagmire, America at last chose negotiation and withdrawal. With no hope left for surgical strikes, they were forced to search for other options. Peggy had long since lost faith in those at the top. In these years, she'd burrowed deep within S.H.I.E.L.D., silently weaving a vast net to ensnare the corrupt elite. Charles, once an idealistic, spirited leader among mutants, had, in just 8 short years, utterly collapsed. His dream, dashed to pieces on the iron walls of reality, left him seeking brief solace only in the haze of alcohol, a bearded, hollow-eyed drunkard, unrecognizable from the man he used to be. Charles, how did you end up like this? Chen Nan gazed at the old friend before him, almost unrecognizable now, and a flood of bittersweet memories surged in his heart. He invited Charles, along with Howard, Peggy, and a few others, for a small gathering. He had only wanted to catch up and reminisce about old times, but he hadn't expected Charles to have fallen into such complete despair. Look at yourself. Do you really still need the Cerebro enhancer? A hollow, bitter laugh escaped Charles. He took a long, hard swig of liquor, the burning liquid scorching his throat, but bringing him no warmth at all. I am sorry, Chen Nan. I couldn't even protect my own students. What use am I now? He slumped back in his chair in utter defeat, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if there were stars up there forever beyond his reach. And Eric's death, that's on me too. In front of him, I was nothing but a coward. The alcohol brought a feverish flush to his cheeks, making his thoughts spiral and drift. You know, lately, I keep having the same nightmare. There was a tremor of fear in his voice. So many cold, merciless robots slaughtering my students. I'm stuck in my wheelchair, powerless, unable to move. All I can do is watch. Destruction everywhere, the world aflame. They look at me in utter despair, begging me to save them. But all I can do is nothing. Charles squeezed his eyes shut in torment, his body trembling ever so slightly. I just stand there, watching them one after another, torn to pieces, until every last mutant is dead, all dead. He suddenly snatched up the bottle and took several desperate gulps, as if he could drown the fear and helplessness carved into his bones with a flood of alcohol. Oh, Charles, it's just a dream. Why scare yourself like this? Emma, seated nearby, took a dainty sip of her wine, her tone light and unconcerned as she tried to comfort him. At that very moment, Chen Nan, who had been tearing into a roast lamb leg, suddenly froze mid-bite. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharpening to a piercing edge, locking on to Charles's hazy eyes. He enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. Charles, in that dream, did you see me? Yes. That's the odd part. In that nightmare. You weren't there at all. Charles froze, the wine glass halfway to his lips, suddenly suspended in midair. Chen Nan's question blindsided him. In that apocalyptic, blood-soaked vision that haunted him night after night, there was indeed no trace of Chen Nan whatsoever. A bright, ringing laugh from Emma shattered the brief silence, her voice brimming with a kind of blind, unwavering faith in Chen Nan. See, Charles? You're just scaring yourself. Come on, drink up, everyone. Drink. If he's here, then all those extinction-level threats, they're nothing but jokes. The atmosphere seemed to lighten a little. Everyone raised their glasses, pushing aside Charles's disturbing dream, writing it off as the hallucination of a man long burdened by drink and stress. Only Peggy, as she lifted her glass, keenly caught the fleeting gravity that passed between Chen Nan's brows. Darling, it was just a nightmare. Are you really taking it so seriously? Peggy said with a gentle laugh, trying to dispel the unease. You don't understand. Chen Nan's voice sank, carrying an indescribable depth. Others might have laughed it off, but he understood the essence of Charles's abilities better than anyone. That was far more than just a dream. It was likely a cold and merciless sliver of the future, torn straight from a branching stream of time. Why wasn't I there during the future massacre by the Sentinels? This thought, once born, gripped Chen Nan's heart like icy tendrils. Either he had already vanished before that apocalyptic turning point, or perhaps it was a parallel universe, one in which he had never intervened at all. But with Charles's powers, how could he possibly peer across the barriers of time and space and glimpse doomsday in another world? The paradox of time was a tangled knot, and the more he thought about it, the more it gnawed at his mind. Chen Nan massaged his temples forcefully, choosing to shove these troublesome thoughts aside, at least for now. Enough, forget it. He waved his hand, as if banishing some invisible shadow. The next morning, Chen Nan had already reached out to Essex through telepathy. Give Wolverine a long break. Let him get some fresh air. Now that such a prophetic nightmare had emerged, perhaps the script for reversing the future had already begun, quietly, behind the scenes. He needed to find out whether that Wolverine from the future would still travel back to seek out Charles. From behind, Emma's supple form pressed softly against him, her silky blonde hair grazing his shoulder. Darling, do you really believe that dream will come true? Maybe, Chen Nan replied, clasping her hand, his tone calm. The answer will reveal itself soon. Wolverine, Logan, had his Western cowboy life at the Umbrella base abruptly interrupted. Rubbing his aching temples, Chen Nan thought how these time-traveling visitors always seemed to bring endless trouble. Charles's nightmare, like a great stone cast into a tranquil lake, signaled that the shadow of the Sentinels had never truly lifted. A future without me. The thought resurfaced, more insistent. The only explanation that made sense was this. When the Sentinel crisis erupted, he was already gone from Earth, perhaps even from this universe altogether. Unaware or powerless to change the fate of his homeland, he was left with a strange feeling of estrangement. Meanwhile, he knew all too well that Bolivar Trask had never abandoned his research into the Sentinels. But what puzzled Chen Nan was this. Without Raven's unique genetic key, wasn't the Sentinel program nothing more than a castle in the air? No matter how hard they tried, it was absolutely impossible for them to replicate that perfect killing machine from his nightmare. Last night, Howard Stark had drunk himself into a stupor. Now, with an equally tipsy Charles, he hung shoulder to shoulder, both in high spirits as they eagerly plotted their next adventure. In the afternoon, Peggy, exasperated, reluctantly informed Chen Nan that those two unreliable fellows had actually run off to New Jersey. New Jersey? Chen Nan paused, momentarily surprised. The name stirred within him a faint sense of familiar déjà vu. That's right, New Jersey. A secret research base of the Strategic Scientific Reserve is there. That Howard, honestly, he's too reckless. Peggy's tone was laced with complaint, her vexation at her old friend and the father of her child, the incorrigible playboy, plain to hear. Though, to be fair, she was somewhat of a hypocrite. She herself indulged, and even relished, in Chen Nan's own debauched nocturnal escapades. Let them be. Chen Nan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. It'll be good for Charles to blow off some steam. They're two of a kind, after all. He ended the call, a sly, knowing smile curling at his lips. New Jersey? That could only mean one thing. Howard was about to have a fateful meeting with his beloved son sooner than destiny had planned. Damn that time variance authority. Why weren't they stepping in to rein in these timeline-trampling troublemakers? Chen Nan couldn't help but grumble inwardly, though a moment later he scoffed at himself. He, after all, was the true disruptor here. They were only trying to protect the sacred timeline. Wait a minute. Chen Nan suddenly frowned, muttering to himself. The Tesseract is with me. Thanos never gets the Infinity Gauntlet. So how could Endgame ever happen? How would they even time travel? A jarring sense of dissonance surged through him, his temples throbbing with confusion. Could it be that the Sentry's future, the one without him, and this changed Avengers' future, shaped by the Tesseract, were actually two parallel timelines? Damn, an even more disturbing thought exploded in his mind. Neither future contains me. Does that mean in both timelines I died? Chen Nan felt as if he were about to lose his sanity, trapped between the tangled, colliding timelines of the X-Men and Avengers. Frustrated, he snatched up the Tesseract, its deep blue glow flickering in his hand, and vanished instantly. Destination, New Jersey. He was determined to find out how Howard would handle that momentous encounter, with the Tesseract out of reach. New Jersey, SSR secret base. Thank God you're here. Your timing is impeccable. Dr. Hank Pym burst in like a whirlwind, his face alight with the thrill of discovery. Without waiting for an answer, he seized Howard's arm and swept him away toward his lab at a reckless pace. Hey, Hank! Hank! Slow down! Howard stumbled after him, still managing an introduction over his shoulder. This is Professor Charles Xavier, a giant in the field of genetics. Oh, Professor Xavier. Pym shot Charles a hurried glance, gave him a perfunctory handshake, and immediately shifted all his attention back to Howard. His voice trembled with excitement. Look, I did it. This is the Pym particle. With this, my Ant-Man project is no longer just empty talk. He solemnly set a sealed vial containing a strange golden liquid right in front of Howard's eyes. His gaze burned with a fervor almost impossible to contain. You actually did it? Howard took the vial from him, his fingers absently tracing the chill of the glass. The astonishment on his face gradually gave way to a deep and heavy concern. Howard stared in silence, the bright laboratory lights shining across his now gray features. He set down the vial, his voice low and grave. Hank, listen to me. You need to seal this thing away. The power it holds, compared to any weapon we know, even compared to the abilities of mutants, is 100 times more dangerous. The feverish grin on Pym's face froze instantly, as if doused by a bucket of ice water. The fire in his eyes flickered out, replaced by a cold, overwhelming rage of being doubted and denied. He snatched back the Pym particle, lips pressed tightly together, his expression dark as a thundercloud. Not uttering another word, he spun on his heel and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Man, talk about killing the mood. Charles, who had witnessed the entire scene, shrugged helplessly. Killing the mood. Howard turned and heaved a sigh, locking eyes with Charles. Charles, do you truly understand what this means? The quantum realm, traversing time and space. Just imagine, if this falls into the wrong hands or gets out of control, what do you think will happen to the timelines of the future and the past? The consequences would be 1,000 times more terrifying than any nightmare you could conjure up. Charles drew in a sharp breath. His telepathy made him all the more sensitive to the mountainous fear underpinning Howard's words. He pictured timelines twisted at will, history reduced to chaos, and countless parallel universes colliding and tearing each other apart. A bone-chilling vision ran straight down his spine, beating his temple with cold sweat. The abyss of time and space. For ordinary mortals, to peer into it is to risk utter ruin if they take even one wrong step. Elsewhere, in Dr. Pym's private office, An expensive porcelain cup crashed violently against the wall, shattering into countless pieces. Pym paced the room in agitation like a wounded beast, his chest heaving, a growl of anger stifled in his throat. Denied? Denied everything I've poured my life into. How dare you, Howard? On what grounds? His eyes were bloodshot, fists clenching so tightly his knuckles cracked. Years of painstaking labor, declared nothing more than a forbidden and ultimate danger? Enormous anger and resentment clung to him like an unshakable curse. In the midst of this fierce storm of rage and frustration, a bold idea was born. Hank Pym had already grown distant from Howard due to their irreconcilable differences in philosophy, and now the urge to break out on his own surged within him stronger than ever, nearly consuming his every thought. Perhaps it was time, he mused. Time for something like that umbrella corporation. If you can't stay here, surely there's another place where you'll be welcomed. Just as he angrily snatched up his research notes from the desk, resolved at last to take action, a cold, regretful voice suddenly pierced the silence of the office. Pym particles truly are the handiwork of a creator. Just their existence is enough to overturn the laws of physics. What a pity. Such revolutionary applications, I'm afraid, can only remain the stuff of science fiction. Hank Pym spun around in shock, his heart nearly skipping a beat. Somehow, a young Asian man, a complete stranger, had appeared behind him without a sound. Startled out of his wits, Pym shouted at the top of his lungs. Who are you? How did you get in here? His instincts took over. He made a frantic move to press the alarm. Shoo! Chen Nan raised a single finger to his lips, motioning for silence. In that instant, Pym's terror deepened. His body locked up completely. Not even a single finger would obey his will. A wave of unseen fear washed over him, soaking him in cold sweat. Chen Nan paid no heed to Pym's visible panic. His gaze fell upon the tightly clenched vial in Pym's hand, and as he extended his own, the shimmering golden liquid floated effortlessly into his palm. This small vial, such an unremarkable thing, would one day become the key for the Avengers to reverse the course of fate. Pym's eyes widened with anguish. In his mind, he screamed in desperation. Don't touch my work. My life's work. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Nan toyed with a liquid that embodied all his hopes and dreams. Sensing the depth of Pym's despair and anxiety, Chen Nan gently returned the particle vial to the desk. He drew a chair over, sat down with an air of calm, and only then addressed the immobilized scientist. Dr. Pym, try to calm yourself. I'm not here to steal your technology. On the contrary, I can offer you resources and funding beyond your imagination, so you can pursue your research with undivided focus. My only condition is this. Your discoveries and their applications must be shared with my company, and we share the profits. A crisp snap of his fingers. Now you can speak. The invisible restraint vanished. Pym gasped for air, still reeling, his eyes locked warily on Chen Nan. He had already planned to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. and go solo. Now, someone was offering support, seemingly out of nowhere. What did it matter if he was angel or demon? As long as he could continue his research, Pym barely hesitated. He gave his answer, firm and without a hint of doubt. Howard's office. What? You're quitting? Howard bolted upright from his chair, staring in disbelief at Hank Pym, whose expression was now utterly impassive. Yes, Howard. This isn't the right place for me anymore. In the end, our paths are simply too different. Pym's voice was calm and resolute. Upon hearing this, Howard let out a heavy sigh, making one final attempt to persuade him. Hank, I know maybe I shouldn't have dismissed your research like that, but I have to say it. The power within the Pym particles is far too dangerous. If anything goes wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. I don't want to see you playing with fire and end up dragging everyone down with you. Hank responded with a cold, contemptuous laugh, his eyes brimming with disdain. You're so righteous, acting as if you're above it all. Just take a look at the weapons you built. The bodies they've left behind could blanket all of New York. What right do you have to lecture me? No sooner did he finish than he spun around, slamming the office door shut behind him with a thunderous bang that echoed through the halls. Howard stood frozen, his face ashen, Hank's parting words striking him like a sledgehammer to the chest, leaving him numb and unable to recover for a long moment. At the same time Hank stormed out, somewhere above an open field outside the New Jersey base, the air unexpectedly began to shudder and distort violently. Two figures, outlandishly dressed, tumbled out of a tear in the void. Superheroes from 2023 had arrived. Almost simultaneously, within the Time Variance Authority at the very end of time, the giant temporal computer monitoring the sacred timeline suddenly erupted in blinding red light and an ear-splitting alarm. Streams of time, represented as glowing currents, pulsed and twisted madly. Two entirely different, exceptionally thick branches of time surged forth like wild dragons breaking free, tearing open the once singular sacred timeline at this crucial moment in 1973, rampaging in wild, unchecked growth. Maximum alert. Major anomaly at a key node of the sacred timeline. 2 high-risk branches detected. A cold, mechanical voice reported the situation. All agents, emergency assembly. The judge's commanding voice resounded throughout the TVA. Somewhere in 1973, Logan, the Wolverine, having just worked out, shook the blood from his claws and looked around at the unfamiliar era, his eyes lost in confusion. The unlucky goons he had just dispatched seemed to be local gangsters, hired muscle caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Meanwhile, not far away, Iron Man Tony Stark and Captain America Steve Rogers, both recently arrived, were at it again, bickering as usual. "Hey Cap," Tony said, chewing his gum as he glanced at the distinctly 70s streets with his usual irreverent flair. "If we don't find the Pym particles in this antique age, does that mean we're stuck here, retiring for good? Picture this, you behind the wheel of a vintage car, me building a computer from scratch with vacuum tubes. Sort of exciting, don't you think?" "Tony, focus," Steve replied sternly, his brow furrowed. Nick Fury's notes can't be wrong. At this exact point in time, the Tesseract and the Pym particles have to be here. "Oh, Captain, of course." Tony shrugged, then shifted the conversation, an almost imperceptible weight in his tone. "But if we really gather all the stones, you know what it costs to bring the dead back. So, when the time comes, will you do it, or should I?" Steve's answer came without the slightest hesitation, firm and resolute. Tony met his unwavering gaze and, after a moment's silence, nodded his assent. He believed. On the lawn of Chen Nan's estate, the air shimmered once more. Without warning, several square portals radiating a dull yellow light sprang open. From within leapt over a dozen Time Wardens, all dressed in uniform and wielding strange weapons designed for manipulating time. Their objective was clear: Chen Nan. Yet, the moment their feet touched the grass, a thunderous explosion tore through the silence. Time itself scarcely had the chance to move, even a second. Before the well-trained Wardens could even raise their weapons, they were struck down in an instant, bodies exploding into a crimson mist across the sky. Blood sprayed like ink, painting the emerald lawn in an instant. The portals still flickered, casting their sallow glow over a scene straight out of a nightmare. A bunch of equipment clutching, clone rejects. Chen Nan's figure appeared in the midst of the carnage, a cold smile on his lips. His eyes swept over the bizarre weapons scattered on the ground. "But the gear is impressive." He bent down and picked up a time control device. His body rippled, skin shifting like water, and in a moment he had transformed into the likeness of one of the Time Wardens. Without a second's delay, he strode forward and stepped into the still-open yellow portal. Time Variance Authority Headquarters. The moment Chen Nan entered this place outside of time, he felt an overwhelming force pressing in on every inch of his body. Steeling himself, he blended with the hustle of TVA staff, moving among them without raising suspicion. Relying on keen perception and masterful disguise, he wound his way through the labyrinth and finally reached his destination, the core chamber, the time control room. On a massive holographic display, 3 thick streams of light raced and collided in a chaotic dance. The Sacred Timeline main branch and 2 time spurs. One branch had split off but was slowly drifting back toward the Sacred Timeline. The other shot away like a runaway stallion, fracturing wildly in a direction all its own. Keynote 1973. A curse slid through Chen Nan's mind as sudden understanding dawned on him. He saw the source of the anomaly blaring on the screen. It was his own intrusion in the TVA at this very moment. By coming to this place outside of time, he'd eliminated himself from the timeline in 1973. This was why Charles's visions of the future never included him. Why he was missing from the events of the Avengers timeline. And why Thanos had succeeded in snapping his fingers. He stared intently at the branching timeline displayed on the screen. The one that first veered far from the sacred timeline, only to slowly, painstakingly inch its way back. 1973. He vanished from the manor, never to be seen again. 1974. Stryker led his army in a raid on the Umbrella base. Scores of mutants were captured. 1975. Emma, Raven, Marilyn, and the other Central members, resolute and unwavering, embarked on an uncertain journey to search for Chen Nan. In the end, they vanished without a trace. 2005. In a moment of despair, Charles rebuilt the X-Men. 2006. Magneto, Eric, presumed dead for years, made a mysterious reappearance, waging a savage battle against Stryker's forces, freeing his kin. That same year, Jean Grey, the Phoenix, staged her own death at Alkali Lake. 2023, nearly half a century after their disappearance, Emma, Raven, and Marilyn, now bearing wounds and scars, re-emerged at last. Leading the last surviving mutants, they fought desperately against the unstoppable tide of the Sentinel machines. In the end, with nothing left to lose, they gambled everything, sending Wolverine Logan's consciousness back in time. Images of his tragic future flashed rapidly before his eyes. Each scene was saturated with sorrow, especially the sight of Emma, Raven, and Marilyn. Their silhouettes wandering through snowstorms, among ruins, and beneath boundless starry skies, their faces etched with longing, exhaustion, and hopelessness as they searched for him. Like the sharpest icicles, those visions pierced straight through Chen Nan's heart. Only now did Chen Nan understand. The timeline that had once veered madly off course, breaking away from the sacred timeline, was in fact his true path. So, that's what it is. Chen Nan's body shook uncontrollably. His throat tightened, and a tidal wave of grief and searing fury crashed within his chest. He finally understood how unbearably deep, how soul-rending emotional pain could be. After decades spent together, they had become woven into his very being. They were no longer just companions. They had become the meaning of his existence itself. Chen Nan, nearly staggering, lunged toward a massive screen of light. Countless golden threads shimmered across it, the projection of the sacred timeline. Desperate as a drowning man clutching driftwood, he beat frantically against the console, which crawled with cryptic symbols, seeking a path home, a way to return to the exact timeline where he had first set foot in the Marvel Universe. But those flickering runes and shifting pathways were as incomprehensible to him as an alien script. And then he saw it. In one corner of the screen, like a cursed window forcing itself upon him, the vision of his darkest future unfolded before his eyes. Emma, once a proud and regal queen with a mind that could pierce any secret, now stood alone amidst the ruined manor, her gaze empty and hollow. Her once glorious golden hair had lost its luster, though time itself had drawn few lines across her face. Clenched in her hand was a shattered blue sapphire necklace, the very gift he had given her as they browsed shops together with Moira. She spent her entire life, exhausting every ounce of her soul's strength to search every corner of the universe. Yet even as her spirit withered and the diamonds of her were shattered, she could not find a single trace of her beloved. Her sorrow became an icy frost, tangible and chilling, freezing all emotion within its grasp. Somewhere in the desert, Raven's blue skin had lost its former luster, now etched with tired lines. She had abandoned all disguises and walked the world in her true form, as the conflict between humans and mutants grew ever more violent. She infiltrated the most dangerous organizations, leafed through forbidden archives, and even risked encounters with traces left behind by time travelers. Each time hope began to flicker, it was ruthlessly snuffed out. In the end, she curled up in a lonely corner, her blue fingers stroking an old jacket left by Chen Nan, while silent tears rolled down, soaking the worn fabric. With each passing day, her vitality faded away in the endless, fruitless search, leaving behind only exhaustion and a longing that carved deep into her very being. Marilyn stood atop a skyscraper, the evening breeze caressing her weathered face. It turns out that even immortality cannot withstand the weight of crushing sorrow. Beneath the shimmering lights, her gaze wandered, lost, across the warped and chaotic sky, as if searching for a familiar shape amid countless shattered stars. She waited her entire life, from youth to old age, and in the end, at dusk one day, her body battered by the Sentinel robots, she quietly vanished from this world. And then there was Moira and Peggy. Their silhouettes flashed, one by one, across the backdrop of despair. A beast-like roar erupted from Chen Nan's throat, his cries seething with heart-wrenching pain and uncontainable rage. His voice ricocheted through the cold, empty corridors, desperation catching fire in an instant, transformed into a tidal wave of fury that threatened to engulf all reason. His eyes burned scarlet, all because of the TVA. It was the TVA that robbed him of any chance to go home. The TVA's rules that doomed them, forcing the women he loved to wither away in despair. Give me back my time. Give them back to me. He no longer tried to work that cursed machine. He spun around, like a cornered beast pushed to the brink. A piercing alarm wailed throughout the TVA headquarters. Golden-clad Minutemen surged in like a tidal wave, their energy batons agleam with deadly light. He knew he couldn't use his superpowers, but the strength that coursed through his very flesh could never be stripped away. Chen Nan could feel his mutant ability and magical energy being ruthlessly suppressed within him. Yet, deep in his bones, the instinct to survive, the power fused into his very body, let out a defiant roar, even in this so-called domain of no magic. It ignored the TVA's walls of rules, evolving and mutating at a staggering rate, instantly analyzing and neutralizing every effect of the time-based weapons arrayed against him. Reset batons, time reversal cannons, reset bombs. None of it had any effect on him. Every weapon of temporal force was rendered useless. This was a massacre in its rawest, bloodiest form. He grabbed a Time Guardian and used him as a human shield, taking the brunt of several resetting beams. He watched coldly as the man was engulfed in blue light and dissolved into nothingness. The Time Guardians weren't fools. Realizing something was wrong, they shook off their shock and immediately switched to wielding their original daggers. He snatched a reset staff from one of them. Now, as he swung it, there was no skill or pretense, only the sheer force of destruction. He brought it down with all his might on a golden helmet. Metal caved in, the skull beneath burst open. With bare hands, he tore another Guardian's arm straight from the socket, a spray of blood splattering his twisted face like a demon returned from the underworld. He cut down everything in his path, all focus fixed on a single destination, the place where the fates of others were decreed from on high. The corridor became a hell's cape. Golden shards, scorched marks, thick sprays of blood, and mangled mechanical remnants littered the cold, changeless floor. Chen Nan was drenched in blood, some of it his enemies', but much was his own, constantly healing only to be torn open again and again. He rampaged forward like a tank running wild on burning vengeance, crushing every symbol of order that dared stand before him. The great door of the tribunal, that emblem of absolute authority, blew open in a violent explosion, overcharged weapons in his hands tearing it apart. As shards flew through the air, Chen Nan's silhouette appeared in the doorway. He stood there, breath ragged, each inhale thick with a taste of blood. His clothes were in tatters, soaked through and pressed tightly against wounds that writhed and struggled to heal themselves. Fresh, raw flesh budded from the torn edges, only to be ripped open once more in the next assault. In his eyes burned a killing intent, refined in a crucible of rage, unwavering and fixed on the woman sitting atop the judge's bench. She wore a dark robe and, despite all efforts to maintain her authority, could not conceal the terror in her eyes. Chief Justice Ravnalasral. He ascended the steps to the bench, leaving a trail of sticky, red footprints in his wake. He paid no mind to the trembling weapons of the few remaining guardians nearby. His gaze, sharp as a blade, was trained on Lasral. When he spoke, his voice was raw, as though scraped over broken glass. Every word dripped blood. Tell me how to work that damn device. How to send me back to my own time. Down to the last second. He slammed a fist into the thick judicial table. With a crack, the surface splintered and spread. Otherwise, I promise your fate will be 10,000 times worse than those wretches lying outside. Lasral stared at the blood-drenched figure before her. An inhuman vitality fused with a fury so absolute it overpowered any temporal anomaly. It was a pressure greater than anything she had ever faced. She had no doubt this madman was capable of everything he threatened. The TVA's sanctioned weapons had failed. He was tearing down their iron laws by nothing but the most brutal, primal violence. The icy grasp of fear finally crushed her pride. Loslair's lips quivered as she gazed into Chen Nan's eyes ablaze with the flames of hatred. She swallowed painfully, then pointed toward a smaller time controller, one that Chen Nan had overlooked. He knew that, in that lost timeline, he had no idea how to configure the device. He couldn't return to the Time Variance Authority, nor could he get back to his original timeline. The TVA had simply decided to let that timeline become an abandoned outpost, condemning him to exile forever. The coordinate parameters, her voice was shaking uncontrollably. For the original point we're tracing, you'll need your initial time anchor's characteristic code and the TVA's highest level access key. Chen Nan's bloodied hand clamped around her throat like a steel vise, lifting her high off the ground. He brought his face close, so close that Loslair could barely breathe through the heavy, metallic scent of blood. No wonder, she realized, they'd revoked his authorization. Input the coordinates, he growled, each word resonating with an implacable, hell-chilled intent, and then pray it can send me back before I tear you to pieces. The scent of blood and rage mingled with the cold, oppressive order unique to the TVA, spreading through the shattered courtroom. Coordinates spattered with blood. The trembling chief judge used her highest authority to unlock the portal. A dim, flickering time-space gateway sparked to life in the heart of the ruined courtroom. its unstable energy pulses throbbing in the gloom. Chen Nan's psychic senses could not pierce through, and he dared not risk poking so much as his head through first, fearing the portal would snap shut and sever him in two. Thinking quickly, he yanked the nearly suffocated Slayer, along with a couple of clerks, paralyzed with terror, pulling them all into that gateway to the unknown, as if dragging prey into a maw. When at last his feet landed once more on the solid ground of New York, his telepathy swept invisibly across the entire nation. Sensing the umbrella base secure and untouched, his taut nerves finally eased, and the corners of his lips involuntarily curled in relief. Slayer, the chief judge he dragged along, caught this trace of relaxation. Desperate, grasping at even the faintest hope, she stammered out, "See, can I leave now?" Her fear radiated from her eyes, terrified he'd dispose of her now that she'd outlived her usefulness. Chen Nan's smile vanished in an instant. He turned slowly, his gaze cold and unfeeling as he looked at her. "In the end, I suppose I should thank you. My experience with the TVA let me taste deep, unforgettable pain I've long been spared, and it helped me realize how precious certain emotions can be. But for someone like you, drifting through life as a puppet, going through the motions with no purpose, instead of letting you go back to being someone's marionette, I might as well set you free with my own hands." "Yeah, what did you just say? I don't understand." Lasriel's pupils shrank as she staggered backward, horror-stricken. Given her position, she actually knew some of the secrets. "You don't understand? That's fine." A flicker of mocking pity flashed in Chen Nan's eyes. "Then return with your ignorance." Before his voice even faded, Chen Nan's fist cut through the air with explosive force, a strike that shattered the silence like a thunderclap. Lasriel's body, fragile as porcelain, burst apart in an instant, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Those TVA clerks nearby, already paralyzed with fear, instantly lost all control, trembling as if caught in a storm. "Forget it." Chen Nan glanced at them coldly, turning to leave. Just a bunch of pitiful clones, as the clerks thought they had narrowly escaped death and began to let out a sigh of relief. With dull thuds, one after another, they collapsed lifeless to the floor, eyes rolled back, without even a final gasp. Living is a tragedy for them. Better to serve a purpose. As test subjects for Essex's research, Chen Nan's lips curved into a ruthlessly cold smile. If those clones knew their fate was to become mere lab rats, they'd probably regret not ending sooner. Just as Chen Nan had said, after Grand Lawmaker Lasriel died, she was revived again not long after, returning mechanically to her duties. Within the entire Time Variance Authority, it was as if Chen Nan's massacre never occurred. Everything was simply reset. Only a few shadowy figures came together again, secretly plotting. Returning to the correct timeline, even Chen Nan himself felt a surge of dread and lingering fear. He remembered how, upon arriving at the TVA, he had accidentally wandered into a wrong timeline and lost his way. By the time he realized what had happened, it was already too late. He didn't even know how to operate the temporal device, let alone find a way back. The TVA chose swiftly to abandon that timeline and exile him forever. Chen Nan glanced around, astonished to find himself back in New Jersey at the very moment he first arrived, as if he were destined to live it all again. "Halt! Who are you? Identify yourself." The patrolling security team spotted him. They leveled their guns, faces grave, and the captain barked a sharp demand. What kind of identity could he even offer? Unreliable Lasriel. She'd sent him far too early. The captain noticed that, despite being surrounded and staring down gun barrels, Chen Nan remained perfectly calm. This was no ordinary intruder. Anyone new to the base would have panicked instantly and rushed to explain themselves. Judging from this, the captain made his decision. He pulled the trigger. If an intruder died invading their base, his life was forfeit. The other soldiers, hearing gunfire, immediately opened fire as well, and in that instant, a storm of bullets tore through the air. It was a raging tempest of metal. At this moment, Chen Nan calmly raised his hand, and in an instant all the bullets froze midair, quietly suspended. The soldiers had never witnessed anything like this before. They were completely stunned, their minds reeling in shock and disbelief. "I don't have time to play with you. It's time for you all to get some sleep," Chen Nan said coolly. The bullets clattered to the ground, and before the soldiers could recover from their astonishment, one after another, they succumbed to sleep, collapsing on the spot. Meanwhile, Iron Man, who had just arrived from across time, was still acting separately from Steve. The sound of gunfire and alarms snapped them to full alert. "What the—" No one said there would be any other factions invading this secret base right now, Tony muttered, immediately abandoning his search for the Tesseract. His nano-armor rippled, swiftly enveloping him from head to toe. Ever cautious, he refused to lower his guard. Just as he thought things might settle down, a young man appeared out of nowhere, right before his eyes. What the? Am I seeing things? Tony cursed under his breath, instinctively moving to rub his eyes but hesitated to lift his helmet. On reflex, he braced himself for combat. Tony, your suit is useless against me, Chen Nan said cheerfully. Oh my god, who are you? And how do you know who I am? Tony's voice shot up in disbelief. In this era, someone recognizing him felt downright impossible, even surreal. Then Chen Nan's words sank in. His suit was useless? Tony's pride stung, and he quickly tried to launch a repulsor blast at this cocky young man. Failure was not in Tony Stark's playbook. Yet, the moment he raised his palm, he froze in shock. He couldn't control the armor at all. What the? Tony's eyes widened in utter disbelief. How could his suit ignore his commands? Listen up, Tony. The Tesseract is in my possession, and you're in the wrong timeline. Chen Nan's cold voice snapped Tony out of his stupor. He turned mechanically to stare at Chen Nan, as if he were a ghost. You're probably wondering how someone as powerful as me could go unnoticed, right? I told you, you're not supposed to be here. Tony nodded with difficulty. How could someone this formidable be an unknown? Maybe they really were in the wrong timeline after all. This is why I said the plan was full of holes, he thought. Quantum mechanics isn't exactly reliable when things go sideways. Now look at the mess we're in. Wait, I have a question. How do you even know I exist? I don't belong in this era, Tony ventured cautiously, suspecting perhaps Chen Nan was also a universe hopper caught up in the same chaos, looking for hope. Chen Nan only chuckled. You'd better hurry back. With the Tesseract in my hands, Thanos will never get the chance to snap his fingers. He didn't answer Tony's question, only urged him to leave quickly, warning that any more delays would be a waste of time. On the other side, Steve, having already secured the Pym particle, came looking for Tony. Tony, where's the Tesseract? He asked. He naturally assumed Tony had succeeded. After all, who in this era could possibly stand up to the Iron Man suit? Tony just shrugged helplessly. He's got it, he replied, pointing toward Chen Nan. Steve paused in surprise, and only then noticed Chen Nan. Sir, could you give me the Tesseract? I'll return it very soon, Steve said sincerely. The Tesseract won't be any use to you, Chen Nan replied. The universe you're trying to travel through has already been corrected by me, so this is actually a parallel world. What? Are you saying we landed in the wrong place? Damn it. Steve immediately understood what Chen Nan meant and couldn't help cursing under his breath, realizing all their efforts had been in vain. Since their identities had already been seen through, Steve knew Chen Nan wasn't lying. So without wasting another moment, he grabbed the still bewildered Tony and hastily restarted their time travel. Watching them vanish, Chen Nan chuckled. That decisiveness definitely fit Steve's character. While chatting, Chen Nan had already drawn a card, a pink one at that, Tony's nano armor. He made his way back to Pym's office. Seeing Pym unconscious, he went through the motions one more time, which left him feeling oddly out of place. When Dr. Pym finally made up his mind to submit his resignation to Howard, Chen Nan's gaze fell on a sheet of paper left on the desk. 1987, Dr. Pym invents the first Ant-Man suit, resulting in the Wasp getting lost in the quantum realm. 1995, pilot Carol gains cosmic powers after fusing with the Lightspeed engine, prompting a Kree invasion of Earth. 2012, the Chitauri army invades Earth, prompting the Avengers to assemble for the first time and repel the attack. Following, there were notes about Ultron, the Civil War, the Blip, and all the other major events, everything meticulously recorded. Without a doubt, this was Steve's memo, a warning left behind before his departure for this erroneous timeline. Holding that thin sheet of paper, Chen Nan could now be certain. In this timeline, altered deeply by his intervention, there were at least 3 Captain Americas present. The frozen Steve, Steve from the future, and the elderly Steve who'd chosen to stay and live out his days in this era. With future Tony and Steve sent back by the timeline correction, it was now time to resolve that tragic branch reality torn open by reversing the future. Not long after Chen Nan's last visit, a profoundly strange event began to unfold with Charles. One day, as he was pacing in his study like usual, pondering the mutant's predicament, an inexplicable surge of excruciating pain suddenly shot up from the base of his spine. His legs buckled, and, without any warning, he pitched forward and crashed heavily onto the carpet. Aft! The pain was so intense that Charles instantly broke out in a cold sweat. What terrified him even more was the dreadful realization. No matter how hard he tried, his legs felt weighed down as if filled with lead, utterly unresponsive, completely numb. He tried to move, but felt nothing but lifeless stillness from the waist down. No, this can't be. With trembling fingers, Charles dialed for emergency medical help. It wasn't long before the hospital delivered its verdict, a bolt from the blue. There was a severe, old gunshot wound on his spine, plain as day. It was this wound that had condemned his lower body to permanent paralysis. Charles was utterly stunned. A gunshot wound? When did this happen? He had no memory of it at all. The whole thing felt like an absurd, nightmarish twist of fate. When Chen Nan heard the news, he sympathized with his old friend's ordeal, but could only sigh. Perhaps this was destiny's cruel trial for the leader of the mutants. When heaven bestows great responsibility on a person, it will first break his spirit and test his body through hardship. Given Charles's paralysis, Chen Nan arranged for Hank to stay behind and look after him, giving a firm instruction. Keep a close eye on him. If Logan shows up, let me know at once. He had to lie in wait, ready for Wolverine's arrival, determined to snuff out any chance of that dark future once and for all. It's only after one has lost something that the pain becomes truly unforgettable. Even a glimpse of what might be can carve agony deep into the soul. Meanwhile, Emma, Raven, and the others were thrilled when they learned Chen Nan had finally decided to set aside his work and embark on the long-awaited road trip across America. After years wrapped up in their careers, with no time to travel, their wish was finally coming true. At once, they joyfully set about packing and planning the route, eager to start their journey the very next day. As for the manor itself, the atmosphere had grown heavy and suffocating. Day and night, paralysis and relentless spinal pain tormented Charles, the once high-spirited leader of the mutants. Now, he moved only with the aid of a wheelchair, relying on painkillers and sleeping pills for the briefest respite. He could hardly muster the concentration for even the simplest thoughts, let alone wield his formidable psychic powers. The drastic change and relentless suffering had, more than once, driven him to the edge of despair. Hank! Charles winced as he forced down another painkiller, its effect barely taking the edge off his suffering. His voice was weary, heavy with exhaustion. How are the children doing now? Though they've come back, I still worry about them. Hank adjusted his glasses, his tone flat but tinged with a weight that was hard to miss. They aren't doing very well. Abandoned by their families, left with no home to return to. After the White King rescued them, the best he could do was place them with the Greyhound gang, letting them eke out a living as muscle collecting protection money. Now, they're fully immersed in the underworld, living every day on the knife's edge, dancing with death. It was me. I'm the one who ruined their lives. Charles squeezed his eyes shut in anguish, his voice caught in his throat. Those young lives, who should have basked in the sunlight of youth and knowledge, were instead swept into the whirlpool of war, all because of his weakness and compromises. You should have used your power from the very start. Hank spun around, years of pent-up fury finally erupting. You should have controlled those damn recruiters. Mine controlled those hypocrites in the White House, made them obey, instead of backing down time after time like a coward. No one saw the truth more clearly than Hank. Those American elites had always banked on Charles's innate goodness, his refusal to harm, trampling all over his dignity without a shred of fear. If Charles had only been as decisive and ruthless as the White King. So what if those soldiers died? At the end of the day, all they do is pinch their noses, pay some blood money, and move on with their lives. I'm sorry, Hank. Charles's face was etched with guilt, his voice exhausted and hoarse. Hank sounded as though he'd just heard the world's cruelest joke. His voice soared, brimming with frustration and anger. What good is your apology to me? The ones you truly wronged were those kids. Kids who trusted you, admired you, who saw you as their beacon of hope. You gave them hope with one hand and crushed it with the other. You're the one who cast them into darkness. I am sorry. I never thought it would turn out this way. Charles could no longer contain himself. He buried his head in his hands and cried out in agony. Each of Hank's words landed like a whip across his soul. At that moment, a rough, weathered voice drifted in from beyond the courtyard wall. Excuse me, is Professor Charles here? In an instant, the stifling silence was shattered. Both Charles and Hank looked up toward the entrance. A figure stood silhouetted against the light, a battered leather jacket clinging to his frame, a thick beard covering his jaw, his eyes blazing with both wildness and fatigue. Every inch of him radiated both ruggedness and an air of having seen far too much. It was Wolverine, Logan. Logan! Hank sprang to his feet in surprise. Then, recalling Chen Nan's warning, instinctively took a half-step back, eyeing the stranger with wary suspicion. Huh, Hank! Logan's gaze swept across Hank's youthful face, and a gruff, nostalgic smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Ah, so this is what you looked like when you were young. You know you've been gone so long. Even a tough guy like me gets a little sentimental. What? Hank was baffled by these cryptic words, his expression darkening. Logan, what are you babbling about? I'm alive and well. Sorry, I don't have time to explain. Logan strode in, his gaze locking urgently onto Charles in the wheelchair. Professor, just read my mind. You'll understand. It was you, 50 years from now, who sent me. We need your help. He wasn't good with words. Complicated paradoxes of time and space were beyond his explanation. All he could do was hope the professor's telepathy would fill in the gaps. Hank couldn't help but sneer. Logan, are you drunk again, or did you hit your head? Talking nonsense in your sleep? He knew Logan too well. When the guy had too much to drink, his mind sometimes just didn't work right. Charles, listen to me. Logan, ignoring Hank's jibes, grabbed the armrest of Charles's wheelchair, leaning in, staring intensely. In the future, the military gets a hold of Raven's DNA. They build the Sentinels. Those monsters can identify mutants, even people with untapped mutant potential. They're wiping out our entire kind. The word Sentinels hit Charles like a clap of thunder, his heart seized with shock. The nightmare visions he'd tried to suppress, waves of cold metal, screams of despair, mutants crushed like insects. Now those images surged back more vividly than ever. So they were called Sentinels? His face turned ghostly pale, genuine terror unmistakable in his eyes. Hank, seeing Charles's sudden change, froze as well, the mocking grin frozen on his face. Sentinels? With the White King here, all those Sentinels would be nothing but scrap metal. But Hank, only briefly shaken, soon regained his composure. The White King. Logan frowned, clearly confused. Who's that? I've never heard of him. These words hit Hank like a bucket of ice water. He sprang into action, hurrying out to make a call. Charles seemed struck by lightning, his body trembling violently, beyond his control. Logan's words were an unforgiving confirmation of that bleak future, a future in which Chen Nan did not exist. Logan. Charles's voice was hoarse, weighed down by crushing despair. I believe you. I believe what you say is true. He closed his eyes in pain, then opened them again, helpless and weary. But even if I wanted to help, I'm powerless. Raven, she won't listen to me. Then let's find Eric. Magneto. He'll convince Raven. We have to try. Logan said, desperation in his voice. Eric. Charles let out a deep sigh, sorrow filling his eyes. I'm sorry, Logan. Eric is gone. He died. You gotta be kidding me. Logan was utterly dumbstruck. His eyes went wide as saucers, jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Magneto was dead? So in the future, the Magneto who fights side by side with him and wields metal with ease. Is he supposed to be a ghost? Is this even my world anymore? So, it's just too difficult. Charles shook his head, slumping wearily against the back of his wheelchair. We have no idea when, where, or how they got Raven's genetic sample. Unless what, Charles? A voice as cold as the void, one that could freeze the soul, suddenly echoed in the center of the room. Even before the words faded, the air in front of Charles, Hank, and Logan rippled and twisted violently, as if disturbed water. Chen Nan's figure stepped out of thin air, icy aura still swirling around him, as though he had just torn through the fabric of space itself. Chen Nan. Seeing him appear out of nowhere, Charles's breath caught in his throat. Chen Nan's gaze was sharp as lightning, piercing straight into Charles, filled with undisguised disappointment and chill. This is a war between mutants and the White House. And you, Charles Xavier, what exactly are you planning to do? A sardonic smile played at his lips. Unless you're suggesting we kill Raven. That way you could cut off the Sentinel program at its root and save Mutant Kin's future, right? When you can't deal with the military, you turn the blade on your own people. Is that your creed, Charles? Chen Nan. Charles hung his head in shame, his voice dry. If there were any other way. He didn't want this either. In his despair, it was the only path he could see. Who's he? Easy to preach when you're not the one bleeding. Wolverine, Logan, glared over, his bone claws popping out with a metallic snap, glinting coldly as he pointed them at Chen Nan. Get in our way, and you die. He didn't care who this was. Anyone who threatened the plan to save the future was the enemy. You really don't recognize him? Hank was thunderstruck. He'd thought Logan's earlier confusion was just drunken nonsense. But now it was clear the memory loss was real. Chen Nan pointed at Logan's head, his tone cool and detached. In the future, his brain has long been ruined by experiments in alcohol. He can barely remember his own name. His mind's a jumble. Logan, time for you to get some rest. A distant future, 2023. The mutant's last bastion, perched atop a sheer cliff. Despair pressed in heavy and suffocating, thick enough to choke the air. Wave after wave of Sentinel robots, like a metallic plague, swept relentlessly against the beleaguered defenses, threatening to blot out all hope. Aging Magneto, Eric, his silver hair whipping about, gathered the last of his strength to command the metallic flood, the shriek of metal blending with the roar of battle. But even so, he could only barely slow the advance of doom. The Phantom Cat, Kitty, looked pale, Beads of sweat gathered on her brow as she fought desperately to maintain the stability of Wolverine Logan's consciousness as it traveled across time. Every Sentinel attack sent a jolt of terror through her mind. "Something's wrong," she suddenly cried out. But as the words left her lips, a wild joy swept across her face. Wait, a powerful mind has connected with Logan. Someone's reading his memories. It's the professor. It has to be the professor from the past. The surviving mutants were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears sprang to their eyes. In the throes of near-certain death, a spark of hope flared. Now that they had reached the professor in the past, perhaps there was a chance to change everything. Across the room, the White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven exchanged a look so layered and complex it seemed to speak 1,000 thoughts. In that instant, a deeply selfish idea flickered through their minds. Was there a way to have Kitty guide Logan's consciousness further back, to search for the missing Chen Nan, to warn Chen Nan of his future disappearance? But the thought lasted only a heartbeat. In her psychic link with Raven, Emma let out a heavy, resigned sigh. Let it go. The chance to change the past and save everyone was right before them. But to gamble the fate of their people and humanity itself for such a distant hope was something neither dared risk. And who knew if they would ever get a second chance? Chen Nan, where are you? We can't hold on much longer. We're so tired. The voiceless cries echoed, heavy and forlorn, in their exhausted hearts. Just as everyone braced for the long-awaited, time-spanning dialogue with the professor. Suddenly, a gentle, steady voice, carrying the calm of someone who could quiet any storm, rang out clearly in the minds of every last survivor. My friends, I am back. Those few, simple words struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly silencing the tumult and despair, leaving the precipice of doom in absolute stillness. Most of the younger mutants exchanged puzzled glances, the name unfamiliar, a meteor that had once streaked across their world, leaving behind legends in the barracks now nearly lost to the passage of time. But Marilyn, Raven, Emma, Peggy, Moira, Eric, Charles, Alex, Azazel, the Black Queen, all of them. The moment they heard that voice, bittersweet and unforgettable, it was as if time itself had frozen them in place. And then, decades of longing, resentment, fear, and hope surged like a dam breaking, hot tears streaming unchecked. Those 3 words, I am back, drained every last ounce of strength, leaving nothing but trembling uncontrollably. Sir, is it you? Is it really you? Have you truly come back? Magneto, Eric, threw his head back and roared to the sky, his voice charged with a feverish excitement, afraid this might just be some hallucination granted before death. Yes, Eric, I've returned. Chen Nan's voice rang out again, imbued with an undeniable power, echoing in every mind as clearly and forcefully as thunder, splitting the heavens. Ha ha ha, he's back. The master has returned. The aged Magneto erupted in a fit of deafening laughter. Gone was his usual stern restraint. He danced like a child, waving his hands and stamping his feet, pointing to the surging sea of sentinels at the foot of the mountain. You wretches, your doomsday has come. The surviving mutants looked apprehensively toward the elderly Charles in his wheelchair. Professor? Who is he? Why are you all so beside yourselves? Tears already streamed down Charles's wrinkled face, old yet shining with the deepest longing, boundless reverence, and overwhelming joy of reunion. Meeting the crowd's searching eyes, his voice trembled with emotion. Who is he? Charles paused, his gaze consumed by a blazing zeal. He is a presence beyond description, the mightiest being this world has ever known. And never again, in all the future, will there be another like him. As the crowd's confusion lingered, Charles's expression melted into a look of profound relief, full of warmth and hope. You don't need to know who he is. Only this, he has returned. From this day forth, no one will ever again dare to oppress our mutant kind. Really, the tides of elation and disbelief crashed through every heart, almost too immense to bear. Let us turn now to the year 1973, deep within a top-secret military facility. Though the president had vetoed Bolivar's Sentinel program, secret development had never ceased, thanks to covert support from the vice president. In the vast, underground factories, towering cold alloy skeletons rose and rose. Second-generation Sentinel robots were being assembled in a hurry. These Sentinels were crafted to resist Magneto's power over metal and to precisely identify any mutant gene fragment. Within the base, the order was strict and absolute. Scientists hovered over intricate machines, intent on their work. Heavily armed soldiers stood vigilant. Patrols marched with crisp, resonant steps. Cold white lights gleamed on the metallic corridors. At that moment, In the broad C3 corridor, a figure suddenly materialized, like a ghost from thin air. Chen Nan. Suddenly, blaring sirens split the silence. Harsh, sweeping alarms, echoing through every corridor as red lights flashed in a manic frenzy. Mutant intrusion. C3 sector. Maximum alert. Attention, all personnel. High-risk mutant target discovered in C3. Proceed immediately to suppress. Use lethal force. The security chief's commands thundered through every speaker in the facility. The soldiers reacted swiftly. The heavy thud of their boots and the unmistakable clack of weapons being cocked echoed from all directions, converging rapidly on Zone C3. Chen Nan stood there nonchalantly, as the bodies of the first wave of soldiers piled soundlessly at his feet, marking a silent boundary, a chasm that could not be crossed. The second group of soldiers nearly retched at the sight, but those granted the duty of guarding this place were made of sterner stuff. Even though the deaths of their comrades weighed heavily on their minds, not a single one broke ranks or fled. At the sharp command of their leader, they resolutely pulled their triggers, opening fire on the intruder. In an instant, a rain of glass alloy bullets, each loaded with an inhibitor serum, lashed down upon Chen Nan. Ever since the military learned that mutants could control metal, they had shifted to using all manner of specially crafted non-metal ammunition. Faced with this overwhelming barrage, Chen Nan neither dodged nor defended himself. He simply let the hail of bullets strike. A split second later, all those specialized rounds landed against him, only to fall harmlessly to the ground with a clatter. The sight left every soldier frozen in shock, their eyes locked on Chen Nan, a single thought racing through their minds. How in the world did he do that? At that moment, the Sentinel's main research base, buried deep beneath the crust of the earth, was engulfed entirely by a shrill, ear-splitting wail unlike anything experienced before. Scarlet alarm lights spun frantically, casting eerie shadows across the control room as the faces of lab-coated researchers twisted in fear, each visage seemingly drained of all color. Target confirmed. Energy profile is highly irregular. Threat level, maximum. The synthesized voice of the alarm climbed to a terrifying pitch, overwhelming even the frazzled nerves of the researchers. No additional orders were necessary. Lined outside the main control room, the 12 second-generation Sentinel robots, the last bastion of defense, activated instantly, their immense steel frames whirring to life. Dazzling energy pooled in their core reactors, each emitting a deep, furnace-like hum. Then, in the blink of an eye, 12 blinding beams of white-hot energy, each powerful enough to melt a main battle tank, ripped through the air, converging from all sides on the lone intruder. This storm of destructive force, enough to reduce any mutant to ashes, did nothing more than cast a faint, enigmatic smile across Chen Nan's lips. He strode directly into the rampaging, searing torrents of energy, and the instant they touched the perimeter of his body, the waves of power seemed to plunge into an unfathomable abyss. The ferocious currents quieted, surrendering like gentle streams, drawn in and absorbed without a sound, vanishing until, at last, a tiny, nearly imperceptible glow of deep blue shimmered at his casually dangling fingertips. A profound silence fell over the control room, broken only by the low, monotonous whirring of the alarm lights as they spun. Every trace of color had fled from the researchers' faces, leaving them staring in blank disbelief and despair, as though they were witnessing the arrival of some unthinkable demon. This was a blast of supercharged energy, one that could melt steel. Carbon alloy? Chen Nan's voice was calm and indifferent, his mocking tone resounding in everyone's mind. An interesting structure. Wherever his gaze landed, the 12 Sentinel giants, which had just unleashed a devastating volley, stood clad in thick armor of advanced alloy, once the pride of Trask. In an instant, all the cold, unyielding quality of their carbon alloy was stripped away. Sturdy metal joints groaned with a sickening fatigue, sending shivers up the spine and making teeth ache with the sound. Thick limbs were wrenched by an invisible force, twisted into grotesque shapes, and massive metallic heads were brutally crushed into their own chests. Immense steel arms were torn off by that unseen power, heavy leg assemblies were twisted and hurled aside. The thick chest plates, supposedly indestructible, shattered like fragile eggshells. Shards of metal and broken gears filled the air, glittering with a brief flare of electrical arcs for short circuits. The raining debris clattered and cracked against the bulletproof glass observation window, etching spiderweb patterns across its surface and hammered at the hearts of every backroom scientist on the verge of collapse. In the main control room, Bolivar's desperate screams broke into ragged tones, his thin fingers digging almost through the cold console. He had chosen carbon alloy precisely to guard against metal manipulators like Magneto, with the Sentinel robots, forged with all his hopes and painstaking effort, to be so easily torn apart. Chen Nan's gaze pierced through the surveillance feeds. With a hint of mockery, he spread his hand open. A simple coin lay quietly on his palm, spinning. The very next second, the coin vanished. No, not vanished. At a speed far beyond the limit of human perception, it was launched with unimaginable force. The air was instantly compressed and ionized, forming a brief, blinding trail of blue-white plasma. This act of electromagnetic retribution, delivered by a single small coin, outpaced all reaction, striking precisely through the heart of the fortress. With unstoppable force, it drilled straight through meters-thick layers of reinforced concrete and alloy, blasting a gaping hole wide across the domed ceiling. A shaft of sunlight, cold and fresh, mixed with dust and shattered stone, surged inward like a flood bursting through a breached dam. Massive structural fragments plummeted like meteorites, smashing the equipment below into dust before anyone could escape. For the first time, sunlight crashed so violently into this secret underground lair of evil, illuminating the swirling dust, and also laying bare Bolivar's face in the control room, twisted and ashen in utter, final despair. The creations he once regarded as humanity's ultimate guardians now revealed themselves feebler than a child's sandcastle before that lone shadow. Chen Nan walked across the shattered concrete, stepping over the twisted, smoking remnants of the Sentinels, as calmly as if strolling through his own backyard. Wherever his footsteps landed, the tiny fragments of metal on the ground rolled together, drawn as if by an invisible magnet. The entire base began to shake and crumble. Countless scientists in white lab coats and pieces of equipment tumbled down from the upper floors, falling in a chaotic cascade. At last, he halted before the main control room, which had crashed to the ground. Behind shattered, heavy, bulletproof glass, Bolivar slumped in the control chair, eyes vacant, lips twitching nervously, his whole body shivering uncontrollably, as if his faith had been utterly destroyed. Chen Nan did not strike again. He merely stood there, calmly gazing through the cracked, bulletproof glass at this human fusion of brilliance and madness. I forgot to mention, Chen Nan spoke, his voice soft yet cutting, landing on Bolivar's broken face like freezing rain. I control magnetic fields. Your intelligence was wasted on this pile of junk. In theory, he could maintain control over a person indefinitely, but that was purely theoretical, almost impossible in practice. Yet what telepathy could not achieve, the Black Queen's life absorption could transform him into a puppet. Bolivar's trembling stopped abruptly. The last flicker of struggle in his eyes was snuffed out, like a candle pinched between cold fingers. He faced Chen Nan, bowing deeply, a head once filled with world-shattering wisdom and audacious ambition, now lowered in utter defeat. The year is 2023. Look, Charles pointed beyond the cliff's edge. Everyone's gaze snapped to the spot. Across the hills, the tide of deathly Sentinel robots, just a moment ago sweeping forward in relentless waves, vanished as if erased by an unseen hand. From the front lines, they disintegrated into ash, silently and instantly. The speed of their obliteration surpassed the eye's ability to follow. 1 second, a metal tempest poised for annihilation. The next, only empty mountains and blazing sunlight remained. It was as though disaster had never visited that land. The future reality, farther than imagination, began to rewind at breakneck speed the instant Chen Nan ended Bolivar, as if it had never truly existed at all. At this moment, except for Logan and Charles, everyone's memory was reset, the calamity itself erased as if wiped clean from their minds. Or was there yet another who remembered? Having scanned Bolivar's memories, Chen Nan understood. The original Sentinel program had indeed died before its birth, but a lingering shadow continued to stir. Vice President Metal. With the current president wholly rejecting the Sentinel initiative, Metal's fury burned. Refusing to accept failure, he secretly conspired with corporate tycoons, funneling funds back to Bolivar in secret to restart the Sentinels. Even in the original timeline, with Bolivar gone, this vice president would not desist. He even sought out Stryker. Yet Chen Nan felt little anxiety over this. Without Raven's genes as the key, the heart of Sentinel technology would remain forever impregnable. Because of his intervention, that accidental line of research had long since been cut off. Even so, letting Metter stir restlessly in the shadows remained a hidden danger, a warning that was necessary. After handing over the fully controlled Bolivar to Essex, along with a brief explanation of the research direction for the clone guards, Chen Nan's figure slipped into invisibility once more. As evening descended, deep within a sprawling estate on the outskirts of Washington, D.C., every room glowed with brilliant light. Chen Nan appeared soundlessly in the opulent living room of Vice President Metter's home. A massive crystal chandelier scattered warm, golden light. Expensive carpets padded the floors. The air was thick with the scent of wealth and power. Upstairs, the trickle of water and the melody of a young woman humming drifted faintly down, sweet, relaxed notes, softened by the afterglow of a bath. Seated on the sofa, Chen Nan swept his gaze across this extravagant space. The faintest trace of mockery and amusement curled at the edge of his lips. The old man is already halfway to the grave, yet he still manages to marry such a young and beautiful wife. One has to hand it to him. He knows how to enjoy life. The water stopped. The humming quieted. Light footsteps traced a path down the spiral staircase. A young woman appeared, draped only in a towel, damp hair cascading over her shoulders. She dried her hair with lazy ease, calling out, "Darling, why are you home so early tonight?" But before she finished, her hand froze mid-motion. Her eyes widened, pupils tightening in shock. The calm on her face vanished, replaced in an instant by naked terror. "You!" Her scream, sharp and piercing, shattered the quiet air. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Security! Security!" Her voice rang out, shrill with fear, her body tense as a bowstring. Her eyes darted frantically, searching for any sign of the guards. But the silence that greeted her was absolute. A chill snaked up from the soles of her feet. Suddenly, she realized there was no hope in waiting for help. Pushing back the fear that threatened to overwhelm her, she struggled to stand tall. Forcing herself to take a steadying breath, she tried to regain a shred of composure befitting her station. Her voice, though still trembling, pressed forward. "Are you here to kidnap me? If it's money you want, we can negotiate." Any scandal would destroy her and her husband's political careers utterly. She had to maintain control. Chen Nan simply smiled, a smile devoid of warmth. "Madam, do I look like a kidnapper to you? Relax. I have no interest in harming you or your family." His tone was calm and faintly exasperated. Her taut nerves eased a little at these words, giving her a moment to really observe her unexpected guest. Young and handsome, his expression open and unruffled, none of the menace she'd imagined. Certainly not a fugitive or a criminal. She ventured, "If you're looking to do business with him, you should go to his office, or at least arrange to meet in a more appropriate setting. Not here, madam." Chen Nan's tone remained calm. "It seems you haven't understood. The one who wishes to slaughter my companions is your husband." "What?" The lady was struck as if by lightning, her face draining of all color. So this was vengeance coming right to her door. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. The towel wrapped around her slipped from her shoulders and tumbled to the carpet. Chen Nan's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Then he let out a mocking chuckle. "Madam, you do have quite a figure. Surely, you wouldn't want me to kill your husband, would you?" "You!" The vice president's wife stared at him in terror, eyes wide. But under Chen Nan's unwavering stare, she finally lowered her gaze in fearful submission. Night fell as Vice President Metal dragged his heavy, leaden legs back to his estate. The destruction of the main sentry base did not just mean the utter ruin of his painstakingly crafted scheme. It also represented the total evaporation of his hundreds of millions in investments. "Darling," he called out by habit, his voice hoarse and exhausted. On any other night, his young wife would fly into his arms like a joyful bird, banishing the day's shadows from his heart. Tonight, though, there wasn't even a whisper of response. A chill of foreboding swept over him. He pushed open the heavy doors to the living room. The sight that greeted him sent his blood pressure soaring. There, in the middle of the room, his youthful wife was dancing with fawning, seductive elegance, hardly clothed at all. And on the couch opposite her, a young man lounged in complete ease, calmly enjoying the show. Damn it all! Metal's reason was instantly incinerated by a tidal wave of fury and humiliation. The veins at his temples bulged as he let out a furious, bestial roar. "Guards, get in here now! Seize those two, this filthy pair!" But the only answer was the echo of his own anger, rebounding mockingly around the empty room. Then he truly saw the man sitting on the couch, the face that had haunted his top secret files and his nightmares. Over and over. No wonder there had been no reaction from guards. 10 times, no, 100, 1,000 times as many wouldn't have made a difference. He felt an icy calm settle over him. "Mr. Metal." Chen Nan seemed not to have heard his outburst at all. He snapped his fingers offhandedly. Metal froze for a moment. This was his own home. At that moment, his young wife came to her senses, scrambling frantically behind the sofa and snatching a blanket to cover herself. Metal's chest heaved with agitation. his teeth grinding audibly, but he was utterly helpless. In the face of such overwhelming power, all his pride and anger seemed pathetically hollow. Taking a heavy breath, he forced himself to sit on the sofa opposite Chen Nan, locked his gaze on the young man, and regarded him with a face like iron. His wife didn't even dare approach him. She knew all too well what kind of punishment awaited her without Chen Nan's command. Let her go. Metter squeezed the words out between gritted teeth, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Chen Nan, clinging to a last shred of defiance. Chen Nan let out a soft chuckle, his tone laced with amusement. What have I done to her? I'm a man who values harmony above all else. If you hadn't harbored such dark intentions, insisting on pushing me to the edge, would I have had any reason to enjoy your wife's dance tonight? His gaze swept over the vice president's wife, and under that look she trembled once again, a flicker of sickly, shameful pleasure passing over her face. Name your terms. Metter spat out, barely able to contain his rage. Just end this nightmare already. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to avoid bringing up his young wife. This humiliation was unbearable. Could they not gloss over it? Seeing Metter's anger verge on madness, Chen Nan's lips curled into a taunting smile before his expression grew serious. Mr. Metter, he intoned, steady as ever, I can understand your secret promotion of the Sentinel Project. In fact, I have more faith in its value than you do. Since that's the case, why not make me your partner instead? You know full well the strength I possess. A fleeting hint of shock crossed Metter's eyes, replaced quickly by a sneer. Partner? That sounded a lot more like extortion to me. We both know what the Sentinels were created for. Let's cut the pretense, shall we? My aim. Chen Nan chuckled and strolled to the vast floor-to-ceiling window, lifting his gaze to the starlit night outside. Who you work with makes little difference. It's still a partnership. What I offer is protection and a stage far broader than you imagine. The Sentinel robots are a monumental breakthrough. Of that there's no doubt. But if you confine your vision to this tiny sphere called Earth, he turned, his eyes blazing as they locked on Metter's. Mr. Metter, then your ambitions are far too small. Their destiny should be the stars and the endless sea of space, to conquer the vastness of the universe. Conquer the universe? Metter laughed, a hollow sound tinged with both exhaustion and disbelief, shaking his head as if dismissing a fairy tale. You truly expect interstellar travel in my lifetime? Mr. Chen, your grand dreams drift a little too far from reality. He didn't believe a word of it. To him, Chen Nan was only hiding true intentions behind visions of a distant future. Those who spoke of grand ambitions were always frauds. The smile fell from Chen Nan's lips. He spoke with calm conviction. If you wish to unseat your superior upstairs and claim the highest seat for yourself, partnering with me is your only option. Coincidentally, I happen to need a spokesman. Metter fell silent, his fingers tapping absent-mindedly against the expensive armrest. After a long, heavy silence, he finally released a slow breath, fraught with helplessness. I'm merely the second in command. Exactly because you're the second in command. Chen Nan responded with a light laugh. That man is already at the very top. Do you really think I could go to him, promise him a general's position? Would he believe me? Would he even want it? Metal was silent for a long moment. Yes, the one in the seat of power had nowhere left to rise, but for him, he burned for that last step to the summit. A colossal ambition surged, washing away all hesitation. He snapped his head up, eyes glittering with the brilliance of a man casting his lot with fate. All right, I agree. For that supreme seat of power, even a man of his stature was willing to dance with devils. A wise decision, Mr. Metal. Chen Nan smiled with unmistakable satisfaction. At the next leadership selection, I'll vote for you. Working with clever people always yields twice the results with half the effort. But what do we do now? Metal's brow nodded, his voice thick with worry. You made far too much noise destroying the base. The president already knows. The Sentinels have been exposed. I could be impeached any minute. His fears were well-founded. Their opponents would certainly seize this chance to pull the rug out from under him. Exposed. Chen Nan raised an indifferent eyebrow. That's actually to our advantage. Now he and the entire world will see what the power of mutants really means. All you need is to prepare a detailed plan for the Sentinel robots. Leave the rest to me. He'll agree to your proposal. A chill ran through Metal as dread clamped tight around his heart. He blurted out, What are you planning? Are you really going to threaten the president? That's outright provoking the entire machinery of the state. Chen Nan raised a finger for silence, his lips curled in a mysterious smile. Let the president worry about how he wants to handle this. You, vice president, have a more pressing concern, calming your lovely young wife. His gaze drifted over to the vice president's spouse. Must say, Mr. Metal, you're as vigorous as ever, and your wife is not just charming, but quite radiant. As the words fell, Chen Nan's figure shimmered and, without a sound, vanished into thin air before Metal's furious and astonished eyes. The ultimate potential of the Sentinel robots. The core lay in Raven's one-of-a-kind, shape-shifting gene. Without it, the Sentinels could never transcend their limitations. And of course, there was another essential ingredient, still unborn, but carrying the genes of Rogue, whose power was to absorb and unleash abilities. Both were indispensable. The next day, in the underground base of Umbrella, Chen Nan convened Essex, Bolivar, and Hank. After hearing Chen Nan's vision for employing Sentinels as pioneers for future cosmic expansion, the notion of relying solely on the scant numbers of mutants seemed laughably insufficient, a drop in the ocean. At the side, Essex was flipping through Bolivar's technical report, brow furrowed, disappointment clouding his features as he shook his head. Boss, if I may speak plainly, judging by the current technical schematics, these Sentinels are at most just fairly advanced combat robots. But on a cosmic scale, compared to true alien technology, these things, I'm afraid they wouldn't even qualify as toys. His assessment was sharp and unerring. Chen Nan gave a faint smile. This was truly the mark of a top scientist. Then, with a hint of enigmatic amusement, he added, "Of course I know how weak they are now, but what if one day, these machines could transform at will, perfectly duplicate any form, and even share and wield the superpowers of other mutants?" What? Essex jerked his head up, eyes widening with shock, his face awash in disbelief and horror. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. If cold, unfeeling machines could replicate mutant abilities, then wouldn't his life's work, cloning and genetic fusion, become a sad joke? Impossible. Essex, this is the inevitable future. The key lies in Raven. Her mutant power, the ability to mimic forms, is rooted in extraordinary genetic plasticity and adaptive expression. The Bolivar team of the future, Chen Nan gestured toward the silent genius at his side, deeply analyzed and artificially enhanced her gene sequence, pushing the potential of her mimicry to its very limits. They even succeeded in merging a crucial genetic fragment from another mutant, the power to absorb and release abilities. Chen Nan's voice was not loud, but in Essex's mind, it resounded like a thunderbolt. In this way, they shattered the boundaries of singular abilities, giving Sentinel robots a terrifying capacity to replicate, share, and even combine any mutant power at will. Now, do you still think they're nothing but overgrown toys? Essex stood frozen, mouth agape, and unable to close. For the first time, when he looked at Bolivar, his gaze was filled with a profound shock and a rare spark of admiration. How superficial his earlier contempt now seemed. If such a creation could truly exist, not only would it conquer the Earth, but might even roam the stars with ease. Now do you understand its worth? Chen Nan placed a sealed vial on the table, a crimson sample of blood inside. This is Raven's blood. Your top priority is to thoroughly study her shape-shifting gene and construct a complete genetic map and expression model. As for the other key genetic carrier, the girl known as Rogue, she isn't born yet. The time isn't right. He looked around at everyone, his tone resolute and commanding. And above all, the most crucial point, you must completely erase the Sentinel's original core programming to exterminate mutants. There will be only one supreme directive from now on, absolute obedience to my will. Essex and Bolivar spoke in unison, their eyes ablaze with a passion that outshone anything before. This vision, grander than cloning, ignited 100-fold more excitement. Leaving the affairs of the base aside for now, Chen Nan went to find Peggy. After a brief game in the office, an unremarkable metallic bracelet suddenly appeared in Chen Nan's palm out of thin air. What's this? Peggy looked at him in puzzlement. Chen Nan smiled faintly, and with a mere thought, the bracelet began to flow, disassemble, and extend as if it were alive. Countless tiny nanotech units reassembled and spread at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, a streamlined, golden-red suit of armor, radiating the futuristic aura of advanced technology, formed around his body. "Oh my God!" Peggy gasped, clapping a hand over her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. "Is this alien technology?" "No, it's technology from the future," Chen Nan replied, his voice slightly altered with a metallic timbre behind a mask. "This is the nano-armor, the masterpiece of Howard's son, Tony. He accidentally traveled back to this era not long ago, and I intercepted this suit before anyone else could get to it." The armor slipped away, revealing his face, now wearing a mischievous grin. "Time travel?" Peggy's surprise only deepened. Her entire worldview turned upside down. The tension in her body, a product of her shock, only made their renewed game all the more exhilarating for Chen Nan. Dr. Pym is currently researching quantum theory, Chen Nan explained casually. Soon enough, crossing time and space might not be as impossible as it seems. He then handed the bracelet to Peggy. From now on, it's yours. S.H.I.E.L.D. is crawling with Hydra agents inside their very nest now. You'll need the suit's power even more than I do. Peggy took the bracelet, her gratitude and affection for Chen Nan now overflowing, and she rolled over, pinning him beneath her. While Chen Nan was lost in this tender moment, at the White House, the heavy oak doors of the president's office swung open without a sound. Several figures entered uninvited. They beat Chen Nan by mere moments. Tension instantly thickened in the Oval Office. The president shook his head at his secretary, silently warning not to trigger the alarm, fearing to provoke their unexpected guests. Moments earlier, a silent door, edged with strange rippling energy, had appeared in the middle of the office. These uninvited figures strolled through with utter composure, their entrance alone marking them as extraordinary. Mr. President, there's no need to be nervous. The leader broke the suffocating silence, their voice calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. We are allies, and we've come to offer our assistance. Allies? The president scoffed inwardly. Uninvited allies always carried ulterior motives, but kept his expression unreadable, responding only with a slight nod for them to continue. Forgive our unannounced visit. Circumstances leave us no choice, the leader continued, bowing with an elegant grace. We find ourselves facing a common enemy, one that threatens us all. An enemy? The president arched an eyebrow, his tone edged with irony. Are the mutants fighting amongst themselves now? No, you misunderstand. The leader shook his head, the hint of a knowing smile curving his lips. We're not mutants. We're simply humans who possess certain technology far ahead of its time. And our goal is precisely those mutant outliers who threaten the survival of humankind. The president leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharpening. To deal with mutants? What gives you confidence? I know all too well just how formidable their powers can be. He needed to see something concrete. You wish to assess our capabilities, Mr. President? Very reasonable. The visitor gave a quiet chuckle and snapped his fingers crisply. Instantly, a device on his wrist projected a three-dimensional image into the air. It was a battlefield from the future. In the shimmering display, several sentry robots, sleek and cold, their metallic surfaces catching the light, moved across the wasteland, dispatching mutants with chilling efficiency. Fire, frost, energy blast, diamond-hard skin, instantaneous teleportation. An array of mutant abilities, known only from legend, flowed from machine to machine, switching, combining, exploding into action like an endless tide. They were ruthless, precise, and devastatingly effective. The mutant powers, once sources of pride, now seemed like mere toys. Wave after wave of mutants fell before them. This wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided massacre, the sort that makes one's very soul tremble. The president shot to his feet with a cry of shock. Even after decades navigating the treacherous waters of politics, mastering the art of an unflappable facade, such a vision, utterly beyond comprehension, sent his blood surging and his heart pounding. The complexity and destructive might of the Sentry robot's abilities eclipsed anything special effects could ever hope to convey. What is this? The president asked, voice dry and thin, pointing at the robotic behemoths in the hologram, as if staring at demons descended among men. Can they be mass-produced? A chill crept up his spine. If such power ever ran wild, what hope would humanity have for survival? Technologically, we have overcome every barrier to mass production, the visitor replied with unshakable pride, radiating supreme confidence. All that remains is for you, Mr. President, to lend your support. The technology is already mature. The president swallowed hard, gesturing at the hologram. How can you guarantee they will only target mutants? How will you ensure the safety of ordinary people? He needed a promise, however fragile it might be. Rest assured, Mr. President, the visitor replied with calm conviction. The sentries are equipped with an identification system capable of precisely targeting carriers of the mutant gene. They will serve as the shield of human civilization, not the hammer of its destruction. The president's mind was a battlefield, temptation and dread waging war within him. At last, it was temptation that prevailed. Very well, I agree to cooperate, he declared, firm and decisive. But you must demonstrate this power before Congress, right there at the Capitol. I require indisputable proof to silence the doubters. As you wish, the visitor responded with a confident nod, a glint of assurance flashing in his eyes. The power of these sentries will clear away every obstacle in your path. A perilous deal was thus struck. Had Chen Nan been present, he would surely have recognized this uninvited guest. the Mobius of changing times. A week slipped by in silence. The generous California sun bathed the city of angels, Los Angeles. Chen Nan, together with Emma, Raven, the Black Queen, and several others, was savoring the unparalleled gifts of the West Coast. The boundless sapphire Pacific, sprawling golden beaches, and vibrant figures dotting the strand. The setting sun poured molten gold over the distant gigantic Ferris wheel, painting it with a warm halo. Even the sea breeze carried the briny, free-spirited scent of liberty. The luxury yacht Poseidon, which Chen Nan had lavishly acquired, had become a floating palace of indulgence. Emma lounged languidly on a deck chair, while Raven swayed her graceful form to faint strands of music, and Celine, as always, radiated her unrestrained allure. In the distance, upon the Hollywood hills, the towering Hollywood sign gleamed in the sunlight, wordlessly declaring the city's glitzy dreams and relentless ambition. No wonder Tony's so fond of this place. Sampling his chilled wine and feeling the caress of the ocean breeze, a contented smile played at the corners of Chen Nan's lips. Aboard the yacht, two sisters, Jessica and Isabella, almost identical in appearance, lingered. With stars in their eyes, they'd come to Hollywood to chase their dreams, only to be doused by the cold water of reality. Their agent's advice was harsh and unvarnished. Accompany a key figure for a relaxing trip at sea, or refuse and face total obscurity and crushing breach of contract penalties. As night descended, the world's most dazzling beauties from every era appeared one after another, shattering the sisters' worldview. Was this the set of a horror flick? After several days of revelry and indulgence, Chen Nan decided to purchase an exclusive mansion in Los Angeles, perched high above the coastline. Now he basked on his private beach, surrounded by women lounging in swimsuits, their beauty reminiscent of mermaids. Suddenly, the harsh trill of a satellite phone cut through the languid calm. It was Vice President Metter. Metter's voice had lost its usual composure, laced with barely masked urgency and a hint of panic. There's been an incident. We're in serious trouble. That so-called perfect sentinel you spoke of from the future. It's real. It just turned up with the president. What? The relaxed look vanished from Chen Nan's face, his gaze sharpening to a hard, steely edge. It's true, Metter rattled on breathlessly. Just now at a demonstration called by the president, with military and top government officials present. They captured a mutant right before everyone's eyes, like snatching a chick from a nest. That thing is terrifying. Chun, if the president controls power like that, our arrangement is finished. My position, despair flooded his voice. Chen Nan fell silent for 2 seconds. Then suddenly he spoke. Metal, tell me, if Jehovah descended right now and got into a fight with those Sentinel robots, who do you think would win? What? Metal was completely stunned. Was this really the time for jokes? God, descending from the heavens? Total nonsense. That's enough. Chen Nan cut through his bewilderment. I'll handle this, he said, and before the last word had left his lips, the line went dead with a final, decisive click. Listening to the rapid, dull beeps coming from the phone, Metal muttered under his breath in frustration. Damn it. Do they really think I'm just some dog to be ordered around? The sun blazed on, the waves rolled in soft and gentle, but Chen Nan slowly set down the satellite phone. The relaxed contentment from just moments ago had completely vanished, replaced by a deep, thoughtful confusion clouding his eyes. Was there truly a fundamental difference between these Sentinels and Ultron? If left unchecked, wouldn't their thoughts inevitably lead them down the path of Ultron? It wasn't that Chen Nan was just talking nonsense. If he set his mind to it, he really could dig up Jehovah himself. He was convinced that that one would find some common ground with the Sentinels, and with Ultron too. After all, they only needed 5 minutes online to decide humanity deserved to be wiped out. Darling, what's wrong? Emma, quick to notice the change in Chen Nan's expression after the call, asked with concern. Anything that could make Chen Nan frown must not be a small matter. It's nothing. Chen Nan shook his head, forcing a wry smile. Just finally understanding what it means when they say wildfires never quite die, and after every spring breeze, they rise again. Some things really are ghosts that just won't stay buried. He was, of course, talking about the time meddlers, those who could manipulate time clung like maggots on bones, nearly impossible to uproot. Their greatest talent, it seemed, was pulling surprises from the hidden corners of the timeline just to make life difficult. The lack of precise temporal countermeasures really did leave him at a disadvantage. Are you sure it's nothing? Emma pressed, still unconvinced. Just a trifle. Chen Nan pinched her smooth cheek, his tone regaining its usual ease. Go on, keep having fun. Don't let me spoil the mood. He forced down his irritation and turned his focus back to the happiness before him. If certain people were so set on churning out Sentinels, let them build all they wanted. Let them feel the deep despair of plummeting from hope's highest peak. Let their own hand-built fortress become their tomb. The higher they're raised up, the harder the fall. No guns, no cannons. The enemy builds them for us. Chen Nan mused over his wine, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He was curious to see just what their creations would amount to. Time slipped quietly by beneath the surface calm. The smoke and chaos of a U.S. military's hasty withdrawal from Vietnam gradually faded, leaving behind only devastation. The world seemed to enter a strange period of harmony. 5 years passed in a flash. The president secured a second term, while Vice President Metal appeared to have given up the fight entirely, sinking into a state of utter disheartenment and defeat. Chen Nan paid this no mind at all. Sentinel robots? Let them tinker as long as they want. When the technology finally matures one day, he'll just swoop in and pluck the rewards for himself. Every few months, just like listening to a routine briefing, he would listen to Metal report on the military's sluggish progress. A vast chasm lay between the industrial base of the 1970s and the blueprint of the future. Even with mastery of the core theories, without matching advances in materials science, precision manufacturing, and energy technology, trying to accomplish everything overnight was nothing but a fool's dream. In fact, Chen Nan found their efforts rather laughable. Why waste time and toil to reinvent everything from scratch? Why not simply bring over finished products from another timeline or universe? He honestly couldn't make sense of it. The only comforting progress came from the field of cloning. Magneto's clone was already growing rapidly in the incubation tank. Time swept many things away. As the original power-hungry generation of the Hellfire Club aged or passed on, their successors gradually took the reins. In time, without having witnessed Chen Nan's thunderous methods firsthand, foolish ambitions began to stir among them. A brief yet bloody cleansing soon followed. Once again, Azazel's claws were stained with blood, ruthlessly silencing every voice of dissent. And Chen Nan seized the opportunity to effortlessly reclaim a portion of shares, tightening his grip over more than half of the club's controlling power. The iron law of power, after all, always demands to be written in blood. The clock quietly ticked into the 1980s. In a bustling Chinese restaurant in New York's Chinatown, Emma, Raven, and the rest gathered around a round table. Over the years, they had grown quite used to Chen Nan's high-handed insistence on Chinese cuisine. Gradually, even Western food started to lose its appeal for them. Little by little, these habits were etched into their daily lives, and Chinese-style Western dishes began to catch on as well. The restaurant owner, of course, would serve Chen Nan, the man from the homeland, the most authentic Chinese fare, while foreigners got the adapted versions. "My dear, look at that child," Emma said, setting her chopsticks down gracefully and nodding discreetly in the direction of a family sitting not far away, her voice tinged with surprise. Her power fluctuations are intense, but she's so young. Her control is all over the place. Chen Nan followed her gaze. There, a little girl with dark red hair was frowning at her chopsticks, clearly frustrated at her own malfunction. This detail sparked a thought in Chen Nan's mind. Given the era and the way the movies played out, this must be the future host of the Phoenix Force, Jean Grey. "Little one," Chen Nan smiled warmly and beckoned to her. "Can you tell me your name?" The girl's parents instantly became wary, shielding her behind them like mother hens protecting their chick. Their eyes, when they looked at Chen Nan, brimmed with suspicion and wariness. The little girl suddenly wriggled free from her parents' grasp and strutted to Chen Nan's table like a tiny adult. She cocked her head, her lovely brows drawn tight together, clear blue eyes swimming with confusion. "What's the matter? Can't figure us out?" Chen Nan smiled knowingly. The girl nodded emphatically. A few months earlier, she had discovered that she could effortlessly hear the thoughts in other people's minds. But now, these people before her, their thoughts were shrouded in a thick fog, completely out of reach. "In this world, you're not the only one with special abilities." Chen Nan's voice had an almost magical, soothing quality. The girl's eyes lit up in an instant, as though she'd just found someone like her. The revelation swept away the monster lurking in her heart for so long. She was not a monster. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but her anxious parents quickly pulled her back and shielded her behind them. "I'm sorry, she's just a child." Her father, John, apologized hastily. He practically dragged his daughter away, the little girl looking back at every step, their retreat stiff with tension and unease. In a fleeting moment, Chen Nan read their memories, the Greys. They had already sensed something unusual about their daughter. Their greatest fear was her secret being exposed to the public eye. "Jean," Chen Nan gazed at the petite figure brimming with terrifying potential, a slow, unreadable smile curling his lips. The Phoenix Force, it had finally appeared. He had waited nearly 50 years for this day. Raven had keenly caught his expression. She drew out the question, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she glanced from Chen Nan to the spot where the little girl vanished. Why the mysterious smile? Don't tell me you've picked up some peculiar hobby. Spare me your barren imagination. Chen Nan shot her a vexed look, his gaze growing deep and distant again. What you know of her power is barely a speck of dust. If her true potential awakens, it'll be enough to scorch the stars and erase the universe itself. Oh please, who are you trying to fool? Raven was the first to scoff in disbelief, and the other women nearby covered their mouths to stifle laughter, rolling their eyes in well-practiced exasperation. In their minds, to devastate a city was already the absolute limit for a mutant ability. Even Sebastian, the Black King, needed an entire world war as his stage. This claim sounded about 10,000 times more absurd than an ant declaring it could blow up the planet. Chen Nan just smiled, the corners of his lips curled in that enigmatic way. He offered no further explanation. The Phoenix Force had yet to appear on the system interface, which meant its true awakening was still to come. But the seed had been planted. The day it burst forth was not far off. The Phoenix Force, even when only partly merged with its host, was enough to crush beings like Apocalypse without effort. As for the movies, where Wolverine managed to kill Jean Grey, that was merely a host who longed for death, nothing more. The true power of the Phoenix disregards fate, transcends time and space, and rewrites reality itself. As for the level of the White Phoenix, well, that belongs to an even more distant story. Half a month later, night descends on New York's Chinatown. Neon signs spill their rainbow hues onto the bustling streets, the air thick with the aroma of stir-fried dishes tossed in woks, the crisp scent of roasted duck fat, the sweetness of confections, and the constant hum and swell of chattering crowds. Chen Nan, Emma, Raven, and Moira stroll leisurely through the throng, sampling delicacies from street vendors. In their hands, they carry their freshly bought late-night snacks, a bag of piping hot barbecue pork buns and several skewers of glistening, mouth-watering roasted chicken wings and lamb kebabs. Just as they pass a sugar painting stall, the crowd suddenly surges. Out from a narrow gap between Chen Nan and Emma bursts a small, quick figure, darting like a startled rabbit. The stranger's shoulder slams hard into Moira's arm. Hey! Caught completely off guard, Moira stumbles, and the bag of food in her hand grows noticeably lighter. Frowning, she turns to look, catching only a glimpse of a frail, undersized back-clad in filthy, ill-fitting hand-me-downs, slipping and twisting away through the pressing crowd with desperate agility. Gone in the blink of an eye, vanishing into the shifting tapestry of lights and voices. All that remains is the dull ache in her arm and an inexplicable pang in her heart. Fast hands, Moira mutters, rubbing the sore spot while gazing at the now empty bag. Irritation prickles in her chest. For just a bit of food, what a sorry reflection of our world, she sighs. If it is a crime to steal or rob for greed, who bears the guilt when someone steals just to survive? Yet beside her, Marilyn and Emma are frozen in place. Their usually smiling, beautiful faces have gone pale, their icy blue eyes swirling with shock, and with something deeper, a profound compassion. Without realizing it, Marilyn's slender fingers clutch Chen Nan's sleeve, her voice quivering just enough to betray her turmoil. Chen Nan, that wasn't just any pickpocket. That figure. I could sense it. It was that child. Chen Nan looks at her in confusion. Marilyn whispers, her voice so low it's barely audible, yet it lands like a sledgehammer on Chen Nan's heart. It was Jean Grey. A sudden rush of blood roars in Chen Nan's ears, thoughts exploding in panic. Had it already happened? Her parents, after the car accident, called her a monster and sent her away to an asylum. She escaped and has been wandering ever since. How blind I've been. That fleeting glimpse of a thin, desperate silhouette. That was the girl who'd escaped her nightmares in the asylum. The girl with the power to shake the heavens, now spending the last of her strength for a few meager buns. Maybe there are still so many more children like this. Why have I become as indifferent as Charles lately? Am I still the same me, the one who never lost sight of my original heart? For an instant, Chen Nan's spirit wavered. He stood motionless amidst the crowd, his eyes devoid of light. Guilt, laced with an ache too deep for words, shattered him completely. Charles would stubbornly guard the school from mutants forever, while Magneto, on the other hand, had already built a mutant kingdom, sheltering the children. To have a mansion of thousands of rooms. To offer great shelter, so that all the world's cold and destitute may smile once more. What had become of him? Follow her, Chen Nan murmured as he came to his senses. His psychic senses had already locked onto the panicked soul. Chen Nan's will unfurled like invisible tendrils, spreading quietly and unnoticed, slipping past the noise of human voices and the glare of neon, fastening tightly to that tiny figure radiating loneliness and anxiety. He didn't need his eyes to sense the frantic beating of that young heart, or to touch the taut nerves stretched by hunger and stress. He trailed her through bustling main streets, turning into ever narrower, gloomier alleys, winding past back streets cluttered with garbage bins. The air turned foul, the lighting grew faint and murky. At last, that powerful psychic signal paused in the depths of a forgotten city alley, where neglect lived. Only the flickering, aging street lamp cast an unsteady yellow halo upon the damp walls. That dim light barely illuminated a scene in the corner, a shelter cobbled together from an enormous, battered cardboard box once used for appliance packaging, its edges blackened and warped by rain and grime. Within that trembling halo, a small figure sat huddled on the ground. Her hair was tangled and matted like dead grass, her face stained with dirt, but her eyes, made enormous by loneliness and anxiety, gleamed with moisture in the gloom. She wore an adult's old t-shirt, salvaged from some dumpster perhaps, which hung over her like a sack, the hem dragging along the ground. The sleeves swallowed her hands, and her pants were in tatters, with knees worn through into gaping holes. With her grimy little hands, she clutched the flattened, barbecued pork bun stolen from Moira, cramming it in her mouth with frantic, desperate gulps, as if it were the world's rarest delicacy. Her movements were hurried and clumsy, eating while straining her ears, keenly alert for even the faintest sound, terrified someone might catch up to her. Her small frame shook in the chill and fear, shivering in the early autumn night breeze. Drawn tightly into herself, she seemed like a trembling, forsaken creature, abandoned in the shadowy corner of the world. The sight was a heartbreak, wretched beyond words. Chen Nan and Emma appeared silently at the mouth of the alley, shadows casting a pall over them. Chen Nan felt as if an invisible hand had seized his heart with relentless force, the pain spreading through him like suffocation. He could never have imagined that the future's dazzling, powerful, enigmatic phoenix had endured such a shocking and desolate childhood, steeped in hardship and suffering. Riven covered her mouth gently, her ice-blue eyes brimming with tears so full and fragile they looked on the verge of shattering. Perhaps it was because she was too absorbed in swallowing, or perhaps the shifting pattern of shadow from the streetlights startled her. But the young Chin suddenly jerked her head up. Those big eyes, welling with tears and wide in terror, instantly locked with Chen Nan's gaze from the darkness at the mouth of the alley. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. A bun was still stuffed in her mouth, her posture frozen in place. In those frightened eyes, there was first a surge of pure, raw terror. It was the fear of being discovered, of being caught and dragged back to that hellish place. Then, somewhere in the depths of that terror, it was as if she recognized that he was the one, the very man she'd stolen food from just moments ago. But he did not leap at her like a vengeful demon. In that silent, deathly stare, all of Chin's brittle vigilance and feigned ferocity, so fragile they seemed to rest on a sheet of thin ice, utterly shattered beneath the complex emotions in Chen Nan's eyes, without the slightest warning. A muffled, broken sob escaped from deep in her throat, and then, in the blink of an eye, great, burning tears welled up and spilled over her dirty cheeks like a string of pearls suddenly broken loose, carving out two clear trails through the grime. She didn't wail, but sobbed violently and silently, trembling with each breath. Her tiny shoulders shook, and her tears poured forth as if a dam had burst, streaking down her face to mingle with the stains of dirt, making her look indescribably pitiful. In those tears were years of loneliness, fear, grievance, hunger, and something else, a kind of vulnerability and collapse she herself could not understand, triggered by the silent recognition of someone she once knew. Watching her small figure under the dim streetlight, huddled by the cardboard boxes, raining tears like a discarded rag doll, Chen Nan felt his own eyes sting with the urge to cry. He drew a deep breath, forced down the ache in his throat, and walked towards her, one slow, gentle step at a time. He crouched down, bringing himself level with Chin, who still sat on the ground. Doing his best to offer every ounce of gentleness, he reached out, a hand trembling with pain and pity, and softly brushed the tears from her face. "Don't be afraid." His voice was low and gentle, carrying a strange strength capable of calming even the wildest storm. The words rang out clearly in the dark alley. "Chin, there's nothing to fear anymore. No one will ever hurt you again. No one will ever lock you away." He gazed into her misty, tear-filled, wounded eyes, and spoke each word slowly, steadily, and with unshakable conviction. "We are going home. Home." That word, like a small stone thrown into a still, lifeless pond, sent ripples across the hopeless lake of Chin Galei's heart. She stared blankly at Chen Nan. Tears continued their silent flow, and somewhere deep within, the loneliness and confusion etched into her very bones. The darkness seemed to be torn open, if only just a sliver, by those simple syllables. A glimmer of light, a hint of warmth she had long since stopped daring to hope for, nearly forgotten, all at once trembled into life. Chen Nan's hand remained outstretched, steady and gentle. Emma Raven came forward, too, crouching by Chen Nan's side. She let down every psychic defense, and, with only the softest gaze, silently conveyed utter acceptance. Timid and trembling, little Chen inched forward. Carefully, almost imperceptibly, she guided her tiny, grime, and tear-stained hand to Chen Nan's broad and welcoming palm. Her hand was icy and frail, as light as a shriveled leaf. Chen Nan held it as though he cradled something more precious and more fragile than anything in this world. With indescribable tenderness, he slipped out his own coat with the delicate care of someone afraid even to disturb a dream. Then, bracing his arms, he gently lifted her from the cold, dirty ground, from that battered cardboard box, which stood as stark testament to every hardship she had ever endured. Her small body curled up in his embrace, so weightless as to feel almost insubstantial, like a fledgling bird, having finally found its sheltering nest, instinctively seeking warmth and protection. She buried her grubby little face deeply into the warmth of Chen Nan's neck, scalding tears instantly soaking his collar. The sobs she'd held back for so long could no longer be contained. They broke free as quiet, wrenching cries that seemed to release a lifetime of sorrow. Her little shoulders shook violently in his arms. Step by step, Chen Nan made his way out of that alleyway, steeped in despair, into a world awash with light and teeming with life. With every stride, it was as though he shattered a little more of the shadow trailing behind him. Back at home, Raven was eager to help. With an almost urgent tenderness, she insisted on bathing Chen Galay herself, making sure every trace of dirt was gone before busying herself in the kitchen, preparing a meal. The others, Emma and her companions, watched the rare, meticulous flurry of Raven's care, surprised and touched, their eyes inevitably shifting to Chen Nan. Marilyn leaned quietly nearby, a gentle smile tugging at her lips, her gaze toward Raven full of understanding and reminiscence. "This is what it means to truly empathize," Marilyn said, her voice wrapped in nostalgia. "When Chen Nan and I first met Raven, she was about Chen's age, also stealing scraps just to stay alive. That was during the war," she added softly, her eyes filled with affection as she glanced at Chen Nan. "Resources were so much harder to come by than they are now. In a blink, it's been decades, hasn't it?" There was a deep sigh, filled with wonder at the march of time, and profound gratitude for fate. But for Chen Nan, she might have vanished long ago, wilting away in a shadowed corner, lost to the world. "Riven is actually quite fond of children," Moira chimed in with a smile, picking up the thread of the conversation. "I often see her playing with the kids from the neighborhood. The patience she shows, sometimes, I genuinely admire her for it. But some people just can't help themselves, can they?" Emma shot a playful glance at a certain someone, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, putting on a mock expression of wounded innocence. Then he glared back in feigned annoyance. "Oh, so it looks like someone wants to see if she's brave enough to keep me company through the whole night." Emma straightened up abruptly, sensing the immediate focus and teasing smiles from the sisters around her. She retorted, prideful as ever, "Who's afraid? Bring it on. Let's see if you really have what it takes." "All right then, it's settled. Tonight, I'll make sure you meet your match," Chen Nan responded in all seriousness, giving a solemn nod for effect. "Emma, wait, seriously? Are you really going to do this?" As Chen recounted her aimless days wandering the streets, days spent sitting for hours on a park bench, her voice wavered, and, as she shared the trial she had weathered, the women listening could barely hold back tears, quietly wiping at the corners of their eyes. Riven, especially, was overwhelmed, her sobs nearly uncontrollable. Only those who had truly felt the world's icy indifference and gnawing hunger could understand such deep, searing pain. She clung tightly to Chen, as if hugging her own younger self curled up by the refuse all those years ago, unwilling to loosen her grasp even for a moment, as if fearing that letting go would make this fragile warmth vanish once more. That night, Riven steadfastly embraced Chen as they drifted to sleep, seeing in her another version of herself, a lost soul rescued from despair by Chen Nan and Marilyn, a trembling blue-skinned girl who finally found shelter. With her warmth and heartbeat, Riven wordlessly reassured the child in her arms. "The nightmare's over. You're safe now." Early the next morning, the figure of Chen Nan appeared at the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. The umbrella of today had grown into one of the leading commercial giants in America, with influence stretching into real estate, finance, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, tourism, hospitality, and beyond. He convened a meeting of the core executives. The vast company had no outside shareholders. Chen Nan himself held 90% of the company, with the remaining 10% distributed as private allowances to the women in his household. Of course, the company's massive dividends ensured wealth for the leadership, while employee salary and benefits were unmatched across the industry. The sudden arrival of their elusive chairman sent a ripple of tension through the executive team. Surely, this meant a major strategic shift was coming. As department heads assembled, the meeting room door closed with a decisive hush. Instantly, everyone stood in unison, their eyes shining with unspoken loyalty and awe. "Chairman, it's been a while, everyone. Please, take your seats." Chen Nan gave a casual wave as he walked to the head of the table, finally sitting down. Only then did the executives take their seats, each one maintaining perfect composure and respect. "Don't be so serious," Chen Nan said calmly. "Today, I have just one announcement. The group will invest heavily to build 1,000 state-of-the-art welfare institutions across the United States." His gaze swept over the entire room, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The operation and management of these institutions must involve only the most responsible, the most compassionate teachers, chefs, and directors. "Carl," he turned to the group's first vice president, "I want all department heads to meet and coordinate right away. Within half a month, I want to see these projects break ground. Is that clear?" As soon as he was called, Carl Johnson shot to his feet and pledged with conviction, "Rest assured, Chairman, we guarantee the project will be underway in the shortest time possible." Though surprised by the boss's sudden plunge into such large-scale charity, no one doubted Umbrella's financial strength, and carrying out orders was the only rule that mattered. "Oh, and one more thing," Chen Nan added. "You'll personally lead a team to China for on-site research. In every major city, we're to build a welfare institution meeting or exceeding domestic standards." After a brief pause, he went on, "Make sure to provide our latest Future #1 nutrition supplement free of charge." Carl blurted out without thinking, "Boss, is this to cultivate loyal warriors?" As soon as the words escaped, he knew he'd gone too far. "Get out of here." Chen Nan shot back with a laugh. "It's called doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Don't you get it?" "Hey, got it. Carl scratched his head sheepishly, then grew serious again. "Boss, speaking of China, I think we could also use this chance to invest in their manufacturing sector. As you know, the labor costs are incredibly advantageous, and the market potential is huge." "I'll leave it to you," Chen Nan nodded, but emphasized, "Just remember the core principle. The leadership and technical backbone must always be people we can fully trust." "Understood." "Absolutely, sir," Carl replied earnestly. With this weighty matter handled, Chen Nan felt a burden lifted from his heart. It was as if he could breathe more freely, a subtle and pervasive sense of relaxation settling over him. Umbrella's efficiency was infamous. While Chen Nan enjoyed a professional and soothing massage from the twin sisters Jessica in a spacious top-floor office, the vast machinery of the group was already in motion at full speed. By day, the Jessica sisters were Marilyn's capable secretaries. By night, they took turns with certain relay duties. When he left the company, Chen Nan headed to the Umbrella's secret base deep within the desert to check on the progress of the Sentinel robots. Dr. Essex and Chief Scientist Bolivar reported to him, "Sir, the super battery technology based on the cosmic cube's energy is now fully developed. The transformation module on the Sentinel robots has also reached a breakthrough. Shape-shifting is as seamless as thought." Chen Nan gave a nod of acknowledgement. Then, his expression turned grave as he prepared to deliver a truly momentous piece of news. "According to the intelligence I've received, the secret Sentinel program developed by the White House is powered by a miniature nuclear fusion reactor at its core, and their robots possess the ability to replicate mutant powers during combat." A sharp gasp of astonishment escaped Essex and Bolivar as they exchanged shocked glances. This was practically cheating. Had they not chanced upon and harnessed the near-infinite energy of the cosmic cube, they would have been utterly crushed by their opponent on the very level of raw power. "You should pursue a new avenue," Chen Nan instructed. "Focus your efforts on developing custom weapon systems powered by the cube's energy. Its might can easily surpass the majority of mutant abilities." He remembered the weapon designs of Dr. Zola, how devastatingly powerful those inventions were. "Understood. We'll shift course immediately and put everything we have into the cube weapon project." Determination flared in Essex's eyes as he nodded emphatically. For now, progress on the Sentinels was stalled due to the lack of a key genetic component, making the cube arsenal their new hope for a breakthrough. "I can't help but wonder," he muttered to himself. "When the day comes, will my cube-powered Sentinels outmatch the White House's nuclear Sentinels?" On one side stood the guardians of mutants. On the other, their would-be executioners. A clash was inevitable. That night marked a promised moment. A special evening reserved for Jean. Everyone set out with plans to treat her to a real feast and to buy her many beautiful new clothes. They had worried at first that Jean might not care for Chinese food, but she raised her little face with eager anticipation and delightedly insisted on going to Chinatown. The owners there, they once gave me food, she explained quietly, her eyes glimmering with memories of that warm, everyday kindness. It was during her days of wandering that the honest, good-hearted people of Chinatown had offered her help time and again. They might not have had much spare money, but they never hesitated to offer a bowl of hot rice, a fluffy bun, or a few sweet pastries to the dirty little girl who wandered their streets. Small gestures that helped her survive the hardest of times. Jean remembered every kindly face that had ever fed her, and, accompanied by Chen Nan, she went from shop to shop, using her young and earnest voice to offer her heartfelt thanks, one by one. Each thank you brought smiles of surprise and affection from the shopkeepers, who responded by slipping treats and snacks into her hands. Their journey ended in front of a bustling hot pot restaurant. The scent of rich broth filled the air, warm and inviting. Plates of lamb rolls, tender beef, crisp tripe, fresh shrimp paste, springy meatballs, bean-curd sheets, vibrant greens, succulent crab sticks, all sorts of ingredients swirled and danced in the bubbling pot. Jean, cheeks flushed with excitement, ate until her little face glowed, her big eyes narrowing with delight and contentment she had never known before. With both hands awkward but determined, she clutched her chopsticks as if afraid that this newfound warmth and happiness might dissolve like a dream from which she'd wake at any moment. Even if it was just a dream, she wished it could last a little longer, just a little longer. Riven let out a satisfied burp, reclining comfortably against the back of her chair. Gazing at Jean's beaming face, she too felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Later, let's go shopping. We'll pick out. She was brimming with excitement, planning the rest of the day with delight. But before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the cafe. The glass display window shattered into thousands of shards, mingling with splinters and dust as they shot through the air, amid the diner's terrified screams. Through the swirling haze, the hulking silhouette of a nearly 2-meter-tall robot emerged, its body clad in cold, dark gray armor and twisted into a fearsome shape. Kicking aside a burly man with ease, it made its entrance. Its heavy, metal feet crashed onto the chaotic floor, echoing with a bone-chilling clang. The moment it landed, its crimson electronic eye swept the panicked crowd with mechanical indifference. Sharp, relentless alarms blared out, drowning every desperate cry. Mutant gene detected. Mutant gene detected. Threat level confirmed. Initiating purge protocol. Eliminate. Meanwhile, Chen Nan took a sip of tea, his gaze idly sweeping over the bustling crowds outside, savoring these rare moments of ordinary life. But that peace was suddenly torn apart. A deafening crash shook the air just moments before. He caught sight of a towering, muscular mutant at the street corner, hurled violently by an unstoppable force. Wasting no time, the mutant scrambled to his feet and bolted down the street in panic. And all at once, the entire street was thrown into utter chaos. Shrill screams, despairing sobs, and frantic collisions surged together, forming a tidal wave of terror. Within the billowing smoke, a looming, merciless figure began to take shape. A sentinel. Its single, icy red eye glowed menacingly, and its sleek armor shimmered beneath the neon lights with a deadly, metallic sheen, like a hound unleashed from the underworld, remorseless and relentless in pursuit. Its armored arm morphed seamlessly, the muzzle of a dark energy cannon locking onto its target in an instant. Just as it prepared to fire, its deadly scanning light cut sharply across the restaurant where Chen Nan sat. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm split the air. Mutant gene detected. Threat level, extreme. Priority elimination order initiated. The cold, synthetic voice sent chills down every spine as the Sentinel's cannon swiveled in a heartbeat, unleashing a blinding beam of energy, powerful enough to melt tank armor, tearing through the air, aimed straight at Chen Nan. But Chen Nan simply raised his hand in calm defiance. The destructive beam, just inches from his palm, seemed to hit an invisible abyss. The wild energy was instantly sucked into his hand as if devoured by a black hole, not even leaving a ripple. A glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fist. A low, ominous hum filled the room. An invisible magnetic storm erupted with a deafening force, centering on him. The menacing sentinel, clad in what seemed like indestructible carbon alloy armor, let out a wrenching, grinding groan that could make one's teeth ache. Yet it did not collapse immediately. Its core processor began to overclock, and its cold, red eyes flickered wildly. Encounter with unknown strong magnetic field and energy absorption detected. Threat level reassessment. Extinction class. Activating emergency countermeasures. Click, clang, clang. Struggling against the magnetic storm's force, the Sentinel began a dazzling flurry of form changes. In an instant, its streamlined armor bulged, and a pale blue energy shield swept over it like a turtle shell, desperately trying to block out the magnetic pull. But the shield barely had time to take shape before faltering violently under Chen Nan's crushing magnetic power. The shimmering barrier flickered, crackled with an ear-splitting sizzle, and finally shattered with a thunderous crash. A cold, mocking smirk curled at Chen Nan's lips as his 5 fingers flexed, tightening their grip with brutal force. His enhanced magnetic mastery was far beyond what these soulless machines could ever comprehend. All technology and countermeasures were rendered useless. In a last-ditch effort, the Sentinel's core initiated an ultimate defense protocol. Its limbs and torso flared suddenly with a blinding burst of fire, and its massive form transformed in a blink, turning elemental, engulfed in roaring flames. A hiss, sharp and drawn out, cut through the chaos. The spectacle left the women utterly stunned. Was this still a machine, made by humankind? What kind of mutant could possibly stand against such a force? Around them, people attempting to flee were now frozen in place, their knees buckling in terror, utterly at a loss as to what to do. Faced with this elemental defense, Chen Nan's eyes grew even colder. Then, with reckless resolve, he lunged barehanded straight toward the Sentinel's flaming chest. Wild, untamed fire energy surged toward his palm, as if being swallowed into a bottomless abyss, wholly beyond control. Feeling its energy hemorrhage at an alarming rate, the Sentinel shifted tactics in an instant, morphing into a sheath of frigid frost, aiming to freeze Chen Nan's arm solid. But this was exactly the moment Chen Nan had been waiting for. The volatile energy compressed at his fingertips instantly coalesced into a sharpened lance of blue-violet plasma. The spear of plasma, focused and devastating, pierced straight through the Sentinel's core, ignoring any and all forms its defenses took. A muffled, yet earth-shaking explosion thundered out from within. The thickly layered fortress of ice, suddenly charged with explosive power, burst outward with violent destruction. Ice, vaporized by the plasma's searing heat, scattered like a torrential downpour as the Sentinel was reduced to nothing more than a broken machine. Shattered metal limbs littered the ground. All that remained was a shapeless, smoldering heap of scrap, leaking acrid blue smoke, slumped in the ruined heart of the street. That chilling, deathly red eye, so iconic, so menacing, dimmed and died at the very instant of the explosion. Chen Nan slowly withdrew his hand. The crackling arcs left at his fingertips faded soundlessly. He glanced at the pile of scrap iron, then cast his eyes deep into the city, as though sensing more scarlet glimmers lurking in the shadows of neon, waiting to strike. There was not the slightest trace of victory in his eyes, only a gravity as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. 100 endless, countless machines. His low, somber voice pressed heavily upon the still shaken crowd, wrapping around them with a suffocating weight. These lumps of iron, and those fools hiding behind them, issuing command from the White House. It's time they received a real lesson. A cruel curve tugged at the corner of Chen Nan's lips, his gaze seeming to pierce through the very fabric of space, reaching far out to the distant Middle Eastern lands. Egypt, the ancient relics that have slumbered for 5,000 years, it's time for them to stretch their old limbs. He needed a vicious enough mad dog, one ferocious enough to tear into another pack of equally dangerous hounds. Let that so-called god, Apocalypse, battle to the death against the army of super sentinel robots spawned by changing times. And perhaps, that first mutant who has slumbered 5 millennia might also give the madmen in the White House a proper greeting. A wild, primeval reckoning was coming their way, one that would etch itself into their bones and haunt them for a lifetime. Those things are terrifying. Raven's face had turned pale as she stared at the devastated street and the Sentinel's wreckage. Her voice trembled, clear testament to how unimaginable and harrowing the earlier scene had been. Sentinel robots, the bane of mutants, Chen Nan murmured quietly, yet his tone carried a steadying strength. But there are those who will stand against them. There's no need to be afraid. He raised his hand and gently smoothed Chen's disheveled hair, comforting the frightened little girl in his embrace, as well as the anxious people around him. Sensing the quiet power in his words, the girls around him took heart. If Chen Nan said there was nothing to fear, then there truly was nothing to fear. Hellfire Club, top floor. Azazel. Chen Nan's voice was ice-cold as his gaze remained fixed on the city's depths where danger might still be lurking, pulsing with a faint crimson light. Go to the deepest tomb beneath Egypt's yellow sands. Awaken the one who slumbers there. On the demon's inhuman face, a rare flicker of hesitation and a deeply hidden dread nearly spilled from his crimson eyes. Boss, are you sure you want to wake him? His Adam's apple bobbed with unease. That's... Having tasted the terror of that being's power himself, Azazel knew all too well the horror of that monster. Do as I say. Chen Nan's tone brooked no argument. He did not even turn his head. Time is short. Let him and those tin cans wear each other out. After a short pause, he added, leave him a message. This age is sick to its core. Those mortals sitting atop the world, above all, are in desperate need of a thorough cleansing. The Red Devil suppressed all his questions. He knew all too well that defying Chen Nan's would only lead to a dismal fate. After taking a deep breath, he brushed aside any hesitation and followed the order without delay. With a faint pop, a red mist tinged with the acrid scent of sulfur rose into the air, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Egypt, the Giza Plateau. This land of ancient civilization now seemed to be filled with nothing but endless yellow sands, and women wrapped in headscarves moving through it. The Nile sliced through the landscape, bringing life wherever it flowed, yet could not wash away the ever-present poverty. Everywhere, children wandered the streets. Storm, leader of a local band of thieves, used her mutant abilities to eke out a living for herself and a ragtag group of these children. As night fell, the pyramids loomed under the dark sky like the backs of ancient, slumbering beasts, eternal, silent. Without warning, the Red Devil appeared at the base of the grandest pyramid. Wind and sand nearly buried the entrance to a secret passage sealed by untold centuries. The air was so dry it burned in the lungs, and only the wind, sweeping up grains of sand, whimpered through the cracks in the stone. He didn't pause for even a moment. With a flick of his long tail, he dissolved once more into a swirl of crimson smoke. Relying on memory, he blinked from place to place, slipping through thick layers of stone and ancient, dormant traps, until at last he arrived at the innermost, deepest chamber, the very heart of the pyramid. Millennia-old air hung still and heavy here, thick with the scent of dust and decay. In the center of the vast stone chamber stood not a lavish sarcophagus, but a mysterious altar. The platform was blanketed in centuries of dust, yet beneath the grime, a surface neither of metal nor stone glimmered faintly with an uncanny, shadowy light. Lying atop the platform was a solitary figure. A towering frame, far larger than any ordinary man, with gray-blue skin etched in strange, archaic grooves and draped in battered, ancient metal armor. It was Apocalypse. Even in his slumber, the oppressive force radiating from his body made his former minion, the Red Devil, feel a cold, deep-seated fear that reached all the way to his soul. Hardly daring to breathe, the Red Devil kept to the shadows, inching his way closer toward the altar. Then, suddenly he froze. A crucial question had slipped his mind. How, exactly, was he supposed to wake Apocalypse? To his horror, he realized he had no idea. The Red Devil's heart skipped a beat. He was in over his head now. With a quick burst, he teleported away the stones piled on Apocalypse's body, shooting a nervous glance at the grim, eerie guardians around the chamber. Seconds ticked by, then minutes. He waited and waited, but the gray-blue figure on the altar didn't so much as stir. Restless, the Red Devil muttered to himself, "Damn it, wasn't this stone supposed to be the seal? Why isn't he waking up?" Maybe what was missing was a proper jolt. After all, Apocalypse had slept for 1,000 years. Perhaps he was still trapped deep within a dream? Compelled by some mischievous impulse, the Red Devil edged closer and, lifting his hand, delivered 2 crisp slaps across that serene, ancient face. Oddly enough, the sensation felt rather satisfying. But even after several more slaps, Apocalypse remained utterly unresponsive. The Red Devil was completely flustered. What should he do now? If he failed to awaken him, was he supposed to return empty-handed and face the consequences? Determined, he gritted his teeth and hoisted Apocalypse's shriveled, weighty body onto his back, forcing himself to activate his teleportation ability once again. New York, Chen Nan's estate. It was the middle of the night in Egypt, but still early evening in New York. Chen Nan was enjoying the sunset with Jean Grey, both lost in the tranquility. Suddenly, with a muffled bang, a cloud of red mist erupted on the lawn. The Red Devil appeared, a desiccated corpse slung over his shoulder, which he promptly tossed to the ground. Aya! Jean Grey caught sight of that withered, terrifying figure and let out a scream of pure terror, instinctively diving straight into Chen Nan's arms. Chen Nan was instantly furious, glaring at the Red Devil. Damn it! I told you to wake him up. Why on earth did you bring him back? If you traumatized the kid, are you ready to take responsibility? The Red Devil's face twisted in distress. Boss, I don't know how to wake him. Bringing him here was all I could do. Chen Nan was dumbfounded, barely able to believe what he was hearing. Are you kidding me? Weren't you once with Apocalypse? Didn't you see his possession ritual? A sheepish cough escaped the Red Devil. Well, I never actually saw him possess anyone else. That's because I was the one he tried to possess, so I ran for it. He explained, embarrassed. Years ago, Apocalypse had noticed the Red Devil's unaging appearance and instantly set his sights on him, intent on taking over his body. As the ultimate double-crosser, the Red Devil concealed his mental defenses, withstood Apocalypse's psychic assault, and managed a daring escape. Now that he heard this, Chen Nan understood. To a being like Apocalypse, who sought eternity above all, the Red Devil's immortality made him the perfect vessel for possession. Suppressing his irritation, Chen Nan steadied his voice, now calm. Fine, I'll go with you. He lowered his head to comfort the trembling Jean in his arms. Jean, it's all right, don't be scared. That's not a corpse on the ground. It's, well, a special kind of coma patient. I'll wake him up soon. Hearing this, little Jean Grey mustered some courage, peeking up through fearful eyes at the corpse lying there. But the instant her gaze landed on Apocalypse, a deluge of chaotic, fragmented, and apocalyptic visions crashed into her mind like a broken dam. She let out an even more terrified scream. At the same moment, golden red light burst uncontrollably from her small body, a tide of destructive energy surging out in every direction. Quick as lightning, Chen Nan pulled her tightly into his embrace. The wild phoenix force was instantly drawn into him and swallowed up, as if devoured by an invisible black hole. Only then was his luxurious estate saved from destruction. All right, Jean, it's over. Chen Nan's voice was deep and soothing. What you see isn't always real. As long as I'm here, there's nothing to fear. In his warm arms and comfortingly steady words, Jean Grey's taut body and terrified heart finally began to relax. Chen Nan handed her over to Raven, who had just rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Without missing a beat, he seized Apocalypse by the collar. Space twisted, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished from the lawn. Deep within the pyramid, Chen Nan hurled Apocalypse roughly onto the ancient sacrificial altar. To restart the interrupted soul transference ritual, he needed the power of the sun to activate it, even if he hadn't fully grasped the underlying principles. The moment he touched Apocalypse's cold, blue skin, his vision suddenly filled with a dazzling cascade of radiant cards. This slumbering, living corpse could draw cards too. Inorganic manipulation, shining with golden brilliance. Energy manipulation, shining with golden brilliance. Soul transference, shining with golden brilliance. Self-healing, glowing with orange light. Telepathy, shining with golden brilliance. Mutant ability amplification, shining with golden brilliance. Super physique, glowing with orange light. Dimensional teleportation, shining with golden brilliance. Chen Nan was left speechless. How many powerful mutants had this ancient monster possessed over the centuries? No wonder he dared call himself Yahweh. No wonder some claimed he was the very inspiration for the God in the Bible, that the stories were actually about him. In any era of ignorance, a being wielding such power will be nothing less than a walking god in mortal eyes. Thank goodness that idiot Red Devil didn't know how to awaken him. The corners of Chen Nan's mouth curled upward involuntarily as a surge of dread and delight mingled in his chest. If he'd really been woken up, how could we ever hope to contain him? If the Phoenix Force blasted him out of existence on the spot, wouldn't I have lost out big time? He realized he'd made a critical misjudgment. Apparently, you didn't have to be alive to draw cards. When it came to creatures like Apocalypse, suspended between life and death, his golden finger power still worked just fine. Wasting no time, he pressed his hand to Apocalypse's bald, blue head, an odd thought flickering in his mind. Why are all these top-tier powerhouses bald? Ding! Card draw successful. Estimated drawing time, 50 minutes. Chen Nan grinned from ear to ear. All the luck he'd saved up over the years had finally exploded to life this very moment. The first draw, straight to the jackpot. He'd hit upon Apocalypse's most central and awe-inspiring power. Images flooded his mind. Scenes from comics and movies. Apocalypse commanding Cairo's endless sandstorms. Mountains shifting as the city fell beneath his will. A true apocalypse. Ding! Card draw complete. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired Inorganic Manipulation. A card, golden light blazing, imbued with the fundamental power to control matter itself, hovered quietly in Chen Nan's consciousness. He forced down the excitement in his heart and stowed away the radiant Inorganic Manipulation card. And Apocalypse's supreme powers didn't end here. Take that Mutant Ability Amplification card, for instance. That alone was the cornerstone behind his legendary following. Restricted by the rule of only 3 draws per day, he made his way back and forth between the depths of the pyramid without fail over the next several days. When the very last orange card, Super Physique, was finally drawn, the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth could no longer be contained. Apocalypse truly is a generous soul. Chen Nan sighed inwardly. With such an abundance of top-tier abilities bestowed upon him, it was only right, in both gratitude and reason, to awaken this major benefactor. He focused his thoughts and chose to fuse Inorganic Manipulation, Mutant Ability Enhancement, and Dimensional Transit. Other cards, such as Possession and Regeneration, he temporarily stored in the system's inventory. Yet before proceeding, there was one last matter to confirm. System, will my body be able to withstand the fusion of these abilities? Will survival of the fittest and the enhanced regeneration be enough to support me? He asked warily. Yes. The system's response was concise and to the point. Good. Chen Nan exhaled in relief. He started by fusing Super Physique. As the orange light merged into his body, torrents of energy rushed through his very sinews and bones. Like parched earth drenched by the long-awaited rain, each cell greedily devoured this newfound power. The fusion lasted barely more than a dozen minutes, and when Chen Nan opened his eyes, he was deeply satisfied by the explosive strength now surging within him. Still, it was the next stage of fusion that would be the real trial. Even with survival of the fittest and a powerful regenerative factor, the soul-tearing pain was enough to cut to the very core of his being. When at last his consciousness struggled free from the chaotic maelstrom of the dimensional stream, and before the chill of sand beneath him had even registered fully, a cataclysmic surge, born from the very fabric of the cosmos, erupted within him. Without thinking, he reached for the cold stone wall beside him, and in that instant he felt the solidity come alive beneath his touch. A fierce, unfamiliar power burst from his palm. At his mere will, the bricks and stones silently disassembled and reformed, flowing between his fingers as fine metallic sand. There is no need to understand the laws of physics. This was as effortless and natural as breathing. With another thought, the scattered sand coalesced, forming a razor-sharp blade that hovered in the air. Broken chunks of concrete followed, reshaping into multifaceted crystal shields that orbited his body. In his eyes, the entire inorganic world had become clay to be molded at whim. Incredible! Chen Nan drew in a sharp breath. No wonder Apocalypse could conjure psychic shielding helmets with a mere gesture. This ability was the height of raw, unreasoning might. Think it, and it exists. His gaze returned to the gray-blue figure upon the altar. It was time to awaken this benefactor. He threw a punch, as wild, surging power tore through the heavy layers of rock and ancient sand that had blocked sunlight for centuries. The fierce sunshine flooded the mysterious altar once again. The silent altar suddenly exploded with light. Golden runes, like molten metal, began to race and flow across the surface of the dais, converging in dazzling threads that radiated an ancient, suffocating aura. As the molten brilliance fully gathered upon the body of Apocalypse, those eyes, sealed shut for thousands of years, snapped open in an instant. Within those clouded pupils, the harsh sunlight and a vague human figure were reflected. This age has fallen ill. It must be cleansed. It is time to awaken. Chen Nan's deep voice echoed through the lifeless crypt. Before the last note faded, his figure blurred, slowly dissipating as the very space around him rippled, until he was gone without a trace. Now, within the tomb, only Apocalypse remained, newly awakened. The weakness and confusion from millennia of slumber were instantly drowned by an unspeakable, crushing oppression. And then, the silence was shattered by a surge of dark violet light, a devouring radiance that flooded the tomb. Every rune-carved stone began to warp and twist in the glow, transforming the chamber into a realm of nightmares. From the depths of the earth, a low, soul-shaking rumble arose. The entire pyramid, indeed the whole plateau of Giza, was rocked by a violent quake. The platform that had held Apocalypse for thousands of years erupted in a thunderous blast. Fragments charged with horrifying energy shot outwards like meteors, shattering the stone walls of the crypt into clouds of dust and debris. In the vortex of swirling dust and surging energy, The tall blue figure began to ascend, slowly levitating into the storm. When the dust finally settled, Apocalypse's true form was revealed. For an instant, his eyes were lost and bewildered. Then, with terrifying clarity, they blazed with the rage and ferocity that had been smoldering for thousands of years. Betrayal. Betrayed by the lowliest of slaves, locked away in this lightless coffin for countless ages. He swept his gaze over the remains of his prison. The shattered stones, as if summoned by his unstoppable will, instantly dissolved and surged upwards, swirling around him as a roaring, golden sandstorm that ascended in wild fury. With a single step, he burst through the thick layers of rock, emerging at last beneath the blazing sun of the Giza Plateau. He found himself in a wholly alien world. Jungles of steel had replaced the desert sands. Bizarre metal carriages thundered along the roads with ceaseless speed. But his confusion lasted only a heartbeat. Guided by instinct, he soon encountered a girl struggling to survive on the city streets, the one they called Storm. A group of pursuers tried to seize her, but with a single icy glance from Apocalypse, they were reduced to drifting ash upon the wind. Bewildered yet wary, Storm led this strange, blue-skinned giant back to her humble shelter. Language they did not share, but it hardly mattered. Apocalypse's gaze was drawn to a box in the corner, flickering with moving light and shadow. He pressed his palm against the cold surface of its screen. Wisps of pale smoke began to curl up from where his hand met the glass. "What are you doing?" Storm asked, her voice laced with caution. Learning, Apocalypse replied, his voice deep and rough, resonant as stone grinding against stone. He lifted his head ever so slightly, as if listening to the whisper of the wind. Invisible psychic power surged along the torrent of electromagnetic waves, spreading outward in an instant like a world-shattering tsunami, tearing through concrete and steel, flooding all of Cairo, and surging further toward distant continents. In the modern world's deluge of information, the iron maze of skyscrapers, the noisy chatter of electromagnetic signals, the roiling currents of human fear and greed, the distant echoes of war, and the cold, predatory algorithms of machine sentinels. All of it, the entire chaotic and immense flow of data, came rushing wildly into his ancient and mighty consciousness. In that instant, the voice that had awakened him thundered and resonated at the deepest part of his vast awareness. The age is ill. It needs purification. At last he saw. He saw the arrogance and greed of those perched atop the world. He saw the collapse of order. He saw it betrayal. Crawling insects. The words were low and hoarse, yet filled with a destructive majesty, the power to crush stars. For the first time in millennia, that voice truly sounded forth. Insignificant vermin, claiming the throne of gods. They have betrayed me. They defile the sacred lands gifted by the divine, usurp the power that belongs to gods alone. I, Apocalypse, have returned. His gaze slowly withdrew, once more descending upon the world he once ruled, seeing in its unfamiliarity a sense of deep-seated disgust. It is time for absolute purification. His voice was cold as ice, heralding the end of the old world. The old order will be remade by my will. He drew his eyes away and stepped before Storm. Under her wary and bewildered gaze, he reached out, lifting her chin with a gentle movement of his finger. "What are you doing?" Storm's body was taut with tension, her voice edged with suspicion. "I want you to break your chains and embrace true power." Before Apocalypse had even finished speaking, his eyes rolled upward, white with intensity. A foreign energy invaded Storm in a flash. She had no chance to evade. A wild, torrid surge thundered through her veins, as though a dormant volcano had suddenly erupted within her. Sparks crackled uncontrollably from her, arcs of lightning dancing across her skin. Never before had she felt her power with such clarity. Meanwhile, deep within the underground bar, Caliban lounged contentedly, thumbing through a thick stack of banknotes. The texture of the bills beneath his fingertips gave him a quiet satisfaction. Suddenly, he froze, not bothering to look up as he muttered in the direction of the empty doorway. "We're closed." With that, he went back to relishing the soft rustle of money between his fingers. A few seconds later, he paused again. A knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth. So that's where the wind comes from. It's you." He glanced up, his eyes settling on the figure entering through the door. But the woman before him was different. Her gaze razor-sharp, her whole being cloaked in a barely contained electric charge, her presence utterly transformed. "I almost didn't recognize you." Storm got straight to the point. "We're looking for mutants, and you know how to find them. That's why we came to you." Caliban played dumb, his thin fingers gesturing at the figure behind Storm, shrouded in a heavy black cloak and emanating an aura impossible to read. "Caliban doesn't know you, friend. But the voice that rumbled out from beneath the cloak was deep, almost echoing, and didn't bother answering his question. We're searching for the most powerful mutant. Even before the sentence faded, the curtain in the back swished aside. A tall, striking woman leaned against the doorway, poised and cold, a gleaming sword gripped tightly in her hand. What's going on? Psylocke's voice had an alluring, icy edge to it. Oh, nothing, dear Psylocke. Just a little business, that's all. Caliban waved his hand dismissively, fixating his gaze back on Apocalypse. So, did you bring enough money? In his eyes, information always had a price tag. No money. The reply from beneath the cloak was crisp and decisive. No money. The bit of insincere smile on Caliban's face vanished instantly. Then you may as well leave. My shop's closed for the day. Inside, he scoffed silently. Ororo, that little thief, really can't be trusted. She's brought along a penniless pauper. Wordlessly, Psylocke stepped forward, the tip of her blade lifting ever so slightly, and suddenly the tension in the room snapped taut. But Apocalypse paid no heed to that talk of closing up shop. With a sudden motion, he threw back his hood, revealing his iconic blue head, cold and metallic under the light. I require your guidance, child. Apocalypse fixed his gaze on Caliban, his voice radiating an unshakable, almost prophetic authority. Caliban gave a dry chuckle, rubbing his own shiny scalp. You're nothing like Caliban's father, except for that bald head. Before he'd finished, his hand darted into a drawer, and he pulled out a large caliber handgun, training it squarely on Apocalypse. Get out! But Apocalypse simply rolled his eyes, unmoved. Before Caliban or Psylocke could process what was happening, the gaping barrel of the gun dissolved before their eyes, trickling away as a cascade of fine, golden sand. Caliban froze in shock, his pupils dilating with fear. Apocalypse took clear satisfaction in his response and began his sermon. You are all of my blood, yet you are lost among mortals, chasing after false gods. His gaze swept over Psylocke, tense and ready. I will not allow them to defile my world any longer. Psylocke struck with the speed of a phantom. Her dazzling violet energy blade flashed free, its icy edge leveled at the throats of both Apocalypse and Storm. State your purpose. Her voice was like a blade itself, frosty and sharp. Caliban was her employer, and she wasn't about to risk her position. Yet Apocalypse seemed to disregard the deadly threat at his neck. With another careless roll of his eyes, a torrent of unknown, pure, and even more potent energy surged into Psylocke's body in an instant. Psylocke's body convulsed, seized by the shock. She distinctly felt her psychic power surge like a raging flood, out of control, as it soared to new heights. In an instant, the light of her energy blade blazed several times brighter. It nearly banished the darkness of the bar, flooding the space with daylight. The torrent of power swept through her, making her gasp involuntarily, unable to stifle a moan. A wild mix of shock and elation coursed through her. It stirred her heart like never before. I know where to find the mutants. A subtle, knowing smile curved Apocalypse's lips, the smile of someone who believes they hold every card. Power. It was always the most direct key to conquest. Just as Psylocke began to utter a few crucial names, and Apocalypse readied himself to open a portal and depart. He raised his hand, spreading his fingers, nothing happened. He tried again. This time, the air shimmered slightly, and then a hairline fracture slowly appeared in space, barely a few centimeters wide. After several awkward attempts, the portal opened at a maddeningly slow pace. For Apocalypse, who was used to bending reality with the merest thought, this was an intolerable embarrassment. The mask of composure he wore began to crack, with flickers of frustration glinting in his eyes. Abruptly, he halted, drawing in his motions, his gaze sharp and predatory as an eagle's as he scanned every inch of the bar, an oppressive aura radiating outward. Why don't you come out and show yourself? As I recall, there's no bad blood between us. His voice rang out, cold and clear, seemingly directed at empty air. The moment the words left his lips, space surged and rippled like water struck by a stone. A portal appeared, unmistakably familiar to Apocalypse, swirling with a deep, cerulean light, stabilizing a short distance before him. A figure emerged through it, not by leaping or blinking into existence, but by calmly descending, as if he were walking down invisible steps in the void itself. His bearing was leisurely, touched with an aloofness that brooked no challenge. Every soul in the bar held their breath, awestruck by this theatrical yet overwhelming entrance. Damn, the time manipulator's tricks are impressive. I'll give him that. Chen Nan silently marveled, while outwardly preserving a look of utter indifference. It was he who had reinforced the fabric of space with his temporal device, slowing Apocalypse's portal to a crawl. With a glance, he took an Apocalypse and finally fixed his gaze on Psylocke. He spoke in a straightforward, unyielding tone. "I'm taking this woman with me." His words seemed to freeze the very air. Invisible pressure crackled as the two giants sized each other up. Apocalypse was silent. The entire underground bar was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Even Caliban shrank into himself, scarcely daring to breathe. After a long moment, Apocalypse's eyes glimmered with blue light as he slowly spoke. "Very well, but I trust you'll stay out of my way from now on. Otherwise," he left the threat hanging, its meaning clear as day. Having only recently awakened, his strength had yet to return to its peak. He had no desire to lock horns with a foe whose depths he could not fathom. "No worries," Chen Nan replied with a wide grin. "A gentleman never goes back on his word." He certainly had no intention of truly fighting Apocalypse to the death. Apocalypse's true adversaries were the White House and the Sentinels, after all. If not for the blasted collector's obsession of those netizens, he would never have bothered to snatch Psylocke away. What if, on a whim, the netizens one day made him collect death itself? That would be true, literal death. Apocalypse cast a deep, lingering glance at Chen Nan before saying no more. With Storm by his side, he stepped through the newly stabilized portal. The four horsemen of Apocalypse? They were nothing but props for show. As long as they were passable in strength, that was enough. "Come with me," Chen Nan said, his gaze resting on Psylocke. Psylocke's grip on her lightsaber tightened, uncertainty flashing across her face. Noticing this, Caliban instantly put on a sycophantic smile. "To be chosen by His Excellency the White King. This is your greatest stroke of fortune. What's there to hesitate about? Hurry and go with him." Only now did he recognize Chen Nan's identity, and he inwardly cursed Psylocke's lightsaber for having dazzled him earlier. Hearing the title, White King, the last trace of hesitation faded from Psylocke's eyes. She sheathed her sword and gave a slight nod. All right. Following such a renowned and powerful figure was far more promising than working for Caliban. In a luxury hotel suite somewhere in Cairo, the air was thick with steam rising from a massive whirlpool tub. Chen Nan lounged in the soothing water, eyes closed, currents lightly rippling past him. Psylocke stood by in silence, waiting on him. Though her gaze kept flicking away uncontrollably from the vague shapes beneath the surface, her eyes darted aside, a faint blush rising up her neck. Suddenly, Chen Nan opened his eyes, his clear gaze falling upon her. Psylocke's heart skipped a beat. "Come here," Chen Nan's tone was calm. "Let me try strengthening your powers again." Psylocke froze, her striking face full of shock, a wave of crimson sweeping from her cheeks down to her neck. And now? Right here? So soon?" She stared at his outstretched hand through the swirling mist, her mind going utterly blank. "Stop dawdling. Come on." Chen Nan thought, "This isn't fast at all. I just wanted to see if this strengthening would work." "What are you talking about?" But before he could finish speaking, a quick glance showed Psylocke already slipping shyly into the tub. Chen Nan was caught off guard. This misunderstanding was getting awkward, and she dove right in so decisively. Psylocke grimaced at first, but he couldn't be bothered to explain, and now there was no point. She was already participating willingly. Yet, he found himself unable to further enhance Psylocke's mutant powers. It seemed his ability and Apocalypse's shared the same origin and could only provide empowerment once. Watching Psylocke, who bore both pain and delight, Chen Nan's mind involuntarily conjured up her profile. Who could resist such a cool, elegant, and commanding woman? Her abilities were formidable, and above all, her Omega-level telepathy was second to none. No wonder Caliban could always track down mutants. At present, however, she has not yet evolved to the Omega level. Reaching that stage requires a long, arduous journey. Once she attains the Omega tier, she would possess the power to ignore even Magneto's and Juggernaut's psychic defense helmets and unleash a psychic blast directly upon their minds. If I really put my mind to it, could I help accelerate her evolution? Maybe if I strengthen my own abilities first, Chen Nan mused, running some silent calculations in his head. Although he did not truly possess the full psychic might of an Omega, his telepathic potential was certainly strong enough, much like a legendary prodigy who harbors the makings of a great emperor but hasn't yet become one. After just a few blinks, Psylocke was already exhausted, so Chen Nan had to take over for her, letting her brace herself against the wall as they continued. Now the wind had stilled and the rain had ceased. Psylocke, utterly spent, rolled her eyes in exasperation and embarrassment, muttering, "You mule. Thank you for the compliment." Chen Nan responded with a wide grin, scooping up the now limp Psylocke and carrying her back to the bedroom to rest. She had no energy left to argue, her eyes shut, and soon she was breathing deeply, lost in dreams. Chen Nan gently tucked her in and moved out to the balcony, opening up the system's enhancement page. He decided to first upgrade his mutant enhancement, a power that was critically important for both himself and the entire mutant race. The battered old enhancement furnace reappeared. It had been a long, long time since he'd last used it, and it almost seemed to have gathered rust. He had exercised great restraint, stifling time and again the urge to enhance further. No amount of money can buy you a change of fate, and lucky guesses will not save the truly unfortunate. This time, he fed in another 500 white cards, and the enhancement furnace, dormant for so long, sputtered back into operation. A familiar, long-missed buzzing filled the air as a harsh shaft of light flashed from the furnace. And then, inside his mind, it exploded like thunder. Chen Nan fixed his gaze on the enhancement page. When the light faded, what greeted his eyes was the spectacular sight. Enhancement plus 10. A smile broke out on Chen Nan's lips. He couldn't hide it. By normal odds, reaching level 9 should have cost him at least 800 cards. Shall we keep going? Just one step away from the goal, the system tempted him. But at this crucial moment, Chen Nan let out a sly chuckle and shut the enhancement page without hesitation. He knew all too well that pressing your luck at the finish line only leads to disaster. The system's chances for enhancement success were probably no better than 1%. Next, he opened up his stats panel. In recent years, he'd gained almost no new abilities. He'd been waiting for a major upgrade. The Apocalypse Super Package. Host, Chen Nan. Strength, 1096. Baseline adult male, 1. Spirit, Infinity Infinite. Speed, Infinity Transcendent. Incalculable. Beta level ability, Invisibility. Alpha level abilities. Magnetic Control, plus 10. Rapid Regeneration, Ziche. Super Speed Teleportation, plus 10. Energy Absorption, plus 13. Mutant Power Enhancement, plus 10. Omega level abilities. Telepathy, plus 10. Item, Cosmic Cube. Cards. White Resource Card, X, 27690. To his great delight, his strength attribute, which had barely budged even after gaining nearly 100 tons of force from Apocalypse, suddenly skyrocketed in an instant. Now, as he strengthened Psylocke once again, Psylocke, who had been lost in a sweet dream, suddenly frowned in pain and then woke up. No one understood better than she did that she hadn't grown stronger. Stunned and incredulous, Psylocke stared at Chen Nan. She could never have imagined that Chen Nan also possessed a way to enhance mutant abilities. Yet he seemed rather dissatisfied, muttering to himself, "Looks like this still isn't enough." Though he could sense Psylocke's enhanced powers, the seemingly massive surge still left her a world apart from Omega-level mutants. Trying to break through to Omega-level purely by enhancing mutant abilities was clearly a pipe dream. In the eyes of Omegas, even Alpha-level mutants were no different from ordinary humans. Confused, Psylocke asked, "What do you mean by not enough?" I guess I was getting ahead of myself. Apocalypse is only an Alpha-level mutant to begin with. How could he have the qualifications to go further? Chen Nan shook his head, as if coming to terms with it. Psylocke, I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. An underground arena, somewhere. Following the location Psylocke had shared, Apocalypse had made his way here. As for Chen Nan, he came simply to see if he might encounter any cards to his liking. He wasn't planning to leave Egypt anytime soon. Noting what Psylocke was wielding, Chen Nan gave a dismissive gesture. "You're using that hunk of junk." Psylocke's face flushed with embarrassment and frustration as she glared at him. "Come on, this thing was expensive, you know. What do you think his bodyguards make, anyway?" Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback before apologizing. "Once we're back at Hellfire, I'll get you a top-tier adamantium katana." He just assumed that a telepath like Psylocke couldn't possibly be hurting for money, completely overlooking that she'd been earning a living by working. At his words, Psylocke's expression lit up with joy. The value of premium adamantium, she well understood. The pain she just felt was suddenly worth it. At that moment, chaos reigned in the ring. The spectators were reveling in the primal, bloody violence, frenzied shouts, and wild excitement filling the air. As she witnessed the scene, Psylocke sensed her fellow mutants being treated with disgust and contempt by the humans she deemed beneath her. She was ready to act immediately. Chen Nan quickly shook his head, signaling her not to intervene. As Psylocke frowned in confusion, Apocalypse stepped into the scene. Seeing the angel tortured by high-voltage electricity, his wings charred and blood streaming down, a storm of rage exploded within Apocalypse's chest. To his mind, mutants were gods above all creation, his own bloodline his descendants. As for those who crawled in the dirt, those mortal humans, they were nothing but lowly slaves, a herd of ants to command. Now, these wretched crawling creatures dare to torment a god elevated far above them. This is an unforgivable blasphemy. Only the most absolute death, washed in endless blood, can cleanse such filthy disgrace. Wretched slaves. Unforgivable. Apocalypse's roar rolled out like muffled thunder, but it was instantly drowned in the frenzy. Shouts and piercing shrieks, twisted with zealous excitement, erupted from the crowd. But soon, all this uproar would be replaced by the most gut-wrenching screams of terror, and then by the silence of extinguished souls. Without warning, a destructive shockwave of invisible energy erupted from Apocalypse at the center, thundering outward like a tangible tsunami. From deep beneath the arena came a mournful groan, as solid concrete shattered like decayed crackers. The whole ground of the Colosseum, along with part of the seating foundations, dissolved in an instant into billions of furious, swirling grains of sand. But this was no mindless storm. The sand was imbued with a will of annihilation, tearing through everything, carrying with it shards of stone and twisted rebar. No longer just sand. These were billions of spinning microblades, and anyone swept up in their path was torn to powder before even a scream could escape their lips. In every direction, only a vortex of madly spinning, blood-soaked crimson chaos remained. And all of this unfolded in the span of a few short breaths. By the time the last wisps of dust gently settled, the deafening racket had vanished. A deathly hush blanketed the area of the stands once again. But no, not quite. There were survivors. Chen Nan glanced at Apocalypse and offered a faint smile. Apocalypse's pupils contracted in surprise. Was this man going to try to steal his prize again? As he wondered, Chen Nan spoke. "Brother, let me recommend someone for you. He has an impressive healing ability, and I think you'll like him. You'll find him in the Rocky Mountains." With that, he led Ling Dai away. Apocalypse let out a sigh of relief, then strode toward the battered, terrified angel still alive. With each step, the thick blood mud at his feet parted, clearing a spotless path for him as if by will alone. Judgment had been delivered, the blasphemers entirely erased. Now, it was time to bring home his lost child. "My angel, it's time to come home." With Apocalypse's gaze burning into him, the angel's fragile wings writhed in agony. Yet in their suffering, they completed a magnificent transformation into steel. At this moment, Apocalypse shone in the angel's hopeless night like a piercing beam of light, instantly winning his undying loyalty. Such fervent devotion suited Apocalypse well. He had grown used to it. His followers had always worshipped him this faithfully. Well, except for that cursed traitor. Unbeknownst to him, he would soon learn yet again what it meant for hearts to change and alliances to falter. Following the mysterious stranger's tip, Apocalypse wasted no time in heading for the Rocky Mountains, seeking out Wolverine. Ever since he was banished from the Umbrella Base, Logan had been drifting from place to place, falling back into his old ways, relegated once more to the lowly life of a lumberjack. Storm's voice rang out just as Wolverine was taking a rare moment to slack off, causing him to look up. "Who are you people?" He gripped a cigar between his teeth, eyes wary, yet carrying a lazy swagger. "Child," Apocalypse spoke in his usual prophetic manner, his voice deep and hypnotic. "I am here to deliver you. You were never meant for such menial labor. Go to hell." Wolverine shot back without hesitation, his words sharp with sarcasm. "Get lost." He found himself missing those days as the walking blood bank, a job with room and board, wages paid on time. Now that was the good life. As for this blue-skinned, oddly armored stranger trying to recruit him, he looked sketchy as hell. Apocalypse was momentarily speechless. A surge of irritation flared within him. What on earth had that mysterious contact been thinking, sending him to such a crude and disrespectful brute? The sheer audacity. He could practically picture the unseen plotter smirking from the shadows at his expense. Nevertheless, true to the refined manners typical of villains, Apocalypse possessed a rare poise. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly and calmly. "Child, clearly you don't know who I am. I can't blame you for that. Come, feel the power that lies dormant within your body." With those words, he stretched out his hand, and an unseen force swept through the air in an instant. Wolverine was utterly stunned. People are really something else, such class, compared to that guy who showed up just to insult him and throw punches. But the next moment, he was floored by the spectacle before him. "Hey, pal." Wolverine fixed Apocalypse with an odd look, eyeing his opalescent gaze. "Your cataract are getting pretty bad, aren't they?" Storm and Angel exchanged a look, half exasperated, half amused, but suppressed their laughter. Apocalypse, his composure unshakable, chose not to take offense. He simply redoubled his efforts to awaken the potential of this champion of snark. "Oh my God!" Wolverine stared at his own hands in disbelief, letting out a stunned cry. With a metallic shing, his slightly dulled bone claws sprang forth, gleaming in the sunlight with a cold, razor-sharp glint of real metal. A smile flickered over Apocalypse's lips as he casually tossed a slab of rock almost as tall as a man, keenly satisfied by the shock etched across Wolverine's face. Without hesitation, Wolverine struck at the stone with his claws. With a clear, ringing crack, the massive rock split cleanly in two, its severed edges smooth as glass. Everyone but Apocalypse drew sharp breaths, genuinely alarmed. With power like that, what hope did mere mortals have against him? Wolverine stared from his alloy claws to the broken rock, his mind swirling in confusion. Is this still me? Apocalypse's smile grew deeper, his satisfaction plain as day. The effect was instantaneous. Surely this time, you must be convinced? He raised his hand with elegance, and a portal shimmered into existence before him, swirling with an eerie blue glow. Child, come with me. Full of confidence, he turned and gestured for the others to follow, as if victory were already in his grasp. Idiot, Wolverine scoffed, slipping back into his usual tough guy nonchalance. I'd be damned before I go with you. You're the one who forced your upgrade on me. I never asked for it. Taking what you want and refusing to acknowledge the debt afterward? He'd seen this trick too many times to count. A seasoned rogue who could slip through any snare without a scratch. Apocalypse was speechless. Damn it, that damn mysterious figure. He cursed silently. Had he been tricked again? Was this man truly the pinnacle of all scoundrels? Just as Apocalypse was about to swallow his anger and give up on this hopeless case, Wolverine surprised him by suddenly changing his mind. Fine, Wolverine grumbled, hefting his axe, swaggering toward the portal. I'll go with you. Apocalypse could only stare, though he still hadn't the faintest idea why Wolverine had made such a dramatic about-face. At least he'd reached his goal. He decided to let the matter lie, for now. The portal snapped shut behind them, only to open again in a squalid, decaying corner of another world. The reek of the slums hit them head-on. A stench of cheap drugs and rotting garbage thickened the air. Nariko, Ashida? Storm called out to a girl leaning against the wall not far away, gaudily dressed, yet her exhaustion could not be hidden. Nariko Ashida, known as Surge, lifted her eyelids lazily, sweeping her gaze over this strange collection of oddly dressed visitors. With a sneer, she made no effort to hide her indifference. Who the hell are you? In the world of addicts, she'd seen every kind of outlandish punk and misfit. This bunch was nothing special. Child, there is no need for fear. Apocalypse's voice carried an odd, soothing authority. I am the one who can grant you true power. Are you content to remain trapped in this filthy place forever? Nariko let out a derisive laugh, lips twisted in a bitter smile. Maybe I am. Why is it your business? She shot back, turning on her heel to leave. After all, she still had a shift at that wretched coffee shop. But just as she brushed past him, Apocalypse spoke again, his deep voice hitting the tenderest spot inside her. I can free you from your addiction, instantly. Nariko froze as though nailed to the spot. For one trapped in the throes of addiction, it wasn't that she hadn't wanted to quit. She'd simply failed, time and time again, each attempt dragging her back into the abyss. Freedom? It was a dream so distant it felt almost cruel. Yet Apocalypse's offer glimmered before her, one slender lifeline in a world gone dark. Surge returned. At last, the four horsemen of Apocalypse had come together. Archangel, Storm, Wolverine, and Surge. Now it was time for the next step, a daring, terrifying agenda. Destroy the old world, and forge a new order from its ashes. Apocalypse understood very well that with just a handful of them, going up against the entirety of human civilization head-on would be sheer folly. Humanity wielded the ultimate weapon known as the nuclear bomb. Those things didn't even need to show up within his line of sight. They could obliterate everything in an instant. So, what's your plan? Apocalypse swept his gaze across the makeshift gang he'd thrown together. Perhaps he'd overlooked a key detail. Aside from himself, nearly everyone here belonged to that blunt and brawny breed who preferred fists over brains. In short, a bunch of brutes. Boss, Angel was the first to speak up, grinning with a misplaced sense of cleverness. Why don't we just storm their nuclear missile bases and snag the launch codes? We could fire off a few at the Russians to kick things off. That'd start a worldwide nuclear war, blow the place sky high. His idea was as crude and simple as could be. Scorch the earth with nukes and leave nothing behind. Idiot, Storm cut in without a shred of politeness, rolling her eyes. The boss wants to rule the world. And your plan is to turn it into a radioactive wasteland crawling with mutants and monstrous freaks. Who exactly do you intend to rule? Alien cockroaches? Angel was left speechless, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had to admit, apart from nuking everything, his mind was a barren place for ideas. The room fell into a heavy silence. Then, just at that moment, Logan, The Wolverine spoke up, a cigar clamped between his teeth. With that distinctive, gravelly tone, he drawled. Boss, as it happens, I know a guy. He blew out a plume of smoke. Name's Charles. They say his telepathy, with the help of a special machine, can take control of every mind on the planet, even if just for a short while. At those words, Apocalypse snapped his head around, pinning Logan with an intense, electrified stare full of astonishment and barely contained glee. Was this Hulk, who seemed all claws and rage just moments ago, suddenly revealing a crafty side? Telepathy. That was precisely the power missing from his own arsenal, the crucial piece he'd never possessed. If someone like that truly existed, it would be as though the heavens themselves had handed him the perfect vessel. Possess him, and Apocalypse would finally ascend to become a true omniscient god. Are you certain? Excitement quivered in Apocalypse's voice, and even his blue countenance seemed to brighten. Absolutely, Logan replied, his tone firm as steel, showing not a flicker of guilt about betraying an old friend. Harnessing his power, Apocalypse tore open a swirling portal of energy, warping space itself. In a split second, he ripped through reality and arrived in the central mind chamber. There sat Charles, poised before Cerebro, intent on probing the ruins of the Egyptian pyramid for any traces left by mutants. The instant he sensed the savage presence behind him, Charles spun around without hesitation. His mighty telepathy unfurled like an invisible net, reaching out to ensnare Apocalypse in a heartbeat. Yet Apocalypse only curled his dark purple lips into an enigmatic smile and, of his own accord, lowered every mental guard. Thank you, Charles. Apocalypse's voice was a rasping growl, like rough sandpaper scraping across steel. Thank you for letting me enter your world. Before his words even faded, the entire central neural chamber began to reel and spin. The dome, which just moments ago shimmered with the endless blue of a starlit sky, was suddenly consumed by a churning, infernal red, like a vision of hell itself set aflame. Charles's eyes, once deep pools of wisdom and compassion, were, in an instant, swallowed by absolute and lifeless darkness. Apocalypse could no longer hold back the wild exultation surging within him. He let loose a guttural roar of predatory satisfaction. Through Charles, the most powerful telepath on this planet, his consciousness became the invisible, unstoppable flood, a virus of pure will, seizing control over the custodians of nuclear arms. For a heartbeat, it was as if the world's heart stopped beating before plunging into a deadly convulsion of madness. At the North American Air Defense Command, the screech of a nuclear attack alarm, shrill enough to tear eardrums, exploded through the control center without warning. Order disintegrated instantly, and chaos swept through the vast hub, transforming it into a scene straight out of hell. On the giant strategic map, the usual red dots signifying incoming enemy missiles were nowhere to be seen. Instead, every marker for their own missile silos, strategic bomber bases, and ballistic submarine positions began to flash. One by one, like fuses being ignited, blinding red lights, signaling missile launches, flared into existence, spreading across the entire North American continent. My God, Broken Arrow. It's a full Broken Arrow alert. They're all of them, they've all launched. The commanding officer collapsed into his chair, his face drained of color, his voice ragged and inhuman. Moscow, in the Strategic Rocket Forces Command Center. Impossible. Is the system compromised? Despairing Russian voices echoed off the sealed concrete walls. On the consoles, the green lights that signified launch order confirmed blinked madly. No matter how frantically the operators slammed emergency shutdown buttons, no matter what override codes they keyed in, it was as futile as shouting into an endless void. The massive silo doors roared open at the command. Over the snowy expanse of Siberia, enormous plumes of smoke, bearing the scythe of death, lanced toward the heavens. A general stared transfixed at the out-of-control launch countdown scrolling across his screen, cold sweat soaking through his heavy uniform in an instant. Britain, France, China. At that very moment, similar scenes played out in every nuclear state around the globe. Rapid-fire alarms merged into a funeral dirge for humankind. Desperate officers bellowed into encrypted communications, trying to reach soldiers at the launch sites, but met only dead silence, or else incoherent, fanatic shouts echoing back at them with animalistic frenzy. On the global nuclear posture display, the world transformed into a true web of death. The arcs of every rising missile curled like venomous serpents from all corners of the earth, weaving a shroud of annihilation that covered the entire planet. On city streets and in quiet country towns, shrill civil air raid sirens erupted, shattering the peaceful lives of ordinary people. Baffled, people looked up, only to be overwhelmed a moment later by emergency alerts flooding in from television, radio, and every screen around them. Global nuclear meltdown. All nuclear missiles have launched. Targets unknown. Seek immediate shelter. Panic swept across the planet like a tidal wave. Cars blared and crashed into each other in wild confusion. Supermarkets erupted into chaos as frantic crowds trampled over one another for supplies. Parents clutched their terrified, wailing children and stared up at the sky in despair, as if expecting to witness the flash of total annihilation at any moment. The air was thick with a cold, suffocating sense of hopelessness. Faith crumbled. Order dissolved. Humanity's millennia of accumulated civilization proved heartbreakingly fragile against the reality that destruction could be unleashed with the mere press of a nuclear button. In the main control chamber of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Apocalypse stood, trembling with a feverish thrill as he absorbed the waves of global panic and chaos transmitted through Charles's consciousness. He spread his arms wide, unleashing a hoarse, fanatical roar that echoed through the dimly lit, crimson-tinted room. Mankind has no need for swords anymore, nor for laws and institutions, and even less for superpowers. You may dare to challenge God, but you will never defeat God. As countless nuclear warheads soared towards the heavens, Apocalypse seized the perfect vessel he had awaited for thousands of years and departed. As his roar faded, Apocalypse surveyed his masterpiece with immense satisfaction, gripping the vacant-eyed Charles, his ideal host, and leaving the chamber. Apocalypse was, in his own way, sentimental. He understood that riches unspent in one's homeland are a wasted triumph. And so he returned to Egypt. While the rest of the world remained paralyzed, reeling from the recent apocalypse, he could not resist putting on another grand performance. Listen, this is a warning to every human and every mutant. You have lost your way. But I have returned, and the final judgment is at hand. All the splendid towers you have built will fall, and a new era will soon begin. For the future of every one of you, your choices have run out. There's only one reason I deliver this message: to inform the strongest among you, those who possess great power. This world will soon be yours. At this moment, in every corner of the globe, North America, Europe, Asia, Africa, Antarctica, whether ordinary human or mutant, even the household cats and dogs who could understand language, all could hear his mad proclamation. Apocalypse had fully revealed the existence of mutants. What little had made the news before was barely a ripple. Now he had laid all his cards on the table. At Chen Nan's manor, Emma and Raven exchanged uneasy glances. What manner of being was Apocalypse, to possess such terrifying power? On the slopes on the outskirts of Cairo, Egypt, Apocalypse gazed at the distant city with an inscrutable look. This place felt alien to him. Slowly, he raised both his hands. If not for their betrayal, this would have become the center of the universe already. Now I have returned. In that instant, the world seemed to change color. Fierce winds howled, and a sandstorm, awakening like a primordial beast, began to sweep across the whole of Cairo. Elsewhere, in a hotel room, Mobius listened to Apocalypse's proclamation through Charles, and his expression darkened. Damn it, they actually let Apocalypse loose. I want to see how they plan to clean up this mess. Mr. President, sir, that man is in Cairo. At the Pentagon, the American Secretary of Defense convened an urgent meeting. Gentlemen, I don't see this as a bad thing, the president said calmly. Everyone in the room was perplexed. Their true ace in the hole, nuclear weapons, was now gone. How could America become great again without its nukes? Of course, it would take a bit of time to rebuild that arsenal. Meeting the bewildered gazes around him, the president revealed his trump card. Gentlemen, we possess the Sentinel robots. Now, while the entire world, especially China and Russia, are left vulnerable without nuclear weapons. He left his message hanging in the air. The seasoned politicians present needed no further explanation. With overwhelming Sentinel power, they could force their rivals into submission and utterly destroy any chance of rebuilding a nuclear arsenal. Therefore, I propose, deploy a massive force of Sentinel robots to Cairo at once. Suppress that self-proclaimed Jehovah. The president's voice surged with excitement. It's time to show the world what true strength looks like. Let's make America great again. The resolution passed almost instantly. Every hand shot up in unanimous approval. Thus began a new era of military adventure, launched under the banner of suppressing the gods. Back in Egypt, the air was still thick with dust and the scent of panic. In the distance, Cairo's modern skyline stretched beneath the fading glow of sunset. The Nile snaked like a silver ribbon. The roads teemed with traffic, and the din of a million voices filled the air. This ancient city of millions was still awash in its celebration of a world without nuclear arms, utterly unaware of the impending catastrophe. With eyes burning with an inhuman light, Apocalypse coldly surveyed the land he had once ruled, a harsh and barren realm where he'd slumbered for millennia. A faint but unmistakable weariness, mingled with utter disdain, flickered across his stone-hard features. Dust of a bygone age. His voice was low and thunderous, rumbling across the Cairo sky, every syllable radiating a power that made the very earth tremble. The filth of the past and of a new must all be wiped away. He said no more. Raising his arms in a motion of stark simplicity, it was as though he was tugging at the very roots of the world itself. An invisible, devastating wave of energy erupted from him like thunder, rewriting the very laws of existence. The massive granite stones, weathered by millennia of storms, began to collapse and weather away as if they were wax statues melting under a scorching sun. Sharp edges dissolved in an instant, the intricate veins of the stone scattering like wind-blown sand art, transforming soundlessly into dry, shifting grains. This unimaginable transformation happened in mere seconds. A towering pyramid shrank and crumbled, leaving nothing behind but an abrupt, monstrous dune. The field of disintegration spread like a plague, rippling outward from the city's edge at terrifying speed. Steel and concrete skyscrapers and residential blocks all fell prey to an unspeakable transformation. Solid concrete walls, as if gnawed by invisible swarms of termites, cascaded down in torrents, turning into searing rivers of golden sand. The steel reinforcements shrieked, a death rattle of metal twisting and snapping, before collapsing and merging into the sand flow. The pace of disintegration quickened, the area consumed expanding at an exponential rate. No longer was sand claiming a portion of the city. An unseen, colossal hand seemed to press the entire landscape into a blazing sandbox. Towers and high-rises collapsed silently in clusters like sandcastles, avalanching into the streets, which were themselves instantly buried beneath the surging dunes. Cars, trams, and those unable to escape, upon contact with the golden sandstorm, their bodies, clothes, and possessions instantly drained of color and life, dissolving into the furious maelstrom. The blare of alarms was drowned in an overwhelming, thunderous roar of sand, like the charge of 1,000 stampeding horses. The crowd scattered in terror, no better than a colony of startled ants, but the advance of the sand outstripped every living thing's wildest sprint. Some sought safety in buildings, only to find the structures themselves collapsing faster than they could flee. Some fell to their knees in prayer. Sand whisked over them, leaving behind a human-shaped mound, instantly formed and just as quickly buried. The army's armored vehicles had only just emerged from their base when the sand sucked down their treads. Gun turrets dissolved into sand, and in a hopeless barrage of gunfire, the soldiers were swallowed by the golden desert of death. Ancient mosques, with their exquisite carvings and murals, lost all detail in the passing cloud of sand, reduced in a heartbeat to rough, gritty silhouettes. Domes toppled, minarets snapped, and the sanctuaries of millennia-old faith returned to dust without a sound. Within mere minutes, the entire city skyline was utterly erased. In the center of this apocalypse, the figure of Apocalypse himself hung suspended, arms outstretched, as though receiving the worship of the newborn ocean of sand. Beneath his feet was no longer a city, but a freshly forged wasteland, a boundless, lifeless desert stretching to the horizon. The last rays of the sun cast over this new sea of sand, staining it an eye-searing, tragic, and heroic shade of bloodied gold. The once bustling avenues, the lively crowds, the weight of history, the brilliant lights of civilization, all of it had vanished without a trace, as if Cairo itself had never existed. Only a few lingering wisps of dust, infused with the powder of crumbled buildings and the ashes of countless lives, spiraled softly upward in the blazing heat, like the final, wordless sigh of this metropolis of millions. Nearly all life had been swallowed by the desert. Now, only the raging wind roared across this newborn wasteland, lifting sand and crying out with a sound like the wailing of lost souls. Apocalypse slowly lowered his arm, his violet eyes reflecting this pure desert, a world he had forged to be entirely his own. Charles knelt in terror atop the graveyard where civilization had disappeared in a heartbeat, his vacant eyes utterly devoid of expression. The old era is over. Apocalypse's voice spread across the empty sea of sand, cold and solemn. The new order shall be built upon the desert's golden grains. In the distance, a towering pyramid shimmering with prismatic light rose proudly beneath the sun, surveying the world like a solitary king. Apocalypse's gaze was already fixed across the ocean, upon that white building that symbolized the very summit of power. You stand guard outside. I will complete the unfinished rite. I must not be disturbed until I emerge, he commanded, then seized Charles and stepped through a rift in space straight into the heart of the pyramid. He could wait no longer. After thousands of years of yearning, this day had finally arrived. Even someone as composed as he could not suppress the surge of excitement coursing through him. As for those robots, they scarcely merited his attention. Or mere machines, after all. Modern technology was but a toy in the hands of mortals. His real concern was his peers, other beings like himself. Humans had never weighed much in Apocalypse's eyes. It was his own slaves who had once entombed him, and now, once more, he rose among the dead. Storm and the others nodded. All but Wolverine had already begun to imagine their coming dominion alongside him. Washington, D.C., the White House, heart of power. A colossal holographic projection from the future hovered at the center of the White House press briefing room, sending shockwaves across the world. They had truly acquired extraterrestrial technology. Before the eyes of the world stood cold, sleek titans of metal, the sentinels of the future, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Every inch of their design spoke of devastating power and absolute technological supremacy. Behind the podium stood the president, his face set and determined, his words broadcast live around the globe, echoing into households everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of the world, today we stand at the turning point of history. An ancient tyrant, Apocalypse, who seeks to rule the world by fear and enslavement, lurks in the shadows of Cairo. But humanity, free humanity, will never submit. The camera zoomed in as the president swung his arm emphatically toward the sentinel in the hologram. This is the product of American technology and willpower. Our sentinels of the future. They are not destroyers, but defenders of order, the sword of freedom. In just 1 hour, they will descend upon Cairo, put an end to the terror of Apocalypse, and proclaim to the world. Any force that threatens human freedom will be crushed beneath their feet. The scene shifts to a virtual battle simulation. Sentinel robots surge through Cairo's streets like a silver tide, explosions blooming across the simulated city, symbols of justice prevailing. Triumphant music swells to a fevered crescendo. America will once again lead the world into the light. The moment the speech ends, a tidal wave of cheers erupts across the country. Under the giant screens of Times Square, crowds wave the stars and stripes, tears mingling with pure ecstasy. In the streets of Los Angeles, car horns blare in a chorus of celebration, merging into a sea of sound. In quiet Midwest towns, neighbors pour out of their homes, embracing and shouting together in jubilant unity. Social media crashes in an instant. Hashtags such as Sentinels Unleashed, Long Live America, and Hail the President flood every feed. On live polling screens, the president's approval ratings rocket past historic highs, shooting straight for the clouds. A near-religious fervor sweeps the nation, as if, in this moment, America stands alone as humanity's beacon and savior. Inside Greyhound Bar, the air is electric, thick with the aromas of beer, fried chicken, and the restless pulse of excitement. The enormous TV screen freezes on the image of the president raising a clenched fist, while waves of deafening chants roll through the crowd. In a corner by the bar, a few young Asian men stand out, faces flushed with drink and emotion as they raise their beers. Did you see that? Now that's real power. That's civilization. Look at our technology, our nerve. Apocalypse? Nothing but trash compared to the Sentinels. Oh no, a slight, eager-faced youth chimes in obsequiously. That's right. Lewin is spot on. America is humanity's true hope. I've never been prouder to be American. He raises his voice deliberately, as if determined to make sure the white patrons nearby all hear every word. They laugh loudly, their words steeped in a brazen contempt for their roots, a clean break from their own heritage. As if disparaging their homeland might somehow elevate their standing here, win them faster acceptance in the blaze of this passionate melting pot. Nearby, a few white customers glance over, some curious, some amused, some sporting an almost imperceptible air of superiority. Their attention only stokes the young men's urge to perform. Just as the group is about to raise their glasses again and shout, "Long live America! Long live freedom!" A low, tightly controlled voice interrupts, laced with barely suppressed anger. Every eye in the bar swings toward the speaker as one figure stands abruptly, Wilson. He's the one known as Chen Nan's most zealous devotee. He had been sitting there in silence just moments ago, like a smoldering volcano barely held in check. Each word of flattery those men uttered, every insult they hurled at the homeland of their own host, was nothing short of an affront to his master. Wilson's massive, bear-like form advanced toward them step by step, each stride so heavy it made the others tremble in their seats. He came to a halt before them, his eyes burning with fierce intensity as he swept his gaze across every face, finally locking onto Lee Won with an unyielding stare. Wilson spoke without raising his voice, yet in that calm there was a force that shook their very souls. Every word landed like a sledgehammer on their hearts. If there were no China in the East. He paused, and a deathly silence fell over the bar. The air was so still, even the sound of breathing rang clear. Oomph, you yellow-skinned lot. In America, you're only fit to live your lives on your knees. Their faces changed at once, flushed red by the insult, but so timid they dared not utter a word in protest. Then, Wilson's voice suddenly rose, carrying with it the scorn of utter disdain and the weight of history. Drinking, are you? Do you really think you can just sit here now, act like respectable people, airing your empty opinions, belittling your own ancestors, looking down on the sacrifices of those who came before you? He seized a glass from the bar and slammed it down on the counter, the sharp crack of shattering glass jolting everyone to their senses. Open your eyes and see for yourselves. Without China, that backbone of the East, without that strength, that voice, do you really think you amount to anything at all? 100 years ago, heck, even 50, what place did people like you, with your yellow skin and black hair, have in America? Sure, even now the status of Chinese Americans isn't that high. But it'll get better. I've no doubt the younger generation will walk with more confidence. As for the others, Vietnam, you monkeys are masters at stabbing each other in the back. Cordell, who's more brash than you, building your so-called nation on the soil of our American military base? In Japan, let your heavenly locust try being roasted twice over at 6,000 degrees. Would any of you so much as dare to squeak in complaint? Having derided these lesser rivals, Wilson's glare was wild and unyielding. He didn't care about the others' self-deprecation. But these Chinese here, this man called Lee Won. Do you people even know how Chinatown came to be? No one knows better than I. Was it by groveling before America? What right did you have to claim a piece of prime downtown real estate? Without China, without the sacrifice of your ancestors, all of you, his gaze swept over Lee Won and the others, would be fit for nothing but crawling on your knees like dogs. Just setting foot in this bar, you'd have to wag your tails and beg for scraps. At these words, a dead silence descended over the whole bar. The only reason you get to breathe freely here, to strut about as proud Americans, to fawn and flatter as you do, is because there's a China, strong, unbowed, standing tall in the East. It was her very existence in the North in Vietnam that defeated the once invincible United Nations forces, forcing the world to think twice before trampling all Asians into the dirt. She made a nation that flaunted freedom and equality gradually reign in its deep-rooted arrogance and prejudice, compelled to respect her, even to fear her. Do you really think the elites of America are fools? But they don't see China as their greatest rival in the future. He jabbed a finger at Lee Win's nose, continuing his tirade. You've forgotten your roots. You belittle yourselves, thinking that by doing so you can truly blend in, that you'll be treated as one of their own? Keep dreaming. Look at their eyes. Really look at them. Wilson abruptly pointed to the white patrons around them, who instinctively averted their gazes or wore awkward expressions. To them, you'll always be Asians. The reason you're able to sit here and drink today isn't because they've suddenly become benevolent. It's because there's a mighty China in the East. The cry that the people have stood up echoed long ago. Yet here you are, still kneeling day after day, no better than useless mud that can't be shaped into anything. Lee Won and his companions flushed, the color draining from red to white to a sickly blue-green. Their mouths hung open, but not a word came out. Amidst the ruins of Cairo, at the base of the towering pyramid, the swirling vortex of energy for the possession ritual reached its apogee. Charles's consciousness, like a lone vessel in a raging storm, was torn apart by apocalyptic ribbons of violet energy, merciless and voracious. On Apocalypse's face glimmered an almost fanatic satisfaction. The culmination of millennia-old ambition was finally within his grasp. Standing sentinel-like statues were the four horsemen: Logan the Wolverine, Aurora the Storm, Warren the Angel, Noriko the Surge, each flanking their god. Above the pyramid, the sky tore open like fragile glass, fractured in an instant. Hundreds of enormous, deep blue portals, their edges simmering with unstable energy, burst open with a deafening roar. A chilling, inhuman will to kill swept down in a tidal wave, palpable and unstoppable. The sentinels of the future had arrived. Their streamlined, shadowy armor drank in the light. Energy pulses throbbing at each joint like a creature's breath. They sliced through the air with ghost-like speed, utterly silent, yet exuding an overwhelming aura of annihilation. Enemy attack. Protect the master. Aurora's shriek rang out, the clarion call of a gathering tempest. Her eyes blazed, swirling with storm clouds. She raised her arms high, and a raging hurricane, laced with thunderbolts powerful enough to shatter a warship, surged forward, transforming into a colossal dragon of lightning that roared toward the Sentinels. The Sentinels reacted with inhuman speed, logic overriding all. Sentinel Tactical Protocol, Alpha Sequence. Target, Mutant Codename Storm. Ability Analysis, Atmospheric Manipulation, Wind/Lightning. Threat Level High. Counter Strategy, Iceman required. Several Sentinels' chest cores flared with a biting, icy gleam. They did not unleash flames, but rather exhaled a torrent of bone-chilling air. Almost at absolute zero, Aurora's devastating thunder WRM collided with this freezing blast, and a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The raging tempest, lightning and all, was instantaneously frozen, transformed into colossal, twisted dragons of ice, crackling with imprisoned electricity. Thunder exploded within these frozen WRMs, shattering them in a storm of glittering frost and ice shards. What was even deadlier, the cold surge hadn't yet spent itself. Like the breath of some frost giant, it recoiled toward Aurora with irresistible force. She was caught off guard. Her lower body, along with the storm-summoning core of her powers, were instantly entombed in ice, thick as stone. The extreme cold gnawed into her very marrow, every movement frozen stiff as if she herself had become an ice sculpture, plummeting from the sky to crash hard against the unforgiving side of the pyramid. The ice shattered. Blood seeped from her lips and nostrils, seeping into the cracks. In an instant, she lost all ability to fight. Her fate balanced between life and death. Aurora. Warren's roar tore through the sky, engines howling to their absolute limit. His adamantium wings became blinding arcs of silver death, their razor edges shrieking with a bone-chilling wail as he dove straight for the head of the sentinel that was moving in for the kill. He moved so fast he nearly outran the eye, becoming a blur in the chaos. Sentinel Tactical Protocol Beta. Target, Mutant Codename Angel. Ability Assessment, Extreme Speed Flight, Adamantium Wing Blade Physical Attack. Threat Level, Moderate. Countermeasure, activate Colossus form with synchronized shockwave resonance attacks. The targeted sentinel's body flashed with hard, metallic hues, steel gray and unyielding. Its hardness and resilience surged. It didn't even attempt to dodge, simply angling its mightiest shoulder plate to take Warren's blade head-on. A deafening metallic crash thundered out, sparks erupting as his wings sliced a deep gash in the armor, but still failed to bite through. In the same instant, the reinforced sentinel opened its iron maw, and with stunning proximity unleashed a focused blast, a visible, high-frequency shockwave crashing out with devastating force. This shockwave wasn't just raw power. Its frequency was perfectly tuned, resonating with the exact vibration of the metal at Warren's wing's base. Under this double impact, a dreadful resonance reverberated. The adamantium wing's root, so long as pride, groaned in protest, fractured, and broke. The impossible had happened. At that same moment, the point-blank shockwave struck him like an invisible battering ram, slamming into his chest with crushing force. In a split second, blood and fragments of viscera burst from Warren's lips. He plummeted, angel wings broken, twisting in helpless disbelief and searing agony, tumbling down in a wild, uncontrolled fall toward the pyramid's steep base. Warren. Electricity sparked in Noriko's bellow. She hadn't imagined the Sentinels would be so ruthless. This wasn't battle. It was a massacre. Witnessing the gruesome fate of her companion, a surge of fury and terror ignited the raging storm of electricity within her. Her wrist guards flashed an alarming red and shrieked with the sound of overload. But she paid no heed. She unleashed all the energy she had gathered to the very brink, channeling it into two massive bolts as thick as pythons. The deafening roar of the high-voltage lightning chains lashed out like the vengeful whip of the thunder god, striking mercilessly at the cluster of sentinels pursuing Warren. Wherever the electricity swept, the air itself crackled and split, the acrid scent of burning ozone filling the space. Sentinel Tactical Protocol, Alpha Class. Target, Mutant Codename Surge. Ability Analysis, High-Energy Electrical Absorption/Discharge. Threat Level, Moderate. Countermeasures, Initiate Energy Absorption plus Energy Feedback. Several sentinels wheeled in an instant, their chest-mounted cores gleaming as they generated immense, spiraling vortexes of energy. The devastating current Nariko poured out with all her might was drawn in, hungrily and efficiently consumed by these swirling maelstrom, as if countless rivers were rushing to the sea. In response, the energy auras along the Sentinel's surfaces grew even more intense, burning brighter than ever. Nariko's despair deepened as she saw one of the Sentinels raise its arm and point a finger unerringly at the plummeting Warren. It directed a portion of the high-voltage energy it had just absorbed, now fused with its own power core's output, and compressed it into a focused, searing lance of incandescent plasma. A shriek of untamed power split the air. An explosive blast followed immediately after, as searing white light blazed, swallowing the battered, dying angel in an instant. Warren did not even have a chance for a final scream. His body was vaporized in a burst of plasma fiercer than tens of thousands of degrees, leaving behind only a few warped, scorched fragments of metal feathers, drifting and falling in the scorching air. Warren! Nariko's soul shook to its core, racked by grief and the backlash of her own expended energy, a bitter blow stabbing through her spirit. Her wrist guard burst apart with a thunderous crack, fragments scattering. Her own body quaked from the overload, the circuits within her pushed far past their limits. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She was left defenseless, her ability to attack utterly spent. Wolverine darted forward to shield her. Sentinel Tactical Protocol, Alpha Class. Mutant Codename, Wolverine. Ability Analysis, Extreme Regeneration, Physical Threat. At that moment, another Sentinel's cold, electronic gaze fixed on the defenseless Nariko. Its arm shifted and morphed in a blink, extending a set of adamantium claws gleaming with lethal and icy brilliance. With spectral speed it dove for her, claws slicing through the air with a shrill, rending cry, straight toward Nariko's unguarded heart. A sickening thrust, unstoppable, unrelenting. Nariko's body tensed, shock freezing her in place. The crackling storm in her eyes flickered like a candle in the wind before fading away, leaving only endless pain, regret, and, at the very last, a trace of peace as her life slipped away. Brother, finally, at last I can come and be with you. Nariko let out a long sigh, almost of relief. She could finally rest, freed of all burdens, at last able to seek out her dearly beloved brother. Like the tide ebbing away from the shore, the last traces of life faded swiftly from her. Her body went limp and collapsed. Shit, Nariko. Logan witnessed this incomparably tragic moment, and his beast-like roar shook loose debris from the pyramid's ancient stones. His eyes blazed crimson, his claws, as sharp as adamantium, sprang out with a metallic ring, burning with boundless fury and the necessity of undercover performance. Like a maddened beast, he launched himself at the Sentinel that had killed Nariko. Counter-strategy detected, phase disruption, phantom cat plus high-frequency oscillation cut interference. Multiple Sentinels closed in instantly. One Sentinel's arm snapped forward, energy blade shimmering with high-frequency vibrations, its edges blurred by the rapid oscillation. They didn't clash head-on with Logan's claws. Instead, precise fighting routines allowed them to expertly block and deflect, subtly altering the trajectory of his strikes. The numbing impact of the high-frequency vibrations made Logan's arms tingle and go numb. At the same time, another Sentinel's palm flickered with strange spatial ripples, slamming down onto the pyramid stone at Logan's feet. In an instant, the ground beneath him gave way. Caught off guard, Logan sank straight into the solid mass of the pyramid's stone base. Adamantium bones and his regenerative powers kept him safe from the crushing rock, but the heavy stone completely trapped him. He was rendered immobile for the moment, capable only of howling and struggling in vain. In less than 2 minutes, of the 3 knights, 1 was dead, 2 incapacitated, and 1 had been captured. The entire base platform of the pyramid now lay completely exposed between Apocalypse and the Sentinels. As the pyramid trembled once more, memories of death and loss surged back to him. Everything about this moment felt hauntingly familiar. The exultant frenzy on Apocalypse's face, the expression of millennial vengeance on the verge of fulfillment, suddenly froze. In its place, there blazed a rage capable of setting the world ablaze. Vile steel vermin, you dare trespass upon the domain of gods and slaughter their chosen? His roar split the very air. Apocalypse was forced to halt the ritual of possessing Charles's mind. His towering, mountain-like form surged forward, radiating a crushing destructive force as he crashed into the oncoming swarm of Sentinels. Purple energy seethed around him like molten lava, boiling and churning. In this instant, the Sentinel Army's tactical core switched to highest alert. Maximum threat elimination protocol engaged. Target, Apocalypse. Threat level, Omega. Eradication mode activated. A true battle of gods and monsters erupted. A brutal clash above the ruins of Cairo. Dozens of energy beams of all varieties, each capable of leveling a city in a heartbeat, tore through the air. Scorching lasers, beams of absolute zero, gravitational waves twisting space, and particulate torrents that unravel matter, each raining destruction upon Apocalypse. His eyes flashed with wrath, fists clenched. A dense, nearly tangible shield of deep violet energy burst forth, encasing him in impenetrable power. Thunderous explosions roared out relentlessly. The brilliant flare of colliding energies transformed Cairo's dusk into the brilliance of midday. The shield shuddered violently, erupting like a tranquil lake blasted apart by a boulder. Yet Apocalypse stood immovable, an ancient monolith amidst the storm. Not only did he remain unfazed, but with a backward sweep of his hand, he unleashed a thick, coiling beam of energy, twisting through the air like a violet scythe of death. Two sentinels who failed to dodge were grazed by the ray. Their once impenetrable armor crumbled in an instant, disintegrating into streams of photons and grains of sand, then vanished altogether without a trace. Pathetic. Apocalypse's voice rang with undisguised contempt. But the sentinel swarm showed no hint of emotion, their cold logic driving the machinery of death with merciless precision. Suddenly, one sentinel displayed the powers of Shadowcat. Its frame turned ghostly and translucent, passing through Apocalypse's formidable shield as if it no longer existed, phasing directly inside. Its arm, crackling with high-frequency energy blades, struck silently and swiftly like a viper's tongue, lunging for the vulnerable nexus along Apocalypse's spine. In the split second before disaster, Apocalypse's superhuman senses registered the threat. He twisted just in time. The energy blade missed his vital point, but carved a smoldering, bone-deep wound along his stone-like ribcage. For the first time, blood sprayed forth. Purple, flecked with golden sparks. Apocalypse let out a guttural sound of pain, forced through clenched teeth. At that precise moment, a fully armored sentinel seized the opening, engines flaring at maximum power. Its colossal metal fist, charged with earth-shattering force, crashed down on the shield. Simultaneously, another sentinel at his flank unleashed a powerful wave of high-frequency oscillation, assaulting both the shield's energy matrix and Apocalypse's own sense of equilibrium. The very glow of the shield flickered and visibly dimmed. Then came the frost chains of Iceman and the burning lance of Cyclops. The frigid blast, repelled by the shield, did not dissipate. Instead, a cluster of sentinels combined their will, concentrating the cold into several shimmering chains of biting ice, snapping toward their prey. The sentinels worked together seamlessly, every move dictated by the perfect calculus of artificial intelligence. The frost chains coiled with unerring precision, binding tightly around the fresh wound. An Arctic chill invaded, drastically slowing the wound's rapid regeneration. Without pause, yet another sentinel, already gathered in power, fired, its eyes erupting with an impossibly intense beam, a red-hot lance that could melt through steel, striking straight through the now frozen opening. A crackling eruption of energy as fire and ice met, a deadly combination, striking its mark with agonizing accuracy. The bitter cold severely hampered Apocalypse's regeneration, while within, the searing ray charred and cauterized his tissue, leaving it blackened. The unprecedented agony wrenched from this ancient titan a wild, earth-shaking cry of torment. For the first time, his mighty form wavered, staggering backward beneath the onslaught. His shield surged and flickered desperately, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Purple blood bubbled from the wound, streaming like a small river. Several Sentinel robots combined their efforts, and in an instant, a powerful magnetic field enveloped Apocalypse. Though they couldn't directly control him, they instead drew forth a torrent of steel from the underground, smashing relentlessly against the shield. Even more insidious, one of the Sentinels mimicked Gambit's abilities, silently channeling an immense surge of kinetic energy into a massive piece of pyramid debris right beneath Apocalypse's feet. A deep, thunderous blast shook the world. The colossal stone was transformed into a devastating high-energy explosive in the blink of an eye. The ferocious explosion hurled Apocalypse, whose balance was already broken and whose shield was on the verge of shattering, mercilessly through the air. The other Sentinels seized this fleeting opening. Their cold logic instantly assessed Apocalypse's vulnerability and exposed core weakness. His energy manipulation and chaos, and his regenerative ability gravely impaired. A specialized Sentinel's head flashed with an eerie red light. It unleashed not telepathy, but a powerful chaos field, precisely attuned to disrupt the brainwave frequencies unique to mighty mutants. It was a piercing, nerve-wracking shriek, like the scraping of a million nails on a blackboard, reverberating directly through his biological nervous system. Already mentally scarred, Apocalypse was instantly seized by splitting agony, his vision dimming, his movements slowed by a fatal stiffness. His mind seemed to boil over in sheer torment. Then came Sunfire's plasma annihilation bomb, crashing down alongside Havoc's focused, amplified energy blast. Seizing this golden opportunity, dozens of Sentinels, already aloft and long charged with power, began to channel a dazzling ball of annihilation energy between their hands, blazing like a miniature sun, pulsing with destructive force. At the same time, from below, dozens more Sentinels targeted the stunned and battered Apocalypse, unleashing titanic directed shockwaves. Together, they created an invisible corridor of force, amplifying the speed and power of that orb of destruction to its peak. A deep, electrifying hum, then a cataclysmic detonation, an unthinkable roar, light too blinding to behold. A ball of pure, white-hot energy, dozens of meters across, descended like the hammer of divine judgment upon the helpless Apocalypse. A wave of terrifying heat and force engulfed him in an instant. The explosion's brilliance even outshone the setting sun, bleaching all of Cairo and the Nile in ghostly white light. The pyramid was obliterated, leveled to the ground. When the world-ending glare and clouds began to fade, Apocalypse's silhouette appeared. He knelt on one knee atop scorched earth. His entire body was blackened, his stone-hard skin torn by deep fissures that gaped down to the bone, like the bed of a long-dried river. Blood flecked with gold and purple particles gushed unchecked from wounds all over his body, spilling onto the searing rocks and hissing as it touched them, rising in a purple mist. Every breath he drew was racked with searing agony, as though his very organs were being burned, each inhalation thick with the metallic tang of blood. The light that once surrounded him guttered, no more than a candle's trembling flame in the wind, and his massive frame shuddered, weakened to the core. This was a frigid, bone-deep dread, one he had never known in all his millennia of slumber or conquest, a coldness born of the primal instinct to survive. These soulless creations were nothing short of terrifying. Their strength, their tactics, their flawless replication and lethal synthesis of mutant abilities, each and every aspect of them seemed purpose-built to slay gods. Their very existence was the most ruthless, thorough refutation and mockery of his unwavering faith in the supreme evolution of mutants. A monstrous, inhuman roar tore from him. The abyssal fear and incandescent fury within Apocalypse ignited the deepest and most primal reservoir of his power. He drew into himself the energy from an annihilation bomb, hidden beneath the earth for thousands of years by the Celestials. That power surged through his body, transforming him into a violet supernova on the edge of collapsing in upon itself. Wounds split open, blood spattered violently, but he took no notice. With both hands crossed over his chest in a gesture reminiscent of tearing the universe asunder, he conjured in an instant a micro-black hole, devouring all light, distorting even the very fabric of space itself in its unstable, collapsing embrace. A monstrous gravitational force began dragging everything toward it. Countless Sentinels were pulled helplessly into its grasp. In Apocalypse's eyes burned a madness intent on annihilating all. With the last vestige of his willpower and lingering might, he hurled this cataclysmic core into the densest heart of the Sentinel horde. A deep, resonant vibration seemed to freeze time for an instant. And then a thunderous, cataclysmic detonation erupted. Words failed to capture the magnitude of the ultimate explosion. Space itself shattered like a brittle mirror. A colossal sphere of churning, chaotic light, formed solely of annihilating energy, expanded in utter silence, engulfing half the ruins of Cairo. And wherever it swept, whether it was the remnants of Sentinel robots, majestic golden pyramids, or space itself, everything, tangible and intangible alike, was demolished and vaporized, reduced to the most primordial swirls of particles and energy. Damn, I never expected Apocalypse was hiding such a doomsday device under the pyramid. Chen Nan stared, wide-eyed, into the distant realm of chaos. Charles's death was sheer misfortune. What about Wolverine? Probably still alive. Storm, it seemed, had perished as well. As the churning sphere of chaos finally faded away, or perhaps collapsed under its own exhaustion, all that remained was an enormous crater, a bottomless abyss, its rim slick with dark red magma, seething with hellish heat and the unsteady ripples of unstable space. The sky at last was emptied. More than 80% of the Sentinels, along with their teleportation devices, had been utterly erased by this single blow. The few broken machines that survived were left with shattered limbs, melted armor, darkened and sputtering power cores. Billows of black smoke curled up as they crashed, mere heaps of scrap, to the incandescent edge of the magma. Apocalypse hovered at the crater's searing brink. His body was like a shattered terracotta warrior, forcefully pieced back together and drenched in blood. The violet hue of his wounds had stained him a deep, sinister purple. Across his scorched skin ran countless cracks, some deep enough to expose bone, and within those fissures, faintly glowing veins of energy could be seen. His breath was shallow, barely perceptible, every inhalation burdened with the rattling cough of shattered organs. His strength was almost entirely spent. A bone-deep frailty, harsher than ever before, threatened to drown him. Looking down, he stared at his charred, fragmented palm, divine blood dripping steadily from his hand. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes blazing, seething with boundless hatred, a thirst for destruction, and a fleeting flicker of fear, fixed upon a distant point across the vast Atlantic. Gamblers, do you really think your advanced technology can slay a god? His voice was ragged, as if sandpaper scraped against stone, every word saturated with overwhelming fury. Technology? I was toying with that millennia ago. Do you even understand? It was as though space itself and the very air around him began to scorch and twist. Egypt became little more than a spot where a massive meteor had crashed to obliterate it from the map. Apocalypse lingered in place, gathering what little strength he could, regaining perhaps a third of his power. Then, driven by an unyielding will to destroy, he stepped into the faltering rift in space. His target, the heart of the United States of America, Washington, D.C. He would make those foolish gamblers pay the ultimate price, in blood and in flames, for their arrogance and their betrayal. Washington, early evening, the south lawn of the White House. The grand outdoor gala was in full swing. Champagne flowed, crystal glasses clinked, and politicians and socialites beamed with the confidence of rulers of the world. The president stood before the microphone, his voice resounding with fervor. Today, history will remember. It is the courage and wisdom of America that leads the world into a new era, an era shaped by us. Liberty. Suddenly, the sky turned as black as ink. A brooding mass of clouds gathered, suffused with a stifling, blood-tinged pressure of annihilation that blanketed all of Washington. Then, from a rupture in space, a figure, battered, dripping with strange violet blood, a demon risen from the deepest pit of a hellish blood lake, tore open the sky and appeared directly above the south lawn. All noise below died in an instant. A beat later, the air burst with screams of terror and panic. My God, what is that? A monster! That's the creature from the pyramid. Open fire. All units, open fire. Protect the president. Amidst the chaos, the president's Secret Service revealed its last, desperate trump card. With a shout, they drove their fists to the emergency buttons on their wrists. A deep, electrifying hum shuddered through the night. All around the lawn, hidden armored plates in the ground sprang aside, and 6 specialized sentry robots, smaller than the Cairo models but clad in heavier armor, emblazoned with the stars and stripes and presidential seals, launched into the air like guardian angels, ready for battle. These machines obviously existed as the president's ultimate bodyguards, a final, impenetrable line of defense. These elite Sentinel robots reacted with astonishing speed, their engine thrusters erupting with dazzling blue light. In an instant, they formed an iron wall, positioning themselves between Apocalypse and the president below, who was still reeling in shock. Target, high-energy entity. Threat level, extinction grade. Executing highest defense protocol, annihilation. A cold, synthesized electronic voice issued from the lead Sentinel's head. All 6 Sentinels moved in perfect unison. Energy shields activated. A pale blue barrier, shimmering with hexagonal patterns, instantly unfolded before them, engulfing the entire stage in its protective field. At that moment, weapon modules on their shoulders and arms unlocked in unison. High-powered lasers, miniature missiles, particle beams, and concussion pulses, all systems came online and locked onto their target in a fraction of a second, weaving a web of destruction with not a single blind spot. A relentless barrage surged toward Apocalypse as he hovered in the air. Boom! 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 Sparkskrackeld, Missilstricht. A ferocious storm of lethal energy beams and physical projectiles tore through the air, completely engulfing Apocalypse's figure in a torrent of steel devastation. Explosions lit up the air, swirling together with chaotic energy, sending out earth-shaking thunder. Below, the crowd was thrown off their feet by the shockwave. Glass shattered, debris flew everywhere, utter pandemonium. Take him down! Take him down now! Someone screamed hysterically from behind cover, a flicker of desperate hope sparking in their eyes. The president, hauled by Secret Service agents risking their lives, was scrambling in disarray, desperately trying to retreat into the passageway leading to the White House's underground bunker. But just then, the airspace engulfed by withering firepower was abruptly and forcibly cleared by an unseen force, dissipating both smoke and unruly surges of energy. Apocalypse's figure reappeared, fully aware of the deadly threat the Sentinels posed. He knew he had to finish this quickly. If the Sentinel swarm arrived, he might never have another chance to teach them a lesson they'd never forget. With a sharp sweep of his hand, he commanded the sand and dust from the ground to rise up like venomous vipers, coiling tightly around the Sentinel robots. Seeing this, the Sentinels instantly shifted their forms, bursting into searing flames in an attempt to incinerate the sand and free themselves from their restraints. Pitiful scrap iron. Apocalypse rasped with scorn, staring down at them as one would worthless refuse. If only there were hundreds of you, perhaps I'd actually be afraid. With that, he lifted his right hand, fingers splaying outward, then clenched the air as if seizing something invisible. A force field, intangible and operating on the most fundamental level of matter, surged outward from his palm in an instant. No violent explosion, no blinding brilliance, only the bone-chilling sound of matter dissolving. The 6 elite Sentinels, reduced to their elemental forms, instantly exposed their supercomputer cores. Swept by the field, they disintegrated like sand caught in the searing heat of the midday sun. Moments later, all their metal and circuitry collapsed like ruined sandcastles, turning into glittering metallic dust. The entire process happened as swiftly as a sand painting played at double speed. In merely a few dozen seconds, 6 elite Sentinels, the pinnacle of human defensive technology, together with all their unleashed attacks, were transformed, right before everyone's eyes, into drifting, shimmering metallic dust scattered by the wind. A deathly silence, a silence so absolute, descended upon the White House. Even those who were fleeing seemed frozen in place, as if a spell had immobilized them. The last traces of hope vanished from their faces, leaving only terror and despair etched deep into their bones. Apocalypse did not even spare a glance at the fading cloud of metal dust. In his eyes, there was only an icy resolve, the will to carry out final judgment upon the traitors. Slowly, he raised his hands once again, directing them at the ground beneath his feet, this land that symbolized humanity's highest authority and boldest ambition. A field of matter disintegration erupted violently, more ferocious and relentless than before. The gleaming white palace, along with its fortified underground bunkers stretching dozens of meters below, shook with a force that rivaled an earthquake. From the surface to the depths below, everything vanished in utter silence. Bunkers, weapons, even Air Force One. All were reduced to the most primal form, glimmering grains of sand that drifted away on the wind. The last flicker of horror in the president's eyes dissolved alongside his dreams of power, both crumbling into the dust of the universe. The heavy alloy doors, only halfway closed, disappeared as effortlessly as a sheet of paper. He realized it was all over. Yet even now, he underestimated what was to come. The Washington Monument, that white obelisk rising toward the clouds, seemed to be erased from the canvas of reality, inch by inch from its tip to its base, evaporating into thin air. The Lincoln Memorial, the Capitol building, the Pentagon. In this moment, every landmark bearing the weight of history, power, and ambition. Every bustling street, every crowded stream of traffic, every life running, crying, praying. All the tanks and jets mounting a desperate defense met the same fate under the pitiless sweep of the disintegration field, utterly annihilated. In just a few minutes, the heart of Washington, D.C. was brutally erased from the face of the earth. In its place stood a perfectly flat, flawlessly smooth, golden mirror, vast beyond comprehension, reflecting the blood-red remnants of sunlight in the sky, as somber and grand as a requiem. It was a harbinger of darkness to come. Countless people were swallowed by drifting sand. Countless others stared, dazed, as their vibrant city was turned into a desert in an instant. Floating above this newly forged dead zone, a mirror of hell itself, Apocalypse hovered, his shattered yet still terrifying figure reflected on the ground below like an ancient beast. He had expended every last ounce of strength. His body trembled violently, like a candle flickering in the wind, and he was on the verge of collapsing into the very desert he had wrought. Yet he forced himself to remain steady, and facing the smooth, golden desert that had devoured everything, he let out a laugh, so scornful it bordered on utter contempt, yet so weak that it teetered on the edge of despair. That mocking laughter echoed through the dead silence, steeped in the ultimate irony towards the so-called dreams of a superpower and the final, desperate struggle it had mounted. In that very moment, "It ends here, in Sabah-Nur." The voice was calm and gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority that pierced through all. The words rang clear in every ear, as if resonating directly within the depths of the soul. A shimmer of sparks flickered in the air, and from the folds of space itself, a bald figure stepped forth. Apocalypse froze in mid-action, violently disturbed. His eyes flickered with a fury tinged by supreme disdain as he looked toward the source of the interruption. Standing not far from him, she was clad in plain, almost humble yellow monk's robes. Her head was shaved, her face peaceful and serene, her gaze deep and fathomless, as if reflecting the stars of the cosmos in the stillness of an ancient well. She stood quietly, radiating not the faintest hint of power, an oddity among such all-consuming devastation. Yet, strangely, she seemed to be the very fulcrum of this shattered world. It was the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, a mere human ant. The corner of Apocalypse's deep violet lips curled into a smile of unrestrained contempt and cruelty, his voice rolling out like thunder, dripping disdain from the heights of godhood. "You dare call out the name of God? Who has given you the courage to stand before a god and seek to halt his judgment?" Violent purple energies writhed around him, gathering with even more fury. The destructive field braced to level not only this fearless mortal, but all of America in a single, obliterating stroke. Yet before Apocalypse's power, a force that could shake the world, the Ancient One's expression did not so much as flicker. She simply lifted her right hand, the gesture as effortless as brushing dust from her sleeve. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy. Instead, with the tip of her finger, she drew a single delicate line through the air before her. The fabric of space rippled outward like golden rings across a still pond. Those ripples, seemingly gentle, pulsed with a force of absolute order, transcending dimension, time, and any understanding Apocalypse could hope to claim. In an instant, Apocalypse felt a power descend upon him, one he could neither resist nor comprehend. The disintegration field he'd forged in his palm, capable of erasing city after city, snuffed out as suddenly as a candle flame. The ancient energy boiling within him, once fierce as molten lava, fell silent, frozen as if by an arctic wind, not so much as a single ripple stirring it to life. He tried to tear space asunder to flee or retaliate, but he found the very air around him hardened like welded steel, locking him in place. He could not move, not even an inch. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, he had been torn from reality and cast adrift into an endless void. The chaos of Washington beneath his feet, the panicked crowds fleeing in all directions, even the stream of time and space itself. All these things grew hazy, dissolving into nothingness. Only the woman before him, bald and clad in golden robes, remained utterly clear, like an unchanging lighthouse shining through eternity. For the first time, a sense of absurd isolation, as if he'd been separated from the fabric of existence itself, surged unmistakably into Apocalypse's mind, rendering him powerless. Yet what chilled Apocalypse to the marrow of his soul was that, in the instant she unleashed her power, he glimpsed, behind the facade of her tranquil eyes, vast and endless dimensions, and the flowing river of time itself. This was a realm he had never touched, not even dreamed of across thousands of years spent conquering worlds. The tier and stature of power embodied by this mortal before him were utterly beyond his reach. She did not rely on brute strength. Instead, she commanded the very foundation of this universe, time itself. For the first time, an inescapable dread, seared deep into the bone, twisted across Apocalypse's fractured, scorched, and monstrous face. It was the instinctive terror of a being confronted with higher-dimensional might. The destructive flames that raged around him were extinguished in an instant, as if doused by ice-cold water. The fury that burned within his eyes gave way to disbelief and an unspoken, ineffable awe. The strength he'd so long taken pride in, all his millennia of accumulated power, now seemed as insignificant as dust before this seemingly composed monk. Who are you? For the first time, Apocalypse's voice lost its haughty tone of supreme control. There was even a faint, barely detectable tremor in it. The Ancient One's reply was calm as ever, quietly unyielding. In Saban, you have crossed the line. Your ambition to destroy the kingdoms of humankind has thrown the balance of reality's dimensions into chaos. She paused, and her gaze cut straight and solid as steel to Apocalypse. Return to your Egypt, but if you ever again dare stretch your hand toward the heart of human civilization. Her eyes sharpened to a blade's edge. I will cast you into the rift of eternal oblivion myself, and you will know, truly know, what it means to be utterly lost to nothingness. Though her words were gentle, they fell upon Apocalypse's soul with the weight of a sledgehammer. He understood, without a doubt, that the Ancient One wielded absolute power to back her verdict. His colossal form trembled ever so slightly. Humiliation, resentment, and rage stormed in his chest. Yet under the crushing force of this immense and boundless presence, all those feelings were pinned beneath the cold, hard logic of survival. He cast one lingering look at the Ancient One, then swept his eyes over the world below, a world grown indistinct and spectral under the distortion of space. In the end, every emotion condensed into a single, stifled, and wounded growl that echoed with helpless bitterness. Forcing his surging blood and burning shame back under control, Apocalypse dared not utter another word. He summoned the last feeble traces of power that the Ancient One permitted him, and with great effort, withdrew from this mirrored world. At the portal, he cast one last, deep, and intricate look at the Ancient One, who stood calm and steadfast, as if trying to etch her silhouette onto the depths of his soul. Then, battered and bruised, drained of all strength and simmering with unspoken frustration, he stepped into the rift and vanished from sight. The Ancient One watched the spot where Apocalypse had disappeared, the ripples in space slowly settling. She let out a gentle sigh, as though she had just completed some trivial task. She raised her hand once more and, with a graceful gesture, brushed over the ruins of Washington, decimated moments earlier by Apocalypse's might. A soft, emerald light washed over the land like a warm, gentle tide. The millions who had been buried beneath Apocalypse's destruction were restored, the once terrified crowds now soothed, their panic replaced by jubilation at having survived the ordeal. If not for the swirling gales of sand still howling in the air, one might have thought that death and devastation had never come at all. The world returned to its rightful order. In the minds of ordinary people, the apocalyptic destruction became vague and indistinct, fading as if it were nothing more than a fleeting nightmare. As silently as she had arrived, the Ancient One disappeared, leaving behind only the shocked, bewildered crowd on the south lawn, and in the underground bunker, a president as pale as a ghost, trembling on legs as weak as if he had just clawed his way back from death's door. The Ancient One actually intervened. The time stone truly is incredible. Chen Nan, who had witnessed all of this firsthand, could not help but feel deeply moved. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his gaze suddenly froze. Not far away, newly returned from Egypt, the Ancient One was watching him quietly. Though Washington had narrowly escaped utter annihilation, the harrowing scene made it clear that the world itself was teetering on the verge of the abyss. Master Ancient One, I've long admired your reputation. Chen Nan greeted her with easy composure, yet his fingers tightened imperceptibly, clutching the space stone firmly in his palm. The power of the Infinity Stones held each other in check, and the Time Stone's invisible and enigmatic force was the most unpredictable of all. Faced with the supreme sorcerer who had guarded the earth for centuries, the slightest lapse in vigilance would mean being trapped for eternity in the river of time. Care for chat? The Ancient One's voice was calm and placid, as if inviting an old friend for a casual conversation. I'd be delighted. Chen Nan's lips curled slightly. In the blink of an eye, the bustling cityscape faded into quiet, and together they found themselves in a serene cafe, steeped in the rich aroma of coffee. A young man in modern attire and a monk exuding an air of transcendence. This unusual pairing drew a few curious glances from the scattered patrons. I must admit, I'm rather puzzled. Chen Nan leaned in slightly, locking eyes with the Ancient One, whose gaze seemed to penetrate everything. I've never thought myself capable of destroying the world. So what brings the Sorcerer Supreme herself to pay me a personal visit? He gently stirred the coffee in her cup, and the rich brown liquid spun into a tiny whirlpool. Indeed, you have never overstepped your bounds. If not for the early awakening of the apocalypse and the sudden appearance of the Sentinel robots, which disrupted the established flow of time, I might never have sensed the arrival of someone like you in this world. She looked up, her deep gaze seeming to penetrate the mist of time and space. I used the time stone to peer into your past and your future, yet all I saw was a chaotic haze behind you, while the future lies in utter upheaval, tossed into turmoil by your presence. Her tone grew even more solemn. Your very existence is a great variable, an unknown danger. Can you ease my doubts? Your origins disturb me deeply. To verify Chen Nan's existence, she had probed with the time stone countless times. Each time, it felt as though she were lost in a fog, unable to find her way. His fate was unlike that of ordinary people. Others possess countless forks and alternate possibilities in their lives, but he seemed to walk a single, obscure yet extraordinarily unwavering path, with no end in sight. More than once, she had considered erasing such an anomaly, but every time the thought surfaced, the time stone issued a powerful warning. The shadow of death prickled at her like thorns, making her reluctant to act rashly. Me? Chen Nan met her searching gaze calmly, his voice firm. A true-born son of Earth. There's no doubt about that. Young man. Gu Yi's voice carried a faint note of compassion. Every choice you make twists the time stream further from what was meant to be. It's not my will to constrain you, but I ask only one thing. Remember this always. Never stand against Earth. Chen Nan understood the sincerity in her words. This sorceress before him lived her vow of protection with every breath, truly deserving the title supreme. He knew as well that as long as the fate of Earth itself was not in peril, this guardian would never meddle with the rise and fall of the mortal world. Not only will I never harm Earth, Chen Nan pronounced each word with careful solemnity, I will do everything in my power to protect it. In that, I believe you. Gu Yi gave a slight nod. Her request for assurance stemmed from the time stone's inability to show her any details of what Chen Nan's protection of Earth might entail, or at what cost. In that case, Master Gu Yi, you can rest easy. Chen Nan's face broke into a relaxed smile as he lifted his coffee cup in a casual toast, as if some silent understanding had been reached. His unexpected gesture drew a faint smile to Gu Yi's lips. She took it in stride, raising her cup with grace and sipping lightly. Setting down her porcelain cup, Gu Yi shifted the topic. I see that you have already mastered the space stone. Tell me, have you any interest in the ways of magic as well? The abrupt suggestion left Chen Nan momentarily surprised. What is it? Do you doubt my sincerity? Gu Yi asked, her tone laced with a rare hint of playful teasing. Isn't the secret magic of Camartage supposed to be a hidden art, known only to its own? Chen Nan said bluntly. Camartage doors are always open to every sincere seeker of the mystic arts. The Ancient One replied with a solemn expression. Then, her tone shifted to the heart of the matter. Your physical strength is formidable, and your mutant powers are among the very best. However, you are missing one crucial thing. The means to fight against beings from other dimensions, those dark and ancient gods. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of the cafe, reaching far into the depths of the cosmos. I have glimpsed the coming days. Cataclysm is approaching the multiverse. In that moment, Earth will need you to stand and defend it. There was a hidden weight behind her words, as if she was bound by some unspoken law that prevented her from saying everything outright. Yet Chen Nan instantly grasped her meaning. For all his strength, he now saw his fatal weakness. Against higher dimensional threats, he was deeply vulnerable. She gently blew on the steaming coffee, falling into silence, and patiently waiting for Chen Nan to give his answer. Knuckles tapping lightly on the tabletop, Chen Nan pondered for a moment. Resolve flashed across his eyes. Give me a few months. Let me settle my affairs, and I will come to Camartage in person. Very well. There was a fleeting trace of relief in the Ancient One's eyes. She slowly drew the wide hood of her robe over her head, and before disappearing, gave Chen Nan one last long look. If the future brings upheaval beyond foreseeing, then Earth, I leave in your hands. Her voice carried a heavy sense of entrustment, nearly solemn. I believe you will do even better than I did. I'll be at Camartage, awaiting your arrival. A glowing portal unfolded silently behind her, swallowing her up in an instant. Through the still closing gateway, Chen Nan caught a glimpse of Camartage, the magnificent peaks blanketed in snow, breathtaking in their grandeur. The portal vanished, leaving Chen Nan alone in the quiet of the cafe. Learning magic? Are they hoping to pass the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme onto me? Chen Nan lowered his head, the ghost of a smile playing at his lips. He had just glimpsed the root of the Ancient One's power, an affinity with magical energy as natural as moving one's own hand or foot. That must be the foundation of the future Dr. Strange's abilities as well, he thought. Unlike mutant genes, which require certain conditions for activation, his body was already a natural vessel for magic from the beginning. Not to mention, Doctor Strange was chosen by the eternal gods themselves, a successor with boundless potential. Meanwhile, the whole world was still reeling from shock and lingering dread. In the space of just 2 days, the shadow of nuclear warheads in flight, the despair of Apocalypse's world-ending threat, the sudden appearance of sentry robots, scenes playing out like apocalyptic cinema, unfolding before everyone's eyes. Just as Apocalypse was poised to destroy everything, that mysterious figure appeared like a savior, tilting the entire balance and driving Apocalypse away. While the outside world remained gripped by panic and disbelief, Chen Nan had no time to pay them any heed. He was thoroughly absorbed in what he deemed a far more important task, systematically enhancing the women around him. While he couldn't propel them directly onto the exalted plane of Omega class, he was able to ensure they took a solid step forward on the road to alpha status. The next morning, as Chen Nan was leisurely enjoying his breakfast, Jiliu's call came through. "Boss, Medal is desperately asking to see you." "Medal." Chen Nan swallowed his strawberry and smiled knowingly. "Looks like he can't sit still any longer." "Exactly." Jiliu's voice was tinged with barely contained glee. That former president, after forcing those wild maneuvers, nearly dragged the whole country down with him. Now, he's a national pariah, the most hated man on the street. The public's outrage is about to tear Capitol Hill apart. Resigning in disgrace? It's his only way out. The vice president's seat is up for grabs, and Medal, his eyes are practically popping out. Hellfire Club, top floor reception suite. Medal. Chen Nan eased comfortably against the sofa, idly spinning a finely crafted emblem between his fingers. His tone was calm, the voice of a man with everything under control. "What did I tell you? If Jimmy could hold the presidency, then there's no reason why you can't, Medal. Now, do you finally believe me?" "Edal, I totally believe you." Medal's face was plastered with a sycophantic smile as he leaned forward, putting on his most deferential air. "Sir, your methods are simply beyond human comprehension. Jimmy has slunk away in disgrace." So, he rubbed his hands together, eyes sparkling with barely concealed excitement and longing as he fixed Chen Nan with an intense stare. According to the Constitution of America, if the president is for any reason unable to fulfill his duties, the vice president immediately assumes the office for the remainder of the term. There was plenty of precedent for that. Yet with only a year and a half left in Jimmy's term, Medal's ambitions clearly went far beyond the mere title of interim president. "Medal." Chen Nan set the emblem aside and looked at him sharply, his gaze burning bright. "I'm prepared to use every resource the club possesses to secure your victory in the next presidential election and ensure that you're successfully re-elected." But, he paused, switching suddenly to lay down his terms. Medal's heart pounded like a drum. The Hellfire Club, with its sprawling network spreading across every state, was the gilded ladder he'd dreamed of climbing his entire life. "Say it. Whatever the condition is, I agree," he promised eagerly, unable to hide his anticipation. Chen Nan fixed him with a steady, unblinking gaze. His demand came out slowly, yet the words hit Medal like a bolt of lightning, draining all color from his face. His body jerked so hard he nearly slid from the sofa. "I want you to formally transfer the jurisdiction of the Hawaiian Islands to my organization. I intend to establish my own sovereign enclave there." Medal instantly went sheet white, hands quivering uncontrollably. This wasn't partnership. It was more like being forced at gunpoint to sign away his legacy in infamy. If he really signed his name to this treaty, then in the history textbooks of America, the name Medal would forever be listed alongside national traitor, condemned and spat upon by countless generations. A surge of humiliated wrath rushed to his head, making him stand up almost instantly, his movements stiff and resolute. For once, dignity triumphed over greed. He had to walk away. "Your Excellency, White King," his voice was as cold as ice, "forgive me, but I refuse to bear such infamy for all eternity." With that, he straightened his back and turned a stride toward the door. He was not one of those shameless men who greedily clung to power at the cost of infamy. Somewhere deep within him, a stubborn flicker of pride remained. Chen Nan watched his rigid silhouette, a wry smile playing at the corner of his lips, as though admiring an entertaining show. He spoke languidly, his voice soft but piercing like a frosty awl, striking precisely at the courage Medal was barely holding on to. "Apocalypse is still alive, you know." With the faintest sound, Medal's hand barely touched the doorknob before his whole body froze, as though struck down by some invisible hammer. "Apocalypse alive." Those words, like an incantation, pulled him back in an instant to yesterday's doomsday. The bustling streets of Washington dissolving into a desert of endless sand beneath a blinding blue light, the hopeless wails still ringing in his ears. That apocalyptic power, that feeling of powerlessness as insignificant lives were crushed, terror rose, icy and unrelenting, drowning out every shred of his so-called pride and dignity. Time itself seemed to halt. He did not know how long he stood there before. Shuddering violently, he finally snapped back to himself. Though the late autumn chill cut to the bone, he was slick with cold sweat, his heavy suit cold and clammy against his back. He turned around, lost and distraught, all color drained from his face. His steps faltered as he stumbled back to the negotiating table and collapsed onto the sofa, his voice desperate and hoarse. "Your Excellency, White King, I don't understand why you require so much land. With your wealth and influence, running for governor would be child's play. I would do everything in my power to support you." He was nearly pleading now. "For the sake of our past cooperation, I beg you to reconsider. I cannot bear to be a villain in history." Chen Nan shot him a brief, detached glance. His tone was mild but brooked no dissent. "For now, I suppose we are still partners. So let me offer you another path. You resign voluntarily, step aside, and let someone else take this seat. Wait until they have signed a contract. Then you can return." Chen Nan's tone was casual, yet it sealed the fate of countless people. Metal sat there as if he'd been struck by lightning, his mind utterly blank. Better him than me. The old saying rang hollow now. This was sacrificing another to save oneself, plain and ruthless. He could already imagine the wheels of history crushing his colleagues to dust. A wave of immense sorrow seized him. Sorrow for this irresistible decline, and for the once mighty empire that stood before it. America! His heart cried out in silence. In the end, all his struggle melted into a heavy sigh. It was as if all strength had been drained from his body. He stood up with great difficulty and excruciating slowness, as though he had aged a decade in a single moment. He didn't spare Chen Nan another glance. Hollow-eyed and dazed, he shuffled out of the office like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Chen Nan gazed at the closed door, his expression unreadable. The law of the jungle. Might makes right, the strong prevail, and the weak perish. That is the world's cold rule. It cares nothing for justice, only for power. Mercy was never his trait. His leniency was merely a strategy, a way to reinforce his own power. He bore no personal grudge against Apocalypse. In fact, the two of them were kindred spirits of sort. There was purpose behind leaving Apocalypse, that living time bomb, unchecked. Only a living threat, one capable of destroying the world, could serve as his sharpest bargaining chip, keeping the mighty politicians awake at night, forcing them to the negotiating table. If Apocalypse were dead, who would shoulder the infamy of world-destroying Demon King? Who would see this impossible task to its end? In a sense, Apocalypse was his indispensable strategic partner. As promised, Metal publicly declared that he lacked the ability to lead the nation in its hour of crisis. He refused the presidency and, in a display of passionate self-sacrifice, announced his resignation, claiming he needed to reflect deeply and find himself anew. Since he could not change the outcome, he could only cut himself loose in the manner most advantageous. Whatever else history remembered, he would not be its villain. With Vice President Metal suddenly abandoning the presidency within arm's reach, that enormous opportunity came crashing down without warning onto the next in line for succession. Speaker of the House, Michael Vitt. If there was ever a moment of stunning reversal, this was it. He could barely repress the urge to throw his head back in laughter. All this disaster had been wrought by the arrogance and folly of his predecessor. But now, Michael Vitt, stood as the chosen one, the man who would rise to meet the nation's darkest moment. Eager beyond measure, he hosted a grand inauguration in New York. Camera flashes bathed the stage. Dignitaries flocked from every quarter, and the roar of the crowd swelled like a tide. Standing at the podium, Michael brimmed with pride, poised to deliver a rousing speech and paint a vision of America reborn from the ashes beneath his leadership. Without warning, a column of blinding blue light split the sky and struck with surgical precision at the very front of the grand ceremony. A violent energy wave toppled bouquets and banners alike, sending everyone reeling in chaos. Amid the swirling smoke and debris, that nightmare figure appeared, floating in the air in ancient armor, skin a ghastly blue-gray. Apocalypse had returned. The gaze of the global live broadcast instantly locked onto this uninvited guest. The smile on Michael Witt's face froze in an instant. His mind thundered with a deafening silence. It went completely blank, as if his blood had turned to ice. Hadn't he been driven off by that mysterious powerhouse? Happy to be back again. In the mere blink of an eye, a chilling thought cleaved through his confusion like a bolt of lightning. Metal. Damn that Metal. He hadn't resigned in disgrace at all. He had seen right through this position. He knew it was a powder keg, a scapegoat waiting to happen. Michael had been utterly, thoroughly set up by him. A wave of primal fear surged over him, but the unyielding gaze of the global cameras never left. As a new president, he could neither show fear nor flee. Swallowing his panic, he forced down the frantic pounding in his chest. He drew a deep breath, made himself step forward, and strove to keep his voice steady, trying to project strength though a hint of desperation lingered behind it. Your Excellency, Apocalypse. The tragedy in Washington is still fresh in our minds. Do you not think you've done enough? Must you reduce New York to ruins as well? He deliberately raised his voice. Let me remind you, that warrior who drove you away, his authority is not to be defied again. Have you really forgotten the lesson you learned last time? Are you prepared to bear the consequences of provoking his wrath once more? This statement, neither servile nor overbearing, with just a subtle hint of borrowed power, spread live across the world, instantly winning cheers and applause from countless viewers at home. That's the spirit. That's the tough president we need. Suspended in the air, Apocalypse let out a deep, oppressive laugh that rattled the very air. Ah, well-spoken, speaker, no president. Your tongue is sharper than that fool who came before you. Apocalypse's voice rolled through the air like distant thunder. But you're mistaken. I did not come today to fight. He looked down over the terrified throngs and the flickering cameras, and his tone dropped, cold and commanding, brooking no refusal. I have come to demand a homeland, one where my displaced mutant brethren may finally find peace and belonging. At these words, silence fell over the entire scene. Michael felt his heart sink. His worst fears seemed on the verge of coming true. Across the world, television audiences erupted in uproar. My God, is he here to claim America? Damn mutant freaks. Get out. Defend our homeland. We'll never surrender. Talk's cheap, buddy. If you got the guts, get up there yourself. The officials on site turned pale, whispering desperately as panic spread. Michael forced himself to remain calm and said, Your Excellency, there are not so many mutants. We can designate special communities, even an entire town if needed, to accommodate you. As president, I can authorize this right now. Town? Community? Apocalypse reacted as if he'd just heard the world's greatest joke, his voice thick with disdain. You old foxes have been plotting for so long. Do you really take me for a beggar on the street? Then what is it that you want? Michael spat out the words through clenched teeth, the veins at his temples bulging with rage. Apocalypse slowly raised a single finger, pointing far toward the Pacific Ocean. His voice was clear, echoing to every corner of the room. I want the Hawaiian Islands. My offer is $1. For a lease term of 100 years. Such a modest demand surely won't trouble you too much, will it? $1? 100 years? Hawaii. Damn it. That's outright robbery. Shameless. Bandit. A torrent of furious voices broke out, from the hall to the entire globe. Anger swelled to its peak. Michael Vitt was so furious, he shook all over. He pointed at Apocalypse in the sky and roared with rage. Apocalypse. This is naked pillage. This is nothing short of invasion. Congratulations, Apocalypse's voice suddenly turned icy, as if a polar wind had swept through the hall. You got it right. This land, didn't you snatch it from the original people all those years ago? Well then, if you could take it, why shouldn't I? Terrifying blue energy whirled violently around him, coalescing into a storm so intense it made the heart tremble. The sky darkened in an instant. Gazing down upon the council of old foxes, Apocalypse delivered his ultimatum. I'm giving you 3 minutes to decide. Will you sign or not? His gaze was as sharp as a blade of solid ice, stabbing through them. Of course, refusal is an option too. I would be more than delighted to turn the entire North American continent, just like Washington, into a barren, lifeless desert for all eternity. With Apocalypse's ultimatum crashing down like thunder, it was as if the entire world had been pressed into silence. Officials and dignitaries at the scene, billions watching through television screens, everyone held their breath. After that deathly stillness came a wave of sharply divided reactions. Across America, gloom and despair settled over every citizen, a hopeless shadow cast over the nation. But on the far side of the ocean, people in countless countries could scarcely suppress their laughter. Some even found themselves applauding, unable to resist. For once, evil meets its match. Uncle Sam, so used to throwing his weight around, had finally run up against something unmovable, finally got a taste of being robbed in broad daylight. How just the wheel of fate turns after all. Americans are no fools. That lifeless expanse where Washington once stood, still so thick with the scent of death, was the most horrifying warning anyone could imagine. The scale of property loss, the cost in human lives beyond measure. Compared to the fate of the entire nation, the Hawaiian Islands, far away and small in size, no longer seemed quite so unthinkable to give up. In this moment, keeping the bigger picture intact was far more realistic than risking the wrath of the madman standing before them. Inside a quiet chamber of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One gazed at the images reflected in the water mirror and shook her head in resignation. That rascal, hiding behind the banner of apocalypse and playing a masterful game of using another's hand to do the dirty work. Far off in Cairo, Apocalypse himself was engrossed in constructing his new world order when he sensed the all-too-familiar wave of energy and heard the proclamation that now reverberated across the globe. Fury threatened to shatter his composure as he clenched his teeth so tightly they nearly cracked. That damned imposter. Not only does he brazenly masquerade in my name, deceiving the world, but he slanders my reputation while lurking in the shadows to reap all the benefits. The fires of anger blazed in his eyes, but he forced himself to keep them contained. The era when he ruled with absolute power had long since faded into history. To act rashly now would be the height of folly. He paused, reining in his rage. The world's eyes were fixed on this crisis, while countless people secretly wondered, would America once more find its backbone and clash with this madman, even at risk of mutual destruction? But reason whispered a different answer. Unless the entire White House suddenly lost its sanity, there was no chance such a conflict would happen. And so, the final outcome unfolded, just as cold logic had predicted. All the trappings of democracy, congressional debates, public hearings, seemed faintly ridiculous, even pitiful, beside the specter of annihilation. America, the former global superpower, was forced to swallow this bitter fruit in humiliation, clenching its teeth to keep from crying out. It was as though the entire country's heart stopped beating for a moment, then plunged into a bottomless abyss. Is it theft when I take, but not when you do? This question, sharp with the irony of history, echoed like a curse in every American's mind, searing them with shame, an agony that pierced to the bone. Across the nation, a mournful, furious cry rose in unison. November 18th. This date, like a hot brand, was seared deeply into the memory of the nation. A day of national humiliation. When the news reached Hawaii, 1 million residents were collectively stunned. Liberty Isle? Paradise for mutants? But what about their own homes? Who would keep them safe now? A tidal wave of outrage engulfed the islands. Furious voices condemned the White House's cowardice and impotence, and reviled Apocalypse's cruelty and tyranny. The thought of sharing an island with these supernatural neighbors, with no say over their fate, sent a flood of terror crashing over the people. Beneath the Damocles' sword of destruction, every struggle seemed hopeless. The new president, Michael Vett, his face white as a sheet, gripped his pen with trembling hands. Summoning all his strength, he finally managed to sign his name on the lease agreement, a document embodying endless humiliation. The scratch of the pen across paper sounded like the very wail of American sovereignty being torn apart. The sky over Hawaii had collapsed. America's once proud legend was, in that moment, stripped of all its illusions, revealing its raw and fragile lifeblood. Suspended high in the air, Apocalypse looked down at the devastated crowd below and let out a strange, ambiguous chuckle. He descended gracefully, landing beside the nearly collapsed Michael Vetter. With that armored hand of his, he gave the president's trembling shoulder a firm yet measured pat, his voice oozing a nauseating sort of reassurance. Don't be so downhearted, Mr. President. Think back to how your people treated the Native Americans. History has a way of repeating itself, doesn't it? This malicious reminder, broadcast live to the world, made countless Native American descendants clap their hands in delight. Watching this devil bluster on his own soil and then transform into a bolt of blue light, vanishing in utter arrogance, Michael Vetter felt the air leave his lungs. His vision spun black, and he collapsed backward, striking the ground stiffly. Mr. President! Cries of alarm erupted. The scene descended into chaos as officials and security guards scrambled, hauling the stricken president away for urgent medical care. Even as this earth-shaking spectacle rocked the entire globe, a voice, calm yet resonant with supreme authority, sounded oracle-like directly in the minds of tens of thousands of mutants across the world. All scattered brothers and sisters of the mutant kind, if you yearn to cast away your chains and bask in the sunlight of true freedom, Liberty Island will open its arms to you in 6 months' time, welcoming every mutant and altered soul who dreams of peace. Chen Nan bestowed upon this splendid isle a new name and a new calling, Liberty. The half-year buffer was time allotted for the island's original inhabitants to either relocate or to choose to stay. He had no intention of forcing all the natives to leave, but at Liberty Island's very heart, the future belonged to mutants. When the time came, unwavering laws would be set. Any mutant living on the island would be strictly forbidden to abuse their powers to oppress others or sow chaos. But his vision reached much further. He would transform Liberty Island into a haven for the world's elite mutants. Whether born with their gifts or awakened by fate, any who possessed ability and potential would be welcome. When the greatest mutant powers of this planet gathered beneath his banner, Liberty Island would at last be a true sanctuary of the extraordinary, and the force at his command would become boundless, inexhaustible. This psychic beacon of hope, after briefly illuminating countless shadowed corners and unleashing a delirious longing, gave way to an even deeper, more heartbreaking silence. Chen Nan's consciousness stretched across the globe like an invisible net, distinctly sensing, in the depths of each mutant's soul, the cold reality each one carried. In the fetid depths of New York's sewers, a girl crouched beside a mound of refuse, her webbed hands folded to her chest. Her hollow eyes caught the flickering light spilling through the cracks of a manhole cover above, the pale blue of electronic billboards hawking Hawaii's sunlit shores. Sunshine on Liberty Island? The very thought was so bright, so dazzling, that she instinctively buried her deformed hands deeper into the filth and shadows around her, overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. Far away in Serbia, in the freezing attic of a crumbling apartment building, a teenage boy jerked his hands, scaled and tipped with razor-sharp claws, back beneath a tattered blanket. A call, pure as music from the heavens, echoed in his mind, but the fragile spark it kindled in his eyes was just as quickly snuffed out. For him and his fiercely protective grandmother, the numbers flashed before him were nothing but a cruel, incomprehensible sum, more than he could ever hope to possess. A decent meal was a daily struggle. Freedom grand as the sea and the stars was simply beyond reach, a luxury reserved for a distant world. In some shadowy corner of Eastern Europe, inside the iron cage of a grim, secret laboratory, a boy whose whole body was sheathed in stone-hard skin heard a voice that reverberated straight into his mind. His clouded eyes flared with sudden, burning resolve. But then, the weighty chains binding him rattled with a heavy clank, and the brutal, chilling reality crushed whatever hope had just flickered in his gaze. Hope is a double-edged sword. While it shines a radiant vision of Liberty Island, it also casts into sharp relief the abyss that separates countless mutant kin, a chasm forged by poverty, bodies locked in cages, the scorn of society, and overwhelming isolation. For far too many, the road to paradise remains blocked by the frozen thorns of relentless reality. Some freedoms are born as luxuries, and for them, even the mere qualification to buy a ticket called hope had long been stripped away by a merciless world. The silent, sweeping sigh that rippled through the souls of mutants everywhere was a resonance of despair, heavier than any curse. In that moment, the reason behind Charles's growing serenity, gentle tolerance, and compassion suddenly became clear to Chen Nan. It was a mercy forged in the hellfire of human suffering, a light tempered by shared tribulation. The next instant, he appeared deep within a desolate canyon. The thunder of rushing water masked the secrets hidden in the sheer cliffs, where a colossal cave entrance, wide enough for several helicopters to fly through side by side, gaped like the maw of some ancient beast. His arrival triggered the most piercing alarm in the base. Within a heartbeat, a storm of bullets, deadly and unrelenting, erupted from the shadows within the cave, pouring toward him like a metallic tempest. Chen Nan's eyes narrowed. He simply lifted his hand with casual grace. An invisible force field instantly unfurled, a wall of pure might that halted the shrieking river of metal just an inch before him, as if they had hit a steel barricade. Then, with the barest movement of his finger, crack, 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 the suspended bullets suddenly reversed course, hurtling back through the entrance even faster than before. Inside, the echoes of horrified screams and bodies slumping to the ground thundered through the cavern, a grim symphony of panic and defeat. Inside the surveillance room, glaring red lights flashed wildly as the head of security shouted at the top of his lungs, deploying every available guard. Maximum alert! Chen Nan stood cold and unmoved at the mouth of the tunnel, his powers sealing the entire sinister compound. Nothing, not even a fly, could escape his grasp. Open fire! Came the roar of a sergeant with a twisted, savage face from deep within the corridor. A barrage of gunfire erupted, deadlier than before, spewing from around the corner. Bullets sprayed at Chen Nan, filling every inch of the air around him like a cloud of locusts. Yet he simply stood there in perfect calm. The bullets, capable of tearing through steel, struck him, one after another, each impact sharp and brittle. Not even a corner of his clothes stirred from the onslaught. The spent rounds dropped weakly at his feet, soon forming a chilling mound of gleaming metal, a tiny graveyard of failed threats. The soldiers' eyes widened with absolute terror, as if they'd seen a ghost. How? How could this be possible? Before they could recover from the shock that shattered everything they knew, Chen Nan suddenly lifted his foot and brought it down lightly against the ground. A thunderous boom resounded. The earth shuddered as if struck by a colossal hammer. A violent shock wave blasted outward from where Chen Nan stood. The ground buckled and tore open. The soldiers ahead had no chance to scream. They were brutally swept up by the force, smashed against the cold rock walls. Flesh and blood, a gruesome blur. Without a flicker of emotion, Chen Nan strode forward into the blood-soaked corridor, his purpose clear, the prison where the mutant children were kept. The corridor stretched on like a maze, with more and more soldiers pouring in from every direction, their gunfire weaving a deadly web. Chen Nan didn't even bother to lift his hands. With a mere thought, the scattered metal scraps, twisted bullet casings, broken steel bars, and jagged iron sheets littering the tunnel surged up. In a heartbeat, they spun into the most lethal of storms, a cyclone of metallic death. The sharp whistle of blades cutting through the air filled the corridors. Each fleeting glint was accompanied by a life snuffed out with a choked gasp. Soldiers stared in disbelief, clutching bleeding wounds at their throats or chests as they crumpled helplessly to the ground. With earth-shaking crashes, the heavy alloy gates at every passage slammed down, instantly locking Chen Nan inside a narrow, metallic cage. Watching eyes behind the cameras gleamed with a cruel, hungry anticipation. Chen Nan looked up, catching one of the surveillance lenses and curling his lips into a cold, utterly contemptuous smile. The multi-ton alloy gate imprisoning him instantly disintegrated, cascading into a rain of fine, golden dust. Rather than drifting away, the dust whirled and gathered with his will, sharpening into countless deadly blades. Screams of agony erupted, wrenching and shrill, echoing through the entire compound. The sandy blades cut with a merciless storm, harvesting every living thing around him without pause or pity. Walking over sand soaked in fresh blood, Chen Nan strode toward the prison. The cold iron bars seemed to swing open for him, as though welcoming their true master. Inside the cage, the scene was heartbreaking. Dozens of emaciated children, like rag dolls drained of all vitality, curled up on the cold floor, clearly sedated with powerful anesthetics. Their small bodies were marked with puncture wounds and surgical scars, some even missing limbs or organs. Their cheeks were sallow, their frames so thin it seemed only skin clung to bone. It was impossible to imagine the inhuman torment they had endured. Just then, footsteps echoed down the corridor, deliberately light but radiating an unmistakable murderous intent, drawing nearer and nearer. Chen Nan slowly turned her head. At the end of the passageway, a figure strode forward. Black leather clung to her lithe, ruthless contours. Her delicate Asian features were drained of all color, and most striking of all were the deadly, cold adamantium claws gleaming from the tips of her hands. She was the masterpiece of Stryker's Weapon X program, a pitiful soul stripped of her memories and transformed into a killing machine. Her crimson tongue flickered across her blade-sharp fingers, and she fixed Chen Nan with a snake's cold, predatory gaze. And in the very next instant, she struck. Her body shot forward, swift as a phantom, rending the air with a whistling shriek as she hurled herself at Chen Nan's throat. Chen Nan's eyes showed not a ripple of emotion, as if she were merely brushing aside an annoying fly. She lifted her hand in a casual, effortless gesture. An irresistible force slammed brutally into the deaf woman. It was as if she'd been struck head-on by a speeding train. A strangled cry tore from her throat as she was sent flying, crashing into the thick alloy wall hard enough to leave a deep, human-shaped dent, with fragments of stone clattering to the ground. She struggled to peel herself from the wall, coughing up blood, the wild light in her eyes burning even fiercer as she hurled herself at Chen Nan once again, heedless of death. Chen Nan's patience was spent. With a subtle command of will, she moved. Invisible magnetic force seized the deaf woman, hauling her aloft. In her stunned, terrified gaze, the proud adamantium claws on her hands began to twist of their own accord. Suddenly, the claws reversed, viciously stabbing through her own abdomen and, with force unspent, pinning her to the frigid ceiling like a moth to a specimen board. A gut-wrenching, agonized scream tore through the prison block. Her healing factor could mend her wounds, but nothing could dull the agony of being gutted and impaled in such a way. Poor woman. Chen Nan looked at her pain-contorted face and let out a quiet sigh. She was a sacrifice, once sold like cargo by her own father, her past wiped away by Stryker, reshaped into the living dead. A flicker of pity crossed Chen Nan's heart. Instead of ending her life, she lifted a hand and traced open a dark blue portal in the air. Transporting energies enveloped the death woman, plucking her from the ceiling and casting her into the gateway. On the other side of the portal, somewhere on an unfamiliar street, Death Woman crashed heavily to the ground, doubling over from the pain. But in the very next moment, the dam burst. Her sealed-off memories surged in a torrent, sweeping away the chains of her mental conditioning. She lifted her head, gazing in the direction of Chen Nan's still-open portal. The ice-cold, murderous glint in her eyes had faded, replaced by a searing hatred mixed with a touch of bewildered gratitude. Struggling to her feet, she bowed deeply in the direction of the door. Then, covered in blood and consumed by boundless hatred, she turned away without hesitation, vanishing around the corner of the street. Her target clear. The beast of a father who had thrown her into this hell. Chen Nan withdrew his gaze and turned to the children trapped in the cages. The power of his spirit swept over them like the gentlest spring breeze, quietly shattering the shackles of the sedatives. The children began to stir, blinking groggily awake. Years of torment had taught them to curl up in fear at every waking moment, steeling themselves for yet another round of unspeakable torture. But this time, what met their eyes was no longer the cold white coats and merciless instruments. Instead, they saw a man whose temperament was as warm and gentle as jade, his gaze brimming with indescribable compassion. His eyes were like stones cast into stagnant water. At first, there was only numb confusion. Then, disbelief exploded into a gasp. It's the White King. A feeble, tearful voice trembled in the silence. And as if a fuse had been lit, a long-suppressed storm of fear, agony, and endless injustice erupted, volcanic and raw. The children opened their mouths wide and wailed with all the force their small bodies could muster. The presence of the White King, the name that stood for hope and power, shattered every ounce of anxiety. It reached into the depths where despair had pooled, dragging its screaming into the light. Watching the children sob and scream, seeing the wounds across their bodies, Chen Nan felt the anger in his chest finally shatter every last restraint. Yet his voice, when it came, was chilling as ice. "Come, I'll lead you to vengeance." He turned, and the ranks behind him swelled rapidly. Every cage before him sprang open of its own accord, as if welcoming a savior. Along the way, any soldier who tried to stop them fell, as if reaped by a phantom scythe, collapsing by the dozen, their bodies carpeting the frigid corridor. The army of vengeance, treading over the flesh and blood of their enemies, marched straight to the heart of this earthly hell, the brightly lit research center. Inside, chaos reigned. Communication lines were cut, every vehicle lay dead, and an invisible cage made escape impossible. Despair spread like the plague. A deafening crash shattered the center's door, the heavy alloy barrier flung aside with a force that made it flutter like paper. The white-coated researchers froze in terror. Some lost control of their bodies, collapsing in pools of their own fear. Others shrieked with inhuman wails. They all remembered too clearly what they had done to these children. But even clearer was the knowledge of what fate now awaited them. "Children," Chen Nan's voice thundered from the abyss, the voice of judgment itself. "Look carefully. These are not invincible demons. They bleed. They scream. They are nothing but beasts." His cold verdict rang out. "Grab whatever you can find. Go. Tear them apart. Let their wails wash away your pain. Torment them until all the fear in your hearts is swept away." The children cowered, shrinking back out of instinct, their eyes wide with terror, haunted by the shadows of past traumas. In that instant, a few older boys let out wild, animalistic roars and charged forward. Years of humiliation and hatred erupted all at once. They snatched up scattered scalpels, broken steel pipes, even heavy wrenches, their eyes burning red with fury. Like young wolves flung into a flock, they hurled themselves, crazed, upon the wretched beasts and demons sprawled helplessly on the floor. "No, stay away. Help! Mercy! Please have mercy!" The researchers, once high and mighty, howled in agony, their screams now far more desperate than anything their test subjects had ever made. Scalpels flashed, stabbing wildly. Steel pipes slammed down with pitiless force. The blood-soaked vengeance burned like a wildfire. To see the demons writhing, begging, thrashing in pools of blood, their eyes wide with the same familiar look of hunted terror. At last, that taut string of fear in the children's hearts snapped. A shrill scream pierced the air, raw, long-repressed anguish breaking free like a flood of revenge. All the children, regardless of size or former timidity, became primeval avengers, hurling themselves forward with ear-splitting cries. Teeth, fingernails, whatever hard object their hands could find. Everything became a weapon for releasing their hatred. The entire research facility was transformed in an instant into a hellish, bloody inferno. The flames of vengeance and the splatter of blood stained every inch of the floor and painted over the children's empty eyes, eyes that now glinted with a sliver of release. Texas, Houston. After crushing yet another illegal underground fighting ring and rescuing dozens of exploited mutants, a slight fluctuation in space, and Nan Shen's figure appeared on a bustling street, the pulse of a raucous bar's music pounding faintly in the background. Yet he frowned. In the air lingered a hint of something elusive, a faint yet hauntingly familiar scent. Icy cold, shadowed, tinged with an ancient rot. Not unlike Black Queen Emma's presence, but somehow older and far more searing. He wandered into that noisy bar, found a random corner, and sat. Over the deafening rock music, a rowdy group of leather-clad bikers at a neighboring table bantered with wild enthusiasm. "Hey, you here? Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze. He's putting on the ultimate leap tomorrow at Devil's Canyon. That lunatic? Last time, he nearly sent himself and his bike straight into hell. I heard he plays with death every time he performs. Damn stunt jumps. It's all just hype. But man, the guy really is crazy. Got no sense of fear." Johnny Blaze. The name struck Nan Shen's mind like a bolt of lightning. The Blade and Ghost Rider, though often relegated to the fringes of the Marvel Universe, are far from weaklings. On the contrary, Ghost Rider's power is nothing short of terrifying. Hellfire, burning souls, and purifying sin. The penance stare, gazing straight into guilt, incinerating the soul. It's not just a murderous glare. It's the kind of look that can obliterate you to ashes. And at the heart of it all, the spirit of vengeance. What if one were to seize the very source of the spirit of vengeance? Chen Nan lifted his glass, the amber liquid reflecting the depth of his gaze, a trace of heat flickering in those dark eyes. Dr. Strange had once barely survived the penance stare. This power, Chen Nan thought, was worth scheming for. Johnny Blaze's obsession with motorcycles was etched into his very bones. In Houston Stadium, the thunder of roaring engines ignited the electrifying atmosphere. Chen Nan, accompanied by Emma, Jean, and the others, teleported straight into a luxurious suite as the performance reached its fevered peak. Though far from the center of the action, Chen Nan's eyes tried to catch a glimpse of hellfire swirling around the figure maneuvering his steel monstrosity below. One had to admit, Johnny's talent was astonishing. Feats that would have left ordinary riders shattered were, in his hands, as smooth and natural as flowing water, man and machine fused as one. "Darling," purred the Black Queen Celine, lounging against Chen Nan like a boneless cat. Her red lips neared his ear, voice laced with mischief and a barely perceptible gravity. That young rider is cloaked in the aura of a fallen soul. Faint, but intensely pure. As a master of necromancy and darkness, Celine's sensitivity to such things was unparalleled. Chen Nan gave a gentle tap to her restless waist, wordlessly telling her to behave, but Celine only became more insistent, shooting a provocative glance in Emma's direction. She, after all, had been a lonely widow the longest, always searching for a chance to fight back. Emma, expression frosty, didn't hesitate to shove Celine partly aside and wedge herself onto Chen Nan's other knee. She simply couldn't stand this seductress's antics. "Celine, mind your manners. Don't be a bad influence on Jean." Emma whispered a stern warning. "Oh my, dear sweet Emma," Celine tittered, twirling a lock of Chen Nan's hair around her finger. "Is this what happens when a contented woman forgets how hungry the rest of us can be? I, for one, am absolutely famished." Her emphasis was impossible to miss. "Serves you right," Emma retorted with poise, striking straight at her rival's sore spot. "Age. It is, after all, a woman's most sensitive nerve." "All right, enough." Chen Nan finally intervened, exasperated as he tried to keep the two women in check. "Let's just watch the show. Jean is right here." He shot a glance at Jean Grey, who was feigning innocence, her wide eyes twinkling as she eavesdropped. Yes, he thought, the family atmosphere here could use some serious reform. The two women glared at each other, each letting out a cold snort before staking their claim on one of Chen Nan's legs, neither willing to give an inch, engaging in a silent contest of wills as subtle little jabs played out beneath the surface. At this point, Chen Nan found it impossible to focus on the motorcycle show, feeling utterly overwhelmed by the situation. Half an hour later, the performance finally concluded amid deafening cheers from the crowd. As the stadium emptied out, Mola wrinkled her nose, a faint and ambiguous smile playing at her lips as she sniffed the air and let her gaze flit between Chen Nan, Celine, and Emma. Well, you certainly all seem to be in high spirits tonight, she remarked. Ahem. Chen Nan felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment and quickly tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. All right, you should go find somewhere to eat first. I have something personal I need to attend to. Peggy crossed her arms, rolling her eyes with a graceful flare as her gaze dropped meaningfully to Chen Nan's trousers. Before you tend to your personal matters, you might want to change your clothes. And Emma, Celine, I'd suggest you both not drink too much water on the way. Her implication was clear as day. Emma and Celine exchanged a look, both suddenly blushing a suspicious shade of red. Meanwhile, Johnny was just finishing up a television interview. He left the stadium almost at a run, his heart pounding in his chest. His longtime ex-girlfriend, Roseanne, had shown up, a love he never managed to put behind him, no matter how many years had passed. He hurried back to his motorcycle workshop, which doubled as his home, and as soon as he unlocked the door, he could hear the distant sound of running water from the bathroom. A wave of long-forgotten heat surged through him. He pushed the door open softly, a hopeful smile breaking across his face as he reached for the light switch on the wall. The moment the room lit up, Johnny's excited expression froze, immediately draining away, replaced by a mounting, furious rage. There, sitting completely at ease, as though this was his own living room, was a stranger. Roseanne. Johnny's mind reeled. The sting of betrayal hit him like a slap. She actually brought another man home? The interview he'd just given for her TV station now felt like the cruelest joke. But Roseanne wasn't that kind of person. Forcing down the boiling turmoil surging within him, Johnny quietly reached for the pistol stashed in his toolbox behind him. With the truth in his hand, he managed to steady himself, if only a little. Who are you? Johnny's voice was low and dangerous, the barrel of his gun raised and fixed squarely on the uninvited guest sprawled out on the couch. Why are you in my house? Chen Nan responded with a calm smile, utterly unfazed by the weapon pointed at him. Sorry to drop in unannounced, Johnny. I just needed to confirm something. I don't care what you need. Johnny's finger hovered on the trigger, eyes cold and fierce. Get out of my house. Right now, or I won't be responsible for what happens next. The hot-blooded biker in him surged forth, barely leashed by the fact that Roseanne was still in the bathroom. If not for that, the bullets would have flown by now. At this point, Chen Nan noticed that no cards appeared in his vision, which meant his youthful encounter with Mephisto had not turned him into the Ghost Rider. Apart from a faint, unsettling hint of darkness lurking about him, there was nothing supernatural stirring within his body. Chen Nan shook his head, a touch of pity in his tone. Put the gun down, Johnny. That thing is useless against me. Oh, really? Johnny sneered, his finger tightening on the trigger. But the expected blast never came. To his shock, he looked down to see the shotgun that had been by his side for years crumble, as if aged in an instant, turning to fine golden sand that slipped effortlessly through his fingers and scattered on the ground. You see? Didn't I say so? There was a playful lilt in Chen Nan's voice. Johnny froze where he stood, staring at the mound of sand with a face clouded by turmoil. Mutant. A wave of helplessness like never before surged up within him, mixed with a desperate longing for power. Well then, now we can talk. Chen Nan leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp and penetrating. You haven't made your deal with that Mephisto yet, have you? But it won't be long now. Deal. That single word crashed over Johnny's heart like a thunderclap. He jerked his head up, his pupils shrinking in shock as he stared at Chen Nan, his voice raw and unsteady. How do you know that name? It was his ultimate fear, buried deep inside, something even Roseanne didn't know. A knowing smile crossed Chen Nan's lips. There are very few secrets in this world that elude me. Now how about we strike a bargain? Your fate is tied to that demon's, and once you've made the deal, once you have his power. He let the words hang for a moment, then stated his terms with perfect clarity. Serve as my helper for 1 week. As for the reward, Chen Nan raised a single finger. $1 million. I imagine that's an offer you'd find hard to refuse. Johnny's breath caught in his throat. Oh my God, was he really getting this lucky? And in such an unbelievably precise way. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. Why, you're sure? His voice trembled with disbelief. Here's my card. With a flick of his finger, Chen Nan sent a jet-black metal card skidding across the coffee table, stopping right before Johnny. Johnny snatched up the card, trembling. On its face, there was only a daunting sigil drawn in shadowy gold lines. The White King. He murmured the name that was legendary among the upper echelons, his mind reeling. When he looked up again, the sofa was empty, as if no one had ever been there at all. Only the pile of sand on the floor and the cold card in his hand bore witness to the encounter. Chen Nan's figure materialized in a deserted alleyway, the night wind cool and whispering at the edges of his coat. He had just taken 2 steps when, without warning, the dim street lamp above his head began to flicker violently, A loud, crackling buzz broke through the silent night. The light flickered on and off, its rhythm unnaturally quick and erratic, slicing the narrow alley into shifting fragments of strange, dreamlike shadow and light. At that very moment, an icy, bone-chilling wind, reeking of sulfur and rot, whipped up suddenly from the ground. It sent fallen leaves and scraps of paper swirling madly, their movement accompanied by a sound as bleak and mournful as a distant wail. Chen Nan's steps came to an abrupt halt. Well, could it be that even the Marvel Universe gets haunted? The corners of his mouth curled into a cold, sharp smile. Rather than fear, a spark of intrigued curiosity ignited in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the flickering street lamp went dead, plunging the alley into absolute, suffocating darkness. From the direction of the alley's mouth, in this stark silence, a tall and wiry figure silently emerged. He was dressed with a refinement as if he had stepped straight out of a medieval oil painting. A dark crimson velvet suit, complete with an ebony cane inlaid with an unknown gemstone. His skin was sickly pale, his face gaunt, eyes deeply sunken, but within those hollows burned an inhuman fire, dark and hypnotic, as if it could consume one's very soul. He approached with elegant, noiseless steps, as though walking upon frozen time itself, coming directly toward Chen Nan. In a matter of seconds, the two stood face to face in the middle of the alley, barely 5 paces apart. Not a word was spoken. Chen Nan calmly lifted his gaze. The nobleman, with the cane, also halted, perfectly in sync. Their eyes locked in the darkness, strands of unspoken understanding passing between them as their gazes collided in the stillness. Beneath the dim street lamp, within the cramped little alley, the elderly man, dressed like an aristocrat from a bygone age, came to a stop. Within his deep-set eyes, inhuman light continued to burn. The two men exchanged the slightest of nods, subtle as neighbors greeting each other in passing. In that quiet acknowledgement, they drifted past one another, each vanishing into the alley's shadows at opposite ends, slipping away into the secrecy of their own schemes. In the instant Chen Nan's silhouette disappeared, he had already slipped into the subspace realm. The thick scent of hell that clung to the old man's presence had almost revealed his identity. Mephisto himself. Inside Johnny's repair shop, a windfall and long-awaited reunion had his blood running hot. Barely able to contain himself, he tore off his shirt and charged toward the bathroom, eager to claim a passionate reunion with Roxanne after their endless separation. But the door swung open again. Johnny froze, a surge of frustration and anger shooting to his head. Was it really so hard to get a moment's peace to handle his own business? He spun around. The moment he saw who it was, every trace of heat inside him was doused in icy calm. So, in the end, you still won't let me go. Johnny's voice was flat, as if reciting a fate long since written. Mephisto leaned on his cane, offering a smile as smooth as silk. Oh, Johnny, my boy, your performance was simply magnificent. I truly enjoyed it. Johnny took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil inside him, his gaze unexpectedly calm. It's certainly best if you stay away from me, but I do owe you a favor. This sudden admission caught Mephisto off guard, leaving the carefully prepared words of moral coercion stuck in his throat. Oh, Mephisto raised an intrigued eyebrow, the fire in his eyes flickering with interest. So, I agree to your terms, Johnny said, his fist clenched tight. Mephisto was momentarily stunned into silence. This isn't how it was supposed to go. All the threats and emotional manipulation he'd readied were instantly rendered pointless. He fell quiet for a moment, his crimson eyes flickering toward the bathroom, where the soft sound of running water echoed. His voice hinted at something more. You're frightened I'll hurt her, aren't you? Rosen had always been Johnny's greatest weakness. No. Johnny shook his head in unexpected honesty, spreading his hands in resignation. Someone offered me $1 million to be his bodyguard for a week after signing your contract. For that price, I just can't say no. $1 million? For the first time, Mephisto's pale, gaunt face went utterly blank with shock. The intricate web of fate he had woven, broken by a mere $1 million? Was it that man from before? Mephisto felt a sudden twitch in his chest. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I could have offered you $10 million. Johnny's straightforward answer threw everything off balance, and Mephisto no longer felt like playing games. His expression darkened, his voice echoing with hell's chilling undertone. Very well. The contract is sealed. Your first task is to find the witch-heart demon and kill him for me. Kill him. Johnny let out a short, incredulous laugh, as if he'd heard the world's biggest joke. All I did was sell you my soul, old man. Kill a demon? Do I look like I could even put a dent in one? He pointed at himself, his face full of disbelief. No, my knight. Mephisto's lips curled into a cruel smirk. With elegant, bony fingers, he pointed toward Johnny's beloved Harley. "Oh, I assure you can. Let me show you." Without warning, icy blue flames leapt from the motorcycle's steel frame, scorching cold yet searing with a ferocity that promised to consume everything. In an instant, the fire devoured the metal shell. "No, my bike!" Johnny's eyes went wide with fury, and he hurled himself toward the blaze with a wild roar. But disaster struck even faster. An excruciating pain, as if it came from the very depths of his soul, seized him without mercy. This agony pushed him far beyond physical limits, like molten lava coursing through his veins, burning every nerve in his body. With a howl of agony, he clutched his head with both hands and collapsed to the floor, writhing in pain. "Johnny, what's happening?" The bathroom door burst open. Wrapped in a towel, her hair still dripping wet, Rosen rushed out in panic. In the subspace between realms, Chen Nan saw everything unfold with perfect clarity. The last vestiges of Johnny's sanity screamed within his mind as it was engulfed by hellfire. "She can't see me like this. She absolutely can't." Arf! With an inhuman shriek and the dreadful sound of bones wrenching out of place, Johnny, driven by raw instinct alone, staggered toward the flaming motorcycle. He threw himself astride it, his hands scorched by hellfire twisting the throttle without hesitation. The engine roared with a fury fit for demons. The Harley tore through shattered glass like a beast unleashed from its chains, wreathed in ghostly blue flames, and plunged into the Houston night. Everywhere its wheels touched, two deep, burning trails of unquenchable black fire were left in its wake, blazing a path straight toward the desolate outskirts of the city. At an abandoned factory, Johnny could no longer fight the agony that was searing his very soul. He collapsed to the ground, the sound he made caught somewhere between laughter and sobbing, a madman's howl that echoed through the silent ruins. Unnerving, eerie, and wild. An explosion shattered the silence. Wraith blue fire shot skyward. Johnny's body writhed within the flames, his skull, bone-white and exposed, gleamed in the night, and in the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal head, the unending inferno of hell blazed anew. Burning chains coiled and whipped around his body, their heat palpable in the air. A new generation of hell's emissary, host to the spirit of vengeance. The Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, was born from that fire. In the astral plane, the corners of Chen Nan's lips curled in satisfaction. It seems that $1 million was money well spent. His gaze hungrily fixed itself on that burning skeleton. The Eye of Judgment? Hellfire? They were undeniably powerful, but compared to the nearly indestructible, ever-reviving spirit of vengeance, they fell short. To be alive is to hold limitless possibility. Meanwhile, in a forgotten, desolate town somewhere in Texas, at the town center, a Gothic, crumbling church stood as its sole surviving structure. Yet, it seemed even more haunted and sinister than any ruin ought to. Moonlight attempted to pour through its time-worn windows, only to be devoured greedily by a formless darkness. From deep within the church came scattered, despairing screams that curdled the blood. Inside, at the end of a row of decaying pews, a young man sat with eerie poise, impeccably dressed in black, pale, face sharp and chilling. This was Mephisto's wayward son, Wuxin Mo, the Sorcerer of Hearts. The rotted doors creaked open as a gust of wind laced with dust and blood swept in, forming itself into the shape of a gaunt, towering man. Kneeling on one knee, Wind Demon's voice quivered with fear and apprehension. "It seems we have failed again." Wuxin Mo rose from his seat, slow and deliberate. A suffocating pressure descended instantly, draining what little color remained from Wind Demon's face, leaving him ashen and gasping for breath. "Forgive me, Master." Wind Demon bowed, even lower, trembling. "It was not our incompetence. That damned church is fortified by holy relics." "Enough." Wuxin Mo gestured dismissively, yet there was a deeper, more dangerous fire burning in his eyes. At this moment, the gentlemanly facade he wore so well collapsed entirely, leaving nothing behind but the pure savagery of a demon unleashed. "Spread the word." The command from the heart, which Demon cut through the air, sharp and irrefutable. "My patience is spent. I want that contract found at any cost, and I want it soon. My dear father, I suspect, is already making his move." A flicker of searing hatred passed through his eyes. "Tell the Earth Demon, the Water Demon, all of them, to keep driving those puppets they've corrupted. I want an all-out assault on the cathedral, no matter the sacrifices. We'll make those lambs of God turn on each other in their despair." "At once." The Wind Demon replied with enormous relief, vanishing in a foul gust of wind, eager to be gone. "Oh, my dearest father." Alone, the heart which demon stood before the defiled altar, his laughter grating and cruel as an owl's screech in the night. Did you ever foresee this, when you made the mistake of creating me? When I drag you from your throne and tear it apart with my own hands, what will your face look like then? Ha ha ha. He lost himself in a twisted fantasy of Mephisto's defeat, and his laughter echoed through the lonely halls of the church, lingering as a chill in the empty air. Morning sunlight bled through the slit in the bedroom curtains. Chen Nan blinked awake, his vision filling with the mature, alluring profiles of Mora and Peggy. The two women were sharing a simple breakfast of fried eggs, moving with a lazy intimacy. He reached out, gently brushing their smooth cheeks with his fingertips. They exchanged a quick smile, their faces tinged with a soft blush. Yet they instinctively drew even closer. Lately, both of them had grown rather insatiable. With the atmosphere so warm and unguarded, they saw no need for restraint. With a playful laugh, Peggy shifted to climb atop, just as the morning news anchor's voice sounded from the television. Last night, multiple churches across Houston, Texas, suffered large-scale attacks by unidentified persons. Bafflingly, every assailant, once detained by police, claimed complete amnesia about the night's events. Emma leaned elegantly against the doorframe, coffee in hand, unfazed by the romantic chaos within the bedroom. With familiar calm, she offered her own update. Looks like your little project from last night made quite the impression. Feeling the softness in his embrace, Chen Nan let a knowing smile play on his lips. Ah, the age-old tale of father and son. Let the show begin. Oh, by the way, Emma took a sip of coffee, suddenly remembering Torrent reported this morning that a motorcycle stuntman named Johnny Blaze is desperate to meet you. Any idea what he wants? Chen Nan chuckled, absently running his fingers through Peggy's silky hair. Who could say no to $1 million payday? Send Daredevil to Houston and have him bring the man here. With his plans set in motion, a mysterious, fiery smile curved Chen Nan's lips, his eyes burning with anticipation he could barely suppress. Spirit of vengeance. Hellfire. The Eye of Judgment. The Hellfire Club. Hellfire, he murmured, savoring the name, tasting its promise in the air. A sense of predestined harmony welled up inside him, fated and inescapable. The very thought sent a surge through his heart, and the power within him began to pulse with intense excitement. This torrent of energy, wild and unchecked, rippled outward in an instant, catching Mora and Peggy, who stood close by, in its path. Both gave involuntary, muffled groans, their bodies tensing sharply on instinct. Overcome with excitement, Chen Nan also lost control of his movements, swift, urgent, and relentless. Only after dealing with Mephisto and untangling the schemes of that pair of warring father and son could he truly focus on the blueprint for Liberty Island. Evictions? In every age, they've always been powder kegs ready to explode. No matter how civilized its residents, when facing the loss of their homes, resistance is fierce, and the headstrong are never few. Perhaps, when the time comes, some forceful measures will have to be prepared to maintain order. Relocating a city of 1 million is a monumental undertaking by any standard. 1 hour later, Johnny was brought before Chen Nan. He looked tired, the shock and bewilderment from last night's transformation still lurking deep in his eyes, but wisely, he chose to remain silent. A task worth $1 million lay before him. He had no intention of asking questions, just wanted to get it done quietly, get paid, and get out. After all, the more you know, the faster you might die, and he was all too aware of that fact. Sit. Chen Nan gestured toward the couch, his tone flat. For the next few days, you'll stay here. Don't go anywhere, don't do anything. When the time's up, take your money and leave. That's all. Johnny's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd braced himself for danger, imagining all sorts of traps and assignments. But this was nothing more than being an expensive decoration. Yes, that's all, Chen Nan said, voice brooking no argument. Suppress your curiosity. You'll be better off for it. All right. Johnny agreed quickly, not daring to hesitate. Only a fool refuses a windfall. Once Johnny was seated, Chen Nan's vision filled with 4 cards shimmering with enigmatic light. Hellfire, gold. Eye of Judgment, gold. Spirit of Vengeance, primeval. Hell Chains, gold. System, Chen Nan asked silently, if I fuse these, am I going to turn into some burning skeleton too? He had no interest in that image. The system's reply was as curt and aloof as ever. Very well, you may leave now. Chen Nan ended the connection, satisfied. System, using me and then casting me aside just like that. Without hesitation, Chen Nan locked his focus on the cards swirling with profound, dark gold light. Primeval Spirit of Vengeance. Power drawn from the very essence of the rules. It truly was extraordinary. Chen Nan quickly realized, even among primeval cards, there were worlds of difference. Time and odds required for each draw. Those were the clearest measure of their value. Ding. Card draw probability, 49%. Estimated draw time, 48 hours. Ding. Card draw failed. The first attempt ended in failure. Ding. Card draw successful. But just a few seconds later, the second attempt brought the sound of success. Chen Nan understood immediately. Though the spirit of vengeance is primeval, it only takes 48 hours to make an attempt, and the success rate is nearly half. This suggests that, even among the primeval ranks, it might be considered relatively accessible. He recalled the extreme effort it took back when he tried to draw the nascent spirit weapon, Ling Dai. Compared to that overloaded struggle, this time felt as effortless as breathing. Still, no matter how weak a primeval might be, its power stems from the very laws of reality, enough for him to stand above nearly all others. 2 days passed in relative calm. Aside from the strange attacks on churches and waves of collective amnesia in various places, the world slipped into a rare moment of silence. The instant the immortal essence of the spirit of vengeance merged completely with his soul, Chen Nan was flooded with a sense of safety he'd never felt before. The shadow of death was utterly dispelled. Now at last he could claim true mastery over the domain of immortality. At that same moment, a secret history of the spirit of vengeance flowed into his mind. Chen Nan couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Mephisto, you old fox, what a masterstroke of using a borrowed knife to do your killing." This power was forged in heaven itself, originally a holy tool to cleanse mortal sins, yet Mephisto dirted and hijacked it with shards of the demon Lord Zathanos' soul, twisting it into a scythe for harvesting souls. A weapon of God had become the accomplice of Hell's sovereign. "Open attribute panel," Chen Nan commanded with a thought. "Host, Chen Nan. Strength, 1136. Baseline for a typical adult male. 1. Spirit, infinity, infinity. Speed, infinity. Transcends concept, cannot be quantified. Beta level ability, invisibility. Alpha level abilities, magnetism control, +10. High-speed regeneration, +10. Hyperspeed teleportation, +10. Energy absorption, +13. Mutant power enhancement, +10. Omega level abilities. Telepathy, +10. Inventory, Cosmic Cube. Cards, White Resource Card, X, 27736. His abilities sprawled in a dense list, but was those Omega level powers at the very top that filled him with peace of mind, a feeling deeper than ever before. He deliberately sought out a deserted island to put his new gifts to the test. Hellfire obliterated jagged rocks. The Eye of Judgment sent seabirds plummeting from the sky in panic, and the spirit of vengeance's immortality emboldened him to push every limit. After half a day of intense, immersive training, he had achieved preliminary mastery over these newfound powers. Once again, he returned to that cursed, forgotten town. A heavier stench of blood and decay than ever before filled the ruined church. The demon of Witch's heart sat in the filth before the desecrated altar, his pale fingers drumming upon a splintered chair. Like a foul wind, the wind demon swept into the hall, kneeling on one knee and barely containing his excitement. "Master, wonderful news. The church's holy power has finally been exhausted by those puppets. That stubborn old archbishop has surrendered the sacred contract of Saint Venganza." A harsh, maniacal laugh tore from the demon's throat, shrill as the cry of a night owl, echoing madly through the empty church. His twisted face contorted with savage glee, exposing rows of gleaming, predatory teeth. "Father, my dear father," he bellowed into the void, as if Mephisto stood before him. "Wait for me. The scepter of hell is about to change hands. Your throne, soon I shall trample it beneath my feet." His wild, deranged shout sent the bats roosting atop the bell tower whirling into the night, their frenzied wings turning the air chill with fear. Just as he lost himself in mad visions of being crowned lord of the underworld, a thunderous, guttural roar blared through the silence, the engine of a motorcycle raging from the depths of hell itself. Its relentless drumbeat tore through the dead of night, shattering the demon's triumphant dream. "Who's there?" Startled, the demon of Witch's heart shrieked, his pupils contracting to crimson pinpricks as he glared into the darkness that swallowed the church's entrance. A surge of dread and fury jolted him fully awake. Who could break through the many layers of darkness he had woven, find this place so precisely, unless his wily father? But this presence felt wrong, wholly unfamiliar. In an instant, wind, earth, and water demons materialized from the chapel's shadowed corners, poised for battle, rushing toward the door. Measured footsteps rang out, steady, unhurried, their strange cadence slicing through the fading echoes of the engine, treading the rotting floorboards underfoot. Each step landed like a hammer upon the demon's pounding heart, the sound radiating a majesty that made him tremble, a primal fear of facing a will higher than his own. The wan moonlight, struggling through stained glass, barely illuminated the entrance. A tall, commanding figure emerged, outlined in pale light, entering the defiled sanctuary at a deliberate pace. He paid no heed to the rotting pews on either side, walking straight and unflinching toward the altar. At last, he stopped, 10 paces from the demon's throne. His cold, austere features were set in shadow, but his jet-black eyes were sharply clear, reflecting the demon's twisted shape as if from a lightless abyss. Within that gaze, there was no ripple, only a pure, chilling disdain and utter indifference. Go back to your hell. The newcomer was none other than Chen Nan. Though his voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority, ringing clearly through every corner of the church. These filthy demons spread terror among mortals, yet their atrocities were often blamed on the much-maligned mutants. This injustice had finally crossed the line for Chen Nan. The reckless joy on Waxinmo's face had long since been replaced by a deep, stormy gloom. So, are we really past the point of negotiation? He asked, his tone cloaked in shadow. Around him, dark energy began to surge violently, and the church itself seemed to pulse with an evil aura, boiling over, thick and oppressive. Chen Nan said nothing more. He simply cast his gaze toward the window, offering no words, only silent resolve. Outside, the roar of the infernal engine shot to a deafening crescendo. The newly awakened Ghost Rider had arrived on the battlefield. The task of cleansing the rabble was perfectly suited for him. With a sweep of his hand, countless golden lights converged in an instant, forming a mighty sword of gold that landed firmly in Chen Nan's grasp. The golden radiance flooded the entire church, driving away the suffocating darkness and corruption, banishing every trace of evil from the sacred hall. At that moment, in Waxinmo's eyes, there remained only the figure before him, aloof, imperious, and radiant as the sun itself. Ling Dai's clothes, her weapons, she always favored shades of violet. Perhaps it was because purple held a certain charm, a grace all its own. But Chen Nan preferred the sun. In that moment, the Holy Sand Vanguard's night air was thick, heavy with the stinging scent of sulfur and decay, like a swamp exuding slow, poisonous breaths. The church's spire stabbed at the blood-darkened sky, while gnarled dead trees twisted upward, grasping desperately at heaven like the hands of dying giants. Far off, Johnny Blaze, the blazing skeletal knight, raged at the center of a hellish storm. In his hands, the swinging chain was no longer iron, but a seething, fiery serpent, screaming through the air with every lash and warping the space around it in furious heat. The flame-forged links weaved a burning net in the darkness, binding tightly around 3 twisted shadows. Fuma became a sandstorm dragon, howling and relentless. Tomomo reshaped himself into a colossal brute of living earth, each upheaval folding in upon itself. Shumo flowed like viscous black poison, surging towards Johnny with lethal intent. They fought, locked in fierce and tangled combat. Each time the chain tightened, it threw out a dazzling fan of sparks. Johnny was still unrefined in his fury, but skilled enough to draw savage, inhuman screams from the demons. Fire and shadow clashed, turning that part of the battlefield into a blinding, molten furnace as the earth cracked under Johnny's feet. Yet the heart of the battle, its true center, was shrouded in a deathly silence that sent a chill through the soul. Chen Nan stood calmly amidst the ancient pews. Dozens of meters ahead, Waxinmo, the son of Mephisto, unfurled his great, bat-like wings, eclipsing the very ceiling above. Empowered now by the Sand Vanguard's dark pact, he had grown monstrous. Molten veins ran along the wings, and every beat of those leathery appendages stirred up a hellish tempest, laced with terror and evil. His pale, unearthly face twisted with ecstasy as he chanted blasphemous, ancient incantations. Chen Nan simply stood by and watched in silence while he rambled, not interrupting the ritual at all. He'd allow him to proceed with merging the St. Vangonza pact as he pleased. The witch-heart demon's hands shot high overhead, and between his palms, the air tore apart like shoddy cloth yanked from both sides. The massive rift, rimmed by seething black chaos and sickly green hellfire, was expanding at an insane rate. Deep within that yawning gash, a vortex of madness, an abyss without end, howled with world-ending power. The demons were on the verge of bursting forth in a torrent of destruction. Behold, insignificant insects! The witch-heart demon's voice echoed with the force of rending space itself, slicing through the din of battle in piercing shrillness. The banquet of hell is set to begin upon this world. Your wailing shall be. His manic declaration was cut off, rudely, violently. There was no warning at all. Chen Nan had grown weary of this spectacle. After all that mumbling, was this really all? His figure flickered and, in an instant, appeared like a specter behind the witch-heart demon. So close he could see the way every bristle of hair on the demon's bat wings bristled upright in shock. Chen Nan's left hand, fingers splayed, lashed out at those immense, hell-forged bat wings, the witch-heart demon's pride, the symbol of his infernal authority. With a vicious clap of his palm, he struck the air behind them. A sickening crack split the air, the bone-splintering sound of titanic force shattering through flesh and sinew. In that instant, the witch-heart demon's great left wing, traced with molten veins, was pulverized beneath an invisible, terrifying power when Chen Nan's hand closed around it. Wings tougher than forged steel buckled and groaned in agony. A great swath of wing membrane, along with the inky black veins and nerves lacing beneath it, was crushed to pulp on the spot. Black, foul blood sprayed out like a fistful of berries squashed to bursting, hissing and smoking as it hit the ground. Araf! The witch-heart demon's mad laughter was cut short, turning to a keening shriek, broken and warped with pain. His hulking frame, overwhelmed by the agony and sudden loss of balance, pitched violently forward. No hesitation. Strike while he's reeling. The golden greatsword flashed down in a thunderous arc, blazing with resplendent radiance, cleaving toward the demon's mangled wing joint. These colossal bat wings really were absurdly tough. Even the sword of pure spirit energy jammed within the mass, stuck fast. Ridiculous, wasn't it? But the witch-heart demon was about to curse aloud. His enormous body, racked by agony and thrown off center, stumbled forward, while his infernal blood splattered the charred earth below, each droplet hissing and steaming on impact. Chen Nan's eyes flickered with a faint, fleeting surprise. He dismissed the spirit energy sword, then casually brought his left foot stamping down. The ruins of St. Van Gonza, beneath him, seemed to awaken, as if a slumbering titan had been roused with a start. All across the battlefield, the scattered granite megaliths, the shattered limbs of defiled holy statues, even the ancient sarcophagus lids buried deep underground for uncounted ages. Under Chen Nan's command, a deep, resonant echo thundered out. The debris broke free from the shackles of gravity and the dust of ages. With a ferocious roar, they hurtled in from every direction, ripping through the air. Stones, metal, earth. Every solid remnant on the battlefield gathered in a mad convergence. Less than 10 meters before Chen Nan, hovering midair, all the devastation fused together into a colossal rocky hand, so vast it blotted out the sky. Every line upon that palm was composed of shattered Roman columns, each fingertip crowned with the jagged wreckage of cathedral spires. In the center of the palm, a molten, infernal fire rolled in dark red waves, searing with a scorching heat that threatened to incinerate all it touched, infused with a crushing will powerful enough to suppress the heavens and the earth. The giant hand took final shape without even the briefest pause. Wielding the force to shatter mountains, it crashed down towards the witch-heart demon, who had only just regained balance, a mix of shock and fury twisting his features as he tried to launch a counterattack. Its descent was the verdict of absolute strength, the living embodiment of the Earth's wrath. Vermin, don't you dare! Virulent green light burst from the witch-heart demon's eyes as a dense tide of abyssal energy boiled up around him, solidifying into countless howling tendrils of vengeful spirits, lashing out to block this cataclysmic blow. A thunderous explosion erupted as the massive stone hand collided with the abyssal magic. Yet there was no deadlock, only overwhelming, relentless destruction. The specter tendrils, the moment they touched the infernal fire at the hand's edge, vaporized with heart-wrenching wails. The shield powered by the witch-heart demon's immense magic barely lasted half a second before shattering, inch by inch, like fragile glass. The hand's momentum did not falter. Bearing the weight of battlefield ruins and the fury of the fiery abyss, it slammed into the witch-heart demon's chest with unstoppable might. For a breathless moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Then came the eruption, a cataclysm that shook the very earth. At the point of impact, even space itself appeared to collapse inward for an instant. The demon's body, ravaged by irresistible force, hurtled to the ground, ragdoll-like and impossibly fast, as if hurled by a siege engine. Where he crashed, the earth no longer simply caved in. It was as though a meteor from the stars had struck the ground directly. Instantly, A colossal crater, dozens of meters wide and fathomless in depth, yawned open. From its center, a web of fractures tore wildly outward, splintering the landscape all the way to the horizon. Smoke and dust mingled with the stinging fumes of sulfur from hell, surging skyward like the mushroom cloud of a nuclear blast, blotting out the blood-red moon overhead. The shockwave, a palpable ring of annihilation, roared across the entirety of St. Venganza, sweeping away the last remnants of shattered walls in the distance, leveling them to dust. Johnny's burning chains wavered in midair, awestruck by this display of pure brute force. Even the shrieks of the wind, earth, and water fiends locked in distant combat faltered for an instant, leaving only the long, low lament of the earth echoing between heaven and ground. Deep within the giant crater, as the dust gradually settled, a terrifying scene was slowly revealed. Beneath the moonlight, Chen Nan strode through the air like a harbinger of death. It was a scene worthy of a masterpiece, yet no camera was there to capture this unforgettable moment. At the bottom of the pit, Wu Xinma lay as if pinned to the earth, helpless and defeated. His once glorious demonic armor had been shattered, revealing beneath it a charred, broken torso that writhed madly, desperately trying to regenerate. The crushing might of the giant stone hand had nearly obliterated half his chest and shattered his spine. The lingering infernal flames still sizzled over his ruined limbs, each attempt at regeneration seared relentlessly by the clinging fire, a sound sharp enough to set one's teeth on edge, accompanied by a stench both foul and overwhelming. Putrid, tainted blood and shredded organs seeped from beneath him, pooling into a reeking mire. The face that had once been pale and strangely alluring was now twisted in agony and utter weakness, an intricate web of cracks running across it. One eye was now nothing but a blackened hollow, while the other locked, unblinking, on that mountain-like figure at the edge of the pit. In his gaze churned not only terror beyond comprehension, but a fear that gripped his very bones. A touch of bewilderment faced with the crushing force of absolute power. I am the son of the Hell Lord. How could a pitiful mortal from Earth ever hope to harm me? Chen Nan's figure hovered steadily on the crater's rim, unmoving as an ancient monolith. The wild winds and drifting ashes of the battlefield seemed to part respectfully around him, as if not even dust dared defile such a godlike presence. Demons truly are tenacious creatures, he remarked coolly. With that, he slowly raised his right hand. Down in the pit, shards of rock and twisted metal still slick with Wu Xinma's foul blood suddenly floated up, animated by Chen Nan's command of matter and magnetic fields, each piece trembling with a high-pitched hum that set nerves on edge. Compressed to the very limit, each fragment became razor-sharp, crackling with arcs of ghostly blue lightning along their surfaces. In a heartbeat, Chen Nan's 5 fingers clenched tight. At once, a torrent of metallic shards engulfed in blue magnetic aura surged downwards from every angle, shrieking through the air like a furious swarm, converging mercilessly on the writhing mass of flesh below. This was an endless, remorseless tempest of iron and magnetism, a punishment akin to death by 1,000 cuts. Foreign devils and monsters, how feeble and wicked they seem. Has anyone ever truly grasped the tortures of the 18th level of hell? The sickening sound of flesh being pierced and shredded filled the air, overwhelming even the demon's wails. The scant, newly regenerated tissue on Wu Xinma's body crumbled instantly under the metallic storm, as fragile as soggy paper. Countless shards pierced through his limbs, spinning at blinding speed. The fragments shredded not only the demon's gathering magical energy, but also his flesh, grinding everything into a storm of black and red gore that filled the air. The bottom of the pit seemed to blossom in an instant. A monstrous and ever-growing flower of death, its petals formed from foul blood and mutilated flesh. Ugh! Ah, no, impossible. From the sorcerer demon's shattered throat came a desperate, blood-choked screech, each word thick with the agony of his soul being torn apart. Wildly, he drove his core demonic energy, frantically trying to break free of this unending torment. In a final, reckless defiance, he spewed a breath of sickly green energy, brimming with abyssal curses, straight toward Chen Nan. Wherever that energy breath swept past, it left the very air corroded, heavy with a venom that could taint one's soul. Demons, huh? Guess it's true what they say. You lot really don't know when to quit. Can't win, so you resort to spitting at me? What a disgrace to your kind. But Chen Nan didn't even take a single step back. He just looked on, a note of sarcasm in his tone, and with an almost offhand gesture, swept out a transparent shield of energy. That ghastly green breath, which had power enough to melt mountains, struck the seemingly insubstantial barrier and vanished as if swallowed by the sea. The sorcerer demon felt a wave of cold dread. Damn it, the only thing I've got left to use is my mouth. If I can't shoot energy blast with that, then what do I have left? Suddenly, the metallic storm swirling through the pit stilled. The blood mist and dust slowly began to settle, revealing at last what was left at the bottom. The demonic sorcerer, little more than a formless, charred, meaty lump. What remained of his limbs still twitched with faint spasms. Each movement caused flakes of charred flesh to crumble away and fresh blood to seep out. But the combined torment of hellfire and the recent butchery had utterly suppressed his regenerative power, leaving even his feeble recovery pointless and desperate. In his last remaining eye, the pupil had contracted to a needle's point from sheer terror and agony. Reflected within it was the cold, advancing figure of Chen Nan, drawing closer step by step. Human, you can't kill me. My father is Mephisto, a lord of hell. The earth cannot withstand his wrath. From afar, the battered demon trembled, pain racking his body as he tried to glare menacingly at Chen Nan, his voice fierce, but panic leaking through every syllable. Oh, suddenly you remember your dear, merciful father. High above, Chen Nan looked down at him with a mocking smile. I bet your old man would be grateful, you know? You're such a dutiful son, a real credit to the family. For a split second, the demon's expression turned deathly pale. This was a secret known only to a select few among demonkind. How could Chen Nan possibly know? Chen Nan's figure emerged through the lingering haze of sulfur, blood, and scorched flesh, walking steadily along the sloped edge of the enormous pit. His boots crunched over the burning rubble, the brittle sound ringing out like a funeral bell in the silence of the abyss. He finally stopped before the charred, barely human-shaped mass of flesh that was Witch-Heart Demon, looking down from above, his gaze as cold and sharp as twin scalpels, cutting through the flesh and straight into the depths of the soul. Taste the agony of the autumn swing souls you killed. Perhaps you should never have merged with the soul bound by the holy Van Gonza contract. With those icy words barely spoken, Witch-Heart Demon's only remaining eye went wide, its pupil dilating wildly with terror too immense to contain, an instinctive dread that swept through his very soul, until the blackness almost eclipsed the white. A trembling, gasping rasp shuddered from his throat, every convulsion forcing more foul blood from his battered form. Chen Nan slowly bent down, reaching out with his right hand, not touching the filthy body, but instead pausing just above Witch-Heart Demon's ruined head. Suddenly, his eyes transformed. Deep within those calm, black pupils, it felt as if a dormant volcano had erupted in an instant. Blinding white light, like the ignition of two miniature suns, consumed everything in their path. This was no mere light. It was the pure burning of will, the tangible verdict of judgment itself. Two searing beams of white, so intense and absolute as to defy description, burst from Chen Nan's eyes, defying distance, piercing straight through Witch-Heart Demon's single, terror-stricken eye. A wretched howl broke loose. No cry of flesh, but the ultimate scream, wrenching beyond mortal limits, as a soul was plunged into a never-ending hellfire. Witch-Heart Demon's blackened mass jerked, convulsing and twisting as if gripped by raging currents of agony. His mind, his soul, were wrenched by those burning eyes into a personal, eternal inferno, one made just for him. He saw it. He witnessed the churning depths of hell, filled with the 10,000 vengeful spirits forged by his father and by his own hand. No longer numb fuel, the souls he had devoured and tormented now turned into sharp, flaming needles and venomous fangs. They attacked from every direction, from every heartbeat in time, gnawing madly at the very essence of his soul, each driven by an ocean of hatred and unforgiving rancor. No! Stop! Stop! Witch-Heart Demon's ruined form thrashed wildly at the bottom of the pit, slamming his charred skull against the cold rock with muffled thuds, desperate to drown the soul-burning torment in fresh, physical pain. I beg you, Almighty One, have mercy. I'll submit. I'll give up everything. His broken pleas stuttered out, mingled sobs of a soul being shredded and choking on tainted blood, pitiful as the lowest crawling worm. Chen Nan's face remained cold as ice. He spoke softly, yet his words rang clear, slicing through the demon's tortured cries, each syllable a hammer of iron falling upon the last dregs of consciousness. Your crimes cannot be forgiven. The light from the eye of judgment suddenly blazed with searing intensity. The Witch-Heart Demon's agonized screams rose to an unprecedented crescendo, then fell abruptly silent. His soul and consciousness, consumed in the ultimate flames of judgment, vanished like ice flung into a furnace, vaporized in the blink of an eye. His battered body stiffened instantly, the last fragile spark of life snuffed out, fading into nothingness like dust upon the wind. After watching the show for so long, don't you think, Lord Mephisto, the illustrious master of hell, that it's a bit much for you to simply spectate? At the edge of the crater, the blazing white light in Chen Nan's eyes gradually faded, giving way to a calm as deep as a bottomless pool as he turned his gaze 1,000 meters away. Just then, the final remnants of the witch heart demon disintegrated into ashes in the afterglow of the Eye of Judgment. Chen Nan slowly withdrew his gaze, and all trace of that soul-incinerating light vanished from his abyssal eyes, leaving only an icy tranquility. He did not so much as glance toward Johnny Blaze, who had just finished disposing of the 3 demons and was now dispelling the hellfire from his chains, the flames in his skeletal eye sockets flickering uncertainly. Instead, Chen Nan slightly tilted his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through swirling clouds of sulfur and the shattered ripples of space. "Did you enjoy the spectacle, Mephisto?" Chen Nan's voice was soft, yet it echoed clear and distinct across the desolate, ruined expanse. "How did you like your son's death cries? Rather tuneful, weren't they?" Out of the shadows, the space rippled like the surface of water. A figure stepped out with unnerving poise. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored vintage crimson suit, leaning on a cane inlaid with obsidian. His aged face possessed a disturbingly handsome allure, an unnatural beauty, worn only by the wisdom lines etched deep at the corners of his eyes. Mephisto, Lord of Hell, appeared in his most classic, most deceptive human guise. A genuine, unconcealed smile of delight played about his lips, as if he had just witnessed a masterpiece on stage. "Oh, my dear, formidable friend from Earth, your perception is nothing short of astonishing." Mephisto's voice was deep and rich, tinged with an unusual magnetism. He offered a slow, elegant applause, each clapping sound sharp in the emptiness of the ruined wasteland. This performance was magnificent. My worthless son was far too arrogant and far too foolish. His defeat was inevitable. His demise, well, let's just say you've saved me the trouble of cleaning house. But you... A profound, greedy glint flickered in his crimson eyes as he fixed them on Chen Nan. "That Earth could nurture an existence such as yourself. Now, that, I must say, is delightfully surprising." He stepped forward, leisurely as if strolling through a private garden, completely disregarding the way Johnny's burning chains drew taut and the skull's wary glare. "I'm quite curious." Mephisto tilted his head slightly, his expression filled with intrigue. "You're not a child of hell, yet you burn with such pure hellfire, and you wield the Eye of Judgment, a power that even my oldest knights could never fully master. Where did this power come from?" His gaze seemed to pierce straight into the soul. "Such a perfect combination of strength. It's as if you were designed to fight against hell itself, perhaps even to rule it. A masterpiece born for dominance and rebellion." He stretched out his arms wide, the crimson suit billowing noisily in the foul wind, his tone dripping with temptation. "Join me, mighty one. You've slain the witch heart demon, proof that your worth far surpasses his. Hell craves a new order, a new master. I can give you power and dominion far beyond your wildest imagination, immortality, even the authority to share in the control of this entire dimension. Why waste yourself protecting this filthy land for these pitiful, doomed mortals?" Johnny's chains thrummed with a low, resonant sound, hellfire flickering restlessly along his body. He could feel the seduction in the old devil's words, an enchantment that reached deep into the most secret longings of his soul. Johnny was just about to step forward when Chen Nan blocked his way, giving a small shake of his head. Everything Johnny possessed came from him. To rush in now would be to throw it all away. Better to wait until he'd reach his full potential. Chen Nan listened quietly, his face unreadable. When Mephisto's final word fell and he waited expectantly for a reply, Chen Nan responded only by curling his lips ever so slightly, a subtle, disdainful sneer. "Are you finished?" Chen Nan's voice was utterly flat, tinged with a faint and barely perceptible annoyance. "You talk more rubbish than the witch heart demon wails. Disgusting." The smile on Mephisto's face froze instantly. The greed and feigned refinement in his deep eyes vanished, replaced with an icy rage at having been insulted. "Insolent wretch." His voice suddenly turned sharp and cutting, like the shrill scraping of glass that set the teeth on edge. "Then let me show you what true power from hell really is." In a heartbeat, Mephisto's figure vanished, exploding into a vast, roaring plume of abyssal magic that blotted out the sky. This was no mere demonic energy like the witch heart demon wielded. This was a flood of darkness, as tangible as matter itself, channeled from the very will of Hell's own dimension. Within that raging torrent, the faces of countless twisted spirits wailed in torment, morphing into giant spectral claws alight with ghastly green fire, rending the air as they lunged for Chen Nan from every direction, bringing with them a curse to annihilate souls and a chill so intense it seemed to freeze even space itself. In that instant, the temperature across all of St. Venganza plummeted toward absolute zero. The air trembled under the crushing weight of malevolent force, threatening to collapse at any moment under the purest malice. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Nan's eyes. His figure left behind a faint afterimage where he had stood, but his true form had already appeared several hundred meters high in the air. Yet, the surging torrent of abyssal demonic energy seemed almost alive, instantly splitting into countless tendrils that defied the distance and pursued him in the blink of an eye. At the same moment, the ground beneath Chen Nan's feet caved in with a thunderous crash, and a giant demonic claw, forged from molten lava and bones, erupted from the earth. Wreathed in sulfurious flames fierce enough to incinerate everything, it snapped shut from below, sealing off any possibility of escape by attacking from both above and below. With a sudden push of both hands to either side, Chen Nan unleashed a fearsome magnetic force that exploded outwards from his center, forming a rapidly expanding field, a sphere of twisted force large enough for the naked eye to see. A piercing, crackling hiss was followed by a deafening roar of impact. The abyssal claw and molten bone, talon, smashed violently against the force field, unleashing an energy-destroying shriek like a billion nails dragged across glass, and a shattering explosion all at once. Within the magnetic storm, the demonic talons were torn apart, reduced to fragments. In the next instant, the vengeful spirits, helpless before the power of hellfire, let out a final, desperate wail before dissipating. The molten bone claw was shattered outright by the wild repulsion, erupting into a rain of lava that scattered in every direction. The main body of Mephisto's demonic energy surged bellowed in rage, gathering itself once more into his strange, menacing human shape, though his expression was now visibly darker than before. He hadn't expected his opponent's power to be so overwhelming, to face his own primordial magic head-on and not be crushed. But Chen Nan gave him no time to recover. At a thought, every shard of metal still buried in the battlefield ruins began to tremble. Twisted rebar, broken car shells, even particles of or deep in the earth, all of them began to vibrate as the magnetic energy seized them. In an instant, the flow of power gathered those fragments into a tidal wave of metal, colossal and impenetrable, crackling at the edges with arcs of magnetic lightning, forming a storm before Chen Nan that blotted out the sun. Every shard shrieked through the air with the fury and speed of a railgun round, transforming into a torrent of destruction roaring down upon Mephisto. Petty tricks, Mephisto sneered, slamming his cane hard upon the ground. A ring of hellish green energy, dark and sinister, flared out around him, a shield of wicked force, thrown up in desperate defense. But just as the metallic storm was about to crash into the shield, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Nan's eyes, and suddenly, the ground erupted beneath Mephisto's feet. Countless thick tentacles burst forth, coiling tightly around him. Without warning, a terrifying suction force seized Mephisto's shield. The sinister green light, forged of dark energy, shrank and withered as if a balloon had been punctured, its energy greedily siphoned away. The shield thinned and faded at a pace visible to the eye. At the same moment, the aura surrounding Chen Nan surged to new heights, as if some endless abyss was devouring all energy around him. What? Mephisto's face blanched with shock. This was the second time he had felt his own power being stolen away by these bizarre means. At the very moment his shield faltered, that wave of metallic fury, delayed only for an instant, smashed through the trembling barrier and struck him with a force that could shatter worlds. A chorus of harsh, tearing sounds and the crackle of annihilating energy erupted. In an instant, Mephisto's elegant crimson suit was ripped to tatters, and his seemingly human body was riddled and sliced apart by countless shards of razor-sharp metal. He let out a furious roar, laced with both pain and disbelief, before he was hurled through the air like a cannonball, crashing violently into the distance. The ground buckled and gave way beneath the impact, sending shattered rocks and a billowing cloud of dust skyward. Johnny was so stunned, his skeletal jaw nearly fell off. The demon who had toyed with him for half his life, that seemingly invincible, aloof fiend, had actually been defeated so decisively by Chen Nan. Amid the swirling dust, Mephisto's figure staggered upright, his former poise and elegance utterly gone. His body was riddled with grotesque wounds, gaping and torn, the edges writhing as if struggling to heal. But the remnants of magnetic force and hellfire pressed mercilessly upon him, suppressing any hope of regeneration, leaving him in utter disarray. Yet the fury burning in his eyes blazed hotter than the molten magma of hell's deepest pits. Excellent! Excellent! Mephisto's voice was hoarse, seething with venomous spite, yet he managed to twist his lips into a perverse smile. You're even more intriguing, and far more dangerous, than I imagined. That only makes me want your allegiance all the more. He spread his arms wide, attempting to gather the abyssal magic once more. Why not reconsider my offer? Say, the position of Hell's lieutenant. Enough with your drivel. Chen Nan's form flickered like a phantom, materializing before him, even before Mephisto could finish his words. Chen Nan's fist, wreathed in hellfire and charged with a high-frequency pulse of magnetic power, crashed squarely into Mephisto's unnaturally pallid face. No theatrics, just pure, unrelenting force. A sickening crunch echoed through the air as bones shattered. Mephisto's head twisted at a grotesque angle, and his body was hurled like a ragdoll into the ruins, disappearing amid the rubble with a thunderous crash. This time, he gave a few feeble twitches, but could not get up again. His body began to unravel and melt with alarming speed, dissolving away like frost beneath the noonday sun, saturating the air with a stench of sulfur and thick, choking black smoke. In the end, all that remained was a bubbling, viscous puddle of black tar, and a single coil of twisted black smoke, shrieking with malice and unwilling defeat, which slipped through the lingering fissure of the Hell Gate and vanished from sight. You were never more than a mere fragment, Chen Nan said coldly, regarding the filth with pitiless eyes as he shook the black smoke from his fist. He knew full well. This was simply Mephisto's projection on Earth, while the true body remained ensconced in Hell's depths. But this battle had been enough to make the old demon suffer and remember his name. However, at the very instant that wisp of black smoke vanished completely into the rift, a sudden change erupted. The massive crack, the gate of hell, which had begun to shrink and recede after losing the witch-heart demon and descending into chaos, suddenly contracted violently inward. In that moment, an unimaginable force exploded forth from within. A nightmarish suction far more terrifying than anything the witch-heart demon had summoned before. All the ruins, debris, and smoke of St. Van Gonza, even the very light itself, were swept up and sucked madly into the rift. The hellfire lining its edges roared up in a frenzy, its color deepening to the hue of congealed blood. Next came a suffocating, soul-crushing pressure, surging from the depths of the crack, as though the entire sky was about to collapse. A silhouette, vast beyond the imagination, an abyssal shadow, began to swell monstrously behind the rift, churning in the vortex of the nether. This was no simple surge of energy, but a true, physical presence. A thunderous, earth-shaking rumble followed, each reverberation as if torn from the heart of hell itself. A hellish mountain, forged from twisted bones and molten stone, set eternally ablaze by infernal fire and rivaling the infamous asteroid that spelled doom for the dinosaurs, was being wrenched from the very fabric of the hell dimension by Mephisto's incomprehensible might. It did not need to be any larger. 10 kilometers would suffice. Steeped in a maelstrom of vengeful wrath and annihilating power, the mountain hurtled toward the rupture at the gate of hell, striking with brutal, unstoppable force. Its aim was clear, to shatter the portal completely and bring destruction crashing down upon the earth. FK! Johnny bellowed in a mixture of terror and rage, instantly sensing the world-ending force contained within the oncoming mountain. Should it fall, not only would St. Van Gonza vanish, North America, perhaps even the entire planet's ecosystem, would be brought to utter ruin. At that very moment, several golden portals burst open near the New York sanctum. Led by Wong, a team of Kamartaj sorcerers surged forth in urgent haste. Having sensed the seismic disturbance within the hell dimension, an ominous threat far outstripping anything before, they raced to offer their aid. Stabilize the space. Trap it in the mirror dimension. Wong barked commands with practiced authority, weaving complex mudras. The mighty glyphs of the Seraphim's shield flared before him in radiant defense. The other sorcerers responded at once, conjuring golden magic arrays that woven together into the void, striving to create a colossal mirror space to isolate the onrushing hellish mountain from reality. But they had gravely underestimated the raw fury behind Mephisto's strike, as well as the overwhelming, reality-warping force of the infernal mountain itself. The instant their golden array touched the burning edge of the mountain. A sharp crack, followed by an explosive roar, like stained glass shattered by a titanic hammer. The mirror dimensions barrier, carefully woven by the masters of Camartage, held for barely 2 seconds beneath the mountain's supremely oppressive, hellborn might. It splintered under the pressure, every inch fracturing and yielding, and the backlash of unleashed magical energy snapped violently down the link onto the sorcerers themselves. Splurt! Wong bore the brunt of the impact, blood spurting from his mouth as his body was hurled through the air like a kite with its string severed. The other sorcerers collapsed one after another with muffled groans, and the magic circle disintegrated at once, vanishing into thin air. Yet the Hell Mountain's relentless advance toward the rift was not slowed in the slightest. Even more insidious, in that instant when Wong was flung aside, his body spinning out of control, a nearly invisible, ghastly green energy spike, a spear forged from pure malice, silently coalesced within the churning magical forces at the forefront of the mountain. Like a viper striking from the swirling chaos, it darted with terrifying precision, aimed straight at Wong's heart. A classic feint, an attack on one front, a real assault on another. Even as his avatar was about to be destroyed, Mephisto was intent on taking a prominent Camartage sorcerer down with him before he departed. Wong's pupils shrank in terror. In his grievously wounded state, dodging was utterly impossible. Then, at that hair's-breadth moment, a figure flickered into Wong's path, appearing as if by instantaneous movement, intercepting him in midair. Without so much as glancing at the deadly spike, the newcomer simply reached a hand into the void in Wong's direction and closed his fingers. An invisible magnetic force enveloped Wong, cradling him like the most resilient cushion. It brought his violent momentum to a gentle halt, absorbing the force of the impact and settling him safely on the ground. Meanwhile, with a casual flick of his other hand to the side, Chen Nan brushed away the soul-shattering energy spike. It dissolved without a whisper, scattering into pinpricks of eerie green light a scant few meters from his body, vanishing utterly without a trace. "Don't get in the way." Chen Nan's frigid voice rang in Wong's ears, offering no gratitude for their earlier attempt to intervene. Wong's face was deathly pale, shame and lingering dread churning within him. Not only had they failed to avert disaster, they had nearly become a hindrance, requiring rescue from a power none of them could comprehend. At this moment, the very front of the Hell Mountain forced its way, brute and unyielding, through the rift within the gate of Hell. A massive shadow devoured a swath of the sky. Burning rock and shattered bones cascaded like a sinister rain, pounding into the earth and igniting a chain of violent explosions. A dreadful gravity began to twist the spaces below, and the land itself started to creak and groan under the growing burden. Across the globe, alarms blared in monitoring stations, shrill and piercing, yet the launching silos of every nuclear arsenal stood empty. World leaders stared in horror at the satellite images, a burning mountain stretching across the sky, blotting out sun and hope alike as they sank into utter despair. It seemed the end of the world was sealed, and only Chen Nan remained now, a solitary figure between heaven and earth. Against the apocalypse-bearing mountain poised to crush continents, he stood, a small and singular presence. Slowly, he raised his head. Not a trace of concern clouded his eyes. They were calm, steady as he gazed at the Hell Mountain hurtling toward earth. Under the crushing weight of impending annihilation, a power unlike any before surged ceaselessly through his body, a whirling vortex of energy roaring and rejoicing in the very heart of every cell. For them, this was a grand feast, a gluttonous banquet. They even urged the Hell Mountain itself to hurry, to come crashing in as quickly as possible. At this moment, Chen Nan's mastery over the magnetic field was like billions of invisible tendrils, reaching deep into the ley lines and magnetism of the Hell Mountain, even extending into the colossal entity, plummeting downward. "So this is what you want to smash Earth with," he murmured softly, yet his voice sliced through the deafening roar of the falling Hell Mountain and echoed into the very depths of Hell itself. "Did you even ask for my permission?" In the very next second, he moved. He transformed himself into a searing white meteor, a streak of pure energy tearing through the fabric of space. His target was the very heart of Hell Mountain, the most violently reactive, turbulent point of impact. The moment he touched the mountain, Chen Nan turned his own being into the most ravenous black hole the universe had ever seen. The hellfire fierce enough to burn stars, the crushing gravitational force of molten rock, the curses and resentments of billions of tormented souls. Every annihilating force flooded into him like countless rivers surging into a boundless sea. Blinding, searing white light erupted from his body, threatening to outshine all else, like a supernova on the verge of explosion. At the same time, he summoned the vast, unfathomable power of his own magnetic field, forcibly twisting, compressing, and condensing those unseen lines of force. Around him formed a storm vortex of magnetism, tens of kilometers in diameter, an unstoppable, raging maelstrom. But this storm was not for defense. It was a grinding mill for destruction. It tore wildly at the very core of Hell Mountain. Those infernal rocks, harder than steel and untouched by time's decay, suddenly stilled as if paralyzed before the might of a planetary-scale magnetic tempest. Chen Nan's feet seemed fused with the mountain's very ley lines. He guided the power that had amassed beneath the mountain over countless eons. His mastery over inorganic matter and magnetic fields became an invisible shockwave, surging upward from below, crashing fiercely against the plummeting base of the mountain, like the earth itself raising a fist in fury. A thunderous series of explosions shattered the silence. In an instant, the entire Hell Mountain burst apart like a snow pie crushed in a giant's grip, dissolving into countless fragments scattering across the sky. At that moment, the pure infernal flames erupted from every pore of his body. They carried Chen Nan's indomitable will, burning away all demonic intent and lingering curses within the mountain, reducing them to nothingness. Old ghost, your gift is not bad at all. I like it very much. Chen Nan let out a cold laugh, then bared a chilling, fierce smile. Courtesy demands reciprocity, so let me send you a grand return gift. Once again, Chen Nan's eyes blazed with incandescent brilliance. This time, his gaze pierced through the very bedrock of the mountain, locking precisely onto that sliver of Mephisto's controlling will anchored deep within the core. The light of judgment ignored all distance, searing through in an instant. A roar erupted from the depths of hell itself, a sound filled with agony and wrath, echoing in the very soul of every listener. It was the furious bellow of Mephisto's true form. Under the dazed gaze of the Camartage sorcerers, beneath the desperate eyes of global satellites, and in the breathless suspense of world leaders. That mountain range, burning and vast enough to blot out the sky and plunge all in endless despair, was struck by the blazing white meteor Chen Nan had become. Under the combined force of his collision and a multitude of destructive powers, it began to collapse at the impact point, shattering like an iceberg hurled into a furnace, swiftly dissolving into a tempest of whirling sand. Mountain-sized boulders were torn into countless fragments by magnetic storms, then swept through a cleansing hellfire that stripped them down to nothing but pure bedrock. And in the end, the inorganic surges Chen Nan commanded blasted it all apart, scattering the golden dust harmlessly across the skies of the entire world. The whole process unfolded at dizzying speed, as if the world had been thrust in a fast-forward, yet every fragment of movement was steeped in epic grandeur, the kind that destroys worlds and reshapes the very fabric of existence. With the last flaming boulder dissolving completely less than a kilometer above the earth, Chen Nan's figure began to take solid form again, right before the slowly sealing rift of the Hellgate. The blinding, apocalyptic light that had enveloped him finally faded away. Above the ruined sanctum of St. Vangosa, only a dead silence remained. Johnny's skeletal jaw had dropped, and he couldn't close it. Wong and the Camartage sorcerers stood frozen, staring at that godlike figure. Their hearts were filled with indescribable awe and a pang of terrified relief. Above, the dark red dust, once Hell's mountains, now hovered in the moonlight, scattering rays of strange, dreamlike brilliance, a glorious, otherworldly twilight. It felt as though the world itself was cheering after waking from a nightmare, or perhaps as if a blood-hued halo was being laid to usher in a new age on Earth. Chen Nan descended slowly to the ground, his gaze fixed on the empty space where the Hell Gate had sealed shut, as though he might pierce through the walls of reality itself to see that furious, raging old devil deep within the underworld. His voice was calm, but it seared itself into the soul of every witness, leaving a mark they'd never forget. Go back to your hell. Reach for Earth again, and I'll tear down your wretched throne with my own hands. If he had been stronger, he might have stormed Hell directly. Trouble is, someone like Mephisto, so long as Hell endures, is as unkillable as his domain. The Ancient One was right. Chen Nan lacked the arcane means to slay a dimensional demon, and that was a problem he could no longer ignore. If only my true form could descend directly to Earth. I could crush a bug like you with a flick of my finger. Mephisto's impotent, furious howls echoed back from Hell. If you think you're so tough, why don't you come here yourself? Chen Nan shot back with a scoff. Anyone can talk big. This blowhard had hatched schemes for eons and still lost everything tonight. Mephisto, I won't stoop to bickering with a bumpkin like you. As a lord of hell, Mephisto would never demean himself by shrieking insults like a fishwife. He could see that Chen Nan simply wasn't in his league. Staring at the hell gate that had shut as abruptly as it appeared, Chen Nan understood. Just like Mephisto and Dormammu, true destruction was simply not possible. But what if I gained control of the Darkhold? A dangerous thought suddenly sprang to life in his mind. Fight magic with magic. The lords of the dimensions are constantly devouring and warring with one another. So why shouldn't he seize one of those dark universes for himself? The best defense, after all, is a good offense. Who has the patience to guard against thieves every day? He'd never been one to take the passive route. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the World Security Council. Phones ringing off the hook, people shouting over each other. The meteor incident had shaken the world. Who would have imagined such a massive rock could hurtle out of the sky without warning? Any nation, even those with nuclear arsenals at the ready, would struggle to contend with a disaster of this magnitude. In the end, it was decided a supernatural operations task force must be formed. Every country began to move, by hook or by crook, to rein in their own mutant populations, determined not to lose control. While all this unfolded, Chen Nan was still oblivious to the avalanche of complications cascading toward him. He cast a quick glance at the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, then turned and walked away. The Darkhold had become an obsession. He would have it, no matter what. Returning to the Hellfire Club, he began issuing orders to track down Strange's whereabouts. His fingers drummed anxiously against the tabletop. The Darkhold was still nowhere to be found. This forbidden tome, passed down through the ages, was forever shrouded in mystery, its trace elusive as ever. Only one solid lead remained, and it pointed to the Morgan family. Their ancestors had once held the book. But before this sinister volume could be sought, a more fundamental problem needed solving. He himself had no affinity for magic whatsoever. It was like those old legends he'd read. Without an innate spirit root, cultivation was impossible. The answer was harsh: no root, no chance. And yet, tucked away in those same books, he'd found the faintest suggestion of another path. If you lack it, why not take it from another? The Black Queen's magical constitution was formidable, but compared to the future Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange, she was a mere firefly beneath the moon. It was like those viral jokes online. Everyone knows the ultimate technique will make you invincible, but out of thousands, only a rare genius can unlock its secrets. If the Darkhold and the Book of the Vishanti both lay open before him at this very moment, he could do nothing with their cryptic runes and incantations, utterly blind in the face of such mystery. Luckily, he possessed the vast intelligence network of the Hellfire Club. Tracking down a young Stephen Vincent Strange would not be difficult. With time, every person in America bearing that name would be sorted and scrutinized, and the search could be narrowed further. Following the timeline of the films, Strange should still be just a child. If this were the comic timeline, he'd already be training in Kamar-Taj, but clearly, there was no trace of him there. Therefore, Chen Nan was certain. His target was a boy, no older than 10, living in Philadelphia. At Chen Nan's command, the elite mutants, such as Riptide and Red Devil, sprang into action, launching a covert investigation based on distinctive traits. A few days later, they received word. There were plenty of people with the same first and last names, but the surname, Strange, allowed them to narrow the field considerably. Riptide identified several prime suspects. Chen Nan didn't hesitate for a second. He went straight to Philadelphia himself. He was always a man of efficiency. The simplest approach was usually the most effective. He quietly abducted the boys who matched their criteria, spiriting them away to a secret Hellfire Club hideout buried deep beneath New York's glamorous facade. Now, as Chen Nan examined the only target they could confirm, a boy who would one day become the Sorcerer Supreme. He was simply a trembling child, frightened and vulnerable. Stephen Strange, face pale with terror, scanned the opulent room and the dangerous-looking people before him. Who are you? How much money do you want?" he stammered, trying to sound brave, but unable to keep the quiver from his voice. The nightmares he'd seen on the news, organ traffickers and worse, flashed through his head, feeding his fear with every passing second. "Not bad, kid. You catch on quick," Riptide grinned, nodding at the lavish room. "But do we look like we're short on cash?" The boast only deepened Strange's terror. He curled in on himself, on the verge of tears. "Enough. All of you out," Chen Nan snapped, dismissive and impatient. The last thing he needed was this rabble making things worse. "Yes, boss." Riptide and the others were treated with teasing laughter, leaving Chen Nan alone with the petrified boy. The atmosphere eased a little. Strange, sensing this man was less vicious than the rest, cast him nervous, sidelong glances. Think of this as an unexpected holiday, Chen Nan said, his tone flat. Stay in this room. In a few days, you'll be free to go. He pointed to the table laden with food and comic books. Help yourself. But Strange didn't dare touch the food. Shrinking into the corner, he picked up a comic book, pretending to read while stealing quick, wary glances at Chen Nan, muttering to himself, "Weirdo." Chen Nan, though, barely noticed the child at all. His mind was wholly fixated on the dazzling card lurking deep within his consciousness. Magic physique, primordial, the key to seizing the body of Dr. Strange. Channeling every ounce of willpower, he started to draw. Ding. Card draw failed. Ding. Card draw failed. Ding. Card draw failed. Damn. Chen Nan cursed under his breath, his face clouded with frustration. He'd even made sure to cleanse himself with extra care today. Irritated, he jumped up and strode from the chamber without a backward glance. Little Strange was left staring in confusion, utterly unable to make sense of this weirdo's intentions. Meanwhile, Marilyn's search through the Morgan family's millennia-long history had hit a dead end. The passage of time had buried every possible witness in the dust of ages. The trail had gone completely cold. Chen Nan knew, all too well, that the only person who truly knew the whereabouts of the Darkhold was the current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. But that venerable guardian would never reveal the hiding place of a book capable of plunging the world into chaos. She would guard its secret with unwavering vigilance. It seemed, then, that getting hold of the Darkhold was a matter of waiting. Waiting until the day, over 20 years from now, when the Bowers would stumble upon it. The prospect of such a long wait left him in utter frustration. After leaving the club, Chen Nan asked Carl about the progress on the Mutant Welfare Center and learned it was nearly complete. He then turned to Marilyn. "How's the relocation going on Liberty Island?" Marilyn handed him a report. In the past week, 300,000 households have agreed to move. New York is definitely more enticing than Hawaii, but about 100,000 families remain undecided. For now, I anticipate only 10 or 20,000 will hold out to the end. Not bad, Chen Nan nodded. After half a year, if there are still a few stubborn holdouts, deal with them all at once. His tone suddenly chilled. We can't let them scatter about, breaking up Liberty Island's overall plan. Understood. That was exactly my thought as well. Marilyn caught his meaning at once. And how's Emma's side progressing? Chen Nan continued, asking about the mission to find imprisoned mutants. Riptide, Wolverine, and Gambit are following the leads Emma provided, rescuing captives one by one. Marilyn replied, lowering her voice. By the way, there's big news. Charles, he's alive. Chen Nan just raised his brows, not looking the least surprised. Should have guessed. He has a twin brother in a vegetative state. He took over his brother's body. After all, the movies spell it all out. Of course he knew. Marilyn couldn't help but gasp. Wait, is that even possible? Later, Chen Nan paid a visit to Umbrella Corporation's secret base to check the progress of the Sentinel robots. Their project to mass-produce mutant suppressor serum, made possible by using Lady Deathstrike Anna Marie's genes, was moving along steadily. The key was finding the original source, William Stryker. Inside the base, Emma Frost had just removed the helmet from the psychic amplifier, her face showing fatigue and frustration. Darling, there's no trace of Stryker. He's hidden himself well, holed up somewhere impervious to telepathy. Stryker's a wily old fox, slippery as they come. Unless he shows himself, he's nearly impossible to pin down, Chen Nan muttered, rubbing his temples. But no one stays vigilant forever. Keep him under surveillance. A smirk touched Emma's lips, cold as frost. However, I did find his wife and child. Chen Nan was silent for a moment, his gaze turning pensive. We don't bring misfortune to innocence, he said slowly, though his voice left room for no dissent. Its chill unmistakable. But we won't harm his family. Emma instantly understood, her crimson lips curving into a smile that was both dangerous and elegant. I got it, she replied. The next morning, Chen Nan tried his luck with another card draw. He refused to believe his fortune could remain so miserable. This time, he even made a point of bathing with Mora and the others, largely in hopes of borrowing some of their good luck. He reasoned, perhaps their European luck would rub off on him. Beat draw failed. Beat draw failed. Beat draw succeeded. Beat draw succeeded. Estimated time, 10 days. A cold, mechanical voice echoed deep within Chen Nan's consciousness. Chen Nan could only stare, speechless. The waiting time for this card draw was by far the longest he'd ever experienced. The power of the magical body lived up to its formidable reputation. A tide of emotion surged in his chest, quickly swelling into a wave of expectation. Time itself. Yes, this was the power he truly needed. Something greater, something enduring. Jean, you must grow up quickly. he whispered soundlessly. The power of the phoenix would truly come into its own when Chen turned 16. 5 more years. 5 years, not long, not short, just enough for the unknowns to gather. He had no idea how long it would take to draw the phoenix's power once the moment finally arrived. In the days that followed, Chen Nan simply chose to stay in the secret chamber. The place was lavishly appointed, like the finest suite in any hotel. At first, young Strange had been frightened, yet his terror was soon replaced by a very different emotion. No need for school, anything he wanted to eat, a constant flood of the latest comics, all the snacks he could dream of. For a little boy, this so-called captivity was paradise. Of course, his family was frantic with worry. The current, ever thoughtful, had left behind a cryptic note and a thick wad of cash as compensation. Time slipped away quietly in the hush of the secret chamber. For the most part, Chen Nan spent his days in meditation, sometimes leafing through a book. Young Strange, meanwhile, was lost in a world of comics and snacks, cares forgotten, as happy as could be. Suddenly, a crisp notification cut through the silence. Chen Nan snapped open his eyes, reflected within them. A card hovered before him. It was no longer a mere illusion, but something real and tangible. The card sparkled with a deep, dazzling blue. The words magical body, primeval, seemed forged from the light of distant stars. A surge of wild delight threatened to overtake Chen Nan. At last, it was settled. This moment made it real. Strange, you're free. Without looking back, Chen Nan tossed these words over his shoulder as his form faded from the chamber like a vanishing mist. In the blink of an eye, he stood over the boundless, surging sea. Beneath his feet, the waves rolled in stormy blue. With a thought, the card, radiant and blue, erupted with the light of a tidal wave, surging forth until it engulfed him completely. The energy that flooded Chen Nan was gentle, yet filled with unstoppable force. It didn't crash in harshly, but instead flowed like a constellation of living stardust. It was as if his body was being infused with countless fragments of twinkling starlight, resonating softly with shimmering vibrations as the energy coursed through him. He felt as though he were a piece of unpolished jade, being sculpted and tempered by invisible hands, undergoing a transformation toward a more essential form, one more attuned to the very magic of the universe. He had no idea how much time had passed when the cerulean radiance enveloping his body finally receded like tide. Chen Nan slowly opened his eyes. Outwardly, he did not seem much changed, and yet he felt, with perfect clarity, that something dormant within him, something connected to the very source of the cosmos, had been irrevocably awakened. It was a profound metamorphosis, seamless and natural, without any dramatic display. Only through first-hand experience with magic could one glimpse its true mysteries. In the next moment, the space around him rippled like water, and he suddenly found himself standing in the courtyard of Camartage, thick with the aroma of sandalwood and the whispers of ancient times. Enemy attack. The mage sentinels reacted at once, summoning forth the radiant glow of their protective wards. Stand down. A serene but commanding voice sounded. A ring of golden sparks appeared in the air, and the Ancient One stepped through, her gesture casual but her intent absolute. Though the mages exchanged uneasy looks, the Supreme Sorcerer's command could not be defied. They quickly withdrew, their gazes still wary and vigilant. So you've arrived this quickly? The Ancient One's usual gentle smile crossed her face, her gaze settling on Chen Nan. In the instant her eyes met his, her smile froze in place. Those eyes, ever seeing and all-knowing, flew wide in shock, revealing a depth of astonishment she had never felt before. Your magical talent. There was a subtle tremor beneath the calm of her voice. She had drifted through the rivers of time, witnessing countless prodigies, but before her stood what had only recently been an unremarkable talent had, overnight, undergone a transformation so profound it felt as though he had become a font of magic itself. Such a phenomenon was utterly unheard of, shattering all of her fundamental beliefs about magical potential. Tides rise and fall, seas change and fields turn. Nothing in this world stays the same forever. With hands clasped behind his back in an air of quiet mastery, Chen Nan spoke calmly. Master Ancient One, you are clinging to appearances. The Ancient One fell silent. She nearly lost her composure. Did he really think she didn't understand? The tides may change, but even that wouldn't turn an ugly duckling into a swan overnight. Ridiculous. All right, enough small talk. Chen Nan decided not to push his luck. Today, I'm here to learn the basics of magic. You truly grow more inscrutable by the day. The Ancient One shook her head, suppressing the turbulent waves within her heart. Come with me. Neither paid any attention to the stunned gaze of the librarian. After all, it was almost unheard of for the Ancient One to personally escort a stranger, and with such courtesy besides. Chen Nan entered Kamartaj's legendary library. The Ancient One handed him an ancient sling ring and began explaining the fundamental building blocks of magic, how to form the hand seals, the syllables of incantations, the principles behind constructing energy circuits, and much more. Chen Nan felt as if he had stepped into an entirely new universe. Just yesterday, he'd been ignorant of the magical world. Yet today, with his body naturally attuned to magic, those abstruse theories and cryptic symbols felt like old friends he'd known for years. You may study on your own for now. If you run into any trouble, consult the librarian, the Ancient One instructed before vanishing through a ring of golden sparks. She knew haste would only hinder true mastery. Chen Nan wasn't in a rush to practice. He settled his mind, hungrily paging through those heavy tomes on the fundamentals of magic. He understood well. Sharpening the axe will not delay the cutting of firewood. He sat there the entire day. Only when the golden sunset filtered through the high windows, bathing the pages in warm light, did he reluctantly close his book and teleport home. Balance between work and rest. This was the true path. That night, Emma, Raven, Jessica, and Isabella each took their turn upon the home stage, bringing the spirit of knighthood to life in a vibrant display. Not even exhaustion could halt their passionate performances. Once everyone had fallen into deep slumber, Chen Nan finally found a quiet moment to strengthen his magical body. Though power was fundamental, he never stinted, instantly spending 5,000 cards to enhance himself. Might brings miracles. In a flash, his magical body reached enhancement level 15. Host, Chen Nan. Strength, 1136. Baseline for an average adult male, 1. Spirit, infinity, infinite. Speed, infinity. Transcends concept, cannot be quantified. Beta level power, invisibility. Alpha level powers, magnetic field manipulation, plus 10. Rapid regeneration, ziche. Super speed teleportation, plus 10. Energy absorption, plus 13. Mutant power enhancement, plus 10. Omega level powers, telepathy, plus 10. Magical body, plus 15. Items, cosmic cube. Cards, white resource card, X22330. The next morning, Chen Nan appeared once more in Kamartaj. He strolled to the courtyard where junior mages gathered for their morning lesson, taking a seat quietly in the corner to observe. The Ancient One glanced at him briefly, but said nothing, continuing her teachings. Today's lesson focused on the basics of spatial magic, the construction and use of teleportation circles. At her fingertips, streams of orange-red magical light flowed, weaving intricate and stable patterns in the air as she explained how the sling ring guided spatial dimensions and how intent anchored coordinates in space. Each nuance presented with profound clarity. Unlike yesterday's foundational theory, today's material delved into hands-on manipulation, vast and complex in scope. Yet, the moment the Ancient One's voice reached Chen Nan, and as the formation's path unfolded before his eyes, it was an epiphany, an endless current of information, models of spatial dimensions, flows of energy, and resonances embedded in the incantations poured into his mind. Everything, absolutely everything, felt as if it had long ago been etched deep within his soul, merely awakened in an instant at this very moment. The explanation from the Ancient One was nothing more than a spark, igniting the magical instincts that had lain dormant within him for so long. He didn't even make a conscious effort to recall the Ancient One's gestures or incantations. Instead, he simply lifted his hand on a reflex. Streaks of orange-red magical light, vibrant and alive, flowed naturally and smoothly from between his fingers as if they had a will of their own. That glow was pure and concentrated, utterly free of any of the awkwardness that should belong to a beginner. It was as if his fingers had been born for the sole purpose of drawing the very paths of magic. He wasn't imitating. He was channeling instinct itself. A subtle warmth radiated from his palm, and in that instant, Chen Nan's vision transformed. All around him the air, countless, minuscule particles of magical energy shimmered with gentle halos of every color. They rose and fell with his breath, docile and friendly, like a swarm of fireflies on a summer night. With nothing but a flicker of thought, his fingertip drifted effortlessly through the air before him. No incantation, no deliberate construction. And then, a small teleportation array, its edges gleaming with pale golden runes, hovered steadily right before his eyes. Runic lights pulsed gently, each line and curve flawless, emitting a steady ripple of spatial energy. This, Chen Nan swallowed hard. a shock beyond words coursing through his entire being. This wasn't a matter of learning magic. His body, his very soul, had become a part of magic itself. The flow of energy was as fluid as breathing, and wherever his mind commanded, magic answered. He lifted his gaze, and the world unfurled before him in dazzling splendor. Ribbons of magic swirling through the air, subtle folds in the very fabric of space, and a faint radiance glimmering from the energy within all things. The Ancient One's explanation broke off abruptly. She spun around to face him, eyes fixed intently on the pale golden teleportation circle that spun in place before him. Her face, usually an expressionless mask, now contorted in undisguised shock for the very first time. How can you already cast a teleportation circle? I only demonstrated it once. Did you practice in secret last night? Her voice quivered with disbelief. You did just demonstrate it, didn't you? Chen Nan replied with that sincere, utterly reasonable expression. I spent more than 2 whole minutes thinking it through and working it out in my head. It really is pretty challenging to learn. Challenging to learn. More than 2 minutes. Yes, that's right. He'd mastered it in just over 2 minutes. What the hell? Every magic apprentice present was stunned into stone. Their confidence crumbled in an instant. Something they'd sweated over for months, even a year, to barely piece together, and he picked it up casually after thinking for just 2 minutes. The Ancient One opened her mouth to speak, staring at Chen Nan's affronted look of, I worked really hard to master it, and felt an immense frustration clogging her chest. In her eyes, strange talent was already a once-in-a-century rarity, but the one standing before her now, this fellow, was nothing short of a prodigy sent to turn everything upside down. The Ancient One took a deep breath, forcing down the urge to toss him into the mirror dimension. In the end, she merely waved her hand wearily, a hint of resignation and fatigue in her motions. Out, now, immediately. Don't disrupt my classes any longer. So rude. Chen Nan shrugged, and in the mingled gazes of awe, envy, and morbid curiosity from the other apprentices, his figure vanished in a blink, gone without a trace. Lately, Jean had become unusually attached to him, trailing him everywhere like a little shadow, always eager to play. It was the blossoming affection of a young girl entering adolescence. After his brief display of skill at Camartage, Chen Nan had returned to the manor, his arms laden with a towering stack of thick, fundamental tomes on magic. His intentions were perfectly clear: magical talent, rare as it may be, even if it appeared only once in a million. So long as there existed people with gifts in this world, to him, they represented valuable resources. Take, for example, that plump little apprentice destined to shine in the future. His magical potential could easily be shared with those close to him. Moreover, the sorcerers of Camartage themselves were an immense reservoir of talent. After all, anyone permitted to train in the sanctum had to be a prodigy among prodigies. Though the brilliance of legends like the Ancient One and Strange often eclipsed their peers within the outside world, the gifts of these ordinary apprentices would make them pillars of the magical community. And so, Chen Nan had recently become a regular at Camartage, not of course for humble learning, but on a mission of resource acquisition. Thick-skinned as a stone fortress, he moved from book to book under the guise of borrowing, only to promptly make his own copies straight away. To him, the vast library of Camartage was nothing short of a private study annex, free for the taking. The librarian, his whiskers practically quivering in fury, had gone to the Ancient One no less than once to complain, Sorcerer Supreme, look at this. How can precious magical knowledge be handed out like cabbages to commoners? It's sacrilege. He pounded his chest and stamped his feet, grief-stricken, his voice edged with despair. But the Ancient One merely shook her head with calm composure, her lips curving into a faint, ambiguous smile. No need for anger. We've been cloistered here for too long. Sometimes, clinging too tightly to tradition becomes the very shackle that hinders progress. Her gaze drifted into the distance, deep and thoughtful. Perhaps, out there are rough stones hiding true gems. His actions may well be sowing the seeds of new magic. Understand you view magic as precious, she continued, but true power should never be locked away, gathering dust. The elderly librarian remained indignant, but the Ancient One, who long ago learned to read the hearts of men, understood there were greater things at stake. In fleeting glimpses of time's vast river, she had already seen the day when magic, because of all this, would step boldly into a wider world. That evening, Howard arrived at the manor with his young son, Tony. The boy was, without question, the perfect inheritor of his father's charm and charisma. Even at his tender age, Tony already displayed all the makings of a future playboy. The moment he caught sight of Jean, delicate, porcelain-featured, and a child about his own age. His eyes lit up. Like a piece of gum you just can't shake off, he attached himself to her, launching into an endless stream of boasts about his latest, marvelous inventions, his custom circuit boards, and even a rubber band gun capable of launching pencils across the room. The adults couldn't help but chuckle at his earnest enthusiasm and animated gestures. Jean, however, remained unmoved. She had no interest whatsoever in the buzzing gears or the inventions that sparked with dubious flashes of electricity. She simply pursed her lips, visibly bored. Tony, seeing that his display had no effect on the pretty girl, switched tactics at once. He started counting off, on his fingers, all the riches of Stark Industries, the luxury cars his father owned, the private jets promised in his future. With every word, his exaggerations grew, his spit flew, and even Howard himself found his cheeks burning with embarrassment, desperately wishing the floor would swallow him up. "You brat, shut your mouth and behave." Howard scolded in a low voice, hoping to salvage what little dignity he had left. He knew all too well that the treasures of the Stark family were probably worth less than a drop in the ocean to their host. But little Tony was at the height of his rebellious phase. He had always been a notorious mischief maker and saw no reason to heed his father's authority. Oh well, he stiffened his neck to let out that disrespectful address, getting only the first syllable out. Suddenly, his voice stopped dead. Fear swept over him as he realized he could no longer control his own body. An overwhelming, instinctive urge seized his throat. From Tony's mouth burst forth a series of unmistakable dog barks. Instantly, little Tony was petrified, utterly terrified. What on earth was happening? Was this some kind of witchcraft? Jean crossed her arms and tilted up her chin, a mischievous, triumphant glint in her eyes. As she gave her mind a gentle push again, Tony, completely unwillingly, tumbled headfirst into the nearby swimming pool. He flailed desperately, paddling in the water like a frantic dog, coughing and sputtering as he swallowed mouthfuls of water, utterly humiliated. "All right, that's enough, Jean. Tony isn't a bad kid, just a little too spirited," Chen Nan called out, struggling to keep a straight face as he intervened. A bit of a lesson was fine, but it wouldn't do to traumatize the future Iron Man. Fine," Jean replied, obedient to Chen Nan, though she couldn't resist pouting as she withdrew her powers. Only then did Tony, utterly spent, collapse against the edge of the pool, gasping for breath, his soaked clothes clinging to his pale face. He looked at Jean with terror in his eyes, not daring to go anywhere near her again. Trembling, he clung to the hem of Howard's jacket, his voice breaking into a sob. "Dad, let's go home. I want to go home." "Ha ha, serve him right. Now he finally knows what it means to always have someone stronger out there, doesn't he?" Howard didn't offer any comfort at all. Instead, he burst out laughing, utterly delighted by his son's misfortune. He'd been waiting for the chance to rein in his son's wild and unruly ways, and today's vivid lesson couldn't have come at a better time. On the ride home, Tony was completely deflated, huddled in a corner of the back seat like a frightened little quail. Gone was the fearless troublemaker who seemed afraid of nothing when they first arrived. Once the Stark family had left, peace returned to the manor. The servants quickly moved around, cleaning up the aftermath. In the estate, there was a villa reserved for the staff, where 12 servants and 6 drivers lived under the steady management of Darwin. Chen Nan summoned everyone to the spacious living room in the main villa, calling together all of his women as well. "Lately, I've been disappearing from time to time. Aren't you all curious about where I've been?" Chen Nan glanced around at everyone, teasing them with a hint of a secret. "Of course we are." Raven was the first to roll her eyes dramatically, snapping back. "You're always vanishing into thin air, sometimes gone the whole night. Be honest, are you off somewhere flirting with someone again?" Her words instantly struck a chord, and all the women fixed Chen Nan with accusatory, almost mournful looks. "Oh, come on, give me a break." Chen Nan put on a mock look of wounded anguish. "I work myself to the bone for you lot, and this is how you talk about me behind my back? So heartless. It's enough to break a man's heart." Came the perfectly synchronized response, a round of dismissive, exasperated glares. "All right, enough joking around. Let's get serious." Chen Nan dropped his playful act, his expression turning earnest. "I've gathered you all here today to give you a gift, an opportunity to learn magic." "Magic?" The women froze, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Chen Nan nodded firmly. "That's right, magic. Just like mutant abilities, it's a real force in this world, even if most people don't know about it. While I was at Kamartaj, the hidden sanctuary of magic, I managed to copy a number of their spellbooks." He paused, watching as the spark of longing lit up in their eyes. "But unlike mutant genes, magic requires a special talent, something most people just aren't born with." However, he deliberately drew out the suspense, a mischievous, almost magical smile curling on his lips, the kind everyone recognized as his cheat code grin. We have a way to solve that little talent problem. We can learn it too? Moira's words trembled with excitement and barely contained hope. Everyone understood exactly what Chen Nan was promising. MHM. Chen Nan snapped his fingers. Right now, I'm going to grant you the magical constitution I copied from those exceptional sorcerers at Kamar Taj. As soon as the words fell, the living room slipped into sudden silence. Whether it was the usually lively Raven, the composed Emma, or the aloof Marilyn, in this moment they all resembled schoolchildren waiting obediently for their teacher to hand out candy, sitting up straight, their eyes alive with excitement and anticipation. Over the years, through various channels, Chen Nan had acquired a variety of non-core abilities: self-healing, telepathy, speed, strength, invisibility, and mastery of elemental forces, among others. These abilities were always given first to them and to core members like Hell Devil, greatly enhancing their ability to survive and to fight. Hell Devil, Riptide, Card King, and Alex even received extra, powerful life-saving skills as a safeguard. With a single thought, Chen Nan's consciousness dove deep into his spiritual sea. Each of his carefully chosen candidates possessed little fame within Kamar Taj, yet bore golden-level magical talent. Streams of brilliant gold, each pulsing with a different primordial magic, unfurled from his palm. Like sprites brimming with life, they darted toward every person present, merging soundlessly into their bodies. While Chen Nan was bestowing magical gifts upon the women in his manor, a very different scene was unfolding at the temporary residence of the current president. Ever since Chen Nan had forcefully banished him back to the Hell Dimension, Mephisto's resentment and unwillingness had grown in his heart like venomous vines, twisting and spreading. How could he ever give up on Earth, a land teeming with fallen souls? An elaborate, long-brewing scheme was quietly taking shape. Inside the temporary Oval Office, the atmosphere was stifling. President Michael White, his nerves fraying, clutched at what little hair he had left. His eyes, rimmed with blood, were deeply sunken. The immense pressure, endless troubles, and accusations from every direction were driving him to the brink. In a moment of despair, he swept all the documents off his desk with a violent motion and let out a guttural, desperate roar. Damn it, this is nothing but a mess. Damn mutants. Damn apocalypse. Damn Liberty Island. Regret consumed him, twisting his insides. Why, oh why, had he chosen to provoke that harbinger of disaster in the first place? Teetering on the edge of collapse, he was suddenly engulfed by a voice, deep, beguiling, and impossibly soothing, as if it could calm every restless shadow in his soul. Without warning, the infernal whisper filled the empty office, laced with the dark promise of hell. Mr. President, do you wish to eliminate the mutant scourge once and for all? The eerie voice struck like a ghost's caress, sending a jolt through the president. Panic seized him as he instinctively opened his mouth to call for security. Who are you? How did you get in here? Guards, someone help. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice ringing harshly against the emptiness of the office. But only silence answered him. Outside, not a footstep could be heard. The usual faint sounds of movement were utterly gone. A chilling, mocking laugh wound its way through the air. A low, resonant laugh echoed through the room, carrying a hint of mocking amusement. The man in the tailored suit, Mephisto, sat leisurely on the sofa opposite him, his smile brimming with unending cunning. Mr. President, save your breath. Even if you shout until your voice is raw, no one will come in and interrupt our conversation right now. Relax. I mean you no harm. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze locking onto Michael's with the cold precision of a viper. On the contrary, we share a common enemy, and I just might be the one who can help you escape your current predicament. A cold sweat seeped down Michael's back as he stared unflinchingly at the uninvited guest before him. His voice came out hoarse, tinged with wariness. What exactly do you mean? It's quite simple, Mephisto replied, spreading his hands, his smile confident to the point of arrogance. I can help you eliminate the mutant problem that's been plaguing you. What do you think? You? Michael's eyes narrowed, suspicion warring with a glimmer of temptation he couldn't entirely suppress. There was a chilling charisma in Mephisto's unwavering tone. What's the price? He drew a deep breath, his instinct as a politician instantly homing in on the crucial point. What is it you want from me? I need to think carefully. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world of adults, least of all when dealing with something this mysterious. Conversing with a smart man is truly a pleasure. The smile on Mephisto's lips deepened, a flicker of approval, or perhaps the satisfaction of reeling in his prey, passing through his eyes. All you have to do is sign a little contract, and I'll tell you the key to solving the mutant problem right away. So will you sign? Before the last word had fully left his lips, A parchment contract shimmered into existence on the president's spacious desk, its ancient surface faintly exuding the scent of brimstone along the worn edges. Michael glanced down. The writing on the contract was old and cryptic, yet the core message stood out with chilling clarity. The eternal servitude of his soul after death, in exchange for whatever he desired in this world. His fingers drummed unconsciously on the tabletop, his mind torn in a fierce internal battle. Mephisto's voice slithered around him like the sweetest venom, whispering at just the right moment. Consider it, Mr. President. If you succeed, your name will be etched in the annals of history. You'll become the greatest president America has ever known. Bar none. The greatest president. The words exploded in Michael's mind like a thunderclap. What man who wields power could ever resist the temptation to leave such a bold, indelible mark in history? Damnation? Eternal slavery in hell? If such glory could be his, wouldn't it be worth it? At the very least, he'd be a servant of a lord of hell, wouldn't he? A surge of almost reckless determination flooded Michael's heart. Without another moment's hesitation, he seized a fountain pen from the desk and, with swift strokes, signed his full name at the end of the parchment contract. As the pen glided across the paper, it felt as if something cold and icy slithered from the barrel and seeped into his body. A wise choice, Mephisto said with a satisfied smile. He gathered up the contract with elegance, handling it as if it were a precious work of art. Now, tell me what I need to do. Michael's impatience flared as he pressed forward, his eyes burning with urgency. Mephisto sauntered over to the map on the wall, his fingertip landing casually on a spot. Then, turning away, he picked up the work log from the president's desk. With quick, practiced motions, he wrote down a detailed address. Go find this boy, he said, sliding the log back across the desk toward Michael, a sly, enigmatic glint in his smile. Quite the coincidence. He has the same name as your predecessor, Jimmy. But this young man is the bane of mutants. A boy, he can defeat Apocalypse. The hope that had just kindled in Michael was doused in an instant. His voice brimmed with doubt. Mephisto let out a low, amused chuckle. Oh, he doesn't seem like an ordinary, harmless kid. Frankly, he might not even be able to best a healthy, grown man in a fight. But, he paused, turning his tone to one of playful mockery. He is absolutely a mutant's natural nemesis. Get near him, and any mutant power, no matter how mighty, ceases to function. Even Apocalypse himself would have to kneel in his presence. The words bane of mutants, and even Apocalypse must kneel, hammered into Michael's heart like an incantation. He snapped his head up, eager to ask for more details, only to realize the office was now completely empty. All that remained was a line of handwriting, the sole proof that none of this had been a hallucination. Damn it, not again, Michael muttered under his breath. These people always came and went in the blink of an eye, speaking just enough to goad him, but never the whole truth. Yet he knew there was no turning back. He picked up the secure phone on the desk and dialed a secret department loyal only to him, the Mutant Squad. Move out immediately, he ordered. The irony was not lost on him. They sought to eliminate mutants, yet the squad executing the president's most classified commands consisted of mutants themselves. The old foxes knew all too well, when dealing with mutants, sometimes it takes one to outwit another. Use the enemy's strengths to defeat him. The mutant with teleportation powers moved with astonishing speed, assembling the team and departing for the address without delay. Left behind, Michael paced anxiously across the plush carpet. Time crawled by, he couldn't say how long, before the encrypted communicator finally burst to life with a crackle of static. When he answered, it was to the squad captain's voice, so shaken it was barely recognizable. And Mr. President, we've located the target. But my God, as we approached, once we were within 10 meters of him, our powers disappeared completely. We become ordinary people, requesting evacuation, requesting immediate evacuation. Michael gripped the communicator, frozen in place, stunned for a good 10 seconds. All right, come back for now. Nemesis of mutants. Mephisto hadn't lied to him. It wasn't about defeating, the power to suppress, to strip mutants completely of the very roots of their power. In that instant, an uncontainable euphoria erupted within his chest like a volcano. His face flushed red, and even his breathing grew ragged. He clenched his fists suddenly. This boy's value far surpassed anything he had imagined. His genes. If he could just unravel the secrets within his genes, create an agent or inhibitor that could either neutralize or restrain mutant abilities, then the entire mutant race would meet its end at the hands of Michael Witt. Without their powers, mutants would be less than ants against armies armed to the teeth. He rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window, yanking aside the heavy curtains. Icy night air surged in, cooling his burning face and forcing him to rein in his feverish excitement. Range limitation. Abilities return when leaving. His mind raced. It's all about the genes. It must be the boy's mutant genes at work. This must be studied, researched in utmost secrecy. A bold and wicked plan took shape in his mind. This matter is top secret. His eyes grew as sharp as a hawk's. Those in the know must be kept to an absolute minimum. If any word gets out, those damn mutants, especially that Apocalypse, would stop at nothing to destroy the boy. Then, everything would be lost. His gaze swept across a world map, finally settling on the distant east. China. We have plenty of discreet yet supremely professional medical research institutions there. Pfizer, the titan that had amassed untold fortunes through war and miracle drugs, would never let slip an opportunity to reshape global power and reap unimaginable profit and prestige. A phone call, a secure order, a staggering sum of money, and a secret project codenamed Source of Purification, all set in motion under the cover of darkness, known to none. Little Jimmy and his parents, under the twin banners of generous offers and national secrecy, voluntarily embarked on an educational exchange journey across the ocean. Time slipped by in a flash. Life at Chen Nan's manor seemed to have returned to calm. The women immersed themselves in the enchanting worlds of magical tomes, while the Umbrella Corporation methodically advanced construction on Freedom Island and the relocation of residents. Even those who were initially reluctant to move gradually packed up and left, swayed by sweeteners and suggestions for centralized resettlement. Until that day, a piece of explosive news crashed down upon the world like the dark shadow cast by Apocalypse's nuclear cataclysm. But this time it swept across every corner of the globe faster, more overwhelmingly, and more inescapably, tearing apart the fragile illusion of peace. The mutant cure has been developed. A new chapter in human history begins. Let's wind the clock back only a few hours. Inside the White House's temporary office, President Michael hovered over his encrypted communicator, so excited that his words tumbled over themselves. Wonderful, wonderful, absolutely brilliant. Pfizer truly lives up to its reputation as a titan of biomedicine. Outstanding work. Organize a global press conference for me. Immediately. I want it to be the grandest event imaginable. I want the whole world to hear this. After hanging up, he paused to catch his breath, inhaling deeply again and again. He had waited far too long for this day. The clouds that had long loomed overhead seemed to vanish in an instant. Facing the mirror, he straightened his tie, his own reflection glowing with the sort of vigor and wild confidence he had not seen in years. Apocalypse. Damn Apocalypse, he muttered through clenched teeth, his knuckles white with intensity. Your time is over. He allowed himself a few low, triumphant chuckles, barely able to contain his glee. What Freedom Island? What mutant paradise? When those lowly mutants finally succumb and embrace the cure, when they turn their backs on everything, what recourse will Apocalypse have left? Not only will he be forced to cough up what he's taken, the president would crush him, regaining his unshakable authority as the ultimate leader of Earth. For most mutants, after all, aren't they simply pitiful creatures struggling at the margins of society? Who, when offered a chance to be normal again, to step into the sunlight among others, would refuse? That afternoon, a press conference destined for the history books commenced on a global stage. The president strode to the podium with a step charged with pride, his very walk exuding a sense of dominance, as if beneath his feet lay not a carpet, but the very spines of the mutants themselves. Flashbulbs exploded relentlessly, freezing the blend of exhilaration and vengeful delight on his face for audiences everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice, broadcast through countless microphones, resounded to the farthest reaches of the world, brimming with a confidence and charisma never seen before. For decades, humanity has lived under the shadow of a nightmare, the threat of mutant gene anomalies. Today, at last, we have made a historic breakthrough. We have found the cure. His words were met first with a shocked uproar, then with thunderous, passionate applause. Spreading his arms, the president proclaimed like a savior, "If you or your loved ones have suffered because of uncontrollable mutations, have faced fear, have been cast out by society, then step forward. The door to a new life is open before you. We have established special vaccination centers in the capital of every state. Any and all who long to return to a normal life, who yearn to bask in the sunlight of equality, are welcome. The cure is here. We're saved. Long live the president." This news swept across the globe like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. Ordinary people erupted with joy, while the mutant community raged in turmoil, as if a boulder had been hurled into a deep pond. Those mutants who had suffered from discrimination, forced to hide in the shadows because of their deformed appearances or uncontrollable powers, suddenly saw a light of hope flicker brilliantly in their eyes. At last, they could be free of this damned curse, finally walk beneath the sun with dignity. Yet, for those mutants whose powers were both formidable and under control, those who had long grown accustomed to relying on their abilities, a bone-chilling dread set in. This news felt less like salvation, and more like a Damocles sword dangling perilously overhead. The government now had a way to forcibly cure them. In an instant, both freedom and power teetered on the brink of being lost. The world was thrown into turmoil and division by this earth-shaking announcement. At the Hellfire Club headquarters, the air was thick with tension. Azazel halted, casting his crimson gaze across those gathered, complex emotions flickering in his scarlet eyes. Inform a boss. Let him decide. As for everyone else, they're beyond our concern. Besides, for those mutants burdened by deformity, this is indeed a blessing. He paused, his voice lowering. Let's not forget, at our core, we're just a little further along the path of human evolution. Just then, a calm voice sounded at the doorway to the conference room. No need for that. I'm already here. In an instant, everyone shot to their feet like they'd received an electric jolt. The White King. Boss. Sir. At some point, Chen Nan had appeared at the threshold, his expression inscrutable. He waved a hand casually and took his seat. Finally, his gaze swept over to the television screen, settling on the president's face, wreathed in smug satisfaction. Boss, this stunt the president pulled, Azazel began. Let them do as they please. Chen Nan cut him off, his tone unexpectedly calm. To them, this is hope. If someone wants the injection, we can't and need not stop them. But the Black Queen couldn't hold back, her striking face shrouded in icy resolve. What worries us isn't the mutants who choose the cure willingly, but rather, those who be forced. Once the government has this so-called cure, what's to stop them? 4 high-level mutants who refuse to relinquish their powers, would they go so far as to use force, capture them, and inject them against their will? Or worse, with just a single, specially designed cure bullet, they could strip any mutant of their power in an instant. At their mercy, with no way to fight back. It's terrifying. Her words were like icy daggers. In an instant, the faces of Alex, Torrent, and the others turned deathly pale. Until now, they had only focused on the question of choice, overlooking a far more brutal possibility. The so-called cure could easily become the government's ultimate weapon for purging dissidents and suppressing mutants. Are we just supposed to stand by and watch them use this damn thing however they please? Alex's voice shook with barely contained anger and fear. At last, Chen Nan tore his gaze from the screen, his eyes settling on the anxious faces around him. A mysterious and enigmatic smile slowly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Stop them? If we make a move now, aren't we playing right into certain people's hands, painting a target on our own backs, and making ourselves the enemies of the entire world? Wouldn't we just be pitting ourselves against every mutant yearning for a cure, and every ordinary person who fears what we are? So you mean? Celine pressed, unable to hide her urgency. What I mean is, Chen Nan leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a cold, knowing calm. It's only when those hopeful officials experience the bitter taste of falling from their lofty clouds into utter despair that they'll finally understand who the true future belongs to. Only then will they see that this so-called cure is nothing but an illusion, a mirage. The Black Queen's keen instincts latched onto his words. Her pupils contracted sharply. Wait, are you saying the cure is fake? That this is all a trap set by the president to lure in mutants? Her gasp cut through the silence, and the meeting room was suddenly gripped by a breathless tension. Everyone's heart leapt into their throat. Not entirely fake, Chen Nan replied, shaking his head with a hint of biting irony. But as for its effects, let's just say they're nowhere near as miraculous or as permanent as the government would have people believe. He raised a finger and tapped the tabletop, a muffled, deliberate sound, echoing through the room. The so-called cure is, at its core, nothing more than an extremely potent suppressant for mutant genes. It can temporarily mute genetic expression, causing abilities to vanish and some mutations to reseed for a time, making it look as though someone is healed. But his tone shifted, laced with contempt. Do you really think the mark of a gene can be so easily erased? For those low-level mutants, folks with minor abilities or mostly physical deformities, the drug might hold out for a few months, maybe even a year. But when time runs out, their powers and mutations will inevitably come roaring back. And for higher-level mutants? The effects, maybe a few days, a couple of weeks at most. The harder you try to suppress what's inside, the stronger the backlash. Want to stay ordinary? Fine, but get ready to rely on injections for the rest of your life, like a diabetic with insulin. Sooner or later, the body will start to fight back. The Black Queen's face turned ashen. So you're saying that Pfizer and the president most likely only conducted short-term trials, using some lower-class mutants as test subjects, saw a fleeting moment of success, and then rushed to declare victory. If this so-called cure is rolled out on a massive scale, once its effects wear off, thousands upon thousands of those cured will see their powers return and their appearances twist once more. Society will plunge into panic and even deeper chaos. Those who once brimmed with hope will feel utterly deceived and betrayed. And the government, what will the government do then? She could hardly dare to imagine it. From what she knew of politicians, once the lies are exposed, when the miracle of the antidote shatters and outrage spills over into the streets, the government's path would be all too predictable. To cover up their mistakes, quell the disorder, and safeguard their grip on power. Without hesitation, they would turn to an even more extreme, more ruthless solution. If cure is impossible, then eradication would be absolute. Then what should we do? Alex's voice was hoarse, tinged with fear. The others all turned toward Chen Nan, their eyes reflecting the same intense unease. Wait and watch, Chen Nan replied in a level, unhurried tone, as if stating an unchangeable fact. His thoughtful gaze swept over the room, detached yet knowing. To intervene directly would only paint Liberty Island as a villain, the one who strangles hope. Some lessons are most deeply learned only by experiencing the consequences firsthand. At last, the tension in Celine, the Black Queen, eased. The seed of worry that had taken root in her heart quietly settled. She wholeheartedly agreed. Words can be spoken thousands of times to no effect. A single lived experience, though, leaves a mark that cannot be forgotten. The others' doubts, too, faded away. One after another, they nodded. Since the White King had reached his decision, all that remained was for them to bide their time. However, Chen Nan's voice suddenly shifted. He drummed his fingers lightly on the tabletop, speaking in a calm, cool manner. Spread the word. Let everyone know that this so-called antidote serum is only a temporary fix. It masks the symptoms, but can't wipe out the mutant gene. People can believe what they want to believe, though I do feel for those twisted mutants. He didn't care how many would truly heed the warning. This was simply Liberty Island's stance, a stone tossed into boiling water. The message, like ripples across a lake, began to spread through the mutant community. Deep in an abandoned factory-turned-shelter, the air was thick with tension. Beneath a dim lamp, dozens of mutants of all ages huddled together. The young man, James, scanned the circle of faces, some visibly misshapen, others concealing their truths, before he spoke in a low voice. You've all heard about the president's press conference and his supposed cure. What do you make of it? Silence answered him, a long, heavy quiet. The air brimmed with confusion, yearning, and a profound sense of unease. Some children here, driven away by the strict rules of Chen Nan's orphanage, have found in this new place not judgment or disdain, but the solace of shared hardship. At last, a little boy with scales on his face stood up timidly. James, I think the White King has a point. Is it really possible to create something like that with today's technology? It doesn't feel right to me. Yes, murmured a little girl who could change the color of her hair, her voice quiet but clear. The Sentinel factory was only just destroyed, and now they've made an antidote? That's just too convenient. This must be a trap. It's meant to trick us into coming out of hiding. Her words struck a chord, awakening a silent chorus of agreement. After being betrayed again and again by the White House, any trust that once existed had long since vanished. In their eyes, the president would stop at nothing to wipe them out. Yet in a shadowed corner, a child nearly unrecognizable as human, his body completely covered in ashen feathers, trembled as he raised his hand. His voice, muffled by the fine feathers, emerged with that painful restraint and reckless hope of the truly desperate. But I want to try. Look at me. I can't afford to let go of even the smallest hope. Even if it's a trap, I'll accept it. I just want to walk the street like an ordinary person without having to run or hide ever again. His humble, despairing words rang out like a hammer blow, striking the hearts of everyone present. Those mutants whose appearance was relatively normal fell silent. They might manage to conceal themselves, but they could never truly understand that deep-seated shame and suffering. I'll go ahead and clear the way for everyone. Summoning the last of his courage, the feathered boy spoke with a note of grim resolve. If I make it back, I'll tell you all the truth. James looked into the boy's anxious, hope-filled eyes peering through the feathery veil. At last, he nodded heavily. All right, we'll support you. In the days that followed, the first group of mutants who had suffered the most from their deformities, like the feathered boy, stepped forward to take the injection publicly. On camera, they exhibited the temporary fading of their mutations. Feathers shed, scales disappeared, and society fell into an unbridled frenzy. The antidote is real. A miracle has come. Freedom is within reach. The news echoed everywhere, with propaganda machines running at full tilt. Countless mutants longing to break free from the shadows surged out, emerging from the sewers, from deserted corners, and even from the disguises of everyday life, flocking to injection centers across the states. In scarcely a week, the number of registered mutants for injection soared past 6 figures, a number that stunned the world and left the president, presiding over his temporary offices in the White House, basking in admiration and flattery. Vice President Roger, holding the report, wore an exaggerated look of shock and sycophancy on his face. "Oh my God, Mr. President, this is shocking. Who could have imagined that hundreds of thousands of mutants were hidden in our country? It's like a ticking time bomb buried nationwide. Fortunately, you had the foresight to deal with it." "Haha, you flatter me," Michael said with mock humility, waving his hand while the corners of his mouth curled upward, unable to hide his delight at being so highly praised, a feeling he had missed for far too long. "This is the fruit of our collective efforts, a triumph of science and willpower." The conference room erupted with sycophantic praise for the president's wise leadership. It felt less like a meeting and more like a personal celebration in his honor. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, the military representative's cold voice broke through like an icy bucket of water. "Mr. President, the issue with the lower-tier mutants may seem solved, but what about Apocalypse? He is our true nemesis. Liberty Island still stands, and he alone could overturn everything we have." In that instant, the lively atmosphere froze. Everyone's smiles stiffened, as if the shadow of Apocalypse had never really left. Yet at this moment, Michael Witt was already intoxicated by the taste of victory, floating on air and entirely carried away. He let out a derisive laugh, sweeping his eyes over the now silent crowd with a look of someone who believed he held all the answers. "Gentlemen, do you truly think this miraculous cure was crafted by the Pfizer scientists alone?" He paused deliberately, relishing the suspense in the room. "Let me tell you the truth. Its core is derived from a very special mutant." He lowered his voice as if confiding a world-shattering secret. "A natural-born nemesis of mutants. Anyone with mutant abilities loses them instantly within 10 meters of him. Even Apocalypse himself." A collective gasp swept across the conference room. Everyone was stunned by this unbelievable revelation. Satisfied with their shock, Michael continued to lay out his grand plan. "All we need to do is invite Apocalypse for a friendly discussion about the construction and aid for Liberty Island. When he steps into our carefully prepared venue, stripped of his devastating power, he'll be nothing but an old man, frail and powerless. At that point, he mimed firing a machine gun, a cruel and gleeful grin spreading across his face. We'll cut him down in a heartbeat." For a brief second, the room fell into dead silence, then burst into understanding, smug laughter. In their minds, they could already see Apocalypse lying in a pool of his own blood. But dreams can shatter in the blink of an eye. "Invite me? Negotiate aid?" The reply from Apocalypse, far away in Egypt, was cold and curt, laced with open mockery. "Idiots! That's not even me." He refused. When Michael received the message, his look of triumph vanished instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief. Turning down free money? Has this guy lost his mind? Misery never comes alone. Just then, one of the president's core advisors burst into his office, ashen-faced and stumbling, so flustered he forgot to even knock. "Mr. P. President, something terrible has happened." The lead advisor's voice trembled, barely forming a coherent sentence. "What's got you so rattled?" Michael's heart sank, but he forced himself to sound stern and composed. "It's relapsed, sir. The antidote, it's not working." The advisor's words hit like a bolt out of the blue. "The first group to receive the antidote, the mutations are coming back." "What?" The president shot out of his seat as if struck by a sledgehammer, a strangled cry escaping him. The blood drained from his face, leaving him ghostly pale. He'd brag about this to the entire world. A wave of dizziness crashed over him. He staggered, grabbing the desk to steady himself. "It's over. Completely over. You've been duped by Pfizer, twice." "Mr. President." The advisor wasted no time, voice quick as a blade and chillingly calculating, outlining a plan to salvage the situation. "True, there's no permanent cure, but the suppressant effect is real. The most urgent thing now is to use the registration information from the injections to build a comprehensive mutant surveillance network. Keep track of their movements in real time." A glint of ruthless resolve flashed in his eyes. "If anyone relapses, inject them again immediately. If they refuse, authorize law enforcement to detain them and administer by force." If they resist, execute them on the spot. Mr. President, who would know we're killing people? This is the perfect pretext to finally excise this tumor once and for all. To eliminate, Michael Vate collapsed back into his oversized leather chair, running his hands in anguish through his thinning hair. His voice was hoarse, exhausted, a cry of utter end-of-days despair. Are you suggesting open war? Outside the window, the last light of sunset bled across the sky, painting it an ominous shade of red. It was as if a silent storm was already brewing. Mr. President, what are you afraid of? George, the chief advisor, let his voice ring through the Oval Office, unyielding, brooking no disagreement. Our supply of antidote could fill 3 armories. What's one apocalypse to us? There's nothing to fear. Before he could finish, Weiss, who had been standing quietly to the side, leaned forward and drew a few cold, swift slashes across his notebook with his fingertip. There's deadly wisdom hidden in the ancient texts of China. The banquet at Hongmen. I don't believe anyone in this world can truly be immune to the lethal intent that lurks in a meeting. Weiss's glasses caught the reflection of looming storm clouds outside the window. The world is really just a makeshift stage riddled with holes. And what you guard against most is someone hiding a blade beneath the table, shattering their wine cup as the signal for blood to flow. George picked up the thread of conversation, his knuckles tapping against the tabletop. If Apocalypse dares to stir up trouble, then let him come and discuss the mutant issue with us. Michael Witt's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fingers. Fixing his gaze on a massive map mounted on the wall, his mind conjured the memory of the capital city ravaged by the monster called Apocalypse. As long as Apocalypse died, these unruly freaks would surely tear each other apart. With a sudden slap on the table, he exclaimed, "Agreed." 2 months later, the world was in absolute chaos. More and more mutants on the run exposed the truth about the so-called cure serum. It was nothing but a scam. This so-called cure is an outright fraud. The crisis escalated by the day. The streets of New York had descended into utter turmoil. Ironically, those making the biggest fuss were the very people who had once idolized the president with a near-fanatical devotion. Panic spread like a virus. Mutants discovered that those who had volunteered to register and receive the injections had not been cured at all. Instead, they had become walking targets, their locations tracked and stored in military databases. "We're sitting ducks." A shout rang out as someone smashed a hospital window, glass shards mingling with rainwater on the ground, glimmering like countless pairs of hopeless eyes. The anger of ordinary citizens burned ever hotter. Waving placards denouncing the lying president, crowds gathered outside the presidential temporary residence, their shouts rising above even the wailing of police sirens. More empty promises, a bespectacled office worker sneered, crumpling the day's newspaper into a ball. First it was the Sentinel robots. Now it's this phony mutant cure. They just use us to pad the ballot box. Frustration had stewed in silence for days, until the government's new command crashed down like a thunderclap. All mutants must report to the police station within 24 hours and submit to the implantation of a tracking chip. Any disobedience will be dealt with as a threat to national security. In the abandoned Fara Technologies building, mildew and despair seemed to hang thick in the air. More than 30 young mutant children huddled in a cobweb-choked corner of the upper floors, the damp stains on the walls looking like countless weeping faces. Leaning back against a cracked support column, Lena watched as crystals of ice formed at her fingertips, only to shatter into powder as soon as they appeared. The suppressive serum still tore at her nerves. Every time she tried to use her powers, it felt as if sharp ice picks were stabbing into her temples. "They're coming up." Tommy's voice was harsh and ragged, like stone scraping on stone. The boy who once could move objects with his mind now could barely manage to levitate 3 small rocks. Downstairs, the stomp of military boots grew louder, a relentless hammering against every heart. "This is your final warning." The megaphone's voice cut through the air, cold as ice. "Surrender and submit to a second injection. Otherwise, you'll be executed on the spot." What do? We fight. That second round of treatment is just a ploy to appease the masses. "I'm sorry. It was my fault for revealing the relapse." Forget it. The truth would have come out sooner or later. Right now, they're scrambling to contain the panic, trying to silence the public while cleaning up the mess. They're going to get rid of us? Bingo! In the corner, Amy was trembling like a leaf in the wind. This girl of 8 or 9, who once could only kindle a tiny flame in her palm, now felt something scorching and wild crashing around her chest. She refused to give in. She remembered the White King saying, "Don't trust them," but after yearning for a normal life for so long, she'd still joined the others in lining up for the cure. Now, all she wanted was to summon her fire. But only a feeble little flame danced at her fingertip, setting fire to a scrap of rag on the floor, which soon fizzled out, leaving behind a charred stain and a breath of acrid smoke. The piercing shriek of armor-piercing bullets slicing the air had barely faded when Lena's ice barrier shattered like brittle glass. Shards of ice exploded outwards, crackling against the walls. Heavily armed soldiers surged in like a tide of black, the red dots on their helmets sweeping over the children, as if counting lambs before the slaughter. Despair ignited desperation. Mark, whose skin could turn as tough as rubber, threw himself forward with a roar, wanting only to batter a path open with his body. But what met him were the gaping barrels of guns, cold metal pressing into his chest. Lily screamed and ducked her head, charging for the soldier's leg armor. Her hair could harden, glinting like steel wire for a moment, but as soon as she made contact, a rifle but smashed hard into her back. The muffled crack of breaking bones echoed raw and clear in the empty building. Tommy watched Lily collapse, his blood surging to his head. He glared at the soldier's knee, hurling what strength he had to send small stones flying. A few stones shot out, striking the joint with a whiz. One soldier stumbled, but more closed in, raising their batons crackling with blue electric light. "Don't touch him." Amy's voice became a primal snarl, something bestial tearing from her aching throat. The heat in her chest exploded, no longer a faint spark, but a raging pillar of fire, as thick as her arm, flaring between searing orange and blinding white as it burst from both her hands. The fire slammed into a soldier's chest plate, molten heat piercing the alloy in a heartbeat. A burnt smell and shrieks ripped through the chaos. The soldier rolled a few times on the floor and then lay still. Amy crumpled, utterly spent, her little face ashen, a trickle of blood seeping from her nostrils before she fell limp. Lena let out a cry of grief. Her head pounded as if it were splitting, but fury overruled everything else. She slammed her hands to the ground, no longer shaping ice walls. She funneled every drop of cold she had into the puddled water on the floor. Frost burst outward in a ring, freezing the boots of the soldiers in front of her in an instant. Fine crackling sounds echoed as ice crystals crept up the legs of their pants. This was their last chance. The boy who could conjure noise let out a piercing shriek, the sonic vibrations overwhelming the soldiers' earpieces with static. The girl who could change color for a fleeting moment pressed herself along the wall, darted behind a frozen soldier, snatched a shard of glass from the ground, and slashed it hard through the gap in the armor. Tommy lunged to Amy's side. Without thinking, he sank his teeth into the exposed neck of the burned soldier. The taste of blood filled his mouth, and the soldier let out an inhuman scream. The fight devolved into a vicious struggle, the children using whatever scraps of ability had returned to them, shards of glass, their teeth, anything they could find, to fight back. They knew there was no escape. They themselves were the problem. If the problem can't be solved, then who can solve those who cause the problem? Gunfire, screams of agony, and the children's feral cries clashed and echoed through the abandoned building. They yearned for a miracle, but would one truly come? Moonlight spilled through the shattered windows, falling on the faint but stubborn flames that flickered, fighting not to be snuffed out. As long as there's still a spark burning, then all is not lost, right? The smell of gunpowder mingled with blood, drifting through the ruins of the derelict building. The walls were splattered with dark red stains and strange frost patterns, silent witnesses to this earthly hell. A boy, his stomach run through by a soldier's knife, used his final moment to set off the only thing he carried in his pocket. Homemade acidic gel, cobbled together from chemicals. The corrosive liquid hissed as it sprayed out, instantly dissolving the synthetic fiber armor on the nearby soldier's leg. It ate through flesh, burning with a sickening sizzle, even the boy's own broken body, raising a cloud of acrid, white smoke. "Kid, that was brilliant." Amid flickering flames, a red-faced monster stepped into view. At the entrance to the Chicago sewers, a young man, his powers dulled by serum, able to manage only feeble vibrations, clutched a homemade magnetic bomb to his chest. As the soldiers advanced on his younger brother and sister, an animal ferocity and desperation flared in his eyes. He hurled himself at the nearest group of soldiers. The violent shockwave engulfed them all, soldiers and brother alike, driven by nothing but the need to protect his siblings. In a derelict shipyard on Miami Beach, a woman who once commanded every bone in her body now struggled against the serum's chains, managing only to force a slick, blood-streaked spike from beneath the skin of her arm. With a wild, beastly roar, she drove this final weapon deep through a soldier's throat. Warm blood splattered her face. A heartbeat later, a barrage of sniper rounds tore through the air, cutting her down where she stood. At the gates of Liberty State Park, dozens of mutants who had fled to this place stood, hand in hand, facing the crushing sweep of armored vehicles. Despair burned in their eyes as remnants of their power. Flickers of sparks, drifting ice crystals, trembling force fields, twisting threads of light, were wrung from shattered bodies and thrown together in one last act of defiance. And in the end, amid a thunderous explosion, the problem was solved again. Everything was reduced to ash, self-consuming flames casting a mournful glow on the distant, lonely silhouette of Lady Liberty. All along, peace itself was nothing but an illusion. Ruthless, annihilating slaughter could resolve everything with finality. Tomorrow, the sun would still rise. Who would care about a handful of vanished mutants, nameless and forgotten? Who would even remember their names? The Hellfire Club was powerless to rescue them all. At least 100 mutants had already been massacred. They managed to save only a few in time. Lena's gaze pierced the sky. In her final moments, she finally glimpsed a single shaft of light. Not a plea, but a release, a silent indictment of this world. In the end, all that remained was a frozen, deathly silence and a trace of boundless regret for a future that would never arrive. The Hellfire meeting room descended into utter stillness. The air was as heavy as lead, suffocating everyone present. A shadow flickered across Chen Nan's eyes. The White House's depravity had gone beyond even his darkest calculations. When he looked up again, a blaze seemed to smolder in the depths of his dark eyes, a fire capable of consuming everything. He slowly rose to his feet, sweeping his gaze over his companions, and broadcast his message to the world. Effective immediately, all combat units of Free Island. Remove every restriction protocol. He paused, letting his gaze rove across the screen, lingering on the falling bullets and the cold steel of the handcuffs. Target: every military base, command hub, serum suppression production facility, and tracking device on American soil. His clenched fist went bone-white from exertion, and his voice rose, ringing out with the somber finality of a doomsday pronouncement. We of Mutant-Free Island hereby declare war on the White House. The last word dropped like a blazing meteor into boiling oil. The world erupted in shock. Had Free Island gone mad? Chen Nan's resolve had turned to chilling steel. Blood debts could only be repaid with blood. War was now inevitable. For those lost children, for the souls still struggling in the muck, so that mutants might have a tomorrow at all. Orders came down cold and relentless, like a flood of hardened steel. Emma, at any cost, track down a boy named Jimmy. Once his location is confirmed, the Greyhound Super Soldier Squad will conduct the rescue. Remember, not a single mutant is to approach him. His ability suppresses all mutant genes. He's our natural nemesis. Red Devil, he called, eyes turning to the demon who could leap through space. Coordinate with the Car Master. Let the fools in the White House experience the true inferno of hellfire. Marilyn, Raven, Psylocke, Moira, Peggy, Isabella, Jessica. He barked out their names, every syllable landing with force. Each of you will lead your squads on urgent rescue operations. The teleportation spell you just mastered now faces its trial by fire. Orders thundered down with the force of a storm, and the stifled grief and anger in the command room instantly transformed into a piercing determination for battle. All present responded in unison, their figures vanishing swiftly into the glow of teleportation. Just a mere Free Island, daring to declare war on the mightiest nation of this planet? Anywhere else, such words would be nothing but a jester's mad boast. But this is Free Island. Behind it stands a being known as the prototype of God. Dear America, I hope you truly have a God up your sleeve. Temporary presidential residence. Beads of cold sweat formed at the edge of President Michael Witt's brow, his fingers drumming unconsciously on the desk. Free Island's resolute and uncompromising declaration of war landed in his heart like a sledgehammer. Oh, how dare they? Not even a pretense of negotiation. He slumped as he looked to his core advisors, a tremor barely perceptible in his voice. So what now? Tell me what to do. It was their brilliant idea that brought him here. Naturally, it was up to them to deal with this mess. Mr. President, panic gets us nowhere. Chief Strategy Advisor Weiss spoke with an icy, mechanical precision. We've come too far to turn back, and neither side is going to yield now. And you, sir, rest assured, they won't spare the president, least of all you. He deliberately emphasized that last line. The president's face blanched in an instant. Is that supposed to be comforting? Weiss ignored the darkening expression on his face, his words coming out in a rapid staccato. There are 3 priorities. First, immediately reinforce all serum suppression production plants, research centers, and key warehouses with our strongest conventional defenses. As long as we control the serum, they can't overturn the board. Second, launch a global media campaign. We must condemn Free Island and the Hellfire Club in the harshest language. branding them as unhinged warmongers. They are the ones who provoked this unjust war, with utter disregard for the lives and safety of billions. They will be condemned by history for their crimes. Third, he paused, adopting a sanctimonious and sorrowful tone. Reiterate to the public. While our antidote cannot eliminate mutant genes, it is undeniably a safe and effective suppressant. Mandatory registration exists solely to ensure we can offer prompt treatment and protection should any mutant's abilities relapse or spiral out of control, posing a threat to themselves or to society. Listening to this airtight, yet chillingly cold, response, the president could only nod in resignation. A surge of regret gnawed at his heart. Promoting registration through the serum might have been justified, but to tacitly allow, even fuel, a massacre against the vulnerable, was this really the right path? Yet, once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Chen Nan watched as the White House press secretary read out their official denials on TV. That sanctimonious rhetoric about protection and condemnation curled his lips into a cold, disdainful smirk. Brother, a trembling whisper escaped her lips, muffled against his chest. Jean Grey curled up, all but drowned in her immense sorrow. The power of the phoenix allowed her to sense not only the dying cries and unyielding spirit of her kin, but also the fear and confusion of countless ordinary people faced with the specter of war. Do we really have to come to this? Blood will flow like rivers, tears soaked her cheeks. Chen Nan held her gently, yet his gaze seemed to pierce through the alloy walls of the command room, reaching toward the burning land afar, toward those souls who, in the heart of despair, kindled their final sparks of resistance. His voice was low and unwavering, steady as bedrock. Jean, this isn't about starting a war. It's that war has already chosen us. It's better to strike hard once than to suffer 100 blows. For tens of thousands of years, Homo sapiens and Neanderthals grappling in battle, until the eventual victory of Homo sapiens. This, too, is the harsh truth of reality. When kindred stand at a crossroads and choose different paths, survival demands that they fight. My dear, can you guess where the president is hiding Jimmy? The Black Queen suddenly spoke, her tone teasing. In China. Pulling a fast one right under our noses? Clever, but not clever enough. In the next instant, the portal opened. Chen Nan and the Black Queen found themselves deep in the southwest of China, amidst an abandoned mining site. The cold mountain wind whipped around his black coat, making it snap and billow. Far below, in the shadowy depths of the gorge, a vast and futuristic complex crouched in the dark, sleek, silver-gray, utterly devoid of markings. This was already the outskirts, and the adjacent live-fire shooting range provided the perfect cover, truly hiding in plain sight. It was admittedly an excellent choice. After all, if a remote spot has too much foot traffic, it's bound to draw unwanted eyes. Pfizer's research facility was already heavily guarded, and clearly, they'd taken every precaution. Even the bullets were laced with a special antidote. Why they were armed, he cannot say, but such minor oddities no longer seemed to matter. Enemy attack. We're under attack. Move, move, move. The standoff didn't last. In the blink of an eye, the defenders launched a fierce assault. Open fire. Target number 1. Maximum dose, the lead guard bellowed. In the next heartbeat, a barrage of gunfire shattered the silence. Yet these were no ordinary bullets. Each round contained a core of dusky blue liquid. High-concentration suppressant serum bullets. At the same time, powerful plumes of spray, like industrial pumps, exploded from nozzles embedded in the outer wall. Milky white aerosols billowed, racing over the ground, instantly dissolving any mutant powers they touched. A nerve-suppressing fog designed for just this purpose. My powers aren't working. It had nothing to do with breathing or not breathing. This thing was just like Jimmy himself standing right here. Even if you held your breath, you'd still get hit. Chen Nan found it hard to believe as well, because his own situation was completely different from hers. He wasn't affected at all. By all rights, his mutant powers should have been influenced by Jimmy's abilities too, yet he was entirely unharmed. System, what's going on? Because the host's essence is not that of a mutant. The mutant genes altered by the system are no longer actual mutant genes. So, I'm basically a traitor to humanity? Hearing this, Chen Nan rolled his eyes and muttered in disbelief. Exactly. You have no manners at all. But whether someone is a mutant or not, that's just not the point. As long as you wield superpowers, you're already something entirely different from ordinary people, an outcast in the eyes of others. You're all finished. Watching this unfold, the head of the base inside the building couldn't help but sneer. Just a bunch of mutants, and you dare break into our base? Courting death. In the blink of an eye, bullets and chemical mist were unleashed, swallowing up Chen Nan's position. Target hit. Saturating the area. Concentration of suppressant aerosol at peak levels. Came the tense, barely contained excitement of the guards reported over the communications channel. However, before the smoke could even clear, a disdainful laugh exploded inside every soldier's mind, echoing unmistakably and leaving no doubt. Strolling calmly from the swirling blue fog and white smoke, Chen Nan appeared, unfazed. Bullets filled with serum, strong enough to instantly paralyze any mutant below Omega level. Frozen midair a foot before reaching him, as though they'd crashed into an invisible wall, locked in place by a terrifying magnetic field. The shimmering blue serum inside the casings churned desperately, unable to advance even the tiniest bit further. And that deadly suppressant aerosol posed not the slightest threat to him, either. How is this possible? Impossible. The base commander's voice broke into a terrified scream, and the rest of the team had no time to respond. Every last one of them stood in sheer shock. Chen Nan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In that instant, all those suspended serum bullets disintegrated. Metal shells crumbled into the finest metallic dust and drifted away, while the blue serum within simply vaporized, vanishing into nothing under the high-frequency pulse of his magnetic field. The alloy nozzles spraying the suppressant, together with the pipeline behind them, twisted and warped as if crushed by some colossal invisible hand, reduced to twisted scrap in the blink of an eye. An ear-splitting metallic wail rang out at the same moment, as delicate circuitry and precision mechanics within were mercilessly shredded by hidden forces and left in a heap of ruined fragments. Monster. Inhibitors ineffective. I repeat, suppressants have no effect on Target 1. Terror and hopeless screams flooded the guard's communication channel, smothering everything in panic. Their ultimate weapon against mutants, in the face of this man, proved utterly useless. And in that moment of their shock, the super soldiers of the Greyhound gang lunged like rabid beasts. The bloodlust in their eyes reduced these soldiers to trembling wrecks, their scalps prickling and knees buckling. Compared to the rare combat these soldiers had seen, the difference was night and day. These were hardened killers, forged with blades at their throats. For the defenders, only a brutal slaughter awaited. After the screams and wails faded, every outer guard had been erased. Chun-Yi, sweep the perimeter. Leave no survivors. Do you understand? Chen Nan's command was merciless. With a thunderous response, Chun-Yi led his squad out at once. Then, standing before the fortress that had swallowed up countless resources to become an impenetrable stronghold, Chen Nan slowly reached out his right hand, fingers spreading wide. Matter manipulation, activate. The entire base, a gigantic mass of tens of thousands of tons of steel, concrete, advanced alloys, and composite ceramics, began to groan from its very foundation. The mountain rock beneath their feet ceased to be earth and became a river of shifting sand. The fortress's foundation was now collapsing. This was the collapse of matter itself, an enforced disintegration of the very building blocks that formed the base, like a meticulous castle of sand, caving in from within, unraveled by a child's hand. No, the whole building's coming down. Help me. Cries of despair, the thunder of collapsing walls, and the shriek of contorted metal all melded together, playing the symphony of the base's obliteration. Soldiers, helpless as ants in a blender, were ground to dust amidst tumbling concrete and shards of alloy. No defense installation, no advanced weapon was any sturdier than paper in the face of power that commanded the essence of matter itself. In this chaos, Chen Nan strolled effortlessly, like a deity taking a leisurely walk through a collapsing world. The mangled metal parted for him. Falling slabs of concrete hovered above his head, poised and frozen. He headed straight for the heart of the base, the most heavily guarded sector, walls wrapped in meters-thick superalloy, supposedly strong enough to withstand a nuclear blast. He paused before the massive alloy door, its intricate energy and physical locks flashing feebly in warning red. Chen Nan extended a single finger and lightly touched the icy metal. A deep, nearly inaudible vibration resonated from within. Under his will, the mighty security door that no agent could conquer had its molecular bonds rewritten, their strong forces upended. The meter-thick alloy door silently crumbled from the point his finger touched, dissolving into a silver mist that shimmered in the air. At last, everything behind the door was laid bare. Inside, there were no guards, only a massive, transparent cylindrical container immersed in a pale green nutrient solution. Curled within was a frail-looking boy, his entire body entwined with tubes and wires, his face deathly pale, eyes shut tight, as if his soul had long since departed. leaving behind only an empty shell. The container was connected to a maze of precision instruments, their screens flickering with complicated genetic patterns and streams of energy readings. He was the very source of this mutant catastrophe. Within the incubation chamber, the cold nutrient liquid shivered ever so slightly. The youth inside the container, Jimmy, seemed startled by the turmoil outside. His lashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly as he slowly opened his eyes. And what eyes they were! Hollow and numb, like frosted glass. Yet deep in those seemingly bottomless wells, remnants of unimaginable agony and endless exhaustion lingered. His soul, drained 1,000 times over, kept alive only by the chill of the nutrient fluid. Chen Nan's gaze pierced through the reinforced glass, settling on Jimmy's curled-up figure. That icebound look he had worn since declaring war finally showed a trace of complex undercurrents. Rage for the suffering Jimmy had endured, pity for his vacant spirit, all of it finally settling into a profound calm, vast enough to contain the universe. He reached out, not to shatter the sturdy vessel, but simply to let his palm brush gently along the glass. An invisible, powerful magnetic field moved with surgical precision, severing every tube that drained life and power from Jimmy, abruptly cutting off the suppressive currents and sedative gases within. "It's over, child." Chen Nan's deep, commanding voice penetrated both glass and viscous liquid, reaching the very depths of Jimmy's confused consciousness. A voice charged with the force of salvation. "I've come to take you away. Away to freedom." As his final word echoed, the vast incubation pod bearing Jimmy, along with its weighty alloy base, rose in absolute stillness, buoyed by an invisible and mighty force, floating quietly at Chen Nan's side. Turning, he faced the core of this secret base, a place that had imprisoned and exploited Jimmy's very life. He simply lifted his hand in calm resolve. In that instant, the earth rumbled and split asunder. Chen Nan did not look back. Before him, space rippled like water, opening a door to true freedom. This thunderous, lightning-swift assault sent an icy message to the world. The leader of Freedom Island possessed power great enough to shatter all rules, and his war machine had only just begun to roar. We interrupt this program with breaking news. On television, the anchor's face was ashen as he struggled to steady a trembling voice. According to the latest report from our correspondent, an unprecedented and precisely targeted strike has just occurred. Within a matter of moments, every serum production center and secret base on U.S. soil, as well as in China, Japan, London, and elsewhere, has been completely destroyed. But what's even more shocking is the anchor swallowed hard. All active aircraft carriers docked at major naval bases. They've been sunk, every single one. Thankfully, there are no reports of nuclear explosions so far, but casualties are still being assessed. The audience in front of their televisions were left utterly dumbstruck. Damn mutants. In the conference room, the president was like a raging bull. He swept every document off the table in a furious outburst, while his staff sat frozen in terror. His anger was so overwhelming that everyone around seemed intolerable to him. With a sudden jab, he pointed furiously at his chief advisors, Weiss and James, spittle nearly spraying their faces. Why? Why do those mutants walk away unscathed? Are the antidote bullets just candy? The two named looked at each other helplessly, their faces clearly saying, "How should I know? And this has nothing to do with me." Weiss silently complained to himself, "We're not genetic experts." And Mr. President, the secretary burst in breathlessly, her face as pale as paper. "Mr. President, something's wrong. The streets outside are packed with protesters. Liberty Square is completely filled. They're demanding your resignation." WH what? The president was hit as if by a bolt of lightning. His vision swirled, his aging body staggered, nearly sending him collapsing to the floor. The secretary reacted quickly and caught him. Clutching his throbbing temples, the president took several deep, ragged breaths before barely steadying himself against the overwhelming vertigo. He slumped back in his chair, his voice hoarse and utterly exhausted, as if the world had closed in on him. "Everyone, now is the most critical moment for America. Help me get in touch with the Hellfire Club." He gasped, as if even saying the name drained the last of his strength. James ventured cautiously. "You want the Hellfire Club to step in, to calm a mutant's fury?" That idea was audacious beyond belief. "Shouldn't they?" The president slammed his fist on the table, making the teacup rattle from the force. "Think of how much they've wrung out of us over the years. Countless contracts, policy favors, real money. Are they just going to take the cash and do nothing? Since when is that ever acceptable?" He spoke with an air of conviction, as if the Hellfire Club were his own personal mercenary troop. "Ahem. Wise cleared his throat, summoning all the tact he possessed. Mr. President, since you're aware of the Hellfire Club, then you must also know that their upper echelon, well, their core members are, for the most part, mutants, aren't they? He put a special emphasis on those last 3 words, leaving his meaning plain as day. Boss, are you really asking us to stab our own brothers in the back? Naive, the president snorted in contempt, waving away the concern. There's no such thing as this so-called racial conflict in the world. At the root, it's always about class struggle. He gestured at himself and the others in the room. People like us in the Hellfire Club, they're the real elites, the ones dressed in haute couture, sailing yachts, holding the nation's economic power in their hands. We form the true community of interests. James, despair written across his face, pressed on with another warning. But, Mr. President, did you forget? The very first group to publicly oppose the serum suppression bill, the ones most fiercely against us, that was the Hellfire Club. They're basically in league with Liberty Island. He couldn't help but wonder if the president was suffering from selective amnesia. Then give them an offer. Tell them, if they're willing to cooperate and help us get through this, there will be major rewards. Everything's on the table for negotiation. But if they refuse to listen, if they insist on walking the path to ruin, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. We'll send in the troops and seize all their assets. Hold on, Mr. President. The military representative, a 4-star general who'd been silent up to now, suddenly shot to his feet like he'd been jabbed with a cattle prod. Deploying federal troops into another state for anything other than anti-insurgency missions, without permission from the state government. That's armed invasion. The Constitution forbids it. The National Guard units in those states would mutiny on the spot. The last thing he wanted was to take the fall for that disaster. And another thing, the Treasury Secretary leapt up, gesturing urgently to the map. Do you realize how many of our states have their financial and economic lifelines tied to the Hellfire Club and its affiliated industries? Let me tell you, a whopping 37 states. Seize their assets, and those states will go bankrupt overnight. The unemployment rate will shoot through the roof. That's right, Mr. President, the IRS commissioner joined in, wearing a look that said, please, don't lose your mind. The Hellfire Club and its related companies are the nation's single largest and most dependable taxpayers. No contest. Seize everything they own? Next year, how's the federal government supposed to pay salaries? Repave roads? Are we just going to print money out of thin air? You, all of you. Rage convulsed the president's body. His chest heaved as he stared down this room full of traitors, fingers trembling. At last, he let out a furious, anguished roar that echoed through the White House. Tell me, just how many goddamn gold bars have you bastards gotten for the Hellfire Club? Meanwhile, at the Umbrella base, Jimmy's battered and broken body was rushed into Dr. Essex's laboratory. The Black Queen watched coldly in the direction the boy was taken, her gaze as sharp and venomous as a blade, making no effort to conceal the murderous intent flickering in her eyes. To her, allowing a nemesis capable of erasing all mutant abilities to live was simply a mad and intolerable act. What do you plan to do with him? She turned to Chen Nan, her voice laced unmistakably with lethal intent. Chen Nan shot her a calm glance. I know what you're thinking. That killing him now would be the simplest way to clean up the mess and prevent trouble in the future. He paused, his eyes drifting toward the depths of the laboratory. But I intend to send him away to a world without mutant genes and without conflict, where he can live out the rest of his life in peace, just as any ordinary person would. What? The Black Queen frowned, unable to comprehend what she perceived as feeble sentimentality. A faint but commanding smile tugged at the corners of Chen Nan's lips, an expression that seemed to dismiss the weight of the world. Because I'm not afraid. The Black Queen was speechless. You're not afraid. Can't say the same for the rest of us. The whole room, full of mutants, is terrified. She felt her temples start to throb with frustration. At that moment, Moira's communication came through. Professor Charles and, the current vice president, they've just arrived. They're requesting an immediate meeting with you. Chen Nan glanced at the exasperated Black Queen and offered her an amused smile, a look of someone settling in to watch a show. Well, the lobbyists have come knocking. Shall we go chat? No, thank you. The Black Queen responded with immediate disdain, as if the very thought was contaminating. I have no interest in meeting that bunch of hypocrites preaching virtue left and right, especially not Charles, that goody two-shoes. With elegant poise, she turned away, the hem of her sultry dress slicing a sharp line through the air. I'd rather spend my time amusing the cats and walking the dogs. Much more peaceful. Compared to the power games of humans, she truly found the world of cats and dogs to be endearingly uncomplicated. In the reception room of the Umbrella base, tension hung in the air. Chen Nan met Charles, the old friend, or perhaps now a new version of an old friend, and noticed that Charles could walk again. Yet time had left only faint, subtle traces on his face. "Long time no see, Charles." With a genuine smile, Chen Nan extended his hand. The two shook firmly, Charles replying with a gentle nod and smile. "Indeed, it's been a long time. This is Vice President Roger." It's a pleasure, Mr. Chen Nan." Vice President Roger hurried forward, both hands clasping Chen Nan's, his tone filled with awe and disbelief. He sized up this legend from the Second World War. Remarkably, Chen Nan looked exactly the same as in his archival photos, not a single sign of age or wear. He remained as impossibly handsome and youthful as ever. Meanwhile, Tom had done no such favors for Roger himself. While they were contemporaries, he now sported a bloated stomach and thinning hair, courtesy of the passing years. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and, truthfully, just a little resentment, too. "Well now, is the vice president envious of this appearance, too?" Chen Nan asked with a sly smile, as if he could see right through his thoughts. Ahem. Vice President Roger cleared his throat twice and admitted honestly, "To tell you the truth, Mr. Chen, it would be a lie to say I'm not envious. Since ancient times, countless emperors and heroes have sought immortality but failed, and in the end, all they became was a handful of dirt. And you..." His words carried a complexity that was hard to describe. "Perhaps this is part of the original sin of mutants," Chen Nan replied in a somber tone, and the temperature in the room seemed to plunge in an instant. "It's not scarcity we fear, but inequality. When neighbors who once lived, just like you, suddenly gain the ability to see through scratch-off tickets, predict stock market surges, or even wield all sorts of superpowers, marrying into wealth, reaching the pinnacle of life. Who could really bear that?" Ahem. Charles quickly jumped in to steer the conversation back. "We can discuss immortality later. Chen Nan, let's get to the point. I have news for you. President Michael Witt has resigned in disgrace." "Oh." Chen Nan raised an eyebrow and looked at Roger, a teasing glint in his voice. "Then I should congratulate you, Vice President, or should I say, President?" "Ah." Roger grimaced as if to say, "Anyone who wants this job can have it." He sighed bitterly. "This is like sitting on a volcano. Mr. Chen, if you're willing to help me stabilize things, maybe I can actually hold on to the seat." His attitude was clear enough. He needed Chen Nan and the mutants to calm the unrest, and in return, he'd cooperate. Charles chimed in to support him. "The social order is on the brink of collapse right now. Countless people have lost their homes. We need peace." Chen Nan didn't bother with pretense, raising a single finger. "Fine. Have the Treasury allocate $100 billion to rebuild Liberty Island. That should be enough. And for you, it's just a drop in the bucket." "H, how much?" $100 billion? $100? Roger's voice cracked with shock, and he nearly slid off the couch. Charles sucked in a sharp breath, feeling as though the number had thrown out his old back. This was more than robbing a bank. It was plundering the nation's coffers. "Yes, Mr. President. You can go back and hold a meeting, discuss it if you like." Chen Nan's tone was calm, as if he were merely talking about the price of a cup of coffee. Roger shot Charles a desperate look. "Say something. Negotiate. Get that number down." Charles braced himself and said, "Chen Nan, is there any room for negotiation on that amount? Isn't that a bit much?" "Negotiate?" Chen Nan's smile was unwavering, but his tone was like steel. "Either we keep fighting, or you pay up. Simple choice." Charles turned helplessly to Roger, whose face had gone ashen, and gave a small shrug, offering a glimmer of encouragement. "Mr. Roger, I think $100 billion isn't out of the question, is it? I mean, it's not coming out of your own pocket, right? You're spending the country's money for your own purpose, paving your own road. Roger, thank you so much for your, comfort. All right, I'll go back and do my best to negotiate." He nearly ground out the words between clenched teeth. As soon as possible, Chen Nan snapped his fingers, and with a crisp sound, a faintly glowing blue portal silently appeared beside them, leading directly to the temporary presidential residence in New York. "Let's save time." Inside the meeting room of the temporary residence, the entire leadership erupted at the mention of that astronomical figure. $100 billion? Are you kidding me? Why doesn't he just rob the Federal Reserve while he's at it? We couldn't raise that amount even if we sold ourselves. A maximum of $10 billion. That's our bottom line. He's really pushing it this time. As tempers flared and voices rose in a heated argument, the advisor, James, let out a sly, cold laugh. "Robbing, eh? If he can rob us, why can't we rob others?" In an instant, all eyes turned to him. "Ha!" James and Weiss quickly fell into rhythmic banter. "Our dear allies, the little book folks, haven't they been on quite the high lately with their booming economy? They've been yelling every day about buying America. Well, maybe it's time Big Brother lets them share the weight for once. And don't forget that guy who built a country on our military base." Isn't their Samsung always flaunting their might? The room instantly quieted. But that actually made sense? Isn't that what little brothers are for? To be sold? No, well, yes, exactly. So, not long after, a comprehensive plan aimed at Japan and Korea featuring super tariffs, technological barriers, and special contribution fees was quickly put on the agenda. South Korea and Japan. Wait, why are we getting dragged into this? Roger watched as his colleagues, having instantly found a workaround, swallowed back the proposal he'd been about to make. Who knows how many people in this room have pocketed bars of Hellfire's gold? The upper echelons are riddled with leaks. Former President Michael has now faded from the stage, stripped of further use. Knowing demons, his fate is all but sealed. Would Mephisto ever keep his word? Odds are Michael's suicide will be pinned on the mutants next, killing two birds with one stone. Night had settled over the estate. In the quiet, former President Michael nursed his drink in solitude. Mephisto drifted in, leaning on his cane. "You're here," Michael said, his tone calm as if greeting an old acquaintance. "TSK, I have to hand it to you. That serenity. Only someone who once held real power could look this unruffled," Mephisto remarked, pouring himself a drink before sitting down as though he owned the place. A man and a demon had ended up talking for nearly an hour about the art of dominion and the taste of betrayal. The atmosphere was bizarrely harmonious, almost as if it hid a dark undercurrent. At last, Mephisto set down his glass, his voice turning cold and sinister. "Michael, to be honest, I almost regret having to kill you. But if I want your perfect soul to remain by my side forever, then I have no other choice." No sooner had he finished speaking than a mocking laugh echoed through the air. "Do all you demons really have to put on such a big dramatic speech before taking a soul? Honestly, it's a bit melodramatic. Next time, just get to the point, would you?" Mephisto spun around with a snarl, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. It's you again." Chen Nan stepped out from the shadows, his smile as audacious as ever. "That's right. Surprised to see me?" Mephisto was nearly beside himself with frustration. "How are you here? Every time I'm close, you ruin it all." "I figured out your script long ago, so I made sure Mr. Michael has been under protection this whole time," Chen Nan said with a shrug. He added with a breezy smile, "Looks like tonight's midnight snack isn't happening after all." Mephisto rose with his cane, composing himself with practiced elegance. "No matter. Time is on our side." "Wait," Chen Nan interrupted. "There's something I've been meaning to ask you." A glimmer returned to Mephisto's eyes, the thrill of finally regaining the upper hand. Sorry to disappoint you, but no comment." He turned away with a cocksure spring to his step, reveling in what felt like a triumphant comeback. Just as he was about to melt into the shadows, Chen Nan called out after him, "Hey, Mr. Little Mustache." The cane struck the ground with a muffled, emphatic thud. Mephisto froze mid-step, as if pricked by invisible needles. He slowly twisted around, and for the first time, cracks showed in his ever-aloof and elegant mask, revealing genuine shock underneath. "How did you find out?" His voice echoed with an eerie depth, as though rising from the bottom of an ancient well. "You're pretty quick to admit it," Chen Nan said dryly. He'd expected the old demon to at least try wriggling out of it a few rounds. Ancient history. Just dust clinging to the years." Mephisto waved his hand as though sweeping away a fleck from his shoulder, his tone set to casual indifference. "A handful of dust." Chen Nan's eyes turned icy, locking on him with merciless intensity. "The blood and souls of hundreds of millions. Is that all they mean to you? Only when the sage dies does the great thief disappear." In that moment, Chen Nan pronounced judgment on this fiend, a being who scythed through human souls as if harvesting wheat, heedless of suffering. He thought of the chaos of darkness, of doomsday's grim truth, and of those who dwell above regarding human life as weeds to be trampled. His desire to kill, to meet justice, surged stronger than ever. Again, he thought of the Book of Darkness. Again, he remembered the sword that slays gods. Mephisto gave a low, almost careless chuckle. "Surely you're not so naive as to think I feasted there alone?" Mephisto suddenly flashed a mysterious smile and pointed upward with his fingertip. "Me? At best, I'm just an errand boy, an executor of orders. The true masterminds behind the scenes, the ones moving the pieces, well," he chuckled darkly, "that I cannot say." He paused, then pressed on, genuinely curious. "Come now, the riddle's up. How did you catch my scent?" Chen Nan's eyes flickered, but the clues Mephisto let slip allowed him to connect certain threads. Realizing that the situation ran deeper than he'd thought, he reined in his emotions and replied calmly. "I worked backward from the Red Skull. How could 1940s technology possibly analyze and harness the cosmic cube? And that super soldier serum, it couldn't have been a product of that era, could it? Throw in Red Skull's twisted visage and his mania for power, I made a few educated guesses. You need war. A world engulfed in flames to reap a harvest of souls. The spoils of the First World War whetted your appetite. The scale of the second, naturally, had to be greater. When it comes to seduction and inciting strife, your methods are no different from that infamous historical devil. I have no proof. It's just a bold hypothesis. Chen Nan spread his hands with a slight shrug. Didn't expect you to admit it yourself. Mephisto listened silently, then let out a low, strange laugh, his voice reverberating darkly in the air. Ha ha! Say what you will, the human soul. Ah, it's always bursting with the darkest, yet most dazzling surprises. And that's exactly why countless realms covet their limitless possibilities. Even before the last word faded, his form seemed to bleed into the shadows, dissolving bit by bit, leaving only a wry, self-mocking sigh lingering in the air. If only I possessed a soul as vivid as yours, perhaps I wouldn't be trapped in this sorry state. With the new president's concession, the storm abated, for now. The world returned to a fragile calm, peace merely skimming the surface. On Liberty Island, rebuilding surged forward, driven by $100 billion in fresh investment. Hope was hammered and welded at a pace visible to the naked eye. Once stability was established, Chen Nan's voice rang out again. A thunderclap carried on an invisible tide that swept into every corner of the globe, echoing through urban jungles of steel and silent, desolate mountains. From this day forward, Liberty Island shall be the beacon for all mutants. Anyone persecuted or oppressed may seek refuge here. This proclamation landed like a boulder in stagnant water, sending tidal waves of hope crashing through the hearts of the hopeless. Yet it also struck a raw nerve among the powers that be. In the sunless corners of the world, the machinery designed to strangle hope whirred back to life, frigid and relentless. They would never allow this lighthouse to burn bright. To them, a few deaths each day across the world. What could be more ordinary? In a dank, humid sewer reeking of rust and decay, the boy Toby struggled, his hands thin yet callous from hardship, straining as he forced shut a valve caked with corrosion. This was one of the few jobs he could find that didn't turn him away. In the pocket of his work overalls was a wad of bills, wrapped in layer upon layer of plastic. It was the sum total of 8 long months spent struggling through sewage and darkness, the only meaning he could grasp. 5 more days, and I can buy the tickets. I'll take Lisa away from this wretched place, and we'll fly to Freedom Island. He whispered to a crooked star, painted in glow-in-the-dark paint on the tunnel wall. His sister had drawn it. Suddenly, the reflection in the stagnant water behind him shattered beneath a pair of gleaming leather shoes. He barely had time to react before the sweat-soaked, mud-stained money was wrenched from his arms, and with a boot to his back, he was kicked into the filthy puddle. A cold, unyielding shoe crushed his cheek to the wet concrete. Toby gritted his teeth, fists clenched tight, but he did not fight back. He couldn't afford to. His little sister was waiting for him at home, counting on him. All he could do was watch as those precious bills, their last hope, were snatched away. Remember this, monster? The icy voice crashed down from above. This is where you belong, rotting in the gutter, somewhere in northern Europe, inside an abandoned building. The cutting wind swept through the corridor as Lily carried her feverish, half-conscious little sister Anna on her back, running desperately toward a faint glimmer of light in the distance. 12-year-old Anna's breaths were rapid, each exhale barely sending a few tiny sparks into the air. Her life now flickered as weakly as a dying candle. Her small hand clung unconsciously to her big sister's trouser leg, already torn and bloodied by thorns. 3 days ago, just before their mother was dragged away by soldiers, her final, ragged cry still echoed in their ears. Run east. Find that light. Ahead, a harsh tactical flashlight beam cut through the darkness. Gunfire cracked through the air. Soldiers in winter camouflage blocked their escape, brandishing deadly pulse rifles. A ghostly blue bolt of energy shot from the barrel and struck Anna square in the back. The little girl let out a faint whimper, and in that instant whatever spark she contained vanished, snuffed out like a candle pinched between cruel fingers. Lily threw herself at her sister, clutching Anna's small body as it grew quickly cold. Burning tears scalded Lily's cheeks and turned to ice where they fell on Anna's pale face. The officer, face twisted into a snarl, barked into his comlink. All units, listen up. Freedom Island is nothing but a grave for mutant fools. Any who dare come, kill them on the spot. Elsewhere, a crumbling country church, battered by sheets of pouring rain. Aya, listen to me. Lucy's voice was raw from screaming, but there was an unbreakable determination in her words, cutting through the downpour and her little sister's frightened sobs. Hug your teddy bear and close your eyes. No matter what you hear, No matter what you feel, do not come out. Don't look. Just think about Freedom Island. Think about those golden beaches and warm sunlight. Promise me. Ella, promise me. Ellas damaja wins, tremblad violently. Her tiny hand clung desperately to the tattered corner of her sister's clothes. Her sobs choked by a terror so great she could barely force out fragmented syllables. Sister, no, let's stay together. Promise me. Lucia's voice was almost a roar, overflowing tears spilling down her cheeks, mingling with the cold rain. In her eyes shone unending affection, a heart-wrenching reluctance, and, above all, a determination as unyielding as stone, one that stood above all else. She cast one last, lingering look at her frightened, pale sister, as if trying to etch Ella's face into her soul for all eternity. Then, in the next heartbeat, Lucia spun around. Her frail frame, so thin it seemed a gust could tear her away, erupted with a martyr's courage. Without hesitation, she plunged into the icy downpour, arms open wide, facing down the countless barrels of guns radiating death. To hunt in a church. Is your God watching? A mocking smirk twisted her lips. Target sighted. Open fire. No survivors. The commander's icy voice tolled like a funeral bell. Gunshots exploded, a deafening crack tearing through the storm. Muzzles flashed, bullets surging forward like a swarm of bloodthirsty locusts, swooping toward the defenseless girl. The first bullet tore savagely into her thigh, a stabbing pain wrenching her sideways. Blood blossomed crimson and stark against the rain. The second grazed her ribs, a cloud of red mist blooming in its wake. A third, a fourth. Agony bored through her nerves like burning iron. The chill of death closed in around her throat. Yet on the edge of this boundless pain, standing at the precipice of despair, Lucia's mind held not one flicker of fear for her own end, no lament for her suffering. There was only one thought: to trade her life for her sister's escape. Protect Ella. Let her live. Reach Freedom Island. In this desperate instant, she became like a star born at ground zero of a cataclysm, flaring with brilliance potent enough to consume all darkness. That sudden blaze shattered the inhibitor's hold within her, a hold like rusted chains snapping apart. A scream wrenched itself from Lucia's blood-soaked throat, raw and inhuman, blazing with pain, wrath, and an absolute will to protect. It was a scream torn from the deepest recesses of the soul, a cry with the power to rend the very fabric of reality. For an instant, space itself collapsed inward, centering on her. A force, intangible, vast as the stars, wild as a cosmic storm, erupted from within. This was nothing like the weak telepathy that once let her nudge a stone. This was life, burning to its essence at the brink. This was the final power that could wrench at the laws of the universe itself. And time seemed to freeze. Every bullet meant for her body hung, suspended less than half a meter away, forced to a standstill in midair. A dense hail of bullets quaked violently in the rain, yet could not advance even a fraction further. The cracked stone beneath her feet, the shattered shards of stained glass, even the cold raindrops themselves, all these, as if suddenly freed from gravity's restraint, rose in an instant and whirled madly around her, swirling into a vortex of destruction made of broken stone, glass, and rainwater. The soldiers at the very front, along with their bulletproof vests and helmets, were struck as if an invisible hammer weighing thousands of tons had crashed down upon them. Their bodies collapsed in on themselves, twisting and contorting in grotesque shapes. Blood, splintered organs, and fragments of metal sprayed out in a dreadful eruption, transforming them in an instant into macabre sculptures of mangled flesh and warped steel. Farther away, other soldiers were slammed into the ground by invisible force, pulverized into heaps of mangled remains, buried alive in a heartbeat. Lucia's body was lifted by a howling surge of psychic power, hovering half a foot above the ground. Blood streamed from every orifice, mingling with the rain to sketch fierce and sacred totems upon her face, white as death. Her body trembled violently, racked by powers that drove her far past her limits. She was like a solitary candle flickering in the wind, on the edge of shattering at any moment. But her eyes burned as bright as a supernova, ablaze with the madness to annihilate and the unbreakable resolve to protect those she loved, a spirit as unyielding as bedrock. She's a monster. That's a monster. Fire. All weapons. Open fire. The surviving commander screamed in terror, his voice breaking and warping under the weight of sheer panic. Lucia's blood-stained gaze, cold and piercing as an arrow of ice, zeroed in on the commander and the armored personnel, carriers looming behind him. Slowly, with agonizing effort, she raised her battered right hand, shaking from the backlash of her own power, and reached out toward that advancing tide of steel and death, her fingers curling in a ghostly grip. Her lips moved soundlessly. No words escaped, but her voice seemed to thunder through the world. For the mutants. A deep, earth-shaking rumble tore through the air. The earth itself moaned. The last surviving walls of the chapel collapsed inward, as if shattered by an explosive force. The armored vehicles behind the commander were seized by some primordial, unseen giant's hand, wrenched and crushed as if mere playthings. Heavy alloy armor squealed and bent in a chilling, metallic agony, like tin toys crushed effortlessly in a child's fist. The soldiers inside became one with the metal, fused into the wreckage before they could even scream. Fireballs erupted skyward, showers of metal, flesh, and shattered masonry spiraled wildly through the rain-soaked night. In a single instant, the entire blockade zone was transformed into a hellscape, filled with the howls of the dying, a nightmarish purgatory. And at its center, Lucia unleashed the terrifying psychic might she had awakened only moments before, the cost written in her burning life and searing soul, as she offered a sacrifice both dreadful and magnificent in its fury and glory. The backlash of power reached its peak. Lucia's body, still hovering in midair, suddenly convulsed, and a torrent of blood mingled with fragments of her own organs surged from her lips like a fountain. All around her, the shards of stone and droplets of rain that had been suspended began to fall with a ragged clatter. The devastating psychic field she commanded flickered violently, trembling like a star on the brink of explosion, growing increasingly unstable. Her gaze grew unfocused. The flame of her life was snuffing out at terrifying speed. Sister, Ella's anguished scream tore through the roar of explosions and the clamor of death. It was as piercing as a blade, slicing into the edge of Lucia's fading consciousness. Lucia heard her. With immense difficulty and infinite tenderness, her clouded eyes turned toward her sister. The gruesome streaks of blood across her face slowly softened, giving way to an expression of pure satisfaction. A smile suffused with boundless love, shining like the first ray of dawn breaking through dark clouds. Summoning the last remnants of her soul's strength, Lucia wrestled the raging, uncontrollable torrent of psychic energy within herself, on the brink of catastrophic eruption, and willed it into a gentler, yet unyielding force of protection. It became a mother's warmest, safest embrace, gently cocooning the small, trembling figure of her little sister. Go be free. Her lips shaped the words in silence, her final will carried out as a breath-like sigh. That gentle yet powerful psychic force lifted Ella's small frame, cradling her as if she were an arrow flying from the string, or a dandelion seed set adrift by a spring breeze. Graceful and swift, Ella was propelled through the frigid curtain of rain, racing toward the promise of freedom. Stop her! The remaining soldiers shouted in terror, raising their guns, but it was useless. The instant Ella's figure vanished into the distance, the last spark of light in Lucia's eyes, like the flame of a candle battered by winds, finally guttered and died. Her levitating body, now bereft of all support, fell helplessly, like a wounded bird with broken wings. Yet before her battered form could reach the cold, muddy earth, the final thread of unchecked psychic might within her, the energy fierce enough to tear the world asunder, bound until now by sheer will, broke free like the fuse of a sun igniting at last. All restraint shattered. It detonated in silence and violence. A blinding halo, pure and sacred and ruinous beyond imagining, erupted outward from the point where Lucia's body began to fall. It swept across everything in its path, soundless, merciless, unstoppable. Where the light passed, all matter, even the ground itself, was obliterated in an instant. This piece of land, soaked with suffering and witness to Lucia's indomitable will, became her final act of defiance. With her everything, her humble life, her unyielding soul, the fearsome psychic power that had only just awakened and was now spent, she carved out, on this desperate, rain-swept night, a path of utter destruction, opening the way to hope and rebirth for her sister Ella. The stench of sulfur was so overpowering it seemed to scorch the soul. Beneath her feet, the ground was blistering hot, cracked and charred, and not far away, a river of crimson magma flowed slowly by, its surface churning with a hungry, bubbling sound. The sky above was an eternal, suffocating shade of dark red. Through the thick smoke, gigantic distorted shadows flickered in and out of sight, letting out cries of anguish whose meaning was lost to mortal ears, piercing, mournful, and filled with torment. Lucia's small, translucent soul cowered on a relatively smooth black stone by the riverbank, like a fledgling shivering in the heart of a storm. She clutched her knees to her chest, her wide eyes brimming with a fear and helplessness deeper than hell itself, staring blankly at this strange and terrifying world. All around her, intangible, hostile whispers and greedy gazes pressed in, cold as serpents wrapping themselves around her, unrelenting and invasive. Oh, such a pure, unbending soul. A voice sounded behind her, low and ancient, laced with endless temptation and an evil older than time. A massive shadow swept over her, plunging her into darkness. It was Mephisto again, ancient, calculating, with that deliberately crafted smile on his lips, caught somewhere between cruelty and a mocking mercy. He bent down with a kind of predatory grace, stretching out a pale, long-fingered hand tipped with razor-sharp nails. His expression was that of a collector admiring a priceless treasure as he slowly reached for Emily's trembling soul. What a rare soul you are. Come, child. Hell shall be your eternal home. I will. Old monster, take your claws off her now. The interruption burst in like a thunderclap, a voice cold as the grave, utterly calm, and in that instant, silence fell across 100,000 miles. It was impossible to tell where the voice had come from, but it rang out in the depths of every soul, echoing like a funeral bell proclaiming the world's end. Mephisto's hand, reaching for Emily, froze midair. Rage flared in his eyes, and for the first time, the perfect facade of merciful authority locked on his face wavered, disbelief etched in every tense muscle. He whipped around, desperate to see which wretch dared confront him. Standing just 3 paces behind him, Chen Nan met his gaze with icy calm. No crackle of power, no dramatic entrance. He simply stood there, impervious to the hellish landscape, as if this place had never mattered to him. His eyes moved past Mephisto and landed on the small, trembling soul of Emily. There was no fear, no pity in his look, only a touch of appreciation, quiet and profound. Only then did his gaze settle back on the Lord of Hell. Send them back. Chen Nan spoke, his voice calm yet steeped in a reckless arrogance that brooked no argument. Unharmed. For a heartbeat, the monstrous mask of Mephisto twitched. That ageless, controlling smile vanished completely, replaced by a look of insulted shock and a fury held in check by the thinnest veneer. Deep crimson light flared wildly in his eyes, burning as if to set the world aflame. Chen Nan, Mephisto's voice lost all trace of its former elegance and composure, growing sharp and searing with a sulphurous heat. The dark red sky of hell itself writhed and churned with his rage. This is hell, my dominion, and you dare address me in a tone of command? Who do you think you are? A mere mortal who stumbled upon power? The leader of some mutant clown troupe? You. His words broke off abruptly, for Chen Nan's reply seemed to seize him by the throat. In the blink of an eye, a blade the color of devoured light, its tip icy and silent, appeared in Chen Nan's hand with flawless precision. The deathly aura radiating from its edge was so pure and overwhelming that, in an instant, it froze the roiling hellfire around them. Mephisto could feel a chill pierce his pallid skin, a chill sharp enough to wound an immortal being, a cold that could truly hurt him. Chen Nan's face was frighteningly close now, and Mephisto could see his own reflection in those deep, merciless eyes. Ow! How could you possibly hold the Godslayer's sword? The words erupted from Mephisto, his voice hoarse with shock. The symbiote Null had once wielded such a weapon, an artifact that had slaughtered Celestials, also known as the Necrosword, or Godslayer. There's a place called the TVA. Enough. Choose now or else. Chen Nan's gaze barely shifted, but his voice prickled like frozen needles, driving straight into Mephisto's soul. Should Hell's throne have a new master? The tip of the blade inched forward ever so slightly, a subtle shift, yet a message impossible to mistake. Mephisto's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He could feel it. The blade could rend his undying essence, wound him in ways nothing should, even if it couldn't destroy him outright. And in this abyss, there was no shortage of demons eager for his throne, craving the power that ruled all of hell. Time itself seemed to halt. From deep below, even the eternal screams of agony held their breath. Twisted shapes of shadow recoiled, retreating further into the suffocating smoke, while the river of brimstone sounded louder and more ominous than ever. The ranks of powerful archdemons waited, poised to strike, ready to pounce should the opportunity arise. Mephisto's gaze locked on Chen Nan's, desperately searching for some sign of bluff, a flicker of hesitation. But what he saw was fathomless, implacable cold, complete control, without a trace of doubt. A raw, incontestable power that declared in silence. My word is the law. The standoff, lasting only moments, was stretched to eternity within the abyssal dimension. At last, the storm of fury and shock faded from Mephisto's face. A strange, rigid smile crawled back onto his lips, layered with wariness, humiliation, and something darker still, a slow and calculating intent. He lifted his chin slightly, carefully avoiding that deadly blade. "As you wish, Mr. Chen Nan." Mephisto's voice regained a measure of elegance and composure, but underneath it lay a forcibly restrained chill. "A few insignificant souls, not nearly enough for me to take such a risk." He slowly raised his hand, his pale fingers snapping with graceful precision. Around the rock where Lucia and the others huddled, the space silently warped and spun. A soft, milky white glow radiated out, gentle, utterly out of place in a realm of hell. The light coalesced into a stable, swirling passage from which a warm breath drifted forth. Lucia and her companions lifted their heads in bewilderment. Their small souls seemed to sense the familiar feeling of the human world wafting from the passage's other end. Almost instinctively, they looked to Chen Nan. In those frightened, wide eyes, a faint glimmer of hope finally appeared. Still keeping his gaze fixed on Mephisto, Chen Nan gave the slightest nod in Lucia's direction. It was as if, receiving silent permission, Lucia's soul was gently embraced by that milky radiance and drawn into the spinning passage. There was a brief flash of light. In an instant, the passage vanished, leaving behind only hell's unchanging stench of sulfur and the ever-gloomy crimson sky. The blade remained steady, its point unerringly pressed to Mephisto's throat. "Remember this day, Mephisto." Chen Nan's voice was calm and unruffled, yet each word branded itself like a searing iron. "On my turf, with my people, even in death, their souls aren't yours to claim. Keep your claws to yourself." With only the slightest motion, he pressed his wrist, sending a chill from the blade that seemed to freeze the very marrow. "I wouldn't hesitate to join forces with the other dimensional archfiends and help hell find itself a more competent steward. You know I'm not the Ancient One. I mean what I say, and believe me, I'm no saint." The black blade slowly withdrew, and with it, the terrible pressure that seemed to freeze the soul dissipated. Just as abruptly as he had appeared, Chen Nan faded into the thick sulphurous smoke, departing as soundlessly as he'd come, leaving not the faintest trace he'd ever set foot upon this scorched domain. Mephisto stood unmoving, his elegant suit unruffled. A deep, bottomless chill flickered in his eyes. Yet Chen Nan's words remained, a cold needle piercing deep into his prideful heart. His scarlet gaze churned with violent fury, like a volcano caged on the verge of eruption. The dark red vault of hell's sky seemed, for a moment, even more oppressive and heavy. In the distant haze, twisted lesser demon shadows cowered even lower within the smoke, emitting low, fearful whimpers whose meanings were lost to the darkness. This was a small country, the kind that would scarcely merit a dot on the map. At this very moment, its pride and confidence lay in the Mountain Eagle strategic missile base, hidden deep within the northern ranges. Under the harsh, pallid noon sunlight, massive launch silos, fortified steel-reinforced command bunkers, and arrays of radar antennas stood in silent formation. Everything reflected a cold, metallic sheen under the sun, a symbol of unquestionable national might. Suddenly, without the slightest warning, the sky directly above the base collapsed inward with a violent force. It was as if an invisible curtain had been ripped apart by an unseen, colossal hand. The very fabric of space fractured like a shattered mirror, spawning countless jagged, shifting fissures that glimmered with fantastical, alien light. Chaotic torrents of energy burst forth, unleashing a deafening shriek that reverberated like a cataclysmic earthquake. Rifts materialized out of nowhere, instantly flipping and devouring the heavy vehicles on the ground as though they were mere toys. The base's piercing air raid sirens managed only half a wail before a far greater roar drowned them out completely. From the heart of those spatial ruptures, a beam of annihilation, so pure and intense that its color defied description, came crashing down with unstoppable force. It was not fire, nor was it thunder. This was a pure beam of energy, striking the very core of the base's command fortress with pinpoint precision. Silence, absolute and soul-numbing, followed. It was as though time itself had been frozen, everything held in the stillness of a paused moment. Then came a wailing cry, far beyond the threshold of human hearing, as matter was instantaneously broken down and erased. That colossal fortress, built at astronomical cost and engineered to withstand nuclear blasts, together with every life within frozen in stunned disbelief. All of it dissolved under the destructive beam, vanishing like ice beneath a scorching sun. From the point of contact, it was reduced to fine yellow dust, dissipating into the air until not a trace remained, as if it had never existed. The beam lasted only a few brief seconds. When a spatial wound sealed itself as swiftly as it had formed, restoring a ghostly semblance of calm to the sky, all that remained of the mountain hawk base's core was a vast, circular crater, its edges as smooth as glass, its depths unfathomable. Surrounding this crater lay the radial wreckage of collapsed outer buildings, strewn about like discarded scraps of metal left by a careless child. There was no smoke, no flame. The scorched, leveled earth radiated a chilling stillness. Sunlight bore down upon that yawning emptiness, a scar upon the land that could never heal. Raw and indelible, it was branded upon the earth, a stark display of power that defied imagination and destruction laid bare for the world to witness. Satellite images transmitted at the speed of light to the world's most powerful command centers. In every capital, those who saw this sight were struck dumb, their faces drained of color, cold sweat soaking their backs. This was no act of war. This was divine retribution. A signal written with unmatched devastation, unmistakable and carved into the very marrow of every decision-maker. Oppose me and be erased. Liberty Island, Central Square. Chen Nan stood atop the towering platform at the base of the lighthouse, the sea wind whipping fiercely through his black hair. In front of him, dozens of ring-shaped teleportation array pedestals hovered in the air, each one constructed from intricate energy sigils and glowing with an otherworldly blue light. Each pedestal corresponded to the coordinates of a major city around the world. New York, London, Moscow, Tokyo, Cairo, Rio de Janeiro. He raised his hand, palm down, and an immense, invisible surge of spatial power flowed from him like the tide, channeling precisely into the core of every single teleportation pedestal. A deep, sonorous hum of energy instantly swept across the whole island, resonant and vast, as if some primordial beast were awakening from a long slumber. All at once, the array pedestals erupted with brilliant blue radiance, blindingly intense. The light shot skyward, weaving together above Liberty Island to form a breathtaking blue canopy, dazzling and magnificent. It hung over the island like an immense inverted bowl, shielding everything beneath. Yet this radiance was not harsh to the eyes. Instead, it emanated a profound, reassuring strength. It dispelled the thin mist clinging to the island's edges, reflecting hope in the eyes of every mutant who gazed up at it. Chen Nan's voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the thrumming energy and the howl of the wind, clear and resolute, echoing into every corner of the island, and by this marvel, broadcasting to the entire world. The global teleportation network, activated. Liberty Island welcomes all our people. Any nation, any force that dares to block a traveler, whether openly or in the shadows, his voice sharpened suddenly, cold and biting as a Siberian wind, will end up like that minor country just now. Let it be a warning. You will bear the consequences. The moment his words fell, the blue lights at the heart of each portal stabilized, forming steady, swirling gateways with gentle spatial ripples flowing outward. Liberty Island, from this moment, truly became an independent nation in every sense, one blessed with transdimensional pathways. London, by the banks of the Thames. Without warning, a blue glow sprang to life on a cold, graffiti-stained wall, swirling quickly outward to form a stable portal. The luminous gateway drove back the clammy darkness, illuminating countless figures curled up in the shadows. Ragged, malnourished children, and a handful of teenagers whose bodies still bore old wounds. They gaped at the sudden radiance of the portal, disbelief and giddy joy mingling in their eyes. Those muddy gazes stared, unblinking, at the light. Their lips trembled as they took step after determined step toward the blue vortex. Behind them came a young mother clutching a bundled infant, tear stains still on her face, following close behind. And after her, those battered teenagers, supporting one another, their eyes shifting swiftly from fear to a fierce, desperate resolve. Together, they pressed onward, drawn forward by newfound hope. In Paris, Berlin, Sydney, Houston, New York, Los Angeles, and countless other cities, pillars of light soared into the sky all at once. "Sir, should we stop them?" A soldier standing by the teleportation array ventured to ask in a hesitant voice. The officer at the front didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and slapped the soldier hard across the face. "God damn it. Think about your parents, your children. If you want to die, go ahead, but we're not just forbidden to stop them. We have to escort them. If a single mutant dies before our eyes, you'd better get ready to be flayed alive by that one." Far away, along the coast of Liberty Island, The deep blue gleam of the teleportation portals burned through the night like a beacon, never ceasing for a moment. One after another, battered and exhausted figures emerged from the illumination, their eyes ablaze with undiminished fire. Staggering, they stepped out of the spectral blue light, feet touching the warm, solid ground of Liberty Island for the very first time. The shock of surviving such devastation had yet to fade, but all those tear-filled, shell-shocked eyes were drawn, as if by fate, to the towering lighthouse at the heart of the island. Atop the 100-meter-high lighthouse, that solitary figure stood steadfast as a mountain. The sea breeze tugged at the hem of his dark coat, turning its flutter into the only thing unbroken in their shattered destinies. All the fears they'd bottled up, the agony of lost loved ones, the despair of fleeing for life under the barrel of a gun. Now in this single instant, they found release, erupting from their souls with the force of a volcano. "White King!" Someone cried out, their voice raw and hoarse, trembling with emotion. "It's Mr. Chen Nan, the White King." The call was echoed by more and more voices, choked with sobs and surging with irrepressible tremors. A mother, clutching a baby, knelt and held her child high toward the lighthouse, as if to etch the bringer of light into the memory of this new life. Young survivors, bruised and battered, straightened their backs, their gaze burning with the devotion of martyrs, eyes fixed on the lone figure, as if trying to sear his outline into the depths of their souls. They had seen the blades of hell part for him, seen entire nations crumble to dust in silence. He was no legend, but a living miracle seared into their very flesh and blood. That noble silhouette. He was the lone lighthouse guiding them through a blood-soaked inferno, the living God who shattered every chain and promised them rebirth. In the very first instant their feet touched Liberty Island, a fervent belief, a mix of gratitude, awe, and a burning urge to devote themselves, ignited in their hearts, a fire that would never be extinguished. Time sped by in the blink of an eye. Years passed in a flurry. Many people slipped away from Chen Nan's life like sand through his fingers. Howard, Stryker, Medall, and even the second-generation heir of Hellfire could not escape the ravages of time. When the guns finally fell silent, peace returned to the world, and the mutants gradually vanished from the public eye. Liberty Island was now complete, standing as their sunlit sanctuary, a refuge where they basked in freedom. Chen Nan led everyone, quietly and unassumingly, on a journey around the world. They crossed deserts and barren lands, trekked through grasslands and snowy mountains, leaving laughter and joy behind as their footprints spanned the greatest peaks and cultural marvels across the globe. In the blink of an eye, it was already 2005. Alex, Torrent, and the others had all grown much more composed and steady. Thanks to the integration of the self-healing gene, they appeared no older than people in their early 40s. To the world, Liberty Island had become forbidden ground. The older generation remembered its former power and glory, while the youth knew only rumors of a mysterious island that gathered mutants. With the environment worsening each year, various kinds of radiation were giving rise to more mutants, and their group continued to swell in number. Then, one day, while out riding, Jean suddenly lost control of her horse, wobbling precariously before tumbling to the ground. She fell into a coma, leaving everyone racked with worry. Chen Nan gently carried her to an open clearing. In this world, Jean's destiny had shifted. She had not developed a dark persona, but as a result, the phoenix force within her had still not awakened. Year after year, Chen Nan waited, and waited until it seemed hope itself had faded. Then, at this very moment, he sensed an unstable phoenix energy blazing around Jean, so intense that his clothes dissolved in an instant, while all the nearby plants shriveled and vanished into dust. Suddenly, the truth dawned. After all these years, the phoenix force was finally awakening. He turned to the alarmed crowd and reassured them. It's all right. Jean is simply awakening her powers. There's no need for concern. At his words, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as the tension eased, they couldn't help but break into laughter at the sight of Chen Nan, his clothes tattered, hanging raggedly from left and right. Looking down at himself, Chen Nan's face instantly darkened. Jean remained unconscious for over 10 days. Everything around her had been consumed into nothingness by the surging phoenix force, leaving her suspended in midair. Unease took hold of the group once more. Just what kind of power was she awakening to? Childbirth seemed mild compared to this ordeal. Another 2 weeks passed before Jean finally awoke, but her gaze was cold, distant, as if she no longer recognized any of them. Has she forgotten us? Raven whispered to Chen Nan, and everyone looked to him. It seemed only he understood what was happening. She's absorbed too much information, Chen Nan explained, and she hasn't fully awoken yet. No sooner had Chen Nan spoken than Jean shut her eyes again. Only after several hours did she finally open them once more. This time, she rushed into Chen Nan's arms, rubbing her head against him affectionately. Even after all these years, she couldn't change how she addressed him, still calling him brother as she always had. I was nearly overtaken by that monster, she whispered, but it was the beautiful memories from these years that gave me the strength to hold on. Chen Nan tousled her hair and replied with heartfelt relief, it's all in the past now. Learn to embrace this power, don't fear it. Jean, you did it. She nodded vigorously, still clinging tightly to Chen Nan, refusing to let go. Even Ruiwen felt a twinge of jealousy, jealous not at the situation, but at Chen Nan himself. System, what are the odds of drawing the Phoenix Force? Chen Nan asked silently in his heart. You gotta be kidding me. Chen Nan couldn't help but exclaim softly. With odds like this, when could he ever actually draw it? 100 days wouldn't even cut it. And so, for the next 2.5 months, Chen Nan devoted himself day and night to drawing cards without rest. Finally, in the early hours of the 81st day, the notification he'd been longing for sounded at last. Ding! Card successfully drawn. Estimated fusion time, 81 days. Chen Nan felt his whole body jolt. We're already closer than close, and now you're telling me I have to fuse for 81 more days? How am I supposed to take things even further? The following 2 months were spent with Chen Nan and Qin inseparable, as if fused together themselves. Ding! Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Phoenix Force. On that day, Chen Nan was snuggled up with Qin, watching a movie when he suddenly froze, then burst out in uncontainable joy. Before Qin could do more than cast him a surprised look, he impatiently opened a portal and vanished on the spot without so much as a word. That got Qin pouted, but she couldn't be bothered to chase after him. She simply kept watching her movie. Meanwhile, Chen Nan now stood in the heart of an endless desert. Before him stretched an arresting sea of gold, spreading from beneath his feet all the way to the horizon, shimmering and blurring beneath the scorching air. A sapphire blue card burst into flames, morphing into the shape of a fire phoenix, then shattering into a rain of golden light as the resounding cry of a celestial bird shook the universe. It descended in an overwhelming surge. The Phoenix Force took root deep within his consciousness and erupted with violent intensity. An indescribable, torrential power flooded him, carrying the heat to incinerate all and the majesty to shake the very stars, ripping violently through the boundaries of his understanding. And then came the soul-rending agony. Even with the strength of an Omega-class soul, he could not shield himself from this kind of excruciating pain. A hoarse roar was torn from his throat, swallowed instantly by the endless sea of sand. Chen Nan curled up sharply, his fingers digging so deep into the burning sands that his nails nearly broke off. The pain of his body was nothing in comparison. What nearly shattered him was the way his soul was forced open, stretched, torn, and then rammed with a flood of molten destruction. Reality itself began to collapse in his vision, golden grains of sand dissolving, inch by inch, in the warped light. He felt his very existence teetering on the brink of complete dissolution beneath the cosmic might known as Phoenix. Damn it, system, you screwed me. He cried out in his mind, desperately trying to shore up his will to withstand the onslaught of annihilation. But the only answer was the deafening roar of the Phoenix Force. Suddenly, as if it had found an outlet, that surging Phoenix power within him exploded outward, a torrent of pure platinum flames radiating from him as the center. Absolute annihilation has begun. The air, the sea of sand, everything, without exception, were stripped of their very foundations of existence the instant that ring of destruction spread outwards. Billions upon billions of grains of sand were superheated beyond comprehension in a fraction of a second, vanishing into nothingness. Even the toughest mineral structures proved as fragile as a layer of thin ice before the fire of the Phoenix. Blinding white light surged and spread, sweeping everything in its path. The horizon was smoothed to utter flatness, the once undulating desert brutally replaced by a lifeless void stretching to the ends of the sky. Mortal, how dare you steal my power? A voice surged forth, vast, ancient, echoing with the silence of extinguished stars, branding itself deep into his consciousness. With every syllable that voice uttered, scenes of cosmic-scale destruction unfurled, galaxies breaking apart in pure white flames, stars snuffed out like candles, the frozen void reignited by new, even wilder fires. A cascade of shattered images, infused with the desperation and fury of countless dying lives, pierced his soul like billions of searing hot iron needles. This was the Phoenix's whisper, herald of the universe's entropy and its reduction to nothingness, a preordained fate of utter annihilation. Chen Nan howled within this mental storm, his sense of self flickering like a guttering candle in the gale, wavering between endless whispers and visions of destruction. His life was all too brief, and even with Omega-level telepathy, he was but a speck before the might of the Phoenix Force. The power of the Phoenix drew from the primordial universe itself, bearing the emotions and lives of infinite multiverses. Compared to that, Omega-level telepathy was a mere drop in the cosmic ocean. Now, the fragments of Chen Nan's memories were being singed into oblivion, slowly replaced by a cold, boundless urge for annihilation. He could feel himself slipping toward the abyss. His body was becoming the very source of this tide of destruction. His will, on the verge of being drowned, was to become nothing more than the Phoenix's puppet, the first spark to ignite the next cycle of the cosmos. Yet as his consciousness was about to be completely burned away in that absolute silence, the instant he was poised to lose the last shred of himself, a faint glimmer of life flickered, struggling to shine through the whispers of destruction. Colossal stars, under the searing judgment of the Phoenix's flames, collapsed violently and then erupted. Yet, after such ultimate light and heat, there came not unending oblivion, but something more. He saw it. He saw innumerable new, smaller stars born out of the glowing clouds of dust. He saw cold nebula dust compressed and ignited by the shockwaves of the explosion, birthing brand new cradles for life. From the ashes of annihilation, matter reassembled and condensed under new laws. Even that voice, that cold, annihilating voice, seemed in this moment to reveal the subtlest trace of an eternal stillness, born from blazing ashes. Chen Nan's consciousness, like a drowning man grasping for the final stalk of hope, clung desperately to that fleeting vision. He no longer struggled against the overwhelming torrent of destruction. Instead, with the last shreds of his will, he sought to touch the deeper pulse of life that throbbed beneath the tidal wave of annihilation. It was not creation in the traditional sense, but something that emerged after destruction, a fertile void, a bed of ashes nurturing infinite possibility. Like the singularity before the Big Bang, it was destruction itself that became the only way to give birth to all things. The universe is born from blazing ashes. In that instant, this shattered awareness reached enlightenment, responding in its own faltering way to the low murmur of the Phoenix. The resistance was no longer out of terror, but had become a burning resonance. He no longer tried to extinguish the fire, but sought instead to understand its true essence. Its consuming end was not the finish line, but rather the opening to a new, unending cycle. Destruction was the universe's deepest breath, an inescapable, magnificent prologue to creation. This understanding was no warm redemption. It was like seizing an icy chain of law in the heart of absolute zero. Within him, the wild, rampaging power of the Phoenix, striving to scorch all into ash, seemed to sense this subtle shift in Chen Nan's will. Chen Nan's body still shook violently, golden light coursing under his skin, turning his clothes to drifting cinders that vanished in the platinum-white flames radiating from his body. Yet his searing grip on the burning sand slowly, with a convulsive kind of resolve, began to loosen. Little by little, and with immense effort, he raised himself up, as if bearing the crushing weight of a collapsing universe. Every small movement triggered wild surges of energy inside him, the platinum flames flickering unpredictably across his skin like a volatile reactor. He panted. With every breath, it was as if he swallowed molten rock. His throat tasted thick with scorched blood. At last, swaying, he managed to steady himself in a kneeling position, one knee pressed into the ground. His consciousness was like a lone canoe tossed on storm-racked seas, teetering at the edge of breaking, but refusing to capsize. Only a single thread of sand, so faint it was almost invisible, seemed to be lifted by an unseen breeze, drifting gently upward from the pitch-dark, glassy surface below. There it hung, suspended just centimeters above Chen Nan's burned, trembling palm. Slowly, ever so slowly, the grain of sand began to spin. Deep in Chen Nan's pupils, its faint orbit could be seen, while farther within, the platinum glow, the world-burning power, still flickered, not wholly subdued. Time itself seemed to freeze. On the boundless, deathly, silent glass plain, under the fiercest blaze of the noonday sun, a stillness stretched into eternity. This wasteland, which since time immemorial knew only the howling of wind-blown sand or deathly silence, now seemed suddenly awakened, struggling to seize its own life. The pulse of the earth, the tension of space, the eternal might of the sun, all these forces, strangely and unprecedentedly, seemed to converge upon a single point. They converged upon that half-kneeling, trembling figure, shrouded in a pale, platinum glow. They converged upon his palm, where a single grain of sand hovered, its slow and resolute rotation commanding all attention, golden yellow sand, afloat in defiance of gravity. The primordial phoenix force of the cosmos withdrew, powerless and silent, as if conceding utter defeat. It had now learned. This mortal standing before it was beyond its grasp. System, why are you always so rotten? I nearly kicked the bucket. Chen Nan collapsed to the ground, gasping and grumbling in exasperation. I knew you wouldn't die. The system answered without the slightest hint of guilt. Thanks a lot. I almost died back there. So much for your faith in me. Chen Nan rolled his eyes in exasperation. I have faith in the great, oh. The system started to say something, then suddenly caught itself and fell silent, cutting off abruptly, as if afraid it might slip. The great what? Chen Nan seized the moment to question, but the system had already gone offline without another word, leaving him hanging. Seeing this, Chen Nan cursed aloud, livid at having to deal with such an unreliable companion. He brushed it aside and brought up his stats panel. Host, Chen Nan. Strength, 1166, standard adult male baseline. 1. Mind, infinity infinite. Speed, infinity, a conceptual transcendence, beyond measurement. Alpha level abilities. Magnetic field manipulation, plus 10. Accelerated healing, plus 10. Energy absorption, plus 13. Enhanced mutation, plus 10. Omega level ability. Body of magic, plus 15. Inventory, cosmic cube, Godslayer sword. Cards. White resource card X46420. In essence, the material manipulation of the Phoenix Force could reach as far as the subatomic level, eclipsing ordinary inorganic manipulation. Though he hadn't yet achieved subatomic control, he had now mastered manipulation at the atomic level, an accomplishment with boundless promise. If not for his inherent power over inorganic matter, even atomic-level manipulation would have been out of reach for him now. Molecular manipulation was powerful, but at the molecular scale, turning sand into gold or diamonds was impossible, something only inorganic control could accomplish. Dimensional travel, teleportation, telepathy, these had all been folded by the system into the powers of the Phoenix Force and removed from his stats panel. Closing his stats, he realized with a start, this force no longer had to abide by any law of conservation of energy. Just now, he had truly transformed a single gram of sand into gold. Even with his limited knowledge, he understood that to transform 1 gram of yellow sand into a gram of gold would require an extra input of about 7 times 10 superscript 1 superscript 2 joules of energy, roughly equivalent to the yield of 2 Hiroshima atomic bombs. Damn it, what a pain. It never ends. This again involves me. Unless he could instantly tap into star-level energy reserves, he'd either have to squat in the desert for months, soaking up sunlight just to recharge his powers, or he might as well just drain himself dry then and there. This simply flies in the face of the law of conservation of energy. Could it be that those minor deities in ancient legends who could turn stone into gold were on par with the Phoenix Force? Does that make Thanos just a low-ranking grunt in the Celestial Court? It's utterly ridiculous. Oh well, if he couldn't make sense of it, he might as well not dwell on it. Patting the dust from his clothes, he summoned up a new outfit and got ready to head back. Suddenly, an earth-shaking bang split the silence, and a hulking, green figure came barreling across the sands, charging around wildly. Wait, did someone really have that kind of peculiar fetish? Well, on closer inspection, at least the big guy was still wearing a pair of baggy shorts, so technically it wasn't completely indecent. At least he had a shred of decency left. Seeing this, Chen Nan simply stopped and decided to watch the spectacle from a short distance away. The strength of the green behemoth was truly jaw-dropping, a walking tank, making real tanks seem like cardboard toys in comparison, the very embodiment of brute force power. Rubbing his chin, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. What monster on a rampage? To him, this was a walking treasure trove of experience. He'd been worrying that his physical strength was falling behind the evolution of his abilities. And just like that, Hulk, roaring at the top of his lungs, came crashing into view. How perfect was this? Some encounters are simply unstoppable when fate brings them about. Another thunderous boom snapped his attention back. Hulk had grabbed the tank's cannon barrel and was spinning it around like a toy before hurling it skyward, launching the whole tank, people and all, up into the air. And what came next was even more iconic. Hulk went after a fighter jet. Literally, just as it sounds. This version of the Hulk was Director Lee's original, the very first iteration of the Green Giant. Feral, untamed, undeniably invincible, It all made sense now. Watching the scene unfold, Chen Nan couldn't help but comment with a click of his tongue. Still too merciful, buddy. If it were me, after being chased like this, I'd have stormed the command center and given General Ross a very personal kick. After getting his fill of entertainment, he didn't feel like lingering any longer. Draw a green giant card? No ruse. His real interest was in Bruce Banner's father. That old man was a hidden bug in the movie. He could absorb matter and change forms, get electrocuted and become a being of pure energy, touch stone and turn to rock, meet water and become liquid. Not only that, he could continuously absorb gamma radiation. This character, set loose among the Avengers, would basically be the Absorbing Man, version 2.0. Though not as obscene as those with limitless energy abilities, with the right combination, he'd still be absurdly powerful. And if you threw in the abilities of energy absorption, adaptive evolution, and matter assimilation, now that would be utterly perfect. Chen Nan narrowed his eyes and smiled, deciding to keep waiting. He couldn't let the old man be torn apart by gamma energy too soon. He had to choose the most perfect moment to intervene. With a flicker of movement, he opened a portal and returned to the manor in New York. Truth be told, he never stayed on Liberty Island for long. The dazzling world outside was simply too hard to resist. Most high-level mutants, having secured their identities, still preferred the vibrant big cities. They had no fear of being exposed. As soon as he arrived back at the manor, Chen Nan didn't even stop to say hello. Instead, he rushed straight into his secret chamber. System, I'm going all in. Staring at the enhancement forge, his eyes shone bright with fervor, his voice electric with the thrill of a gambler making an all-or-nothing bet. He poured in everything he'd saved over half a century. 46,000 white resource cards, every last one. Not a single one left? Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Dormant for decades, the enhancement forge blazed to life in an instant. The primordial light erupted in a thunderous bloom, illuminating the entire landscape of his spiritual sea. Amidst this flood of radiance, the silhouette of a phoenix soared with outstretched wings. Scarlet and gold flames began to molt into a pure, dazzling white. A clear, ethereal phoenix cry echoed through his consciousness. A golden sun rises above the sea. He caught himself. No, that's wrong. This is the birth of the white phoenix. Chen Nan murmured to himself, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. The white phoenix. After half a lifetime of bad luck, at long last his fortune had changed. His decades of careful accumulation had finally paid off. From this moment forward, the ordinary phoenix was history. Now, he was the host of the White Phoenix. Note, in the original setting, the next stage of the phoenix is the Dark Phoenix. However, since the host cannot be corrupted, here it manifests as the White Phoenix. Current stage, White Phoenix. Next stage, White Phoenix King. Ultimate form, the omnipotent power of the Phoenix. Once he ascended to White Phoenix King, he would command all Phoenix energy across the infinite multiverse, unstoppable like Jean Grey in the comics. He knew, too, with a few more decades, or by consuming a few Phoenix hosts, he'd eventually reach that level. At this point, obliterating a star with a casual gesture was no longer just a fantasy. In fact, he was now slightly more powerful than the Black Phoenix. Taming the excitement in his heart, Chen Nan called up his attribute panel again. Host, Chen Nan. Strength, 1166. Average adult male baseline, 1. Spirit, infinity, infinity. Speed, infinity, a conceptual leap beyond measurement. Alpha level abilities. Magnetic field mastery, +10. Mutant ability enhancement, +10. Omega level abilities. Body of magic, +15. Items, Cosmic Cube, Godslayer Sword. Cards, White Resource Card, X0. The self-healing and energy absorption abilities listed on his panel had now been utterly subsumed by the Phoenix Force. With the power of the undying, immortal Phoenix, energy manipulation and limitless rebirth, those former skills were now nothing but shadows compared to what he now possessed. When he emerged from the secret chamber, he was like a dazzling, human-shaped sun, exuding an aura that swept through the entire room, the unmistakable presence of a higher being. The people waiting at the door saw him with changed eyes. Their glances were a tangled mix of awe, admiration, and barely restrained longing and desire. Chen, in particular, felt a resonance deep in her blood. Unable to hold herself back, she threw herself into his arms, taking deep breaths of his scent as if it were the most exquisite fragrance in the world. And so began a fortnight-long physical enhancement regimen. The details are best left unspoken, but suffice it to say the results were remarkable. Half a month later, oh my goodness, how am I this strong now? Why are my abilities so much better? My skin looks so much healthier. Yeah, looks like I've grown again. Big brother, I want more. Give it to me. A few days passed, and Chen Nan found himself practically dragged out for dinner by the impatient Black Queen, Celine. Celine had watched, wide-eyed, as all the women in the family transformed before her very eyes. How could she possibly just sit there and do nothing? If she didn't make a move soon, there wouldn't even be any soup left. So she picked a restaurant overflowing with romantic atmosphere, candlelight, roses, the gentle melody of a violin, every detail just right. Well, a couple's restaurant? Celine, you certainly know how to set the mood. Chen Nan raised his brows and smiled. Of course. Tonight's mission, get you drunk. She winked at him, her red lips curving into a smile that promised victory. All right then, I'm game. He raised his glass, his eyes flashing. Message received. Celine's heart leapt. Why bother with dinner? Diving right into the main event sounded even better. Just then, a voice sounded from the next table. Betty, I'm so sorry. Something's come up at the lab. I have to go take care of it. All right, it's okay. Work comes first, I guess. The girl's voice was subtly sour, but the man bought it, mumbled another apology, and hurried away. Chen Nan realized the girl was Betty from the Incredible Hulk, and heard her muttering to herself. Lousy guy. You try to date me, I give you a chance, and then you run off yourself. You totally deserve to be single. He couldn't help letting out a quiet chuckle. Betty downed the last of her red wine in one gulp, paid the bill and got up, but stumbled and bumped right into a firm chest. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. She looked up and froze. The man standing in front of her was tall and straight, his eyes bright as stars, exuding an indescribable magnetic charisma. In that instant, Betty felt her heart skip several beats. By the time she snapped out of it, he had already walked away, but that fluttering in her heart never settled down again. Meanwhile, Celine, you sure about this? Is this car's suspension even up to the task? Beach, bonfire, the moon reflected over the sea. The scene was like something out of a comic book, breathtakingly beautiful and dreamlike. Unfortunately, the peace was soon shattered when one of the off-road vehicles parked near the bonfire began to rock uncontrollably from side to side. Mommy, didn't I tell you they're Transformers? A little girl tugged at her mother's hand, pointing excitedly toward the car in the distance, her voice brimming with innocence and certainty. Cartoons would never lie to us. Yes, Mommy believes you. Let's hurry and go. The blonde young woman muttered softly, hurriedly pulling her daughter away. What is the world coming to these days? But that impact, now, that was fierce. When was the last time At that moment, the Black Queen lost herself completely, letting out a high-pitched scream of exhilaration, while mumbling about how unbearably hot it was. Her entire body trembled with excitement, immersed in the ecstasy of evolution. The energy of life's transformation was indeed scalding, burning her to the point of total abandonment, swept away by the sheer joy of evolving. The next day, quite naturally, she moved into the manor and began an entirely new life. Of course, she couldn't escape a round of sarcasm from Emma, but the Black Queen paid it no mind at all. Whenever a feast was served, she was always the first to find her seat in anticipation. A few days later, Chen Nan set off to look for any trace of Banner. Strolling through the campus of New York University, surrounded by youthful faces full of vitality, he, a relic from another era, almost forgot himself and the task at hand, meandering about at leisure. One had to admit, sometimes outsiders have an advantage. The novelty of his appearance certainly drew attention here, and he found himself overwhelmed by the bold and spirited advances of the local women. After politely turning down a string of attempts at conversation, Chen Nan finally found his way to the building where the laboratory was located. But Banner was nowhere to be found. Instead, he happened to cross paths with Betty, who had just stepped out of the elevator after work. He glanced down. Well, she was certainly impressive. Ah, it's you, Betty exclaimed, her voice rising with a mix of surprise and delight. Ever since their hasty farewell last time, she'd regretted not getting his contact information. In a sea of people, a misconnection sometimes means forever. But it seemed fate had played her a gentle trick. The person she'd been longing for was suddenly standing before her once again. Is this destiny? Or just a lucky coincidence? The words slipped from her mouth almost involuntarily. I'd say it's destiny. Hi, nice to see you, Chen Nan replied, warmth in his gaze. I bet you didn't know I worked here, did you? So I think it must be fate. Betty was already plotting to win him over, even secretly mulling over names for possible future children. I'm really glad to see you again. It really does seem like fate, Chen Nan grinned, gesturing to the building. Are you working or studying here? I'm interning at the lab upstairs, she answered, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. Impressive. No wonder you're the star student. I've never met a scientist as beautiful as you. Not at all. I'm just average. Betty fiddled with her buttons, her heart pounding so fast it felt like it might leap out of her chest. All right, back to business. Chen Nan shifted the conversation at just the right moment. Do you know where Banner went? I need to talk to him about something. Flirting could wait. Finding Banner mattered more. A pretty girl wouldn't run off, but Banner could really vanish without a trace. What was odd was that even Chen Nan couldn't sense the Hulk's presence, as if the man had simply evaporated into thin air. Such a peculiar soul, truly a Marvel specialty. The whereabouts of the powerful were always as elusive as winning the lottery. Banner? I haven't seen him. Betty brushed off the question absent-mindedly, her thoughts nowhere near Banner. How about this? You buy me dinner, and I'll keep an eye out for him. If he shows up tomorrow, I'll give you a call. Chen Nan shot her an amused glance, which made Betty's heart race even faster. Was she being too obvious? Just as she began to berate herself for being too forward, he agreed casually. Sure, you pick the place. Great. Then would you mind waiting for me to go home and change? She practically leapt at the suggestion. No problem. Chen Nan drove Betty back to her rented apartment, which turned out to be just a short ride from campus. She had intended to play it cool, but in the end, she changed into the most strikingly sexy short skirt she owned. Very nice, Chen Nan said with a smile. Those long, graceful legs and a hint of creamy skin. He was never one to skimp on compliments. Thank you. Betty tried to sit elegantly in the passenger's seat, but her excitement welled up from within. She hadn't expected Chen Nan to be driving a supercar she'd never even seen before, and her curiosity toward him only grew. The conversation flowed effortlessly between them during the drive. Chen Nan's worldliness and well-timed humor charmed her. Her only regret was that the restaurant was so close. They'd barely begun talking when they arrived. Wanting to make a good impression, she'd chosen her favorite spot, a relaxed little Mexican place with a laid-back atmosphere. The proprietress, Sally, greeted her with a broad grin the moment she walked in. Hey, Betty, you're here. Sally's gaze shifted swiftly to Chen Nan, her tone teasing. New co-worker? You only ever bring colleagues in here, you know. Ahem, Sally, he's just a friend I recently met, Betty hurried to explain, anxious to avoid any misunderstandings. Oh, got it. So a male friend? Sally winked and swayed her way into the kitchen, calling back. I'll have the chef pull out all the stops for you two. She loves to joke around. Betty turned to Chen Nan, a bit embarrassed. But to be fair, the Mexican food here really is authentic. Then I should definitely give it a try. The dishes soon arrived after they placed their order. Flavorful tacos and nachos smothered in rich sauce. A delight that truly left a lasting impression. The two were chatting and laughing when, all of a sudden, a voice came from nearby. She turned her head. It was Banner. Oh, Banner? You're here for dinner too. If you'd arrived sooner, we could have all eaten together. Her greeting was casual and open, not a trace of embarrassment in her manner. Banner's eyes clouded over, realizing that she didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. She really, truly didn't care about him at all. I just thought I saw you through the window, so I came in to check. I've already eaten. You two enjoy. Forcing a smile, he made up a work excuse and quickly left. Watching his retreating figure, Betty merely smiled, then turned to Chen Nan. He's always like that. Work comes first. Oh, I forgot. Didn't you need to talk to him? It's nothing. Tomorrow will do. There's no rush. Chen Nan replied unhurriedly. So, do you want to take a walk in the park nearby? It's really quiet there. I haven't relaxed in ages. Betty gazed at him, her eyes burning with intensity. Sure, Chen Nan smiled. I like the quiet. Of course, he had no intention of refusing a beautiful woman's invitation. As for the Hulk side of things, well, he could certainly spare a bit of greenery. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Banner stumbled back into his lab, feeling on the verge of losing control. He needed to inject the suppression serum immediately. If he couldn't even keep the monster inside him at bay, how could he ever hope to pursue Betty? Banner's mutation, brought about by his father, had made him the Hulk, the Marvel character with no upper limit to his strength. Yet he both hated and feared this power with every fiber of his being. Banner felt that any surge of emotion could turn him into a creature everyone feared, a monster. Could you even call that being human? While secretly helping General Ross research a special super soldier serum, Banner was also working on the suppression serum for himself. Now, with the suppression formula entering its trial phase and his emotions rattled, Banner realized he could wait no longer. After a brief hesitation, he steeled himself, grabbed the serum, and plunged the needle into his arm. Back in the park, Chen Nan and Betty were walking amid the serene beauty of the garden, the air fragrant with blossoms. Betty intentionally moved closer to Chen Nan, letting her pinky finger brush against his, a gesture both reserved and passionate. Noticing this, Chen Nan shot her a teasing glance, and in the moon's soft glow, her snowy peaks seemed even more striking and pure. Catching his gaze, Betty boldly straightened her posture as if inviting him to enjoy the view. Girls from abroad, especially in this era, were undeniably more open, though, given time, things might change. Seeing her intentions, Chen Nan simply reached for her hand, fulfilling her little wish. Betty was instantly struck by a surge of warm, powerful comfort. A subtle tension surrounded the two of them, neither speaking. Betty quietly slipped her arms around Chen Nan's, and at that moment, Chen Nan could feel his arm enveloped in her soft, warm embrace. He glanced down at Betty, whose eyes stared straight ahead, steadfast and serious. He could feel her heart racing, each thump unmistakable and true. They weren't the only couple wrapped in intimacy in the park tonight. Others who knew of this haven had also gathered, and from time to time, muffled, curious sounds drifted from behind the cover of the trees and blooms. "Ahem, shall we go?" Betty whispered, a sudden flush of heat making her uneasy. She was 21 now. Of course she knew what those sounds meant. Chen Nan felt the sweat starting to gather in her palm, her heart beating even faster against his arm. Nodding, he replied softly, "Let's go. I'll walk you home." Betty murmured as if suppressing something deep inside, her voice barely audible. They had barely turned to leave when a flash of lightning tore through the sky, quickly followed by a crash of thunder. A fierce wind swept in, the clear sign of impending rain. A chill swept over Betty, rustling her skirt and making her shiver. She instinctively clung tighter to Chen Nan. "Looks like it's going to rain tonight." "Yes, the weather's impossible to predict." Yet there was a hint of excitement in Betty's voice, a sense of anticipation she couldn't quite mask. The rain came down in sheets just as they settled into the car. Luckily, they had gotten in just in time. If they'd been a moment later, they would have been thoroughly drenched. However, by the time they reached the foot of Betty's apartment building, the downpour showed no sign of letting up. If anything, it came down even harder. "This rain is only getting heavier. Do you have an umbrella in your car?" Betty asked hopefully. "I never carry little umbrellas," Chen Nan answered with a teasing smile. Betty's face turned scarlet, and she shot him a playful glare. She caught his double meaning immediately. She was no stranger to self-reliance at times. Suddenly, as if summoning all her courage, Betty decided that with this mood and atmosphere, she couldn't let the moment slip by without taking action. She looked up, emboldened by her own resolve, only to meet Chen Nan's intense gaze. And in that instant, she surrendered to it, unable to resist. She instinctively leaned in closer. Outside, rain battered the sports car, the wipers sweeping furiously. Yet, no one emerged, something that caught Rose's eye from an upstairs window. Inside the vehicle, under Chen Nan's gentle guidance, Betty lost her earlier awkwardness and timid fervor. Little by little, she found her rhythm. Much time passed before Betty, breathless, finally opened her eyes. To her surprise, her mask had been pushed up, revealing her glowing lips, tempting and sweet. Face flushed, heart pounding, Betty feigned a coy protest, a ripple of anticipation shining in her gaze as she waited for Chen Nan to claim her. How could Chen Nan miss such a clear invitation? Without a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head to savor her, and with a soft gasp, Betty wrapped her arms around him tightly. Ross waited for a long time, but his daughter still hadn't come home. The heavy rain outside made him wonder if she couldn't get a cab, and, after thinking it over, he considered calling her or even driving out to pick her up himself. Meanwhile, Betty was caught up in a dizzying high, completely oblivious to the ringtone of her phone. Over 10 minutes later, her whole body shuddered, and she lay there as limp as a rag doll, too lazy to so much as lift a finger. She lingered in silence for a long while before slowly opening her eyes. Her gaze sparkled with a strange glimmer. "You rascal! How are you so good at this, really? Who knows how many women you've bewitched?" He gave a low chuckle. "Sometimes, it's good for women to be a little naive." Chen Nan didn't bother denying it. "I guess I've boarded a pirate ship and there's no turning back for me," Betty said, with a lazy, languid twist of her head. At this moment, nothing else could fit into her mind. She felt as though the past 20 years of her life had been wasted. Outside, the rain began to ease, fading to a light drizzle. After resting a while, Betty regained a bit of strength, and, casting a quick glance downward, her cheeks flushed pink. "Why don't you come up for a while? Wait till the rain stops before you go." Her invitation couldn't have been more obvious. Clearly, her appetite wasn't yet satisfied. Chen Nan gladly accepted. There was no point pretending to be a gentleman at this juncture. Betty gave a soft hum of agreement and tried to straighten her clothes, which looked like they'd been chewed by a dog. In the end, it was Chen Nan who opened the car door for her. She hardly had the energy to do it herself. Upstairs, Ross had been watching the sports car with growing curiosity. The moment he saw a girl get out, his blood pressure soared. What did he just see? In his eyes, Chen Nan was nothing more than a brash punk. Those two had sat in the car for more than half an hour. Even though he hadn't seen the car rocking, It was enough to make things clear. Ross was so furious that he no longer cared if he disturbed the neighbors. He grabbed a baseball bat and charged downstairs, hell-bent on teaching this punk a lesson. Meanwhile, Betty and Chen Nan, immersed in their affectionate whispers, had just reached the bottom of the stairs when a furious shout shattered the moment. "You brat! Let her go!" Betty, lost in embarrassment and anticipation, was startled out of her reverie by the roar. She stared at her furious father in disbelief. How had he suddenly shown up at her apartment, catching her completely off guard? "You damn punk! Let go of my daughter this instant!" Ross had no patience to listen to his daughter's protests. Overcome with rage, he bellowed at Chen Nan, baseball bat raised and ready. Chen Nan didn't know the man, but it wasn't hard to figure out that this must be Betty's father, General Ross. Well, he had seduced the man's daughter. A furious dad was only to be expected. All he could do was let go of Betty for now. No sooner had Chen Nan released her than the old man, heedless of accidentally hitting his own daughter, swung the bat. So he was playing dirty, going straight for a sneak attack? Chen Nan simply leaned back and dodged. "Betty, let's set up another time. Clearly, today's not going to work." With that, he turned and walked away. Ross flew into another fit of rage at these words, raising his baseball bat, ready to strike. Betty hastily threw herself in front of him, shouting hysterically, "If you have the guts, kill me first. You know nothing about him." Her rebellious outburst stunned Ross where he stood. He gazed blankly at his daughter, who was defying him with everything she had. In that instant, it felt as if time itself had frozen. Who was this before him? Was this really Betty? Seeing her father's anger ebb, Betty quickly tried to explain. "Dad, you really don't know him at all. Can't you stop judging people based on your own prejudice? Just because someone drives a sports car doesn't mean they're trouble. To tell you the truth, I was the one who liked him first. He didn't come after me." Ross stared at his daughter in disbelief, almost thinking he'd misheard her. It was true. He knew nothing about that young man, and maybe he shouldn't condemn all rich kids as worthless, but what were the odds that one of them was actually a decent person? Probably slimmer than winning the lottery. He felt as if something was stuck in his throat, unable to comprehend the naivety of young people's views on love these days. Would it hurt to be a little more practical? Why did they have to romanticize every fleeting feeling? A crushing sense of defeat washed over his heart like a relentless tide. Without another word, Ross turned away and quietly headed upstairs, reaching for his coat and briefcase. "In any case, my answer is no." Throwing down this cold pronouncement, he pushed open the front door and stepped out into the pouring rain. Betty stood motionless, watching her father's car lights grow faint in the downpour, then vanish completely. She didn't know what else to say. In that moment, the values of two generations had come crashing headlong against one another, ending with both sides in an impasse. The next morning, Banner slowly woke from unconsciousness, bewildered by how he'd ended up sleeping in the wild. He couldn't remember what happened the night before, only recalling, with blurred uncertainty, injecting the suppressant serum and the surge of fury that followed, as if the Hulk within him violently rejected the serum. And the serum hadn't stopped him from transforming. All it seemed to do was place some limit on the Hulk's strength. The sight of the lab was enough to make one's skin crawl. Everything was in shambles, equipment strewn in every direction, and a gaping hole torn in the wall. General Ross soon received the report, immediately ordering his men to capture Banner and move him elsewhere for further study. What truly intrigued Ross had always been the limitless potential embodied by the Hulk. They found Banner quickly, yet Banner's compliance was no guarantee that the Hulk would be so docile. During the transfer, the pain of a blood draw awoke the green giant inside him. Roaring with rage, Hulk smashed through the wall in a single bound and vanished once more into the sky. Once again, Banner became Ross's most wanted fugitive. When all was said and done, he and Ross were fated opposites, locked in a cycle of pursuit and escape, lover and nemesis, the whole saga of the Hulk playing out around an endless chase. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. That day, as usual, Chen Nan drove to pick up Chin and the others after work. After saying her goodbyes to her colleagues, she opened the car door and settled into the front passenger seat. Chen Nan glanced toward the crowd and caught sight of an Asian girl. She looked vaguely familiar, but he didn't give much thought. Over the years, the number of Asians in New York had steadily increased. It was now common to see familiar faces wherever you walked. He sometimes suspected there were as many as 300,000 Asians in New York alone, maybe more, while the city's total population was only a few million. That evening, the extended family gathered for dinner, a dozen or so relatives around the table. Fortunately, there weren't any children in the next generation yet, where every meal would feel like a grand banquet. During the meal, conversation turned to everyday stories and observations. With more than a dozen women chattering at once, boredom was the last thing anyone felt. As for him, Every day felt like a new ordeal. Over the years, together they had witnessed the dramatic leap in aeronautics, seen the birth and daily transformation of cell phones, satellites, and the internet. Each innovation once only imagined in science fiction, now woven into the fabric of daily life. Suddenly, Raven shot Chen Nan a teasing look and quipped, "When it comes down to it, someone here really knows how to enjoy life." Chen Nan was helpless in the face of her banter, feeling unfairly targeted. Marilyn picked up the thread with a laugh. "Oh, how so?" Raven pointed subtly at Chen Nan, still silent, and said with a hint of envy, "Look, no one stays 18 forever, but there's always someone who's 18, right? Isn't that so, Mr. Chen Shimmy?" With a smirk, Emma chimed in, "Really, Lord Chun, soon we'll need several tables just to fit the family at dinner. We could set up a few mahjong games, too." The others all jumped into the so-called prosecution, teasing Chen Nan from every angle. All he could do was smile wryly. It seemed every conversation inevitably circled back to him. A few quiet days passed. Chen Nan continued his daily routine of drawing cards. While there hadn't been any new A-list mutants, a group of over a dozen level 4 mutants had now gathered on Liberty Island, steadily strengthening its overall force. Magneto had been resurrected and restored. This time, Chen Nan specially invited him along with Professor X to jointly oversee Liberty Island. Stir Magneto took on the role of enforcer, while the ever-rational Charles became the arbiter. One took charge of apprehensions, the other of rendering judgments. They kept each other in check, their partnership complementing one another perfectly. That evening, Chen Nan arrived at Betty's home. Betty had specially prepared a candlelit dinner and taken great care with her appearance. Wrapped in a plush blanket, her skin still rosy from a recent shower, she carried a subtle scent at the tips of her hair. The two were sharing a romantic dinner, their conversation laced with intimacy. Betty grew bold and slipped right into Chen Nan's lap, shifting coquettishly. But as the atmosphere reached its peak, the lock turned suddenly, and Ross stepped through the door. In the blink of an eye, the general's blood pressure soared again. Dinner was one thing, but sitting in someone else's lap. What on earth was that supposed to be? Seeing his daughter hastily wrapping herself in a blanket, her eyes flickering with unease, Ross felt as if his heart were being sliced apart. Clearly, she had only just covered herself upon hearing the door open. What a sorry state of the world. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Betty's tone carried a faint note of complaint. The mood she had worked so hard to create was utterly shattered. Ross's heart bled silently. A grown daughter truly is hard to keep at home. Even before marriage, she finds him a hindrance. He shot Chun in a fierce glare. On that rainy night before, the poor light had made it hard to see, but under the glow of the lamp, he was certain. This young man was unmistakably Chinese. Ross was no rabid racist, but he knew all too well the sort of backgrounds affluent Chinese youth in America tended to have these days. He didn't bother to hide the disgust in his eyes. "I can't stop you from falling in love, but as for marriage, I'll never give my consent." "Fine, but then why are you here?" Betty shrugged helplessly, cursing inwardly at his old-fashioned ways. "I'm just here to warn you. Don't go to campus these days. Banner's back from Canada. He could turn into the Hulk and hurt someone at any moment." Ross finally got to the point with an air of impatience. "Oh, then why do you people insist on pushing him?" In truth, Betty felt both angry and sympathetic. The man simply wanted a quiet life, yet trouble kept finding him. "You have no idea. This is a matter of national security." Ross snapped sternly. "It's about the super soldier serum program, isn't it? In the end, it's just a means to deal with mutants." Chen Nan suddenly spoke, his voice calm but ringing with certainty. Who are you, really? And what are you doing with my daughter?" Ross tensed instantly, his sharp gaze boring straight into Chen Nan. His first suspicion was that this young man might be here for the super soldier project. Betty quickly turned, shock and doubt flitting across her face. She suddenly recalled that when Chen Nan had first appeared, he had indeed asked about Banner. "Dummy, what are you imagining?" Chen Nan gave Betty's forehead a gentle tap. Her expression alone showed she'd already leapt to wild conspiracies. He then calmly met Ross's searching eyes and offered a faint, unhurried smile. "My name is Chen Nan." "What?" Ross's face drained of all color, as if he'd heard the devil's name. He stumbled back several steps, staring at Chen Nan in disbelief, his pupils narrowing sharply. That name was like a dark legend in America's hidden history, once pressing heavily on the whole country's chest. More than 20 years had passed. The younger generation had long forgotten the name, its records buried in the highest secrecy. But Ross could never have imagined that the legendary figure would not only remain unchanged, looking as young as ever, but would also appear here, right in his own daughter's apartment, as her boyfriend. Fear crashed over him like a bucket of icy water, but he forced himself to stay calm and managed to squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth. Even if you are that person, if you want to harm my daughter, I will never let you succeed. Though his words were firm, the weakness and desperation behind them were plain for anyone to hear. Even he didn't truly believe he could follow through. A soft, dismissive chuckle escaped Chen Nan. If we're talking about status, you're not even qualified to threaten me, he said coolly. Save your breath and just go. You. Ross's face twisted through several shades of fury before he finally snatched up his hat and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Rather than feeling discouraged by her father's departure, Betty was practically jubilant. The innocent, imaginative girl started dreaming up wild scenarios. Was he the heir to some wealthy Eastern consortium? The firstborn son of a powerful ancient family? Or could he have an even more mysterious identity? She turned and wrapped her arms around Chen Nan's neck, her eyes glowing with affectionate light, her voice gentle and inviting. Darling, now that my dad's gone, we have the whole night to ourselves. Make it so I can't go to work tomorrow. What are you waiting for? Chen Nan gave her a playful wink. Like a young panther sensing her cue, Betty leaped into his arms, nervous but eager. After a moment's hesitation, she quickly let herself get swept up in a different kind of rhythm. Echoing through the room were high-pitched English exclamations, the lyrics a simple, breathless refrain. Oh yeah, over and over again. Sure enough, the next day, she was in no condition to go to school. Experiencing something so new for the first time, she was utterly at sea, blissfully unaware of her own limits or what she'd gotten herself into. A few days later at the manor, with an easy smile, Chen Nan introduced her to the group. Come and meet each other. Mora, this is your half-sister, Betty. All eyes instantly darted to Betty's face and were immediately dumbfounded. The two weren't just related. They looked absolutely identical. For one stunned second, the living room fell silent before an outburst of collective exasperation. Your tastes are getting more outrageous by the day. Mora gave a sharp laugh. It was one thing when you made us look alike at home, but now you've actually found someone who's my double out in the world? Free. Chen Nan only smiled, keeping his secrets to himself. Mora stared at him, feeling almost numb. Is this really your idea of family? Are they all your sisters? Or? Looks like I've boarded a pirate ship for real this time. Out on the endless western Gobi, beneath a sky of swirling yellow sand, a fierce wind hurled gritty grains across the land. In the distance, enormous boulders rose up out of the ground, standing silent and watchful like ancient sentinels. Chen Nan stood perfectly still in the howling gale, his eyes tracking a distant figure on the horizon. Then, without warning, an ear-splitting roar shattered the stillness, splitting the sky in two. He spun around to see a massive green form charging across the wasteland at breakneck speed. With every thunderous step, the earth shook and sand and rock exploded outward. It's still that original Hulk from director Lee's version, brimming with raw power and the fury of a force untamed. The later incarnations never came close. His over-the-top muscles and that furious, contorted face perfectly overlap with the iconic scenes etched in memory. Overhead, the thunder of rotor blades fills the air. Several military helicopters, like a swarm of metallic hornets, swoop in pursuit. Machine guns erupt, spitting tongues of fire. Bullets rain down around Hulk, churning up rows of gritty sand fountains in their wake. With another earth-shaking roar, the Hulk's bellow nearly rends the sky itself. He leaps, suddenly and with terrifying force, soaring almost level with the helicopters. With a single titanic fist, he smashes through the tail of one chopper, the air cracking sharply in his wake. A shrill squeal of twisting metal rings out as the helicopter loses balance, spinning wildly, plummeting to the ground, and erupting into a massive fireball. Report casualties. Inside another helicopter, Ross gives the order with an emotionless face, as if the chopper that had just crashed was no more than a broken toy. A wave of heat from the explosion rushes toward him, but Chen Nan simply lifts a hand, a casual gesture that brings the very air to a standstill before him. The military onslaught does not relent, but these few helicopters cannot hope to contain the Hulk. He quickly bursts through the web of firepower, charging straight for the city. And then, it's that familiar setting again, the Golden Gate Bridge. California is never just beaches. Here, sweeping deserts and sprawling cities sit side by side. Hulk barrels into the downtown streets, prompting the military to dispatch F-22 Raptors in hot pursuit. A piercing shriek splits the clouds as a missile, trailing a white plume, streaks toward its mark. One warhead slams into a nearby embankment with a thunderous blast, sending Hulk hurtling through the air on a wave of concussive force. Yet he's on his feet instantly, eyes blazing even hotter, his muscles swelling visibly. The angrier he gets, the stronger he becomes. Hulk seizes a massive boulder and, with terrifying strength, hurls it skyward. It whistles through the air like artillery. One F-22 veers hard, barely dodging a cataclysmic strike. Now that's the real Hulk, Chen Nan murmurs in awe, eyes alight with excitement. Hulk charges through the storm of gunfire, undaunted, unstoppable. Every stride shakes the ground. Each roar echoes to the core. All the militaries' might only seems to feed his fury. Just as a fighter jet is about to careen into the Golden Gate Bridge, and disaster seems inevitable, Hulk leaps. With the weight of his own massive body, he forces the aircraft down, altering its path, sparing the panicked crowds on the bridge from tragedy. Take him into space. I want to see how he fares in the freezing void. Ross commands coldly. Though his future was just inadvertently salvaged by the Hulk, gratitude is nowhere to be found in his tone. The pilot has no choice but to ascend, higher and higher, until the pressure is too much to bear. At last, Hulk plummets into the ocean below. Immediately, missiles are launched at the sea's surface, but Banner has already escaped through the sewers, finding his way back into the city. Facing the relentless pursuit of the military, he grew ever more furious, venting his rage in a wild frenzy, flipping over several cars with a sweep of his massive arm, sending the terrified crowds scattering in all directions. Just then, Chen Nan's pupils constricted in shock. Betty was here too. Even though the storyline had already been altered by his actions, she still appeared at this very moment. Chen Nan rushed forward, his thoughts hidden from everyone else. Who could say what impact his involvement might have? Would it be enough to send the Hulk into a further frenzy? Sure enough, lost in an uncontrollable rage, the Hulk recognized no one. Even when he saw Betty standing among the soldiers, he showed no hesitation, grabbing a car and hurling it directly at them with terrifying force. Betty was paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot as the car hurtled toward her. But in that instant, the car hung suspended midair, frozen for a split second, before suddenly exploding into a cascade of brilliant golden sparks. Those shimmering points of light swirled and gathered, transforming before everyone's eyes into a lavish, resplendent bouquet of roses. For you. Chen Nan appeared, graceful as ever. He caught the bouquet and offered it to her, his gesture tender and gentle. The sheer romance of the moment stunned not only Betty, but every onlooker nearby. It felt as if they had stumbled by accident onto the set of some magical love story. Betty pressed her hands to her mouth in disbelief, tears pooling in her eyes as if lost in a dream. It wasn't until the Hulk bellowed again, leaping away in a fury, that everyone jolted awake as from a spell. Had all that really just happened? Was that man some kind of god? Betty, heart pounding, took the roses and, in classic fashion, flung herself into his arms, kissing him deeply, a true Hollywood ending. Well, she thought, perhaps he could be forgiven after all. Wasn't his roguishness part of his charm? And besides, not everything was his fault. Ross gazed at his utterly smitten daughter, and could only sigh with resignation. Fine. He had to admit, this scoundrel's romantic tricks had reached unparalleled heights. His daughter. There was simply no escaping him now. Stand down, Ross ordered with a frustrated wave. After all this commotion, they still hadn't managed to catch the Hulk. In the crowd, Blonsky clenched his fists in bitter frustration. He hadn't even managed to withstand a single punch from a Hulk. What use was so-called super soldier serum? Utter rubbish. After escaping, Banner sought out an old friend, the renowned Mr. Blue. His intellect was said to rival even Banner's own, and he had been a vital partner in researching a suppressant serum. This time, with a new and improved formula, Banner received an injection, and, astonishingly, did not transform. When General Ross found him again, Banner offered no resistance. It seemed he had truly gained control over the monster inside. Damn it, old man. If you make the Hulk disappear, I swear I'll see you court-martialed. Ross snarled, leveling his threat at Mr. Blue. What he wanted was never Banner himself, only the Hulk. With a heavy roar, the helicopter took off, bound for a secret military base deep in the desert. But from the moment they arrived, something felt wrong. Where's Blonsky? Ross demanded. Everyone shook their heads. No one had seen him. Forget it. Never mind him. Let's just start drawing blood. Ross waved his hand dismissively, no longer interested. After all, now that they'd captured the Hulk, what did one failed experiment matter? However, just as they began to extract Banner's blood, a thunderous explosion suddenly shook the entire base. A grotesque, twisted monster burst through the wall, charging straight toward the city. This creature rampaging through the streets of Los Angeles was none other than Blonsky, transformed after everything he'd endured. Once the top Special Forces operative, he couldn't bring himself to accept retirement, unwilling to leave the stage in defeat. Driven by intense resentment and a desperate obsession, he had marched into the lab, volunteering to inject himself with Hulk's serum and undergo gamma radiation exposure. And in the end, this was what he became, something neither man nor ghost. Now, as the Abomination, Blonsky's arrival in Los Angeles instantly plunged the entire city into panic. Civilians fled in terror, their cries echoing through the chaos as the streets spiraled into utter bedlam. A monster escaping from a military base. This was a disaster Ross had no way of hiding. He now faced full responsibility. Roar! Hulk! Where are you? Come out and fight me! Like a berserk beast, the Abomination howled, desperate to face the Hulk and redeem himself, all the while wreaking havoc, smashing buildings, flipping cars, leaving destruction in his wake. Military resistance was a mere annoyance. Ordinary bullets simply bounced off his filthy yellow hide. But with the battle raging in the heart of the city, the army dared not use heavy weaponry, and as the devastation mounted, Ross could do nothing but pace in frantic frustration. General, maybe we should release Banner. He's already surrendered, hasn't he? Maybe he's the only one who can stop that thing. The aide whispered the suggestion. Banner? Do you really think he can handle it? Ross's voice wavered, uncertain. Things can't possibly get any worse, General. We have to try. At last, Ross nodded heavily. He didn't have a choice. Desperate times called for desperate measures. In a helicopter, Banner looked down at the filthy, yellow giant rampaging unchecked through Los Angeles. With unmistakable irony in his voice, he said, So, General Ross, this is your super soldier project you poured your heart into? Looks more like a monster assembly line to me. Ross had no reply. What could he say? The monster was bred and unleashed from his own base. There was no way he could shirk this responsibility. Meanwhile, the Abomination was still on a rampage, tearing through buildings as if they were fragile toys, leveling entire blocks with ease. That's enough. Let me try. Banner spoke up suddenly. Ross turned to look at him, conflicted. Are you sure you can do it? If I can't, then can you? Banner shot back, not mincing his words. Ross wrestled inwardly. He feared losing this most perfect of biological weapons. Yet even more, he feared total chaos if Banner failed. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and gave the order. Open the hatch. A blast of wild wind rushed into the aircraft high above the city. Banner peered down at the distant, shattered landscape below, and his legs nearly gave out beneath him. But he drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, and hurled himself into the void. He was making a gamble, a desperate wager that the Hulk wouldn't let him die. Yet as Banner plummeted through the sky like a shooting star, there was no sign of transformation. Ross's heart sank. It's over, he muttered. Banner slammed into the ground with devastating force, sending debris and dust flying in all directions. Ross could hardly bear to look. He was sure Banner must have been smashed to pieces. But then, in the very next instant, a massive green arm burst out from the rubble, pressing against the earth and lifting a Titan to his feet. The Hulk. The green giant had finally arrived. Although the suppressing serum had some effect, weakening his power, to truly erase the Hulk entirely? Utterly impossible. Seeing this, Ross was overcome with excitement. He clenched his fist and, with a low, fervent whisper, said, Yes. And so, the stage was set for the most primal and breathtaking battle. Two muscle-bound titans, clad only in ragged shorts, clashing in the ruins of a devastated Los Angeles. Ordinarily, the original Hulk would have made short work of this watered-down version of Abomination. Beating him would be as easy as a father disciplining his unruly son. Yet Banner had recently been injected with suppressant serum. The Hulk's strength was vastly diminished. As a result, it was Abomination who took the upper hand, delivering a savage onslaught. Meanwhile, a new tragedy was quietly unfolding in the laboratory. Mr. Blue, Samuel Stearns, had come in contact with Hulk's blood and, by a freak accident, received a blast of gamma radiation. His body began to mutate in grotesque, inexplicable ways. His mind felt clouded, his vision swam. He had no idea that his own skull was visibly swelling and distorting. The lab was in disarray. He staggered, clutching a table for support, trying desperately to steady his panicked thoughts. Suddenly, through eyes nearly swallowed by his expanding forehead, he spotted someone standing at the door. Who are you? Mr. Blue asked warily. Come on, I've found you a new home. Otherwise, looking like this, it's only a matter of time before you're locked in a cage and dissected. The voice was mocking, yet chilling in its composure. Who else could it be but Chen Nan? Me? Locked up? Dissected? Mr. Blue stammered in bewilderment. Why would they dissect me? I'm not a monster. But before he could finish, he caught sight of his reflection in a nearby window glass. A creature with an enormous head, skin tinged blue, something eerie and alien, gazing back at him with his own eyes. What is that? His hand trembled as he raised it, and the creature in the glass did the same. He took a step back, and the monster mirrored him. For several seconds, silence reigned, thick and suffocating, until at last he let out a broken, desperate scream. "No, that's me. That can't be." He clutched his aching, swollen head as if to hold his mind together, repeating over and over, "That's not me," his entire being nearly crushed by the weight of reality. "Calm down." Chen Nan's voice remained steady, unwavering. "Have you forgotten what you did? You bombarded yourself with gamma radiation at Blonsky's request, and then you were exposed to Banner's blood. You started all of this." Prompted by those words, Mr. Lon, perhaps the leader was a more fitting name now, at last remembered everything. Regret, terror, and despair surged together and nearly overwhelmed him. What about his family? How could society ever accept a creature like him? "Come on," Chen Nan said, giving his enlarged, misshapen forehead a gentle pat. "I've arranged a place for you, one that fits who you are now." "Where is it?" "Liberty Island." How do you know about that place?" The leader snapped his head up, eyes wide with disbelief. But after a moment's silence, he bowed his head and nodded slowly. "Of course, only there could truly accept him now. Only there could ever be home. Don't forget to take these with you," Chen Nan reminded him, pointing to the remaining vials of green blood on the lab bench. "Hulk's blood samples. They might come in handy someday." The leader did not hesitate further. Using his mutated superintelligence, he swiftly fabricated a convincing story for his family, telling them he'd accepted a secret long-term assignment from the military and would send money home, as usual. With all his loose ends carefully handled, Chen Nan waved his hand, opening a portal that whisked them away directly to Liberty Island. There, he introduced the newly born super genius to Dr. Essex and the others. After a brief conversation, Essex turned to Chen Nan. Their team urgently needed a mechanical genius, one who could design interstellar ships. Only then would their plans to conquer the universe truly begin. Hank Pym was a top engineer, but when it came to raw genius, Tony Stark was still unmatched. And the knowledge required to achieve starship-level space travel far exceeded anything Earth science currently possessed. Even Tony, for all his brilliance, lacked a true understanding of cosmic technology. As Rocket Raccoon had once scoffed, Earthlings haven't made it past their own solar system yet. Now, the Sentinels stood completed and ready, missing only a warship powerful enough to carry them across the stars. "There's no rush, Essex," Chen Nan said with a calm smile. "Soon, I'll go to the Kree Empire myself and negotiate for some technological assistance." At these words, Dr. Essex and the others could not hide the spark of excitement in their eyes. Without a doubt, they believed that in this world, no one could match the boss's might. Count on Earth to methodically develop its own space technology? Humanity's advances had lingered too long at the age of relativity. The only way to make a great leap forward was to draw inspiration from more advanced civilizations. Even Reed Richards, the genius rivaling, perhaps even surpassing, Tony Stark himself, might one day be invited to join. Having assigned their top enforcer, Chen Nan turned again, stepping back through the portal. The fires of war in Los Angeles were far from extinguished. That Abomination strength card was proving rather useful. Never before had a rainy night in Los Angeles felt so bitterly cold, the neon lights flickering fitfully amidst the torrential rainfall and drifting clouds of dust. The streets were streets no longer, but had transformed into war-torn trenches, riddled with cracks, torn-up asphalt, and jagged rebar. Black smoke and flames twisted eerily as they burned, fighting with the rain. Overturned cars, ruptured pipes, and mangled buildings were reduced to skeletal remains. Blue and red signals from emergency alarms blinked with a sense of utter despair. The screams of the crowd added a terror all their own to the destruction. They ran blindly like a panicked colony of ants, darting through heaps of rubble. There was jostling, people tumbling. Behind them, shards of concrete rained down amid wild shockwaves tearing through the ruins. Cries, pleas for help, these were swallowed, wet up by even greater detonations thundering overhead. Enormous fists crashed down with thudding impacts, while savage howls shattered storefront windows with terrifying ease. And at the heart of this devastation, the two colossal titans who caused it all were locked in a brutal brawl, blow for blow, neither yielding an inch. Abomination, the grotesque, spike-covered monstrosity, let out a bloodthirsty cackle, swinging a police car with the ease of a plaything and smashing it toward his opponent. Monstrous and fearsome, each of his stomps sent tremors skittering through the ground, cracks spreading like intricate spiderwebs. His enemy, the Hulk, the raging, verdant giant, answered with an even more furious roar, brusquely batting aside the twisted wreck of the incoming car. His fists crashed into Abomination like exploding artillery shells, shattering ribs, grotesque yellow blood spattered, only to be washed away in an instant by the rain. They were the protagonists, the disaster's very embodiment. To mere mortals, these mythic beings could only be looked up to in awe and terror. And as for those tasked with upholding order, the military, the police, they could only watch helplessly, though their skill at cleaning up was certainly second to none. Patrol cars fared no better than crushed soda cans scattered about, while the surviving officers huddled behind makeshift barriers, their weapons unleashing futile bursts of gunfire. Such bullets, when they struck the monsters, amounted to less than a tickle. If anything, they only annoyed Abomination, who casually plucked a massive chunk of wall and hurled it back, the resulting explosion and screams swiftly silencing that nest of resistance. The military performed somewhat better. A handful of Humvees and even a light armored vehicle tried to form a defensive line, the heavy machine guns' muzzle flashes burning brightly through the rain, with gunships whirring and circling overhead. But Abomination's charge was a singular, overwhelming force, like a bowling ball scattering pins. Vehicles were hurled aside, crushed flat, and soldiers were tossed through the air like rag dolls, landing amid the mud and rubble, their fates uncertain. All their efforts did nothing but further enrage the monster, escalating the disaster. Even helicopters were swatted down, their rotors shattered under Abomination's blows. At the edge of this chaos, a still intact three-story building groaned under the strain. Its front wall had been smashed open by Abomination, hurled through it by the Hulk, leaving behind a gaping hole. The neon sign for an Umbrella Experience store hung crookedly, half broken, swaying and about to fall in the wind and rain. The bright display windows were long since shattered, and the carefully arranged pieces of smart home tech, televisions, and computers inside. All of it was now just worthless debris among the ruins. A young man with black hair, dressed simply in casual clothes, stood quietly beneath a relatively intact awning on the other side of the street, as if the destruction, screaming, and chaos around him had nothing to do with him at all. He watched as the sign finally snapped and crashed to the ground, sending up a splash of muddy water. He watched as his business in this world, however insignificant, was reduced to nothing. Slowly, he stepped out into the downpour, yet the torrential rain parted around him in an uncanny dance, as though he commanded all things under heaven. In the next instant, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he hovered several meters above the two raging monsters, suspended midair. The cold rain evaporated into swirling mist whenever it drew near his body. He did not waste words, did not even glance at the two titans of violence beneath him. He simply raised his right hand. An indescribable hum, as ancient as the universe itself, overwhelmed every other sound, resonating directly within the soul of every survivor. From the palm of his hand, a blaze of pure energy, phoenix force, dazzling and incandescent like living, molten silver, burst forth in an instant. It burned brighter than any fire, brighter than the whole of Los Angeles itself. This radiant torrent of power swept down with perfect precision, instantly engulfing Abomination as it looked up in dumbfounded terror. Abomination's tough, brown, missile-proof exoskeleton met this golden energy like ice beneath the noonday sun, melting, vanishing, disintegrating into nothing in complete silence. The bloodthirsty grin froze on its face, twisting into ultimate terror and incomprehensible agony. It tried to roar, but not a sound escaped. Its massive frame, from limbs to torso, faded swiftly, a chalk drawing wiped from a board by an unseen hand, dissolving into particles so fine they were lost to the wind and rain. Not even a speck of ash remained. This was true, effortless, absolute, annihilation like crushing an insect. No, not quite. There was still the head. The entire battlefield was plunged into an instant of deathly silence. Only the sound of rain and the crackle of fire remained. Hulk froze. His simple mind couldn't comprehend what had just happened, but he felt an unprecedented threat, an instinctive terror, primal and overwhelming, as if facing a higher order of fear. Your turn, Hulk. Chen Nan looked at the green giant with chilling indifference. For the immortal Hulk, to be provoked was intolerable. His anger quickly surged, drowning out his fear. With a thunderous roar, he challenged the small figure hanging in the sky, a figure radiating terrifying energy. His massive green body bunched with muscle. Then he sprang from the ground like a living cannonball, fists carrying the force to punch through a tank as he hurtled straight toward Chen Nan. Chen Nan's expression didn't change. His icy, detached calm remained. He wanted to test this original Hulk, to see what his limits were. He simply pressed his left hand downward, a casual and disdainful gesture that stoked the Hulk's rage even more. Yet, just then, it was as if an invisible titan's hand struck Hulk with irresistible force. The Hulk, who had just leaped upward, was slammed back to the ground at 10 times the speed he had ascended, smashing an already ruined street into a deeper, wider crater. Shattered crevices spread outward in a wild web for dozens of meters. Trapped at the bottom of the pit, the Hulk was pinned down by that invisible force, unable to move. He struggled and roared with all his might, green muscles swelling to their limit as he strived to break free from this horrifying restraint. Beneath him, the earth continued to sink and crack. But he was like an insect forever sealed in amber, his anger growing ever more savage, yet he couldn't even move a single finger. 100 tons. 500 tons. 1,000. 5,000. The raw strength that could flip a main battle tank was rendered utterly insignificant beneath that effortless-looking press. Chen Nan drifted down from the sky, hovering lightly at the edge of the pit. The sacred power of the phoenix swirled gently around him, as if a noble deity were surveying the mortal realm. Even the rain dared not touch him. He gazed down, eyes cold and detached, at the green beast's futile struggles. "Calm down, you're far too weak." His voice was soft, yet it traveled through the silent streets with unmistakable authority and deep disappointment. Compared to the Hulk of comic book legend, this was almost unimaginable. Not even 1/10,000th of his strength. Half of Hulk's struggle ceased at once. Though his mind was as simple as a child's, he wasn't entirely without reason. He understood the gap was too vast. Only now did the nearby survivors seem to awaken from their nightmare. Huddled behind cover, they stared wide-eyed in shock at everything that had unfolded in those heartbeats of violence and awe. Watching as Abomination was reduced in an instant to nothing but a severed head, witnessing the Hulk crushed so thoroughly that he could scarcely move, and gazing at the young black-haired man suspended in midair, enveloped in that mythic, radiant white energy. Only the rain remained, endlessly falling, washing over the devastated streets and the powerless green giant howling in the depths of the crater. Chen Nan shook his head at the sight and released the Hulk. Everyone thought the monster would leap up and fight again, but instead, he turned and bolted in another direction, fleeing the scene. Chen Nan looked on in surprise as the Hulk left the battlefield in giant, ground-eating strides, never once glancing back. He paused, ever so slightly taken aback. Had the Hulk made up his mind about something? Gazing at that hulking figure, vanishing into the distance at a frantic pace, Chen Nan offered a faint smile and made no move to pursue. Let him go wherever he wished. General Ross had seen it all with his own eyes. By now, Chen Nan's overwhelming power had left him completely speechless. Abomination, dead in an instant. The once unstoppable Hulk, subdued with a mere gesture. So, this is what he's truly capable of. Ross murmured to himself, emotions tangled and complex. Fear, wariness, envy, 1,000 feelings surged up, only to dissolve into a helpless, bitter chuckle. He glanced at Chen Nan, then, remembering his own perennially defeated troops, could only shake his head. Yet as he looked in the direction the Hulk had fled, a stubborn determination kindled within his eyes once more. Chen Nan might not chase after the Hulk, but that didn't mean Ross wouldn't. If one Hulk isn't enough, then build 10, 100, 1,000. Chen Nan, of course, couldn't care less about Ross's ambitions. He returned to the manor, carrying his spoils of war. Abomination's power was acceptable, but regrettably, it was a neutered version, not even reaching the golden tier, merely stuck at the orange level. The infusion of strength, measured in the hundreds of tons, had significantly enhanced his stamina, endurance, and defenses. With keen interest, he pulled up his status panel for a closer look. Host, Chen Nan. Strength, 2,236. Average adult male standard, 1. Mental, infinity, infinite. Speed, infinity, conceptually transcendent, beyond measurement. Alpha-level abilities. Magnetic field manipulation, +10. Mutant power enhancement, +10. Omega-level abilities. Body of magic, +15. Inventory, cosmic cube, Godslayer sword. Cards. White resource card, X67. His strength stat had doubled outright, his physique seemingly undergoing a complete overhaul and empowerment. Brimming with excitement, he sought out someone for a little experiment, the result being that Mora, Peggy, and the others found themselves repeatedly begging for mercy. Even without the need for his infinite stamina to recover, just 2 or 3 exchanges would leave them utterly defeated. While he was thoroughly enjoying the tenderness and warmth of his companions, all of Los Angeles, and indeed, America, was suddenly shaken by a massive earthquake. For the younger generation, it had been a long time since they'd endured such a shattering event, one that threatened their very perception of reality, leaving them gripped by fear and confusion. Few had ever truly experienced it, or perhaps those who had were too young to remember. a time when the conflict between mutants and humans grew so fierce that every nation was forced to stake everything they had. Meanwhile, within the secret prison, Banner finally decided to surrender to Ross and was taken into military custody. Soon after, they brought in Banner's father, David, a man who had, in fact, orchestrated his own capture solely for the chance to meet his son and entice him into an alliance. David knew that only by absorbing the Hulk's power could he maintain his own strength. But the trauma of childhood surged back into Banner's mind, plunging him into a deep pool of pain as his mother's face haunted him without cease. He loathed the man before him. This father who spoke of his mother with chilling detachment, still obsessed with his twisted research on cellular mutation. To David, his wife and child were nothing but experimental subjects. Rule the world together? Are you insane? Or am I? Banner scorned his father's delusional proposition. The old man was a madman, an egomaniacal one at that. You still don't understand our power. Very well, let me give you a taste of it myself. David sneered. In the next instant, he bit through an electric cable, his body surging with energy as he transcended even the likes of Electro. Stunned, Banner instantly transformed into the Hulk. David seized him and soared skyward with newfound might. If Banner would not come willingly, then he would drag him by force. Hardly had they landed when David touched the ground and immediately morphed into a colossal stone giant. A furious battle between father and son erupted once again. Grappling with each other, Hulk watched in horror as his own strength was siphoned away by David, who grew ever greener as Hulk's body grew weak. Fear and rage overtook him. In a surge of fury, Hulk hurled David with all his might. But rather than shattering as Hulk had hoped, David instead melded into the very mountain itself. Driven by a fury beyond words, Hulk's immense strength erupted. He heaved an entire 10,000-ton boulder into the river. Even Chen Nan, watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but marvel. The angrier he gets, the stronger he becomes. He truly lives up to the legend. But David's power was something altogether different. The ability to become anything he encountered. No mere brute strength could kill him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a watery form, merging with the river's flow. The Hulk could find no purchase, left floundering and defenseless. Now, the battlefield belonged entirely to David. This mind, twisted and broken by genetic experiments, at last revealed his final, savage intent. To him, his own flesh and blood was nothing more than a vessel for more power. As David prepared to strike the killing blow, Banner, hidden within the Hulk's mind, lost every last trace of hope for this world. A howl of utter despair tore from him. Take it all. He drove the Hulk to unleash every last ounce of energy within him. Excellent. Excellent. In the next heartbeat, David's massive head, monstrous and godlike, rose from the river, exuding overwhelming menace. The riverbed glowed an eerie green, and torrents of raw energy roared into David, greedily consumed by his distorted form. But just as the vortex of energy reached its most ferocious, David's terrified scream suddenly rang out. Take it back. Stop it now. To his horror, he realized he was utterly unable to withstand the Hulk's near-limitless energy. His body began to bloat and contort uncontrollably, swelling to the brink of disaster. It wouldn't be long before he was literally torn apart from within. Chen Nan knew in his heart that the decisive Ross would act without hesitation, launching the Gamma missile to wipe them both out in one fell swoop. After all, that madman was 100 times more dangerous than the naive Hulk. To the military, the death of the Hulk made him much easier to study, a far better outcome. Sure enough, 2 Raptor jets screamed through the air, Gamma missiles unleashed in a flash, obliterating everything in their path. A tidal wave of green energy surged outward, swallowing both Banner and David. Everyone believed they had perished in the blast. Yet few knew. Several years later, Banner would resurface in Brazil, working as a humble, unremarkable laborer at a local soda plant. And David survived. The missile strike actually severed the Hulk's energy flow in time, saving his life. Chen Nan lifted the unconscious David, extracting the absorption card from his body, gold level, glimmering with a faint trace of primordial potential. Perhaps, with just one more opportunity, it could break through to even greater heights. I wonder, if I keep enhancing this absorption card, could I push it to the primordial level? He toyed with the cosmic cube in his hand, his voice thoughtful and low. Meanwhile, a wisp of spatial energy was quietly leaking into his body, silent and invisible, as if nothing at all had happened. Yes, as long as there is Omega-level potential, any Alpha-class ability can be upgraded by the system. The system's reply caught Chen Nan off guard. He had always believed that even alpha-class powers had fixed limits set in stone. Did you really think this system's capabilities were only on par with what you copied from Apocalypse? The system's tone was proud, tinged with a subtle disdain. Chen Nan chuckled. Truth be told, that was exactly what he'd assumed. But if the system was correct, and every alpha power could eventually be pushed to the Omega level, that meant he had far more potential than he'd ever imagined. His determination strengthened. He would enhance absorption again and again until he shattered the final limit. If I really do manage to push absorption to Omega level, could I even absorb this infinity stone completely? He clenched the space stone in his palm, eyes alight with anticipation and ambition. He'd possessed it for so long, yet never truly harnessed its might. It was like guarding a priceless treasure he could never use. Yes, but at your current rate, it would take about 10 years to fully absorb a single space stone. Chen Nan fell silent. Wouldn't that mean collecting all 6 infinity stones would take 60 years? He paused, and then, slowly, a sense of peace settled over him. He had already waited nearly a century. What harm could it do to wait a few more decades? Better to let Thanos personally deliver the stones to his doorstep. He certainly wasn't about to exhaust himself scouring the universe to hunt them down. The years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chen Nan kept quietly accumulating cards and, just as steadily, building up his luck. Meanwhile, Banner remained in hiding. Despite his efforts to keep a low profile, the brilliance of a genius is hard to fully conceal. It wasn't long before the factory owner took notice of this learned, quiet young foreigner. Whenever there was a problem with the machines, Banner was always the first person called to fix it. One day, when the machinery suddenly stalled, the owner wasted no time in bringing Banner over to take a look. With just a few skillful adjustments, the equipment came humming back to life. The boss was delighted, chatting with him idly, until unexpectedly, Banner managed to nick his finger. A single drop of blood fell quietly. Banner's expression shifted instantly. He shouted to have the machines shut down, frantically dashing down the assembly line in search of that little drop. He knew all too well how much was at stake. His entire identity could be compromised because of a single drop of blood. Carefully combing the area, he finally found the spot where the blood had landed and wiped it away with precise caution, gave his wound a quick treatment, and then motioned for his co-workers to resume their work. But what Banner didn't realize was that another drop of his blood had fallen straight into an empty bottle. That bottle was quickly filled with soda, sealed, packed up, and, without a hitch, shipped off to the United States next door. Banner continued to tread lightly at the factory, always exercising caution. His talent bred envy and even resentment among others. But even when provoked, he chose to endure in silence. That is, until one day when he stumbled upon several male workers harassing a female colleague. She looked to him for help, but Banner simply kept his head down and walked on. He seemed almost accustomed to blending into the background, to being cold and aloof. Yet after only a few steps, he found he couldn't turn a blind eye. With a sudden change of heart, he spun around and came back, using the pretense of inviting her to lunch to spirit her away from the trouble. The foreman, humiliated and thwarted, exploded in anger and shoved Banner in retaliation. Banner didn't understand the curse-laden words, but he was perfectly aware that he was being insulted. "Don't make me angry," Banner warned in a low voice. "You have no idea what the consequences could be." But the other man ignored the threat altogether. He couldn't comprehend Banner's words, and even if he did, the warning would have meant nothing to him. As tensions mounted and the confrontation teetered on the edge, the soda factory owner stepped in just in time to break things up. To the owner, Banner was the technical backbone of the plant. He couldn't allow anything to happen to him, or a few unruly workers compared to Banner. At the same time, in a certain military base, General Ross received a report. An elderly man in Milwaukee had suffered gamma poisoning after drinking a particular brand of soda. Ross grew instantly alert. This could very well have something to do with Banner. Although the authorities had officially declared Banner dead, even claiming that his very bones had been vaporized without a trace, General Ross was never fully convinced. When he learned that the source of a certain beverage traced back to Brazil, he didn't hesitate for a moment. A special operations team was dispatched to infiltrate and investigate. Better to be safe than sorry. All the while, Banner remained utterly unaware of the impending crisis, quietly living out his days in obscurity. Until one deep night, as he slept soundly, he suddenly jolted awake. Special Forces soldiers were already gathering outside his door. They were preparing to capture him. Banner, always vigilant, reacted instantly, leaping through the window before they could strike. Using a rope he'd prepared in advance, he broke the glass and rappelled down to escape. "Damn it! After him!" The squad commander, Clay, furiously ordered a full pursuit, his gaze fixed on the dangling rope at the window. Yet, ironically, here they were, fully armed, playing police in a Brazilian favela. This was Brazil, after all. It was clear they held no respect whatsoever for the local authorities. Brandishing guns openly while enforcing justice in Brazil? That sort of brazen arrogance was their world police style through and through. Meanwhile, Banner was frantically fleeing through the labyrinth of alleys in the favela. After years spent here, he knew every nook and cranny, and within moments, he'd lost his pursuers amid the narrow, chaotic passages. But his heart rate had skyrocketed, nearing 170 beats per minute. He was drenched in sweat. If his heart rate exceeded 200, he would lose control to the Hulk. Forcing himself to calm down, he ducked into a corner and took deep breaths, barely managing to bring his heart rate back down to 150. But as soon as he stepped out of his hiding spot, he ran headlong into the factory foreman and his gang, the same men he'd quarreled with at work. The foreman recognized him instantly, and they closed in, clearly eager to restore their lost pride. Old grudges and fresh anger mingling. They moved to beat Banner bloody, but in his panic he struck first. The foreman, doubling over from a kick to the groin, erupted with fury and immediately rallied his men to chase after Banner. Tonight, they weren't going to let him get away alive. It was a case of misfortune piling on top of disaster. Banner had just slipped the military's noose, only to run straight into local thugs, and his heart rate was now perilously close to 180. With danger before him and behind, Banner was now mentally cursing his luck. In his desperate flight through twisting alleys, he soon found himself cut off by the gang, who'd split up to box him in. He tried to break free, but was surrounded and beaten by several men. Getting thrashed by mere mortals? His pulse surged again, 180, 190. Feeling the edge of control slipping, Banner pleaded desperately. "Please stop. I can't hold it back much longer." His pleading only made their faces twist with mocking triumph, drawing more vicious laughter and kicks. His heart rate broke the critical threshold of 200. With a roar of rage, a massive green fist clamped onto the foreman, flinging him aside like he was tossing out trash. The Hulk was unleashed once more. Somewhere in a vast, empty desert, Banner trudged alone with a battered backpack. This time, he just wanted to let the thirst claim him. He had tried too many ways, swallowing a gun, poisoning, plunging into the sea, jumping from a building, inhaling gas. None of them could put an end to his endless, fugitive life. He no longer wished to keep hiding and running. The scorching sun baked the sands as he stumbled on, his lone figure moving unsteadily. His throat burned with dryness, his vision blurred. With a misplaced step, he tumbled down the sand dune, powerless even to struggle. Only when he came to a stop did the despair, suppressed for so long, finally erupt. He threw his head back and howled at the sky, a trapped beast unleashing its agony. When he opened his eyes again, a figure stood quietly ahead, looming over him with an air of authority. Banner raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight, and finally saw the man's face clearly. Memories etched into his very bones came rushing back. Even if that man were reduced to ashes, Banner would recognize him. Chen Nan. In an instant, hatred and fury tangled in Banner's mind. This was the man who had once defeated him, the man who had taken Betty away. At this moment, Banner struggled to rise from the sand. He refused to be looked down upon from above, straightening his back and locking eyes with Chen Nan, grains of sand cascading from his clothes. "What do you want from me?" Banner's voice was hoarse, laden with wariness. He didn't believe Chen Nan had come to capture him. Otherwise, he'd never have had the chance to escape before. Still, he was certain this man was no ally. "Me? I need a favor." Chen Nan's tone was calm, smooth as still water. "You need my help? Huh, do you actually believe that?" Banner let out a derisive laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. A wanted man like him brought nothing but trouble, barely able to protect himself. How could he help anyone else? "But I do believe it. I need a punching bag," Chen Nan replied, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint despite the smile on his lips. "Damn it," Banner cursed out loud the moment he understood. Never in his life had he met someone so vile. He'd come all this way just to use him as a human punching bag? Before Banner could finish his protest, Chen Nan's fist came whistling through the air, aimed straight for Banner's face. Banner dodged desperately, rolling and scrambling on the sand as a cloud of dust erupted around him. "Why?" Banner cried out, caught between shock and anger, unable to fathom why the man had suddenly attacked. Chen Nan was not joking. Having just absorbed the power of the Abomination card, he urgently needed a worthy opponent to practice on. And in his eyes, only the Hulk possessed the resilience to withstand such a beating. Of course, there was a deeper purpose, to tame the raging beast hidden inside Banner's body. The Hulk, after all, had the mind of a child no more than 7 or 8 years old. To extract his card, One first had to quiet him down. Chen Nan's chosen method was direct and brutal. Beat him into submission, or drive him stark raving mad. Banner took a punch square in the face, his scream echoing as he fell backward. In that moment, something else inside him snapped. Hulk was completely enraged. Hulk's furious roar shook the desert air. In an instant, Banner's body swelled and turned green. All his clothes shredded except for the miraculous pair of shorts. The green behemoth had arrived, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Ah, you came just in time." Chen Nan let out a booming laugh and charged in with his fists raised. The two clashed in the heart of the desert, golden sand swirling in all directions, as if a mini sandstorm had erupted around them. Each impact resounded with thunderous force, echoing through the empty wasteland. Hulk's power was drawn from rage. The angrier and more agitated he became, the stronger he grew. His strength seemed to know no bounds. Chen Nan's strength, though surpassing 200 tons, could still contend with Hulk at first. But soon he began to lose ground. In contrast, Hulk's power soared higher and higher with his mounting wrath. 100 tons, 200, 500. At last, in the battle of brute force, Hulk landed a punch that sent Chen Nan hurtling hundreds of meters away, burying him deep in a mound of sand. Hulk was as gleeful as an overgrown, 500-pound child, pounding his chest and stomping his feet in triumph, laughing thunderously. Yet Chen Nan didn't mind being sent flying. In fact, he appeared fairly unconcerned. The difference in strength was plain to see. Then Hulk realized something was off. Though his opponent was not as strong, his skills were formidable. Hulk, for all his might, couldn't use it with any real effect against such skill. Chen Nan employed a technique akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, leaving Hulk frustrated and raging. For every punch Hulk managed to land, he was hit back 7 or 8 times, sometimes 10 or more. And so, the fight dragged on, back and forth, each returning the other's blows in turn. The blistering, arid desert air became suffocating. At last, both fighters were spent, collapsing onto the sand, gasping for breath. With a wave, Chen Nan suddenly summoned some ice-cold beer. Hulk's eyes lit up. He knew this was a specialty of Earth. "Hulk wants some too." Hulk rumbled, sounding like a child begging for candy. "Catch!" Chen Nan grinned, tossing him an entire crate. Hulk caught the beer with a wide, goofy smile, popped the top off with his thumb, and began guzzling it down. The sight was comical. He drank bottle after bottle as easily as if it were water. But just as Hulk was enjoying himself, burping with satisfaction and letting down his guard, Chen Nan's fist came crashing into his face again. Hulk's anger flared anew. And so, another fierce round erupted, with Chen Nan continuously using Hulk's immense power to temper his own body. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, as if his body had been stuffed with too many superpowers in a haphazard fashion, lacking true cohesion. It was like a blacksmith trying to forge various metals together. It required many days and nights of hammering to meld the materials and drive out impurities. 1 day passed, then 2, 5, 10. In the blink of an eye, over a month had slipped by. During this time, the two of them fell into a peculiar routine. After a fight, they'd eat, and after eating, they'd fight again. Chen Nan noticed that thanks to Hulk, his free sparring partner, he was getting more and more adept at harnessing his abilities, wielding them with ever-growing finesse. Yet, in sharp contrast to Chen Nan's steady progress, Hulk was showing up less and less. He was on the verge of being driven mad. Sometimes, it took Chen Nan slapping Banner hard across the face 7 or 8 times before Hulk would finally lumber out, unwillingly, just to half-heartedly scuffle for a bit before retreating. Banner was even more frustrated than the Hulk, who was to wake up every day only to be greeted with a flurry of slaps. It was like starting every morning with a 10-draw lottery, except the prizes were all resounding slaps to the face. Banner cursed bitterly inside, but there was nothing he could do. Another 10 days or so passed, and by now Hulk had been so tormented by Chen Nan that his temper was all but gone. Banner would get slapped, Hulk would transform, barely, but no sooner had he changed than his very first instinct was not to fight, but to run for his life. Hulk had developed a genuine fear of this sadistic fellow. But no matter how fast he fled, Chen Nan always managed to catch up almost instantly, forcing him into battle yet again. The whole spectacle really lived up to that old saying. He flees, he chases, wings or not, there's no escape. Unwittingly, through this endless cat and mouse, the two found themselves straying into Apocalypse's territory. But Chen Nan had no interest in seeking out Apocalypse. The old man had recently seized control of all religious belief across the Middle East, apparently poised to repeat the same old cycle of chaos. Wherever there's oppression, there will be resistance, and humanity today is far stronger than in the past. Banner looked on with a sorrowful, compassionate gaze at suffering Afghanistan, sighing. The people here have it so hard. The war never ends. It's all about resources in the end. Oil always breeds American germs, don't you think? Chen Nan chuckled darkly, and as soon as he finished, he was already gearing up for his daily training session. A few sharp slaps later, and Banner was left dazed and bewildered. Before he could even feel aggrieved, Hulk was reluctantly forced to log in, and right away, he ran again. With a mighty leap, Hulk vaulted thousands of meters away. In his eyes, Chen Nan had become nothing less than the incarnation of the devil himself. Chen Nan equals demon. But just as Hulk sprang into the air, there was a thunderous explosion. Hulk took off and was shot down. He'd been blasted from the sky by a rocket, launched from who knows where. Who's got such good aim with a rocket? Ah! Chen Nan's face twisted with surprise, and then he burst out in uncontrollable laughter. Not far away, a man in a suit and sunglasses was showing off to the excited crowd with supreme confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the latest invention from Stark Industries. A booming explosion ripped through the air, swirling sand high into the sky. Tony Stark's newest masterpiece, the Jericho missile, demonstrated its devastating power in the heart of the Afghan desert. My apologies, Mr. Stark, but it seems you just hit something else, and whatever it was got blown away. The Afghan General Babulo quietly reminded from the side, his confidence in Stark's weapon beginning to waver. Really? That's not the point. Tony Stark, still wearing his sunglasses, waved it off nonchalantly. Just don't forget to send the bill for any damages to my secretary. As far as the great Tony Stark was concerned, such trifles weren't worth his time. No, that's not what I meant. You actually blew up a person just now. At this, the cool facade of sunglasses, Tony faltered. He rushed to grab his binoculars and scan the blast site. When the dust finally settled and there was nothing to be seen, relief washed over him. Then he immediately regained his composure and said, Mr. Babulo, it seems your eyesight might be failing, but don't worry. If you like, I could get you a pair of the finest glasses in all of America. With that, he turned and climbed into his Humvee. He had no intention of lingering in this dry, desolate place any longer. Babulo, for his part, remained puzzled. He was sure he'd seen a person blown away. Could it really be the exhaustion making his eyes play tricks on him? There's no denying that Tony's aim was spot on. Hulk had just taken flight, and Tony unerringly blasted him right out of the sky. That grudge was settled then and there. It's no wonder, looking back, that Hulk seemed to take every opportunity to rough up Iron Man. But honestly, Tony wasn't to blame. His missiles may have been precise, but the Hulk's timing was even better. This so-called Jericho missile really was something. After Hulk got blown away, he reverted back to Bruce Banner, who now sat dazed in the sand, questioning his very existence. When Chen Nan made his way over and found Banner, he couldn't help but marvel. Hulk, oh Hulk, you could try running all you want, but it doesn't matter if your opponent's aim is good. What matters is your timing. The injustice weighed on Banner. What did he ever do to deserve being blasted out of the sky? Just then, another explosion sounded in the distance, quickly followed by the staccato rattle of gunfire. Curiosity getting the better of him, Chen Nan left the sulking Banner and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the scene. All he found was a field littered with corpses. Gazing toward the smoky haze in the distance, he saw Tony unconscious in his off-road vehicle. This was none other than the opening scene of Iron Man, the movie that launched the entire Marvel Universe. You could even say it was Iron Man who saved Marvel from the brink of bankruptcy. With Howard assassinated, it only made sense for Chen Nan to look after this favorite nephew of sorts. And soon, Tony was destined to become Iron Man. If fate has a sense of humor, Chen Nan certainly caught on. Calmly, he watched Tony being dragged off to endure his imprisonment in the cave, but he made no move to intervene. For when heaven entrusts a person with great responsibility, it first tests his resolve, exhausts his body, and withholds comfort. Trials must be faced before a rainbow appears. Without this ordeal, this suffering beyond what any person should face, could Tony Stark ever truly become Iron Man? At this moment, Chen Nan found himself caught in deep conflict. Should he rescue the man immediately, or would doing so matter if he couldn't change his ways? If there were no Iron Man, how could the world still be saved? But then again, does the world still need Iron Man to save it? Thanos' infamous snap would never happen. Chen Nan would make sure Thanos never gathered all the Infinity Stones. So, Chen Nan decided to walk away. After all, this was meant to be Iron Man's journey, his fate. It was not something Chen Nan should forcefully interrupt. Inside the dim cave, Tony, still half-conscious, slowly opened his eyes. He felt discomfort in his nose and instinctively reached up to touch it, an oxygen tube. With a pained groan, he pulled out the tube and glanced around, his eyes searching. He looked down at his hands, dry-mouthed and desperate for a drink, but unable to do anything about it. Turning his head, he caught sight of a man beside him, humming a light tune as he shaved, so casual it felt jarringly out of place. "If I were you, I wouldn't move around so much," the shaving man said quietly. Tony then noticed a car battery nearby, clearly connected to his chest. Panic set in. Gasping for breath, he traced the wires and frantically tore at his clothes, only to make a terrible discovery that filled him with dread and despair. A gaping wound had been carved into his chest. The battery was the only thing keeping him alive. Death might claim him at any moment. "What did you do to me?" Tony asked bitterly as he sat up, suspicion heavy in his gaze, as if the man before him had stolen his very heart. "What did I do?" "I saved your life," the man replied coolly, glancing over his shoulder before turning back to his meal preparations. He continued with a smile. "I managed to remove most of the shrapnel from your body, but a lot remains in your bloodstream, even drifting toward your heart." He tossed Tony a test tube, a little souvenir. Tony accepted the tube with resignation, while the man went on. "Someone in our village once suffered an injury like yours. We called them living dead." He gestured at the battery. "That battery? Think of it as a magnet to keep the shrapnel away from your heart. For now, it keeps you alive." "Oh," and give the camera a smile. He began to recount his own story. "We've met before, you know, in Bern, at the technology conference in Switzerland." But Tony was utterly overwhelmed and filled with worry. The words washed over him without meaning. He finally replied, I don't remember." "Of course you don't," the man said. "If I drank as much as you did that night, I doubt I'd remember how to stand, either." As they talked, an angry shout echoed from the entrance. The man stiffened, immediately urging Tony to get to his feet, raising his hands high above his head in a gesture of surrender. A group of armed men entered, clearly pleased by their compliance. One of them, a burly man with a thick beard, rattled off a slew of words incomprehensible to Tony, but the man by his side quickly translated. Tony finally understood. They wanted him to build the Jericho missile himself. He refused, and in a way that spoke to his defiance and pride. But in the very next moment, he collapsed to his knees. A round of waterboarding quickly washed away his resolve, leaving his eyes clearer than ever. So the two of them began working together in secret, covering for each other as they set about building the missile. Meanwhile, Tony was quietly crafting the first generation of the Iron Man suit. First and foremost, he was an out-and-out super genius. In this bare-bones, crude environment, he managed to construct an arc reactor by hand. This energy device, leagues beyond nuclear fusion, was something he whipped up as easily as if by magic, truly an otherworldly feat. He tossed aside the broken-down batteries, swapped them for his ultimate power source, and began building the prototype Iron Man armor in secret, preparing his escape. Time slipped by. Over 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Tony's nerves were drawn taut like wires, his body growing leaner and stronger from strain. With both men working seamlessly together, the suit took shape. As Tony forged the last piece, the helmet, they wasted no time suiting up. "Remember, it's 41 steps from here to the main entrance." As they donned the armor, they went over the numbers, knowing this was their one shot. There could be no room for mistakes. Just then, blue light flickered through the cave. Chen Nan stepped out from some hidden space, making his way to Tony. He deliberately gave Tony, who reeked of filth, a once-over. "So, you the $100 million man?" Tony. For a brief moment, Tony was stunned. Then his brain snapped back into gear. $100 million? A bounty? Wasn't this about him? He swallowed hard and managed a response. I guess that's me." "Excellent." Chen Nan's face lit up, the look of someone who'd just completed his mission. "Sit tight. I'll inform the U.S. military of your location, so they can come get you." With that, he turned to leave the dank, shadowy cave. Tony snapped to attention, grabbing the corner of Chen Nan's shirt in a panic. "Wait, hold on." Inside, Tony couldn't help but grumble. Is this guy missing some screws? If he could sneak in here so quietly, why not just take me out himself? "You're already here. Can you get us out too?" Tony pleaded, hope flickering desperately in his eyes. "I can pay you handsomely." Tony figured this newcomer had to be a professional. Getting into this heavily guarded cave without making a sound was a mystery, but if he could get in, surely he could get them out, or at least draw some fire. Chen paused, seeming intrigued by the offer of a handsome reward. Tony's heart leaped. He hurried to sweeten the deal. "I can pay you double whatever the U.S. military is offering." "To Tony Starks." Chen Nan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and his tone carried a playful edge. Yes, yes." Tony gritted his teeth in reply, though inwardly he was cursing wildly. "Damn it. How have I become a unit of measure now?" Chen Nan then nodded toward Ethan. "And what about him?" "I'll put up 100 million. "All right, half a Tony. I accept your offer," Chen Nan replied with a broad grin. his gaze roaming over Tony, who was hunched like a wary clay pot chicken. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Tony drew a deep breath and spelled it out. Well, all I need is for you to hold off the guards at the entrance and help me make a break for it. Keep them from using any heavy weapons against me. By his calculations, the Mark I armor could fend off bullets, but it wouldn't stand a chance against heavier firepower. After all, he had pushed himself to the limit, building this first-generation suit by hand with nothing more than scarce materials scraped from the cave. This was as good as it could get. But if someone had his back, if someone could distract the heavy guns, his chances of making it out alive would rise dramatically. The fact that Chen Nan had slipped in so effortlessly made one thing clear. This guy's team must be top-tier professionals. It's a solid plan, Chen Nan commented, a mysterious confidence dancing in his voice. But it's really not that complicated. Huh? Tony stared at him, full of incredulity. Had they already contacted the U.S. military? That would be fantastic. At that thought, excitement nearly made Tony jump out of his skin. That's amazing. Get the military in here and blow these bastards to pieces. Just recalling the past few months in captivity sent shivers down his spine. A stretch of memory so appalling, he wished he could wipe it from existence. Every need, from eating and drinking to the most basic hygiene, had to be handled in this hellhole of a cave. To even call it disgusting barely scratched the surface. For Tony, who suffered from a severe obsession with cleanliness, this was the very definition of hell. And if the environment was bad, the food was worse. Always curry, that foul, yellowish sludge he could only choke down if he shut his eyes tight. He ached for the military to storm in and wipe out these inhuman, prisoner-abusing monsters, so he could return to the bright, dazzling world he knew and loved. But Chen Nan's next words shattered Tony's rosy vision of beautiful women, gourmet food, and a luxurious bed. Sorry, but it's just me, Chen Nan said, his voice calm to the point of despair. What? Tony's eyes went wide in disbelief. Your crew? Oh, I mean your team is just you? That's impossible. Shit. But Chen Nan only nodded in calm affirmation. Damn it. Fine. Just go back and let the U.S. military know, will you? Tony grumbled, feeling defeated, but finally settling for the safest option under the circumstances. At least this way, there was no mad risk. Ethan, help me out of this heavy armor, will you? He said, turning to Ethan. If there was a safer way than a desperate run for it. Tony knew he'd be a fool to risk everything now. Ethan nodded and immediately began taking things apart. Watching their actions, Chen Nan spoke up in a languid tone. Actually, there's really no need to go through all this trouble. Tony's hands froze mid-motion, and he looked at Chen Nan in confusion. But in the next moment, Chen Nan simply strolled boldly toward the exit as if he owned the place. Such an audacious move left Tony and Ethan completely stunned. Get back here. What are you doing? Damn it, Tony shouted in panic. Chen Nan, however, continued on his way, undeterred, until he calmly opened the heavy doors of the cave. The guards outside were just as shocked, immediately calling out with alarm. Who are you? And as they spoke, their guns leveled at him. Chen Nan couldn't make out the local dialect, and with an impatient mutter under his breath, he strode up and slapped one of the guards, as if he were an inspector on an official visit. His brazen attitude left the nearby bandits dumbfounded. For a moment, they wondered if he was some newly arrived boss. The commotion caught the attention of a squad leader, who hurried over. He fixed his eyes on the unfamiliar Chen Nan and snapped harshly. Damn it, who are you? Then, without warning, he slapped the guard Chen Nan had just struck. Useless. Absolutely useless. You get hit and don't fight back. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, finally resorting to kicking the poor guard. But pain is pain for everyone. Clutching his gun, the guard instinctively clenched his fist in response to the blow, and the result was the gun, already cocked and aimed at Chen Nan, suddenly discharged with a loud bang. The bearded squad leader collapsed instantly, howling in agony as he clutched his groin and writhed on the ground, blood rapidly staining his camouflage pants. The bandits stood frozen, speechless. Chen Nan was at a loss for words. The bearded man could only shriek incomprehensibly. The sound of the shot brought every bandit in the mountain hollow running. What's going on here? Who fired that shot? Demanded a larger, more imposing boss, his voice sharp as he surveyed the scene. The gunman, a young bandit, looked so frightened he nearly lost control. It went off by accident, he stammered timidly. Accident. The boss was thunderstruck. Such a rookie mistake? His face darkened as he pressed further. Explain yourself. Why did it happen? He's the real culprit. The young bandit suddenly pointed straight at Chen Nan. HM? And who are you? Only then did the boss notice Chen Nan's presence. General, here's what happened. An onlooker hastily explained the entire incident. When he'd finished, the boss was so furious, he swung around and landed another slap. Useless. What is our code? That the whole world is to blame? The young bandit ventured uncertainly, glancing up. Get lost. The point is never to make rookie mistakes. The boss roared, backhanding him again for good measure, and, still seething, aimed a kick at him. The young bandit dropped to his knees from the pain, his fists clenching instinctively to brace himself. And then, with another explosive report, the lead thug beside him clutched his chest in disbelief and collapsed to the ground. Again? Another accidental discharge? Damn it. The gang's rules definitely need a new article. No loading rounds into the chamber. The kidnappers. Chen Nan. I haven't even made a move, and you're already dropping like flies? The silence in the air was so thick you could carve out an entire apartment with it. After a few stunned seconds, a kidnapper finally snapped back to his senses and bellowed in rage. Damn it, kill him. Even before the echo of his words faded, the click and clatter of dozens of rifles being leveled at Chen Nan, the true culprit, filled the air. Hidden in the cave, Tony squeezed his eyes shut. Well, guess it's showtime. Inside the cave, Tony snapped out of his confusion in a flash. He grabbed the still-dazed Ethan and pulled him deep into the shadows. Move! Grab that stuff! He hissed, voice low and hurried. That lunatic is causing such chaos out there. The goons will charge in any second. The two of them scrambled, tossing scattered blueprints and sketches into the fire. The leap and flicker of the flames cast nervous shadows across their faces. The papers curled, blackened, turned to ash, desperate to erase any trace of their secret work. Suddenly, the entire mountain shuddered violently without warning, as if some invisible giant had seized the earth and was shaking it mercilessly. Pebbles and debris rained from the cave ceiling, pelting the ground with sharp thuds as dust billowed thick and choking in the stale air. Open fire! Open fire! Take him down! The terrorist leader's voice, shrill and desperate, ripped through the haze outside. Instantly, gunfire erupted wilder and faster than before, like a hailstorm of death. Tony froze, heart hammering in his throat. Another barrage? What on earth were they up against out there? But the scene they expected, the stranger riddled and torn apart, never occurred. Pressed to the rocky crack, Tony and Ethan witnessed something they would never forget. Thousands of bullets, half a meter from Chen Nan, slammed into an invisible, impenetrable wall and, with disturbing suddenness, stopped dead in the air. They hung there, suspended, spinning and humming. A frozen and lethal river of metal, cold and glinting beneath the killing light of dusk. Chen Nan stood calm and unmoved. Too slow, he said quietly, as if critiquing a clumsy performance. Let me return them. In an instant, the still rain of bullets responded to an absolute, fatal command. They hurtled back along their original paths at speeds far surpassing the ones they had left the guns with, slicing cleanly through the air, aimed unerringly at their former owners. The sickening thud of metal rending flesh, burrowing into bone, mingled with the piercing shrieks of agony, filling the night. Every terrorist who had fired found themselves struck down, each by the very bullet they had unleashed. In the midst of chaos, a few desperate men hiding behind the barricades tried to make a final stand. With trembling fingers, they reached for their grenades. But to their horror, they discovered that every piece of metal on their bodies, daggers at their waists, belt buckles, even the tiny metal tips on their shoelaces, had all begun to shake violently, twisting and contorting beyond their control. My eyes! No! One man dropped to his knees with a pitiful scream as the dagger at his waist slid from its sheath, leaped gleaming into the air, and drove itself with chilling precision straight through his own throat. Chen Nan strode forward, moving with the regal ease of a king strolling through his own garden. As he passed, every scrap of metal bent to his will. Firearms came apart piece by piece, falling to the ground with the clatter of 1,000 tiny parts scattering. Bullets arced in impossible, serpentine patterns that bypassed cover to shatter the foreheads of their owners. In an instant, the entire entrance of the cave transformed into a killing ground crafted of metal, precise, efficient, and utterly merciless. The slaughter continued, carried out by these instruments, now serving the will of their new master. The terrorist leader, Leza, looked on in abject terror at this supernatural display, his courage crumbling in the face of it. He turned and ran for his life. Suddenly, he felt his feet leave the ground. His whole body lifted, suspended helplessly in midair. Chen Nan gave a simple snap of his fingers, a single crisp sound that rang out, stark and sharp against the lingering echoes of screams and explosions. Leza's body, as if crushed by a giant invisible fist, exploded in a dark red mist that drifted through the air. The entire ordeal lasted less than 20 seconds. Outside the cave, Not a single enemy remained standing. Deathly silence settled over the landscape, broken only by the lingering scent of gunpowder and blood heavy in the air. Tony stood there, gaping in shock, utterly at a loss for words. His mind simply couldn't process what he had just witnessed. This defied every law of physics he had ever known. Chen Nan walked up to him at a casual pace, his gaze falling on the arc reactor set in Tony's chest, the crude yet magnificent piece of technology. The original version, I see, he remarked, a subtle hint of approval hidden in his eyes. Given the circumstances, the fact that you made it this far is nothing short of miraculous. His tone shifted. Let me give you a gift to mark our first meeting, nephew. He reached out and tapped Tony on the chest with a finger not quite touching. Suddenly, Tony felt an intense, icy coolness sweep through his chest. All the dull aches, the residual heat from the embedded shrapnel, vanished without a trace. He could actually sense, right down to the finest detail, that the deadly fragments lodged in those dangerous places had simply ceased to exist. The constant threat that had hung over his life, always ready to strike, was gone, wiped away in the blink of an eye. What are you? Tony forced out the words, his voice raw and husky. After that tremendous shock, sunlight finally pierced the drifting smoke, illuminating Chen Nan's face. That young Eastern face looked almost impossibly youthful, yet it was suffused with a calm that spoke of having weathered countless storms. Suddenly, fragments of deeply buried memories assailed Tony. The photograph in his father's study that had never been shown to anyone, a snapshot where, standing beside his father, was a young man with the same black hair and dark eyes, and a faint, serene smile. He remembered visiting this man's house as a child. His father had once mentioned a name, in a tone rare for him, one tinged with awe. "You your Uncle Chen Nan?" Tony blurted out before he could stop himself. His eyes were wide with disbelief. At last, he understood why that shadow of familiarity had flickered in the darkness of the cave. But how could it be possible? After all these years, this man looked even younger than Tony himself by at least a decade. It was as if time stood still for him. Ethan, standing to the side, turned his head in utter incredulity. His gaze darted back and forth between Tony and Chen Nan, his face a portrait of confusion. Chen Nan looked so much younger than Tony, and one was Asian, the other white. How could they possibly be family? Noticing Ethan's bewildered stare, Tony felt a wave of embarrassment. He scratched his head and offered a helpless explanation. Ahem, don't look at me like that. He was born in the 1920s. He's a real antique. Tony shrugged, somewhat chagrined. As much as I hate to admit it, he really is from my father's generation. He's my uncle's age. Ethan was floored. The 1920s? Wouldn't that make him close to 90 by now? And yet, he could easily pass for 20. All right, we can catch up later. Chen Nan waved his hand dismissively, about to continue, but suddenly his brow furrowed. His inky black eyes snapped toward the sky outside the cave. What the? On the horizon, 3 dark specks were rapidly growing larger, the roar of engines intensifying as they drew nearer. 3 heavily armed helicopters were racing in, clearly responding to the commotion here. More lambs to the slaughter, Chen Nan muttered, raising his right hand toward the sky. His fingers stretched open before suddenly clenching into a fist. And then, right before Tony and Ethan's stunned eyes, those 3 thunderous helicopters instantly came apart in midair. Countless enormous parts hung suspended in the air for a brief, surreal moment, before crashing down with a tremendous clatter, tumbling into the ravine below. Tony sucked in a sharp breath. It felt as if his entire understanding of the world had shattered and reassembled all over again. He really didn't want to call someone who looked younger than him uncle, but, damn it, this uncle of his was absolutely terrifying. The world is far more complex and far more dangerous than you could ever imagine. Chen Nan turned around and looked at Tony with deep, penetrating eyes. You really ought to reconsider your personal safety, he said. I warned Howard back then, but alas. He paused, and in a calm, even tone, dropped a bombshell that left Tony utterly stunned. In the end, he was assassinated after all. Your idea of this iron suit, it's a good start. My father? Assassinated? Tony's whole body jolted violently, as if struck by lightning. He had always believed his parents died in a tragic car accident. Never, not once, had he imagined there could be such a dark truth hidden behind it all. Who did it? Overcome by emotion, Tony seized Chen Nan's arm so tightly his nails nearly dug in, his eyes suddenly bloodshot with rage and disbelief. If his parents had indeed been murdered, then no matter who the culprit was, even if it was the President of the United States, he would have his vengeance. Observing Tony's agitation, Chen Nan spoke slowly. Hydra, but with your current abilities, you're not yet a match for him. His tone was indifferent as he made his offer. If you want, I can deal with him for you. It would be a simple matter. No. Tony almost growled from deep in his throat, flatly refusing Chen Nan's help. His eyes burned with a hatred and resolve more intense than ever before. A blood feud like this. There's no living under the same sky as my enemy. I must settle this myself. I have to avenge my parents with my own hands. Good. That's the spirit. A glimmer of approval passed through Chen Nan's eyes as he patted Tony on the shoulder. I hope you remember these words when the time comes. Don't ever go soft for any reason and let your enemy slip away. Shouldn't we get moving? Ethan, finally recovering from his shock, glanced warily around and whispered a cautious reminder. All right, half Tony is right. Chen Nan nodded in agreement. Ethan, damn, that nickname sounded way too strange. Wait for me. As if suddenly remembering something, Tony spun on his heel and ran back into the depths of the cave. That rough mark eye armor was the product of his own brilliance and determination. There was no way he'd just leave it behind. Ethan quickly went to help, and together, with tremendous effort, the two hauled the heavy, piecemeal prototype of Iron Man's armor and tossed it into the back of a still-functioning terrorist pickup truck. And so, a rather bizarre scene unfolded. A dust-caked pickup truck blazing across the desolate Gobi, carrying a billionaire, a doctor, a mysterious and seemingly invincible relic, and a crude iron suit, all racing toward Ethan's hometown. Ethan's village was just a few dozen miles away, a short drive, barely long enough for a quick nap. At the edge of the village, Tony stopped the car. Ethan, are you sure you don't want to come back to Los Angeles with me? Tony looked at his companion, who had been through thick and thin with him, and extended a heartfelt invitation. I promised you I'd repay you, and you have my word. A Stark never goes back on his promise. No, Tony, there's no need to insist. Ethan replied with a gentle shake of his head, then gazed with endless tenderness at the impoverished village around him. My joys and sorrows are bound to this land I love. Meeting you and weathering adversity by your side. That, to me, was fulfilling my purpose. But Tony was still unwilling to let go. He wanted to persuade Ethan further, certain that a life in Los Angeles would be far better than staying in this poor village. That's enough, Tony, Chen Nan's calm voice interrupted him. You see, for some people, home is wherever their heart feels at peace. Only here, in his hometown, can he find true calm and happiness. Do you understand? Turning to Ethan, Chen Nan noticed the fond look in his eyes, a deep attachment for his homeland. Changing his tone, Chen Nan offered a practical suggestion. Of course, if you truly wish to thank him, why not donate some money to help Ethan improve his village? I think that would make him much happier than moving to Los Angeles. Ethan's eyes instantly lit up, excitement written all over his face as he nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, Tony, if you could help my hometown, I'd be eternally grateful. Actually, it wouldn't take much. Just $1 million could go a long way here. In that moment, Tony finally realized what Ethan truly longed for. Not comfort and luxury for himself, but the chance to build up his hometown and give back to the land that raised him. Tony nodded firmly and made a solemn promise. Ethan, as soon as I get back, I'll have my team come here with the funds and a plan. We'll build the best schools, hospitals, clinics for the elderly, and we'll make sure the roads are wide and smooth. You have my word. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Overcome with emotion, Ethan grabbed Tony's hand and squeezed it tight. In that gesture, he was expressing the gratitude of the whole village to this generous friend. Reluctantly, Tony said his goodbyes to Ethan, then turned to head to the U.S. military base in Afghanistan so he could contact Rhodey, just as planned. But Chen Nan caught his arm, stopping him in his tracks. No need to go to all that trouble, Chen Nan said, placing one hand on Tony's shoulder and letting the other hand brush casually over the pile of prototype armor on the pickup truck. Tony suddenly felt the world spin wildly around him. The scenery twisted and receded at an incoherent speed, as if he were plunging through a surreal tunnel of light. But just as quickly as the sensation began, it vanished without a trace. Blinking in surprise, he found himself standing in a familiar place. Sunshine, sandy beaches, the crashing of waves, and his own iconic, modern mansion perched on the edge of a cliff. They had somehow been transported in an instant from the distant Gobi Desert of Afghanistan all the way back to Malibu Beach, Los Angeles. Tony, oh my God, Tony! Pepper Potts, who had been sitting in the living room, frowning at her computer screen, looked up at the sudden commotion and saw, in a heartbeat, the figure she'd been worrying about day and night. When she saw that disheveled silhouette, still streaked with soot and blood, she clasped a hand over her mouth in disbelief, certain for a moment it had to be an illusion born out of longing. Not until Tony walked up and wrapped her in a big, dust-laden embrace did she snap out of it. Tony was really back. Chen Nan realized he was about to witness one of the iconic Marvel moments, the dream's origin, and in a way its close, both beginning and ending with Tony. After holding onto each other for what seemed like forever, the two finally parted, though clearly unwilling. Pepper brushed tears from her eyes, but as she looked at Tony, worn out, skin tanned dark from the sun, all her emotions welled up again and spilled over. Tony, do you know how long I've been looking for you? I thought I might never see you again. Her voice trembled, almost too choked up to finish the thought. There, don't cry. I'm back now, aren't I? Tony said gently, lifting his hand to wipe the tears from her cheek. He did his best to sound lighthearted, unwilling to bring home the darkness of those days in Afghanistan. With a sniff, Pepper nodded hard. Nothing mattered more than his safe return. Now, at last, she could sleep peacefully. At this, Tony took Pepper's hand, then turned toward Chen Nan, who stood quietly to the side. Tony hesitated, but kept his poise. Pepper, let me introduce you. This is Chen Nan, an old friend of my father's, and chairman of the Umbrella Corporation. He still couldn't bring himself to utter the word uncle. That had been a reflex back at their first meeting, but now, not a chance. Chen Nan. Pepper was startled, then her eyes slowly widened. It's you? My goodness, now I remember. The old chairman mentioned you all the time in his work journals. But you shouldn't. She caught herself mid-sentence, her face an open book of incredulity. A legend from Howard Stark's generation. How could he still look so young? Surely this had to be some descendant, not the man himself. Ought to be an old man by now, right? Chen Nan replied with a relaxed smile. Pepper nodded a bit awkwardly. Calling someone grandpa on first meeting would certainly have been out of line. Time doesn't matter to me anymore, Chen Nan said breezily, waving it off. What does matter is that Tony gets a thorough medical check, and that we promptly arrange a press conference. Snapping back into action, Pepper grabbed her phone and quickly called the hospital, putting everything in perfect order. Tony finally had the chance to enjoy a proper hot bath. For the past 2 months, he'd only managed a handful of cold showers in that desolate cave. Even going to the bathroom meant finding a corner, and for a man who cared about the quality of life, these days had been nothing short of hellish torment. Mr. Chen Nan, would you like something to drink? Tea, or perhaps coffee? Once everything was settled, Pepper asked him this question with genuine thoughtfulness. Just plain water is fine, Chen Nan replied casually, his eyes glancing almost subconsciously at the fair-haired, blue-eyed woman before him. As Tony's most capable aide, Pepper carried herself with poise, her presence both elegant and commanding, her figure, too, exceptionally well-maintained. Only a scatter of freckles brightened her cheeks. But to Americans, those freckles only lent her a touch of authenticity and charm. Tony, on the other hand, always seemed to prefer bold supermodels or glamour starlets. Someone like Pepper had never appeared to be the type he openly chased. And yet, precisely for that reason, Chen Nan felt she was a rare find. One day, Tony would see beneath the surface and discover who truly belonged by his side. Sorry, is there something on my face? Feeling slightly awkward under Chen Nan's gaze, Pepper couldn't resist touching her cheek. It's nothing. Chen Nan chuckled warmly. Just thinking, you're the one who truly ought to become the new mistress of the Stark family. Pepper's face flushed a delicate red, and she lowered her head, coughing lightly. You must be joking. How could Tony ever fancy a washed-up woman like me? Besides, he's still such a child at heart. There was a faint trace of disappointment in her voice. Tony was willful, self-absorbed, and wild. A man who seemed destined never to settle down. When would he finally be ready? Who could say how long she would have to wait? Don't worry. What's meant for you will find its way to you, Chen Nan said with quiet certainty, as if he could see into the future itself. Pepper's cheeks turned deeper red, but warmth bloomed in her heart. She'd always liked Tony, quietly, secretly, never daring to say it aloud. The two chatted idly after that, the conversation easy and light. About an hour later, Tony emerged from the bathroom fresh and invigorated, wrapped in a robe and holding a glass of freshly poured wine. The old calm confidence had finally returned to his face. Tony, the press conference is all arranged, Pepper reported as she stood up. After that, we'll head straight to the hospital for a thorough checkup. All right, I'll leave it to you. Tony nodded, sinking comfortably into the sofa. Yet, after just a few moments, he let out a quiet sigh. Somehow, this long-lost sense of luxury brought with it a twist of guilt. After facing life and death, he found he could no longer take any of it for granted. Tell me, do you think I'm the world's greatest butcher? So many people living in the shadows of war, because of me. Tony's voice was low, almost as though he was asking Chen Nan, but even more as if he was questioning himself. Just follow your heart and do what you believe is right. As someone who sells knives, you have no obligation to bear responsibility for those who wield them to kill. Chen Nan replied with calm indifference. Thank you. Tony fell silent for a moment, then spoke with unusual solemnity. Also, I truly owe you an apology. When my father was alive, he repeatedly urged me to visit you on Freedom Island. Yet all these years, I never went. I never imagined it would end up being you who saved me. I understand, Chen Nan replied with a gentle smile. After all, you had a rough encounter with Chen when you were a kid. Having a psychological shadow is perfectly natural. Tony scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, making no attempt to deny it. That childhood trauma was something he would never forget for as long as he lived. The press conference commenced as scheduled. During the days Tony was missing, Stark Industries kept assuring the public that he was simply locked away, developing new technology. Yet with Tony absent from the spotlight for so long, rumors of his kidnapping only grew stronger. As the soul of the company, his disappearance had sent share prices plunging for days. Investors withdrew in droves, while retail shareholders panicked and dumped their stocks. So, Tony's sudden return was nothing less than a powerful dose of adrenaline for the company. Only Obadiah Stane was nearly fuming to the point of internal injury. He cursed out the kidnappers for taking money and failing to deliver, but now had no choice but to put on a smiling face and keep up appearances alongside Tony. No one, however, could have predicted that Tony would drop a bombshell at the press conference, announcing, to everyone's shock, the immediate shutdown of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. The moment those words were uttered, the room erupted in a maelstrom of disbelief. Obadiah's face turned ashen as he rushed forward, attempting to block Tony, but this time Tony's resolve was unshakable, and he stood his ground without the slightest concession. Hello, Mr. Chen Nan. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Agent Coulson with S.H.I.E.L.D. Might I borrow a few minutes of your time? Backstage at the press event, Coulson, the rookie village chief of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the agent responsible for investigating Tony's disappearance, showed up uninvited. Are you here to ask how I managed to find Tony? Chen Nan immediately saw through his intentions. Yes, that is if you wouldn't mind sharing, Coulson said, maintaining his professional smile. What if I told you it was just a coincidence? You must be joking, Coulson responded, with a look that spelled out disbelief. But that's the truth, Chen Nan replied, hands raised in a gesture of resignation, his expression open and sincere. For a moment, Coulson found himself at a loss for words. Could it really have just been a coincidence? Meanwhile, on the other side, Tony's announcement had completely ignited Obadiah's fury. He stormed into Tony's private workshop, bellowing, "How do you expect to explain yourself to the shareholders?" It wasn't until Tony revealed the glowing arc reactor embedded in his chest that Obadiah's demeanor shifted abruptly. Hey, Tony, you know I've always been your most loyal supporter, just as I believed in your father back in the day. By midday, the outside world was in an uproar. The global media was openly jeering at Tony for crippling his own company, with doomsayers prophesying that Stark Industries was finished. Chen Nan, however, wasted no time and immediately notified Carl. Purchase as much Stark Industries stock as possible and keep buying, no matter how much you can get. The sudden appearance of a massive buy order threw the market into chaos. Investors, who had been panic selling, began speculating furiously. Was Stark Industries orchestrating this deception to manipulate public perception, or was there truly a heavyweight who had faith in Tony's decisions? Tony and his executive team were no fools. They promptly jumped back into the game and began repurchasing shares themselves. With different players vying for control, the stock price unexpectedly surged against the downward trend, leaving the entire market shrouded in uncertainty. But Tony had little time to worry about these things. He plunged headfirst into his lab, eager to begin designing a creation that would be entirely his own, a real toy worthy of his name. He even pulled his old friend Colonel Rhodes, hoping for some insight. Yet as the military's representative, Rhodes steadfastly refused to get involved in anything non-military. With a tone of patient persuasion, he urged Tony to return to his roots in weapons development. Tony only smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and didn't press the point. Instead, he turned away and called out, "Jarvis, scan these blueprints for me." Before he heard the artificial intelligence butler's reply, a voice, warm with a hint of amusement, drifted in from the doorway. "Jarvis, is that your butler?" Leaning casually against the doorframe, Chen Nan strolled in, wearing a grin that was both teasing and friendly. "All right, I'll admit your entrance was pretty impressive," Tony admitted. "But honestly, that used to be my signature move." He shrugged, a note of exasperation mingling with reluctant admiration in his tone. Tony prided himself on being the master of showmanship, but facing this newcomer, he had to admit, Chen Nan played the game at an even higher level. A small chill crept into Tony's heart. Was this guy destined to be his lifelong nemesis? The thought of being outdone by someone who seemed almost timeless was a feeling Tony never wished to experience. Completely ignoring Tony's momentary unease, Chen Nan wandered over to the workbench with an easy stride, his eyes studying the glowing blue holograms and devices with keen curiosity. Your little secrets aren't really secrets to me, he said with a soft chuckle. For example, you're building the Iron Man suit. Damn it, you're reading my mind again. Tony practically exploded. His love-hate relationship with mutant powers was well known, especially this unsettling feeling of having his innermost thoughts laid bare, as if someone had stripped him naked in public. Relax, Tony. I never pry into people's memories. That's far too disgusting. Chen Nan waved a hand nonchalantly, his words rolling out unhurriedly. I just knew all along you'd take this path. Think about it. Tony paused, and suddenly recalled something Howard, his father, once said. He was the one who insisted from the start that you were a boy, and he predicted you'd go further than I ever did. Tony's eyes grew serious as the pieces started to fit. Add to that Chen Nan's earlier warnings for Howard to be careful. Could he really foretell the future? Damn it, why wasn't I born a mutant? Lost in these wild thoughts, Tony suddenly noticed Chen Nan was looking at him with the strange curiosity of a scientist examining a new specimen. A cold shiver ran down Tony's back. Immediately after, he heard the other man mumble under his breath. What a pity. There's no mind stone in your brain. Tony, who in the world would have a gemstone growing inside their head? What are you going to do, crack open my skull for a look? What? What did you just say? He swallowed nervously and asked with caution. Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of disappointment. Seems this universe isn't the ultimate universe after all. Chen Nan replied breezily, casting it off as unimportant. Ultimate universe. Tony picked up on the key phrase with his sharp intellect. There are some things you'll understand in time. Chen Nan shifted the topic with a sly glint in his eye. Let's talk about something more practical. How about I help you build a suit of armor? You? Help me? Suddenly, Tony's spirits soared. It was finally his field of expertise. You must be joking, old man. How about a bet? Chen Nan grinned, his eyes narrowing playfully. Let's see whose armor is stronger. Don't worry, I won't bully you. A bet, then. What are the stakes? Tony crossed his arms and lifted his chin in a show of confidence. Strength, maybe you win, but smarts? No chance. Every time you develop a new generation of armor, you gift me one, Chen Nan proposed. His team had already reverse-engineered the nanotech suits from their time travel journey. But how could those copies compare to genuine, handcrafted, commemorative editions made by Iron Man himself? And if you lose? Tony raised an eyebrow, his face full of smug certainty. If I lose, I'll grant you a superpower, one that's guaranteed to satisfy you. How about it? Tony froze on the spot. In a flash, he imagined an entire life, flying, shooting energy blasts, even turning into a cat, every kind of superpower flickering through his mind. At last, dazed and with eyes ablaze, he blurted, Eternal life? Could I have that? Chen Nan nodded calmly. That's possible. Tony exploded with joy. Yes, yes, yes. Suddenly losing composure, he threw his fists in the air and bounced like a child getting his first Iron Man figurine, unable to hide his delight. Wealth, fame, a technological empire. All of it seemed trivial compared to immortality. No wonder you're Howard's son. Chen Nan chuckled softly, turning toward the control terminal. Wait, you don't need any assistance? You're doing it all yourself. Tony stared in disbelief. What do you think? Chen Nan replied, a glint of mischief in his voice. Let's just hope you won't be the one crying when the time comes. As he spoke, he strode calmly toward the projection interface, and, with a flick of his fingers, instantly drew up the core data of the Mark II suit onto his own terminal's display. Palladium core conversion efficiency, 42.1%. Sheer strength rating of the armor, 278 MPa. Vector nozzle response lag, 0.43 seconds. Fire control Ms. lock rate, 12.3%. A string of red numbers flashed across the screen, glaringly bright. Your so-called improved version is, at best, a Mark 1.5. Chen Nan raised his eyes, gaze settling on the oil-stained tips of Tony's fingers. Give me 10 days, and I'll build an armor that outperforms yours in every way. Energy, defense, tactical response. Tony's eyes widened. Jarvis, did you give him access? No, sir. He wrote his own protocol stack. It overrides my base-level priorities. Shit. His own artificial intelligence, outrun by someone else's. Chen Nan shut his eyes. In that instant, his simulation vision flooded open. The skeletal structure, materials, and energy flow of the entire Iron Man armor stretched before him, a transparent blueprint unfurling within his mind. The Mark II was deconstructed into 74,000 individual components. Every tolerance, every lingering stress in each weld, surged into the halls of his memory like a cataract in full flood. It wasn't that he lacked intelligence. Quite the contrary, his mind soared too high. so high that his intellect whispered the fastest, surest solution was brute force, pure and simple. Materials are the bottleneck, he murmured. 1 hour later, he called up the laboratory's mass spectrometer, swept Tony's stockpiles of titanium gold alloy, and carbon nanotubes into the smelting furnace, and laced them with 0.7% entropy-stabilized tungsten crystal. He pushed the furnace temperature up to 4,700 degrees, just shy of the sun's own surface, sending the metal atoms leaping in their lattices as if ballet dancers. By the 3rd hour, he composed a mere 3 lines of code and fed it into the furnace control chip. If entropy threshold, lattice point fold 5D, yield graphene to shell. In that moment, graphene began to self-replicate like a living virus, growing a shell only 3 atoms thick along the alloy surface, yet multiplying its strength more than 9-fold. The next day, he solved the heat dissipation problem. Tony's usual liquid cooling system took up too much space. Chen Nan switched the coolant for magnetically constrained helium, 3 microbubbles, letting heat vaporize instantly at the quantum level. On the 3rd day, he overhauled the propulsion system. The Mark II's vector nozzles, with their mechanical joints, lagged by 12 milliseconds. Chen Nan replaced the metal fins with plasma armatures, turning the nozzle itself into a superconducting coil. The thrust direction now shifted in less than a millisecond. On the 4th day, he lifted his head and addressed the camera. "Jarvis, lend me your satellite link. Authorization required." "The authorization is mine." He slid a public key into the satellite's quantum channel, and, in an instant, NASA's Deep Space Network was commandeered. On the 5th day, he fitted the suit's chest with the most advanced energy core powered by space gem. If Tony's palladium reactor was akin to a diesel engine, then Chen Nan's was the jet turbine of the air itself. On the 6th day, he printed a neural lattice. Not an exoskeleton, but a second layer of skin, with 4,000 graphene synapses per square millimeter, each directly interfacing with the wearer's spinal cord. On the 7th day, he unleashed the armor's AI, letting it evolve through countless simulated battles in a virtual sandbox, becoming more proficient in aerial combat than any human pilot could ever dream. By the 8th day, the armor took its final shape. It didn't flaunt the iconic gold and red of Tony's suit. No, it was cloaked in matte black, exuding a mysterious nobility that captivated anyone who beheld it. Is an iron suit cool? Undeniably. It's the stuff of men's dreams. But is it really useful? Not particularly. It seemed to hinder more than help. Not that it stopped him from enjoying the sheer thrill of looking and feeling powerful. It was like owning a supercar, not for the utility, but for the sheer pleasure of collecting it, much like the allure of antiques. Meanwhile, in another lab, Tony was either about to break through in his silence or descend into madness. Coffee cups piled up. His arc reactor overloaded 3 times. He swapped out the Mark II's joints again and again, changed out the fuel for solid oxygen hydrogen rods, and even managed to swipe Hall thruster blueprints straight from NASA. Yet, every time he looked up, he could see through the glass. On Chen Nan's side, everything flowed seamlessly. The mechanical arms moved as if guided by an invisible hand, performing a ballet. Sparks danced formulas through the air, and materials seemed to bend to spoken commands. Damn it! How many abilities does this guy have? How does he do it? Tony muttered under his breath. Envy, jealousy, and a twinge of resentment tangled within him. Why do those metals obey him so perfectly and fuse together in uncanny, impossible ways? Damn it all. Even Jarvis paused for 2 full seconds before responding, rare hesitation in his voice. "Sir, he appears to have the power to control metal." Tony swore, tossing his wrench back into the toolbox. But his intellect didn't dull just because Chen Nan had appeared on the scene. A few days later, he crafted his dream suit from aerospace alloys. How about a showdown? Tony's grin was all brash self-confidence. "I'd love to, dear nephew." Chen Nan shot him a mischievous look as he replied. Tony, somehow, being called dear nephew by a young man who looked at least a decade younger than himself felt jarringly wrong. Damn it. Suddenly, the quiet sky split apart with twin trails of fire, one gold, one blue, rocketing upward with a roar. The two raced skyward, Tony's golden flame almost always in the lead, showboating through the air. Tony, overflowing with excitement, shouted into the public channel, like a kid with a brand new toy. Meanwhile, Chen Nan followed at a measured pace, silently watching Tony's wild display, his eyes sparkling with good-natured mischief and expectation. As both men climbed higher and higher, the air grew increasingly frigid until frost began to form on Tony's suit. Jarvis started repeatedly warning him. The armor was at its limit. Any higher, and they would risk freezing over. "Sir." "All right, Jarvis, I understand." Tony stubbornly brushed off Jarvis's warning. Determined to finally beat Chen Nan, he was willing to risk everything, driven by sheer pride and the need to prove himself. If his own suit could freeze up, who's to say the other guys couldn't? The hiss and crackle of ice forming grew louder, pressing in anxiously from all sides. His suit was teetering on the edge of its limits. The visual thermal system began to flicker, warning lights blinking at the corners of his vision. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Tony gritted his teeth, refusing to give in to defeat. Casting a quick glance at Chen Nan, who remained calm and unhurried, Tony steeled himself, ready to push higher once more. Suddenly, his display flickered into static. The next moment, everything went dark before his eyes. His suit lost all power and began to plummet straight down. The conduits were frozen solid. Chen Nan lifted his hand and gave Tony's helmet a sharp knock. Trapped inside the oppressive darkness, Tony panicked. Locked away, unable to see a thing in the blackout, he felt like a prisoner inside a metal coffin. Who wouldn't be scared? Jarvis! Jarvis! Tony called out in desperation, but Jarvis had already been forced offline. There was no one to answer his cries. All he could hear was the faint rushing of wind as he tumbled downward. He knew he was plummeting towards certain death, and regret welled up inside him, a bitter consequence of his reckless determination. Even with shock absorbers, a fall from tens of thousands of meters would obliterate the best of technologies. Nothing would save him from becoming a smear on the ground. In that moment of hopelessness, Tony's mind replayed memories of the past. Too many wild, reckless choices. His greatest regret was that he'd never managed to avenge his parents. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. Despairing, Tony murmured to himself. Images of his parents' tragic deaths flashed before him, and hot tears spilled down his cheeks. The thought that he might die without seeing justice done for them filled him with bitter defiance. Even as everything seemed lost, Tony's brilliant mind started running the numbers. By calculating his downward velocity and estimating the temperature, maybe he could manually break the ice entrapping his systems. He refused to just sit and wait for the end. Timidly, he timed his breaths and counted out the moments, when suddenly he realized he was actually slowing down. It defied all logic, but that was the least of his concerns. He was alive. His suit soon flickered back to life. Jarvis came online again, restoring systems with a reassuring hum, and Tony saw the outside world once more. Chen Nan hovered beside him, quietly controlling Tony's descent. With a nod, Chen Nan pointed at Marbury, signaling for them to return home. Tony, no longer headstrong, followed the lead and made the call to return. Collapsing onto the couch, Tony slumped in defeat. I lost. His words came out heavy with disappointment. I told you from the start, didn't I? Chen Nan spread his hands in a good-natured shrug, his smile warm. But Tony's eyes hardened, his spirit unbroken. But I'm not giving up that easily. Once I solve the icing issue, next time I won't lose. That's right, as long as you have the fighting spirit. Go take care of it first. Chen Nan shrugged and turned to leave. He had no doubts about Tony's resilience. After all, he was Iron Man, the one who refused to admit defeat. When Chen Nan went looking for Banner again, he found that the man had already moved in with Apocalypse, enjoying all the privileges of a distinguished guest. Watching Banner indulge himself and savor life, Chen Nan couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected that old fox Apocalypse to snatch him away first. Just as Chen Nan was about to lead Banner away, the system suddenly warned him, I advise you not to extract his power. Why not? Chen Nan paused, frowning. Anger may make you stronger, but a true powerhouse should never be shackled by rage. There are countless ways to enhance your strength. Take the Power Stone, for example. Relying on Hulk's might is the last resort. Chen Nan fell silent for a long time before nodding in agreement and turning to leave. Hidden in the shadows, Apocalypse let out a sigh of relief. Finally, that troublemaker was gone. Back at the manor, Chen Nan locked himself in his secret chamber. System, I've been saving up cards for 4 years now. That should be enough to upgrade absorption to Omega level, right? Are you sure about this? Then, good luck to you. Without hesitation, Chen Nan opened the enhancement system and went all in, pouring every single card he had into the process. The enhancement furnace, dormant for years, roared back to life. Amid its trembling, blinding golden light burst forth. Thousands of cards disappeared into its core. With a mighty hum, the furnace spun with wild energy, and after a heartbeat's pause, the golden brilliance exploded into a magnificent blue radiance. Chen Nan clenched his fists in exhilaration. The system hadn't lied. He'd truly done it. Azure primordial light shimmered before him, signifying that there were no longer any limits on absorption cards. This was the pinnacle of cosmic power. He drew out the space stone, still hanging from his neck, and instantly sensed its energy being absorbed at a speed at least 100 times faster than before. 10 years. That's more than enough. Host, Chen Nan. Power, 2,236. Average adult male baseline, 1. Mind, infinity infinite. Speed, infinity, transcending concepts, impossible to measure. Alpha level abilities. Magnetic field manipulation, plus 10. Mutant power enhancement, plus 10. Omega level abilities. Absorption, plus 5. Body of magic, plus 15. Items. Cosmic Cube, Godslayer Sword. Cards. White Resource Card, X0. Staring at the changes on his stats panel, Chen Nan realized that the absorption ability wasn't just Omega level now. It had advanced all the way to level 5. If he pushed it to level 10, wouldn't that double its power again? He'd be able to have the time required for absorption. With this thought, his confidence grew. Perhaps he wouldn't need even 60 years to devour all 6 Infinity Stones. What a pity. So many Infinity Stones in the TVA, yet this world already has its own gems representing the laws of the universe. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Tony had finally solved the freezing problem, and the moment he did, he came rushing to Chen Nan, excitement practically radiating from him. Want to have another contest? Chen Nan looked at Tony in utter disbelief. Was he dealing with a 3-year-old? Tony jabbed a finger toward the Middle East. Let's go hunt some bad guys. All right, have it your way. Let's see who can deal with those terrorists the fastest, and most precise, and most ruthless. Somewhere in the Middle East, deep within a barren gully of the Gobi Desert, several terrorist camps clung tight to the jagged rocks, scattered against the stark landscape. According to the intel Tony had acquired, this was a key base for the Ten Rings, a grudge he was determined to settle. At that moment, 2 suits of living metal thundered down from the sky, shattering the dusk's silence as they crashed hard onto the molten sands, sending up swirling plumes of dust and grit. One was the iconic red and gold Stark armor. The other, Chen Nan's own suit, sleek with matte black lines and a seamless, understated elegance. Jarvis, mark all targets and plan out the optimal suppression sequence and fire coverage. Tony's voice barked through the external speakers. There was a taut, predatory edge to him, the kind you hear right before battle. Old habits died hard, the preemptive sweep, the American way. The inside of his helmet was a flurry of cascading data, HUD saturating with tactical feeds. Meanwhile, Chen Nan's armor stood silent and unmoving. An icy blue matrix of data swept coldly across the entire compound, analyzing without a trace of emotion. The shouts of the terrorists, the rumble of pickup trucks, the crisp click of weapon slides, the staccato warning blare of RPG targeting. Every noise, every movement, even the winding tracks in the sand made by the wind, the frantic wing beats of startled birds overhead. Everything was captured by the ultra-sensitive sensors woven through his armor, fed directly into a processing core that seemed almost supernatural in its capacity. A single second before touchdown, the system had already mapped every enemy position, tracked their movement and threat levels, even anticipated their next likely maneuvers. Dozens of assault plans were calculated, processed, and presented. By the time the 2 suits landed, the optimal solution was already locked in. Chen Nan, 3-gun nests on the left slope. Tony didn't finish. Or rather, his competitor had already made the first move. Like a phantom, the black-armored figure vanished without a trace, only to appear an instant later high above, suspended 100 meters in the air. Out of empty space behind him, 10 micromissiles no thicker than a finger shimmered into existence, each pulsing with a cold blue energy. They were summoned so suddenly, so silently, as if plucked directly from another dimension by an unseen hand, and then launched in a flash. In Tony's view, Jarvis fired off rapid-fire alerts. Even at full detection power, the targeting system couldn't keep pace with those 10 micromissiles as they streaked toward their marks. 10 ghostly blue trails traced elegant, precise, and utterly icy arcs of death through the sky. They swept over ridges drilled into caves, shot through windows, even sliced cleanly under a speeding pickup truck, never causing an explosion, never sending shrapnel flying. Then came the muffled, overlapping roar of 10 pulses of energy being unleashed all at once. In the very next instant, at the heart of 10 different camps, each set at least 500 meters apart, bright blue orbs of energy surged upward, collapsing violently inward before blinking out of existence. Buildings, vehicles, weapons, personnel, everything was reduced, in the blink of an eye, to the most basic particles, erased without a trace, leaving only semicircular pits smoking on the scarred earth. From start to finish, 1.8 seconds. All that remained on the barren wasteland were the swirling echoes of the wind and sand, and a solitary black figure drifting gently to the ground, as if out for a casual stroll. Tony was still crouched, halfway ready to charge, his gold and red armor frozen in the sunset like a ridiculous statue. Inside his helmet's HUD, every red threat marker had gone gray, then vanished completely. Jarvis reported, rather flatly, "Sir, all targets have been neutralized. The attack originated from Mr. Nan. Nanshan's suit strode silently up to Tony, its mask sliding away to reveal a face so calm it was almost bored, yet strikingly handsome. He glanced at the still-smoking craters in the distance, then at Tony, who seemed locked in place by some invisible spell. Nanshan tilted his head just a little, as if suddenly recalling the question that had started their bet, and asked, with a teasing drawl, "By the way, what was it you said about how many years ahead Stark Industries' weapons are compared to the rest of the world?" Wind whipped up sand, sending fine, stinging grains rattling against Tony's armor with a shrill, scratching hiss. Tony was silent for a long moment before finally peeling back his mask and staring at Nanshan in utter disbelief. What kind of energy is this? Shit. His worldview was shaking. This sort of matter-annihilating power couldn't possibly be a human invention. Could it? Yes and no, Nanshan replied, deliberately ambiguous. Then, with a flick, a strand of sapphire light from the space stone danced across his fingertips. Oh my god! Now Tony was truly convinced. He'd never be able to create this kind of power source in his life. Only a mutant could have this kind of luck. Here, something fun for you. Study it well. You know what your deadliest problem is right now. With that, Nanshan tossed Tony a chunk of energy freshly drawn from the space stone. Tony clutched it like a priceless treasure. Examining the gem, he asked offhandedly, "What is it?" His eyes, however, remained fixed on it. Chen Nan pointed at the reactor in his chest. "If someone ambushed you and stole that thing, wouldn't you explode?" That's exactly how it almost ended for him in a movie. If it weren't for Obadiah Stane's arrogance and his tragic fate as a pawn of the plot, Tony wouldn't have made it. Tony stopped sizing up the object and let out a heavy sigh. "I know that too, but there's nothing I can do about it. Modern medicine just can't keep up with this level of technology." No one understood this predicament better than Tony himself. No, that's not all. The real problem is the palladium element. If you keep using palladium, you'll end up suffering from palladium poisoning. This energy crystal is a new power source. You can take your time studying it. Hopefully, you'll be able to recreate one yourself. What else can I do? My heart depends entirely on this energy to keep beating. Without it, I die instantly. Tony could only shrug, helplessly. All right, since you're my favorite nephew, I'll give you a gift. Let me patch up that hole in your chest. Chen Nan stroked his chin, pondering for a few seconds before speaking. His words made Tony light up with hope. You mean you're going to give me Wolverine's powers? That's the dream, you know. I've always wanted an ability like that. Chen Nan chuckled. Maybe in the future. Right now, I don't have any self-healing mutant abilities. But if you're not afraid of the risks, you could try looking elsewhere. How would I do that? Tony asked. Go to Liberty Island and find Essex. He might be able to graft a weaker version of a healing factor onto you. As for the side effects, I can't say, but I do have another way to heal the hole in your chest. The choice is yours. As Chen Nan finished, he realized that Tony, ever fearful for his life, suddenly thought of those sinister biotech experiments. A shiver ran down Tony's spine at the thought. It seemed far too risky. He had no intention of becoming a lab rat when the risks were so obvious. Meanwhile, Zhao Hailuan was mired in misery. The youngest son of a powerful family had set his sights on her, and if she didn't agree to spend a night with him as his plaything within 3 days, he promised to make her life a living hell. She just got into a cab when, all of a sudden, things didn't feel right. The car doors locked automatically, and her phone's signal vanished. The driver turned around, his eyes cold. "Miss Zhao, my young master is out of patience. No one dares say no to him. Even those glamorous girl group celebrities, they're just little dogs, kneeling at his feet, begging for his favor. I suggest you behave, unless you want things to get ugly." As the driver grinned, his face twisted by perversion, he drew disturbing pleasure from the powerless woman beside him. Zhao Hailuan's heart plummeted. No wonder the cab was there right when she needed it. Everything had been set up in advance. Just as the driver grew bolder in his leering menace, the supposedly deadlocked car door was suddenly yanked open with a bang. Damn it! Are domestic luxury cars starting to take the public for fools too? The driver was so furious he burst out swearing, but just then, that young man suddenly spoke up. "Driver, take me to the U.S. Forces Korea headquarters." The driver's anger soared. He'd already been simmering with resentment over the poor quality of this domestic car. Now, this brat dared to give him orders like some sort of young master? He roared at once. "Aish, today isn't an open day for the U.S. military base, and besides, I'm not your driver." Zhao Hailuan, her brows furrowed with worry, quickly chimed in, afraid that this man, more dazzling than any star, might actually get out of the car. Appa, Appa, help me, he's trying to kidnap me. Her pitiful plea, paired with stunning beauty. Who could resist wanting to help, unless blinded by fate? Aish, you damn kid, get lost. Don't bring trouble on yourself, you foreign tourist. You ever heard of the Chables? Get it? The driver snapped with a cold threat, writing off the young man as just another tourist from the neighboring country. After all, weren't all the folks next door broke anyway? Here in the land of kimchi, the last people you mess with are the Chables, understand? The Chables are kings around here. But he hadn't even finished his tirade before disaster struck. A sharp slap landed on the back of his head, delivered by that very same youth. Finding it insufficient, the young man dealt out another, then another. He smacked the driver 7 or 8 times in quick succession, cursing him out with all the crudeness he could muster. Aish, Chables? To hell with your Chables. Do you even know who I am? You got a lot of nerve. Swaggering, the young man finished his round of slaps, then took out his credentials and slammed them right against the driver's face. Open your damn eyes and look close. I'm with the United States Forces Korea. Ooh, U.S. Forces Korea? In an instant, all the driver's anger and indignation drained away like ice water pouring down from head to toe. A chill shot straight from his heels to the crown of his head, and, trembling with fear, he managed to turn and meekly accept the badge. In the next moment, his eyes bulged in disbelief. Boldly printed on that ID was Colonel, 8th Army, United States Forces Korea. There was not a chance it was fake. As the boss of Hellfire, this young man could just as easily be the commander-in-chief as a mere colonel. Why you? The driver stammered in terror, utterly stupefied. His mind went completely blank, and suddenly he felt an urgent need to use the bathroom. Chables? Why don't you tell me what a Chable really is? Yes, sir. Chables are nothing, absolutely nothing. Without hesitation, the driver sold out his former masters, putting on the most ingratiating smile he could muster. What do Chables matter when facing an American Army officer? Why risk his neck for a few 10,000 a month? Even if he got himself killed, they'd probably pin the crime on him anyway. At this moment, the driver wished he could disappear. Cursed stereotypes had tripped him up good. And to think, he'd mistaken this guy for a mere tourist. America's built on immigrants, you know. For heaven's sake. Yeah, you really are a fine dog. Go on, take me to the Chable family. I want to see which Chable is arrogant enough to cross me. Best have all your mistresses come out to greet me. Right now, I'm in one hell of a mood. Chen Nan sneered as he spoke. The driver hurriedly nodded and bowed, not daring to argue. This was a fight between giants. Someone like him knew better than to get involved, and so he followed the instructions without hesitation. Zhao Hailuan was utterly stunned. Could today possibly get any more surreal? Perhaps it was true that evildoers would meet their match. In the end, weren't these powerful Chables now getting tangled up with the U.S. forces stationed in Korea? Their reputations were both infamous, so why not let those wolves tear each other apart? She figured her own danger was likely over now. The driver immediately called the head of the Chable family and poured out everything that had happened, not sparing any detail. On the other end, the patriarch exploded in rage. What kind of damned U.S. military officer stationed in Korea would dare demand his concubines and daughters-in-law? Fine, bring him here. I'll be waiting. He ended the call with a string of furious curses. After all, he was one of the top 10 most powerful men in the whole of Korea. How dare some mere military officer expect him to bow his head in submission? He picked up his phone and dialed the number of a military officer he had bribed in the past. He'd even sent the man his own mistress. Now it was time for that investment to pay off. Seeing the situation, Zhao Hailuan quickly spoke up. Appa, thank you for what you've done. But since you're off to the Chable's house, maybe I should stay out of it. Would it be alright if I got out here? Zhao Hailuan was even more stunning in person than on film. Youth, after all, was not something makeup could mimic or time could conceal. Zhao Hailuan glanced at Chen Nan, nervous and uneasy, sensing that the way he looked at her hardly promised anything good. Memories of his notorious exploits flickered through her mind. Was beauty really a curse? Had she just escaped one predator's grasp only to fall into another's den? Her beauty was textbook perfect. Her fair, porcelain face looked fresh-washed, with no visible pores. Her profile was clean and naturally soft, with none of the sharpness that spoke of vanity. Gentle brows, limpid springtime eyes, a high nose with perfectly defined lines, and lips the color of early morning blossoms, faint and enticing as a peach flower shrouded in mist. Her figure was as fit as any fashion model, standing at a statuesque 5'9". Shoulders set just right, back perfectly straight, collarbones etched in soft arcs, waist narrow enough for a man's hand to encircle, and all of it flaring into flawless, flowing hips. But it was her legs, endlessly long, accentuated by a pencil skirt hugging her curves, that truly stole the show. She came with her own highlight filter, so to speak. He remembered being captivated by those legs on screen. She was a natural marvel. Just imagining. Chen Nan snapped out of his reverie and flashed a grin. "Forgive me, Miss Zhao Hailuan, but you do realize I just saved your life, don't you? Doesn't that call for a little gratitude? So what exactly is it that you want?" Zhao Hailuan stared intently at Chen Nan, her gaze unwavering. "No matter how dazzling you are, I will never give in to you," she thought. "Infamous U.S. soldiers stationed in Korea don't think you can have your way." "So you've been kidnapped," Chen Nan remarked calmly. "Damn it," Zhao Hailuan muttered under her breath, cursing herself for not seeing through it sooner. Expecting decency from these people. Might as well expect pigs and dogs to grow a conscience. Who knew being a bully could be this satisfying? Let the Americans take the blame while I reap the benefits. The driver kept sneaking glances at them through the rearview mirror as he drove. Maybe in my next life, I'll come back as a U.S. soldier in Korea, he thought wistfully. Whether you're an heiress from a chaebol family or a glamorous pop idol, you all have to line up for their inspection. Seoul truly is enormous. Chen Nan mused. It almost felt larger than his own hometown. No wonder the wealthy live so lavishly. Yet as they approached, a verdant expanse of forest came into view, lush trees shielding a cluster of splendid villas from sight. Even Zhao Hailuan was momentarily awestruck by the scene. Compared to her own apartment, this place made her home look like a rundown slum. "Time to get out," came Chen Nan's voice, jarring Zhao Hailuan from her reverie. Still reluctant, she dawdled, mind worrying with desperate plans for escape. "If you don't want to get out, I can't promise that one of the chaebol heirs won't torment you right here in the car," Chen Nan teased, a sly edge in his tone. The threat was enough. Zhao Hailuan would much rather entrust herself to him than anyone else. Meanwhile, the Park family waited inside, exuding unshakable confidence. After all, standing behind them was none other than a lieutenant general. Even a mere colonel would have to show deference here. Led in by the groveling driver, Chen Nan and Zhao Hailuan entered the sprawling family estate, coming face to face with the chaebol's inner circle. The women, every single one, had matching faces shaped by surgery. Chen Nan could hardly tell who was the matron and who was the daughter. All were shockingly young and beautiful. Really, the old chaebol patriarch knew how to enjoy life. "Chairman, this is," the driver began to introduce. But before he could finish, the old man from the Park family waved for the bodyguard, who slapped the driver so hard it nearly spun him around like a top. "Useless fool," the old patriarch barked coldly. Finishing his reprimand, he turned a haughty gaze to Chen Nan. "Young man, you have no idea what you're up against. Do you really think you can provoke the Park family and get away with it? Apologize now, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, you won't need those fancy clothes much longer." He hesitated, unwilling to go too far. After all, a young officer like Chen Nan might have powerful connections of his own. But before the old man could finish, the high-ranking general he had been relying on flew into a sudden, furious rage. With a heavy swing, he slammed a slap across the patriarch's face, spinning him around like a helpless toy. "Are you insane, Park Ji-young? Have you lost your mind?" roared the general. Blindsided by the blow, the old man could only gape in astonishment. The hall was utterly silent. Only the burning red imprint on the Park family patriarch's cheek silently bore witness to all that had just transpired. He trembled as he turned his head, his clouded eyes brimming with shock and grievance, as though wordlessly crying out. "Why are you hitting me? You should be hitting him. What's this? Still daring to glare at me? I'll beat you to death, you mangy wretch." General Derek, his anger yet unabated, slapped Old Park twice more, the sound echoing crisply through the air. The withered, frail body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet Derek didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he broke into a brisk trot and stopped in front of Chen Nan. His heels snapped sharply together, the sound ringing out in the hall. "Reporting, sir. Derek Malico reporting to instructor. My father served under you, Harry Malico." Derek's strong, resonant voice filled the room as he stood at rigid attention, offering a salute as upright as a pine tree. In that instant, this middle-aged general in his 50s was transformed. His eyes shone with almost feverish admiration, as if he had become once again the boy who had grown up on his father's legendary tales. Everyone from the families of the business magnates was stunned, struck motionless as if by a spell. Each of them gaped from the overly youthful Chen Nan to the general who stood before him with reverence bordering on devotion, their minds all but frozen. Could this be some backdoor favor? An elaborate act? But the awe brimming in Derek's eyes. If this was a performance, then even an Oscar winner would pale in comparison. Chen Nan narrowed his eyes and murmured softly to himself. Memories from long ago surged like the tide, a gifted young sniper's image growing clearer, gradually superimposing itself over the middle-aged general before him. Time had carved deep lines on everyone, save for him, whom the years seemed to have passed by. Well, to think that kid-child has already become a lieutenant general. Like father, like son after all. Chen Nan sighed lightly, his tone edged with a sense of wistfulness. Instructor, my father always kept a photograph of you and him on his desk. Derek's voice caught in his throat. This iron-willed man's eyes reddened. It's just a pity he's been gone for over a decade now. His greatest regret was not seeing you again or saying a proper farewell. You were the man he admired most in his life. Our hurried parting in the 1980s. Who could have guessed it would be a final farewell? Chen Nan shook his head, his gaze seeming to pierce the very fabric of time. Old friends slip away one by one, like leaves falling in the autumn wind. Their conversation boomed in everyone's ears like a sudden clap of thunder. They stared at Chen Nan as though they'd seen a ghost, searching desperately for any trace of age on the face of this man who seemed barely in his 20s. General Derek was already in his 50s. If his father was still alive, he'd be a man in his 70s or 80s. So what age would that make Chen Nan, who had been his father's instructor? Instructor, about what happened today, Derek ventured cautiously, watching Chen Nan's expression with careful attention. This is a matter between me and the Park family, Chen Nan said, scanning the room with a cheerful smile. Wherever his gaze landed, people looked away, lowering their heads in avoidance. I heard that some young master from the Park family wants my woman to be his mistress. Who's this big shot, I wonder? He chuckled. Zhao Hailuan snapped out of her shock. Hearing Chen Nan openly declare that she was his woman, 2 spots of crimson bloomed on her cheeks. In her heart, she grumbled with pride. As if, you thick-skinned kidnapper. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them and simply stood quietly behind Chen Nan, tacitly accepting the role. Having witnessed General Derek, a man before whom even the wealthiest tycoons groveled, bow his head to Chen Nan, she finally understood what true power meant. General Derek's face darkened with fury at Chen Nan's words. He turned to face the Park family, his eyes sharpening to a blade's edge. Didn't you hear the instructor's command? Step forward yourself, or be ready to face the consequences. The entire hall tensed instantly, thick with silence. One could hear a pin drop. Terrified, no one dared even breathe loudly, and in their hearts, they must have cursed that reckless good-for-nothing 10,000 times over. Suddenly, the silence shattered with the sharp crack of a slap. The Park family's young master, crumbling under the pressure, landed a hard slap on his own face, then dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. You disgrace! The old Mr. Park's blood pressure skyrocketed. For a moment, everything went dark before his eyes, and he nearly fainted. His eldest son sprang forward to support him, fear and rage playing across his face in equal measure. Catching his breath, the old man snatched up a vase and hurled it ruthlessly at his kneeling son. With a crash, the vase shattered, and blood immediately welled up on the young man's forehead. A piercing wail echoed through the grand hall, gut-wrenching in its agony. But the old man didn't spare him a single glance. Instead, he too fell to his knees with a heavy thud, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. Sir, you can do whatever you want with him. Please, I beg you, just spare my family. Name your price, and the Park family will meet your every demand. Chen Nan turned to Zhao Hailuan with a hint of smile. Well, I'll show you some respect, Hailuan. How much investment do you need for your regenerative cradle technology? Caught up in a fantasy reminiscent of a romantic drama, Zhao Hailuan was startled by the abrupt technical question and momentarily at a loss for words. A faint disappointment flickered in her heart. So he hadn't come here entirely for her, after all. $5 billion, she declared fiercely, naming a sky-high figure. After all, it wasn't every day an opportunity came to bleed a wealthy conglomerate dry. She certainly wasn't going to play nice. $5 billion, you heard that? Chen Nan jerked his chin toward the old Mr. Park. Yes, whatever madam says, the old man agreed hastily, a wave of relief washing over him. If money could settle this, even losing the entire family fortune would be a price worth paying. Zhao Hailuan let out a prideful little snort, suddenly suspecting she might have set her price too low. Please wait just a moment, I'll see to it right away, the old Mr. Park said hurriedly, afraid Zhao Hailuan might change her mind, and got up at once to arrange for the transfer of funds. Chen Nan chose not to reveal the old man's little schemes. $50 billion was more than enough to support Zhao Hailuan's revival cradle technology. Seeing everything settled so smoothly, Derek secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for the friendship between his father and the instructor forged in battle, today's situation could have easily spiraled out of control. As thoughts of this man's ruthless past deeds surfaced in Derek's mind, a cold sweat crept down his spine. getting fired would have been the least of his troubles. Harry is gone now, and even his son has grown old. Chen Nan sighed, lamenting the swift passage of time. He beckoned Derek over. Derek, let me give you a little gift for our first meeting. Go to Liberty Island and find Essex. Just tell him I sent you for a shot of the super soldier serum. The super soldier serum? Derek's eyes widened in disbelief. Instructor, wasn't that legendary genetic drug lost years ago? The formula has always been with me, Chen Nan replied with a careless wave and a faint smile. All right, go on now. Yes, sir. Thank you, instructor. Derek was so excited he didn't know what to say. He was all too familiar with the power of the super soldier serum. After all, it was the very elixir that created the legend of Captain America. Head still spinning, Derek stumbled out of the park residence, feeling as if he were dreaming an unbelievable dream. Back inside, Chen Nan sprawled comfortably in the main seat of the living room, while the others stood at rigid attention, too terrified to move. Bank transfers took time for approval, and growing bored, Chen Nan crooked a finger at the Park family's women, a sly smile playing at his lips. I hear you Chables have quite the taste for entertainment. Each girl group performer has her own switch during the show. Huh? Come on, let's have a dance for me. The women exchanged glances, faces deathly pale. Under Chen Nan's seemingly casual but absolutely commanding gaze, these ladies who once stood above the clouds as Chable wives now had no choice but to humble themselves, to please this enigmatic young man however he wished. Watching all this, Zhao Hailuan secretly relished Park family's comeuppance. More importantly, though, she found herself utterly intrigued by this mysterious man. Who was he really? Why did General Derek treat him with such reverence? And how could someone so young have once been Derek's father's instructor? As night deepened, the games of power in the Park mansion were just beginning. In this storm of shifting loyalties, everyone found themselves reassessing their place, especially Zhao Hailuan. HM? Must I repeat myself? Chen Nan's voice rang out, cold as ice, echoing in everyone's ears and pressing into their very souls. If I have to ask again, there will be consequences. Terrified, the women stood up with trembling hands. None dared to linger a moment longer. They hurried out, fear pushing them faster than any command. By the time Chen Nan and Zhao Hailuan emerged, the secret chamber was already in chaos, strewn with disoriented women from wealthy families, their eyes unfocused. Chen Nan glanced playfully at Zhao Hailuan, who was practically glowing with excitement, and teased her, "Didn't expect you to be such a little deviant." Embarrassed, Zhao Hailuan blushed and tried to act invisible like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Those elite women, usually so aloof and untouchable, had completely lost their composure in front of her, reduced to a spectacle like a group of club hostesses, and she couldn't help feeling a wave of satisfaction. Back at Zhao Hailuan's rented apartment, she handed a transfer check to Chen Nan. She knew perfectly well who held the real power. Chen Nan waved it away and placed it back in her hand. Consider this your startup capital. The cradle rebirth technology must be brought to market as soon as possible. Zhao Hailuan accepted the check again and nodded gravely. This technology will require a huge investment in medical machinery and all sorts of equipment. But I truly believe that once clinical trials begin, it will be the greatest invention in human medical history, benefiting humanity for generations to come. At that moment, Zhao Hailuan's eyes shone with a profound sense of purpose. She knew she was doing something extraordinary, something that would benefit all of humankind. Listening to her, Chen Nan was suddenly reminded of a film, of the medical devices in Elysium that ordinary people on Earth could only dream of. But as far as he was concerned, that scenario simply wouldn't happen here. The Earth's meager resources hardly impressed him. This little backwater planet tucked away in a forgotten corner of the universe, aside from a few influential characters, didn't even have enough to catch the interest of extraterrestrials. He offered Zhao Hailuan an encouraging nod and continued, "Gather your things and come with me. Seoul is much too small for you now. Go with you? I still don't even know who you really are. At the very least, you've got to tell me who I'm hitching my wagon to." Zhao Hailuan had been holding back this question for a long time, and finally, she had her chance. Never underestimate a woman's curiosity and flair for a little gossip. "Chairman of Umbrella Corporation." Chen Nan replied coolly. "Umbrella? My God." Zhao Hailuan's exclamation shot up several octaves. Of course, she knew all about Umbrella Corporation, a true juggernaut that spanned countless fields: finance, medicine, aviation, computing, banking, every major industry in the world. You could say it rivaled the Anglos and the Jewish conglomerates, easily capable of shaking nations and launching all-out assaults. When Zhao Hailuan finally processed the news, her eyes sparkled like a starstruck fan desperate for a photo op. No wonder even high-ranking figures from the U.S. military in Korea were so deferential toward him. Now it all made sense. Just moments ago, she was cool and aloof. But now Zhao Hailuan clung to Chen Nan like an excitable fangirl, a striking contrast beneath those glasses. Once her excitement had run its course, she hurried to pack her things. Not that she had much. Half an hour was plenty. Ah, do you think I could ride in your luxury private jet? Zhao Hailuan chuckled mischievously. Her real goal was to experience Umbrella's cutting-edge technology. After all, who could resist the allure and intrigue of Umbrella's secret inventions? No, there's another way. Something much faster, Chen Nan said, gently shaking his head. The next second, with a swift motion of his hand, a brilliant Azure portal materialized before their eyes, and Zhao Hailuan stared in astonishment. This? She was utterly stunned. Having never encountered anything like this before, Zhao Hailuan suddenly felt as if her world had turned fantastical. Mutants, are they? What a fascinating race. I've never met a mutant before. Feels just like watching a sci-fi movie, she murmured, reaching out to touch the mesmerizing blue portal shimmering like a radiant ocean. One day, you might have the chance to experience this yourself. For now, let's go. We're heading to Liberty Island, Chen Nan said calmly. Huh? Liberty Island? Zhao Hailuan blinked, full of confusion. What did Liberty Island have to do with the Umbrella Corporation? Wait, are you saying Umbrella and Liberty Island both belong to you? My God, I knew I was right all along. When faced with Zhao Hailuan's exclamation, Chen Nan simply nodded, his composure unwavering. At that moment, in Zhao Hailuan's eyes, Chen Nan became an even greater enigma. Together, they stepped through the portal, crossing from Seoul straight into the secret laboratory on Liberty Island. It was here that Zhao Hailuan finally understood why the Umbrella Corporation could dominate the globe, why it was the uncrowned king. Unmatched military might, sweeping the world before it. Technology that towered above all others, unrivaled on the planet. She met the leading scientists from every field: biology, robotics, quantum physics, aerospace engineering, genetics. Afterward, she was introduced to everyone one by one and spoke about the investment in cradle regeneration technology. Ms. Zhao, if this technology comes to fruition, you will receive a 30% share of the future profits, and you'll also serve as branch president, Carl said, handing her a contract. Zhao Hailuan was shocked once more by such an astounding offer. She was left as dumbfounded as a startled farm animal. It was her first time experiencing such perks in her life, and she found it a little hard to get used to. Meanwhile, Tony was absorbed in researching his Iron Man armor, but Obadiah was also growing restless, all while Tony's defenses remained down. Almost every approach Tony took to developing the suit, Obadiah shamelessly copied, right down to every last detail, producing dangerous monstrosities of numbers and metal. Following the plot's unfolding, Pepper would secretly steal Obadiah's files and uncover the truth. He was the mastermind behind Tony's abduction. Threatened with exposure, Obadiah made his move first, nearly doing Tony in. Pepper immediately contacted the balding Coulson and led a team of agents straight to Stark Industries. This is it, the door. My access card won't work, Pepper said, pointing to an imposing doorway. Coulson nodded silently, installing a small device with practiced ease. Taking Pepper by the hand, he led her a short distance away, turning their backs as he gestured for her to cover her ears with exaggerated seriousness. The door was blown off its hinges. Coulson and his team rushed in at once. With a silent look, he signaled his agents to search for the Iron Man suit, and sure enough, they discovered a smaller version of the armor. Well, Miss Potts, I can almost certainly conclude that Obadiah Stane was the one who kidnapped Tony, and he's working on replicating the suit. He gestured for his team to search for computer files, leaving the capture of Obadiah Stane to the law enforcement. They had bigger priorities. Their main task was to locate the Iron Man blueprints and research. These needed to be safeguarded at all costs. They absolutely had to keep those secure. Whether anyone else believed it or not, Pepper certainly did. As they were searching for any sign of Obadiah, suddenly, out of the darkness, a pair of enormous eyes lit up. Startled by those bright, monstrous eyes, Pepper dropped to the ground in shock, scrambled back to her feet, and bolted, proving she was no damsel in distress, unlike so many movie heroines who only serve as burdens. With Ironmonger relentlessly hunting her down, Pepper darted frantically for safety. But just when it seemed all was lost, the hero made his dazzling entrance. Pepper stared unblinkingly at the battle unfolding in the distance, nerves stretched taut, while right beside her, a young man stood calmly, cracking sunflower seeds between his teeth. Pepper, relax. Tony's going to be fine. You're right. I believe Tony will win, Pepper replied, balling her hands into fists with conviction, though worry still flickered in her eyes. No, you misunderstood me, the young man corrected. What I mean is, if Tony even manages to be Tony, I'll take care of Ironmonger with a single slap. Pepper was speechless. What as if Tony manages to be Tony, even mean? Back on the battleground, the situation took another sharp turn. Ironmonger slammed Tony to the ground, grinding him mercilessly beneath him. Things had taken a dire turn. Tony was being battered endlessly. Above, the overpass had erupted into total chaos. Sirens blared. Screams pierced the night. Metal crashed violently. All the sounds tangled together in a storm of mayhem. Scared out of their wits by the sudden appearance of two armored giants, the crowd scattered in every direction like terrified ants. Inside the Ironmonger suit, Stain was savoring every second. He'd never felt power this intoxicating before. The terror of the masses felt like the ultimate prize. "Tony, I love this suit." He howled through the amplifier, his voice wild with mania. "You shut down the weapons division, yet you personally built the deadliest killing machine. Huh, you're just as much a hypocrite as your father." He cackled, shoulder-mounted micro-missiles launching in response. A bus exploded in a fiery blast, torn to pieces. The shockwave hurled Tony through the air, sending him crashing into distant rubble. Of course, in that moment, no one was more anxious than Tony. The reactor in his chest was still the old model, lacking the power needed for prolonged combat. To make matters worse, after going through improvements following his match with Chen Nan, the energy consumption of his Mark III suit had soared. At this rate, he didn't even need the Ironmonger to finish him off. In less than 10 minutes, his armor would become nothing more than a steel coffin. Stan gave him no time to catch his breath. The massive, yet uncannily swift, figure of Ironmonger surged forward. With a thunderous slam, a heavy elbow crashed toward Tony. He managed to raise an arm in defense, but the overwhelming force sent him flying once more. The wall collapsed with a tremendous crash, leaving Tony sprawled among the rubble and swirling dust, his mind reeling. Inside, frustration burned within him. The Ironmonger, a crude imitation at best, lacked any elegance of design or true technological mastery. It relied solely on brute force and overloaded weaponry. And yet, here he was, the original inventor, being battered with no way to fight back. Stan had even stolen his arc reactor, a team of fools incapable of creating their own power source, solving problems with nothing but brute force. And the bitter irony, it was brute force that was now cornering him. Another heavy kick sent Tony hurtling another dozen meters. Launched again, Tony couldn't help but feel a sting of bitterness. Fly? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. His suit had nearly crashed before, due to icing at high altitude. What about Stan's cobbled-together machine? There was no way his shoddy crew could have anticipated a detail like that. Climb. Go higher, he decided resolute. Tony threw everything into the thrusters, rocketing skyward into the night. Ironmonger matched him, blasting hot jets of flame from his boots in hot pursuit. "Sir, remaining power at 15%. Jarvis announced, voice calm but urgent. 11%. Stop counting down. Just show me," Tony barked, cutting him off. Suddenly, Ironmonger surged forward, a giant steel hand clamping tight around Tony's ankle, yanking him up to face level. Not a bad idea, Tony. But my armor's way more advanced than yours," Stan crowed, triumphant. "Oh, really?" Tony's voice was oddly calm, a touch of mockery in his smile. "Then how does it handle icing?" "Icing?" Stan paused in confusion. In the next instant, Ironmonger's screens flickered black, the entire system shutting down. The suit stalled, and fell like a meteor plummeting toward the ground. Not far away, Chen Nan gently tugged at Pepper's arm, calmly ushering her several steps back. Right where they'd been standing, Tony crash-landed in a perfect bullseye, the ground shattering into a deep crater. Thank you," Pepper stammered, still shaken. Chen Nan offered only a quiet smile, his gaze never leaving the ongoing battle. Tony pried open his faceplate, a triumphant grin just starting to form, when he noticed Chen Nan holding up a phone, recording. "What are you filming?" "Rare footage of a mechanical toad dancing," Chen Nan said with perfect seriousness. "Once Iron Man becomes famous, maybe this video could fetch a good price. Licensing fees, you know how it is." Tony was speechless for a moment, but just as he was about to retort, a particular nickname caught his ear. "Iron Man? Are you talking about me? If you're not a fan, I could call you Tin Man, Metal Kid, you pick." No, Iron Man works. It's perfect. Jarvis, register every related trademark right now." Tony's order came out in a rush, prompting Chen Nan to arch an eyebrow. There's that capitalist instinct, always racing to register those trademarks first. Still, he found himself wondering if he shouldn't hurry up and lock down trademarks for Black Widow and Hulk as well. The future merchandising possibilities were just too tempting, especially the notion of life-sized silicone Black Widow figures. Who knows, even NBA stars might order 100 each. He You better stop filming. You're already infringing on my image rights and trademarks, Tony complained, putting on a stern face. Oh, planning to sue? My lawyer Ma could wipe the floor with you, Chen Nan replied with a careless wave. Lawyer Ma? Who's that? Never heard of him. You wish. Tony shot back, but no sooner had he spoken than Chen Nan suddenly pulled Pepper back a few steps, his battered phone still fixed unwaveringly on Tony. Before Tony could glance behind him, a giant iron fist came sweeping out of the smoke, a brutal, resounding blow. Tony was sent tumbling, rolling across the floor. Amazingly, Ironmonger was still standing. Obadiah, piloting the massive suit, seized Tony by the throat and slammed him down onto the wreckage with force. Tony, every one of your inventions is mine now. Even your life belongs to me. Tony's face, half hidden by his mask, was turning a deep shade of red, yet he forced out a hoarse command. Flare, flares. No sooner had the words escaped him than his suit's shoulder cannons fired off a barrage of explosive flares, dazzling the sensors in Ironmonger's helmet with searing heat and blinding light. Using the split-second distraction, Tony wrenched himself free, lunging behind Ironmonger to rip out its visual interface cable, then dashed for cover. He slapped Pepper's phone. Pepper, get to the roof and overload the big arc reactor up there. I can blow him sky high. But won't you? Before she could finish, Tony sprang into action, this time not fleeing, but actively drawing Ironmonger's attention, darting around the giant beast to lure it in. Blinded, Obadiah thrashed about in madness. By sheer luck, he caught Tony once again, hurling him hard against the arc reactor's platform. Ironmonger's huge foot came down on Tony's armored chest, pinning him in place. With a hiss, the helmet slid open, revealing Obadiah's face, twisted in triumph. It's over, Tony, and you'll die beneath your greatest creation. Ironic, isn't it? Tony did not struggle. The power in his armor had long since been depleted. Even the last trace of energy had faded. His Iron Man suit had truly become an iron coffin. Yet what baffled Obadiah Stane was the absence of despair in Tony's eyes. Instead, Tony looked as if he were waiting for something. Why aren't you afraid? Stane roared, growing more agitated at the lack of fear in Tony. It infuriated him. Tony just sighed softly, gazing at Stane with a look of almost pity. I call Tony Stark, he suddenly shouted. Stane was at a loss. A shimmering blue light flickered silently across the room. Obadiah Stane felt a sudden chill at his neck. Why am I flying? That was his final thought. TSK, see? That's what happens when you pilot an armored suit without a helmet. Chen Nan emerged, his tone light, smiling at Tony. Iron Man, comrade, why so quiet? Tony simply fell silent. He couldn't shake the feeling that those words held another meaning. After all, he wasn't wearing a helmet either. The next day, at the Stark Industries press conference, Colonel Rhodes stood sternly at the podium. Regarding last night's sudden incident at Stark Industries, the official statement has already been distributed. Now, please welcome Mr. Tony Stark. Lowering his voice, he reminded Tony, just read from the script. He worried Tony might ramble or lose his temper and blurt out something inappropriate. Tony took the sheet of paper, glanced at it, and drew a deep breath. All right, here's the truth, he smiled faintly, surveying the crowd of expectant reporters. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the sea of eager faces before him. Lifting his head, he spoke. His voice rang out across the venue, clear and resolute through the microphone. I'm Iron Man. The world held its breath for a split second. Then the entire place erupted like the epicenter of an earthquake. Camera flashes burst forth, flooding the room with relentless light, a blinding sea like the sun at noon. The cacophony of shudders, cheers, and excitement surged into a roaring tide. That single declaration would go down as a classic moment in film history. It did more than that. It saved Marvel from bankruptcy and ignited a brilliant decade of heroism. It began with Iron Man, and in the end, it was Iron Man who would bring it all full circle. Beyond the press of the crowd, Chen Nan turned with a quiet smile, slipping away unnoticed from the scene. He understood that Tony was about to face a world of both glory and trouble, just like a child carrying priceless treasure through a bustling marketplace. Any seasoned bystander would want to call out, "Slow down, kid. The waters here run deep, and they'll sweep you under." But Chen Nan didn't need to linger in the limelight. His stage was far broader than this. Bearing witness to this legendary moment was enough. Boss, we truly need a genius in aviation to overcome the challenges of the warp drive. Dr. Pym approached Chen Nan with gravity in his voice. When one holds a sharp blade, how could the thought of conquest not arise? With a vast, well-equipped army at your command, would you let them rust away in the warehouse, rather than send them forth to seize the stars? In the underground base of Liberty Island, millions of Sentinel robots stood in solemn formation, their metallic shells gleaming coldly beneath the harsh lights, exuding an air of silent menace. They waited in perfect stillness, an unawakened legion of the dead, ready to tear apart any enemy at a single command. Standing above this sea of steel that bent to his will, Chen Nan surveyed his domain. An unshakable confidence surged within him, as if the world itself could not contain his ambition. This was his army, his most loyal, most powerful sword. Wherever his gaze fell, their blades would follow. He closed his eyes and fell in a deep thought. When he opened them again, a clear flame of ambition was burning within. Emperor of the cosmos, and why not me? Slowly, he clenched his fist, murmuring in a tone both like an oath and a resolution. I understand. A mechanical prodigy in aerospace. There's no need to worry, he said with a faint smile, his eyes seeming to pierce into the future, settling on a hidden, undiscovered talent. I already have someone in mind. That's wonderful. We'll look forward to your good news. At his words, the spirits of those around him lifted and bright smiles broke across their faces. To them, as long as the boss took action, there had never been a problem he couldn't solve. Having reassured everyone, Chen Nan toured the Liberty Island base, meeting with both Magneto and Professor X. With the aid of Essex's genetic technology, they had successfully received the self-healing gene injection without succumbing to the backlash of the beast's mutation. In fact, they looked even younger than before. Charles remained as wise and composed as ever, while Magneto, tempered by trials of life and years of solitude, had grown more unyielding in spirit. Chen Nan had no doubt these two would be pivotal allies in his upcoming plans. Later, he checked on the progress of Helen Zhao's laboratory and assigned Psylocke as her personal bodyguard. Although Liberty Island was meant to be a sanctuary for mutants, human hearts were the hardest thing in the world to fathom, and there would always be those who refused to see the healing gene come to fruition. Meanwhile, Reed Richards was facing the greatest crisis of his scientific career. He was out of money. Again, if we can't pay the rent next month, we might as well declare bankruptcy right now. Susan, her patience stretched thin, tossed a stack of bills onto the table in front of Reed, who was buried in his circuit diagrams. She was sick and tired of battling daily anxieties over their finances. Reed looked up, adjusted his glasses, and blinked in confusion. We're over budget again? I thought we'd been pretty frugal. Frugality? Susan was nearly laughing out of exasperation. Reed, we're in the middle of a financial crisis. Prices are soaring, and you're still dreaming. She simply couldn't understand why he would rather cling to his dignity and endure poverty than accept investment from those large corporations. Their research interests are too superficial, Susan. You don't understand. I want to achieve real, groundbreaking inventions. Reed shook his head, his eyes still unwavering. You're right, I don't understand, Susan sighed in disappointment, looking at him, but I do understand that if we continue like this, we'll be starving. She turned and left the office, determined to reach out once more to those companies that had shown investment intentions, no matter how slim the hope. Even the faintest glimmer was worth a try. As the elevator arrived at the lobby, the doors slid open with a soft hiss. Zheng Chun was about to step inside when a woman strode out in a hurry. So quickly, in fact, that they collided head-on. Reflexively, Nanshan reached out, steadying her by the waist. A light, pleasant scent wafted between them. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was in such a rush, Susan stammered, cheeks tinged with pink as she found her balance. No, the fault was mine. Ladies first, Nanshan replied with an easy smile, letting go with the poise of a true gentleman. His gaze glanced over her ID badge. Miss Susan, is it? Susan was briefly caught off guard. It told me your name, Nanshan said gently, pointing to her badge. Only then did Susan realize and smile. She couldn't help but size up the man before her. A finely tailored suit, a discreet but unmistakably expensive watch. Everything about him hinted at his distinguished status. What caught her attention even more, though, was the woman trailing behind him. A blonde so stunning that even the usually confident Susan felt a momentary pang of self-doubt. May I ask who you are? Susan collected herself and asked cautiously. Marilyn, standing beside, immediately handed over a business card. Umbrella Corporation. Susan read softly, her eyes lighting up. Are you here to see Reed? Yes, we've heard that he's pioneering research in aerospace technology, Nanshan replied evenly. Could you introduce us? Of course. Right this way. Susan pressed the elevator button without delay, her heart racing with excitement. Perhaps, just perhaps, this was the turning point they'd been waiting for. Susan, why are you back, a guy? Reed glanced up, only to stop mid-sentence. His gaze drifted past Susan, settling on the two figures behind her, lingering especially on the impossibly perfect blonde woman at their side. Reed, these are senior representatives from Umbrella Corporation. They're interested in our research, Susan hurriedly explained, giving a subtle tug to his sleeve, worried lest he make a poor impression. Hello, please have a seat. Reed snapped out of his daze, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Susan hurried off to prepare some black tea, leaving just the three of them in the office. Chen Nan wasted no time on small talk and got straight to the point. Dr. Reed, I'll be frank. I want you to join Umbrella. His gaze was sharp, his voice steady and full of confidence. You could decide your annual salary. You'll have all the resources you need. I'm sure you're well aware of Umbrella's capabilities, and we're not afraid to invest in your dreams. At these words, Reed lowered his head, falling silent for a moment. He adjusted his glasses, then finally managed a smile tinged with apology. Thank you for inviting me, but I still want to pursue the things I truly care about. I'm not someone who likes having my thoughts or freedom constrained. Susan entered just then, carrying the tea. Upon hearing Reed's response, she nearly dropped the tray in frustration. Damn it, this stubborn mule. The company's on the brink of collapse, and he's still standing on principle? You think you're too good to starve? Chen Nan, however, showed no sign of impatience. He simply smiled and said, Perhaps you're not aware. Umbrella is currently making aerospace research its highest priority. I'd imagine that's right up your alley. Sure enough, Reed's eyes lit up instantly at that. Earth's aerospace technology was always considered a bottomless pit for burning money. No private individual could play that game, much less to a profit. But Reed had never believed in such limitations. He swore he'd prove the impossible possible with his own hands. As a rare, interdisciplinary genius in the Marvel Universe, Reed was an authority on virtually every field of science. Privately, many even called him a walking encyclopedia. All right, I'm in. This time, Reed agreed without hesitation. But sir, I do have one condition. Would you allow me a few days' grace? There's a cosmic storm passing near Earth's orbit very soon. I need to board a Victor Corp spaceship to study it. Susan rolled her eyes so hard she could barely contain herself. At a time like this, he still isn't signing the contract, but actually wants to negotiate with the boss? Of course, Chen Nan nodded readily, a spark of genuine interest in his eyes. Though, I must admit, I'm quite curious about this cosmic storm myself. Any chance I could tag along? No problem at all. I'll speak to Victor. He'll definitely welcome you. Reed's answer came with an enthusiastic grin and a thump to his own chest, full of promise. After all, who'd dare refuse Umbrella? A few days later, Chen Nan arrived alone at Victor Von Doom's aerospace company. The technological leaps of this era truly defied belief. Private enterprises now had the ability to send humans into space. In the lobby, he spotted Susan, her younger brother Johnny, and Ben Grimm, who, thanks to this very mission, would later become the Thing. It was enough to shake anyone's nerves. Hey, Mr. Chun. Susan greeted him warmly. Hey, Susan, Chen Nan replied with a smile. Off to the side, Victor's eyes flickered as he cautiously asked, You know each other? Yeah, you could say that. It was a chance encounter in the elevator, Chen Nan replied, his tone light and easy. A chance encounter in the elevator? Yes, call it fate, Susan nodded with a gentle smile, echoing his words. At that, an alarm rang out in Victor's mind. He hadn't been vying for Susan's attention against Reed for just a day or two now. Though Susan had never made her feelings clear, Victor had always considered himself to have the upper hand, certainly more so than that socially awkward scientist. But now, out of the blue, there stood a young, handsome man, Chen Nan, whose wealth rivaled nations. A strong sense of crisis overtook Victor. Meanwhile, Johnny Storm, the future Human Torch, leaned nonchalantly against the control panel, his attitude carefree. Chen Nan walked over, greeting him with a teasing grin. Hey there, Steve. Damn it, I keep telling you, I'm not Captain America. I just happen to look like the guy. Johnny scowled, but still reached out and shook Chen Nan's hand. Though, I guess shaking hands with the world's richest man might bring me some luck. That was Johnny all over. Reckless, willful, straightforward, a true character. Chen Nan laughed. Someday, I'll introduce you to a friend of mine. He loves playing with fire and riding motorcycles, just like you. The Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, and the Human Torch, Johnny Storm. Those two would certainly have a lot in common. Johnny didn't refuse. In fact, he looked genuinely excited at the prospect. Half an hour later, Reed announced that everything was ready. One by one, everyone boarded the spacecraft. With the countdown complete, the rocket engines roared to life, blasting them through the atmosphere and smoothly into the designated orbit. Standing by the porthole, Chen Nan gazed out into the boundless expanse of stars. He knew that, according to the original story, this cosmic storm would bestow unique superhuman abilities upon Reed, Susan, Johnny, and Ben, creating the Fantastic Four. Yet what intrigued him more was this. If he joined them, what kind of mutation would he undergo? Suddenly, he felt the confines of the cabin closing in. What happened next would leave anyone stunned and speechless. He simply opened the hatch and stepped out into space. Vacuum, absolute cold, cosmic radiation. These lethal threats to humankind meant nothing to him. With the power of adaptation, he quickly made himself at home in the universe. He even began to absorb stellar radiation and drifting cosmic energy. Inside him, the Phoenix Force stirred, joyfully embracing the sunlight's warmth. He walked through the starfield as if on solid ground, the vast Milky Way unfurling before him, countless stars flickering in and out of existence. Anew, boundless ambition swelled within his chest. In the face of a universe this magnificent, how could he not want to conquer it? Back inside the ship, Susan pressed her face against the glass, never taking her eyes from the figure outside, her gaze filled with awe and fascination. How could a human survive in absolute zero? And just then, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Reed's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. "This is bad. The cosmic storm is arriving ahead of schedule." The radiation tide, which was originally expected to hit in 5 hours, was now surging forward with a force beyond their calculations. So much so that Reed, Johnny, and Ben, who were conducting repairs outside the ship, didn't even have time to retreat to safety. Chen Nan stared into the streaming, aurora-like brilliance of the approaching cosmic storm, but made no move to intervene and save them. He knew this was the pivotal turning point in their fates. Without the Fantastic Four, the world would lose much of its color and excitement. But for himself, he hesitated not even for a second. Instead, he dashed directly into the very heart of the storm. Not only that, but with a single thought, he raised his hand and tore open a massive portal in space, summoning all the women in his household and the core members of his company into the void, bringing them to the very outskirts of space itself. Powers offered for free. "I'd be a fool not to take advantage," he said with a sly curve of his lips, giving himself over to the cosmic radiation that began to sweep over everyone. In an instant, dozens of people floated weightlessly in the vastness of space, swept and scoured by the glorious torrent of energy. Agonizing pain slammed through them, even as their very genes began to undergo a violent transformation. Except for Chen Nan and a few women with extraordinary constitutions, the rest succumbed one after another to the onslaught, losing consciousness as the energies engulfed them. No one could tell how much time had passed before at last the cosmic storm subsided. Chen Nan held in his hand a faintly glowing sphere, a sample of the storm particles restrained by his own energy, which he planned to take back to the base for deeper study. But just then, in a future timeline, Franklin, who was playing with his little sister Valeria, and whose powers even exceeded those of Omega-level mutants, suddenly looked up. His gaze seemed to pierce straight through time itself. He sensed an unnatural fluctuation in the fabric of space and time. Looking down at his wise and adorable sister Valeria, a cold and murderous intent burst forth uncontrollably. The skies suddenly darkened, night spilling over the land, thunder rolling across the heavens like a tidal wave. "Brother, what's wrong?" the little girl asked anxiously, clutching at his sleeve. Franklin drew a deep breath, then knelt and patted her head with a gentle smile. "Nothing, Valeria. I'll just be out for a moment." But as he turned, his eyes had grown frosty cold, and the seal on his powers broke open in an instant. "You can come after me all you want, but lay a finger on my sister? UD." He had barely finished speaking before he shattered the boundaries of time itself and hurled himself straight into the past. Unbeknownst to Chen Nan, an enemy from the future had already crossed the streams of time and was drawing ever closer to the present, intent on erasing the legendary threat that he posed once and for all. After returning to Earth, everyone gradually settled into a state of anticipation. The awakening of superpowers was not something that happened in a flash. It required patience, like seeds laid in rich soil, quietly waiting for the moment they would break through and rise. Time flowed by in silence. One by one, Susan, Reed, and the others began to wake from unconsciousness. And as soon as they regained awareness, their first act was to turn to Chen Nan and express their heartfelt gratitude. "Although you're all awake now, and your tests show that everything appears normal," Chen Nan spoke in a calm tone, laced with a hint of playful irony, "it won't be long before you might notice changes in your bodies. I hope you're prepared for that, especially you, Ben." His well-intentioned warning left Reed and the others confused and a bit apprehensive, but none more so than Ben, who grew visibly anxious. After all, given Chen Nan's unique status, his words naturally carried significant weight. "Are you suggesting we might mutate, or develop abilities like mutants?" Ben asked cautiously, his voice almost trembling. "In time, you'll understand for yourselves. Your lives are about to enter an entirely new chapter," Chen Nan replied with a subtle smile, intentionally keeping them in suspense. A faint sense of unease stirred among the group, but since Chen Nan was unwilling to elaborate, they could do nothing but set aside their doubts and wait to see what changes would come. As they were about to take their leave, Susan deliberately slowed her pace to remain behind. Pretending to admire the surroundings, she was actually hoping for a private conversation with Chen Nan. It won't be that bad, will it? But Ben's situation might be more serious. Otherwise, you wouldn't have singled him out, Susan said, studying Chen Nan intently, her tone earnest. And what makes you think that? Chen Nan replied, answering her question with another. Back on the spaceship, you once asked me if I considered living on Liberty Island. I think you've anticipated all of this for a while, Susan said softly, her eyes sharp. You can see glimpses of the future, can't you? A smile flickered across Chen Nan's face, appreciative and approving. Ah, women's intuition never fails, he laughed, acknowledging her insight. So, I was right. Then, what exactly is going to happen to us? Can you tell me? Susan pressed further, her eyes alight with curiosity. Shoo! Chen Nan raised a finger to his lips, a mischievous glimmer in his eyes. Life is only exciting because of its uncertainties. Why not let the anticipation linger a bit longer? Perhaps you're right, Susan said, realizing she'd get no more answers. With a gentle smile, she changed tack. Will you show me around? I've never been to a place as beautiful as Hawaii before. It's Liberty Island, Chen Nan corrected her gently. Yes, Liberty Island. Then, master of the island, would you do me the honor of being my guide? Susan replied with a playful wink and a brilliant smile. It would be my pleasure, Chen Nan answered, lips curving into a soft smile as they walked side by side. This place is truly beautiful, Susan said, looking around in awe, the words slipping out before she could stop them. If I could live here for good, far away from the noise of the big cities, I think I'd be very happy. The Hawaiian evening was as lazy and blissful as if paradise itself had drifted into a gentle nap. The generous sunset poured gold across the sky, casting billions of twinkling lights upon the blue waves, while the fine sand along the shore glowed with a gentle, ivory radiance. The coconut grove swayed gently in the breeze, the leaves rustling softly, like endless whispers shared between lovers. The sound of the waves set an eternal, tender rhythm, coming ashore again and again, leaving behind damp traces and scattered shells, only to slip quietly away. Not far off, a handful of children chased each other in play, their laughter crisp and bright as a string of wind chimes. This place was as wondrous as a utopia straight out of fairy tale. And the man standing at her side, he was the creator of it all. Chen Nan nodded slightly, a barely visible sense of accomplishment flickering in his eyes. After all, he had built a home here for countless wanderers. As he turned to glance at Susan, he suddenly noticed something quietly changing about her. Her body was gradually becoming transparent. It's starting, Chen Nan said abruptly. What's starting? Susan hadn't caught on yet. Before she could finish her question, she instinctively looked down and almost cried out in shock. Her arm was gone. My hand, it's gone, but I can still feel it. Am I invisible? She snapped her gaze up at Chen Nan, eyes wide with disbelief. That's right. This is one of your abilities, Chen Nan replied, his tone as calm as ever. But I can't control it. Susan blurted out in a panic. Even though she thought she was mentally prepared, now that it was happening, she was caught completely off guard. Don't worry, and don't rush. With me here, what do you have to be afraid of? Chen Nan's voice carried a soothing magic, easing her nerves. Susan took a deep breath and, sure enough, gradually calmed down. Even when her entire body turned completely invisible, she didn't panic again. That's it. Keep your composure. Try to control it with your mind. Following his instructions, Susan soon realized she could actually wield this power. Like a child with a brand new toy, she began to experiment, working her way through fits of excitement. But just as quickly, she became aware of an awkward problem. I don't think my clothes turn invisible with me. Am I supposed to run around stark naked all the time? That's a real issue, Chen Nan agreed, smiling. But invisibility is only the beginning of your powers. There's something even more important. No sooner had he spoken than Susan willed it, and suddenly, an energy force field burst forth from her palm. The field shot straight toward the nearby shoreline, where the children were still playing. Susan's face went instantly white as a sheet. No, stop. Please get out of the way, she shouted, her heart nearly stopping in terror. But just then, the air seemed to ripple gently, and the force field vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Susan stood there, utterly bewildered. That's your second ability, the power to create an energy force field. When you master it, it will be a formidable weapon. Chen Nan spoke as calmly as before, as if nothing at all had happened. Susan was still reeling from shock when Chen Nan suddenly looked up to the sky. The catastrophe struck without the slightest warning. It was as if an invisible giant hand had clenched the heavens in its sudden grip and tightened with merciless force. In an instant, The blue sky was swallowed by a blackness so absolute that it seemed to devour all existence. The starry cosmos was violently torn open, laying bare a gaping void beyond. Even the blazing sun was consumed utterly, its brilliance snuffed out like the last flicker of a candle in a raging wind. Then came thunder, exploding across the heavens. This was no ordinary rumble of a passing storm. It was the anguished wail of space and time on the verge of collapse. Bolts of blinding white and savage crimson lightning, like the whips of ancient gods, lashed furiously at the dark sky and the ocean surface. Each strike crashed down with a force that shook the very soul, echoing like the creation of a new world or the end of the old. The sea let out a torment-filled howl, salt water recoiling against all logic, sucked back by an unseen and overwhelming power. Within seconds, hundreds of meters of the ocean floor, gnarled rocks, silent shipwrecks, bleached coral skeletons, were revealed, grotesque and desolate, as if the world's forgotten wounds had been laid bare before heaven's gaze. That hush of deathly silence lasted but a moment. The next instant, a towering wall of water, linking sky and earth, rose with a roar. It surged forward, a force of unthinkable destruction, barreling toward the coastline, bearing down on the tiny, helpless Liberty Island. Panic erupted across the island. Cries and screams rang out, a chorus of fear swelling with each heartbeat. At the storm's heart, reality itself was shattering, space fracturing inch by inch like brittle glass. And from that rift, a figure stepped out. He appeared to be just a boy, no more than a teenager, slight of build, clad in a disheveled blue uniform of a future age. His brilliant blonde hair whipped wildly, thrown into chaos by the energy around him. But it was his eyes. Those eyes burned with a coldness that no child should possess. In those eyes raged a fury as intense as 1,000 storms, a hatred honed across countless timelines, a despair so deep it came from witnessing everything cherished wiped away. There was madness there too, a relentless obsession, the urge to destroy. He hovered above the earth, encircled by swirling vortices of energy shimmering in every conceivable color, so potent that the space around him twisted and broke, only to reform and collapse again in endless cycles. His piercing gaze instantly found Chen Nan, standing on the beach with his face lifted to the sky. Within Chen Nan, the power of the phoenix sounded the highest order of warning in an instant. The usual gentle resonance vanished, replaced by an aggressive, defiant call, the cry of a peer, or perhaps a rival. Without thinking, Chen Nan sheltered the stunned Susan completely behind him, a warm and unbreakable shield of crimson and white photonic energy blossoming outward, blocking the wild chaos and the crushing psychic pressure, enclosing the whole of Liberty Island. With a deepening frown, he fixed his gaze on the strange boy. The energy waves radiating from him were off the charts, so powerful, in fact, that they roused the battling spirit of Chen Nan's own phoenix force. But no matter how hard he searched through every memory he had, whether it was knowledge from comics in his previous life or insights from his current reality, he couldn't match this formidable mutant to anyone he knew. "Who are you?" Chen Nan's voice was icy, cutting straight through the roar of the storm. For the first time, there was true gravity in his tone. Yet the boy seemed not to hear his question at all. His eyes, blazing with fury, reluctantly tore themselves away from Chen Nan and settled on Susan, who stood behind him, ashen-faced and trembling in fear, sheltering behind Chen Nan's figure. The instant their eyes met, the wild, earth-shattering rage in the boy's gaze was suddenly mingled with something else, an inexpressible sorrow that pierced to the bone, a desperate longing. It was the wounded yearning of a child searching for his mother, the most primitive ache of grievance. His lips trembled, tight with the effort of holding back a surging, volcanic emotion, until at last, it broke through every obstacle. He thrust out a hand toward Chen Nan, fingertips crackling with unleashed power that tore through the air, but his eyes remained fixed upon Susan. With all his might, he unleashed a heart-wrenching, soul-tearing howl swept with anguish and rage. "Mom, step away from him. He's a thief. He stole our very existence. He stole me and Valeria from you." The word "mom" struck Susan like a hammer driven into her soul. Her whole body shuddered violently. Her wide blue eyes flew open in shock, freezing as she stared at the boy in disbelief. A tidal wave of resonance swept through her, rising from the deepest places of her blood, an intuition she couldn't explain or control. Those familiar features and the unspeakable ache bound up in that cry. As impossible as it all seemed, every cell in her body screamed at her that some fundamental connection was being made at this very moment. Her lips moved soundlessly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. No words would come. She was consumed by a vast shock and an unnameable, overwhelming grief. Chen Nan's pupils contracted sharply. Mom, Valeria, thief, stole our existence. All the clues locked into place within his formidable mind in the smallest fraction of a second. Timeline disruptions, the butterfly effect. That son who should have been born of Susan and Reed, the Omega-level mutant destined to ascend as a cosmic being. Franklin Richards. He had sensed the shattering of his own existence, and from that uncertain, eroding future, through the one thin strand of blood that still tied him to his mother, he had forced his way back to this reality. So it's you. All traces of confusion vanished from Chen Nan's eyes, replaced by a chilling clarity and an overpowering need for control. The legendary Franklin. How tragic. In this reality, I am the master. You should never have come back. Franklin had lost his mind completely. In his mother's tearful eyes and the arrogant posture of that man, the final thread of his sanity snapped. Give me back my future. Give me back my sister. He had no need for words, only vengeance, only to set right this twisted fate. The battle erupted in a fraction of a second, instantly surpassing the limits of the physical world. With a surge of both hands, Franklin unleashed not a simple blast of energy, but an outright rewriting of the very laws of reality that defined Chen Nan and the surrounding beach. He intended to reduce Chen Nan's existence to the most fundamental matter of a black hole, sealing him away for good. In an instant, the space around Chen Nan crumbled, shattering like a fragile mirror. Reality torn apart as a black hole began to devour everything, including Chen Nan himself. At that moment, it felt as if a colossal, unseen hand was dragging Chen Nan toward the endless dark. Such petty tricks. Chen Nan's voice cut through the chaos, his tone icy. In that split second, invisible ripples of blue energy shimmered around him. Instantly, the devouring black hole vanished as if it had never existed. Watching Chen Nan so effortlessly restore reality, Franklin only snorted. He wasn't all that surprised. If his opponent lacked even this ability, Franklin thought, then he wasn't worthy of being called an adversary. In the next instant, Chen Nan disappeared before his eyes. Only when Franklin felt a ripple of space behind him did he realize what had happened, but it was already too late. He screamed. Across that distance, through twisted space, Chen Nan seized his arm in a crushing grip and yanked him backwards. Franklin had no chance to resist, not even a moment. Chen Nan's fist crashed into Franklin's head before he could dodge. There was an explosive burst. Franklin's head, a splatter of red and white strewn across the sky and earth. Could Franklin really die so easily? Of course not. His end would not come so simply. A heartbeat later, Franklin's body simply exploded, dissolving into a rain of blood, slipping away from Chen Nan's grasp. Just a short distance away in the void, he reappeared, whole once more, as if nothing had happened. You can't kill me. Franklin's voice was laced with cold arrogance as he triggered his super ability again, rewriting reality to strip away Chen Nan's memories. Chen Nan merely answered with a disdainful snort. Inside him, the Phoenix Force roared with excitement, spurred by the challenge. Flames of crimson and white ignited on their own. And these were no ordinary fires. They were the embodiment of life and emotion on a cosmic scale, the power of both destruction and rebirth. At that moment, Franklin's manipulation of reality collided with the Phoenix's fire. Like snow meeting molten rock, his powers were instantly neutralized, devoured, and reduced to nothing. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Force surged in reverse along the track of reality alteration, burning its way straight toward Franklin's very core. Franklin let out a piercing scream. In an instant, his body faded into incorporeal mist, narrowly slipping past this backward surge of attack. He clapped his hands together with sudden force, and time and space before him were compressed and folded in a wild, chaotic spasm. The world around them blurred and twisted in the blink of an eye. Hawaii's familiar beaches vanished completely. The very next moment, they might reappear in a Jurassic swamp from 100 million years ago, back when dinosaurs ruled the earth, colossal ferns crushed underfoot by the mere shockwaves of their powers. The next collision could jump them to the far edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, where icy interstellar dust was set aflame by their battle, illuminating the void in blazing, nebular colors. Or perhaps the scene would shift again, this time to the roaring chaos of the ancient Roman Colosseum, where mad torrents of energy clashed in the arena, and terrified spectators gaped as the sky itself split open and divine wrath seemed to pour down. This was a war of leaps through dimension and time. Reality itself had become a canvas for their endless struggle, painted and scraped away however they pleased. You stole everything from me, Franklin roared, His voice swept up in the maelstrom of time's currents. He appeared in new instant, tearing sun-bright gravitational strings from the solar system and snapping them like whips at Chen Nan, with enough might to shatter a star. Chen Nan flashed with movement, the phoenix force blossoming into vast, radiant wings behind him. With a single, graceful beat, he sent ripples down to the deepest tides of the cosmos, twisting the trajectory of those gravity lashes so that they veered away and dissolved harmlessly. Weak, defeated souls are the only ones who cry over what's lost, he said coldly, his words echoing through space-time. In this reality, Susan belongs to me. You have no past and no future. With a single resolute swipe, he unleashed a pure phoenix shockwave, packed with the power to erase the very idea of existence, hurling it toward Franklin. Franklin's eyes widened in terror. With a scream, he conjured dozens of overlapping extra-dimensional barriers before him, desperate to deflect or absorb the blow. But the Phoenix Force was a primal power of the cosmos. It ripped, burned, and tore through nearly all those barriers, until even its faded remnants struck Franklin full force. He was blasted backwards, smashing through a drifting asteroid. Golden energy blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, the wound of a god's essence. A dawning realization swept over Franklin. In this moment, at this point in time, anchored by Chen Nan's control of reality, Chen Nan, fully bonded with the Phoenix Force, stood with an unbreakable foundation and a strength that bordered on hopeless for anyone who would oppose him. He had inherited not just the Phoenix's near-infinite energy and ability to manipulate reality, but also, by virtue of being an outsider, an even greater resistance to attacks that span timelines. If I can't beat you now, I'll erase you from the start. Franklin shouted, his voice shivering with fury and despair as he abruptly gave up fighting in the present. His form surged into a trail of blinding light, shooting upstream, racing desperately toward the source, to the very beginning of the river of time. He was determined to find Chen Nan's childhood, to hunt down the moment when he was at his weakest and snuff him out in the cradle, once and for all. Chen Nan let out a cold laugh, making no move to pursue. He simply attuned himself to the undulating patterns of time. The power of the Phoenix granted him the ability to traverse the ages, yet he seemed utterly confident in his stance. For he had no past. He did not place his faith in the future. He believed in nothing but this life, this moment. Franklin burst through the mists of time, pinpointing with precision the era and place where, according to all his calculations, Chen Nan should have drawn his first breath. He descended upon it, his killing intent boundless, his condensed energy enough to vaporize entire continental shelves. And yet, there was nothing there. No infant Chen Nan, no childhood shadow, not a trace that Chen Nan had ever existed. It was as if this man genuinely had no past. His timeline began at the precise instant he crossed over and appeared in the Marvel Universe. Franklin swept that space and time with a frenzy, desperate to unearth any hidden clue or sign of disguise, but all his efforts came to nothing. Chen Nan's past, a realm of total, inviolable oblivion, unknowable and beyond all comprehension. Impossible. Franklin was seized by horror. Time travel came as easily to him as breathing, but never before had he encountered anything like this. How could someone's past be a literal blank slate? Unwilling to accept defeat, he suddenly hurled himself forward, toward the future. If he could not eliminate the man in the past, he would find the moment ahead when Chen Nan grew old and weak and destroy him there, utterly. He smashed through the barriers of time ahead, unleashing his godlike consciousness upon every possible thread of the future. An endless, impenetrably dense fog shrouded every conceivable timeline branching forward from Chen Nan. That haze was no cosmic accident. It was a barrier woven by some higher, more primal power, denying all scrying, all interference. Franklin summoned every shred of divine might, striving to sweep the fog aside and glimpse what lay beneath. But his consciousness sank with no ripple, met only with a dreadful recoil that chilled him to his very soul. Chen Nan's future, too, was sealed, unseeable, untouchable, a void in the past, a fog in the future. This man was a true anomaly in time, a variable utterly detached from any natural order of chronology. AOR, Franklin snapped, furious and helpless to his core. He was swallowed whole by the tide of rage and despair. Returning at last to the present, he found Chen Nan still fiercely standing guard before Susan. In Franklin's eyes, this man was a thief, one who had stolen the very future itself. Jealousy and hatred now devoured what little reason he had left. Chen Nan, if time cannot kill you, then I will erase you another way, with the power of reality itself. He hovered outside the shattered shell of Earth in the cosmic night, arms wide, not drawing on mere energy now, but upon the laws of the universe itself, as he prepared to cast reality against Chen Nan. Ripples of 7 colors flowed outward from his entire body. These were the waves created as the very fabric of reality was forcibly rewritten. He was about to unleash his most fundamental power as an Omega-level mutant, the ability to alter reality itself. From the deepest layer of universal law, he declared, "In the name of Franklin Richards, I command, law of reality, be rewritten. Chen Nan, you have never existed." Instantly, the bedrock rules of the entire cosmos began to tremble violently. The fibers that wove reality started to twist and rebind, struggling to carry out this absolute command. Around Chen Nan, the space itself became increasingly unstable. His image flickered and glitched like an old television losing its signal. His very concept of existence was being rejected and erased by the universe itself. Even Susan, standing behind him, felt an inexplicable hollowness creeping in, her memories tangled and slipping away, as though an essential presence by her side was vanishing from the world. As the target, Chen Nan felt the full force of this cosmic rejection. This was nothing like the previous energy clashes. This was a fundamental erasure, striking at the root of his being. Reality manipulation? At last, Chen Nan lifted his head, and for the first time, true fire, the fury of the phoenix itself, blazed in his eyes. "You dare toy with reality in front of me?" The phoenix force within him erupted in full. No longer content with mere defense, its primal, cosmic might surged forth, revealing its true nature. A force vaster, older, more elemental than Franklin's, exploded outwards. The pure white flames of the phoenix no longer simply encircled him. They burst from him in a thunderous wave, sweeping over the entire battlefield and rushing ever outward, scorching the laws of reality themselves. The phoenix force embodies life, emotion, and boundless possibility. It exists above and apart from all known universal rules. Franklin was trying to rewrite reality, but the phoenix force Chen Nan wielded was overwhelming it, not rewriting, but smothering and denying it altogether. "I am reality." Chen Nan's voice rang out, as if echoed by a billion phoenixes, resounding from the very layer of the laws themselves. The command that had been set loose to erase him crashed against the phoenix's absolute field of negation, like trying to blanket the sun with water. Not only did it fail, but it was consumed and evaporated in a raging blaze. Franklin stared in horror, realizing that not only had his correction failed, a far more terrible power was now surging back along the very path he had used to rewrite reality, eating away in reverse. The white flames devoured the structures of reality, but they also burned at the foundation of his very existence. He could feel his own concept gradually and inexorably unraveling. Not dying, but being denied, simply wiped out from reality itself. Desperately, he summoned every ounce of his godlike power to keep himself anchored to existence. But the phoenix's invasion clung to him with unyielding persistence. When Franklin looked down at his hands, the tips of his fingers were already starting to blur and fade away into transparency. Was this really the end? He could not avenge his loved ones, could not save his mother or his sister. Now, even his own existence was about to be utterly erased. In the stillness of annihilation, he reached the peak of transcendence. In the depths of despair, he finally perceived a faint trace along the timeline, an almost imperceptible, rapidly fading mark. It was his sister, Valeria. That fragile connection was both the last straw and the spark that ignited his final, resolute flame. For his mother, for his sister, for all the happiness that should have existed, for all the futures stolen away. At that moment, Franklin's face bore an expression, one that mingled utter agony, relentless unwillingness, and ultimate acceptance, all culminating in a look of absolute resolve. He chose to abandon every defense, relinquish the stability of his very being, and instead opened all channels of his power. He unleashed a cry that resonated across every timeline, every possibility. It was not a shout in the conventional sense, but a pure transmission of will, a self-sacrificing message that in an instant echoed through past, present, and future to every moment where the idea of Franklin Richards could possibly exist. In my name, gather in this world, strike down the thief. On a timeline in the past, the flaxen-haired little boy, barely steady on his feet and playing with toy stars, suddenly began to shine, his form dissolving into a stream of pure energy, vanishing from his era. In a future timeline, the grown young man who safeguarded a parallel universe seemed to sense it as well. He gazed into the void, sorrow and determination flickering in his eyes. He did not resist, but transformed into a radiant pillar of light that pierced through the barriers of time. In one timeline, he fought. In another, he pondered silently. Every trace that Franklin Richards had left across the web of timelines, no matter how strong or how fragile, no matter the place or the moment, all blazed into being, responding to that desperate call. They transcended time, transcended space, and became the purest, most primordial torrent of cosmic energy. Across every barrier of time and dimension, they surged and converged onto the singular now, flooding into the body of the Franklin who was on the brink of vanishing. A new Franklin was born, a being fused from every version across all timelines, his power swelling without end, his very structure wild and unstable. His body was no longer recognizable. He had become a storm of roiling, prismatic energy, shaped loosely like a man, bellowing with overwhelming force. His power climbed exponentially, shattering the limits of any single universe in a heartbeat, even beginning to shake the boundaries of the multiverse itself. His body ruptured again and again, pouring out energy enough to scorch star systems from existence. Yet, in the very next moment, even greater energy forced him to recombine and reform. The Great Wall, North Corona Borealis supercluster. The countless Franklins lived for but a single purpose, to destroy the thief before them, even if it meant their own annihilation. For mother, for my sister, for my father, let's perish together, thief. Carrying with him every possibility and all the power of every timeline, Franklin unleashed his final, ultimate roar. That human-shaped storm of uncontrollable, multiversal power erupted, sweeping out an indescribable blast, a torrent of energy that spanned hundreds of millions of light-years across, its colors beyond imagination. It embodied every conceivable force of attack. The ultimate shockwave, a fusion of physical impact, energy radiation, reality distortion, the erasure of time, and karmic backlash, rushed forward with the cataclysmic force of creation's first explosion, barreling straight for Chen Nan. This blow transcended time itself, locked onto its very concept, impossible to escape. Franklin meant to reset the timeline entirely. Chen Nan's face turned grim beyond measure, for he could feel mortal danger in the path of this attack. Suddenly, Jean, the Phoenix of Earth, snapped her head up. She, too, sensed the collapse of the cosmos. And, in the deepest part of her soul, a pain as if she was about to lose the one most precious to her. Despair, fury, madness, and the Phoenix force roared to life within her as never before, blazing beyond control. A clear, commanding cry of the Phoenix rang out. Not from Chen Nan, but from within Jean Grey herself. The Phoenix force awakened at last. The black flames no longer held anything back. They erupted in their entirety. Behold, the dark Phoenix, Jean Grey. The shadow of the Phoenix blotted out the stars, enshrouding the entire galaxy. In its wake, ancient beings across the universe stirred from their eternal slumber. This is the end of days, the Phoenix's annihilation of worlds. As the Black Phoenix and White Phoenix covered all under heaven, something unspeakable yet undeniable occurred. The emergence of a mystical, inexplicable fusion. It resonated in the souls of every living being across the multiverse. Countless fragments of the Phoenix Force seemed to respond to a summons from the King of the White Phoenix, overflowing with resolve, sorrow, hope. The Phoenix Force leapt across infinite realities, all answering the call of their king. Chen Nan's human form vanished, replaced by a colossal phoenix radiant with unbridled power, its wings unfurled, its form so immense it circled the very stars, a being wrought entirely from pure Phoenix Force. Every feather of this magnificent phoenix burned with the essence of cosmic law and the depth of living emotion. Within its cold, majestic eyes flickered the endless cycle of creation and destruction. For the first time, the phoenix showed its true form. With a triumphant cry, the majestic phoenix soared headlong into the cataclysmic, world-ending blast, undaunted, unwavering. In that instant, all sound ceased. Or rather, sound itself became meaningless. There was only a blinding, all-consuming radiance, a light that devoured every concept. Within this brilliance, time dissolved throughout the universe, space shattered, and reality itself collapsed, only to be reborn again. Energy, matter, spirit, causality, everything had been cast into a cosmic blender, a force so immense it shattered and mixed all that existed, bringing them at last to a final judgment. Obliteration or rebirth beneath the Phoenix's power. The radiance continued, seemingly without end, as if eternity itself had laid its hand upon the world. No one could say how long this lasted. Perhaps it was the span of a single heartbeat, perhaps the drift of billions of years. Only then did that cataclysmic light begin to ebb, little by little, fading into nothingness. Did I still lose? Father, little sister, Franklin's gaze, filled with infinite longing, drifted across the river of time to settle upon his sister. Valeria's cheeks were already streaked with tears. Somewhere deep within, she felt as if she had lost something unspeakably precious, yet could not remember what that was. Franklin's figure vanished utterly, along with every trace of his existence across all timelines, all evidence he had ever lived, and every last ember of vengeance. In that ultimate collision, it had all been burned away, reduced to the most primordial void. He had been defeated. In the end, even he himself became a part of the corrected reality. Yet with his last act, sacrificed his own essence to erase his sister's memories and escort her out of this universe. And so, the length of the northern coronal wall of Wuxian was struck, leaving behind an incomprehensible supermassive void. When the brilliant light finally faded, only endless emptiness remained. The phoenix form had dissipated, and the cosmos returned to silence. Chen Nan's silhouette re-emerged, still standing but pushed well past his limits. Once, phoenix fire had burned fiercely about him. Now, it was so dim it seemed all but extinguished. Only a few frail flickers struggled to dance along his form, threatened to vanish with the gentlest breath of wind. His body was riddled with countless dreadful fissures. No ordinary wounds, but rifts that cut deep into the fabric of his being, into his very essence, all but tearing him asunder. Brilliant, molten gold lifeblood seeped from these cracks, only to evaporate into nothingness the instant it left his body. His face was ashen, drawn as pale as paper, and every breath he took tugged painfully at his shattered spirit and battered flesh. Beneath his violently heaving chest, his well of strength was all but dry. He stood within the broken cosmos, like a statue on the edge of collapse. Liberty Island was battered beyond recognition. The shores had crumbled, letting the sea spill in. The low wail of waves echoed in mourning, as though the world itself grieved this battle of gods. In the distance, the mutants remained rooted to the spot, caught between the dazed disbelief of survival and a terror that cut deep into their bones. Slowly, the sky regained its blue, sunlight filtering through once more, though dimmed, as if the very fabric of the universe had been scarred. Chen Nan turned, ever so slowly, to gaze back at this blue planet. The space stone in his palm flickered with a faint light, struggling to knit his shattered body back together at a glacial pace. Susan lay collapsed on the sand. Her dress was stained and torn, her face streaked with tears. In her clear blue eyes, shock and incomprehensible fear mingled with a profound sorrow, a pain that seemed to rise from the depths of her blood, too deep for her to put into words. The image of that nearly broken man haunted her, and the memory of the boy who once called her mom and ultimately vanished shattered her world beyond repair. Why on earth is this happening? Susan sobbed uncontrollably, her agonized cries teetering on the edge of hysteria. She simply could not make sense of any of it. At that very moment, Jean Grey staggered back to Earth, coughing violently, blood spraying in great heaving bursts. Terrified that trouble might still find them, she looked at Susan as if wanting to speak, but only managed to cough up a mouthful of golden light. Her trembling, fractured hand reached out shakily. In the end, Jean chose to erase all of Susan's memories. Let that burden be hers and Chen Nan's alone to bear. The ocean breeze continued its ceaseless dance, but Chen Nan's figure never reappeared on Earth. One day passed, then 10, then 3 months, then a year. Had it not been for Jean Grey's repeated reassurances, no one would have believed they could have endured for so long. Northern Coronet Wall of the Martial Immortal, deep within a star region brimming with energy. That last battle had nearly incinerated his very essence, pushing his body to the brink of collapse and scattering his soul to the winds. Yet the Phoenix's resurrection tore him back from the threshold of true spiritual oblivion, even as Franklin was lost forever to the eternal night. Chen Nan sat quietly in the void, surrounded by the ghostly blue glow of the space stones and the dying embers of the Phoenix Force. His breath was faint as a whisper, his very essence burned nearly to nothing, his soul on the verge of dispersal. Still, none dared to take advantage of his weakness. The aftershocks of that battle still reverberated through the cosmos. Not a single entity dared approach one who had come so close to slaying gods. Was it all worth it? A soft voice sounded. Ancient One stepped lightly from the void, gazing upon the reborn man before her. You gambled nearly your entire existence for a mere possibility. She sighed, a flicker of deep emotion passing through her eyes. Franklin Richards, a being so formidable that even she hesitated to face him head-on. Yet Chen Nan not only confronted him, he withstood, by sheer force of the phoenix, a blow strong enough to restart the universe itself. "I never imagined you two harbored the Phoenix Force," the Ancient One observed quietly, "especially at such a profoundly high level." She said nothing more, just looked on at the time-accelerated barrier she had woven. Time in this domain flowed 100 times faster. Were it not for the power of the Time Stone, Chen Nan's revival might have required centuries more. Unseen, the years flowed swiftly within the barrier. Gradually, his body was restored, his soul reassembled from its fragments, and the phoenix fire reignited. At last, there came a moment when he slowly opened his eyes. "Thank you, Ancient One," he said with a faint smile. His voice was still hoarse, but the calm strength of old had returned. The Ancient One nodded, though her gaze remained grave. "Where did your Phoenix Force come from? Jean's fragments were never lost, yet yours seems more complete than even hers." "The power of duplication," Chen Nan said with a gentle smile. "I am able to replicate countless abilities from this world, though of course artifacts like the Infinity Stones, those that have no true master, are the exception." As he spoke, his gaze wandered, almost absent-mindedly, to the Time Stone that hung around the Ancient One's neck. For a fleeting moment, a subtle longing flickered in his eyes. The Ancient One, naturally, did not miss this glance. She shook her head and chuckled softly. "The Time Stone is not yours to claim, at least, not yet." "I know," Chen Nan replied, his smile carrying an unmistakable undertone. "Once you're gone, it'll come to me in the end." The Ancient One gave a helpless, rueful smile. This man always spoke with such unvarnished candor. It was as if he didn't even care to disguise his intentions. Meanwhile, somewhere within the energy-rich expanses of the Celestial Wall in Baymin, the domain of the martial immortals, amid the infinite, sprawling sea of stars, a figure blazed with incandescent light, darting through the fabric of space at untold speed toward Earth. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, had arrived. She could not help but recall that world-ending crisis on the fateful day when a vast phoenix shadowed the Earth, blotting out the sun. From that moment on, Nick Fury could no longer keep his composure. To him, there was simply no way ordinary mortals like themselves could possibly keep the planet safe. It was in times like these that the appearance of true heavyweights was essential. And Carol, in his heart, was the strongest of them all. At least, as far as Nick Fury was concerned, only Carol measured up. And in truth, who could blame him? Captain Marvel was indeed in a league of her own. At that very moment, Carol pierced through the fabric of space, hurtling into the upper reaches of Earth's atmosphere. From the vast distance of space, gazing upon that blue and white jewel, she'd be lying if she said her heart didn't race. How many years had it been since she'd seen her home? The thought of coming back flooded her with a strange sense of dread. She was afraid of what she might find, afraid Earth had been laid to waste. After all, Nick Fury would never have triggered the emergency pager unless alien invaders truly threatened everything. But as she sped through the skies and looked down, she was stunned. Towering cityscapes had been transformed into visions of order and tranquility. There was no alien onslaught, no worldly apocalypse. Peace reigned. Just what on earth was Nick Fury up to? She couldn't help but wonder if Nick Fury had finally lost his mind. And so, she immediately chose to go incognito and investigate the truth for herself. But in the very next moment, the silence of the city was shattered by agonized screams, and a sinister mist began creeping through the streets. The eerie fog carried something like a deadly toxin, suffocating people in an instant, their faces turning a ghastly purple. Some collapsed to their knees, writhing in pain, desperately gasping for air, even clawing their way toward the edge of the mist. But the poison in the fog was more than chemical. It seemed laced with some dark magic. With every painful cry, people's lives slipped away in slow, dreadful agony. "No, no, no. Somebody help. Please, is anyone out there? Save me." Carol stood frozen, stunned at the horror before her. What on earth was happening here? What kind of poison could bring such destruction? In mere moments, the chaos swept across social media, and every news report across the country was suddenly focused on the unfolding emergency in Florida. Far from the American mainland, on Liberty Island, Essex, and the others watched the news broadcast, grim expressions settling on their faces. They saw the reports. Some people died from total physical exhaustion, their bodies turning completely to ash at death. Strangely, others died without any sign of carbonization, deepening the mystery and their confusion. If this strange mist were to descend upon Liberty Island, none of them could guarantee that mutants would be spared from its deadly effects. "We need to collect a sample," Trask said in a low, resolute voice. I agree. It's about time we research this, Pym chimed in. Even though this bizarre mist has only appeared on the American mainland, what if it spreads? Trask's words made sense to him. All right, let's focus on sampling and analysis for now. But who's going? Essex looked around with concern. Who knew if this fog would affect mutants? What if one of them touched it? I'll go. I can teleport instantly, and I have rapid healing, Red Devil volunteered, stepping forward. The others hesitated at his offer. After all, Red Devil was a high-ranking leader on Liberty Island. They felt it was safer to send in one of the clone pawns instead. I agree. It makes sense for Azazel to go, since he can teleport. Riptide stood up in support of Red Devil. That settles it, then. Red Devil brought the conversation to a decisive close. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Meanwhile, on the other side, Captain Marvel had already begun analyzing the mysterious fog, trying to determine its composition and origin. With a flash from one of her high-tech biological detectors, she scanned a carbonized corpse, only to be shocked by the results. The test revealed that these carbonized humans contained fragments of Kree genes in their bodies. Carol immediately dismissed the idea, telling herself it was too absurd. How could the genetic code of an interstellar empire, the Kree, have found its way to Earth and spread so widely? Unconvinced, she ran the test again. The outcome was even more startling. Another carbonized human also bore traces of Kree genetic material. Based on genetic analysis of the carbonized victims, it appears the Kree visited Earth in ancient times and conducted genetic experiments, embedding pieces of their own DNA in human genomes in an attempt to create miracles. The conclusion from her AI's analysis sent chills down Carol's spine. Did the Kree really begin their monstrous human experimentation so long ago? It seemed Earth in the Marvel world suffered calamity after calamity. Not only were mutants the result of celestial experimentation, a group even the Celestials themselves struggled to control, but now the Kree had meddled as well. The Kree, too, had come to Earth, conducted their own genetic experiments, and thus the Inhuman race was born. But unlike the mutants, the Inhumans were eventually driven out and forced to eke out an existence on the moon, never able to compete with the power and prominence of the mutants. Because of Franklin's sudden appearance and the terrifying power he wielded to rewrite reality, it was as if in a fight between the first and second, the third always suffered the most. The Inhumans, exposed before them, didn't realize that while Earth had the fierce protection of Chen Nan and Franklin, they had all forgotten there was still an entire race of Inhumans living on the moon. But the heavy cost of reality being rewritten was that the Inhumans started to lose their superpowers one after another, which caused a devastating blow to their overall strength. When Black Bolt learned this, though he didn't quite understand why these powers vanished so mysteriously, he knew one thing. To rebuild their might and seek revenge, they would have to come to Earth and spread the Terrigen Mist. The Terrigen Mist was a blessing for the Inhumans, but to mutants, it was deadly poison. Ordinary human fatalities were rare. Almost all the deaths were among mutants. Those who became encased in cocoons were Inhumans, on the brink of awakening new abilities. Majesty, based on the Great War on Earth a year ago, I judge it was a clash between mutant powerhouses, yet none of them have appeared since. Black Bolt's Royal Guard commander, Gorgon, reported solemnly. Black Bolt smiled slightly and nodded. Their disappearance was for the best. Mutants and Inhumans shared grudges that stretched back tens of thousands of years. There was even a comic where the Inhumans rose to power by treading over mutants. Brother, you should have done this long ago. How could those weak mutants ever stop us? Even ordinary humans could never stand in our way. Just look at these frail humans. They've taken such a wonderful world for themselves, while we are left with little but the cold, barren, resource-starved moon as a temporary haven. Maximus jumped in eagerly, never content with exile on the tiny moon. His ambitions always burned brighter. At last, opportunity had arrived, and his brother had finally seen the light. Compared to Earth, the moon was little more than a land of banishment. Maximus, we still have to be cautious. You just read human memories. Freedom Island's strength should not be underestimated. Black Bolt reminded him gently, channeling his wife, Medusa's, wisdom. Brother, you've grown timid. With the Terrigen Mist, we have no reason to fear mutants at all. The mutant who teleported earlier was surely one of their elites, and even he fled, wounded, didn't he? Their strongest has vanished for a year. The entire mutant race is leaderless. What is there to fear? Even if he returns, just face him and fight. Maximus shot back, utterly self-assured. He'd never understood the limits of his own abilities, and, emboldened by his status and powers, was as reckless as they came. But who was his brother? Black Bolt. A whisper from him was as destructive as an anti-tank shell. A normal word could level cities. A true shout could tear continents apart. Mutant or not, in Maximus's mind, with his brother around, no one could stand in their way. When Black Bolt spoke, even the heaves could tremble. A deep, resounding boom echoed. At that moment, a tremor echoed through the air, shaking the space like an earthquake. A tall and imposing figure appeared in the heart of the city, his presence casting a shadow of despair over the fog-shrouded streets. He strode calmly into the mist, his eyes taking in the hidden enclave of Inhumans, as well as the legendary Black Bolt himself. They were transporting what looked like sculptures fashioned from black charcoal. These were Inhumans on the brink of awakening. He also caught sight of another silhouette moving in the haze. Carol. He truly had not expected Carol to emerge so soon. Just then, from within the fog, a young man dropped to one knee, his face twisted in agony. He stretched a trembling hand toward Chen Nan's direction, and with what strength he had left, shouted with all his might, a cry raw with desperation. "White King, get out, run!" He had spent the last reserves of his strength. Even he himself didn't know what force had sustained him till now, as if it were a final, fleeting blaze before extinction. The shout faded. He had done all he could. His eyes, brimming with pain and hope, turned to Chen Nan as his body slowly slumped to the ground. The instant the boy's body met the earth, it crumbled away bit by bit like a sand sculpture undone by the wind, becoming nothing but a blackened statue, which the Inhumans destroyed with a single blow, scattering him into the lethal mist. Chen Nan watched the drifting ashes in silence. In the depths of his eyes, the last trace of warmth faded away, replaced by a coldness so pure and a stillness so absolute it seemed to freeze the soul. This was what the mutants called him, a title of honor. And now, one of his people had spent his final breath warning him to escape, only to dissolve into dust before his eyes. "Brother, look, another mutant who's not afraid of dying," Maximus drawled, a sardonic smile playing at his lips. He regarded Chen Nan with curiosity, as though inspecting a piece of prey that had wandered willingly into a slaughterhouse. "He's strong. So what? Inside this Terrigen mist, even the mightiest mutant is nothing but a walking corpse." He shrugged, his words steeped in scorn and disdain for mutants. Black Bolt remained silent, though a deep frown creased his brow. His sharp gaze was locked on Chen Nan. Instinct told him that this man was leagues apart from the other teleporting mutant who had fled so desperately before. This was a different order of threat altogether. It was a primal warning, the kind that seizes grazing animals in the presence of a predator at the top of the food chain. "Who are you?" Medusa stepped forward, her iconic red hair stirring around her like living serpents, coiling defensively in the air before her. She spoke for her husband, her words edged with caution. Chen Nan paid her no attention, not even a glance. Instead, his gaze settled on Maximus. He was the one laughing. A low, ominous hum filled the air, vague at first, but quickly swelling into a terrifying, invisible pressure that descended without warning. This was neither a psychic blast nor an energy surge. It was a force far more direct, far more domineering. In that instant, every single Inhuman, regardless of strength, felt as if their bodies were suddenly filled with lead and mercury, so heavy they could not move a muscle. The smile on Maximus' face froze instantly, replaced by sheer horror. He felt every bone in his body groan under an unbearable weight. His knees buckled, and before he could stop himself, he dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. He found himself kneeling directly toward the spot where the mutant youth had just vanished. "You!" Maximus trembled with shock and fury, trying desperately to stand, only to discover that an irresistible force pinned him firmly to the ground. He couldn't even lift a finger. This power seemed to reach into the iron in his blood, the calcium in his bones, into every element that made up his being. "Maximus!" Medusa's face turned ashen with alarm. Her crimson hair erupted in a wild dance, snapping through the air like countless scarlet whips, each one splitting the air with a piercing scream as they lashed toward Chen Nan. But those locks, strong enough to tear apart tanks, suddenly froze 3 meters from Chen Nan, as if they'd slammed into an invisible steel wall. No matter how desperately Medusa urged her power, those countless strands could no longer move forward by even a fraction. At last, Chen Nan's gaze shifted from Maximus, glancing coolly at Medusa. Just a single glance. Medusa had barely met his eyes when she was struck as if by lightning. Her whole body hurled backward, smashing into a nearby building with bone-shaking force. Amid the swirling dust, she struggled to spit out a mouthful of blood, her face painted with disbelief. What just happened? What did he do? He hadn't even made a move. "Who the hell are you?" The captain of the guard, Gorgon, roared in fury. His legs, thick and powerful like a bull's, stomped the asphalt so hard it splintered and cracked. In a black blur, he shot toward Chen Nan with the force of a charging avalanche. Gorgon's ability was to unleash localized seismic waves. He was strong enough to split mountains and shatter stone. Yet Chen Nan remained unmoved, not even bothering to raise his eyelids. He merely lifted his right hand, slowly. Then, he made a gentle fist. A sickening crack echoed down the street. It was as if the very space surrounding Gorgon had been seized by a colossal, invisible hand, which now squeezed inward with merciless force. Bones snapped with a chilling clarity as Gorgon's powerful body twisted and folded midair, until he collapsed like a crushed soda can, smashing to the ground in a bloody heap, flesh and viscera bursting across the street, dead in an instant. The entire fog-choked city fell into a silence as absolute as the grave. All the Inhumans stared in utter horror at the scene before them, a chill shooting from the soles of their feet all the way to the crown of their heads. That was Gorgon, the captain of the Royal Guard, a warrior whose strength ranked just below the royal family itself. Yet he had just been killed in a single exchange. No, not even a true exchange, just casually snuffed out, as if it took no effort at all. Now it's your turn. Chen Nan's icy voice finally rang out. He gazed at the last man still standing, Black Bolt, his tone calm, as if stating an irrefutable fact. How do you want to die? Blackagar Boltagon, the king of the Inhumans, found his face growing impossibly grim. From Chen Nan, he felt a threat deeper and more terrifying than any before, an aura powerful enough to erase him and his entire people from existence. He was not one to speak lightly. Even the faintest rumble from his lips could devastate half a city. But now, he had no other choice. Black Bolt slowly parted his lips. A wave of destructive energy began to gather in his mouth, the very air around him warping and vaporizing in the wake of its force. This was his ultimate weapon, a voice strong enough to rend the fabric of space and time itself. Stop. Just then, a streak of golden light streaked down from the sky, thundering to the ground between Chen Nan and Black Bolt. As the brilliance faded, Carol Danvers appeared. Her whole body was alight with golden binary energy. She stared at Chen Nan, her voice urgent and grave. White King, I know you're furious, but please, calm down. If he says a single word, the entire state of Florida will disappear from map. Carol was desperate to prevent the onset of total destruction. She had witnessed Chen Nan's power, and she knew the legends of Black Bolt. If these two clashed, the outcome would be catastrophic. A dark, ice-cold smile curved at the edge of Chen Nan's lips. Perfect. That saves me the trouble of taking out the trash myself. Before the words had even faded, his figure blurred and vanished, appearing in front of Black Bolt in less than a heartbeat, moving so quickly that not even Carol, with her energy-augmented senses, could follow him. With one casual motion, he closed his hand around Black Bolt's throat. The world-rending sound wave was choked off before it could ever form. Black Bolt's eyes stretched wide, bloodshot and wild with terror. He summoned every last scrap of power within him, desperately struggling to break free from that seemingly ordinary hand. But it was like his neck was trapped in a clamp forged from neutron star matter. No matter how he strained, there wasn't the slightest give. You wanted to use this mouth to destroy my people. Chen Nan's voice was soft, but it cut through the tumult like a devil's whisper from the depths of hell, resonating in the minds of every Inhuman present. The hand at Black Bolt's throat began to tighten, slowly, inexorably, under the terrified and desperate gazes of all the Inhumans. Their supreme king was lifted into the air by Chen Nan with a single hand, his feet dangling off the ground like a rooster caught by the throat. In that case, there's no longer any need for this mouth to exist. Chen Nan's other hand extended, index finger pointed out. At its tip, a barely visible, pure flame quietly sparked to life. It was the Phoenix Flame, an ancient force of creation and destruction, born from the very fabric of the cosmos, swept through the space in an instant. Every living being present, even Carol, felt a shudder deep within their souls. No. Pinned helplessly to the ground, Maximus let out a howl of utter despair. Golden flames pierced Black Bolt's mouth with effortless precision. A king of devastation? I'll tear out your very voice. The catastrophic sound-based power, unleashed as soon as it touched the Phoenix Flame, disintegrated and dissolved utterly, like snow vanishing in the harsh glare of the sun. Nothing was left but the most primal particles. The king of the Inhumans, the legendary Black Bolt, had lost the very power for which he was most feared. With a casual flick, Chen Nan tossed the unconscious Black Bolt to the ground as one would discard broken refuse. He slowly turned, his cold gaze sweeping across all the trembling Inhumans gathered there. The Terry Jin missed, you brought it here. My people, you murdered them. Now, the reckoning begins. He raised a hand, palm facing upward. A low, deep sound resonated. From his palm, the sacred fire of the phoenix shot up into the heavens, taking the form of a colossal firebird that blotted out the sun. The firebird spread its wings wide, unleashing a piercing cry that reverberated across the earth and sky. Scorching heat surged forth, igniting the whole field of Terrigen mist in an instant. To mutants, this mist had always been a deadly poison. Yet before the phoenix flame, it had become the most perfect of fuels. The toxic green fog was burned away, leaving the sky clear once more. As for the Inhumans, engulfed by the sacred fire, not even a scream escaped their lips before they were reduced to nothingness. Only Carol remained untouched, protected by an invisible barrier of energy, staring in utter disbelief at the sight of this miracle, her mind completely blank. With a single thought, he incinerated poisonous mist. With a flick of his finger, he swept away every foe. Is this what it means to be king of the mutants? Chen Nan stood with his hands behind his back, his head tilted up, gaze piercing through the atmosphere to land upon that cold, distant orb in the sky. The moon. It's time for a new master. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable authority, as though laying down a new law for the universe itself. Carol Danvers drew a long, slow breath, suppressing the tremor in her soul brought on by the phoenix force. She darted in front of Chen Nan, shielding him with her body. The golden twin star energy surged around her like flames, though she kept it tightly in check, afraid to let even a trace slip out. White King, stop. I know you've lost some of your people, but there are tens of thousands of Inhumans on the moon, and the vast majority of them are innocent civilians. Her voice was urgent and strong, trying to awaken the reason in this man before her, who was consumed by fury. At last, Chen Nan's gaze broke away from the distant moon and settled on Carol. His eyes showed neither anger nor murderous intent, only a fathomless indifference, as if he were looking straight through her, seeing nothing of consequence. He repeated her words softly, a hint of cold mockery curling at his lips. When their king, with their warriors and their weapons, slaughtered my people, they chose silence. When the Terrigen mist spread across the globe, leaving countless mutants to die in agony, they gave silent consent. Silence and acquiescence. Those are the greatest forms of complicity. They profit from the system, but refuse to bear any risk, to reap the rewards and avoid the costs. Between species, there is no peace, Carol. Hasn't your time in the cold vastness of the universe taught you anything? Chen Nan's voice was calm as still water, yet its chill cut through Carol like a blade of ice. She found herself unable to refute him, because his words were the brutal, bloody truth of mutant history. But that can't be your excuse to slaughter civilians. It would make you no better than the executioners you condemn. Carol tried to reach him from a moral high ground. Executioner? Chen Nan responded as though he'd heard an absurd joke. I am no executioner, Carol. He stepped forward, and an invisible wave of power forced Carol to instinctively back away. I am a king. A king must claim territory for his people, a territory whose boundaries no one dares to cross. He must forge laws that cannot be defied. Today, the first law I declare is this: blood debt must be paid in blood. Each word landed with thunderous weight, every syllable pounding into Carol's heart. With this, Chen Nan was announcing to the entire world, in the most fierce and uncompromising way, the dawn of a new era for the mutant race. An era under the protection of a true king. He no longer glanced at Carol, whose face had drained of color. Turning away, he walked slowly towards the place where the mutant boy had vanished. Nothing remained there now but an empty patch of land, scoured clean by the phoenix's flames, so pristine, not even dust dared linger. He extended his hand, gently grasping at the air. In that space, the most minuscule remnants of the boy, microparticles barely belonging to him, began to gather. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, the elemental building blocks of life, now called together by his will. Moments later, a life-sized black crystal statue of the boy appeared on the spot, conjured from thin air. The statue's pose was frozen at the very moment before the youth fell, an expression of pain and hope, gazing at him one last time. Lifelike, it seemed as if the very soul had been sealed within the sculpture. When all was done, Chen Nan spared the statue one last glance, as if etching that final look into his heart forever. Without a shred of hesitation, he turned, transforming into a streak of light that soared heavenward, piercing straight towards the cold, suspended moon in the sky. He left only Carol behind, standing there in a daze, staring at the silent statue, while the lingering aura, the kind of terrifying power that could shake an entire planet, still charged the air. She understood that a great tempest, one poised to envelop the entire Kree Empire and even the whole universe, had officially begun to stir. At once, She activated the communicator on her wrist. "Nick Fury, I'm back, but you must initiate the highest alert. Watch out for that madman, called the White King. We're in serious trouble." The moon, Blue Zone, a city of impossible grandeur, beyond anything Earth's people might imagine, stood quietly beneath a massive energy dome. This was Adelan, the royal city of the Inhumans. Within the royal throne hall, the air was so heavy it felt like time itself had stalled. Crystal, Medusa's younger sister, the youngest member of the royal family, paced anxiously, her powerful elemental companion at her side. "There's still no news from my brother and sister." Her voice trembled almost imperceptibly. Below, the captain of the guard kept his head bowed, unable to meet her eyes. "Your Highness, all communications have been lost. The reconnaissance ship we sent to Earth lost all contact the instant it entered Florida airspace." Lost all contact? Beside her, Karnak, the Inhuman seer gifted with glimpses of the future, suddenly opened his eyes, beads of cold sweat breaking out across his brow. "I saw it," he whispered in a ragged, trembling voice. "I saw fire. Holy fire, consuming everything." Just then, with no warning, a blaring alarm erupted throughout all of Adelan. "Alert! Alert! Unknown high-energy life form rapidly approaching. Target has breached defense networks 1 through 12. Warning! Intruder has broken through the energy shield. The intruder is now above the city." A rapid cascade of urgent alarms rendered the entire throne room deathly silent. The city's energy shield penetrated? Impossible. That barrier was the Kree Empire's greatest creation, said to withstand even planet-busting annihilation cannons. Everyone, including Crystal and Karnak, instinctively raised their eyes, staring up at the domed ceiling of the hall. Outside the transparent dome, fashioned from a special crystal, stretched the profound depths of the universe. A solitary figure floated there in utter stillness. No space suit shielded him. He stood exposed to the icy, airless void of space, his body unprotected. He wore a long, black coat, and his dark hair drifted in the vacuum in an eerie, unnatural way. His head was bowed, and those cold eyes seemed to pierce right through the thick dome, gazing down at the tiny Inhumans below as if they were mere ants. Karnak trembled violently. In that moment, he saw, on this man, the very vision of the golden sea of fire that had haunted his prophecies. "Attack!" The commander of the guards, returning to his senses, unleashed a roar so fierce it tore at the soul. In an instant, throughout Adelan, countless hidden gun turrets emerged from the architecture, all zeroing in on that solitary figure in the heavens, unleashing torrents of energy with world-shattering force. And yet, despair followed. Every energy blast, nearing within 100 meters of Chen Nan, slowed as if ensnared by an invisible mire. Its speed waned, halted completely, and then simply dissipated. It was as if they had never existed at all. Chen Nan slowly raised his hand. He pressed gently downward, towards this city that symbolized the Inhumans' highest triumph of science and glory. A rumble, deep and furious, swept through the air, mighty and indescribable. A terrifying, unspeakable gravity crashed down in an instant. The entire city of Adelan, with its massive bedrock base, plunged violently downward. Buildings shattered and collapsed in the blink of an eye. Streets formed from the toughest alloys broke and split apart, crumbling like brittle wafers. Within Adelan, every Inhuman, no matter their strength, was immediately pinned to the ground, utterly unable to move. The weaker ones were crushed outright, their bodies instantly reduced to pulp beneath the sudden, overwhelming pressure. Those who survived felt their bones cry out in protest, and their organs felt as if they would be squeezed from their bodies. Agonized, desperate screams echoed through what was once a glorious city. Inside the throne hall, Crystal fought with all her power to call forth the elements, winds, water, fire, rock, forming a dazzling shield around her, barely holding back the relentless, crushing force. But even she could not stand firm. Her legs buckled, sending her to one knee, blood tracing down from the corner of her mouth. "Who are you really?" She forced her head up, staring through the fractured dome, unblinking, at that figure who seemed more demon than man. Chen Nan's form slowly descended, coming to rest upon the ruined square before the throne hall. He lowered his hand, and with it, the crushing gravity ebbed away. The surviving Inhumans gasped greedily for air, their eyes wide with terror and the realization of narrowly escaping death, as they watched the man approach in measured steps. Step by step, he ascended the stairs toward the throne. The royal guards along the way tried to raise their weapons, only to find that their bodies refused to obey. Helpless, they could do nothing but watch as he strode past them. Chen Nan walked forward until he stood before the throne, crafted from the rare metals of Kree Star, the very symbol of the highest authority among the Inhumans. He did not take a seat. Instead, he turned around, looking down from above at every last surviving Inhuman in the Great Hall. At last, his eyes settled on Crystal, who was struggling to keep herself upright. Black Bolt is dead. Medusa is dead. Gorgon is dead. Maximus is dead as well. With each name spoken, the color drained further from Crystal's face. By the time he uttered the last name, only bottomless despair and confusion remained in her gaze. Chen Nan's cold voice echoed through the deathly, silent hall. I am here to reclaim what belongs to mutants by right. From this day forward, Adelan shall be renamed Liberty City, and this planet will become the new homeland of the mutants. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the crowd below, their faces twisted by terror, fury, and defiance. You have two choices. Submit or die. The word die landed like an icebound hammer from the depths of the underworld, striking hard at the heart of every surviving Inhuman. In that instant, the very air froze. Within the Great Hall, silence swallowed all sound, leaving only ragged breathing and the suffocating presence of fear. To submit to the one who had butchered their royal family and razed their home. What unspeakable humiliation. The Inhumans, a race forged by the hand of the Kree Empire, steeped in ancient history and supreme honor. Never before had they endured such disgraces. A roar suddenly exploded in the stillness, like thunder cracking through a stormy sky. A royal guard, broad-shouldered and clad in silver armor, forcefully rose to his feet, eyes burning red with fury and determination. He was Gorgon's most loyal follower, famed for his strength and his unyielding spirit. The Inhumans will never be slaves. He bellowed, and the ground beneath his feet fractured with every step. Raw power erupted in a furious wave as, pouring all his strength into the charge, he hurled himself at Chen Nan upon the throne. He was like a maddened bull, each stride crashing down onto the broken floor, so fast that each movement tore the air with a deafening boom. Yet, Chen Nan did not even glance at him. He stood silently before the throne, still gazing down at all below. Then, just as the guards surged up the steps, Chen Nan gently raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at the charging figure, and flicked it lightly. There was no earth-shattering blast, no blinding flash of destruction. The imposing royal guard, whose mighty body seemed strong enough to withstand the blast of a cannon, along with his invulnerable silver armor, was turned in an instant, a dazzling red mist of iron shavings swirling through the air under the horrified eyes of every Inhuman present. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering the gleaming metallic dust. It was as though he had never existed at all. A wave of sharp, involuntary intakes of breath swept through the crowd. If Chen Nan's earlier palm strike, which crushed Adelan, revealed a power as grand as a god, then this effortless flick of his finger was a terror that burrowed deep into their very bones. This was absolute mastery over the nature of life itself. It was a higher dimensional being rendering judgment upon the lower. Any thought of resistance was utterly pulverized in the minds of the Inhumans by that single finger. No, please no. Crystal collapsed to the ground, all color drained from her beautiful face, leaving nothing but sheer despair. She watched helplessly as the bravest warrior among her people vanished into nothingness, his existence stamped out without meaning. At last, she understood. What they faced was not an enemy that could be overcome. It was a god or a demon, walking the earth in mortal guise. We. Prophet Karnak struggled to speak, every word rasping from his throat as if it took all the strength he had left. He closed his eyes, cold sweat pouring from his brow. In his visions, he saw countless futures where they dared resist. In some, Crystal detonated the core, Terrigen crystal beneath the city, seeking to destroy everything in a final stand. But the golden flames simply wrapped around the resulting cataclysm, swallowing even the energy that could have shattered the moon. In others, they pleaded for help from the Kree Empire, from the Skrulls, and every mighty civilization in the cosmos they had ever known. Yet before aid could arrive, Adelan was ash scattered among the stars. No matter the path, no matter the resistance, every future pointed to the same destination, complete annihilation. Karnak opened his eyes. The gaze that once cleaved through weakness now held only a profound helplessness. Slowly, with bitter humiliation, he bowed his proud head toward the throne. Adelan, 13,721 survivors remain. We surrender. The words leached every ounce of spirit from him. With Karnak's submission, the first domino fell. The remaining guards cast aside their weapons. All the surviving Inhuman civilians, whether burning with anger or shaking with frustration, could only drop to their knees, crushed by despair. There was no other choice. Crystal looked at her kin, each kneeling beside her, and at last, the dam broke. Her tears fell freely. She knew then. From that moment onward, the royal line of the Inhumans, glorious for thousands of years, was no more. And she, too, slowly bowed her head. Chen Nan gazed indifferently at the kneeling figures below, his eyes showing not a hint of emotion. Conquest, after all, was as simple as this. When your power is so overwhelming that no plot or rebellion can withstand it, mercy and kind persuasion become utterly meaningless. It was at this moment that a voice, audible only to him, echoed in his mind. Achievement detected. Hidden achievement unlocked. Authority of the moon. Conquer an intelligent species with an independent civilization, and seize absolute dominion over their homeworld. Achievement reward. One special card draw. Civilizational keystone. Would you like to draw now? At last, the corner of Chen Nan's mouth lifted in the faintest hint of a smile. He hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. Killing was but a means. Conquest merely a process. The true purpose was to draw strength from these conquered civilizations and their strongest champions, empowering himself and his entire mutant race. Silently, he intoned in his heart. Civilizational keystone card draw in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received a legendary gold card, the Terrigen Crystal Motherlode. Terrigen Crystal Motherlode, the very foundation of the Inhuman civilization, brimming with mysterious cosmic radiance capable of altering life's genetic sequence. Effect 1. Can prompt the emergence of a vast quantity of Terrigen crystals, establishing a stable Terrigen mist generation matrix. Effect 2. Fusible can merge with the host's Phoenix Force, purging the lethal elements in Terrigen mist that target the X gene and refining it, transforming the mist into the Phoenix Divine Mist, a force designed to strengthen the mutant gene. Effect 3. Fusible can fuse with the Space Stone to build an evolution sanctuary in Free City. Any mutant who proves themselves worthy may enter and receive the baptism of the Phoenix Divine Mist, greatly enhancing their powers, even awakening a secondary ability. Eyes blazing with fervor, Chen Nan studied the card info displayed on his system panel. This was truly a treasure crafted for the mutant race. All this time, the Terrigen Mist had hung above every mutant's head like the sword of Damocles, the Inhumans' deadliest weapon against their kind. And now, this ultimate weapon was about to become the very cornerstone of the mutants' rise. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Nan acted. A resonant hum spread out from him, invisible yet palpable, sweeping across all of Adelan. In fact, across the entire blue expanse of the moon. Deep underground, at the heart of the planet's crust, the vast Terrigen crystal motherlode that sustained all of Adelan's ecology began to rumble with a powerful roar. Every Inhuman, still kneeling in fear, suddenly sensed with horror that the link between their blood and the Terrigen crystals was being forcefully severed, erased, and then reforged, overwritten by a power even more commanding and magnificent. Meanwhile, Chen Nan slowly descended from the throne steps. He extended his hand toward the ruined city center, grasping at the empty air. The ground shook violently. Under the stunned gaze of all present, countless fragments of shattered buildings and twisted metal debris defied gravity and soared skyward. Suspended in midair, they broke apart and melted, transforming into a primal torrent of metal and rock. Then, under the sway of that unseen hand, began to rebuild at a speed beyond imagination. One after another, stark and imposing black metal structures rose from the earth, bold and unyielding. At the city's heart, a vast temple took shape out of thin air, rippling with spatial distortions, its interior aglow with a sacred, otherworldly flame. In just a handful of minutes, the ruins of old Adelan were swept away, replaced by a dazzling new stronghold, an ironclad city brimming with the aura of discipline and awe. Chen Nan hovered above this reborn city, his voice rolling out like a divine edict, echoing into every corner. From this day forward, this will be the free city of mutants, and you will be the first servants to witness its rise in history. Crystal shall oversee the city for now. His gaze pierced the distant cosmos, fixing upon a blue planet far away. Kree, I hope you'll appreciate the gift I'm about to deliver. As his words fell, Chen Nan's figure vanished from above Utopia. Summoning the full might of the Space Stone, he tore open the fabric of reality with a surge of blue light, conjuring a wormhole that stretched into the far reaches of the cosmos. With a single step, he crossed millions of light years. Outside the swirling gateway, stars streamed past in a blaze of radiant color. His destination was clear. The Kree Empire, 7th Star Sector, the formidable world of Hala, center of military and technological might. Hala, among the Kree Empire's most vital colonies, was guarded with vigilance beyond ordinary comprehension. Tens of thousands of Kree warships formed an impenetrable web around the planet, patrolling the orbit day and night. The planet's surface bristled with planet-killer cannons, each powerful enough to vaporize a moon. Inside the command center, Kree Commander Ronan watched the star map with icy composure. Though he would one day be known as the Accuser, for now, he merely commanded the formidable defenses of Hala. Yet, in his bearing, there was no mistaking his cold, ruthless authority. Report. Unusual spatial fluctuations detected. Coordinates. Alpha sector. A shrill alarm suddenly shattered the command center's calm. Ronan's expression darkened, his sapphire eyes narrowing sharply. What is it? Unknown. Energy levels. Energy levels are spiking exponentially. They've already exceeded our measurement limits. Warning. An unidentified entity has broken through the curvature barrier. He's appeared directly inside the orbital defense perimeter. Before Ronan could issue an order, a crimson light flashed on the star map, a point that represented an unknown threat appearing out of thin air. It was like a drop of ink falling into clear water, instantly staining the entire defense system a menacing red. Without a moment's hesitation, Ronan gave his order, his voice icy cold. In an instant, the cannons thundered in unison. Thousands of Kree warships powered up their primary weapons at once. Ghostly blue beams converged into a river of annihilation, a torrent of death that could tear a star asunder, roaring toward that lone, insignificant figure. And yet, faced with a world-shattering assault, Chen Nan simply hovered in the frigid void of space. He didn't even glance back. He only raised his left hand, slowly, almost casually. An invisible magnetic field radiated from him, sweeping out to envelop the entire sector. The torrent of energy, the combined fire of thousands of warships, came to an unnatural halt, 10,000 meters short of its target. Then, to the horror of every Kree soldier watching, that raging cascade of power began to twist and unravel, dissolving into pure energy particles before fading away into nothingness. What kind of power is this? Inside the command center, not a sound was heard. Ronan stared at the shadowy figure on screen, cold dread rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. This was beyond any strength he had ever known. Chen Nan turned, his expression unreadable, his gaze piercing through the void itself to meet Ronan's across the gulf of space. Those eyes were cold, detached, utterly devoid of emotion. The gaze of a god regarding ants. In the next instant, he simply closed his fingers, an effortless grasp. A chorus of agonized screams erupted, echoing throughout the command center via the comm channels. On the screens, thousands of Kree warships that had their cannons trained on him were suddenly seized, as if gripped by countless invisible hands. Reinforced Kree alloy, mighty and unyielding, shrieked and twisted. A sound that set teeth on edge, crushed and compressed into burning heaps of scrap in a heartbeat. No explosions, no flammes. Just pure, raw, overwhelming physical might, irresistible and absolute. Thousands of warships, along with tens of thousands of Kree soldiers within, were reduced to nothing more than the coldest dust in the universe, all in the span of a single second. No, this can't be. Ronan leaped from his command chair, shaking uncontrollably. This had to be a demon, straight from the depths of hell. Having finished his work, Chen Nan's figure became as a black meteor, plummeting toward the surface of planet Hala. Wherever he went, the atmosphere itself was torn asunder, leaving a gaping rift, yet the fury of friction could not ruffle even the hem of his garment. His target was the very heart of Hala's capital, the Central Academy of Sciences, that towering symbol of the Kree's highest technological achievement. Chen Nan landed heavily in the plaza before the academy. The ground split open beneath him, and shockwaves flattened every surrounding building in an instant. From every direction, swarms of Kree-built clone robots and elite Kree warriors clad in power armor came rushing in. For the Empire, they roared, launching themselves in suicidal charges. Chen Nan didn't even lift his eyelids. A surge of holy flame radiated outward from him, spreading in ripples. Where the fire passed, all was reduced to ash. Unyielding Sentinel robots and fearless Kree warriors alike, none could withstand that sacred fire. In the instant they touched it, both their bodies and their very souls and wills were utterly consumed. It only took a single breath. The entire armed force of the capital had been wiped out. Chen Nan strode slowly toward the towering white structure that rose thousands of meters into the sky. He reached out and placed his hand lightly on the alloy gates of the academy. He exerted no brute strength, just a thought. The power of the space stone was unleashed. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. The Central Academy of Sciences, along with its foundations that sank tens of thousands of meters beneath the earth, began to shudder violently. With the terrified eyes of hundreds of millions of Kree fixed upon it, this monument to imperial glory and wisdom began, impossibly, to rise from the ground. Soil, rock, and underground pipelines were wrenched up wholesale by an inexorable force. Defying the very gravity of the planet, under Chen Nan's guidance, the massive tower soared into the air. Then, in the palm of Chen Nan's hand, a deep blue vortex appeared, a portal to subspace, conjured by the space stone. With a mere gesture, the Titanic Central Academy was swept into subspace, vanishing utterly, as though it had never been. All that remained was a vast, bottomless chasm, as if the planet itself had been wounded. Having completed his task, Chen Nan did not pause for an instant. While countless Kree looked on in a chaotic mix of terror, rage, and confusion, his figure transformed once more into a streak of light. He shot up toward the heavens, disappearing from the sky. His arrival had shaken the world. His departure was utterly silent. All that remained was a planet in ruins, and a nightmare legend that would never be erased. Earth, Liberty Island, the Umbrella Corporation. Space twisted, and Chen Nan appeared out of thin air. With a casual wave of his hand, the entire Central Academy of the Kree materialized with a thunderous boom on a secluded islet beside Liberty Island's laboratory, occupying nearly half the island in an instant. The Beast, Hank McCoy, along with Essex, Bolivar, and the other mutant scientists who had long been waiting, stared in utter disbelief at this miraculous sight that had descended from the heavens. Their minds nearly froze, utterly dumbfounded. Is this alien architecture? Hank adjusted his glasses, his blue, fur-covered face etched with incredulity. Boss, did you just rob an alien civilization? Chen Nan didn't bother explaining. He spoke in a calm, clear voice that resonated in every ear present. Within this tower lies the Kree Empire's most complete technological tree. Everything from fundamental material science to warp engines. Nothing is missing. His gaze swept over all of the mutant scientists gathered there, his eyes radiating an authority that brooked no argument. I give you 5 years. Absorb it, understand it, and then surpass it. 5 years from now, I want to see our own mutant-built, first-generation interstellar fleet docked at Liberty Island's harbor. Can you do it? Hank and the rest were shaken to their core. They looked at the towering spire pulsing with alien technology, then at Chen Nan's impassive face. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of pride and determination filled their hearts. Once, mutants could only hide in the shadows, struggling merely to survive. But now, their king had begun conquering the stars on their behalf. Yes, my king. All the mutant scientists dropped to one knee in unison, voices full of fervor and reverence as they pledged to their godlike leader. The calamity Carol feared never came. Chen Nan took no action at all. Instead, an unusual calm blanketed the earth, a rare and peaceful tranquility. This peace felt almost unreal to Carol. Noticing her confusion, Nick Fury took the initiative to explain. That's just how Chen Nan is. As long as people don't provoke him first, he won't go looking for trouble. What a complicated man, utterly vengeful, yet stubbornly principled, Carol murmured, eyes filled with conflicting emotions. She couldn't help but remember the ruthless decisiveness he'd shown that day. Like a demon risen from hell itself. Determined, she resolved to delve deeper into the secrets of Liberty Island, and to understand the man now standing at the summit of Earth's power. And at that very moment, in the endless reaches of space, a silver streak zipped forward atop a cosmic board, sundering the darkness as it sped straight toward the Milky Way. That night, Chen Nan invited Susan over to his home as a guest. His intentions were almost painfully obvious, but Susan seemed to be enjoying herself immensely. The following day, Tony called, energetically inviting Chen Nan to join his racing event. At this moment, the billionaire and superhero seemed to be embracing life with reckless abandon. Next was supposed to be the scene where the whip chain made its appearance, but Chen Nan had absolutely no interest in it. He just couldn't understand why so many people flocked to the deadly game of car racing. He remembered that almost every motorcycle rider he'd followed in his early years had met with misfortune. "Wanna go for a walk?" After hanging up the phone, Chen Nan naturally extended an invitation to Susan. "I think I'll pass," Susan hesitated, not wanting Chen Nan to always spend money on her. "It's fine, come on. Money's not an issue," Chen Nan replied with a smile. He took her hand and led her outside without waiting for another word. Raven and Emma came over as well, grinning as they nudged Susan along. Caught between them, she had no real way to refuse. "Mora gave a jealous snort and shot someone a glare, but couldn't resist quickening her pace to squeeze herself into the group of her sisters. Chen Nan could only sigh inwardly. So much for his rare chance at a private date. His plans had been thoroughly spoiled by these cheerful, lively women who never missed a chance to cause a scene. As they strolled through the shops, everyone, except for Chen Nan, was in high spirits, laughter and lively chatter bubbling among the women. There always seemed to be endless topics for them to discuss. At times, Chen Nan truly couldn't figure out where they found all that energy. His body wasn't tired, but mentally, he felt utterly worn out. Does this look good? Susan stepped out of the fitting room, a faint hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. At Raven and Emma's encouragement, she stopped in front of Chen Nan, giving a little turn to show off her new outfit. Chen Nan examined her carefully. Golden, wavy hair tumbled around her shoulders. Her fair and delicate skin seemed to glow. The low neckline of her dress highlighted her graceful curves, with a diamond necklace adding the perfect finishing touch. She really did look stunningly fair. This look completely upended Chen Nan's old impression of Susan. She wasn't just poised and capable. She could be so gently enchanting, too. Oh, men, they all just love novelty and lose interest in the old, Raven teased, deliberately walking over and tugging down the collar of her own shirt to show off for Chen Nan. Chen Nan was speechless. He didn't bother with words. Instead, he simply grabbed Raven and Emma, who'd been enjoying the show on the side, and headed straight into the adjacent fitting room. Hey, where did Chen Nan and the others go? Sometime later, Susan looked around in confusion. Chen Nan, Raven, and Emma had been missing for nearly an hour. Ahem, maybe they went to another store. Peggy quickly covered for them, coughing lightly and expertly changing the topic. Let's just sit here and take a break. After another 10 minutes or so, Raven and Emma finally returned, strolling back with unhurried steps. There was still a trace of something white, like leftover body wash, clinging to the corners of their lips and tips of their hair. Susan found it a bit odd, but didn't think too much of it. Of course, it wouldn't be long before she experienced it for herself. Next time it'll be our turn. Oh wait, in just a moment it'll be us. Marilyn sidled up to Chen Nan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, unable to hide her longing. Marilyn, are you really that impatient? Chen Nan teased with a playful grin. Shut up. Isn't it your fault I ended up like this? Marilyn shot him an exasperated glare, annoyed that she had been made to look just like him. The rest of the shopping trip took on a decidedly odd air. Susan began to notice that among the sisters, one or two would disappear here and there, only to return moving a bit awkwardly, their walks a little off. And then there was always something else, a faint trace of shower gel at the corner of their lips or tangled in their hair, never quite washed away. How strange, Susan muttered under her breath, a vague suspicion taking shape in her mind. But was that even possible? They couldn't possibly be that daring. And as for Chen Nan, how could he possibly have that kind of stamina? That simply went against everything she understood about medicine. She must just be overthinking things. A few days passed in a blur, and with Susan busy with work, she hadn't had much time to visit the villa again. Meanwhile, Reed and the Fantastic Four were steadily gaining fame, especially the Captain America version of a Human Torch, who seemed to be making headlines everywhere. Then one day, out of nowhere, Tony called, warmly inviting Chen Nan to his birthday party that night. Tony's birthday parties were legendary, the sort of events people would do anything to get invited to. Naturally, Chen Nan couldn't refuse. He asked around, but the women at home showed little interest in attending. To them, these parties were just endless awkward small talk and constant unwanted advances. But Chen Nan insisted, finally managing to coax Susan, Helen Zhao, and Psylocke into coming along. They'd all been so wrapped up in work lately. This seemed like the perfect chance for them to unwind. As soon as they learned they'd be going to the party, the three women lit up with excitement. They took great care in getting ready, determined to impress. When they finally emerged from the dressing room, Chen Nan found himself genuinely stunned. Their beauty was almost unreal, as if they just stepped out of a filter-perfect photo. If they weren't already running late, he'd have been sorely tempted to do something about it then and there. Darling, what naughty thoughts are you having now? Psylocke whispered teasingly in his ear, dropping her voice as she sidled up to him. She knew him far too well. Who, me? I'm not like that at all, Chen Nan replied, feigning sincerity before quickly changing the subject. Come on, let's go, or we'll be late. Psylocke just smiled knowingly, saying nothing more. When Chen Nan and his group finally arrived at Tony's party, he was taken aback. Aside from the staff, the entire place was full of women. Leave it to Tony. He really knew how to throw a party. Scanning the room, Chen Nan saw nothing but long-legged beauties in dazzling outfits everywhere he looked. Yes, this was quintessential Tony. Chen Nan's arrival instantly caught the eye of every woman at the party. After all, who didn't know about Tony Stark's legendary party style? Inviting another man? That was unheard of. A quick glance at the beauty and poise of the woman at his side made it clear to the sharpest minds in the room that this was no ordinary man. Many of the beauties began to quietly inquire about his background. A few bolder ones simply walked right up to him, using their bodies as an introduction. Chen Nan only turned them down with polite courtesy. He kept a respectful distance. Heaven knew who else's shower gel might linger in the gardens of their secrets. His composure didn't go unnoticed. Susan and Zhao Hailuan began to see him in a new light. Who would have thought this playboy actually had a code of honor? Ling Dai noticed their exchanged glances and scoffed in obvious disdain. They were far too naive. This guy was just acting on his obsessive need for cleanliness. If it were a stunning, untouched beauty, would he hold out then? Just then, a wave of excited screams from the women sliced through the room as the flamboyant Tony made his entrance. He'd arrived in full gold-and-red Iron Man armor. What a show-off! Chen Nan shook his head with a wry smile. Tony's display had the air of a king's last wild revel. He was instantly surrounded by a crowd of gorgeous women, losing himself in the moment as he sprayed expensive champagne everywhere, his admirers craning their necks and opening their mouths as if waiting for some kind of blessing. Zhao Hailuan and Susan stared wide-eyed. Anyone unaware of what was really happening might have wondered what the women were there to catch. It was moments like these that made the so-called high society seem not so noble after all. Only then did they truly realize how hard these so-called goddesses worked for an opportunity, unabashedly putting their bodies on display. The lights blushed with a soft glow, the music pulsed wildly, and the air hung thick with a mingled sense of perfume and alcohol. Carried by such a dizzying atmosphere, everyone began to lose themselves in the moment. Even Zhao Hailuan and the others, who had preferred the shadows, found their gazes growing hazy as the mood turned ever more sultry. A gentle fragrance drifted in the dusk of the evening. They slouched lazily in a corner, melting into the sofa. To be precise, the women seemed to edge ever closer until they were nestled up against him. Through alcohol-blurred eyes, Zhao Hailuan fixed her gaze on Chen Nan and slowly leaned her head onto his shoulder. Intentional or not, that touch was a spark that set everything alight. In an instant, passion roared into flame. When their glasses clinked and they drained their drinks in one go, their eyes locked in a gaze both languid and smoldering. Your eyes are so unusual, like two blazing phoenixes. I must have had too much to drink. Zhao Hailuan didn't take her eyes off his as she spoke. Do you like them? Chen Nan asked with a gentle smile. Ido, they're utterly captivating. Zhao Hailuan found herself captivated by Chen Nan's gaze, as if bewitched by some invisible force drawing her ever closer. Against her will, she found herself helplessly sinking into this attraction. A heartbeat later, she couldn't hold back any longer. Swept away, she pressed herself to him, her whole world spinning, dizzy with a rapturous intoxication as if she alone existed in all creation. That hazy, light-headed sensation felt wonderful. In this moment, Zhao Hailuan wished she could surrender herself forever. So powerfully alluring was this pull that it seemed almost fatal. Watching the two of them utterly absorbed in each other, Susan's face grew increasingly sour. At that moment, Ling Dai decided to help her. Just as Zhao Hailuan was breathless and about to pull away, Ling Dai gave Susan a gentle nudge, seizing the opportunity to swap places. Susan hesitated only briefly before being swept away herself. She let go of all restraint, allowing herself this single, reckless moment. Meanwhile, Chen Nan was tucked away in such an inconspicuous corner that no one paid them any attention. By contrast, Tony's side of the party was abuzz with excitement. After all, Tony Stark was a household name, and who wouldn't want to rub shoulders with Iron Man? Even S.H.I.E.L.D. was eager for an in. Nick Fury himself was fascinated by the Iron Man suit, but what he truly coveted was Tony Stark's arc reactor. That was the real prize. According to classified intel, Tony's days were numbered, poisoned by palladium. Natasha was well aware of this grim fact. With Pepper Potts now serving as CEO of Stark Industries, Natasha, acting as both Tony's secretary and confidant, was privy to every secret. Fury immediately dispatched Coulson to investigate at the party. Was Tony genuinely planning to hand over the Iron Man suit to the military? Unfortunately, Coulson's mission hit a snag right at the entrance. Just as he approached the marble doorway, the bodyguards blocked his way. "Sir, invitation please." "I hope you understand," one bodyguard declared impassively. "Invitation? What invitation?" "My apologies. I completely understand," Coulson replied with an amiable, deferential smile, playing the part of the eternal nice guy. Turning away, he grumbled to Nick Fury, seething at his boss's oversight. "Seriously, you bald-headed cheapskate, you couldn't even get me an invitation?" Just then, a stunning woman with endless legs and a dazzling figure strode right past the guards, seemingly glowing with confidence. They made no move to stop her. Wait a minute. Why didn't she need an invitation? Coulson stared, bewildered and mildly offended. Sensing the discrimination, Coulson fumed internally. The bodyguard responded with a lecherous grin. Come on, sir. Didn't you know that Mr. Stark's parties have an open-door policy for gorgeous women? That's right. The whole country knows it, chimed in another guard, his greedy eyes never leaving the woman's swaying, exaggerated curves and long legs. Yeah, buddy, don't be jealous. Might I suggest a personality transplant in Thailand, or some plastic surgery in Korea first? Joked another guard, mockingly. Coulson was speechless. I swear, I could just strangle you all, smash your sorry eggs, and ship them off to Thailand for surgery, he seethed silently. Grumbling aside, Coulson still dialed his boss, the bald, dark-skinned man, for help in getting an invitation. Director, could you please give me an invitation? Unless I'm a beautiful woman, I need one just to get in. Coulson didn't mind donning women's clothes for a mission, but for this salary, it really wasn't worth losing his dignity. An invitation? Nick Fury paused for a moment. Where was he supposed to rustle up an invitation at this hour? Wait, didn't Tony send one over already? After a moment's thought, Fury said, All right, Agent Coulson, you just fetch it for yourself. I'll send Hill over. Gratefully, Coulson hung up, relieved he'd dodged the bullet of cross-dressing. This time, at least. Looks like the bald boss still had some sense of decency left. Agent Hill. Nick Fury placed a call to Agent Hill. Natasha's cover still couldn't be blown, which made Hill the perfect candidate to keep an eye on Tony both overtly and covertly, working in tandem with Natasha. The responsibility fell to her. There's a mission for you. If he needs to access that new element, I have the treasure his father left for him. Yes, sir. Hill nodded, though her noble, icy face betrayed a flicker of distaste. Her contempt for playboys like Tony Stark ran deep. Malibu Mansion. A flashy red Porsche pulled up, the door swung open, and a pair of long, elegant legs touched down first. Unlike her usual plain attire, this time she finally swapped out her unassuming clothes for an elegant, sophisticated evening gown. She barely recognized herself. The completely barefaced Hill and this meticulously made-up woman might as well have been two different people. Soft click, click, click. Although she wasn't used to high heels, suddenly, she found she rather liked the sensation. The admiring gazes from others made her vanity swell just a bit. None of the security guards tried to stop her. Instead, they watched entranced as Hill strode into the heart of the party. And inside, chaos reigned, a riotous and decadent scene straight from a fever dream. Seems even a string of attacks couldn't convince him to lie low, Hill muttered with a shake of her head. She understood, just as well as anyone, a leopard can't change its spots. Hoping for a moment's peace amid the madness, she scanned her surroundings and spotted Chen Nan. Immediately, she called in her report to Nick Fury. Director, I see Chairman Chen Nan from Umbrella. Do you think Tony would hand over the arc reactor technology to him? Chen Nan has his own Iron Man suit. Chen Nan? Are you sure? Nick Fury's voice turned sharply serious. Everyone knew Chen Nan was the only person the Stark family truly trusted, and he also held a 20% stake in Stark Industries. Never mind. Chen Nan's too dangerous. Compared to him, Tony seems far easier to handle. After some careful deliberation, Nick Fury decided. In the end, dealing with Tony was a much simpler, safer bet. Hill nodded, but when she looked again at that flock of brazen women shamelessly fawning over Tony, like a pack of scheming foxes, she felt utterly disgusted. So, as if under some strange compulsion, she drifted over to the quieter side of the room, joining Chen Nan. It helped that more than a few beautiful women with some standards, or those still hoping for a chance, had gathered around Chen Nan, too. The atmosphere of merriment continued to swell, and just as Tony was soaking in the fun, his good friend Rhodey showed up on a mission. Tony, come with me. The president wants to see you, Rhodey called out, raising his voice over the din, trying to catch Tony's attention. What? What did you say? I can't hear you, Tony bellowed back with a hearty laugh, exaggerating every word. Without missing a beat, he turned to flirt with the women beside him, paying Rhodey no mind at all. Tony's irreverent attitude made Rhodey frown. This guy was just as unreliable as ever, yet he was there on official business. Clearly, Rhodey couldn't get through to Tony this way. With a helpless glance at him, he turned and headed down to the basement. Suddenly, a chorus of excitable applause and high-pitched cheers filled the room as Tony put on a flashy demonstration with his repulsor beams, soaking in the women's adulation and growing more exuberant with every round. Just then, a sudden shout erupted as a figure clad head to toe in gleaming silver armor burst into the room, hurling an accusation at Tony. Hey, you don't deserve to wear that suit. What followed was classic chaos. The two armored men clashed in the middle of the party, sending guests scrambling in all directions, while some braver souls hid nearby, eager to watch the drama unfold. "Aren't you going to stop them?" Psylocke said with a teasing smile, nodding toward the pair now wrecking the place. "Not my problem," Chen Nan began to reply, but before he could finish, a serving tray hurtled toward him. With a casual flick of his hand, the tray vaporized before it could make contact. Gasps and delighted shrieks instantly erupted around Chen Nan. "Wait, you have superpowers too. That's awesome." For a moment, the crowd around Chen Nan was filled with excited female voices. But Chen Nan simply stood up. Tony, roaring in anger, scared off most of the women, only to be blindsided. Rhodey clocked him with a tabletop, sending Tony crashing into the fireplace. "Tony, put your hands down. Do you really think you deserve to wear that suit right now?" Rhodey demanded, determined and righteous. "Are you saying only you deserve it?" Before Tony could retort, Chen Nan walked coolly across the debris, his voice calm and chilly. "You say he's unworthy? Then tell me, who designed and created these suits? Who, without you contributing a thing, generously gave you a gift powerful enough to change the course of human history?" Rhodey opened his mouth, ready to reply, but found himself at a loss for words. After a few seconds of awkward silence, he flushed crimson, feeling deeply embarrassed. Of course, with a face like a gorilla's, you couldn't really tell. And, well, he wasn't exactly blessed with the brains, either. Chen Nan waved his hand impatiently, signaling for him to leave. But as Rhodes attempted to fly away in the suit, Chen Nan stopped him with a sharp command. "I told you to go. I didn't say your armor could go with you." At these words, Rhodes's face turned grim. The military's orders were clear. He must bring the armor back for research. Returning empty-handed would mean he had failed his mission. But under Chen Nan's ever more intimidating gaze, a pressure as heavy as a mountain bore down on him, forcing Rhodes to yield. "Understand," Rhodes shouted hastily, struggling out of the armor and making a disheveled retreat. He knew that stubbornly resisting here would be suicide. Watching Rhodes's retreating figure, Chen Nan let out a cold chuckle. In this world, there are always those who enjoy the generosity of others, yet still question whether their benefactors are worthy. If it weren't for Tony's feelings, Rhodes wouldn't have gotten off so easily tonight. After all, War Machine had always been a minor character, dispensable at best. Tony let out a long sigh, sensing that he might have lost a friend forever. The ship of friendship can capsize in an instant. So sudden, so complete. "You're not going to die," Chen Nan said, patting Tony's shoulder. "Haven't you studied that energy cell I gave you? I'll give you a hint. What you want is hidden in your father's city planning blueprint." Before the last word had fully landed, Chen Nan had already turned and walked away, leaving Tony frozen in astonishment. Moments later, realization dawned. Tony leapt into action, activating his armor, soaring through the night sky straight toward Stark Tower. He yearned to discover in his father's legacy the key to solving his energy crisis. Rhodes wasn't acting as an individual. He was the embodiment of the military's hunger for Stark technology. If the suit design fell into government hands on a large scale, the world's strategic balance would be shattered, triggering an almost inevitable new arms race. Tony had given the armor out of pure friendship and a sense of responsibility for the future. With palladium poisoning worsening, he had custom-built the suit for Rhodes, a gift meant to help, which instead had been misunderstood and abused, turned against him as a weapon. Chen Nan's intervention was no accident. As a major Stark Industries shareholder and the head of Umbrella Corporation, he was keenly aware of the dangers that would arise if the technology ever ended up in military hands. Tony's initial refusal to share the armor technology with the military wasn't out of selfishness, but from a deep understanding. A single misuse could lead to catastrophic wars. Tony's birthday party had been the talk of the town, especially among the tabloids that thrived on celebrity gossip. By the following morning, all sorts of sensational reports flooded the media. The truth was twisted beyond recognition, facts embellished and distorted, all for the sake of headlines and sales. According to our sources, Tony Stark invited dozens of socialites, models, and A-list stars to his party. An entertainment news anchor declared theatrically to the camera. And in fact, many guests stayed late into the night, including all those stunning ladies we know so well, Michelle, Meg, Ivanka, and the rest. My goodness, Tony is truly living the dream. The host fanned the flames, adding, "Rumor has it, he often spends the whole night engaging in script discussions with every single magazine cover girl present." Playing along, the co-host lowered her voice conspiratorially. "I even heard there was some unpleasantness last night. A black officer and Tony nearly came to blows over Ivanka's attention." "Really? That must have been quite a scene." "Oh, absolutely. Both men were in their battle suits, fighting it out. Can you guess how it ended?" "Ow!" In the end, the the chairman of Umbrella Corporation stepped in to break up the fight. Now that's a piece of insider gossip. To make it all sound more convincing, the TV station played interviews with several celebrities who had attended the party. At some point, Tony's black friend arrived in full battle gear for no apparent reason, one excited actress recounted. Next thing we knew, the two of them were fighting. In the end, the chairman of Umbrella intervened. The black guy immediately backed down and begged for mercy. He was so cool, another added. And he even has superpowers. His eyes can shoot lasers, and he can take people flying, a different actress chimed in, her tone rife with innuendo. The reporter's smile turned sly. Superpowers, huh? Did you meet Superman? Entertainment news never shies away from tiptoeing along the edge. Truth and sensationalism become deliciously blurred. The viewers didn't care much for what was real. All they wanted was enough juicy gossip to add some spark to their ordinary lives. Inside the villa on the estate, awakening from a hangover, Zhao Hailuan felt as though her bones had turned to jelly and vowed never to drink again. She rubbed her eyes, grimacing as she forced them open, and froze when she saw Susan lying beside her. For a long moment, she just stared in utter disbelief. Still dazed, Susan bitterly recalled how she'd blacked out from drinking and regretted all the beautiful memories she'd lost to the haze. When Zhao Hailuan finally went downstairs, she realized there was someone skilled in the living room, locked in a silent staring contest with Chen Nan. Apparently, this expert hadn't left either. At that moment, the expert's phone started ringing insistently. Too busy to pick up, she soon received a text, instructing her to head to New Mexico as soon as she woke up. Early morning sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm, golden glow over the entire room. Chen Nan stretched languidly, completely refreshed. Hey, Helen, good morning. A blush crept across Zhao Hailuan's cheeks. She seemed to feel she'd intruded where she didn't belong. Chen Nan glanced at someone trembling silently on the sofa, the corners of his mouth curling in quiet satisfaction. Meanwhile, the expert remained curled up under her blanket, her back to everyone, shoulders trembling, clearly struggling to suppress some emotion. Awake again? Chen Nan spoke lazily, reaching out to pat her smooth, fragrant shoulder. A low growl, thick with suppressed anger and indignation, rumbled through the air. This proud and icy beauty from S.H.I.E.L.D., so poised and unapproachable, had never imagined she would suffer such a humiliation. She had come to keep an eye on this man, and yet had never anticipated. Quite the temper you have. Chen Nan chuckled softly, unbothered by her glare. He sat up and picked up a nearby phone to check a message Hill had just received. New Mexico, Looks like Thor has arrived. Chen Nan stroked his chin, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. Hill spun around sharply, her gaze full of fury as she glared at him. Yet, shame and anger made her clutch the covers more tightly to hide the marks on her body. This has nothing to do with you, you despicable bastard. Now, don't be like that. I'd say we're friends. Friends with a bond far beyond ordinary people, wouldn't you? Chen Nan teased her with a cheerful smile, paying absolutely no mind to the fire blazing in her eyes. He stood and, without the slightest hesitation, strolled toward the bathroom, leaving Hill grinding her teeth at his retreating figure. A moment later, Chen Nan emerged from the bathroom, refreshed in his bathrobe. By then, Hill had already dressed and composed herself. She had reclaimed her cool, distant demeanor, yet the rosy flush lingering on her face and her slightly tousled blonde hair undercut that icy, imperious image. I'm leaving now. Her tone was frosty and curt. Go on. Take care on the road. Here, a little parting gift for you. Chen Nan waved her off as if bidding farewell to a dear friend. In a moment, his healing power merged with her body. Hill shuddered violently. The wounds that had racked her body mended themselves in the blink of an eye. She looked at him a long, searching gaze. Her eyes were a tangle of anger, humiliation, and a trace of something else, something she herself hadn't realized was there. She didn't say another word. Turning sharply, she strode out of the manor. Chen Nan watched her walk away, the smile on his face slowly fading. A trip to New Mexico to take a look at the God of Thunder, and perhaps snatch Jane Foster away from him, sounded like an entertaining way to spend his time. Damn this obsessive urge to collect things. Clearly last time's lesson hadn't been harsh enough. One day it was bound to cost him dearly. On a highway stretching through the endless New Mexico desert, a battered mobile lab trundled forward, rattling and groaning with every mile, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Daisy, I swear this is the last time. If we can't find that bridge you keep talking about, I'm going back to the university to teach boring theoretical physics. At the wheel, Jane Foster gripped the steering wheel and let out a frustrated sigh. Her eyes were bloodshot, the mark of many sleepless nights. Don't say that, Jane. I believe you. Your theory is right. In a passenger seat, Daisy Louise was munching on potato chips, her words muffled as she tried to encourage her. Jane, look, those clouds ahead look really strange. Maybe a miracle's waiting for us. Before she could finish, the van jolted violently, followed by a piercing, unnatural screech. The speed dropped abruptly, and they coasted to the roadside, coming to a slow, complete halt as a plume of black smoke drifted up from beneath the hood. Oh, damn it! Jane slammed her fist on the steering wheel and let out a cry of despair. Well, looks like we're not going anywhere now. Daisy spread her hands in resignation. They pushed open their doors and stepped out, taking in the empty stretch of wilderness around them, miles from civilization. Disappointment was written all over their faces. Just then, a low, magnetic rumble of an engine rolled toward them, growing steadily louder. A sleek black sports car, glinting with futuristic lines, seemed to materialize out of nowhere and glided soundlessly to a stop beside their battered van. The door swept upward, and out stepped a man in casual clothes, sunglasses shielding his eyes. He was tall and striking, his features clean-cut, carrying an air of unmistakable elegance and ease that set him starkly apart from the desolate expanse of the desert. Ladies, need some help? Chen Nan slipped off his sunglasses, revealing deep, thoughtful eyes and a perfectly timed smile at the corner of his lips. Daisy was instantly transfixed, the potato chip in her mouth forgotten. Oh my God, are you a movie star fresh out of Hollywood? Jane, on the other hand, remained on her guard. After all, this was the middle of the desert. Thanks, but we're fine. We can handle it ourselves. Her instincts bristled at the sudden appearance of a handsome stranger. Chen Nan glanced over at their still-smoking van and chuckled softly. My guess is your plan wasn't to camp out here and wait for rescue, was it? His words brought a flush to Jane's cheeks, and she found herself lost for a response. Daisy, meanwhile, was already switching sides. She leaned in and whispered urgently to Jane. Jane, don't be crazy. This is the desert. Are we supposed to walk all the way back? Look at him. He's handsome. He drives an awesome car. There's no way he's a bad guy. Jane could only roll her eyes at Daisy's good looks mean no danger theory. Chen Nan seemed to have caught wind of their exchange, his smile growing even warmer. Hop in. I'm heading to the next town myself. Plenty of room for you both. With a gentleman's grace, he opened the far passenger door for them. In the end, under Daisy's relentless persuasion and the pressure of their situation, Jane relented. Sitting in the soft leather seat of the sports car, cocooned by the steady ride and cool air conditioning, Daisy let out a blissful sigh. Oh my goodness, this is paradise. By the way, handsome, what's your name? What brings you to the town? Chen Nan. I have some personal business to take care of. Chen Nan answered with succinct clarity. My name's Daisy, and this is my boss and best friend, Jane Foster. She's a genius astrophysicist. Daisy introduced them with enthusiastic warmth. Jane, a bit embarrassed by the introduction, nudged Daisy lightly, then gave Chen Nan a polite nod. Hello, and thank you for offering us a ride. You're welcome. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Nan glanced at Jane with genuine curiosity and asked, An astrophysicist? That sounds pretty cool. Are you here to study some rare astronomical phenomenon? At the mention of her field, Jane perked up instantly. Yes, we're tracking a very rare ionospheric disturbance. I suspect it might be a stable Einstein-Rosen bridge, a wormhole, in layman's terms. Excitement sparkled in her eyes, her passion for the unknown radiating and contagious. Chen Nan raised his eyebrows in mock surprise. That sounds straight out of a science fiction novel. No, it's real. My data can't be wrong. Jane protested animatedly, like a cat who'd had its tail stepped on. Watching her react so seriously, in such an endearing way, Chen Nan and Daisy couldn't help but burst out laughing. The mood in the car quickly lightened, and their conversation turned easy and lively. Chen Nan always managed to steer the topics just right, sometimes witty and humorous, other times revealing an extraordinary understanding of physics that drew frequent sideways glances from Jane. Her initial wariness faded away, replaced by a growing curiosity. Meanwhile, Daisy chirped away by his side, now praising Chen Nan's car, now prying into his private life with playful gossip. Her admiration was practically written all over her face. The two girls, almost unconsciously, began vying for Chen Nan's attention, even subtly competing over their driving skills. Just then, the clouds above suddenly started to spiral unnaturally, forming a massive vortex, while thunder and lightning split the sky. That's it, the bridge, Jane shouted in excitement, immediately pulling out her equipment to record data. But in the very next instant, a figure, wrapped in crackling lightning, plummeted straight out of the swirling vortex. Jane yanked the steering wheel instinctively. With a deafening crash, The figure slammed hard into the car's hood, then rolled across the ground and lay motionless. All three inside the car were stunned by the sudden, shocking turn of events. "Oh my God, did we just hit someone?" Daisy's face went utterly pale, her voice trembling. Jane, terrified, fumbled with her seatbelt, ready to leap out. But Chen Nan reached out and held her back, calm as ever. "Don't worry. He's fine." He pushed open the car door and strolled unhurriedly toward the man lying on the ground. The man was a towering figure with broad shoulders and flowing blonde hair. Although his clothes were ragged, there was still an undeniable air of distinction about him. At that moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a storm of confusion and anger swirling in their depths. "Who dares to ambush the mighty god of thunder?" Thor shook his dizzy head and immediately spotted Chen Nan walking toward him. Struggling to his feet, he pointed at Chen Nan and bellowed in a tone that would brook no argument. "Mortal, it was you who ambushed Thor, son of Odin. I challenge you to a duel." Jane and Darcy hurriedly ducked behind the car, watching the scene unfold with bated breath. Did he hit his head or something?" Darcy muttered under her breath. Chen Nan looked at the former god of thunder, now shorn of his powers yet still radiating dramatic flair. The whole situation was almost amusing. He shook his head and stepped forward. "You're not even worthy." Thor's temper flared. He surged forward, swinging a fist with all the strength of an Asgardian. Even powerless, his blow carried the force of a tempest. Yet just as his fist was about to meet Chen Nan's face, it stopped dead an inch away, going no further. Chen Nan had merely extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the thunderous punch. Thor froze, unable to believe his own eyes. In the next instant, Chen Nan struck back with a casual backhand. A crisp smack echoed across the empty wilderness. The once mighty Thor spun in place like a top before crashing to the ground, seeing stars, utterly bewildered. Jane and Darcy stood there, mouths agape, frozen in shock. What just happened? That burly man who seemed so formidable, was he really just knocked down with a single slap? In the small town's diner, there was a strange, tense atmosphere. Thor was devouring the food on the table in great noisy gulps, mumbling another plate, like a man starved for a lifetime. After being smacked awake by Chen Nan, he'd finally faced the truth. For now, he was just a mortal, albeit a strong one. Jane and Darcy kept sneaking glances at Chen Nan, their gazes filled with awe and curiosity. Who exactly was this man? Just then, several men in black suits, faces grave and serious, walked into the diner and came straight to their table. Leading the group was none other than Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Level 8. "Dr. Foster, pardon the interruption. I'm Agent Coulson with S.H.I.E.L.D." Coulson gave a practiced smile and presented his identification. "According to the relevant regulations, all your research equipment and data outside the city will now be taken over by us. Here's your check." Behind him, several agents had already begun to move, reaching for Jane's laptop sitting nearby. "What? You can't do this. That's the result of all my hard work." Jane's shock and fury flared. She sprang up, attempting to intervene. "Sorry, Mom. Orders are orders." Coulson's tone brooked no argument. Jane's eyes filled with tears in an instant. Desperate, she looked pleadingly at Chen Nan. Chen Nan set down his coffee cup, calmly dabbing at his mouth with a napkin. He rose and walked up to Coulson, tall enough to tower over him, exuding an unmistakable, intimidating presence. "Take your filthy hands off my girlfriend's things." Chen Nan's words weren't loud, but the authority in his voice was absolute. Jane froze, stunned. Her heart pounded uncontrollably, and a flush spread across her cheeks, her anger at losing her work momentarily forgotten. Coulson's brows knitted. Just as he was about to snap, he hesitated, taken aback. "Mr. Chen Nan, this is a matter of national security. Sir, you..." Chen Nan smiled, a cold curl of his lips. "Oh, Coulson, has S.H.I.E.L.D. gotten so rich that you throw money at people these days?" Nick Fury must have quite the appetite. "Go ahead and call him. Ask Nick Fury himself if he dares mess with anyone under my protection." Chen Nan, a name that carried weight. Coulson's pupils constricted in shock. His practiced professional smile froze awkwardly on his face. He wouldn't dare call the boss now. That would just put Fury in a bad spot and cause him trouble. Coulson was a veteran in bureaucratic games and knew better than to drag his superior into this mess. Shifting blame was a vital skill, especially when dealing with the infamously ruthless Eye Patch. Chairman of the Umbrella Corporation, major stakeholder in Stark Industries, a man even the World Security Council tread carefully around. Why on earth was he here, and how'd he end up as the boyfriend of this scientist? Coulson was utterly aggrieved. He hurriedly waved at his team to stop, then forced a smile that looked closer to a grimace. Since Mr. Chen has said so, it was just a misunderstanding, A complete misunderstanding. As he spoke, he quietly edged away, pulling out his phone and stepping aside to ask Fury for instructions. It wasn't the best time to interrupt the boss, but this was the best way to avoid responsibility. Meanwhile, Jane and Daisy were struck speechless with shock. They stared at Chen Nan in a daze, their minds utterly blank. This man, just by stating his name, had reduced these imposing government agents to submissive obedience? Who was this man, really? Who was he? This question echoed in Jane and Daisy's minds like an irresistible, haunting melody, relentlessly resounding in their heads. The air at the restaurant's entrance seemed to freeze in place. Thor stopped chewing. The former god of thunder finally looked up, belatedly aware, his bewildered gaze falling upon the strange scene unfolding before him. Agent Coulson, the mortal bearing that name, was now standing with his phone in hand, his back to them, body leaned slightly forward with the utmost humility, as though he were receiving a stern lecture from his superior. A few minutes later, Coulson ended the call. Turning around, the painful, forced smile on his face had vanished, replaced by a deeply complex expression, a mixture of awe, fear, and the faintest glimmer of relief. Mr. Chun, Miss Foster. Coulson's tone was suddenly unusually respectful. I must apologize. The director himself just gave orders. S.H.I.E.L.D. will fully support Miss Foster's research and will compensate for our previous reckless behavior. With that, he gave Chen Nan a deep bow, then, without looking back, left the restaurant in a hasty retreat with his team, as if some terrifying beast was at their heels. Only when their figures vanished from sight did Daisy let out a dramatic sigh of relief. Oh my God! She looked at Chen Nan, her eyes expressing a sense far beyond admiration, as though she were gazing upon a hidden master, a force to be reckoned with. Chen, who are you really? Even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. listens to you? Jane, too, gazed at Chen Nan, searching, her heart pounding within her chest. The aura of mystery shrouding this man didn't frighten her. Instead, it was as if he were a massive magnet, exuding an irresistible allure. Chen Nan elegantly lifted his coffee cup, took a quiet sip, and a faint, enigmatic smile played at his lips. Just an ordinary businessman, nothing more. Everyone fell silent. Night descended, draping the New Mexico desert in deep, inky blue. The stars shone with rare brilliance. Thanks to Chen Nan's abundant resources, an entire set of cutting-edge astronomical equipment was airlifted in overnight, and a temporary camp was swiftly set up amid the wilderness. Jane, like a child with a cherished new toy, excitedly adjusted the various instruments, her eyes sparkling with scientific passion. Daisy, meanwhile, lounged in a chair with a bucket of popcorn, gazing at the stars and sneaking glances at Chen Nan, who sat by the campfire with his eyes closed, a love-struck smile on her face. Only Thor, still brooding over the loss of his godly powers, sat alone in the distance, staring absently up at the sky. The peaceful and harmonious atmosphere was suddenly disrupted by an unexpected wave of shimmering green mist. Amidst the swirling mist, a figure in splendid emerald armor, clutching a golden scepter, emerged as if conjured by a ghostly hand. His features were strikingly handsome, though a hint of mischief perpetually curled at his lips. He was none other than Loki, the trickster god, and second prince of Asgard. Good evening, Mr. Chen Nan. Invisible to all but one, Loki let his gaze drift past everyone else and settled directly on Chen Nan. His voice was laced with a peculiar blend of elegance and arrogance. I believe we have something to discuss. It was clear he already knew who Chen Nan was, perhaps even the extent of his powers. Chen Nan slowly opened his eyes, the glow of the campfire dancing in the depths of his dark irises. Oh, and what is there for us to talk about? He sounded almost indifferent, unaffected by the sudden visit from an immortal. Loki's brow twitched imperceptibly. He disliked being dismissed out of hand, but he maintained his composure, smiling faintly. I know what brings you here. I know my brother is in your hands. I'm also aware that a little trial is underway, and I would rather not see any overwhelming outside forces get involved. He paused, a spark of cunning flickering in his sapphire blue eyes. As long as you promise not to meddle in anything between Thor and me, I can grant you a reasonable request. At these words, Chen Nan finally showed a glimmer of interest. Any request, anything within my power, Loki replied, confidence tilting his chin up. Chen Nan snapped his fingers in a jaunty manner, almost as if to say, if you insist on walking into my trap, who am I to refuse? I want a ton of URU metal. What? Loki's graceful smile froze instantly, replaced by utter disbelief. Atom? Are you taking Asgard from my private vault? Do you even know how rare and precious that is? It's one of our most vital strategic materials. He looked at Chen Nan as if the man had lost his mind. A ton of URU? That would be nearly a tenth of Asgard's entire armory stock. In that case, I suppose we have nothing further to discuss. Chen Nan shrugged, closed his eyes again, and assumed the unmistakable air of someone dismissing an unworthy guest. Loki's expression turned stony, then pale. Clearly, he had not expected such an unconventional response. He ground his teeth in frustration. 200 kilograms. That's my final offer. 800 kilograms, Chen Nan replied, not even bothering to look up. This is robbery. 300 kilograms, and not a gram more. Loki gripped his scepter so tightly his knuckles whitened. 500 kilograms. At last, Chen Nan opened his eyes and gazed at Loki, his demeanor cool and unwavering. Take it or leave it. Loki glared back, his chest heaving with suppressed emotion. Finally, deflated like a punctured balloon, he spat out his reply through clenched teeth. Deal. He truly had no wish to complicate things further, especially not with a man as unfathomable as this one. Chen Nan nodded in satisfaction. 10 minutes from now, deliver it to the location I specify. Rocky let out a cold snort, his figure dissolving into a swirl of green mist before vanishing from sight. With the deal sealed, Chen Nan rose to his feet and strode directly over to Daisy, who was still lost in a daze. He grabbed her wrist firmly. Let's go. Come with me to pick up something. Huh? Go where? The sudden intimacy made Daisy's heart race, her cheeks flushing a deep shade of red. Chen Nan didn't answer, simply leading her toward the sleek, futuristic sports car. Not far away, Jane watched the whole scene unfold. She saw Chen Nan holding Daisy's hand, watched as the two slipped into the sci-fi-inspired car, and saw the headlights slice through the darkness before vanishing into the depths of the desert. A surge of sourness and inexplicable disappointment washed over her heart. Why did he leave with Daisy? A single man and woman in the wild outside the city. Jane realized that the composure and rationality she'd always prided herself on had completely deserted her in this moment. Her mind a chaotic, tangled mess. She had fallen for the trick. The sports car sped across the desert for several minutes before stopping at an open, empty spot. Daisy, sitting in the passenger seat, felt her heart pounding so wildly it was as if it might leap right out of her chest. A single man and woman, a secluded desert, a flashy sports car. Was something unspeakably romantic, or perhaps scandalous, about to happen? Her mind began spinning up scenes from a dozen swoon-worthy movies, and her flushed cheeks were so hot it felt like they could fry an egg. Yet Chen Nan did nothing. He simply leaned back in his seat, gazing quietly into the night sky. Just as Daisy's daydreams were about to suffocate her, suddenly, a dazzling pillar of rainbow-colored light shot down from the heavens, striking the ground not far in front of the sports car with pinpoint accuracy. When the light faded, a massive metal crate stood silently where the radiance had been. All right, our package has arrived. Chen Nan unbuckled his seatbelt and got out. Daisy. She stared blankly at the rainbow bridge, then at the large metallic case, and finally turned her gaze back to Chen Nan. That's it. That's all. After all her anticipation, it was just for this? The weight of disappointment sapped all the energy from her posture. Chen Nan couldn't help laughing at her crestfallen look. He walked back to the car, and, leaning in, gently pressed his lips to hers, catching Daisy completely off guard. Daisy's eyes flew wide open in shock. A moment later, Chen Nan released her, smiling as he looked at her flushed cheeks, already tinged red from lack of air. That's your hush money. Daisy's mind went blank. Her only sense left was the lingering warmth on her lips. She instinctively licked her lips, savoring the trace of his kiss. And in the very next second, this bold and spirited girl made a daring decision. She understood the importance of reciprocity. With a sudden boldness, Daisy thrust out her proud chest, unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of her shirt, revealing a breathtaking expanse of snowy white. She took Chen Nan's hand, pressing it against that softness, her voice trembling with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. So, will this count as interest? Chen Nan felt the astonishing elasticity and warmth beneath his palm, and a playful glimmer flashed across his eyes. He leaned in, whispering softly in Daisy's ear, I'll gladly accept this as interest. By the time the two drove back to camp, Daisy's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She looked every bit the sly fox who'd just stolen a chicken. In stark contrast, Jane appeared distracted. When she saw them return, she simply cast a detached glance their way before burying herself back in her data. Chen Nan quietly observed it all, but gave nothing away. He made his way over to the campfire, where Thor was still deep in contemplation, and called out, Hey, big guy, I heard there's something up ahead, not far, that might have something to do with you. Something no one else has managed to lift? A hammer. Care to take a look? The others voiced their enthusiastic agreement, but even before dinner could be finished, Thor was already impatient to go. At the mention of this news, a fierce light suddenly flared in Thor's blue eyes, wiping away his despondent expression and replacing it with a wild, manic excitement. Mjolnir, my hammer. It was as if he'd found his last hope. He sprang up from the ground, his tall frame surging forward like a gust of wind, racing in the direction Chen Nan had pointed, without looking back. His speed was nothing like that of a mere mortal deprived of godly strength. Hey, wait up! Jane was startled by his sudden dash. She jumped to her feet, hurrying to catch up. At the edge of camp, the shield temporary base was ablaze with floodlights, illuminating the hammer planted squarely in the center of the crater for all to see. When Coulson saw Thor charging straight for the security line, his face changed instantly. Stop him! A few agents immediately moved to form a human barrier. But right then, Thor's mind held only the thought of his hammer. With the raw strength of an Asgardian warrior, he crashed through two of the elite agents and stumbled headlong toward the center of the base. Sir, you need to leave immediately. This is a restricted area. Coulson strode after him, stern and commanding. He was just about to order the use of force when a hand settled gently onto his shoulder. Agent Coulson, let's not be hasty. Somehow, Chen Nan had appeared behind him, his face calm and smiling. Coulson stiffened. When he turned and saw it was Chen Nan, he couldn't help the involuntary twitch of his facial muscles. Mr. Chen, but this isn't according to the rules, Chen Nan let out a soft chuckle, his gaze sliding past him to rest upon the disheveled figure slowly approaching the hammer. Sometimes, only by letting him taste true despair with his own hands will he finally give up. Coulson froze, then followed Chen Nan's gaze. Understanding seemed to dawn on him. With a resigned sigh, he motioned for his men to fall back. All eyes in the room instantly converged on Thor. He walked to the edge of the crater, his breathing heavy and ragged. There it was, Mjolnir, his most loyal companion, the source of his strength. If only he could lift it once more, he would return to Asgard and reclaim all that was rightfully his. Thor drew a long, shuddering breath, eyes bloodshot, and leaped down into the pit. Extending both hands, he gripped the familiar handle tightly. A feeling of kinship surged through his veins. Roaring inwardly, his arms tensed, muscles swelling and veins bulging, he summoned every ounce of strength to wrench upward. But the hammer did not budge. It was as if it had fused with the very core of the earth itself. No, this can't be. A flicker of panic flashed in Thor's eyes. He refused to accept it, gathering his strength for another try. Rise! He bellowed, legs sinking deep into the mud, throwing the full weight of his body into the effort. Sweat streamed down from his brow, dripping onto the hammer's cold metal. Still, Mjolnir lay quietly where it was, seeming to mock his helpless struggle with pitiless silence. At last, Thor's strength deserted him. His fingers slipped, and he stumbled back a couple of steps before collapsing heavily into the muddy ground. In that moment, hope was utterly shattered. No! A cry tore from the depths of his throat, raw, anguished, filled with pain and stubborn defiance, splitting apart the silence of the New Mexico night. Unnoticed, rain began to fall, a steady, relentless drizzle. Cold drops mingled with the mud, soaking the fallen thunder god until he was utterly bedraggled. At that moment, Chen Nan appeared at the edge of the crater, holding a black umbrella, looking down at Thor from above. How does it feel? His voice was soft, but every word drove sharply into Thor's heart like a needle. Thor raised his head, staring fiercely at Chen Nan with bloodshot, reddened eyes. You knew all along, didn't you? His voice was hoarse, as though scraped raw by despair. Of course I did. Chen Nan nodded, his tone calm and indifferent. A man who can't even control his own temper. What right does he have to be acknowledged by such power? Thor felt those words stick in his chest, choking back any rebuttal. Chen Nan closed the umbrella, then nimbly hopped down into the crater, coming to stand beside the hammer. But for me, this is hardly a challenge. He spoke with a calm smile. I can lift it. As soon as he said this, not only Thor, but even Coulson, Jane, and the others in the distance wore expressions of utter disbelief. Thor let out a bitter laugh, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke of the century. Mortal, and why do you think you can? This is Odin's magic, the All-Father. Only the worthy, only the chosen can. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, cutting him off. So, you're not the god of hammers. You're the god of being recognized by hammers? He bent down, his tone laced with a mocking playfulness. Without this hammer, you're nothing at all. You. Thor was trembling with rage, but couldn't utter a word in response. Ignoring him, Chen Nan turned to Jane, who had jumped into the pit as well, anxiety written all over her face. Miss Foster, would you like to give it a try? Yes, you. Chen Nan gestured politely, inviting her forward with a smile. Jane hesitated, but under Chen Nan's encouraging gaze, she stepped up and grasped the handle, imitating Thor's posture. She closed her eyes, drew a deep breath, and gave it a firm tug. The result, of course, was exactly as expected. The hammer didn't budge an inch. Disappointment flickered in Jane's eyes as she let go. Yet seeing this, Thor felt an odd sense of relief settle in his heart. See? Even kind, upright Jane couldn't lift it. The hammer's sacredness was proven. It wasn't just anyone who could claim it. This wasn't just his own failure. But this meager consolation was utterly shattered in the very next instant. Chen Nan simply extended a single hand towards the hammer, not even touching the handle, merely hovering his palm just above it. He shot Thor a meaningful smile, his eyes glinting. And then, in the stunned silence of everyone watching, the hammer, the very one even Thor himself could not move a fraction, quivered ever so slightly. A moment later, as if defying every law of physics, it rose smoothly from the earth, floating upward with unnatural lightness. This can't be. Thor's eyes were wide as saucers. His entire worldview splintered in that moment. No worthiness check. No crackle of thunder. Nothing at all. It just flew. Chen Nan curled his finger, and Mjolnir obediently sailed into his waiting palm, hovering serenely. He hefted it, as if he were simply weighing a common piece of iron. Not bad. Nice feel in the hand. He glanced over at Darcy, who stood so still she may as well have turned to stone. Darcy, want to try being Lady Thor? Come on, take it and snap a picture. With that, he let go, and the hammer simply floated toward Darcy, as if weightless. Huh, me? Daisy reached out instinctively to catch it. The heavy hammer, which should have weighed a ton, felt as light as a feather in her grasp. Oh my God, I did it. I lifted Thor's hammer. Daisy shrieked in excitement, hugging the hammer and striking all sorts of muscle-flexing poses, urging Jane to quickly take photos with her phone. Jane, you have to try too. Chen Nan snapped his fingers, and the hammer floated over to Jane. Jane Foster's worldview, grounded in science, was shaken to its core. Her hand trembled as she gripped the handle. This time, she raised the hammer high over her head with ease. This makes no sense. She murmured in disbelief, but there was a wild gleam of fascination in her eyes. Soon, the scene was transformed into a photo-op free-for-all. Coulson and his agents each took turns, grinning from ear to ear as they posed for group pictures, Thor's hammer held triumphantly aloft. Only Thor himself knelt dazed in the muddy, rain-soaked earth, watching the mighty relics he once took so much pride in being passed from hand to hand like a cheap toy. He felt his heart sinking bit by bit. When the hammer floated back in front of him, it was as if he was bewitched. He reached out again. He had to try one more time. But the moment his hand closed around the handle, the crushing, mountain-like weight returned. Once again, he could not lift it. Why could mortals manage what he could not? A tidal wave of humiliation and despair drowned him. Thor could bear no more. His eyes rolled up, and he collapsed straight to the ground in a faint. As night deepened, the farce finally drew to a close. Chen Nan returned to camp in high spirits. Seeing Daisy and Jane still bubbling over the photos, his smile widened. To have made these two ladies happy, and at the same time struck such a blow to the future god of Thunder's confidence, it was well worth it. The next morning, just as the first rays of sunlight stretched across the desert, Thor, still hung over, was startled awake by a commotion. He stumbled out of his tent to see Jane and Daisy chatting animatedly around the breakfast table with several oddly dressed strangers. There were 4 of them, a woman and 3 men, clad in unmistakably Asgardian armor. They were none other than the warriors 3 and Valkyrie Sif. The moment Thor appeared, Sif leaped to her feet, her face glowing with the joy of reunion. "We finally found you. Sif? Fandral? Volstagg? Hogan?" Thor stood frozen, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't still dreaming. "How'd you all get here?" "We've come to take you home." Volstagg, the bearded warrior, could barely contain his excitement. "Thor, we were all deceived by Loki. The All-Father isn't dead. He's only fallen into the Odin sleep." "What?" Thor stood there as if struck by lightning, his entire body frozen in place. "This is all Loki's scheme. He seized the throne, and he wants to keep you banished forever." Sif added urgently. Hearing the truth, a fire of anger and hope blazed instantly in Thor's eyes. He could go back. But just then, without warning, a suffocating sense of oppression descended from above. In an instant, the sky grew heavy and dark. The earth began to tremble ever so slightly. Everyone looked up, anxiety written on their faces. On the distant horizon, a streak of fire tore through the clouds at breathtaking speed, heading straight toward them. A thunderous crash erupted nearby as the fire collided with the edge of the town, sending dust and debris everywhere. In the center of the street stood a figure over 3 meters tall, clad head to toe in silver metal armor. A giant with a single, cyclopean eye capable of unleashing devastating beams of destruction. It radiated an aura of chilling menace and ruin. This was Asgard's most formidable weapon of war, the Destroyer. Chen Nan cradled his coffee cup, a knowing smile tugging at his lips as he watched the familiar scene unfold. At last, the true drama had begun. The Destroyer. Sif's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She gripped her sword and shield tightly, her voice trembling with shock. How could Loki? How could he dare use it? The warriors' three wore equally grave expressions. Just standing before this frigid metal juggernaut, they sensed a terror powerful enough to crush all in its path. The deadliest weapon in Odin's vault, the ultimate guardian of Asgard's palace. And now it stood against them. Thor, get out of here! Sif shouted, her voice sharp with urgency, and charged forward ahead of the others. She knew all too well. Without Mjolnir, Thor was as vulnerable as any mortal before the Destroyer. We'll hold it off. Volstagg roared, swinging his giant axe as he followed close behind. Fandral and Hogun closed in from either side, without a moment's hesitation. They were Thor's most loyal comrades. Even knowing this was likely a suicide mission, they threw themselves into the fray without regret. The Destroyer's single eye blazed with blinding red light, locking firmly onto Sif as she led the attack. With a low, ominous hum, a searing beam of energy tore through the air, unleashing heat that threatened to incinerate everything in its path. Sif's eyes widened in dread. In a split second before impact, she swung her vibranium shield up to protect herself, then sprang into close combat, her sword sinking into the Destroyer's neck and halting it, if only for a moment. But before the satisfaction could even take hold on Sif's face, the Destroyer twisted its body in a bizarre movement. Its face powered up for another attack in an instant. The beam struck the shield with an ear-splitting explosion of sound, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Sif felt an irresistible force crashing into her, as if she had been struck squarely by a battering ram. Her whole body was hurled backward, smashing through a wall with a heavy thud, and she lost consciousness on the spot. With just a single blow, Asgard's fiercest Valkyrie was defeated. Thor's eyes widened in anguish, and he let out a wail of raw grief. Damn it, I'll kill you. Thor, get out of here. Volstagg's eyes blazed with fury. With his massive frame, he leapt high into the air, swinging his battle axe with the force of a falling mountain, bringing it down fiercely upon the Destroyer's head. But the Destroyer didn't even move. Slowly, it simply lifted its arm. The battle axe struck against the metal limb and didn't even leave a scratch. Instead, the tremendous counterforce sent the weapon flying back. Volstagg's chest was left completely unguarded. Again, the Destroyer's single eye ignited with light. Fandral shouted a warning, but it was too late. A searing beam shot forth, slicing straight through Volstagg's abdomen. His heavy armor melted like tissue paper, a horrific charred hole burning cleanly through his body. Ugh! Volstagg looked down at his wound in disbelief, then crumpled to his knees as life ebbed swiftly from his body. Thor! Thor! He coughed blood in racking fits, struggling with all his might, but he couldn't finish his words. With the last look in his eyes, he urged Thor to run. Volstagg! Thor felt as though an invisible hand was crushing his heart, making it impossible to breathe. Take Sif. Get out. Don't worry about us. Leaning on his sword for support, Fandral shouted hoarsely to Thor. He knew, deep down, that today they might all die here. Always quiet and taciturn, Hogun's eyes now blazed with grim determination. He swung his chain mace in a wild, desperate arc, mustering all his remaining strength to wrap it around the Destroyer's legs. For Asgard, he let out his final battle cry. The Destroyer lowered its gaze, cold and indifferent as it regarded the ant beneath its feet. Slowly, its faceplate opened. Once again, a blazing light shone, the third time. This time, there was no explosion, only a pure surge of energy that engulfed Hogun, erasing him completely from existence. In the world, there were no longer Asgardian warriors named Hogun. 3 dearest friends, 2 gravely wounded, 1 dead. It all happened in the blink of an eye. No, Loki. Aha! Thor's reason was utterly overwhelmed in that moment. An unending tide of grief and rage burst forth, stripping him down to the core of savage instinct. Like a wounded lion, he charged at the Slayer before him with wild abandon. Loki! He roared as he hurled his mortal fists, pounding them fiercely against the Destroyer's cold, iron shins. The only answer was a merciless backhand from the Destroyer. Thor's body was flung away like a battered sack, rolling across the ground more than a dozen times before coming to a halt, the sharp sound of breaking bones cutting through the silence. He struggled to rise, but found he did not even have the strength to lift a single finger. The destroyer advanced with heavy, thunderous steps, drawing closer with every stride. The earth trembled beneath its feet. Each step felt as if it landed squarely on Thor's shattered heart, a despair that chilled to the bone. He cursed Loki's betrayal and cruelty, but he hated his own weakness and recklessness even more. If he hadn't been exiled, if he still had Mjolnir, his friends might never have died. The destroyer halted before him, its towering shadow swallowing him completely. Slowly, it raised its foot, poised to crush the former god of thunder as one might stamp out an ant. The presence of death loomed over him, sweeping nearer with every breath. In what he believed to be his final moment, Thor summoned the last reserves of his strength, turning his head toward the man who had, from beginning to end, stood at a distance, coffee cup in hand, watching as though witnessing a stage play. That man was his last and only hope. "Please, I beg you." A frail, hoarse whisper squeezed past his lips, his eyes pleading desperately. "Save my brother." His prayer was not for his own life, but for the comrade who had risked everything to save him. Chen Nan finally lifted his gaze to meet Thor's. He walked slowly to stand before the fallen god, ignoring the menacing metal foot that hovered above, ready to crush at a moment's notice. Looking down on Thor, his expression was as calm and placid as a still lake. "Tell me, Thor Odinson." His voice rang clearly in Thor's ears. "Are you the god of hammers?" Thor was stunned. He could not fathom why Chen Nan would ask such a question. A subtle, knowing smile played at the corner of Chen Nan's lips, and suddenly, his voice rose, deep and resonant, like a bell tolling at dawn, vibrating deep within Thor's very soul. "No, you are not. You are the god of thunder. If you can only live by clinging to your hammer, then stand idly by as Sif is mercilessly crushed. Human beings must rely on themselves." Those words, like lightning racing across the sky, split apart every doubt clouding Thor's mind. Yes, his strength came from his blood, his soul, from the thunder of Asgard itself, not from that cold hammer. The hammer was merely a tool to channel his power. It was never the source. He had misunderstood all along. A crash of thunder split the air. At the very moment enlightenment dawned upon him, the once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in churning storm clouds. Lightning danced wildly. Thunder rumbled, rolling across the heavens. From the deepest reaches of his blood, that primordial power belonging to a king of gods finally awakened. The destroyer's colossal foot thundered down. But just as it was about to crush Thor, a bolt of lightning more blinding than the sun itself crashed down from the heavens, striking Thor with perfect precision. This was not an attack. It was a baptism. It was a coronation. Thor threw his head back and let out a wild, earth-shattering roar that pierced the sky itself. An infinite surge of lightning erupted from within him, coalescing into a raging electrical storm that swept across the field. The destroyer's giant foot was forced back, driven away by the sheer might of this newly unleashed power. Slowly, Thor rose from the ground. His eyes no longer held that mortal blue. They now blazed with incandescent white, crackling with electricity. And upon his body, every inch of his skin was wrapped in ribbons of destructive lightning. In this moment, he was no longer the fallen man he once had been. He had become the true god, the master of storm and thunder. Far away in Asgard, within the halls of the palace, on the throne, Odin lay deep in sleep. Yet at the corner of his tightly shut eyes, a single scalding tear slowly slid down his cheek. He felt it. He sensed the murderous intent of one son and the rebirth of another. Was he, truly, still a worthy father? 150. The thunder god subdued with a snap of the fingers, Odin appears. A low, resonant hum spread through the air. It seemed the destroyer had not hesitated, even in the face of Thor's transformation. Its programming knew but one directive: annihilate the target. Its faceplate sealed shut, energy intensely churning within its singular eye. With a savage burst, a beam of destruction even larger and fiercer than before shot forth, racing straight for Thor's head. Yet as this power, strong enough to melt mountains, burned toward him, not a flicker of fear showed on Thor's face. What he wore now was the god's air. Cold, majestic, unyielding. He slowly raised his right hand, finger spread. A tremendous crack resounded across the sky. Above the clouds, a bolt of lightning as thick as a dragon descended at his command, meeting the destructive beam in midair and cutting it off before it could reach its mark. Two forces of ultimate energy collided in the sky. Yet instead of a world-shattering explosion, The air simply trembled with power. The beam of destruction, as if strangled by a nemesis, began to dissolve inch by inch beneath the overwhelming force of Thor's lightning, until finally it vanished into nothing. So terrible, so awe-inspiring, was the might of the thunder. In the golden palace of Asgard, Loki watched through Heimdall's all-seeing gaze. The smug smile that had played on his lips froze instantly. No, impossible. Without Mjolnir, how could he possibly still command the power of lightning? He cried out, his voice echoing with a terror he could not hide. His eyes were wide, overcome with disbelief. He had plotted for everything, yet somehow missed one crucial truth. Thor was the god of thunder. The hammer was only his weapon. It had never been the source of his power. Back on the field of battle, Thor stood bathed in celestial lightning, rising slowly into the air. He hovered in midair, his eyes flashing pure white lightning, gazing down coldly at the iron behemoth beneath his feet. Loki, his voice fused with a rolling thunder, echoing through the heavens and earth. Your fate is to be destroyed. The moment his words fell, he clenched his fist with sudden force. A deafening crack tore through the air. From above, the long-gathered thunderclouds erupted into chaos. Hundreds, thousands of savage lightning serpents twisted together into a colossal pillar of thunder, crashing down from the heavens with the power to judge all things. Its target, the destroyer. Sensing an unprecedented threat, the destroyer crossed its arms, trying to shield itself from the divine punishment raining from above. But before the true might of the god of thunder, all defenses proved pale and powerless. Another thunderous blast split the air. The earth shook violently, a blinding white light drowning out everything. When the brilliance faded, only a massive, charred crater remained, a wound dozens of meters across, its edges studded with molten crystals. As for the once indestructible armor, that which had driven Thor and the warriors three to despair, it had been utterly obliterated by divine thunder, reduced entirely to worthless scrap. One blow, instant destruction. Thor slowly descended from the sky, the lightning coursing around him gradually dissipating as he returned to human form. He rushed to the side of Sif and Volstagg, checking at once to make sure that though gravely wounded and unconscious, their lives were not truly in danger. Only then did he let out a deep sigh of relief. With all that done, Thor stood up, fixing a complicated gaze on the man whose calm had never wavered throughout. I owe you my life, as well as the lives of my friends. Thor's voice was low and earnest. He knew perfectly well, if not for Chen Nan's words, cutting to the heart like a thunderbolt, he would probably have been nothing more than a cold corpse by now. Chen Nan raised his coffee cup, gently blew on it, as if the divine battle that had just transpired was nothing more than a post-dinner diversion. He spoke lightly. I simply don't like anyone dirtying my floor. Thor couldn't help but offer a wry smile at that reply. Taking a deep breath, he found that fierce, fighting spirit blazing anew in his eyes, a pride that belonged to the gods of Asgard. Even so, I must thank you, as gratitude, and as proof of my rebirth. Once more, Thor's body crackled with fine arcs of electricity, a powerful aura surging heavenward. I challenge you. With all my strength, I wish to fight you, openly and honorably. He needed this battle, a fierce, exhilarating clash, to cement his newly awakened powers, to prove himself worthy of the name God of Thunder. And the enigmatic man standing before him was, without a doubt, the perfect adversary. Chen Nan finally set down his coffee cup, lifting his eyelids to glance at him. That look, calm and indifferent, was as if he were staring at a naive child who had no idea of his own limits. Are you sure? Thor's fighting spirit surged. He threw his arms wide and let loose a triumphant roar up to the sky. A deep, thunderous rumble rolled across the heavens. In that instant, the sky above all of New Mexico turned pitch dark. Clouds, more violent and furious than before, gathered from every direction, twisting themselves into a colossal vortex of lightning that enveloped the entire town. Bolts of silver lightning snaked and lashed through the air, carrying with them an overwhelming divine force. The townspeople, caught in this apocalyptic vision, trembled and cowered, falling to their knees in desperate prayer. This was Thor summoning the very strongest thunder he could command, his full might unleashed. Take this, Thor bellowed, hurling this world-ending power straight at Chen Nan. And yet, facing this cataclysmic attack, enough to wipe a city off the map, Chen Nan simply stretched out his hand, unhurried, with a gentle squeeze of his fist. The ocean of thunder, the rampaging electric snakes, the doomsday vortex, all of it, as if it had never existed, vanished without a trace in a single instant. Above their heads, the sky cleared, blue and serene once more. It was as though everything that had just happened was nothing more than a passing illusion. While what? Shock froze Thor's face. He could feel, clear as day, that the link connecting him to the thunder had been ruthlessly severed by a force far greater, far more unyielding than his own. It was as if, in front of this man, the so-called god of thunder, had lost the right to even summon the storm. Before Thor could recover from his astonishment, a silent figure appeared before him like a ghost. Still wearing that easy, unfazed expression, Chen Nan simply extended a single finger and tapped it lightly against Thor's forehead. Thor was struck by an unimaginable force. The world went black as he was sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball, smashing through 7, 8 buildings before being swallowed by the rubble. Thus, the newly awakened Thor, so brimming with confidence moments before, was utterly defeated. Chen Nan withdrew his finger, not even bothering to spare Thor another glance. He strolled over to where it lay a short distance away, the hammer, Mjolnir, resting quietly in the soil. Forged from the very core of a planet, enchanted by Odin himself, this divine weapon now glimmered faintly, as though repelling the touch of mere mortals. Chen Nan bent down, unfazed by the barrier of the God King's will. He placed his hand on the handle, and, as Thor struggled to lift his head from the wreckage, eyes wide with disbelief, Chen Nan lifted the hammer with ease and claimed the power of the god of thunder for his own. No! Thor cried out in utter despair. This was more than just a weapon to him. It was the symbol of his identity and his honor. At that very moment, a voice rang out in Chen Nan's mind, majestic, ancient, and carrying immeasurable might, as if it had crossed the endless expanses of time and space itself. Mortal, put down that which does not belong to you, or else you shall suffer the wrath of Asgard. Chen Nan weighed the hammer in his hand, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips.